Chapter 1: The Desolation of Home. In the realm of Douluo Continent, nestled within the confines of Key Village, an eerie silence enveloped the once vibrant settlement. At its heart lay a scene reminiscent of hell, strewn with the emaciated corpses of the villagers, each visage contorted with agony and despair, that of the hundreds who once thrived here. Only 3 souls remained alive, 2 adults and a child. The child, Zhang Lan, a mere 6 years of age and a traveler from another world, clutched a bough with trembling hands, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the elegantly attired man before him. This very man was responsible for the village's current plight. Earlier that day, the man had arrived, proclaiming himself a noble soul master from Notting City, seeking to select individuals from the village to serve as his attendants. He commanded the village elder to gather the villagers at the center for his discerning choice. Initially, the elder and the villagers hesitated, but upon receiving a gold soul coin and the promise of a monthly stipend for each servant, their spirits lifted, and they complied. It is worth noting that a single gold soul coin could sustain a family of 4 for an entire year, that a monthly payment of 1 gold soul coin equated to a salary of 40 to 50,000 on Earth, and serving as a noble soul master's attendant was far less laborious than toiling in the fields. Moreover, the status of a servant to a noble soul master was vastly superior to that of a mere farmer. Thus, the villagers flocked to the gathering. The youth harbored hopes of being chosen, while the elderly and children merely sought the spectacle. The village elder, swayed by the allure of the gold coin, encouraged everyone to attend. Zhang Lan, however, was reluctant to serve as a mere attendant, for his father was the village's sole hunter, providing a comfortable life. Consequently, the elder assigned Zhang Lan the task of welcoming the soul master from the spirit hall, who was to awaken the children's martial souls. As for the noble soul master's earlier demands, the elder had expressed concern. Though the noble soul master granted me a silver soul coin, today's guest from the spirit hall has contributed a gold soul coin. Should our attention linger on the nobleman and neglect the esteemed soul master, we might incur his wrath and lose our opportunity. Thus, Zhang Lan accompanied his father, driving the village's only donkey cart to the city to fetch the soul master. Yet Zhang Lan suspected the elder's true fear was that the noble soul master might take an interest in his father, potentially robbing him of his chance. After all, in terms of appearance and physique, only the elder's son could rival his father. The stark contrast lay in his father's robust, sun-kissed frame, exuding a heroic presence, while the elder's son, though tall, possessed a pallid complexion and lacked the strength of Zhang Lan's father. Should a servant be chosen, it is highly probable that he would either be the son of his father or the village chief's offspring. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan and his father were not particularly concerned with such matters. After meeting with the soul master, known as Lu Qingyi, they arrived at the village as noon approached. Upon discovering the village deserted, they proceeded directly to the center. It was there that the battle erupted. Witnessing the withered corpses strewn about the village square, along with the noble soul master still greedily draining the life from the old village chief's son, Lu Qingyi unleashed his martial spirit, revealing a formidable gorilla behind him. Enraged, he charged into combat against an evil soul master whose spirit manifested as a blood-red serpent. In a fit of fury, Zhang Lan's father, upon seeing the bodies of their kin, let out a roar and hastily retrieved his hunting bow. Seizing the opportunity, while the noble soul master was preoccupied with Lu Qingyi, he loosed an arrow that struck true into the noble's back. However, that was the extent of his success. The noble soul master, reacting to the ambush, summoned his second spirit ring and, in a fit of rage, turned to unleash a spray of blood that struck Zhang Lan's father, who then fell, screaming in agony. Zhang Lan stood frozen, helplessly watching his father perish in a dreadful manner. His eyes dulled, his mind blank. It felt as if an eternity had passed, though it was but a fleeting moment. Gazing upon his father's lifeless body, he cried out in despair, "Father!" Staggering towards the remains of his father, he found him already lifeless. That a tumult of anguish surged within Zhang Lan, fury igniting his heart. Grasping the bow and arrow from his father's hand, he nocked an arrow. During their playful moments together, his father had also imparted the art of archery to him, crafting a small bow for his son. Thus Zhang Lan possessed a modicum of understanding of the weapon. The moment the noble soul master unleashed a toxic blood arrow that claimed his father's life, Lu Qingyi seized the chance to deliver a powerful punch to the man's chest. He then retreated a step, evading the vengeful blood arrow that the noble soul master fired in retaliation. This brief respite provided the noble soul master with a moment to recover, creating distance between them. Lu Qingyi, however, did not pursue. The punch he had just unleashed utilized his third spirit skill, a devastating blow that represented his strongest attack. He had distinctly heard the sound of the evil soul master's ribs cracking and internal organs rupturing, but if he could just hold on, this malevolent soul master was destined to meet his end. As expected, the evil soul master feigned strength for a mere 2 seconds before violently expelling a mouthful of blood, accompanied by fragments of his own entrails. The once suave, evil soul master wavered, collapsing to the ground. Upon seeing the man clad in the uniform of the Martial Spirit Hall, he realized that today had sealed his fate. The Martial Spirit Hall had always pursued a ruthless extermination policy against evil soul masters, leaving no survivor. If he were a noble of the Tiando Empire, he might have been able to bargain for his life, but under the authority of the Martial Spirit Hall, he was doomed to die today. After embarking on the path of the Dark Soul Master, he was aware that this day would inevitably arrive. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the intoxicating thrill of rapid ascension. The 20 years of arduous training paled in comparison to the swift gains achieved through mere months of slaughter. He had succumbed to the allure of darkness. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with nonchalance, he coughed twice and weakly muttered, "Cough, cough. Damn it, I truly am unlucky. Just as I finished my meal, I encountered you lunatics from the Spirit Hall. If not for..." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp arrow pierced through his back. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood and turned to discover the identity of his assailant. But it felt as though all strength had left his body, and he collapsed to the ground. But he had not completed his words. He remained filled with resentment. His martial spirit, the bloodthirsty dark serpent, could rapidly enhance his soul power by consuming blood. However, it had its downsides. When overly satiated, his soul power became obstructed, rendering him sluggish and ineffective. How else could he have been defeated by someone of equal soul rank? After releasing an arrow, Zhang Lan stared at the noble soul master's lifeless body on the ground, momentarily stunned. Then, with a wail, he seized the arrows next to his father and, while shooting, approached the fallen figure. By the time Zhang Lan reached the corpse, he had exhausted all his arrows, and his hands trembled from overexertion. Eliminating his foe had granted him experience points the system had activated. Chapter 2. Burial. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Lan's mind. Yet he, engulfed in sorrow, remained oblivious. He lifted his bow and relentlessly struck the head of the now-pierced Dark Soul Master. Bang! 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 Though his strength was not considerable, the incessant blows caused the flesh of the Dark Soul Master's head to rupture. Lu Qingyi silently observed from behind Zhang Lan, noting the increasing tremors in his arms. Unable to bear it any longer, he sighed softly and delivered a swift chop to Zhang Lan's neck. Zhang Lan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lu Qingyi, seeing the devastation in the center of the village, sighed again. He lifted Zhang Lan's body and placed him on the bed of a nearby farmhouse, covering him with a blanket. He then hurried to the donkey cart that had brought him here, dismounting and sitting atop the donkey, squeezing its sides with his feet. Go! The donkey remained motionless, turning its head slowly to regard him with disdain, snorting dismissively and ignoring him. Lu Qingyi's expression stiffened. He summoned his soul power and delivered a forceful slap to the donkey's rear. Hey! Hey! The donkey brayed in distress, realizing that this rider truly meant business. Its pride shattered. It kicked up its hooves and began to run. Upon Lu Qingyi's return, Zhang Lan had already awakened. Sitting beside his family, he gazed at his once gentle mother and lively, beautiful sister, now transformed into mere husks, their eyes vacant, sitting motionless. Lu Qingyi addressed the soldiers from Tiando behind him, saying, "Let us give these villagers a proper burial." The soldiers bowed their heads in respect. "Indeed, Master Soul Master." With that, dozens of soldiers sprang into action. Beside Lu Qingyi stood a middle-aged man, a soul master of the Spirit Hall, whom Lu Qingyi had summoned to lend his support, fearing further complications. The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the grotesque corpse of the evil soul master, riddled with arrows and unrecognizable. These evil soul masters are truly devoid of conscience, lower than beasts. Lu Qingyi nodded. Silently, his own family had fallen victim to evil soul masters, fueling his deep-seated hatred. Hence, upon encountering one, he had disregarded his own safety and executed them without hesitation. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Lan, who remained seated in a daze, and quietly approached him. He is an evil soul master, a member of a despicable breed that forsakes all morality for power, resorting to the abhorrent practice of devouring and sacrificing others to enhance their own strength. Although the continent's decree is to slay them on sight, these fiends never seem to diminish. Zhang Lan turned to Lu Qingyi, his eyes finally reflecting clarity. Lu Qingyi observed Zhang Lan without uttering another word. After a brief silence, Zhang Lan inquired. Are there many of them? Lu Qingyi shook his head. Not many, but there are always some. Zhang Lan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fierce determination. I will eradicate them all. Lu Qingyi shook his head once more. You are too weak. Evil soul masters are exceptionally formidable among soul masters, often overwhelming their peers. Even if you aspire to confront them, do you truly believe a mere mortal like yourself can triumph? Then I shall grow stronger. I will become a soul master. Very well. Let me see if you possess the potential. Follow me. May I have a moment? I wish to bury my family first. Lu Qingyi looked down at the sorrowful young boy before him, his heart softening. He gently tapped Zhang Lan's forehead with his index and middle fingers. Of course. The soldiers worked swiftly, utilizing nearby materials, dismantling doors and windows from the village for fuel that, in no time, a massive cremation pyre was erected, upon which lay the bodies of the villagers, including Zhang Lan's family. Zhang Lan was entrusted with the igniting of the pyre, a privilege he had fought to earn. He approached the cremation pyre slowly, tears streaming down his face like a dam bursting. Zhang Lan gazed upon the lifeless forms of his sister, mother, and father, their once vibrant spirits now extinguished. His sister, who used to playfully seek his attention and mischievously drag him into trouble, would no longer tease him. His mother, who would nag him to eat and dress warmly, was silent. His father, who had always taken him to practice archery and set traps, lay still. Sheener, you must listen to your parents now. Do not be mischievous, for I am no longer there to shield you. Be cautious, lest you incur their wrath. Mother, I shall take good care of myself from now on. Oh, not worry while you rest in the ground. I will strive to become a soul master and elevate our family status, making you proud. And father, I promise to be well. Please do not scold me for crying this time, though I must admit I somewhat long for your reprimands. Zhang Lan wiped away his tears, revealing a faint smile. Father, I assure you, this will be my last tear shed. He cast aside the torch, which ignited instantly, illuminating the dimly lit village as flames danced in the twilight. That night, by the flickering campfire, Lu Qingyi observed the weary countenance of Zhang Lan and sighed, saying, given your current state, awakening your martial soul is not ideal. That it would be best for you to rest tonight. We shall discuss it tomorrow. As night deepened. The journey back would take 2 or 3 hours, prompting Lu Qingyi to decide to stay and rest for the night. Upon receiving Lu Qingyi's decision, the soldiers entered the homes of the villagers, scavenging for food, and soon set about cooking their meal, albeit not without rummaging through belongings in search of valuables. With the villagers deceased, their possessions were deemed ownerless after all. This place was far removed from the advanced world Zhang Lan once knew, where information flowed freely and laws were strict. Here, it remained entrenched in a backward medieval system. Zhang Lan refrained from commenting on the soldiers' actions, merely requesting Lu Qingyi to ensure they did not enter his home. After dining and lingering for a while, the funeral pyre slowly extinguished. Zhang Lan gathered the ashes and placed them in a box, which he then buried in the freshly dug grave. Gazing at the newly erected tomb, a wave of sorrow washed over him, mingled with weariness. Before long, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. Lu Qingyi, watching over him, hurried to Zhang Lan's side, checking his breath, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is merely exhausted and has fallen asleep. A middle-aged man accompanying him observed Lu Qingyi's actions and suddenly spoke. What if he never becomes a soul master? Having heard Lu Qingyi's earlier encouragement to the boy named Zhang Lan, this question had lingered in his mind for some time. Seeing Zhang Lan asleep, he finally voiced it. In this world, the number of those who could become soul masters was ultimately scarce. It took hundreds to produce a single one, particularly for impoverished children whose parents possessed weak martial soul bloodlines and who lacked adequate nutrition in their youth. These factors significantly diminished the likelihood of impoverished youth becoming soul masters. Lu Qingyi remained silent for a moment before finally responding with resignation. Let it be. I am merely taking it step by step, offering some encouragement to this child. Perhaps in time, he will find his way. Chapter 3. Dreams and the System Revised. Zhang Lan drifted into a dark world, enveloped in a haze of confusion. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The system has been activated. Initiating connection with the host. The beginner's gift package is being drawn. Draw complete. The abilities of the Gem Knight in the world of Aloran. Insights into the cultivation of the I-World's Kai technique, the 8 Gates technique. Issuance in progress. The rewards are incompatible with the rules of this world and require modification. Upon completion of the adjustments, the rewards are now suitable for this realm and have been successfully distributed. A detection of the host's mental instability has been made, indicating a potential for self-harm. Character flaws have been repaired, and extraction has been executed successfully, resulting in the acquisition of the character card of Iori from the Azure Sea. I highly recommend the Azure Sea series, a delightful show that guarantees laughter. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The host is unable to make a choice and must await awakening to make a decision. System number 2901324 wishes you a pleasant life farewell. As the voice faded, Zhang Lan once again lost consciousness. On the following day, Zhang Lan opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling above him. He then reflected upon the events of the previous day. Anger, sorrow, and pain still lingered in his heart. However, the desperate resolve that had accompanied him, the notion that success was the only option, had dissipated. If awakening as a soul master was not in his destiny, perhaps he should seek out Tang San. Regardless of the circumstances, clinging to the esteemed Tang San's leg might just lead him to fulfill his aspirations. As the divine Tang San would surely pave the way for him to realize his desires in due course. Zhang Lan murmured to himself, and just as he was about to rise from his bed, he was suddenly seized by a sharp headache. Zhang Lan sat up abruptly on the bed, cradling her head. After a while, the throbbing pain gradually subsided, yet a surge of memories suddenly emerged in her mind. These recollections belonged to a formidable martial artist named Kaiguan, encompassing his training insights and the secret techniques of the Eight Gates. Additionally, there was the character card of Iori. The Iori character card bestows a passive buff. The God of War physique training increases by 150. The protagonist card grants an additional 5 points of luck. Note, utilizing this card will slightly alter the host personality. However, this change will diminish and eventually vanish as the host's strength increases. Shall this card be used? Zhang Lan did not hesitate for long and opted to proceed without delay. Both the 5-point luck enhancement and the buff from the Land War God are exceedingly beneficial. As for the slight alteration in character, it holds little significance for Zhang Lan at this moment. Furthermore, this change will dissipate as her strength escalates, thus alleviating any further concerns. Zhang Lan gazed at her palm, murmuring to herself, "So, last night's events were not merely a dream?" She reflected on the memories swirling in her mind, as well as the system from the previous night. Zhang Lan clenched his fist with determination. "I shall become stronger. Mom, Dad, and sister." Zhang Lan rose and removed his garments, retrieving a fresh set of attire from his abode. At this moment, he harbored no doubt regarding his ascent to strength, for he had acquired a system. Regardless of its potency, it would ultimately validate him, ensuring he would not remain a mere supporting character. However, Zhang Lan gazed at his clothing with a hint of puzzlement, as he had always found this ensemble to be the most comfortable. Yet, inexplicably, it now felt rather uncomfortable. Nevertheless, such concerns were of little consequence. Zhang Lan stepped out of the room, and soon beheld Lu Qingyi along with his companions outside. Zhang Lan approached Lu Qingyi with heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you for yesterday, esteemed soul master. Had it not been for your valiant struggle against that malevolent soul master, I would have been unable to defeat him." Lu Qingyi gazed at the earnest young boy before him and then knelt down to meet Zhang Lan's eyes, offering a gentle smile. "I graciously accept your thanks, but it is merely my duty," he replied. Lu Qingyi's large hand was warm, and to Zhang Lan's surprise, he found himself oddly at ease with the very act of having his hair ruffled, something he had previously despised. Moreover, the warmth emanating from Lu Qingyi's recent smile was undeniably comforting. Zhang Lan remained silent as Lu Qingyi rose to his feet and addressed her. "Very well. Let us proceed to awaken your martial spirit now." Zhang Lan nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two entered a room where Lu Qingyi retrieved a crystal ball and set it aside. He then produced 6 black stones, arranging them on the ground to form a hexagon. Lu Qingyi beckoned to Zhang Lan beside him. "Come, Zhang Lan, step inside this." "Oh, very well." Zhang Lan gracefully stepped into the hexagonal arrangement formed by 6 stones. "Now, close your eyes and attune yourself to the sensations," he instructed. Following this, Lu Qingyi intoned, "Spirit of the rocky gorilla, manifest." Instantly, a spectral image of a gorilla emerged from his back, merging with his being. Almost immediately, his arms swelled, becoming larger, thicker, and somewhat longer, while tufts of hair sprouted across his body. Having witnessed Lu Qingyi's spirit manifestation during their earlier encounter, Zhang Lan was not taken aback. Instead, he regarded him with a tinge of envy. This represented the extraordinary martial spirits of the Douluo Continent. Once the spirit was fully integrated, Lu Qingyi swiftly directed his hands, channeling a yellow luminescence into the 6 black stones embedded in the ground. In the next moment, a golden halo radiated from the hexagonal formation, enveloping Zhang Lan in a resplendent light. Subsequently, beams of golden energy flowed into Zhang Lan's being. Lu Qingyi then addressed him, "Extend your right hand." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan nervously extended her right hand. Soon, she felt a peculiar energy stirring within her, and suddenly, a gem materialized in her palm, containing a dazzling expanse of deep, resplendent stars. Lu Qingyi's eyes brightened. It was evident that Zhang Lan's martial spirit was extraordinary, and most powerful martial spirits had a high likelihood of awakening soul power, thus becoming a soul master. Lu Qingyi then approached the crystal ball and instructed Zhang Lan, "Come here and place your hand upon the crystal ball." Zhang Lan followed suit, placing her hand upon the crystal orb. Subsequently, the orb illuminated with a radiant glow. Lu Qingyi's eyes sparkled as he stroked his chin and remarked with a smile, "Impressive. With a 6th-level soul power, she is destined to become a soul master, and her talent is quite remarkable." Upon hearing Lu Qingyi's words, Zhang Lan was suddenly filled with joy. How wonderful! He too could become a soul master. Yet, shortly thereafter, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. Wasn't the innate soul power supposed to be full? Indeed, he was not the protagonist, after all. Zhang Lan subsequently repressed her sorrow, deciding against lofty ambitions. She resolved to grow stronger, to seek out those malevolent soul masters, and to eliminate them, perpetually gaining strength, relentlessly pursuing vengeance until death. After all, having experienced death once already, the prospect of dying again held no terror for her. In this world, she had no ties left. With her soul power awakened, it was time to attend the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. As for tuition, the Spirit Hall would cover the expenses. But it must be understood that this is an investment in you. When you become a soul master, do come to the Spirit Hall, Lu Qingyi said to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan turned around, clenching her fist, her expression resolute and serious, declaring, "All right, I shall become a soul sovereign. I must grow stronger. Esteemed soul master, thank you. I will undoubtedly pursue this path." Ha ha ha. Lu Qingyi, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. "You little rascal. How presumptuous you are. Do you think becoming a soul sovereign is an easy feat? Many soul masters find themselves forever halted at the great soul master level. You impudent child." Ah, Zhang Lan was taken aback, but soon her gaze hardened with determination. "I shall undoubtedly become a soul master. No, I aspire to become a Douluo. Only then can I seek my vengeance." Lu Qingyi struck Zhang Lan's forehead with a flick of his finger, causing her to cry out in pain and crouch down. Then he scoffed with disdain. "Huh? You truly have quite the audacity, don't you?" Zhang Lan, however, did not falter. Instead, he proclaimed loudly, "I will demonstrate to you that I am willing to exert 200% of my effort. I shall undoubtedly become a part of Douluo." Lu Qingyi, observing the resolute expression on Zhang Lan's face, extended his right hand and placed it upon Zhang Lan's forehead. "You, young man, are indeed quite audacious." Zhang Lan, fearing that Lu Qingyi would strike him again, instinctively closed his eyes. The force of that man's hand was immense. The earlier impact had led him to believe he had been struck by a stone. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest, and he soon felt a gentle touch of fingers upon his forehead. Zhang Lan opened his eyes in bewilderment, meeting the gentle gaze of Lu Qingyi. "Though your words are audacious, I am inclined to believe you." Lu Qingyi bent down, speaking tenderly to Zhang Lan. In that moment, Zhang Lan, who had sworn never to shed another tear, felt a sudden sting in his eyes as if sand had invaded them. Having lived 2 lives, his spirit was resilient. Yet, faced with tremendous upheaval and the tragic loss of his family, Lu Qingyi's kindness pierced through Zhang Lan's defenses, rendering him unable to maintain his facade. Chapter 4. The Academy. At the entrance of the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, Lu Qingyi and Zhang Lan stood together. Following the awakening of his martial soul, Lu Qingyi had urged Zhang Lan to gather his belongings and depart from their village, leading him to this place. "You shall study at this institution. This marks the beginning of your journey to becoming a formidable soul master." "Understood. I have already covered your tuition fees, and you possess 1 gold soul coin within your bag. Spend it wisely. Additionally, you will receive an annual subsidy of 1 gold soul coin until your graduation, so you needn't worry excessively about your future livelihood. Moreover, once you become a soul master, you will also receive financial support from the Spirit Hall." "Understood. Thus, this shall be our parting. Enter the school, dedicate yourself to your studies, and remember your vow, future Lord Douluo." As he concluded, Lu Qingyi affectionately ruffled Zhang Lan's hair. Zhang Lan remained silent, quietly advancing forward. Lu Qingyi stood behind, quietly observing his retreating figure. Just as Zhang Lan was about to cross the threshold of the campus, he paused momentarily. "Master Soul, will we meet again?" Lu Qingyi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Of course. And do call me Uncle Lu." Zhang Lan ceased to speak and stepped into the campus. Following the flow of students, he arrived at the heart of the school, where he observed the topographical map of the institution. He subsequently located the dormitory building, which was singular in structure, housing both the faculty and the students of the academy. The dormitory comprised 7 rooms, and since the residents were primarily young children, and to facilitate management, students from each grade were accommodated within a large dormitory. Notably, the Junior Academy of Notting City housed approximately 40 students per grade. Zhang Lan resides within the confines of the 3rd dormitory. As Zhang Lan sought the 3rd dormitory, she passed by the 7th dormitory, where the conditions were rather poor and the environment far from pleasant. Upon catching sight of the 7th dormitory, Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Lan recalled that the protagonist, Tang San, seemed to reside in this very dormitory as well. Upon entering to take a glance, she found no trace of Tang San or Xiao Wu. One might wonder why Zhang Lan, having read the novel, could ascertain the absence of these characters. The answer is quite simple. None of the children inside exhibited charm, composure, or beauty. Rather, they all appeared anxious and exhilarated. Zhang Lan's entrance captured the attention of the other students in the dormitory, prompting him to offer an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn," he remarked before stepping back outside. As he made his way to the 3rd dormitory, he stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Am I currently in the time period before Tang San's enrollment? Or perhaps after? Or is it merely that I arrived early, and Tang San and Xiao Wu have not yet reached the dormitory? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Never mind. I shall seek out the master later and inquire if he has any disciples. If possible, I would like to become his apprentice. For the master is indeed the unrivaled champion of Douluo Continent, a paragon of theoretical prowess, and can undoubtedly aid me in accelerating my growth. Zhang Lan soon located the 3rd dormitory and stepped inside. The conditions were quite commendable: soft, radiant lighting, immaculate white walls, a pristine environment, spacious quarters, and ample beds, all of which were indeed impressive. Zhang Lan found an empty spot and settled down with her bedding. "Ah, how soft it is!" Zhang Lan placed the quilt upon the bed, stretched languidly, and stood up to survey the surroundings. The room housed approximately 50 beds, yet only about 20 individuals occupied it. Before long, more people began to arrive in succession. Eventually, a senior student approached, calling for them to follow him to the classroom. The classroom was spacious, filled with first-year freshmen. However, the attendance was sparse, with only around 30 students present. A gentleman in his 30s stood at the podium, clad in black attire, with a sparse beard adorning his jaw, exuding a certain charm. "I am your teacher, Tang Liujia, a level 31 soul master, wielding the weapon spirit, the Iron Spear." With that proclamation, a radiant light suddenly emanated from him, and a long black spear materialized in his grasp, accompanied by 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, rising beneath his feet. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the class. "From this day forth, you shall be recognized as Junior Soul Master Trainees. I will be your instructor, guiding you throughout this year, and I hope you all aspire to become formidable soul masters. Now, let us commence with self-introductions. You first," Tang Liujia said, casually pointing to a boy at the edge of the group. The boy, slightly anxious, rose to his feet. "I am Wei Zhang." Next, Tang Liujia gestured towards the boy behind Wei Zhang. "I am Wang Chun, fond of sweet treats, and I aspire to become a soul master." One by one, the other students began to introduce themselves. "I am Zhang Lan." Zhang Lan, with a calm demeanor, concluded his remarks and took his seat, being the last to do so. "Very well, let us commence. I shall first elucidate the distinctions of martial souls. Martial souls are categorized into weapon souls and beast souls. Furthermore, due to the varying capabilities of these martial souls, soul masters are classified into strong attack type, control type, and support type. Tang Liuji commenced the inaugural lesson of the semester, while the aspiring soul masters listened intently. Zhang Lan felt the same way. Tang Liuji's discourse on martial souls was brief, after which he elaborated on the cultivation of soul power and the methods of absorbing it, prompting the students to commence their practice. For these children, this endeavor was perhaps no simple feat. At the very least, none succeeded that day. In the evening, Zhang Lan returned to the dormitory, refreshed himself slightly, and then sat cross-legged on his bed, resuming the day's exercises. Meanwhile, the other children engaged in light-hearted conversations or playful antics on their beds. Although they possessed talents that appeared once in hundreds or even thousands, they remained mere 6-year-olds, disinterested in the monotonous training and unable to sustain their efforts. After the first lesson, many had already lost the initial enthusiasm and subsequently, they practiced only half-heartedly under the coercion of teacher Tang Liuji. Zhang Lan diligently attuned himself to the soul energy within, urging it to flow freely while simultaneously sensing the external soul energy, attempting to draw it into his own internal circulation. "Hey, what is your name?" A charming little child approached Zhang Lan, playfully tapping him on the shoulder. "I am Zhang Lan," he replied. Zhang Lan gazed at the child and replied, "My name is Li Jiang. Shall we play together?" Zhang Lan shook her head, stating firmly, "No, I must continue my cultivation." Li Jiang, somewhat disappointed, did not insist or throw a tantrum. Instead, he nodded with a hint of melancholy and said, "All right then." He then returned to join the other children in their play. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan chose to ignore the commotion, closing her eyes to once again seek the soul energy within and beyond her. After a while, the little ones had drifted off to sleep, and at last, Zhang Lan felt the soul energy surging within her. With exhilaration, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Wonderful! Have you truly sensed it? You are indeed diligent, little one." A familiar voice startled Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan turned to see his instructor, Tang Liuji, who had taught them during the day. Chapter 5. The Master, Revised Version, at Night. It is the responsibility of every class teacher to ensure that these energetic children, who cannot control themselves, go to sleep, cover themselves with blankets, and receive proper care. Of course, there are designated individuals to handle the washing of soiled bed linens, perhaps due to the fatigue from the day's training. When Tang Liuji arrived at the dormitory of his students, most of the lively children had already succumbed to slumber. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find one child still awake, Zhang Lan, the diligent young boy who had practiced earnestly during the day. He had particularly noted this child, as he was the only one who had remained focused on his training throughout the day, without fidgeting, whispering, crying, or dozing off. This little fellow left a remarkable impression on Tang Liuji. Observing this startled child before him, Tang Liuji felt a sense of admiration. He believed this boy had the potential to become a formidable soul master, destined to achieve at least the rank of Soul King in the future. Such diligence, coupled with a commendable innate talent of level 6 soul power, would undoubtedly lead to the emergence of a powerful soul master. If only he himself had exhibited such dedication in his youth, he would not merely be a soul sovereign today. Nevertheless, training should not extend too late into the night, as tomorrow would bring further practice. It was essential to rest adequately and replenish one's energy for the continuation of their endeavors. Dan Li spoke sopti to Zhang Lan, having developed a nurturing tone from years of teaching young children. Zhang Lan gently nodded, affirming with a soft Tang Liuji covered Zhang Lan with a blanket. "All right, good night," he said, extinguishing the soul lamp before leaving the dormitory. Once Tang Liuji departed, Zhang Lan couldn't help but sit up again, continuing to sense the fluctuations of soul power within him. This peculiar sensation was beyond articulation. Outside the door, upon perceiving the waves of soul energy emanating from within, Tang Liuji shook his head. This little one, well, let him enjoy tonight. The following day, Zhang Lan awoke to the sound around him, rubbing his eyes as he sat up in bed. Their teacher, Tang Liuji, had come to rouse them from slumber, having practiced late into the night. Zhang Lan felt somewhat fatigued, yet was manageable. After all, in his previous life, he often stayed up until the early hours, rising promptly the next day. He proceeded to wash up and enjoyed breakfast on the first floor of the cafeteria before returning to the classroom to resume his training. The time spent in practice flew by swiftly. At lunchtime, Zhang Lan encountered the legendary master. While he was eating, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Master." Turning his head, he saw a teacher greeting a middle-aged man at the staircase. Zhang Lan could ascertain that it was indeed Tang San's master, the illustrious and formidable grandmaster of Douluo Continent. Upon witnessing the grandmaster, Zhang Lan felt a surge of excitement, hastily finishing his meal before settling into his seat to await the master's departure. The grandmaster was also dining, and it would be inappropriate to disturb him during his meal. He ate with remarkable grace, savoring each bite. Yet, curiously, his pace was not sluggish. Zhang Lan did not have to wait long, as the grandmaster soon completed his meal and, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely out of the dining hall. Zhang Lan quietly followed in his wake. Zhang Lan remained silent, contemplating how to initiate a conversation with the master. After a while, in the stillness of the corridor, the master paused his steps. "Young one, you have followed me for quite some time. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhang Lan paused momentarily, then hesitantly inquired, "Are you Master Yu Xiaojiang?" Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiaojiang turned in surprise. He had never revealed his name in this place. Most individuals simply referred to him as master. Only a select few were aware that he was called Xiaojiang, and not a single person knew his surname was Yu. Who informed you of the name Yu Xiaojiang? He asked, turning to gaze at Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan gazed into Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, remaining silent. Yu Xiaojiang did not press him, but stood there quietly observing him. What should he say? Should he fabricate a reason? No. Although the master's prowess was not overwhelmingly strong, his connections were formidable, and he himself was an astute individual. Any fabricated excuse would likely be easily discerned. Skipping the question entirely might be a gamble, but in the original narrative, the master was portrayed as a kind-hearted soul, and currently, he had yet to encounter Tang San. Thus, he was still in a phase of emotional turmoil. If he were to candidly express his intentions, the chances of success would be significantly higher. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lan lifted his gaze to the master and declared resolutely, I wish to grow stronger. I aspire to become a powerful soul master. Hence, would you consider taking me on as your disciple? Yu Xiaojiang squinted. Names like Flandra, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong swiftly flitted through his mind. Rather than responding immediately, he countered with a question. Who sent you? Why would they want you to become my disciple? No one sent me. Zhang Lan replied earnestly. I happened to learn about you and found you to be an exceptional teacher, which is why I wish to study under you. Is that so? Yu Xiaojiang stroked his chin thoughtfully before stepping closer to Zhang Lan. Then, let your martial soul be revealed. With a soft hum, a deep, subtly glowing gem emerged from Zhang Lan's hand. He introduced himself. My martial soul is the stellar gem. Yu Xiaojiang looked at this martial soul, one he had neither seen nor heard of before, and a surge of excitement welled within him. Observing the appearance of Zhang Lan's martial soul, he sensed an extraordinary quality emanating from it. Is it an auxiliary-type martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhang Lan's martial soul. Zhang Lan nodded in surprise. What is your innate soul power level? Level 6. That is somewhat lower than expected. I apologize. The master waved his hand dismissively. No need for apologies. He then inquired, may I ask where you are from and what your family circumstances are like? I am from the village of Diqiang outside Notting City. My family is rather ordinary. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's response, the master murmured softly to himself, Ah, I see. Could it be that malnutrition during childhood has resulted in weakened innate soul power? What? Zhang Lan, slightly confused, did not quite catch that. The master waved his hand again. It is nothing. Zhang Lan gazed at the master with a hint of anticipation. Then, would you accept me as your disciple? If you can cultivate to the 10th level of soul power within 2 months, I shall agree. Zhang Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Excellent. He then turned and hurried towards the classroom, eager to resume his training. The master gazed at Zhang Lan's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Flandel? No. Neither he nor Erlong should be aware of my presence here. The master then shifted his gaze to the east, the direction of the spirit hall in Notting City. Bibi Dong, is it you? Given the influence of the spirit hall, locating me would indeed be effortless. The master stood still, staring at the sky for a moment before clenching his fists. He murmured to himself, regardless of who you are or what power you wield, you have ultimately acknowledged my reasoning and theories. If you recognize my work, what harm is there in entrusting you with the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life? Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, having returned to his seat in the classroom, commenced his training anew. He was determined to strengthen himself swiftly, for only then could he seek vengeance and unleash the fury and anguish that resided within him. Only in this way could he find solace for the spirits of his parents and sister in the afterlife. Chapter 6, Apprenticeship. Zhang Lan's cultivation life has passed swiftly, and his pace of advancement is remarkably rapid, especially beneath the starry night sky. Zhang Lan speculated that it was likely due to the nature of his martial soul, as the power of the gem, night, seemingly stemmed from the blessings of the stars. Within a month, he achieved the rank of a level 10 soul master, making him the fastest in his class, while the others had merely begun to discover their soul power, with not a single one reaching even level 7. Upon reaching level 10, Zhang Lan shared this news with Tang Liujia and the master. Both the master and Tang Liujia were astonished by Zhang Lan's remarkable cultivation speed, with Tang Liujia expressing immense joy and promising to take him to the soul-hunting forest near Notting City the very next day. This forest, teeming with a multitude of soul beasts, was the closest to Notting City, where most soul masters from Notting City and nearby towns ventured to acquire their soul rings. Zhang Lan stood in the master's chamber, where the master sat before him. This was the agreement he had made with the master. If he could attain a soul power level of 10 within 2 months, the master would accept him as a disciple. Zhang Lan bowed respectfully to the master. signifying the completion of the ritual. Very well, you shall be my apprentice today. Return home to rejuvenate and prepare yourself. For tomorrow I will escort you to the soul-hunting forest to procure a suitable soul ring for you. However, Master, tomorrow Teacher Tang will also be coming. He mentioned yesterday that he would take me to the soul-hunting forest to obtain my soul ring. The master nodded, acknowledging the information. On the following day, Zhang Lan rose early to find a master waiting for him outside, accompanied by Teacher Tang Liuji. Master, Teacher Tang. Zhang Lan respectfully greeted the two individuals. Tang Liuji glanced at the master, furrowing his brow in confusion. Is he your mentor? He was somewhat familiar with this person. Rumored to be a master with profound theories on martial souls, yet lacking in strength, merely an ordinary great soul master. In a world where power reigns supreme, he held little regard for so-called theoretical masters. However, today, he was taken aback to discover that Zhang Lan, whom he believed had the potential to rise to greatness, had become this man's disciple. This realization left him somewhat displeased, especially as he currently viewed the master as a charlatan. Entrusting Zhang Lan's future to this individual would undoubtedly lead to misfortune. Zhang Lan deserved a far brighter future, with a mentor who was at least a soul king or soul sage, not a mere great soul master. Tang Liuji, without holding back, directly inquired of Zhang Lan. When did you become his disciple? He harbored considerable expectations for Zhang Lan, admiring the diligent and talented youth, and was keen to prevent him from straying onto the wrong path. Yu Xiaojing, sensing the bluntness of Tang Liuji's words, frowned slightly. However, he was aware of the rumors surrounding him at the school. His low strength was known, and the principal's willingness to have him here stemmed from his past association with the Golden Triangle. It was this background that had allowed him to receive an invitation from the principal. The other teachers and students, being oblivious to this context, naturally held little admiration for a great soul master of his caliber. Seeing the tension escalating between the two, Zhang Lan quickly stepped in between them. Teacher Tang, I only became his student yesterday. My teacher possesses profound knowledge, which I deeply admire. I understand your concerns for my well-being, but I kindly ask that you respect my teacher, as well as myself. Although I am young, I can discern genuine knowledge from empty rhetoric. I hold my teacher in high regard, and I also greatly respect and appreciate you, Teacher Tang, so please do not put me in a difficult position. With that, Zhang Lan bowed deeply to Tang Liuji. I apologize, Teacher Tang. Tang Liuji, observing the young boy bowing before him, felt a mix of anger and helplessness, unable to remain upset. He sighed and ruffled the boy's hair affectionately. You little rascal, fine, I suppose it's my fault. Turning to the master, he extended his right hand. Let's start anew. I am Tang Liuji, the teacher class 1, and you, Xiaojiang, are just someone who coasts through school on connections. Their hands clasped together in a gesture of reconciliation. Zhang Lan smiled faintly at the side. Subsequently, the master led the two into the city, where they procured various items. Water, and an abundance of white radishes, which he then stowed away in his belt. Noticing the astonished expressions of Zhang Lan and Tang Liuji, the master elucidated. This is a soul guide device, which contains an independent space for the storage of objects. Tang Liuji cast a deep glance at the master, suddenly realizing that this self-proclaimed expert might indeed possess extraordinary qualities. He was well aware of the soul guide device, a rare and precious item typically reserved for true aristocrats or powerful soul masters, which made it unfathomable for someone of his soul master rank to possess. The fact that this individual had produced such an item indicated he was no ordinary person, which explained Zhang Lan's decision to take him as a mentor. However, why would this individual purchase such a large quantity of radishes? Soon after, the trio rented a carriage. During their journey, the master introduced Zhang Lan to their intended destination, the soul-hunting forest. Although nominally under the jurisdiction of the Heavendo Empire, the forest was actually occupied by the Spirit Hall. The Soul Forest was maintained by the Spirit Hall for the benefit of lower-tier soul masters seeking to acquire soul rings, and it housed relatively weak soul beasts in limited numbers. Consequently, there were stringent requirements for those wishing to enter and hunt soul beasts for their rings. Only those who had truly reached the advancement stage and were accompanied by 3 noble guarantors could obtain the necessary token for entry. The perimeter of the soul-hunting forest was guarded by soldiers, and within, there were patrols from the Spirit Hall. Those discovered attempting to enter without a token would be met with lethal consequences. The soul-hunting forest was not far from Nodding City, and by evening, they arrived at its entrance. However, the area was bustling with activity, filled with people and numerous stalls. At the entrance stood many soldiers clad in armor and wielding long halberds. The master parked the carriage at a nearby establishment, and the 3 proceeded towards the entrance. Halfway there, Tang Liujia inquired of the master, "Do you have the noble guarantors?" He had expended considerable funds the previous night to secure the endorsements of those 3 nobles. The master nodded reassuringly. As they approached the entrance, the soldiers stationed there crossed their halberds to block the trio's path. The master deftly produced a dark token from his waist, its material indiscernible, featuring a design composed of 3 shapes. At its center was a downward-pointing sword, flanked by a hammer and a monstrous figure. Upon seeing the token in the master's hand, the soldiers hastily parted to clear a path. Behind the master, Tang Liujia's eyes widened in realization. A spirit hall token? His voice was soft yet filled with astonishment. He gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, referred to as the master, and felt an increasing sense of intrigue regarding this individual's inscrutable nature. The possession of a 3rd-tier token from the spirit hall was no trifling matter. Such tokens were far from commonplace. It could be said that those who held such a token occupied a significant status within the spirit hall. And even the elders of the spirit hall in Nodding City were not entitled to possess such a token. Tang Liuji could not help but murmur to himself, "Who on earth is this person?" Chapter 7. The wolfpack Zhang Lan gazed curiously at the token in the master's hand. Noticing Zhang Lan's inquisitive gaze, the master turned and remarked as he walked into the forest, "This is the token of the spirit hall, specifically the 3rd-tier token. With it in hand, one can generally access any soul beast forest belonging to the Tiando Empire, unlike the first 2 types of tokens, which must be returned to the spirit hall upon the completion of soul beast hunts. This token grants more freedom." The 3 emblems depicted on it, the sword at the center and the hammer on the left, represent the elite spirit souls once held within the spirit hall. The additional beast emblem signifies the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, a formidable beast spirit that is considered among the elite. Its master, though not a member of the spirit hall, commands great respect due to the powerful blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex lineage. The 3 higher-tier tokens feature an additional emblem, allowing for a total of 6 spirit markings, each representing 6 once mighty soul masters and their formidable families, 3 from our Tiando Empire and 3 from the Star Luo Empire. As they conversed, the trio ventured deeper into the forest. Upon entering, Zhang Lan was captivated by the array of peculiar creatures within the woods. Meanwhile, the master began to summon his spirit. A surge of soul power rippled through him, and 2 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, shimmering in golden hues. With a gentle command, the master called out, "Come forth." Ro San Pao. In response to his call, a creature resembling a plump dog, reminiscent of a pig, appeared before him. It measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a similarly stout girth. Its coat was a soft lavender hue, its small ears drooping, and its large, deep blue eyes blinked gently, exuding warmth. As its rotund body wobbled, its ample rear swayed from side to side. Zhang Lan inexplicably recalled a corgi she had seen in her previous life on Douyin, resembling a pig in its endearing demeanor. To be honest, it was rather adorable. It had a prominent, rounded bump on its head. Upon its appearance, it hurried towards the master, nuzzling against his leg. The master, contemplating Zhang Lan and Tang Liuji, introduced, "This is my martial spirit, Luo San Pao. You may also call it simply San Pao." Zhang Lan scratched his head, a hint of confusion evident on his face as he inquired, "Teacher, did you not mention that beast martial souls are not corporeal? How is it that?" A faint trace of bitterness appeared on the master's face. "My martial soul is a variant one. However, its mutation has unfortunately strayed from a favorable path. Quite the contrary. The mutation of San Pao has evidently not been beneficial. When it first awakened, my soul power was merely at half a level. Otherwise, how could I find myself in such a predicament? No matter how hard I strive, I will never surpass the 30th level in this lifetime, and thus I can only delve into theoretical research." In Zhang Lan's previous life, while engrossed in the novel Douluo Continent, he recognized the master's unwavering dedication. Experiencing it firsthand now, he could feel the master's passion for martial souls, akin to his own fervor for gaming in his past life, willing to forego meals just to spend money in an internet CF to play games. "I apologize, teacher, for bringing up a painful subject." The master self-deprecatingly shook his head. "It's nothing. By the way, let me introduce you to San Pao. The reason for its name is twofold. Its vocalization resembles a Luo sound, and it can only execute 3 attacks, hence San Pao 3 cannons." San Pao led the way, emitting a soft Luo in response to the master, wiggling its rear as it ventured ahead. Despite its rotund physique, it displayed surprising agility in the forest. With a keen sense of smell, constantly sniffing the air, the trio continued onward, with the master enlightening Zhang Lan about the various weak soul beasts they encountered along the way. most of which were around 10 years old, many of them plant-based. The master's discourse opened Zhang Lan's eyes, and even Tang Liuji, who accompanied them, was deeply impressed. It was the first time he recognized the significance of theoretical knowledge. From the master's explanations, he gleaned insights into the characteristics of these soul beasts and the general effects of their soul rings, which left him with a tinge of regret. Had he known earlier, he would have sought out the master at the 30th level to inquire about suitable soul beasts for himself. His current soul rings, although decent, felt somewhat mismatched to his essence. After approximately 2 hours of searching without encountering a soul beast over a century old, Zhang Lan recalled the master's prior teachings, stating that the first soul ring for a soul master should ideally be from a 100-year-old soul beast. Thus, his goal was to find a soul beast of that caliber. Suddenly, San Pao halted ahead, alertly gazing at a large tree and emitting a warning call. Zhang Lan and the others promptly halted, subsequently raising their gazes towards the towering tree ahead. "Look!" they exclaimed as Tang Lu Jin, possessing the keenest eyesight among them, was the first to spot their target. Pointing towards it with his finger, Zhang Lan and the master followed his finger and discovered something. It was a formidable serpent. The pattern on its body mirrored the master's color, making it difficult to detect at first glance. The master observed it closely and remarked, "This is a steel serpent." As the name suggests, its body resembles iron. However, it is non-venomous and belongs to the python family. Judging by its size, it is approximately 20 meters long and has likely lived for around a century. A steel serpent reaches about 20 meters after a century, shedding its skin every decade to grow an additional meter. Its soul ring is not suitable for you, Zhang Lan. Rather, it would be more fitting for Teacher Tang. Let's avoid it and proceed. The three then changed direction and continued their journey. As they ventured deeper, century-old soul beasts gradually appeared. Yet none were compatible with Zhang Lan. By evening, they had not found a suitable soul beast for him. Subsequently, the trio located a clearing, set up their tent, and began to consume the prepared food they had bought in the city. "Tonight, let my martial spirit, the three cannons, keep watch. Its acute sense of smell will alert us should any soul beasts approach," the master said after their meal, addressing Zhang Lan and Tang Liuji. The two nodded in agreement. Soon, the three settled into their tent and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Zhang Lan was abruptly awakened by a commotion accompanied by distant wolf howls. Zhang Lan was taken aback, opening his eyes to see his vigilant master and Tang Liuji, who were poised to call out to him. "Master, what is happening?" Zhang Lan rose hastily, a hint of panic lacing his tone. Although he had endured the day of his village's destruction, and his resolve was commendable, the haunting howls of wolves outside rendered him unable to maintain his composure in this place. After all, his strength was insufficient. The spectral wolf pack, a type of soul beast inhabiting the soul-hunting forest, typically roamed in groups of 10 to 30, making them a notably perilous presence within the forest. The master explained this to Zhang Lan, subsequently reassuring him, "But there is no need for concern, for we are fortunate to have Teacher Tang with us. With his prowess as a soul master, dealing with these wolves will pose no challenge." Beside them, Tang Liuji, filled with excitement, patted his chest. "Leave it to me." Having listened intently to the master's discourse on various old beasts and knowledge throughout their journey, he felt nearly invisible. Now, he was eager to showcase his own abilities. Stepping outside the tent, Tang Liuji shouted, "Iron shot." Instantly, a sleek, metallic black rod appeared in his grasp, and 3 luminous rings, one white, one yellow, and one purple, rose beneath his feet, pulsating around him. Gazing at the wolf pack across from him, their eyes shimmering with a predatory green light, Tang Liuji exuberantly called out, "Come on!" He then struck a poised stance and charged towards the wolves. "Oh woo!" Zhang Lan could clearly see from the tent that as Teacher Tang's martial soul manifested, the strongest wolf among the pack let out a sudden howl. Upon hearing this sound, the spectral wolves hastily retreated. Subsequently, the Wolf King brandished its claws towards Teacher Tang, unleashing 3 dark waves resembling sword energy, akin to what he had observed in a television show from his previous life. However, it was evident that Tang Liuji had also perceived the Wolf King's assault. Displaying no fear, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Light spike!" As he shouted, his second spirit ring shone brightly, and his iron spear glimmered as well, coalescing a soul skill attack from its tip that surged forward, colliding directly with the Wolf King's soul skill. Nevertheless, Tang Liuji's strength proved superior, although the light spike dimmed considerably. It shattered the Wolf King's attack and continued its course towards the Wolf King. Yet, the Wolf King deftly evaded it and, without a backward glance, darted into the grass behind, vanishing from sight. The other spectral wolves followed suit, one by one disappearing into the encroaching darkness. The master addressed Zhang Lan, saying, "These spirit beasts possess intelligence. The more formidable the spirit beast, the more astute it becomes. That wolf king, likely possessing over 300 years of spirit power, recognized Teacher Tang's formidable strength and decisively commanded the pack to abandon their assault and flee." Zhang Lan nodded, feeling a slight shock within his heart. Although he had lived in this world for 6 years, such a scene, the cunning of the soul beasts and the power of the soul skills, still opened his eyes to new wonders. He recalled a previous day when Uncle Liu battled that sinister soul master. Their fight was brief and lacked such dramatic flair, consisting merely of a few seconds of exchanging blows. The only notable aspect was the sinister soul master's venomous blood, which had claimed his father's life. Their exchanges had not been as rhythmic as the previous encounter. Alas, how cowardly! He had expected a grand battle. Tang Liuji retracted his martial spirit and returned, feeling somewhat dejected. "Well, this is for the best. After that display, I doubt any soul beast will dare to disturb us tonight. Let's rest. For tomorrow we must continue." "Agreed," Tang Liuji nodded. Chapter 8. The Shielded Armored Turtle. The next day, the trio hastily consumed their breakfast and resumed their search. However, suitable soul beasts for Zhang Lan were exceedingly rare, prompting them to venture deep into the heart of the forest. During their journey, they encountered a thunderlight tiger with a soul power exceeding 1,000 years. Had it not been satiated, the three might have found themselves in dire straits. For the thunderlight tiger was a formidable soul beast, and even Tang Liuji, a soul master of significant strength, might not prevail against it. Startled, they quickly retreated a distance. It was not until approaching dusk that they finally discovered a fitting soul beast for Zhang Lan, a massive turtle basking in the sun by the riverbank. The Shielded Armored Turtle. This was a rare type of soul beast, not particularly aggressive, yet boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities. In terms of defense alone, it ranked among the top 30 of all soul beasts. Most importantly, the Shielded Armored Turtle could generate a hard protective shield for any object, including itself, perfectly suited to Zhang Lan's martial spirit. The master gazed excitedly at the large turtle not far away. Upon hearing the master's words, Zhang Lan and Tang Liuji turned their eyes towards it. They beheld a jet-black giant turtle, approximately 1 meter in size, with an exceedingly thick shell. At the center of its back rested a shell-shaped gem, roughly the size of a fist, shimmering white like a precious stone. Do you see the gem on its back? It only develops on shielded armored turtles with soul power exceeding 100 years, and, judging by the size of its shell, about 1 meter across. It indicates that it is between 100 and 150 years old, the master explained as he introduced the soul beast to the two. Then, "How should I strike?" Tang Liuji asked, his eyes wide as he stared at the large turtle. "Simply unleash your most powerful attack directly at it. Remember to push it towards the shore. Otherwise, if it escapes back into the water, it will be difficult for us to find it again." Tang Liuji hesitated for a moment, glancing at the master. "My most powerful attack? My third soul skill is particularly formidable. It is essential to understand that the soul rings generated from the demise of a soul beast can only be absorbed by the individual who slays it. This turtle, merely a century-old soul beast, would not be susceptible to absorption if struck down in a single blow." The master furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does it possess tenfold the power of your second soul skill from last night?" "Dan lizi not det hap fi mai si." "Approximately," he replied. "Let us utilize 60% of my strength." "Agreed." Tang Liuji nodded, then summoned his martial spirit, gripping the spear in a throwing posture as his third soul ring radiated with brilliance. The distant shielded turtle sensed the impending danger and hastily attempted to retreat into the water. However, it was too late. Tang Liuji's attack had already been unleashed. A throw of the universe. With a commanding shout, the spear in his hand glowed with a golden hue and was hurled forth, aimed directly at the turtle. The projectile flew swiftly, reaching the shielded turtle in the blink of an eye. In a moment of crisis, the turtle retracted its 5 limbs into its shell. The gem atop its back emitted a sudden burst of white light, conjuring a transparent shield for protection. A resounding explosion echoed, pong. The darkened shielded turtle was sent flying. The trio hastily rushed towards it. Upon their arrival, they discovered the turtle lying on its back, struggling to right itself with its head. It was a pitiful sight. Its shell was shattered into several fragments. The gem on its back lay in ruins, and blood flowed incessantly from its wounds, clearly having endured significant trauma. It was evident that even if the trio spared its life, it would not survive for long. Nevertheless, Tang Liuji was profoundly astonished. After all, that had been his Millennium Soul skill, his most formidable attack. The thrown spear could unleash tremendous destructive power. Even a level 40 soul master would struggle to withstand such a final blow. Despite having utilized only 60% of his strength, the potency of the attack was remarkable. The fact that such force failed to vanquish the turtle in a single strike was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Lan did not hesitate. He swiftly advanced, gripping the dagger the master had previously bestowed upon him in his right hand. With fervor, he thrust it through the crack in the tortoise shell, piercing the retreating creature. A golden soul ring gradually ascended from the lifeless body of the shielded tortoise. The three companions, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. Their objective was nearly within reach. With only the final step remaining, the master urged Zhang Lan, "Hurry, absorb it." Zhang Lan nodded slightly and began to absorb the soul ring while seated over there. The master and Tang Liuji stood guard nearby. Zhang Lan experienced a tranquil process as she effortlessly absorbed the soul ring. Zhang Lan opened his eyes and stood up, releasing his martial soul. He felt a surge of joy as a yellow soul ring rose from beneath his feet. "What is the soul ring like?" Tang Liuji inquired curiously upon seeing Zhang Lan awaken. "This is my first soul skill, the white sapphire shield." As Zhang Lan's words echoed in the air, the gem in his hand transformed into a brilliant white, and suddenly, a white shield manifested around the master, simultaneously enveloping him in a protective embrace. Zhang Lan joyfully introduced to the master and Tang Liuji, "This is the soul skill I have just acquired, the sapphire shield. It provides an additional barrier to protect my teammates from harm while simultaneously enveloping me in a shield. Furthermore, it enhances both my physical resilience and that of my companions, rendering us more impervious to damage." Tang Liuji, observing the shields adorning the master and Zhang Lan, smacked his lips in approval. "Very well. Allow me to test the strength of your shield." Zhang Lan nodded in agreement, as he too wished to test his skills. "Come on, Teacher Tang," he urged. Tang Liuji's aura surged, and with a flick of his wrist, a finely crafted iron spear materialized in his hand. With a measured force, he thrust it toward Zhang Lan. Bang! Zhang Lan resembled a baseball struck into the air, tumbling as she was sent soaring outward. "Wow!" Zhang Lan let out a piercing scream as he was propelled 6 or 7 meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Beside him, the master stood in stunned silence, gazing at Tang Liuji, who remained frozen in a sweeping stance as if turned to stone. The three of them momentarily forgot that Zhang Lan was merely a 6-year-old child, weighing less than 40 pounds, while Tang Liuji, a 30-level offensive weapon spirit master, possessed the strength to effortlessly send objects weighing hundreds of pounds flying. Even if Tang Liuji had exerted only half of his power, it was far beyond what Zhang Lan's meager weight could withstand. "Zhang Lan, are you all right?" The master hurriedly rushed towards Zhang Lan, filled with concern. Zhang Lan, feeling slightly dazed, stood up, having spun several times while soaring through the sky. He was a bit disoriented, yet surprisingly, he felt no pain whatsoever. The translucent shield continued to shimmer around him, which relieved the approaching master. "My goodness, Teacher Tang, your strength is truly remarkable." Zhang Lan stood up and expressed her frustration to the approaching Tang Liuji. Tang Liuji awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, I didn't anticipate this either." Zhang Lan glanced at Tang Liuji, then at her own petite frame, hesitatingly inquired, "Well then, Teacher Tang, shall we proceed with the trial?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Liuji shook his head. The recent incident had indeed startled him considerably. It would be a tremendous misfortune to inadvertently eliminate a prodigious student he had painstakingly nurtured before the commencement of their journey as a soul master. "Your physique is far too slender. Perhaps a more robust adult would suffice," Tang Liuji remarked to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan nodded in agreement with Tang Liuji's words, having just been startled moments ago. However, the words "an adult," Zhang Lan spoke as she quietly turned her gaze towards the master beside her. Noticing Zhang Lan's movement, Tang Liuji also directed her attention to the master. Surely, the words of an esteemed individual, especially one as distinguished as a grand soul master, would hold weight. The master, feeling the scrutiny of the two, involuntarily took a step back. After assessing the distance Zhang Lan had been propelled, he turned and, with a resigned gesture, stated, "It is not that I am unwilling. Rather, my abilities differ from those of other beast spirit masters. My strength relies entirely on Luo Sanpao, and I am not significantly more powerful than an ordinary person." Chapter 9. Soul Master Registration. The final outcome involved a tree serving as the subject for experimentation. Previously, amidst a crisis, the master had inquired, "Can your soul skills be applied to plants?" Zhang Lan paused momentarily, then released his soul skill towards the nearby giant tree. A astonishingly succeeding. However, the tree's massive size drained him of all his soul power, leaving him exhausted and slumped on the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Liuji stood before the tree, hesitating briefly before deploying his second soul skill, Light Spike. The radiant golden spikes shot forth towards the tree, accompanied by a tremendous crash. The shield enveloping the tree shimmered momentarily before shattering violently, and the light spikes disintegrated alongside it. Tang Liuji, who had unleashed the soul skill, stood in shock. It was indeed his second soul skill. The master nearby was equally astonished, as the strength of the shield exceeded his expectations. After all, this was merely Zhang Lan's first soul skill, and considering the vast disparity in their soul powers, the intensity of their techniques should have differed significantly. Truly remarkable. Zhang Lan's exuberant exclamation struck a fatal blow to Tang Liuji, rendering him speechless and darkening his countenance. The master, witnessing Tang's reaction, offered a sheepish smile, recognizing the unfortunate plight of being overshadowed by genius. After acquiring the soul rings, the trio set up camp, intending to return at dawn. Night had fallen, and the soul-hunting forest was fraught with peril. They shared no words throughout the night. On the following day, Tang Liuji carried Zhang Lan on his back as they hurried along the path, and by afternoon, they arrived at the entrance. The master displayed a token, after which the three returned to the location where they had left their carriage. They rested there for the night before making their way back to Notting City the following afternoon. Upon returning to Notting City, Zhang Lan was filled with excitement as he made his way to the spirit hall. Uncle Lu Qingyi awaited him there, eager to share the splendid news. Furthermore, he had officially become a true soul master, now entitled to receive a golden soul coin from the spirit hall each month. The spirit hall in Notting City was easily identifiable, standing majestically at the heart of the city. Zhang Lan stepped inside, where 4 guards stood sentinel at the entrance. Yet they did not impede her passage. Within, a beautiful maid in her 20s approached. She bent slightly and inquired of Zhang Lan, "Young one, what brings you here?" Zhang Lan directly unleashed her martial soul, as a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath her feet. "I have come here to register as a soul master, and I am also here to seek Uncle Lu Qingyi." As she spoke, Zhang Lan spotted Uncle Lu Qingyi standing within the grand hall. Zhang Lan exuberantly shouted over, "Uncle Lu." Upon hearing the call, Lu Qingyi turned his head and was instantly met with the sight of Zhang Lan. He rose and approached. "Ah, you little rascal," he remarked, and then noticed the soul rings adorning Zhang Lan. "Goodness, you've actually become a soul master." Lu Qingyi expressed his astonishment. It was indeed a rarity in Notting City for someone to achieve such a feat at the tender age of 6. "Indeed, haha, I have exerted every ounce of effort." Zhang Lan stood with her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. In response to her arrogance, Lu Qingyi delivered a resounding slap to her head. Crack! "Ah!" Zhang Lan crouched down, clutching his head. "Ha ha ha! This little rascal is so audacious," Lu Qingyi exclaimed, his laughter echoing in the air at the sight of Zhang Lan's predicament. "What is it, old Lu, that brings you such joy?" At that moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair approached, inquiring about Lu Qingyi's amusement. Upon noticing the elder, Lu Qingyi quickly ceased his laughter and respectfully addressed him. "Master, this is the child I mentioned earlier. He has now become a soul master and has come here to register." The elder's eyes sparkled at Lu Qingyi's words. Just a month prior, Lu Qingyi had spoken of this child, indicating that he had awakened his martial soul. Remarkably, within a month, he had become a soul master. Moreover, Lu Qingyi noted that the child awakened with a soul power of level 6, undoubtedly a promising talent. "Come, if I recall correctly, Lu Qingyi mentioned your name is Zhang Lan, correct?" The elder knelt before Zhang Lan, his demeanor warm and inviting as he posed the question. Zhang Lan nodded in affirmation. The elder then glanced at the yellow spirit ring adorning Zhang Lan and nodded again. "Indeed, a century-old spirit ring. Was it acquired with the guidance of your academy's instructor?" Zhang Lan replied with a simple, "Yes." "Excellent, excellent. Come, let us proceed to register." Subsequently, Zhang Lan followed the elder alongside Lu Qingyi into a room resembling an office. The elder produced a sheet of paper and instructed, "Simply inscribe your name, martial spirit, and spirit power upon this." Zhang Lan nodded, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, the elder instructed Zhang Lan to stand within a formation composed of intricate shapes. As the elder unleashed his soul power, the formation beneath Zhang Lan's feet radiated with brilliance, while the crystal ball on the elder's table also glowed. Soon, Zhang Lan's likeness materialized upon the parchment. "Here you are. This is a gold soul coin. From now on, you will be entitled to receive 1 gold soul coin each month at this location." The elder placed the coin in Zhang Lan's hand, who carefully tucked it into his bosom. This single gold soul coin was of paramount importance to him. Indeed, every single coin held immense significance, for he was about to embark on rigorous physical training. Without it, relying solely on his auxiliary martial soul would render him incapable of hunting down evil soul masters to avenge his family. Engaging in physical cultivation necessitated a substantial amount of meat and some rare medicinal herbs, all of which required financial resources. Observing Zhang Lan carefully stow away the coin, the elder suddenly inquired, "Zhang Lan, would you be interested in attending the Martial Soul Hall's academy?" The elder held Zhang Lan in high regard. He was the child of an ordinary family, endowed with talent and diligence. Furthermore, due to Lu Qingyi's influence, Zhang Lan ought to harbor gratitude towards the Martial Soul Hall. It would indeed be a pity if such a promising child were not recruited by the hall. Huh? Zhang Lan was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly waved his hand. "I apologize, esteemed one, but I already have a master, and thus I am not inclined to attend another school." The elderly man, however, did not relent and continued to persuade him, saying, "Do not be hasty in your rejection. Our academy at the Spirit Hall far surpasses the institutions in Notting City. It boasts instructors of remarkable caliber, including formidable spirit saints from the junior college of the Spirit Hall. The conditions are significantly superior to those of the academy in Notting City, and should you choose to join us, you would be utilizing a recommendation slot from our Spirit Hall in Notting City, which exempts you from tuition fees." Zhang Lan listened to these conditions, yet remained steadfast, undeterred. The master, though not particularly powerful, was an excellent mentor, devoted wholeheartedly to his disciples. Moreover, should circumstances remain unchanged, Tang San would undoubtedly become the master's apprentice, thereby significantly strengthening their bond. This closeness might allow Zhang Lan to bask in the radiance of Tang San's protagonist aura, potentially facilitating his own path to greater strength. He eagerly anticipated the medicinal baths that Tang San would prepare for him, aimed at enhancing his physique. While his mind recalled numerous recipes for medicinal baths from Kai's martial arts notes, Zhang Lan found himself particularly excited about the concoctions that Tang San would offer. After all, in the original narrative, the rare herbs utilized by Tang San had remarkably augmented the abilities of the Shrek's 7 monsters in an instant. Zhang Lan addressed the elder, saying, "My master has treated me with great kindness and even ventured into the soul-hunting forest on my behalf to help me acquire my soul ring. Therefore, I have no desire to depart. I apologize, esteemed lord." The elder, feeling helpless, sighed and replied, "Ah, very well. You are a good child, and I shall not press you further. I believe that you can also become a formidable soul master at the academy in Notting City." Zhang Lan expressed his gratitude to the elderly man, thanking him sincerely. Chapter 10. Dining and the System. After recording the information, Zhang Lan invited Uncle Lu to dinner and departed from the Spirit Hall. In a barbecue restaurant in Notting City, Zhang Lan and Lu Qingyi sat in a private room. As Lu Qingyi perused the menu in hand, he jested with Zhang Lan, saying, "This barbecue restaurant is rather expensive. Be careful not to feel a pang in your heart after the meal. Ha ha ha." Zhang Lan patted his chest and, with a grateful smile directed at Lu Qingyi, remarked, "Uncle, please feel free to order as you wish. Indulge yourself without restraint. Even if you were to spend every last gold soul coin I possess today, I would not feel any sorrow. Without your kind words, I would merely be a wisp of ash amidst the earth." Lu Qingyi's hand paused momentarily as he flipped through the menu, deeply moved by Zhang Lan's heartfelt expression. "Ha ha. Then I shall indulge in a grand feast." Lu Qingyi called to the nearby waiter, "Waiter, I would like this, this, and this." "Very well, that will be all." "Understood," the waiter replied, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment, miss." Zhang Lan suddenly called out to the waiter. The waiter turned around, looking kindly at Zhang Lan, and inquired, "What can I do for you?" "Young one, 20 bottles of wheat beer, please." The author is unsure if beer exists in the world of Douluo, but let us assume it does. How could one enjoy barbecue without beer? In his previous life, Zhang Lan adored savoring skewers while indulging in draft beer. Lu Qingyi looked at Zhang Lan in astonishment. "Oh, you little rascal, you can drink?" "Of course, Uncle Lu. Are you unable to?" In response to Zhang Lan's provocation, Lu Qingyi offered a disdainful smile. "Humph, today, you can only crawl out of here." The restaurant served the dishes promptly. Zhang Lan grabbed a handful of lamb skewers and then seized a large cup, comparable in size to the ones he used at the barbecue stalls in his past life. Roughly the capacity of one bottle. He filled it generously and handed a cup to Uncle Lu. Zhang Lan raised his glass and exclaimed, "Cheers." The two glasses clinked gently together, followed by their tilting heads backward. With a series of hearty gulps, they drained their drinks and set down their glasses. Wiping their lips joyfully, as they simultaneously declared, "Ah, refreshing. Come on, my friend. Let us indulge today. Ah, cheers." As they neared the end of their meal, Uncle Lu mentioned the need for a restroom break. Suddenly, the thoroughly inebriated Zhang Lan regained a flicker of clarity, a habit cultivated over years of drinking with friends in his previous life. He stumbled towards Lu Qingyi, urging him, "Let us go together." With a resigned smile, Lu Qingyi steadied Zhang Lan as they made their way to the restroom. "You go first." Zhang Lan addressed Lu Qingyi, who nodded and entered first. Subsequently, Zhang Lan hurriedly dashed towards the reception desk at the entrance, inquiring about the cost of room 3. Zhang Lan leaned against the counter, her demeanor reeking of inebriation as she inquired of the cashier. The cashier retrieved the bill from table 3 and glanced at it. 3 silver coins. Zhang Lan retrieved 3 silver coins from his pocket, remnants of the golden soul coin bestowed upon him by Uncle Lu at the beginning of the school term, which he had scarcely spent. Now, he had 93 silver coins left. Just as he was about to hand them to the cashier, a shadow abruptly loomed over him. "Hey, you little rascal, are you really this cunning?" Uncle Lu's ominous voice echoed behind Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, however, did not look back. Instead, she hastened to hand the silver coins to the cashier. Yet, midway, she was intercepted by Uncle Lu's large hand. Suddenly, she felt an irresistible force at the nape of her neck, and before she knew it, her feet left the ground, spinning around before she was tossed behind Uncle Lu. At that moment, Uncle Lu calmly produced 3 silver coins and presented them to the cashier. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Lan hastily attempted to rush forward. However, Lu Qingyi extended his left hand and pressed it firmly against Zhang Lan's head, effectively preventing him from advancing. Zhang Lan observed the cashier preparing to accept the silver coin from Uncle Lu, and with a hint of reluctance remarked, "Uncle Lu, how cunning of you to use the pretext of a restroom break to settle the bill. It's quite despicable. We had agreed that I would treat you today." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Lu Qingyi burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, you cheeky rascal. This is the wisdom of adulthood." Ultimately, Zhang Lan returned to his room with a sulky expression, retrieving the remaining wine to refill his glass anew. Zhang Lan gazed sternly at Lu Qingyi, his voice laced with anger as he declared, "You have incited my wrath today. It is imperative that you remain here now." Lu Qingyi, observing Zhang Lan's furious demeanor, could not suppress a laugh. "Ah, come on, you cheeky rascal." Subsequently, Lu Qingyi watched as Zhang Lan sprawled beneath the dining table, down the last sip of his drink. "I never anticipated that this little fellow possessed such a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. It has compelled me to resort to my spiritual energy," he remarked, before hoisting Zhang Lan onto his back and departing the establishment, heading towards the Nodding City Academy. The following day, Zhang Lan awoke, rubbing his temples, and rose from his bed. "My head is pounding," he lamented, only to suddenly notice the bright sunlight streaming through the window. "Oh no, what time is it?" Zhang Lan hastily completed her morning routine and hurried towards the classroom. Upon her arrival, she found the teacher engaged in a lesson. "Come in," Tang Liuji remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Lan. When Lu Qingyi had brought Zhang Lan yesterday, he was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that this mischievous lad had indulged in alcohol to such an extent. Nevertheless, recognizing the boy's innate brilliance, he refrained from reprimanding him. Zhang Lan promptly returned to his seat with a sense of obedience. Tang Liuji continued his lecture from the front, discussing characters such as, and even soul masters must acquire knowledge and understand written language. Although Zhang Lan had usually been quite attentive during these lessons, he found himself somewhat distracted at this moment. Just as boredom struck and thoughts of the system crossed his mind, an unexpected system interface materialized before his eyes. This was an occurrence he had never experienced before. When he first learned of his possession of the system, he had attempted various forms of communication with it, yet it had remained unresponsive, leaving him feeling rather foolish. However, a response had just been received. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Lan scrutinized the system interface before him. Soul Gem of the Starry Sky Soul Power, 11 Physique, 6, 10 is the standard for an average adult. Luck, -1 buff EG. Luck increased by 2 points. Physical training possesses a 150 enhancement, which will influence the host personality but will gradually diminish as the host grows stronger. Status, normal. This was the page that appeared in Zhang Lan's vision, remarkably simple. He was somewhat astonished by his physique rating of 6, considering he was merely a 6-year-old child. By the standard of an average adult being rated at 10, he felt he should be at 23. Perhaps this was a result of his soul power. Zhang Lan harbored such speculations. As for the buff from Iori, he felt a tinge of uncertainty. However, overall, it appeared quite favorable. The enhancement of luck, alongside a 50% increase in physical training, yielded commendable results. As for the influence on personality, he remained indifferent. For as long as he could grow stronger, it mattered not. Chapter 11. 3 years with Tang, Sen. The system interface offered little assistance to Zhang Lan. Yet it did provide him with a clearer understanding of his circumstances. Subsequently, Zhang Lan embarked on a more rigorous training regimen. In addition to cultivating his soul power, he also commenced his physical training. Zhang Lan has also begun dining on the second floor of the cafeteria, where one must pay for their meals. However, the food here is quite nutritious and occasionally features meat from soul beasts, which greatly benefits Zhang Lan as he embarks on his journey of mastering body techniques. Simultaneously, he often purchases exercise equipment and medicinal herbs from a city. While the equipment speaks for itself, the herbs can be transformed into simple medicinal baths, providing significant assistance. Not only do they expedite the enhancement of his physique, but more importantly, they prevent the detrimental effects of excessive training. Nevertheless, these expenditures have led to a financial strain for Zhang Lan. Initially, he contemplated working in the city. However, lacking any specialized skills, he could only resort to labor-intensive jobs for income. Upon discovering this, his master forbade him from working. Subsequently, his master began to support him financially, and after successfully advancing to a level 20 soul master in his 3rd year, his circumstances improved dramatically, enabling him to compete in the soul arena of Notting City to earn gold soul coins. During this time, his master had intended to gift him the Space Soul Tool, the 24 Moonlit Bridge, but Zhang Lan declined the offer. The spatial abilities held little significance for him, yet were of great importance to Tang San. He did not wish to usurp Tang San's opportunities, though he would not overlook any chance to enhance his own strength. This year marks Zhang Lan's 4th at the Notting Academy. Recently, he had received some news from the Spirit Hall, and upon returning from there, he fortuitously encountered his master. As they arrived at the entrance, Zhang Lan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia upon seeing the boy facing harassment at the school gate. Tang San, we finally meet, he murmured. His master also noticed the unfolding situation and approached, with Zhang Lan following closely behind. By the time they reached the scene, a conflict had already erupted. The gatekeeper had been pushed to the ground by Tang San and was seething with anger, preparing to teach Tang San a lesson, at least. That was the gatekeeper's perspective. Enough. Stand down. The master intervened just in time, halting the gatekeeper's advance. The gatekeeper paused momentarily, and upon recognizing the master, his anger swiftly transformed into obsequiousness as he bowed and fawned. Master, you have returned. Tang San turned his gaze towards the master as well. The master paid no heed to the gatekeeper's sycophancy. The heightened senses of his soul master far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Moreover, the gatekeeper's earlier outburst had been loud enough for the master to hear the unfolding events from a distance. The master addressed the elder, old Jack, who had brought Tang San. Sir, may I kindly request to see your Spirit Hall identification? Having lived long, the elder possessed considerable experience and immediately perceived the master's distinguished status, promptly presenting the Spirit Hall identification in his possession. The master, momentarily taken aback by the document, turned a glance at Tang San. Zhang Lan also caught sight of the certificate, noting the innate full soul power and the martial spirit of blue-silver grass inscribed upon it. He too sensed the master's exhilaration, perhaps akin to the feeling one experiences when a long-studied phenomenon unexpectedly manifests. The master turned to old Jack and said, "The certificate is indeed authentic, dear sir. I extend my apologies on behalf of the Academy. This child shall be entrusted to my care." Old Jack, hailing from a small village and unaccustomed to such grandeur, felt a profound respect at the apology from someone of such evident stature. He quickly waved his hands, saying, "No need for apologies, master. We are the ones at fault. I entrust this child to you. Xiao San, please accompany the master inside, and be sure to behave." Tang San nodded in agreement. The master then issued a stern warning to the gatekeeper, who promptly stepped aside in compliance. Turning to Tang San with a somewhat stiff smile, the master took his hand and said, "Let us proceed inside." Zhang Lan followed the master, who then revealed that Tang San possessed dual martial souls. Ultimately, Tang San was captivated by the master's wisdom and chose to become his disciple. Zhang Lan felt a twinge of imbalance within, as the master had put him through a trial when he sought to become his apprentice, while Tang San was sought after by the master himself. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Tang San's innate full soul power and dual martial souls were indeed formidable. The master then addressed Tang San, saying, "I have another student, who can be considered your senior brother, named Zhang Lan. He is 10 years old and already a 23rd rank Great Soul Master." Tang San looked at Zhang Lan and respectfully bowed to him. Observing this polite young man before him, Zhang Lan felt a sense of fondness. It was hard to dislike someone who was courteous, handsome, and talented, especially knowing that he was the protagonist, except, of course, for the antagonists. From now on, I will look after you at school, Zhang Lan assured. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to ask me. However, when it comes to theoretical knowledge, I must caution you. My grasp of our teacher's wisdom is but a fraction of what it ought to be, he added with a chuckle. As the conversation progressed, Zhang Lan couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. However, there was little he could do. The cultivation of soul power and physical techniques demanded an immense amount of time. Zhang Lan's innate talent paled in comparison to Tang San's, who excelled in physical, soul, and intellectual training, even possessing the capacity to delve into the study of hidden weapons. With this thought, Zhang Lan sighed inwardly, acknowledging his limitations. The master, observing his first student, felt a sense of helplessness regarding Zhang Lan's reluctance to dedicate time to learning theoretical knowledge. To be candid, it was impossible for him to harbor no grievances, especially since he took great pride in his research on martial souls and soul beasts. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan was not unwilling to learn, nor was he idle. Rather, he was eager to grow stronger at a rapid pace. The master often witnessed Zhang Lan training vigorously under heavy loads on the playground late into the night. Given Zhang Lan's remarkable and peculiar rate of improvement, the master refrained from pressuring him further. Soon after, the trio arrived at the administrative office to register Tang San's information. The master then departed, leaving Zhang Lan to escort Tang San to his dormitory. Dormitory 7 was the one with the most adverse conditions at the New Oding City Junior College, housing students who were unable to afford better accommodations. The number of work-study students was limited each year, which set this dormitory apart from others. Here, students of all ages resided together. Despite Tang San's illustrious background, his father's desire for seclusion relegated him to the status of a poor boy from a small village. Thus, he found himself residing in Dormitory 7. Upon entering, a tall youth approached Tang San, exuding an air of bravado and readiness to confront. However, as he walked closer, he suddenly spotted Zhang Lan at the entrance, carrying bedding, which caused his demeanor to shift to one of mild compliance as he approached Tang San calmly. This left Tang San, who had been braced for a potential confrontation, somewhat perplexed. Zhang Lan entered, cradling a new set of bedding, and addressed a tall youth who happened to walk by. This is my junior brother, Tang San, who has just arrived this year. Wang Sheng, please take care of him. Wang Sheng glanced at Tang San beside him, and a cold sweat immediately broke out. He had narrowly avoided offending Zhang Lan's junior. He promptly replied to Zhang Lan, understood. Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan nodded and said to Tang San, you may sleep there. Zhang Lan gestured towards an empty spot inside. Tang San nodded in agreement. All right. Zhang Lan approached and neatly arranged Tang San's bedding. After glancing at Wang Sheng and then at Tang San, he turned to Wang Sheng and said, you and Tang San should have a duel. The victor will become the leader of the 7th dormitory. I have some matters to attend to and may not return, so I might not be able to support you all in the future. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Wang Sheng looked at him with a hint of panic. Both Wang Sheng and the other members of the 7th dormitory regarded Zhang Lan with anxious expressions. Chapter 12. The leader in Xiao Wu. During Zhang Lan's second year at school, he encountered the leader of the 7th dormitory, who was being bullied by other students. Wherever people gather, conflicts arise. Even in Zhang Lan's previous life, school violence existed. It was no different in the Douluo Continent, where martial prowess and cultural development were somewhat lacking. Due to their status as work-study students, some were endowed with greater talents or came from wealthier families, using their superior soul power to intimidate the members of the 7th dormitory. Having experienced the lessons of past ideological education, Zhang Lan naturally could not remain indifferent and thus intervened to assist the leader of the 7th dormitory. Subsequently, after the original leader graduated, he ascended to that position himself. For the past year, he had been looking after the 7th dormitory. Brother Zhang Lan, big brother Zhang Lan. Wang Sheng hurriedly ran before Zhang Lan, his face a mask of panic. Why, brother Zhang Lan? Zhang Lan shook his head gently, placing a reassuring hand on Wang Sheng's shoulder. I too have my own affairs to attend to. It is impossible for me to protect you for a lifetime. Moreover, Wang Sheng, your strength has grown considerably. It is time for you to assume the responsibilities of a leader. With a playful smile, Zhang Lan teased Wang Sheng, of course, that is contingent upon your ability to defeat my junior, Tang San. Do not be deceived by his tender age of 6. He possesses innate, full soul power and is an extraordinary genius, perhaps even more gifted than I. What? Wang Sheng exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Tang San. Tang San, observing the surprise etched on Wang Sheng's face, responded with a hint of humility. I am not that remarkable. He preferred to avoid drawing attention to himself. However, upon meeting Zhang Lan's penetrating gaze, he felt an inexplicable stiffness envelop his body. Zhang Lan's smiling eyes seemed to see through him entirely, evoking a sensation reminiscent of when the master had scrutinized him after the Soul Hall certification. Has he uncovered my secret? Tang San mused inwardly, feeling an unaccountable sense of admiration for this senior brother who appeared to possess considerable depth. Enough of this. Let's begin, Zhang Lan urged from the side. Wang Sheng hesitated as he surveyed the surrounding beds, questioning. Right here, though they were merely children, they were still soul masters with soul power, and their martial spirits could indeed cause some destruction. Zhang Lan nodded, saying yes, right here, Tang San. Be careful not to damage the surrounding beds. Tang San glanced helplessly at Zhang Lan, remaining silent. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Wang Sheng hesitated no longer. He recognized Zhang Lan's confidence in Tang San. Given Zhang Lan's formidable strength, he had no doubts about Zhang Lan's judgment and proceeded without any carelessness, activating his martial spirit. Wang Sheng declared to Tang San, my martial spirit is the beast spirit, battle tiger. With that, the spectral image of a tiger behind him suddenly merged with Wang Sheng. His hands transformed into fearsome tiger claws, fangs emerged from his mouth, and a character for king appeared on his forehead. I am coming, he exclaimed, charging toward Tang San, only to find himself sprawled on the ground moments later. Tang San, having practiced the Xiantian palace techniques and other Tang sect's secret arts from a young age, combined with his expertise in hidden weapons, could easily overpower Wang Sheng. Even a master at the 29th level might struggle against him. Zhang Lan, observing from the side, felt immense admiration. Tang San's skills were indeed exceptional. If his physical prowess matched Tang San's, he had no doubt he would have been thoroughly defeated. You're truly formidable. No wonder you are Zhang Lan's junior brother, Wang Sheng said, getting up with Tang San's assistance, his tone filled with respect. He held no resentment and continued. Since you have bested me, you are now the leader of our 7th dormitory. Tang San quickly waved his hands, replying, I am here to learn. Zhang Lan in dozet. Tang San, you should not refuse. The rule of the 7th dormitory is that all members are work-study students from impoverished families. The residents of other dormitories often bully those from the 7th. Therefore, the strongest among us must stand up for our people. Thus, the leader of the 7th dormitory is the strongest. This is the established rule. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Wang Sheng nodded, gazing at Tang San with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The other children from the 7th dormitory also turned their eyes towards Tang San, their expressions reflecting a hint of hopeful anticipation. As a person of integrity and righteousness, Tang San found it difficult to refuse any longer, acquiescing to Wang Sheng's request. Very well, I cannot stand idly by while my fellow dormmates are bullied. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside the door. Is this the 7th dormitory? Zhang Lan's heart stirred as she glanced toward the entrance. There stood a charming little girl, approximately the same age and height as Tang San. Her delicate face, a rosy hue, resembled a perfectly ripened peach, evoking an irresistible urge within those fond of youthful innocence. Clad in simple yet impeccably tidy attire, she had long black hair styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated curiosity, and in her hands, she cradled a pristine school uniform. Zhang Lan glanced at Tang San, noting his typical three-dimensional style, then turned her gaze to the young girl, Xiao Wu, observing her distinctly two-dimensional charm. Truly, she embodied the essence of a heroine. The boys of the 7th house were utterly mesmerized upon encountering such a beautiful girl, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tang San leaned closer to Zhang Lan and whispered, Senior brother, do we have mixed-gender accommodations here? Zhang Lan nodded, acknowledging that everyone present was still a child. In the school dormitories, there was no distinction made between genders. However, upon entering the Intermediate Soulmaster Academy, such separations would be enforced. Yet, according to tradition, as the leader of the 7th dormitory, it was incumbent upon him to instill a sense of authority in the newcomers. Tang San suddenly froze. Is that really necessary? He had never anticipated a day when he would find himself intimidating a young girl. It was beyond his capacity. The girl at the door blinked her large eyes, noticing that no one was paying her any attention. She then glanced up at the sign at the dormitory entrance and, with a sweet smile, addressed the group. Hello, everyone. My name is Xiao Wu, with Xiao meaning small, and we're referring to dance. Zhang Lan observed that Tang San remained motionless, so she addressed Xiao Wu. There is a rule in the 7th dormitory. Any new work-study student wishing to enter must first engage in a spar with the head of the dormitory. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Lan with a hint of bewilderment. You wish to fight me? Zhang Lan waved his hand and pointed to Tang San beside him, stating, he is the leader of the 7th dormitory, so is he who will spar with you. Upon noticing Xiao Wu's gaze directed at him, Tang San, somewhat flustered, stammered. Well, it's just the rule of the 7th dormitory. Xiao Wu set her clothing aside, a glimmer of excitement gracing her face as she addressed Tang San. Then let us begin. Before Tang San could respond, she swiftly aimed a kick at his chin. Though lacking in force, Tang San was startled and instinctively dodged. Xiao Wu pressed her attack, and Tang San retaliated while evading her strikes. The two engaged in a lively exchange, culminating in Tang San's reluctance to harm Xiao Wu. Ultimately, he seized an opening, grasping her ankle with his right hand while leaning his shoulder against her chest, preparing to execute a technique known as the Iron Mountain Lean. However, he refrained from applying excessive force, knowing that otherwise, Xiao Wu would be sent flying. Thus, he intended to use just enough strength to unbalance her and then pull her back, deeming that a sufficient victory. Yet, Tang San miscalculated. Just as he was about to perform the Iron Mountain Lean, his grip on Xiao Wu's ankle unexpectedly slipped, causing his anticipated strike to falter. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu swiftly positioned her leg across his shoulder, using her hands to block his advancing right shoulder. With her right foot leveraging against Tang San's shoulder, she gracefully swung her other leg over to his opposite shoulder, entwining her legs around his neck. Arching her back, she supported herself with her hands on the ground, forming a bridge-like posture. In an instant, she propelled her legs, sending Tang San tumbling backward. Tang San fell onto his back with a thud, prompting a sly grin to spread across Zhang Lan's face. Earlier, when Xiao Wu ensnared Tang San with her legs, Zhang Lan had observed the stiffness in Tang San's movements, which was undoubtedly the reason for his defeat. As for the cause of Tang San's rigidity, during their duel, when Xiao Wu elevated her legs, her trousers naturally slipped slightly, leaving her calves, which brushed against Tang San's neck, entirely unobscured. One may ponder this observation deeply. Zhang Lan gently lifted Tang San from the ground and whispered mischievously in his ear, "How does the sensation of a girl's legs feel?" Tang San's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Zhang Lan departed from the 7th dormitory with a hearty laugh, for he had other matters to attend to. Chapter 13. News of the Malevolent Soul Master. After leaving the 7th dormitory, Zhang Lan returned to his own quarters. He subsequently took out a notebook and began to transcribe his recollections of Kai's martial arts training insights and the 8 Gates technique. On this day, he learned that a malevolent soul master ranked as a great soul master had appeared near Nodding City, resulting in the tragic loss of 10 lives. Therefore, there was no room for hesitation. This nefarious soul master must be eradicated, and it was imperative that he play a role in their demise. This endeavor fueled his relentless pursuit of vengeance, a motivation that had driven him tirelessly without a single day of respite. In the Hall of Spirits, Lu Qingyi did not dismiss Zhang Lan's request. Having lost his own parents to a malevolent soul master, he understood the depth of such emotions and silently vowed to protect this young boy. However, Lu Qingyi also cautioned Zhang Lan about the terrifying nature of soul masters. Accompanying him could lead to peril. Yet, Zhang Lan exhibited no signs of retreat or fear. He believed that should he perish on this path of revenge, it would merely signify that his efforts were insufficient, his anger not potent enough, and his fury not fierce enough. Despite these thoughts, Zhang Lan could not guarantee his own safety completely. The care bestowed upon him by his master over the years had solidified his allegiance to this mentor. Thus, Zhang Lan resolved to leave behind his cherished possessions as a gift for his master. If he were to meet his end, these invaluable items need not vanish with him from this world. By midnight, Zhang Lan had completed his writings, let them dry, and placed them into his bag before succumbing to a deep slumber. The next day, Zhang Lan went to the 7th dormitory to find Tang San, and together they sought their master. Given that Tang San possessed innate full soul power, equivalent to a 10th level soul power, he would not need to undergo the arduous training Zhang Lan had endured for several months. He could directly acquire his soul rings. Similar to the first time their master took him to the soul hunting forest, they rented a carriage within the city and procured some provisions, including white radishes. The three then embarked on their journey. By afternoon, they arrived at the soul hunting forest. Notably, during their travels, the master gifted Tang San his spatial soul guide, the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight. Following this, the master elaborated on the characteristics of the soul beasts and presented the Hall of Spirits token. Once they entered the soul hunting forest, The trio searched for suitable soul beasts for Tang San, while listening to their master recount the traits of the soul beasts. This time, fortune favored them. As night fell, after the master repelled a pack of phantom wolves, a highly venomous mandragora snake emerged. The master gasped in astonishment at the snake's head illuminated by the lantern. A mandragora snake. How could such a ferocious creature appear on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? Hope is a decade-long journey. The master gazed intently, observing the elusive serpent's head that had not recklessly advanced towards them, and continued to elucidate. The toxicity of the mandala serpent is exceedingly potent. It not only induces paralysis, but also wreaks severe havoc upon the body, marking it as a terrifying entity among poisonous soul beasts. Its physique is remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, with only its mouth and eyes serving as vulnerable points. However, the mandala serpent guards these weaknesses with utmost vigilance, and its speed is astonishingly swift. Most alarming is its aggressive nature. It tends to initiate an attack upon encountering humans, and at present, it is merely seeking an opportunity to strike. Upon hearing the master's words, Zhang Lan pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Is that so? Then we must proceed accordingly." Zhang Lan's words captured the attention of the master and Tang San, both of whom cast a curious glance at him from the corners of their eyes without turning their heads, for the menacing mandala snake still loomed nearby. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan proceeded to remove his garments, shedding the burdens from his body, which consisted of 40 iron weights, each encased in cloth, with a weight of 10 pounds each, totaling an impressive 400 pounds. After Zhang Lan removed the heavy burdens, he felt an invigorating lightness in his body and jumped lightly. Turning to his master, he said, "Master, I believe you have noticed as well that the battles in the soul duel arena can no longer compel me to exert my full strength, correct?" The master, observing the pronounced muscles on Zhang Lan's physique, nodded with a complex expression. "I had already perceived that in the soul duel arena, even the formidable soul masters of level 29 can no longer inflict harm upon you. Moreover, this was under the condition of your burdens. I now find myself questioning whether even a soul sovereign could triumph over you." Zhang Lan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Indeed, I once engaged in a contest with Teacher Tang. Under the circumstances of employing my ultimate techniques, even an ordinary soul master could not stand against me. Now, esteemed teacher, allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor over these past few years." With that, Zhang Lan summoned her martial spirit. 2 golden soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, and a gemstone materialized in her hand. First soul skill, white gem shield. As Zhang Lan unleashed his soul technique, a transparent shield materialized around him. He then inhaled sharply and bellowed, "First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open." With his powerful shout, a formidable surge of soul power coursed through his body. His original level 20 soul power skyrocketed to level 27, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Gasping for breath, Zhang Lan cast his gaze toward the mandala snake in the distance, his eyes narrowing with intensity. In an instant, his figure vanished from the master's sight. Even with the purple extreme demon eyes activated, Tang San could only vaguely perceive Zhang Lan's movements. Tang San was profoundly astonished by the terrifying speed. Even with his current abilities and hidden weapons, he could only muster a mere 10% chance of victory. If Zhang Lan were privy to Tang San's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of frustration. Despite his relentless efforts and the advantage of a system enhancement, having trained for 3 years longer than Tang San, he still allowed Tang San a 10% chance of winning. Meanwhile, the mandala snake, poised to attack, sensed something amiss as Zhang Lan's figure vanished. Instinctively, it felt a surge of danger. It sensed a terrifying presence looming behind it. Reacting swiftly, it turned to unleash a spray of venom while simultaneously fleeing in the opposite direction. Escape. Zhang Lan deftly evaded the venomous spray unleashed by the mandala serpent. And in the blink of an eye, she pursued the creature once more, her right hand shooting forth like lightning towards the serpent's head. The frantically fleeing mandala serpent had not yet registered the danger before it felt a powerful grip encircle its cranium. In the next moment, it sought to ensnare the hand that held it, attempting to constrict and sever the very appendage that dared to grasp it. With its formidable venom and significantly robust physique, the serpent was far stronger than most of its kin. Zhang Lan grasped the serpent's head of the mandala, perceiving its movements, and with a vigorous shake, the mandala serpent's body instantaneously appeared to lose control, resembling a rope ensnared by Zhang Lan's grip. Zhang Lan casually threw the limp mandala towards Tang San. Addressing the astonished master and Tang San, he proclaimed, "This is my utmost effort." Chapter 14. Tang San's soul ring. Tang San gazed at the nearly 4-meter-long serpent lying motionless on the ground, then turned his attention to Zhang Lan, who stood before him, muscular after shedding his garments. In disbelief, he asked the master, "If I am not mistaken, my senior brother possesses an auxiliary-type soul weapon, correct?" The master managed a wry smile, his tone peculiar as he replied, "Indeed, it is an auxiliary-type soul weapon. However, your senior brother's training regimen appears to differ significantly from that of ordinary individuals." The master found Zhang Lan's performance both astonishing and reasonable. He was amazed by Zhang Lan's speed, which surpassed even that of typical agility-type fighters at the same level. Yet, recalling the sight of Zhang Lan exercising outside every morning at 5 o'clock, the master could also comprehend the source of his formidable strength. With this thought in mind, he spoke to Tang San with a tone of complexity. "In truth, your senior brother's talent is not of extraordinary genius. It pales in comparison to your innate full soul power. His current might is solely a result of those peculiar medicinal baths and his nearly 18 hours of relentless effort each day." Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San looked at Zhang Lan, who was approaching them. He found himself in agreement with the master's assessment. If his senior brother truly exerted such fervent effort daily, it was indeed plausible for him to possess such strength. In his previous life, it was rare to find individuals who could dedicate even 10 hours a day to hard work, for human inertia is the greatest barrier to progress. Zhang Lan glanced at the nearly 4-meter-long mandala snake and, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired of his master, "Teacher, do you think Tang San would be able to absorb this snake?" The master cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lan, harboring a sense of grievance over his disciple's lack of diligence in studying the theoretical knowledge of soul beasts. The age of the mandala snake was easily discernible, and he had noted it in his records. However, it seemed his esteemed disciple had never even taken a glimpse at them. Zhang Lan awkwardly scratched his head and smiled, choosing to remain silent. He was well aware of the teacher's displeasure, yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. If it weren't for the necessity of sleep, he would devote every waking hour to cultivation. After dedicating a period last year to mastering the commonly used characters of the Douluo Continent, he had ceased attending classes, immersing himself solely in practice and training. The master approached the side of the mandala snake, gazing at the fearsome creature sprawled on the ground, reflecting on the astonishing fact that such a formidable soul beast had been effortlessly vanquished by his eldest disciple. In retrospect, it seemed that even an ordinary soul master would not stand a chance against Zhang Lan now. The master then turned to Zhang Lan and Tang San, stating, "The mandala snake's body underwent evolution a millennium ago. With each passing year of cultivation, it gains an additional centimeter in length. Currently, it measures close to 4 meters, suggesting it is nearly 400 years old. Therefore, Tang San can absorb it. Tang San, you may kill it and absorb the soul ring. The characteristics of the mandala will complement your blue silver grass, enhancing its resilience. Furthermore, absorbing the mandala snake's venom would be most beneficial." Tang San nodded in agreement, replying, "Understood, master." He then retrieved the refined dagger previously gifted by the master and plunged it fiercely towards the mandala snake's head. Clang! The sound of steel clashing resonated as Tang San's dagger struck the snake's scales, producing a dazzling spark. However, the dagger was deflected by the resilient scales, sliding aside. A jolt of surprise coursed through Tang San, prompting him to glance at his elder brother. How terrifying his brother must be to so easily render this snake in such a state. The master interjected, "The mandala snake's body is remarkably tough, impervious to blades." Tang San, aim for its eyes. Understood. With precision, Tang San drove the dagger into the mandala snake's eye. The already incapacitated creature shuddered violently, and a yellow soul ring ascended from its body. Zhang Lan gently patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, "Go and absorb the soul ring. My teacher and I will keep watch over you." Tang San inclined his body slightly in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, senior brother. Were it not for Zhang Lan's assistance, he would likely have been unable to obtain this soul ring that suited him so perfectly." Thus his gratitude toward Zhang Lan was profound. However, Zhang Lan playfully struck Tang San's shoulder once more, with such force that it caused Tang San's expression to contort momentarily. Zhang Lan's face displayed a hint of anger, yet he still maintained a polite demeanor. Upon returning, "You must treat me to drinks as an apology." Tang San observed Zhang Lan's slightly furious countenance. Although his shoulder ached subtly, his heart was warmed. The senior brothers here were far more amiable than those from his previous life. Subsequently, Tang San began to absorb the soul rings, while the master and Zhang Lan stood guard nearby. After a while, the master glanced at Zhang Lan, then cast another look. ultimately unable to restrain himself from addressing Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, why have you not yet put on your clothes? Zhang Lan lowered his gaze to his soul garment, a pair of oversized shorts, and scratched his head, saying, isn't it due to the fear of a soul beast ambush? Wearing clothes makes it rather inconvenient for me to engage in battle. The master's expression turned peculiar as he addressed Zhang Lan, stating, in these past 2 years, I have noticed that you seem increasingly fond of being unclothed. Even during battles in the soul arena, your attire often disappears amidst the fray. Moreover, each time you indulge in drinking, it appears that your clothing vanishes as you partake. Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat rigid as he addressed the master. However, teacher, this shouldn't pose too much a problem, right? Over the past 2 years, he had begun to sense a change. In his previous life, although he indulged in alcohol, he had never possessed such a penchant for it, nor did he exhibit any exhibitionist tendencies. It seemed this was the side effect of the so-called Iori buff. He recalled the system mentioning that to eliminate his suicidal inclinations, the Iori panel had been integrated into his being. Oh, it's nothing. The master wore a complex expression, gazing at the woods before him. He truly could not fathom how others would perceive him. You Xiaozhang's disciple. Would their first impression be of the exhibitionist with a muscular physique? Contemplating this, the master couldn't help but glance at Zhang Lan's face, which possessed an air of striking elegance. Yet below the neck, he was adorned with a plethora of well-defined muscles, impressive and undeniably masculine. Though juxtaposed against such a refined visage, it was quite a perplexing sight. The subsequent time passed without any inconspicuous soul beast daring to attack, for the remains of the dominant mandala snake lay prominently in the vicinity. After an hour had elapsed, Tang San gradually opened his eyes. The master, with a sense of urgency, looked at Tang San and inquired with concern, how did it go? Tang San slowly rose to his feet and replied, yes, teacher, I succeeded. Zhang Lan turned to Tang San and noticed that he seemed to have grown a little taller, his skin now adorned with a layer of luminous sheen. She inquired, do you feel any changes? Tang San extended his right hand, where a blue-black, blue-silver grass floated gracefully. My blue-silver grass has become more resilient, he replied, and it now carries a trace of the mandala snake's venom, though its toxicity pales in comparison to that of the mandala snake itself. Zhang Lan gazed curiously at Tang San and inquired, Tang San, what is your first soul skill? Tang San hesitated for a moment, surveying his surroundings, and noted the absence of any soul beasts. There is no target for me to demonstrate my abilities here. Zhang Lan spoke directly, please demonstrate on me. Tang San hesitated for a moment, but the master reassured him, do not worry. You may release it upon your senior brother. Tang San nodded slightly and extended his hand toward Zhang Lan. With the utterance of his first soul skill, bind, the blue-silver grass in his hand suddenly elongated, ensnaring Zhang Lan tightly. Zhang Lan employed his first soul skill, enveloping himself within a layer of transparent shield. Tang San's blue-silver grass evidently lacked the formidable destructive power to breach Zhang Lan's defense. Consequently, the blue-silver grass could not make contact with Zhang Lan's body. Subsequently, Zhang Lan dispelled his first soul skill, causing the blue-silver grass to tighten abruptly, while simultaneously absorbing the toxicity of the mandala snake, which was then infused into Zhang Lan's being. Zhang Lan could distinctly perceive the numbness enveloping his body. However, this sensation was not severe. With his robust physique, he was able to withstand it. In comparison to the venom of the mandala snake, Tang San's blue-silver grass poison was considerably feeble. Subsequently, Zhang Lan exerted himself vigorously, causing the blue-silver grass that coiled around him to shatter into segments, scattering them upon the ground. Chapter 15. Tang San's hidden weapons. The following day, Zhang Lan and his companions returned to Nodding City. Yet, Tang San bore a slight frown, troubled by the memory of how effortlessly Zhang Lan had dispelled his first soul skill the previous day, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Although Zhang Lan had continued to reassure him that his first soul skill was indeed formidable, beyond the capability of ordinary soul masters, and even higher-ranked soul masters might struggle to escape its grasp, Tang San remained unable to shake off his disappointment. After all, this was the first soul skill he had acquired upon entering this world, and he had harbored great expectations for it. Upon their return to the Nodding City Academy, the three entered the master's chamber. Both the master and Tang San turned their attention to Zhang Lan, who had previously mentioned he had matters to discuss with them. Thus, the trio convened in the master's room. Zhang Lan retrieved the notes he had penned the previous night from his pocket and presented them to the master with great solemnity. He addressed the master respectfully, saying, "Esteemed teacher, this is my secret technique for physical cultivation. Within these pages lie my insights on body training, methods to enhance physical strength, and restorative herbal baths. Lastly, I have included a technique that allows one to unleash an explosive surge of power, amplifying their abilities severalfold. These are my most treasured possessions. The master examined the notes in his hands, fully aware of Zhang Lan's formidable prowess, and comprehended the profound significance of the document he held. Why? Zhang Lan did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed reflectively at his master and Tang San, expressing, "Master, I've cherished your care over the years in my heart, and I'm truly grateful to you. As for you, Tang San, this little fellow, you must strive diligently and uphold your master's reputation. The notes in your master's possession also serve as a gift from me to you. You may peruse them, for the contents are quite commendable." Zhang Lan's tone resembled that of someone imparting final instructions, instilling an ominous premonition in both the master and Tang San. The master, visibly agitated, displayed a flicker of fury upon his rigid visage as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Lan, demanding, "What exactly is going on?" Zhang Lan gazed into the eyes of the master. "Master, perhaps you have inquired about my background from Uncle Lu?" The master paused for a moment, his expression complex as he nodded slightly, having already deduced something. "You must have heard the rampant rumors in the city regarding the malevolent soul master, have you not? However, the inspection team from the Spirit Hall consists of 2 soul respect experts, and there is no need for you to intervene. Are you suggesting that I should merely stand by and watch as those malevolent soul masters, who brought ruin to my family, act with impunity? The malevolent soul master who caused your family's demise is already dead, slain by your own hand. You need not carry that burden. It is a weight too heavy for any one person to bear." Zhang Lan's eyes suddenly turned a vivid crimson as she shouted at the master, "No, those malevolent soul masters are the true murderers. For me, as long as those wicked soul masters have not completely extinguished my family, they shall never find peace." However, the master did not flinch. He glared at Zhang Lan and exclaimed, "That is merely your own fury. Your family has long since found rest. Your quest for vengeance is nothing but selfishness. It is your inner rage, and you are merely seeking a justification to unleash your own wrath." Zhang Lan took a step back. Perhaps it was so. Yet, for me, such matters hold little significance. My sole purpose lies in my pursuit of strength, relentlessly hunting down those malevolent soul masters until they are eradicated or I am no more. Malevolent soul masters can never truly vanish. As long as human hearts harbor greed, they will continue to emerge. Thus, I shall eliminate each one that crosses my path, until the world acknowledges that the only fate awaiting malevolent soul masters is death. The master gazed at Zhang Lan, standing before him with crimson eyes, yet an expression devoid of emotion. He realized that persuading his disciple was no longer an option. "Huh." Zhang Lan suddenly smiled lightly at the master. "Master, did you not just say that the patrolling team of the Spirit Hall is composed of 2 formidable soul emperors, one of whom is Uncle Lu? Furthermore, I have also joined them. That evil spirit master is merely a great soul master, so there's no real danger." With a chuckle, Zhang Lan added, "I shall take my leave now. I may not return for a while, though perhaps fortune will smile upon me, and I might be back tonight." "Ha." With that, Zhang Lan turned and exited the master's room. The master gazed at the closed door, slumping helplessly into his chair, his head bowed. Tang San observed the master in silence. The conversation between the master and his senior had provided him with a semblance of understanding regarding the situation. Yet he was perplexed by the nature of the evil spirit master. What could possibly instill such fear in a master and a senior? Perhaps sensing Tang San's thoughts, the master suddenly rasped, "Evil spirit masters are a terrifying group. Although martial spirits are devoid of inherent good or evil, certain spirits can be rapidly strengthened through malevolent means. Some soul masters, unable to resist the temptation, resort to these wicked methods. Hence they are labeled as evil spirit masters. Though reviled across the continent, few dare to provoke them. These individuals, while sinister, are exceedingly powerful and enigmatic. Many can combat opponents a rank above their own, rendering ordinary soul masters of the same level utterly helpless against them. Your senior, at the tender age of 6, witnessed the massacre of our entire village, including his family, at the hands of an evil spirit master seeking to enhance his own powers." Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to himself, "The demonic path?" In his past life, there existed a similar faction known as the demonic path, practitioners of sinister arts who could rapidly grow in strength by siphoning human blood and life. These individuals were universally condemned, their existence abhorred by heaven and earth alike. In that moment, Tang San resolved that should he encounter an evil spirit master in the future, He would not hesitate to intervene if he had the means to do so. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding his hidden weapons. Perhaps they could serve as a safeguard for his senior? With this notion in mind, Tang San hastily dashed outside. Master, I have something to give to my senior. After absorbing his first soul ring, Tang San felt significantly enhanced. His speed markedly increased. Zhang Lan had been walking for a while, but at a leisurely pace, allowing Tang San to catch up with him at the school's entrance. Senior, please wait for me. Zhang Lan heard a voice calling from behind and turned to look. What is it, Tang San? Tang San removed the concealed weapon from his hand. It was the very first hidden dart he had crafted upon arriving in this world. Senior brother, this is the concealed dart I fashioned, a sleeve dart. It can be discreetly stored in the sleeve, equipped with 3 crossbow arrows, capable of being launched unexpectedly with formidable force. Within a range of 30 meters, it can easily penetrate leather armor. Given the dangers of your journey, please accept this sleeve dart as an added layer of protection for you. Zhang Lan gazed at Tang San, who was earnestly looking back at him, and smiled sincerely from the depths of his heart. He extended his right hand to ruffle Tang San's hair, then proceeded to stow away Tang San's hidden darts. Thank you, my junior brother, he expressed warmly. However, to his surprise, upon hearing Zhang Lan's gratitude, Tang San furrowed his brow. Playfully reproaching Zhang Lan, he said, Senior brother, you previously told me not to stand on ceremony with you, yet now you are being so courteous. Zhang Lan was taken aback and quickly apologized. Oh dear, it was my senior's mistake. Upon my return, I shall treat you, my junior, to a grand feast as an act of contrition. Ha ha ha, I'm off now. Chapter 16. Cow. When Zhang Lan arrived at the spirit hall, Lu Qingyi had been waiting there for quite some time. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man, the same individual who had visited their village with Lu Qingyi 3 years prior. His name was Meng Che, a 36th level agility type beast spirit master, whose spirit was the cloud dog. He was rather reserved in nature. Lu Qingyi, with his arms crossed, addressed Zhang Lan. Are you prepared? Zhang Lan nodded, ready to embark on their journey. They were setting off to a village called Sanli, located outside of Nodding City, where the malevolent spirit master had recently been spotted. In a chamber replete with corpses, a disheveled man with bloodshot eyes, whose pupils resembled those of a venomous serpent, sat cross-legged in the center of the room. Surrounding him were the lifeless bodies of villagers, their expressions twisted in agony, numbering around a dozen. Each corpse bore no visible wounds, yet their faces were contorted in terror, as if they had endured unimaginable suffering in life. Before this man knelt another villager, his visage grotesque, mouth agape, as if he were desperately screaming in torment. Yet bizarrely, no sound escaped his lips. After a moment, the man inhaled deeply, drawing forth a stream of azure smoke from the villager's mouth into his own. Exhaling softly, he rose to his feet, and with a surge of soul power, he abruptly ascended from the 29th to the 30th level. A purple soul ring materialized beneath him. Even more unsettling was the emergence of 2 martial spirits behind him. One was a verdant serpent, while looming behind it was a colossal black serpent, surrounded by a horde of wraiths. This enormous black serpent gaped widely, voraciously consuming the verdant serpent, having already devoured 4/5 of its form. The man suddenly let out a sinister chuckle, proclaiming, Kakik, cow, your struggles are in vain. You shall become the magnificent vessel for my transformation, and your demise will bestow upon me unparalleled glory in my rebirth. Abruptly, the man collapsed to the ground, his serpent-like pupils shifting until they reverted to a human form. Rising, he surveyed the devastation around him, and in a moment of despair, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. His right fist pounded the ground relentlessly until it was bathed in his own blood. His name was Cao, a once ordinary soul master from Bono City. 3 months prior, he earned a modest living by teaching music to the children of nobility, blessed with a beautiful wife and a beloved daughter. However, tragedy struck when a drunken nobleman set his sights on his wife. After enduring unspeakable humiliation, she took her own life, and Cao, bound and helpless, witnessed the horror unfold before him. Since that day, he had been plagued by the relentless temptations of the dark spirit that awakened within him. That night, possessing the strength of a soul master at level 19, stealthily infiltrated the residence of a nobleman. There, he effortlessly dispatched the noble, a soul master of level 29, along with his unassuming servants. He consumed their souls, fulfilling the demands of that malevolent spirit. Subsequently, he ascended to the rank of a level 24 soul master. Yet, having avenged himself, he yearned to cease this path. All he desired was to escape with his daughter and seek a new life elsewhere. However, fate had other plans. Once the malevolent spirit acquired the souls, It transformed from a mere whisper in his ear into a force capable of coercively controlling his actions. Despite his fervent resistance, the spirit's power had eclipsed his own. Periodically, it would emerge, seizing control of his body to devour the souls of others, hastening its own revival. His grasp over his own body weakened with each passing moment. Perhaps it would not be long before he was entirely consumed by this vile entity. While his own fate seemed inconsequential, his daughter, blessed with remarkable talent and a compatible martial spirit, would become prey to this malevolent force upon his demise. She possessed innate soul power of level 8, and her future was resplendent. How could he allow such a loathsome being to usurp her body? His daughter was destined for greatness, and he would never allow that abomination to consume her. "Daddy! Daddy!" The tender cries from outside tightened Cao's heart. He staggered towards the door, flinging it open to embrace his daughter tightly. "Carly, my beloved daughter, I shall ensure your safety," Cao rasped, vowing not only to her, but also to himself. Carly clung to her father, weeping as she implored, "No, no, Daddy, please don't leave Carly. Don't leave Carly." Zhang Lan and his companions first ventured to Sanli village. Upon their arrival, they encountered the lifeless bodies of children, allegedly slain by a malevolent soul master. The 4 bodies bore no visible wounds, yet their faces were contorted in grotesque expressions. It was revealed that these young souls had perished while playing by the river. Yesterday afternoon, the children had gone to the riverbank to frolic, and when they failed to return home by evening, their families set out to search for them. Tragically, they discovered the 4 little ones lying by the river, transformed into this harrowing sight. The village chief of Sanli, with a countenance full of sorrow, recounted the grim tale. While the bereaved families wept inconsolably nearby, Zhang Lan gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 4 children, his fists clenched tightly as a surge of rage ignited within him. Those malevolent soul masters. Lu Qingyi turned to the village chief and inquired, "Chief, can you guide us to the location where these children's bodies were discovered?" The chief nodded solemnly. The 4 then arrived at the banks of a river. The elder pointed ahead and lamented, "It was right here. The children lay here when they were found. Such a tragedy." With a hint of trepidation, the chief asked, "Master Soul Master, do you think this was the work of water ghosts?" Lu Qingyi shook his head. "No, it was the work of the evil soul masters. Do not fear, old man. We from the Spirit Hall are here to resolve this matter and avenge you." The elder placed a hand upon his chest, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Soul Master. I am deeply grateful, and this will allow the children to rest in peace." As the elder prepared to kneel before Zhang Lan and the others, Lu Qingyi quickly supported him, urging him to rise. After a heartfelt persuasion, he told the elder that continuing in such a manner would hinder their search for the culprit, prompting the elder to wipe his tears and fall silent. Among the 4 children, one was his grandson. Lu Qingyi turned to his friend, Meng Che. "Old Meng, why not see if you can find him?" Meng Che nodded, and with a sudden jolt, his martial spirit manifested. His hands transformed into sharp claws, and his nose elongated, resembling that of a dog. Lu Qingyi explained to Zhang Lan, "Your Uncle Meng's first soul skill is scent tracking. He could detect faint scents and follow them, typically not exceeding a month-old trail." Indeed, as Lu Qingyi's words fell, Meng Che ceased his movements, nodded at Lu Qingyi, and swiftly ran northward. Chapter 17. The Battle Begins. As night approached, they arrived at a village named Nyojiao. However, the air was thick with sorrow, and upon reaching the site of the calamity, they witnessed a group of villagers removing corpses from a house. Observing this scene, Lu Qingyi unleashed his martial spirit, imposing order upon the chaotic situation. He stepped forward and proclaimed, "I am a soul master from the Spirit Hall, here to investigate a wandering evil soul master." "Who is the village chief?" A man in his 40s stepped forth, identifying himself as the chief. Lu Qingyi addressed him, "Very well, first let the villagers step outside. We must search for clues." With great effort, the chief suppressed his grief and urged, "All right, everyone, come out. The soul master from Nodding City is here to find the culprit. Do not delay his investigation." Upon hearing the village chief's words, driven by the desire to avenge their friends and family, the villagers in the room, though burdened by grief, emerged resolutely. Meng Che entered the chamber, inhaling the lingering scent. Lu Qingyi then addressed the village chief, inquiring if any outsiders had arrived in the village that day. The chief pondered for a moment before responding, confirming the presence of a man accompanied by a girl. Lu Qingyi, upon hearing this, urgently pressed for the man's subsequent whereabouts. The chief, furrowing his brow in thought, shook his head, admitting he had not seen him since. The chief then turned to the nearby villagers, asking if anyone had spotted the outsider and the little girl, and if they knew where they might have gone. The villagers, frowning in concentration, strained to recall. Yet none had seen them. "Follow me," Meng Che commanded, having already pinpointed the scent, and he swiftly darted out of the room, heading westward. Zhang Lan and Lu Qingyi hurriedly followed. It wasn't long before Meng Che came to a halt. Before him stood a house, and at its entrance, a little girl sat silently weeping, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Lu Qingyi glanced at Meng Che, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Lu Qingyi whispered to Zhang Lan, "Prepare yourself. You must manage that little girl." With that, Lu Qingyi summoned his martial spirit and charged through the wall, closely followed by Meng Che. Zhang Lan suddenly dashed forward, but his target was the little girl. Midway, he unleashed his first soul skill towards Uncle Lu. The little girl perhaps sensed the impending danger and frantically attempted to lift her head. However, Zhang Lan was swifter, seizing her instantly. He twisted her right arm behind her back, followed by her left arm, and then stripped off his clothing to bind the girl securely. "Daddy! Daddy, help me! Daddy!" The little girl cried out, desperately seeking her father's assistance. This plea stirred a flicker of compassion within Zhang Lan, yet his actions remained resolute and unyielding. The lifeless bodies along the path, coupled with the anguished families of the deceased, profoundly impacted his psyche. Though Zhang Lan was reluctant to accept it, this little girl was likely one of the assailants. After Zhang Lan completed his task, Lu Qingyi and Meng Che, who had just rushed in, were suddenly propelled backward at an even swifter pace. Zhang Lan was taken aback and hastily set the little girl down to catch Lu Qingyi and Meng Che. However, the immense force emanating from the two caused Zhang Lan to involuntarily retreat several steps. Lu Qingyi's shirt was torn at the chest, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries, while Meng Che appeared to be unscathed. Zhang Lan simultaneously employed his first soul skill to bestow an additional layer of protection upon Lu Qingyi, subsequently invoking his second soul skill, Emerald Healing. This ability, acquired after he vanquished a 700-year-old radiant slug in the soul-hunting forest following his 20th level, proved to be exceptionally suited to him. The capacity of this soul skill lies in its ability to heal a teammate, and the extent of its restorative effect is quite commendable. Under the influence of Zhang Lan's second soul skill, Lu Qingyi swiftly regained his vitality. Zhang Lan, feeling uneasy, directed her question towards Lu Qingyi. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Meng, what is happening?" With a disdainful spat, Lu Qingyi rose to his feet, forcefully expelling a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His gaze fell upon the man, revealed by the damaged walls of the house. With a fierce expression, he declared, "We've encountered a formidable opponent. This individual has already attained the rank of a level 30 soul master, and inexplicably possesses a third soul ring. This situation is rather troublesome." Zhang Lan raised his gaze and beheld the man standing in the room. 3 ethereal rings of souls danced around him, exuding an aura of malevolence. His right hand appeared somewhat contorted, as if injured, and a deep gash marred his chest, reminiscent of a claw strike. Yet, he wore an eerie smile, as though his mouth were splitting open, revealing fangs akin to those of a serpent. His eyes transformed into unsettling serpentine slits, sending a shiver down one's spine. His entire form was adorned with scales, and more ominously, his martial spirit manifested behind him, a colossal black serpent devouring a small azure snake. Zhang Lan found himself momentarily stunned as he gazed upon the malevolent figure before him. What manner of creature is this? No matter what it is, we must act swiftly. It had previously been ambushed successfully by both myself and Uncle Meng. We cannot afford to grant it the opportunity to recover. Uncle Lu surged forward, accompanied by Uncle Meng. Lu Qingyi suddenly unleashed his first and second soul techniques, augmenting the strength of his arms by 50%. A layer of rock armor enveloped Yen Kai, resembling stone, yet surpassing steel in hardness. Lu Qingyi then unleashed his ultimate technique upon the serpentine man before him. The third soul technique, Devastating Fist. His fists radiated a golden light, accompanied by tremendous force, as he struck down upon the man with immense power. In response to Lu Qingyi's onslaught, or rather, the soul-devouring phantom serpent controlling him, sought to evade. The current form was far too feeble to withstand such a blow. However, Meng Che, having coordinated with Lu Qingyi for a decade, suddenly erupted into a burst of incredible speed. Darting from Lu Qingyi's flank and swiftly maneuvering behind the soul-devouring phantom serpent before delivering a powerful kick that sent it hurtling towards Lu Qingyi. This was his third soul technique, Rapid Charge. It enabled him to unleash a terrifying speed of 300%, a feat that few agile attack-type soul masters could match after its release. As the soul-devouring phantom serpent was propelled towards Lu Qingyi by Meng Che's kick, Its eyes narrowed, and it hastily activated its first soul technique, serpent scales, along with its third soul technique, serpent transformation. Its scales shimmered with a dark light, gleaming like steel, while its body morphed further into that of a serpent, its legs vanishing entirely to form a serpentine tail. Yet, upon completing its transformation, it found itself struck fiercely by Lu Qingyi. Boom! The impact reverberated like a baseball launched with tremendous force, the serpent's form hurtling downward as a shadow. Chapter 18, Defeat. The resounding crash echoed, the sheer power causing the ground to shudder violently. But the assault was far from over. From behind Lu Qingyi, Zhang Lan burst forth. He had shed all burdens and activated the first and second gates of the 8 gates, delivering a powerful punch towards the figure now embedded in the earth. The ground trembled once more as the soul-devouring phantom serpent's form arched into a C-shape beneath the surface. Zhang Lan's arms descended relentlessly, each strike delivering a force exceeding 1,000 pounds. Aura! 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 In a mere few seconds, dozens of punches were unleashed, nearly 5 strikes per second. The resilient scales of the serpent, besieged by Zhang Lan's ferocious onslaught, swiftly shattered, blood oozing from beneath the fractured armor. Simultaneously, the transparent shield enveloping Zhang Lan's fists began to succumb to the relentless pressure and the counterforce, gradually deteriorating. The shattered scales, akin to splintered glass, inflicted grievous wounds upon his hands, leaving them drenched in crimson. Yet, Zhang Lan appeared impervious to the agony, relentlessly continuing his barrage. In the course of recent years, Zhang Lan has diligently endeavored to enhance his abilities, during which he has gleaned considerable knowledge regarding the sinister soul masters. Many of the soul masters who engage in battle against these malevolent beings succumb not out of defeat, but due to the treacherous tactics employed by the dark soul masters. Thus, the strategy to confront a soul master of this ilk is to unleash one's full power from the very outset, denying them any opportunity to retaliate, and to extinguish their existence without hesitation. The sound of bones fracturing echoed continuously. Zhang Lan was acutely aware that the man before him was nearing death. Yet, it was precisely during such a moment that he needed to exercise utmost caution and remain vigilant. His fists struck with the relentless force of a pile driver, stable yet ferocious, continuing their assault until the foe lay lifeless at his feet. Suddenly, Zhang Lan observed that the opponent's martial spirit had emerged once more. Not merely any spirit, but that of a formidable black serpent. The previously bitten green serpent was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the black serpent sprang forth with ferocity, its head gaping wide, poised to strike at Zhang Lan with its menacing jaws. Zhang Lan's pupils contracted as he swiftly transformed his descending right hand into a powerful uppercut, forcefully launching the massive black serpent away. However, his momentary pause afforded Cao, who had been ensnared by the soul-devouring nether serpent, a fleeting opportunity to breathe. With a sudden flick, the serpent's tail rose violently, striking Zhang Lan's back like a merciless whip. Zhang Lan felt as though he had been struck by the powerful tail of a whale, the immense force propelling him into the air. Pain surged through his back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 2 individuals who had been unable to assist him moments ago swiftly took action. Lu Qingyi unleashed his most formidable attack, the 3rd soul skill, crashing down towards the malevolent soul master below. Meanwhile, Meng Che leaped to catch the flung Zhang Lan. But the overwhelming force emanating from Zhang Lan rendered Meng Che incapable of securing him, resulting in his own launch into the air. Fortunately, Meng Che's brief touch had provided Zhang Lan with a moment to regain composure, allowing him to barely control his power and release his first soul skill, conjuring 2 transparent shields that enveloped both himself and Lu Qingyi. At this moment, Zhang Lan remained composed, assessing the situation with clarity. Uncle Meng had merely underestimated the immense force that sent him flying. However, with Uncle Meng's formidable strength as a 34th level soul master, he should not have sustained injuries. Yet, continuing to confront that malevolent soul master posed a far greater risk for Uncle Lu Qingyi. The sinister black serpent and the individual who seemed to transform entirely into a serpent evoked in Zhang Lan the eerie sensation that this person was akin to a soul beast rather than a mere human. His worst fears materialized as he witnessed Uncle Lu being hurled backward at a speed several times greater than that which Zhang Lan had just experienced. Simultaneously, the protective shield enveloping Uncle Lu shattered, leaving him grievously wounded as he spewed a mouthful of blood into the air. If he were to crash to the ground at such a terrifying velocity, Uncle Lu would surely meet his demise. Zhang Lan hastily prepared to catch Uncle Lu. However, this time, he was not ready for the reception, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power that the malevolent soul master could unleash. First, he swiftly utilized his second soul skill to provide a modicum of healing for Uncle Lu. Then, seizing the opportune moment, he leapt with all his might and delivered a powerful kick, striking Uncle Lu's back, which was still encased in rock, propelling him skyward. In that fleeting instant when Zhang Lan's foot made contact with Uncle Lu, he felt as if he had kicked a projectile, and he distinctly heard the sound of his own leg fracturing. Fortunately, Uncle Lu was successfully launched into the air. Though Uncle Lu coughed up a mouthful of blood from that forceful kick, at the very least he was no longer hurtling through the air at a terrifying velocity, allowing Zhang Lan to catch him safely as he descended. Upon landing, Zhang Lan stumbled slightly, the pain in his calf causing him to grit his teeth tightly. This was the most excruciating injury he had ever endured since birth. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, Zhang Lan managed to catch the descending Uncle Lu, who had now succumbed to unconsciousness, his complexion pale, breath faint, and a depression forming in his chest. Zhang Lan could scarcely fathom the sheer magnitude of power required to not only shatter Uncle Lu's third soul skill in a single strike, but also to obliterate his second soul skill, subsequently inflicting such formidable damage to Lu's chest. Was he truly merely a soul master? Zhang Lan clutched Uncle Lu, limping as they fled towards the outside. They had met with failure. The malevolent soul master was both eerie and formidable, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary master. Uncle Lu, their primary combat force, had succumbed to unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death. His soul power was nearly depleted, allowing him only one last use of his first soul skill. While his left calf lay shattered, only Uncle Meng remained entangled in the fray, and all Zhang Lan could do was strive to escape. Determined not to burden Uncle Meng further, Zhang Lan could not help but glance back once more. The man had transformed again, his original form. A human with a serpentine tail, now morphed into a colossal black serpent nearly 15 meters in length, with the upper half of the man perched upon the serpent's head. Had Uncle Lu just been struck by this terrifying beast? At this moment, Uncle Meng activated his third soul skill, desperately entangling the foe with a burst of speed. Yet, Zhang Lan understood that the third soul skill was immensely taxing on soul power, and Uncle Meng would not be able to sustain it for long. What Zhang Lan failed to notice was that the soul-devouring nether serpent's movements were somewhat uncoordinated. Otherwise, Meng Che would not have been able to maintain the struggle. Cao was exerting every ounce of his strength to wrestle back control of his own body from the soul-devouring nether serpent. The serpent had expended a considerable amount of energy to confront Zhang Lan and his companions, which had weakened its hold over Cao's form. This provided Cao with a sliver of opportunity. He knew this was his final chance. The preceding battle had already ravaged his body, and the soul-devouring nether serpent continued to inhabit it, driven by the imminent threat posed by the 3 individuals from the Spear Hall. Once it dealt with them, it would undoubtedly seize his daughter's body with utmost swiftness. After all, his current ghastly appearance was rapidly and incessantly depleting the serpent's accumulated strength, an intolerable circumstance for the creature. Zhang Lan concealed Uncle Lu in a nearby house's empty water tank. Afterward, he limped back to the battlefield, his determination unwavering. His target was the little girl. This time, they had faced utter defeat. Yet he would not flee. If he were to escape now, what would become of the villagers here? Furthermore, that little girl was likely a relative of that despicable individual, but in this moment, he found himself indifferent to such considerations. Zhang Lan limped over to the helpless little girl, bound and unable to move, and with a firm grip of his right hand around her neck. He gazed in her eyes, filled with rage and fear. "Hey!" Zhang Lan shouted loudly at that individual, or rather, the serpent. Simultaneously, at that very moment, Meng Che's soul energy was nearly depleted. He managed to withstand for a brief instance before being forcefully struck away by the serpent's tail. However, Zhang Lan's actions captured the attention of both the soul-devouring phantom serpent and Cao, preventing them from continuing their pursuit. Chapter 19, Lower Still. Zhang Lan picked up a wooden stick, roughly the thickness of a forearm, from the ground. With a firm grip, he snapped it in two. Simultaneously, his right hand clutched the girl's neck with an iron grip, conveying his intentions with utmost clarity. The soul-devouring phantom serpent paused momentarily, then rasped, "Human, what is your intention?" Zhang Lan turned to glance at Uncle Meng, who lay helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. Noticing that he still breathed, Zhang Lan offered a faint smile. His body trembled slightly. He understood that today might herald his demise. Fear gripped him, fear of death, a sentiment that must resonate with any rational individual. Yet, there was a lingering sense of injustice within him. His path of vengeance had yet to unfold. He had sworn oaths, assuring his parents and sister of his resolve. Is fate truly unjust? Perhaps it is. What was supposed to be merely a formidable soul master had inexplicably morphed into a monstrous soul sovereign, one so grotesquely extreme that Zhang Lan could scarcely regard this being as human. With the lower half transformed into a 15-meter-long serpent, it felt as though the laws of energy conservation were being trifled with. Might quantum mechanics offer an explanation? Yet, perhaps the fault lay within himself. Was it his arrogance? Despite possessing a system and the foresight to follow Tang San's ascent, all he needed was to remain compliant. Achieving the rank of title Douluo would be inevitable. Instead, he had squandered his beginnings, now facing the dire consequences of his recklessness, having completely forgotten the essence of his past gaming experiences. Nevertheless, regardless of his regrets or the whims of fate, he mused that if granted another chance, he would still make the same choices. The image of his family's lifeless bodies, their mournful cries echoing in his heart, was profoundly foolish. In that moment of their demise, he had essentially perished alongside them. He had been bestowed with a warm family in this life, only for it to be cruelly shattered. Such a reality was utterly intolerable. Therefore, he resolutely refused to cower when confronted with the visage of the evil soul master. He had made promises to his parents and sister. He had vowed. But enough of these thoughts. Whether he was merely deluding himself or if destiny had conspired against him was now inconsequential. What mattered most was ensuring the safety of Uncle Liu, Uncle Ming, and the villagers of his hamlet. Zhang Lan turned her head and shouted fiercely at it. Leave this place, take me and this girl away, until I deem we are far enough. The soul-devouring serpent, enraged, struck the ground violently with its powerful tail, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. It raised its menacing serpent head and hissed, "You cannot." Zhang Lan remained silent, his right arm exerting a powerful grip that rendered the little girl breathless. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled desperately. Yet she was unable to free herself from Zhang Lan's grasp. The rigorous education of his past life had left a profound impact. Even now, a flicker of reluctance crossed Zhang Lan's eyes. His moral compass prevented him from gazing at the little girl, compelling him instead to fixate on the eyes of the formidable serpent before him. Zhang Lan's actions silenced the creature, leaving its words unuttered. Zhang Lan coldly uttered, "You lack the qualifications to negotiate, and I possess none either. I am aware of my fate. I shall perish. However, before I meet my end, you shall heed my words. Now, take me away from this place, to a distance far enough." The soul-devouring phantom serpent fixed its gaze intently upon Zhang Lan, gliding its sinuous body before her. Its immense head opened wide, drawing near to her visage, its eyes radiating an infinite malevolence. A scent of blood wafted from its maw as its gargantuan fangs, larger than ivory, loomed ominously before her, chillingly declaring, "I shall tear your body apart, piece by piece, allowing you to succumb to a death replete with unending agony." Zhang Lan gazed calmly into the serpent's eyes of the soul-devouring, ethereal serpent. After making his decision, an unexpected sense of relief washed over him. It was an ease so profound that even death no longer instilled fear within him. What else could he possibly dread? Zhang Lan suddenly broke into a smile, his left hand resting on his chest as he leaned slightly forward. In a courteous tone, he addressed the soul-devouring serpent with a smile. "I eagerly anticipate our encounter, great serpent. Furthermore, I kindly request that you lower your head. My left leg is injured, and I am unable to leap to your height." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, the serpent's eyes narrowed in fury, and it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a furious roar towards him. The intensity of its growl, and all its implications, caused Zhang Lan to furrow his brow and further dishevel his hair. Consequently, he tightened his grip with his right hand. The soul-devouring serpent promptly ceased its roar and, in an irate tone, warned, "Human, do not attempt to provoke me." The resounding voice echoed throughout the entire village. Zhang Lan wiped the viscous liquid, which had adhered to her face due to the recent roar of the colossal serpent. With her left hand, feeling utterly nauseated, she then managed to reveal a polite smile. "Great serpent, I beg your forgiveness for the wish of one who stands on the brink of death, and for this dear little girl, who seems to be nearing her end." The soul-devouring serpent cast a glance at its future vessel, noticing that the girl's struggles had begun to wane. "I shall slowly consume your soul, allowing you to endure the most excruciating and unbearable tortures this world has to offer." Zhang Lan smiled politely and said, "Very well, Mr. Serpent." The soul-devouring phantom serpent, suppressing its inner fury, gradually lowered its head. Once a soul beast for 100,000 years, it had aspired to transcend the confines of its beastly form and attain divinity. However, Upon reaching the 70th level, it was unexpectedly discovered by a tidal Douluo, whose overwhelming power thwarted its ambitions. In a desperate bid to escape, the soul-devouring phantom serpent resorted to its secret technique, sacrificing its corporeal form to liberate its soul. Yet, its essence was soon detected by the tidal Douluo, and although it managed to flee, it was gravely injured, plunging it into a slumber that lasted for millennia. Upon awakening, it found its strength diminished to a mere fraction of its former self, rendering it incapable of movement. For centuries, it awaited the arrival of a youth possessing a serpent martial spirit, and after enduring decades of manipulation, it finally ensnared the boy. Now, Car's body lay in ruins. Even if it exerted its utmost effort to mend it, survival for more than a week seemed improbable. The girl's martial spirit resonated harmoniously with its own, and her innate talent was remarkable. Thus, she had become of paramount importance to it. Should Car's body disintegrate completely without finding a suitable vessel, the only fate that awaited would be the utter dissolution of its soul. Zhang Lan's right hand firmly grasped the girl's neck, yet at that moment, he loosened his grip just enough to allow her a breath. However, Zhang Lan remained motionless, smiling as he said, "Mr. Serpent, might you lower yourself a touch more? I beg your forgiveness for my lameness. It is truly rather embarrassing." The soul-eating spectral serpent's eyes remained fixed upon Zhang Lan, unyielding and still. If gaze alone could extinguish life, Zhang Lan would have been slain by the soul-eating spectral serpent countless times already. Zhang Lan silently exerted force with his right hand. The soul-devouring serpent humbly lowered its head to the ground, further and further still, until its serpent head was pressed firmly against the earth, as if bowing in submission before Zhang Lan. "Splendid. Thank you. You are truly an elegant gentleman, Mr. Serpent." Zhang Lan gradually stepped onto the jaws of the soul-devouring serpent, her left hand grasping its scales as she ascended slowly. How utterly audacious! Zhang Lan ascended to the head of the soul-eating serpent and glanced at the nearby figure, whose upper body seemed lifeless. The eyes were firmly shut, devoid of any sign of response. Zhang Lan paid no further heed. He patted the serpent's head and said, "Hippy snake, let us depart." The soul-devouring serpent disregarded Zhang Lan, abruptly turning to charge forth like a ferocious dragon, annihilating everything in its path as it surged into the distance. Lying on the ground, Meng Che observed Zhang Lan's retreating figure, trembling as he extended his right hand, yearning to utter something. However, he ultimately expelled a mouthful of blood, his head drooping as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 20. Procrastination. Zhang Lan perched atop the head of the soul-devouring serpent, feeling the wild winds howling past her ears. This sensation inexplicably conjured memories of a scene from a movie in her previous life, where the male protagonist sat atop a locomotive. Zhang Lan squinted her eyes, relishing the moment, yet soon felt a tinge of boredom. She turned to the man and inquired, "Excuse me, what is your name?" The man, without opening his eyes, replied in a nonchalant tone, "Cao." Zhang Lan glanced at the girl who was looking at Cao with a pleading gaze and asked, "Is this your daughter?" Cao nodded in affirmation. Zhang Lan glanced at the little girl once more. Her eyes were large and sparkling, resembling a glimmering amber. However, they were somewhat puffy from crying. Despite the dust covering her, her skin remained unblemished and fair, a delicate nose perched above her full, rosy lips. She was an exceptionally lovely and charming child, the kind often teased by her classmates. Zhang Lan gently tousled the little girl's hair, observing the hatred reflected in her eyes. Turning to Khan, she inquired, "What are you thinking? Why bring such a lovely child out to endure suffering? Can't you live a stable life with your daughter?" Khan remained silent. After a moment, Zhang Lan glanced at the massive serpent beneath her and suddenly remarked, "This serpent cannot possibly belong to you, can it?" Khan fell silent for a brief moment, his voice rasping like a worn-out bellows as he replied, "Would you care to hear my story?" "Do tell," she responded. "I have a fondness for stories." Thus, a narrative of happiness descending into tragedy gradually unfolded from Khan's lips. Zhang Lan felt a weight in her heart, somewhat regretting having listened to your story. Khan chuckled mockingly. "What? Are you feeling guilty?" "Ha ha." Zhang Lan nodded slightly, gazing at the little girl, and remarked, "A bit." Khan, who had previously remained silent, felt the mocking laughter fade away as he sensed the sympathy and compassion Zhang Lan had just expressed for his daughter. Cao, clutching onto a flicker of hope, or perhaps driven by his love for his daughter, turned to Zhang Lan and implored, "Could you assist me?" Zhang Lan nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, that is acceptable." Cao paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. "You truly are a good person, no, a good child. May I pose a question to you? Go ahead at this point. You can't be that old, perhaps merely 14? Why do you pursue someone like me? a practitioner of dark arts. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lan suddenly erupted into laughter, then pointed to himself with his thumb, declaring, I am merely 10 years old. Ha ha. Am I not impressive? As for the reason behind this, I harbor a deep-seated enmity against the evil soul master, a profound and bloody vendetta. Cao was momentarily taken aback. 10 years old? Although his body was under the control of the devouring soul serpent, he could still perceive the events unfolding around him. The formidable soul power, the terrifying speed, and the ferocious strength. Could these truly belong to a mere child of 10? What had he heard about the most exceptional genius in their city? A 10-year-old who had attained the rank of a level 20 soul master? Was it conceivable that his own daughter could possess such power at the age of 14? Unlikely. Indeed. Moreover, what could have caused such hatred from this child? Cao wished to inquire further about Zhang Lan's animosity towards the evil soul master. Yet at that moment, the devouring soul serpent beneath him came to a halt. This is as far as we go, human. Do not attempt to play tricks on me. That man must have told you how significant that girl is to me. If you dare to harm her, I will return and eliminate both of them without hesitation. Quietly hand the girl over to me, and I may spare your life. During this time of possession, you will have ample opportunity to escape, even to rescue your two friends. Zhang Lan grasped the girl and leaped down from the back of the soul-devouring serpent. Zhang Lan gazed at the girl, then shifted his attention to the soul-devouring spectral serpent, hesitating for a moment before saying, Allow me a moment to ponder. Zhang Lan's brow furrowed deeply. His countenance twisted in turmoil, reminiscent of a soul still tethered to conscience, grappling with the dichotomy between life and inner justice. Yet in truth, Zhang Lan was merely stalling for time. He could sense that the serpent was steadily weakening. If he could prolong this moment, perhaps a glimmer of hope would emerge. As for the serpent's earlier proposition to spare him, it was utterly ludicrous. At this juncture, he had come to a profound realization. The serpent was the very embodiment of an evil soul master. He had exerted himself tirelessly to grow stronger, only to bow before this malevolent entity to save his own life. What a farce! However, perhaps Zhang Lan's performance was too contrived, for the soul-biting nether serpent offered him no respite. It addressed him directly. Human, I am aware of your cunning. You have 10 seconds to contemplate your fate. Once that time elapses, I shall end your life and extinguish the lives of those two as well. 987654332. Observing the serpent's barely contained fury, Zhang Lan declared, Very well, I choose to live. The soul-biting nether serpent slowly retreated a short distance. All right, human, set the girl down. I shall allow you to depart, but do not attempt to dawdle or employ your petty tricks. Zhang Lan felt a sense of helplessness. This snake was indeed both decisive and cunning, leaving no opportunity whatsoever. It seemed there was nothing more to be done. Zhang Lan suddenly shouted at Cao, How can I help? At that moment, Cao's tightly shut eyes abruptly flew open as he screamed at the top of his lungs, Run! Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan wasted no time in activating the open and rest gates of the 8 gates, casting a healing spell of emerald light upon himself, allowing his injured calf to regain a modicum of strength. With a pronounced limp, he carried the little girl and turned to flee. While perched upon the serpent's head, he had restored a portion of his soul, energy, and stamina, which proved to be a veritable lifeline at this moment. The soul-devouring phantom serpent realized it had been outmaneuvered. In a fit of rage, it let out a furious roar and pursued Zhang Lan. Yet, as it lunged forward, its massive body abruptly lost control, careening like a derailed train. At that moment, Cao's eyes widened, glowing like crimson embers, as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha! You've played with my body for so long. Why shouldn't I have my turn with yours? Come on, you shall not lay a finger on my daughter today. Curse be it! The soul-devouring phantom serpent roared in fury, grappling with Cao for dominance over the body while simultaneously chasing Zhang Lan. Cao's physical strength was limited, and the current terrifying state was a result of the serpent depleting its accumulated soul energy. However, it had exhausted too much of this energy and could no longer fully suppress Cao. After all, this was Cao's body. Even if the serpent could manifest a form through its soul energy, it was still fundamentally rooted in Cao's essence. When the serpent's soul was at its zenith, it could dominate Cao's spirit, but now, it lacked the power to do so. As time passed, its control would wane even further, growing increasingly anxious and enraged. The serpent realized that it had waited millennia for such an opportunity, and this was its sole chance. It could not afford to fail. Chapter 21. The greatness of a father's love. Zhang Lan limped on one leg. Despite receiving some treatment, it merely served as a temporary relief. Thus, during his escape, he could only crawl and scramble, employing both hands and feet. Behind him, The soul-devouring serpent pursued relentlessly, its chaos exacerbated by Cao's interference, akin to an out-of-control locomotive careening wildly. However, its massive size coupled with its astonishing speed rendered Zhang Lan's evasive maneuvers exceedingly perilous. Zhang Lan executed a swift lateral leap, narrowly evading the gaping maw of the soul-devouring serpent. As the creature's formidable fangs whistled past him, his heart raced to the brink of bursting. This was undeniably exhilarating. As Zhang Lan leapt and dashed towards the other side, he unleashed a torrent of invectives at Cao, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing?" Cao gritted his teeth, choosing to ignore Zhang Lan. His soul was far too feeble compared to the soul-devouring serpent, which was adept in the art of soul manipulation. Even in its weakened state, nearing the end of its strength, it remained a formidable force. At best, he could only make a desperate maneuver at a critical juncture. Fortunately, despite the perilous circumstances, Cao's relentless efforts turned the tide. The serpent's grip on his body was slowly diminishing. It became apparent to the serpent that its millennia-long endeavors and the hope of rebirth had evaporated. Despair and hatred coiled around its heart, leading it to relinquish its thirst for life. "Since my demise is certain, you shall accompany me to the grave." With a roar steeped in loathing and desperation, the colossal serpent retracted into Cao's body, regaining a fraction of the soul power it had expended. This allowed it to reclaim a significant portion of control over Cao's form. Yet it also signified the expenditure of its last vestiges of soul energy. Even if it were to slay both Zhang Lan and Cao, it would lack the strength to seize the body of the young girl, Carly. The soul-devouring serpent shifted its neck slightly, casting a cruel glance at Zhang Lan, before its serpentine tail lashed out, propelling itself towards him with astonishing speed, its right fist poised to strike. Zhang Lan, with his left leg injured, soul power nearly depleted, and stamina waning, found himself unable to evade the impending blow. Gritting his teeth, he raised his arms in a defensive posture. Crack! A tremendous force surged through his arms, and in that fleeting moment of contact, Zhang Lan distinctly heard the sound of his left arm shattering. Zhang Lan's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying through the air. Zhang Lan, suspended in midair, exerted himself to adjust his body, cradling Carly in his embrace. In an instant, he transformed into a projectile, crashing through 3 towering trees. The soul-biting serpent of the netherworld offered Zhang Lan no respite, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent as it too morphed into a missile, charging relentlessly towards him. Zhang Lan gritted his teeth and tore apart the clothes binding the girl, skillfully throwing her far away. "Run!" But before he could finish his words, his abdomen was struck by the soul-biting serpent, causing his body to bend into a C shape as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in agony. Observing Zhang Lan's tormented expression, the soul-biting serpent let out a cruel smirk. "You relished the pain you inflicted upon me earlier. Now is your turn to savor this torment." Zhang Lan's fearsome visage twisted as his right fist struck fiercely towards Cao's right cheek, the latter being controlled by the soul-devouring spectral serpent. A resounding smack echoed as the serpent effortlessly intercepted Zhang Lan's blow, subsequently tightening its left fist. Suddenly, the serpent sensed an unexpected loss of control over its left hand, and to its astonishment, saw its own fist collide violently with its face. At that moment, Cao's pupils abruptly regained their clarity, and he bellowed at Zhang Lan, "Strike me." Zhang Lan, of course, acquiesced to his demands, gritting his teeth as he rose to seize Cao's hair, delivering a knee strike that left Cao's face blooming in pain. Just as the soul-devouring nether serpent regained control of its body, it was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. Almost immediately, Cao wrested back control, landing a savage punch against his own temple. In retaliation, Zhang Lan drove his knee forcefully into Cao's groin. Feeling Zhang Lan's motion, Cao's lips curled in anguish as he hastily relinquished control of the body. With a sharp sound, the soul-devouring nether serpent regained dominance once more, only to be met with excruciating agony in its lower region. It vowed that not even the torment of having half its tail severed during a perilous hunt could compare to this pain. Subsequently, the soul-devouring nether serpent relinquished control of the left half of its body, having learned a lesson. Upon gaining control of that half, Cao too was overwhelmed by a piercing agony in his own lower region. As Zhang Lan prepared to gouge an eye with his right hand, he was suddenly struck away by a powerful punch from the soul-devouring phantom serpent. Yet almost immediately it found itself with a left eye punctured. Both Cao and the soul-devouring phantom serpent cried out in agony, although it was the serpent's controlled right eye that had been attacked. The sensation of pain was shared by both. The two then descended into a frenzied bout of mutual assault, with Zhang Lan, bleeding profusely, rejoining the fray. However, it wasn't long before he was sent flying by a sweeping tail. At that moment, the soul-devouring phantom serpent was nearing its end, and Cao's body was in a similar state of ruin. Devoid of the serpent's soul energy, Cao could no longer endure the strain, and coupled with his reckless self-damage, the only intact part of him was the mutated serpent tail. Now, Cao lay limply on the ground, the spirit of the soul-devouring phantom serpent ultimately unable to sustain itself. With Cao's intimate knowledge of his own body, he regained control. Cough, cough, Cao rasped, calling out hoarsely to his daughter. However, his tongue had been bitten through, and he could only spew forth blood with each utterance. Not far away, Carly, frozen in shock at the sight of her father's self-destructive frenzy, heard his call and rushed toward him in tears. She enveloped Cao's battered form in her embrace, burying her head against his chest. Daddy, oh no, Daddy, don't leave me. Woo-woo. The relentless pain coursed through Cao's nerves. Before all of this transpired, he had merely been a music teacher with a modicum of soul power, and he could hardly comprehend how he was enduring such torment. With great effort, he lifted his right hand to stroke Carly's head, his eyes having succumbed to blindness, two dark sockets oozing blood. Cough, cough, cough. Cao wished to speak to Carly, yet he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. He turned towards Zhang Lan's direction, recalling that the boy named Zhang Lan had been sent flying that way. With immense exertion, he pointed a finger at his daughter, then brought his hands together in prayer. He knew that the boy would understand his intent. Zhang Lan gazed with a tumultuous heart at Cao's gestures as he tidied up, his emotions in disarray. Is this what it means to be a father? Even now, Zhang Lan struggled to fathom how one could inflict such cruelty upon oneself, wailing while gouging out their own eyes and severing their own tongue. He truly sacrificed everything for his daughter. Zhang Lan hoarsely shouted at Cao. She will forever be my sister. Cao smiled reassuringly. He gently pressed his forehead against his daughter's, embracing her tenderly. This was his final gift to her. Then, a magnificent spirit emerged behind him. The once diminutive green serpent had transformed into the colossal soul-devouring serpent. However, its sinister, dark eyes had shifted to resemble human ones. The soul-devouring serpent intended to consume him, yet, ironically, it was ultimately devoured by him. This too served as a final gift to his daughter. Carly gazed at the spirit behind her father, suddenly sensing that he was about to depart from her. Trembling, she inquired, Daddy? The spirit behind Cao cast a lingering glance at his daughter, Carly, before abruptly rushing into her body. From that moment on, her father would become her spirit, accompanying and protecting her. His warm voice resonated in Carly's mind, and soon, Cao's spirit surged entirely into her. As Cao lowered his head, he breathed his last. Daddy. Chapter 22. Awakening. Witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene, Zhang Lan, truthfully, did not wish to intrude. Yet, if he refrained from intervening, his own fate would be sealed. Nevertheless, he still believed he could salvage the situation. Carly, 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 he coughed. After Zhang Lan shouted with all her might, she finally caught Carly's attention. However, due to the intensity of her cries, she aggravated her injuries and began to cough up blood profusely. Zhang Lan resolved that if he were to survive this ordeal, he would indulge in an additional 20 pounds of pig's blood to rejuvenate himself. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's plea, it dawned on Carly that this remarkable older brother, who had saved her life, was still alive, prompting her to rush over. Having listened to her father recount the tale shared with Zhang Lan, Carly was no longer consumed by hatred. She approached Zhang Lan, her heart heavy as she beheld his numerous wounds, too fearful to touch him. With tears streaming down her face, she cried helplessly, Big brother, how are you? Please don't die. With a violent cough, Zhang Lan expelled a mouthful of blood and wiped the corner of his mouth, instructing Carly, go nearby and seek help. Without hesitation, Carly dashed towards the edge of the woods. Zhang Lan gazed at Carly's retreating figure, earnestly striving to restore his soul power. He hoped fervently to survive this ordeal. The following day, guided by Carly, the master of the spirit hall, Lu Qingyi, and his companions finally located Zhang Lan. Upon arrival, they were taken aback by the scene around them, which resembled a place ravaged by a typhoon. An auxiliary soul master, astonished by the devastation, remarked, such a spectacle must have been wrought by a soul master of the Soul King level. After advancing further, they came upon the mangled corpse of Cao and the half-reclining silhouette of Zhang Lan. The old home master, Fan Zhe, instructed the accompanying auxiliary soul master, Hurry Juha, administer treatment to him. The healer named Jioha did not hesitate. He immediately employed his second soul skill, Healing Light, directing a beam of yellow radiance onto Zhang Lan. which facilitated some recovery of his wounds. Subsequently, the group fashioned a makeshift stretcher, and two soul masters carefully lifted Zhang Lan onto it. A tremendous wave of hunger surged into Zhang Lan's consciousness, compelling him to awaken. "I'm so hungry," Zhang Lan murmured in a state of bewilderment as he gradually opened his eyes. He had awakened. This was the first phrase he heard upon regaining consciousness. Subsequently, Zhang Lan fully opened his eyes, surveying the somewhat familiar surroundings. "Is this the teacher's room?" "You are awake," a voice, hoarse and rigid, resonated in the air. Zhang Lan raised her head and gazed at the teacher standing at the door, whose haggard complexion and eyes revealed a mixture of excitement and concern, yet feigned composure. A warm sensation enveloped Zhang Lan's heart. "Teacher, I have caused you concern." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, the master's heart softened, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had long regarded Zhang Lan as a cherished disciple, even akin to a son. He felt unable to impose his will upon Zhang Lan's decisions, opting instead to silently guide him from behind, striving to prevent him from straying onto a misguided path. The sight of Zhang Lan returning, bloodied and battered, had greatly alarmed him. Though Zhang Lan was no longer in mortal peril, he had succumbed to a deep unconsciousness, his body grievously injured. During this trying period, the master leveraged numerous connections and procured rare medicines, enabling Zhang Lan's gradual recovery. Now, with Zhang Lan's awakening, the weight upon his heart finally lifted. "Brother, it is truly wonderful to see you awake," said Tang San, his face reflecting genuine concern as he approached. Zhang Lan then noticed a frail little girl standing at the doorway, her complexion one yet her eyes sparkling with joy at his revival. "Carly. Carly, come here," he beckoned. Wincing slightly, Zhang Lan waved to Carly at the door, but was suddenly struck by a piercing pain in his right arm, causing him to involuntarily gasp. "Your arms are fractured. The auxiliary soul master from the Spear Hall has only managed to assist in the recovery of your internal injuries and the damage to your skin and muscles these past few days. Unfortunately, the injuries to your bones have yet to be addressed," the master consoled from the side. Zhang Lan nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Carly approached with her head bowed, her hands nervously wringing the hem of her garment, clearly at a loss. After all, if one were to speak candidly, the injuries Zhang Lan bore were a direct consequence of her and her father. As Carly reached the front of Zhang Lan, he raised his index and middle fingers and gently tapped her forehead. This gesture, reminiscent of the one Uncle Lu Qingyi had performed on him that fateful day, resonated deeply within Zhang Lan. Now, confronted by Carly, a girl who, much like himself back then, stood uncertain of her future, he instinctively replicated the action. Feeling the touch of his fingertips on her forehead, Carly gazed at Zhang Lan with a look of bewilderment. Zhang Lan gazed earnestly into Carly's eyes and gently said, "From now on, I shall be your brother. My name is Zhang Lan." The little girl looked up at him, her eyes, once filled with sorrow, gradually becoming misty. Carly softly murmured, "Brother." Although her voice was barely audible, the stillness of the room allowed Zhang Lan to hear her clearly. He smiled tenderly at her, replying yes. Tears streamed down Carly's cheeks as she gazed at Zhang Lan, her expression dazed as she repeated, "Brother." This time her voice was slightly louder. "Yes, brother." Carly suddenly cried out, rushing into Zhang Lan's embrace. He stifled the pain in his chest and gently stroked her head, softly responding, "Yes." Meanwhile, in the corridor, Xiao Wu, who had just stepped out after tending to Zhang Lan, noticed he was awake and peeked through the window at the scene inside. "Brother?" Xiao Wu whispered, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Tang San. After a considerable time, Carly's cries subsided, and she fell into a deep sleep in Zhang Lan's arms. She had been utterly exhausted. The loss of her parents had nearly shattered the little girl. Today's tears were a release of the anguish she had bottled up inside over the past few days. The master gently lifted Carly and placed her on a nearby sofa. To the master, it seemed merely a seat, but for Carly, it was akin to a bed. Zhang Lan let out a gentle sigh only after Carly was carried away. Beside him, Tang San remarked, "Senior brother, you truly possess a gentle nature." As Zhang Lan summoned his martial spirit to heal himself, he remarked, "Indeed, I cannot help it. This is simply who I am. With my handsome appearance, relentless effort, formidable strength, commendable talent, and an exceptionally gentle demeanor, I find it difficult to identify even the slightest flaw within myself. Alas, they say no one is perfect, yet I truly struggle to perceive any shortcomings in my current self. However, one might argue that such perfection could, in fact, be my flaw." At his senior brother's unabashed declarations, Tang San couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. While it was true that his senior brother's words held merit, the sheer audacity of proclaiming such sentiments openly felt somewhat inappropriate. This left Tang San, who had always upheld the principles of humility and modesty, genuinely astonished. "Well, as long as you're happy, senior brother," Tang San said with an awkward smile. He then turned to fetch the medicinal concoction he had prepared. Chapter 23. Death, what is this? Zhang Lan gazed at the object in Tang San's hand and inquired, "Oh, is this the medicinal soup you have prepared for me, senior brother?" Subsequently, Tang San picked up a spoon, intending to feed Zhang Lan personally. However, Zhang Lan could hardly bear this gesture and quickly snatched it away, asserting, "I shall do it myself." He cautiously prodded the concoction with his tongue. "Ah, it is not excessively hot, yet it is rather bitter." Observing the frown etched on Zhang Lan's face, Tang San feared that he might refuse to drink it. This brew was meticulously crafted from the medicinal herbs he had selected from his master's collection, specifically designed to replenish vitality and strengthen bones, proving highly beneficial for Zhang Lan's injuries. "Senior brother, though this medicinal soup is quite bitter, it will significantly aid your recovery," Tang San urged. Zhang Lan held Tang San's words in high regard, for he was well aware that Tang San was a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, a prodigy who had mastered the majority of the sect's secrets, including techniques of poison, crafting, and potion brewing. Zhang Lan cast a resentful glance at the medicinal concoction before lifting the bowl. In one swift motion, she downed it all. No fish to be nurtured. Gulp, 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 cough, water. Zhang Lan looked at Tang San with a pained expression, pleading for help. Tang San promptly poured a glass of warm water for Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan took a sip, and only then did she begin to feel slightly better. Zhang Lan gazed at Tang San with a hint of melancholy, remarking on the excessive bitterness of the medicine. Tang San replied helplessly, "Bitter medicine is often the most beneficial." Zhang Lan was rendered speechless, and, after a deep sigh, he chose to refrain from discussing the matter of medicine, fully aware that Tang San's intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being. Subsequently, Zhang Lan inquired, "How are Uncle Lu and Uncle Meng faring?" Tang San hesitated, which instilled a sense of foreboding in Zhang Lan. Meanwhile, Grandmaster expressed his thoughts with a hint of melancholy. "Lu Qingyi is faring well. As a beast martial soul battlemaster, he possesses a robust physique. After being located, he was treated by supportive soul masters and is out of danger. However, Meng Che, being a sensitive attack-type soul master, was found without a breath." Zhang Lan was taken aback and then lowered his head. "Is that so?" A sense of discomfort welled up within him. Although he was aware that such moments would inevitably arrive, he still found it hard to accept when confronted with the reality. The master picked up a water jug from beside him and poured a glass of water. Addressing Zhang Lan, he was buried in the eastern district of the city 2 days ago, and due to the absence of any children or family, the spirit hall could offer no compensation. In the end, they bestowed upon him an honorary medal. Zhang Lan lay upon the bed, eyes gently closed. The master let out a sigh, placing the water cup on the bedside table. He then turned and exited the room. Tang San cast a concerned glance at his senior brother, understanding that what Zhang Lan required at that moment was not consolation, but a moment of solitude. Subsequently, Tang San also stepped outside. Zhang Lan commenced the rejuvenation of his soul power while persistently employing his second soul skill for self-healing. Once he made his decision, he understood that the path ahead would not be one of ease, but rather a journey fraught with thorns and suffering. Given this reality, there was no time to dwell in sorrow. Fortifying himself was his paramount duty. First and foremost, he needed to restore his physical form. After lying in bed for 3 days, Zhang Lan, with considerable effort, managed to rise and, accompanied by Tang San, sought out Uncle Lu. Together, they stood in solemnity at Meng Che's grave on the eastern outskirts of the city for an entire afternoon. Following this, Carly underwent a new martial soul assessment conducted by the master using crystal. The results were astonishing. A prodigious innate soul power manifested alongside a mutated martial soul, the verdant ethereal serpent, much like the master's own martial soul. Carly's appeared not in the form of a spirit attachment, but as a tangible entity, a massive 3-meter-long emerald serpent, its eyes a profound black, seemingly imbued with a soul-ensnaring allure. This revelation delighted the master, for Carly was akin to a reflection of himself, a pinnacle of talent born from fantasy. He inquired whether Carly would accept him as her mentor, to which she readily acquiesced. Thus, Zhang Lan and Tang San gained a younger sister in their ranks. To the master, Carly was a treasure, yet he maintained a stiff demeanor around Zhang Lan and Tang San, only managing a strained smile he believed to be gentle, though it appeared quite rigid. This left Zhang Lan somewhat speechless. Subsequently, Zhang Lan imparted the 8 gates technique and body refinement technique to Carly. Having experienced the significance of strength in this world, Carly trained with fervor. Though her young physique, being of the same age as Tang San, necessitated that Zhang Lan impose limitations on the intensity and duration of her training. In the aftermath, Zhang Lan's prowess garnered recognition from the old temple master of the Martial Soul Hall in Notting City, resulting in an invitation to join the inspection team of the hall. Akin to a mercenary group, their primary function was to uphold the dignity of the Martial Soul Hall, pursuing and punishing malevolent soul masters and fugitives sought by the hall. However, this role did not entail absolute obedience, allowing for voluntary participation. After careful consideration, Zhang Lan consented. The Martial Soul Hall possessed the most comprehensive intelligence on the continent, a boon for Zhang Lan in his quest to track down evil soul masters. Moreover, joining the inspection team offered the promise of rewards for completed tasks and access to rare items, such as soul tools. Nonetheless, the Notting City inspection team was notably tranquil. As per Uncle Lou's account, they might go an entire year without a single mission. An additional significant development was the alteration of the system. By assisting in the slaying of a regional boss, the 100,000-year soul beast, the soul-devouring ethereal serpent, Zhang Lan earned a golden treasure chest. This is a system prompt. Subsequently, Zhang Lan devotedly prayed to all the deities he knew for half a day, and then he manifested an S-rank judgment eye, an eye capable of discerning a person's malevolence and benevolence, said to be the dual gaze of a just deity. Upon activating this eye, Zhang Lan discovered that individuals within his sight were enveloped in both red and white auras. The white light represented virtuous deeds, while the red light signified transgressions. Despite this newfound ability, it proved of no utility in enhancing Zhang Lan's capabilities, leaving him yearning to unlock another treasure chest. However, contemplating the requirements for such a chest, a local boss or a 100,000-year soul beast, he resolved to progress steadily, focusing on diligent training rather than fanciful aspirations. At present, Zhang Lan found himself in the bustling city of Notting, accompanying Carly to procure clothing and essential items. As they traversed a commercial street in Notting, the vibrant atmosphere was palpable, with shops densely lining both sides, vendors calling out their wares, and passers-by bustling about. This lively environment brought a slight sense of joy to Zhang Lan's heart. "Brother, I want to eat grilled sausages. Let us have the big ones. Is one enough?" "That is sufficient. Thank you, brother. You're so kind." While strolling along the roadside, Zhang Lan suddenly heard these words, their familiar cadence compelling him to turn and look. Simultaneously, Carly's attention was captured by the mention of grilled sausages. Zhang Lan turned her head and happened to see a man grilling sausages while calling out cheerfully. At that moment, he transformed into a father figure in her imagination, savoring the thought of indulging in the roasted sausages. She envisioned herself enjoying a hearty feast, contemplating whether one would suffice. "One is enough. Thank you, Dad. You are truly wonderful." Zhang Lan grasped Carly's hand, her heart brimming with excitement and anticipation as she made her way forward. "Fellow townsfolk, may I have an Armstrong accelerated spiral sausage, please?" Zhang Lan's tone was imbued with hope as he gazed intently at the uncle grilling sausages before him. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's string of incomprehensible words, the sausage vendor was left utterly perplexed. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Lan's heart. Yet, clinging to the last vestige of hope, she inquired, "Uncle, are you familiar with the concept of a global village? Do you know about computers and mobile phones?" Chapter 24. Graduation. The uncle's expression brightened as he flipped the sausage in his hand and puffed out his chest. "Ah, the global village. I am indeed aware of it, but I must confess my ignorance regarding computers and mobile phones. What is it? Are you seeking the global village?" Upon hearing the words of the gentleman before her, Zhang Lan initially felt a surge of joy within her heart. However, upon listening further, she realized her misunderstanding. This gentleman was not her fellow townsman. Subsequently, Zhang Lan noticed the eager gaze of Carly beside her, fixated on the sausage. Turning to the gentleman, she inquired, "May I have one, please?" "Certainly. That will be 1 copper coin." Zhang Lan retrieved a copper coin from her bag and handed it to the elderly man. In return, he offered a perfectly roasted sausage to Carly, who joyfully accepted it with a radiant smile. Subsequently, Zhang Lan and Carly continued their stroll, with Carly savoring the sausage in small bites. After consuming a third of it, she hesitated for a moment before looking up at Zhang Lan and asking, "Brother, would you like some?" As she spoke, her tiny hand extended towards him, clutching the wooden skewer of the sausage. Gazing at Carly's adorable visage, Zhang Lan was inexplicably reminded of his younger sister from past life. In their childhood, their family had endured poverty, with their mother single-handedly providing for them, resulting in meager allowances. On one occasion, after school, they had gazed longingly at a sausage stand. ultimately deciding to spend the entirety of his sister's weekly allowance of 1 yuan. Generously, she had allowed him to take a bite. The memory lingered vividly in his mind. Then, I shall have a bite, he thought. With a gentle smile, Zhang Lan took a delicate bite. She devoured a substantial portion of the sausage, leaving only a small piece on the wooden skewer. However, as most of its body had been consumed, the remaining morsel could not be held and slipped down, landing directly onto the small hand of Carly, who was grasping the skewer. Zhang Lan chewed with some difficulty, and then, with something in his mouth, he ran off with a mischievous laugh. Carly stared blankly at the small piece of sausage in her hand, pouting in indignation. She then chased after Zhang Lan, exclaiming, "Bad brother, you owe me my sausage." Yet, unbeknownst to Carly, her previous feelings of unfamiliarity and fear toward Zhang Lan had diminished significantly. It often happens that the more serious one is, the harder it becomes to connect with others swiftly. Conversely, a playful demeanor can foster good relationships, provided it is not at the expense of others, but rather in a light-hearted manner. Under Zhang Lan's deliberate guidance, he elicited laughter and occasional irritation from Carly, alleviating the sorrow that had weighed heavily on her heart for the past few days. That evening, Carly and Zhang Lan returned to the school. Due to Tang San, the master arranged for Carly to stay in the 7th dormitory. Though the environment was not ideal, the master felt reassured with Tang San's care. Later that night, Zhang Lan sought out Tang San to return the gift he had previously received from him, the hidden darts. During the earlier battle with the Soul Eater Serpent, Zhang Lan had not utilized the hidden darts. Furthermore, in the ensuing fight in the woods, when he attempted to block a punch from the Soul Eater Serpent with both arms, his right arm was shattered, along with the hidden darts attached to it. By this point, the hidden darts had lost their former precision, missing numerous components, with the most crucial spring entirely absent and the arrow inside bent into a C shape. Zhang Lan bashfully scratched the back of her head. "I feel a bit embarrassed, junior brother. The gift you gave me has unfortunately been damaged, but I truly appreciate it. Could you assist me in repairing it?" Zhang Lan, perhaps, embodies the fascination that any man might have for cold weapons, particularly those that are exquisitely crafted and intricately designed. Furthermore, Tang San's hidden weapons indeed prove advantageous to Zhang Lan. Observing the tattered sleeve arrow in Zhang Lan's hand, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. "No problem, senior brother. Very well, I shall not disturb you any further. I will proceed to train." With that, Zhang Lan hurriedly dashed out. Zhang Lan sprinted to the playground, first engaging in a warm-up before shedding his shirt to reveal his robust muscles, adorned with weights encircling his body. He commenced with an arduous challenge: 300 push-ups in 3 minutes, or if unable, 1,000 meters of running on his hands. With that proclamation, Zhang Lan plunged to the ground, fervently executing his exertions. Tang San, observing from the window, could not help but marvel at Zhang Lan's relentless dedication displayed on the playground. Zhang Lan is undoubtedly the most diligent and hardworking individual he has encountered in his 2 lifetimes. Perhaps it is only through such relentless effort from senior brother Zhang Lan that one can attain such formidable strength at this tender age. Contemplating this, Tang San clenched his fists. He, too, could not afford to be complacent. However, he resolved to first prepare his senior brother's hidden arrows. It was truly unfathomable what kind of terrifying power could transform steel into such a state. Moreover, the entity with whom his senior brother had battled must have been extraordinarily fearsome. Subsequently, life returned to its previous rhythm, characterized by cultivation and training. Every month, he would engage in battles at the Soul Arena to hone his combat experience. However, the encounters at the Soul Arena were all escalated challenges, arranged in consultation with Zhang Lan, where his opponents were invariably Soul Lords. Although his own strength was considerable, the myriad of unique martial spirits opened his eyes to new possibilities. Among them, several peculiar poison-controlling soul masters caused him to falter on numerous occasions. This experience illuminated his weaknesses, while his combat prowess was undeniably robust, capable of overpowering 2 soul lords simultaneously. His soul power was not as formidable. When faced with certain poisons or other bizarre phenomena, such as cursed soul techniques, he found himself lacking. Simply put, his resistance to toxins was inadequate. Nevertheless, he could do nothing but diligently cultivate and strengthen himself step by step. Additionally, the emergence of the judgment I had introduced new complexities to his journey. Zhang Lan possesses the remarkable ability to discern a person's malevolent traits from their virtuous actions. During his experiences, he has encountered individuals radiating an intense red glow, and upon investigation, he discovered that 2 of them were human traffickers while one was a heinous murderer. The murderer, a level 20 evil spirit master, was eliminated alongside the 2 human traffickers, who were merely ordinary individuals, by Zhang Lan with swift efficiency under the cover of night. For Zhang Lan, time passed in a tranquil, yet fulfilling manner. As he gradually approached the age of 12, the year of his graduation, his soul power officially reached level 25. In truth, he had attained level 23 years prior, but due to the limitations of his innate talent, his cultivation speed had decelerated. Consequently, he dedicated himself to mastering physical techniques, allowing little time for soul power cultivation, which resulted in a mere 5-level increase over the past 3 years. However, with his body growing stronger, Zhang Lan sensed that his rate of soul power cultivation had returned to the pace he experienced 3 years earlier. Following this, his master elucidated the underlying principles of this phenomenon. It is quite simple. An individual's physical strength significantly enhances their soul power cultivation. Those with superior physiques tend to cultivate at a faster rate, which explains why offensive spirit masters generally progress more rapidly than their supportive counterparts. In a barbecue restaurant located in Notting City, Master Lu and his companions gathered to celebrate Zhang Lan's graduation. Zhang Lan, bare-chested, joyfully raised a toast with those around him. His physique, robust and muscular like steel, captivated the gazes of the older women in the vicinity, while his handsome features drew the attention of the younger girls. Aware of the surrounding stares, Carly remarked helplessly to Zhang Lan, "Brother, could you not put on a shirt? You exhibitionist." Zhang Lan turned to Carly and let out a loud hiccup. This sudden action caused Carly's fists to clench tightly, her gaze turning fierce. Subsequently, Zhang Lan twisted his face, adopting an arrogant and sarcastic tone as he addressed Carly. "How is that possible? Shouldn't one drink without any clothes on? If it weren't for you, little girl, constantly stopping me, I wouldn't even bother wearing these bothersome pants. And now you dare to make such an outrageous demand? Are you ordering me, your brother?" Tang San, witnessing this, couldn't he help but cover his eyes. Is this what happens to my senior when he drinks? Even now, Tang San could vividly recall the first time he had a drink with his senior Zhang Lan. It was nothing short of a disgrace, an indelible stain on his life. The details were a bit hazy due to excessive drinking, but he distinctly remembered being carried back by a completely naked Zhang Lan, clad only in his underwear. From that moment on, they earned the notorious nickname of Weird Exposed Brothers. Chapter 25. The revelers under the influence simultaneously. This incident further fueled Carly's violent tendencies, as she too acquired a new title, the sister of the Weird Exposed Brothers of Notting City. That day, Tang Sin vividly recalled Carly returning from town, radiating an ominous aura, in her furious act of submerging senior Zhang Lan into the ground. Of course, this was only directed at Zhang Lan. Well, perhaps now it also included him. After that day, Tang San acutely sensed the way Carly looked at him, akin to her disdainful gaze towards senior Zhang Lan, a view of him as nothing but an irredeemable scoundrel, a pervert, an exhibitionist. Sighing at this thought, Tang San felt a pang of melancholy. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, oblivious to Tang San's musings, continued to drunkenly mock Carly, his face contorting into an unearthly grimace as he leaned closer to her, taunting, "Huh? Are you ordering me, little sister? Huh? Huh? Go to hell." At last, unable to endure any longer, Carly lifted her head and offered Zhang Lan a serene smile. Danger! The moment Zhang Lan beheld Carly's smile, a sudden clarity pierced through his inebriated mind. "Wait, I bang." Carly calmly returned to her seat, gracefully picking at her food. As for Zhang Lan, amidst the twitching mouths of the onlookers, his head was firmly embedded into the floor. Lu Qingyi burst into laughter, raising his wine glass. "You've outdone yourself, Zhang Lan. You always manage to provoke the composed and beautiful Carly into such a frenzy." Meanwhile, Carly, still engaged in her meal, turned to Lu Qingyi, her expression calm, yet adorned with a hint of tranquil smile. Sensing Carly's gaze, Lu Qingyi froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. So adorable and mischievous, haha. At a crucial moment, Lu Qingyi's mind raced, articulating the subsequent words. Carly found herself at a loss for words regarding this group of adults. Why did everyone who associated with her brother transform into such a manner? Be it the composed and serious teacher, the steady and gentle Tang San, or Uncle Lu Qingyi, they all exhibited this peculiar behavior. Carly decided to disregard them entirely, opting to enjoy fruit wine and engage in conversation with Xiao Wu while savoring the dishes. Xiao Wu, covering her mouth, laughed heartily. Having spent ample time together, she had grown quite familiar with her dear friend and Tang San, Zhang Lan, and understood well the kind of person Zhang Lan was. "Come on, Zhang Lan, drink this cup." The master, blushing and imbued with the strong scent of alcohol, mixed two distinctly different liquors along with a glass of spirits and raised his cup toward Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan pulled his head from the floor, boldly accepting the wine cup from the master's hand, amidst Tang San's twitching gaze and Carly's look of disdain towards the fool. Zhang Lan gulped down in one go. Puffed. Zhang Lan suddenly spat out, his face contorted in rage as he confronted the master. Hey, teacher, what on earth did you make me drink? The master, with an innocent demeanor, uttered words of utmost terror. It is merely a touch of volcanic liquor combined with a hint of flame-infused spirits and a cup of alcohol. Zhang Lan, with a darkened expression, glared at the master. Do you wish to end my life? The master disdainfully regarded Zhang Lan. Oh, Zhang Lan, is this truly the extent of your drinking capacity? Huh, master, are you looking down on me? Oh, I never claimed such a thing. Huh. Come now, master. Today, I shall demonstrate the renowned prowess of Zhang Lan, who remains impervious to intoxication. Pour me another drink. The master, with a smile, poured a glass of alcohol for Zhang Lan, who, with a terrifying and contorted visage, produced his medicinal alcohol for the master. Master, do sample my brew. Oh, what sort of dreadful concoction have you prepared? Merely some ordinary life elixir. After all, master, your tolerance is rather limited. Oh, huh. The two faced each other, their expressions equally twisted. Suddenly, they both grasped each other's hands that held the cups, pouring the contents into one another's glasses. Then let us see how you fare with your own brew. Too despicable, using alcohol against me. You are no better. The two charged at each other like enraged bulls, their foreheads colliding. Ha ha! Witnessing their synchronized reactions, Lu Qingyi could not help but burst into laughter, and Tang San chuckled softly as well. Upon hearing their laughter, the master and Zhang Lan slowly turned their heads, their expressions resembling those of vengeful spirits. You two should join us as well. Subsequently, under the fearful gazes of Tang San and Lu Qingyi, Zhang Lan and the master poured alcohol into the glasses of the two. Once a glass of alcohol was consumed, Tang San and Lu Qingyi swayed dizzily, raising their glasses and shouting cheers. Apologies for my tardiness. Finally finished with his tasks, Tang Liuji arrived at the door, addressing everyone as he stepped inside. As he settled at the table, for glasses brimming with an overpoweringly potent liquor were presented before him. Upon lifting his gaze, Tang Liuji was met with the sight of 4 vengeful spirits. Zhang Lan, huh? Teacher Tang, there's no need for words if you arrive late. Is there? You should punish yourself. Master, oh old Tang, arriving so late, you ought to know what to do, right? Lu Qingyi, huh? Tang Liuji, spare us the words and just drink this cup. Tang San, indeed, Teacher Tang, this is the rule. Tang Liuji's lips twitched involuntarily as he instinctively recoiled. He could sense it. All 4 cups contained alcohol. If he were to drink, it would surely lead to his demise, wouldn't he it? Zhang Lan and the others closely surrounded Tang Liuji, leaving him no chance to escape. Huh, Teacher Tang, do you wish to flee? How disappointing that you cannot even muster the courage to drink ordinary fruit wine of such potency. Hey, you're quite bold to say that. Isn't that alcohol? It must be. Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Lan? Zhang Lan wore a distorted smile that bordered on madness, resembling a demon clawing its way out of hell. What? Teacher Tang, it seems you are unwilling to partake, exclaimed Tang Liuji, shouting at Zhang Lan. Who would drink such a thing? The master, with a terrifying grin that sent shivers down one's spine, addressed Zhang Lan. Oh, Zhang Lan, there's no need to explain anything to him. Just pour it down his throat. Indeed, teacher, you are absolutely right, Zhang Lan replied. They've lost their minds. Xiao Wu, Carly, come to my rescue. Tang Liuji trembled and hurriedly fled towards Carly and Xiao Wu, seeking salvation. However, before he could escape, he was seized by the 4. What? Teacher Tang, you have truly disappointed us. Zhang Lan grasped Tang Liuji's shoulders while simultaneously prying open his mouth with his right hand. I shall not gulp. After 4 glasses of alcohol had been consumed, the 4 individuals released Tang Liuji. He spun around and collapsed onto the table, his complexion flushed. Tang Liuji raised his drink high, relishing the moment. More. Cheers. Oh. Chapter 26. Siblings. At long last, the banquet drew to a close. Zhang Lan gazed at the fallen masters beside him, Lu Qingyi, Tang San, and Tang Liuji. Silently, he finished the last sip of his drink. The sorrow of parting weighed heavily on his heart. Thus, he harbored a deep aversion to farewells. Let this be the end of the send-off. Zhang Lan rose to his feet and addressed Xiao Wu and Kali beside him, saying, Sister, I shall take my leave now. Await me at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, her cheeks flushed, dared not meet Zhang Lan's gaze, and shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Lan let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming how truly adorable Xiao Wu was. Before making his way outside, wait, came Carly's anxious voice from behind Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan turned around, arms wide open. Ha! It seems that my sister cannot bear to part with her brother. can she? However, it is inevitable. So, before our farewell, let us share a warm embrace. Carly, utterly exasperated, gazed at Zhang Lan's bare form, shamelessly extending his arms before her. She would rather perish than accept such an embrace. In a fit of indignation, Carly delivered a punch to Zhang Lan's head, sending him tumbling over. You pervert! Put some clothes on before stepping outside. Zhang Lan extricated his head, swaying slightly, and donned his attire with a displeased expression, for he knew he ought to heed his younger sister's words. That punch had been rather painful. Once dressed, Zhang Lan staggered out. Carly observed Zhang Lan's retreating figure, hesitated for a moment, and instructed Xiao Wu to wait here. Then, Carly hurriedly pursued him. Zhang Lan observed the surrounding architecture swaying gently, strolling leisurely, relishing the sensation. It felt as though he were the essence of everything, more significant than all that enveloped him. A blissful intoxication. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of warm arms encircling him, steadying his form and alleviating his unsteadiness. Zhang Lan lowered her head and indeed saw her sister. Carly paused, saying, I was just worried you might fall into the muck and perish. She then continued to support Zhang Lan as they walked forward. Ha! I truly appreciate your concern, dear sister. Having family is truly wonderful. Carly, with her head bowed, came to a halt and asked, Is that really true? Zhang Lan extended his right hand and gently tapped Carly's forehead. Of course, it was true. Carly felt the sensation on her forehead, as if she were transported back 2 years to the moment when her brother Zhang Lan had just awakened and lightly touched her forehead while lying on the teacher's bed. Carly murmured to herself, At that time, my brother was truly a tender-hearted person. It was getting late, and the carriage shop was already closed. Brother, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Why are you so kind to me? Because you're my sister. Brother. What is it? I just wanted to call you. You're silly. That's also contagious, brother. Brother. Ugh, it's so cheesy, I'm getting goosebumps. Brother, help. My sister has gone mad. Brother, don't run. Be careful not to fall. Under the moonlight of Notting City, a young boy dashed ahead while a girl chased after him. It's too late today. You can come back tomorrow. The carriage driver said helplessly to Carly. Carly took out 2 gold soul coins from her bag. Here, that's the fare. All right, please wait a moment. We will leave shortly. Carly assisted Zhang Lan onto the carriage. She gazed at Zhang Lan's serene face as he slept, gently tapping his forehead once more with her right hand. Brother, wait for me. She stared blankly at her fingertip that had just touched her brother. This feeling was truly delightful. Then, stepping out of the carriage, she addressed the driver. Sir, please take him to Soto City in the Kingdom of Barak. Understood. A week later, Zhang Lan stood before the gates of Soto City. He waved goodbye to the driver. Thank you, sir. You may return now. All right, I'm off then. The driver replied, urging his carriage back. Zhang Lan entered the grand city. Soto City was much larger than Notting City, and naturally, it was far more bustling. Soldiers patrolled the streets, and a steady stream of people flowed endlessly through the thoroughfares. Zhang Lan casually purchased a few snacks by the roadside and proceeded towards the direction of Shrek Academy, which she had just inquired about. Zhang Lan ventured outside the city and strolled for a while before discovering a village adorned with a sign bearing the emblem of Shrek Academy. Zhang Lan recognized that this was the Shrek Academy. At that moment, a considerable number of individuals were queuing at the entrance, all aspiring students wishing to enroll in Shrek. In recent years, the Academy had produced numerous exceptionally talented and powerful students, thus establishing a certain reputation in Soto City. Zhang Lan stood in line at the back, when suddenly a commotion erupted at the front. The first child in line was deemed unqualified, leading to questions about whether Shrek Academy would refund the registration fee. At that moment, Zhang Lan's attention was drawn to an elderly man seated at the Academy's entrance, as 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. A soul emperor. Instantly, the tumultuous crowd fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Lan was also taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with a soul emperor. The formidable aura was truly worthy of such a title. However, shortly after, the throng of people around him diminished by half. Soon, it was Zhang Lan's turn. The elderly man squeezed Zhang Lan's hand a few times. How firm! The elder looked at Zhang Lan in astonishment. Were it not for my ability to discern your bone age, I would hardly believe that you are merely 12 years old. Your muscles are impressively developed. Zhang Lan laughed heartily, gesturing a thumbs up. Indeed, I am a prodigious talent, having worked exceptionally hard. With that, he declared, now let us unveil my martial spirit. 2 yellow soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, and a lustrous gem materialized in his hand. This revelation astonished the elder as well. You are a support-type soul master? Zhang Lan revealed a dazzling smile, showcasing a set of brilliant white teeth. Indeed, a 26th level auxiliary spirit soul, the star gem. Zhang Lan, One extraordinary little creature. Very well, you have passed. Please stand behind. Subsequently, only one other individual succeeded, a 24th level beast spirit soul, the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mu Bai. The elder hesitated for a moment as he gazed at the child before him and inquired of Dai Mu Bai, "Are your family members aware of this?" Dai Mu Bai replied with a calm demeanor, "They know, but they don't concern themselves with such matters." The elder nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, you two have passed. Follow me." Rising, the elder made his way toward the village. Zhang Lan glanced at Dai Mu Bai and noticed him returning the gaze, prompting Zhang Lan to greet him. "Hello, I am Zhang Lan, an auxiliary spirit master. I hear you're a battle spirit master. When we have the opportunity, let us duel. The victor shall be the superior." Dai Mu Bai, taken aback by the sight of this slender boy, who resembled a bear, could hardly believe his ears. "You are an auxiliary spirit master?" "Absolutely." Zhang Lan revealed her martial soul and effortlessly bestowed a healing of emerald brilliance upon Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai felt a warm and comforting sensation enveloping him. Yet he remained somewhat incredulous. "All right, let's go. Do not linger in astonishment." Zhang Lan spoke to Dai Mu Bai and gave him a light pat before swiftly pursuing the elder. Dai Mu Bai stumbled slightly from Zhang Lan's touch, his mind filled with questions. Is this a support-type soul master? With a head full of inquiries, he hurried after Zhang Lan. Chapter 27. One must not lose momentum. Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai followed the elder for a considerable distance, eventually arriving at the heart of the village. There, they encountered two individuals. One of them appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a strikingly distinctive face. His chin protruded slightly, his cheekbones were broad, and his facial structure was rather flat. He possessed a prominent hooked nose and wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses resembling the sole of a shoe, which imparted an impression of a rather shrewd merchant. Zhang Lan discerned that the figure before him was none other than Flender, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage of over 70 levels, specializing in agility attacks. Beside Flender stood a robust, yet somewhat shorter middle-aged man, likely Zhao Wujin. Indeed, Flender soon proclaimed, "I am Flender, the head of this academy. This is Zhao Wujin, the vice dean. From now on, we shall oversee your training." Flender then unveiled his martial spirit, as 7 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A level 78 agility attack soul master. His martial spirit was the 4-eyed cat eagle. Following him, Zhao Wujin shook his head in displeasure, feeling overshadowed. He abruptly revealed his own martial spirit, with 7 soul rings rising in a similar fashion. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A level 76 power attack soul master. His martial spirit was the mighty golden bear. Feeling the palpable and formidable pressure emanating from the two figures ahead, Zhang Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the essence of a soul sage, a powerful entity in the Douluo Continent. Although not among the absolute strongest, they stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Dai Mu Bai was equally astonished, gazing incredulously at the two individuals before him. Flender then instructed, "Tomorrow morning, you will gather here. Wujin, take them around to familiarize themselves." Zhao Wujin replied with a light-hearted tone, "Sure, you only know how to boss me around. You never consider how you'll manage to pay my salary." He shrugged off Flender's sudden stiff expression and addressed Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai. "Come, I'll show you around. There are not many teachers at Shrek. Previously, you met Li Yusong, a level 63 dragon pattern staff soul emperor, who typically instructs weapon spirit students. There's also Lu Qibin, a level 66 star compass support spirit emperor, and Xiao Xin, a level 69 candy bean support spirit emperor. Including myself and the principal, those are all the instructors we have." Zhao Wujin spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet the content of his words left Dai Mu Bai in a state of shock. Not a single teacher was below the rank of Soul Emperor. Moreover, what had he just heard? A level 69 support spirit emperor? This was a significant presence on the continent, as even the Tiando Royal Academy had only one support spirit emperor, and he was merely level 62. The prospect of Shrek's level 69 support spirit emperor potentially ascending to the rank of Soul Sage was indeed tantalizing. The highest known rank on the continent is held by Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, who is a rank 79 auxiliary soul sage. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai suddenly felt as though he had joined an extraordinary academy. Subsequently, Zhao Wujia guided Dai Mu Bai and Zhang Lan to meet the academy's esteemed instructors, as well as to explore the dining hall and various other buildings. Finally, he led them to a quaint farmhouse nearby. "This shall be your dormitory," he announced. Currently, Shrek Academy has only the two of you as students, so you may choose freely. Take the day to rest, and tomorrow we shall convene at the central square of the village." With that, Zhao Wuji departed. Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai exchanged glances before stepping into a quaint cottage. The interior was impeccably clean, suggesting it was regularly maintained. Inside, there were 3 beds, and each of them selected one for themselves. After Zhang Lan organized her belongings, she turned with excitement in her eyes and said to Dai Mu Bai, "Let us engage in a duel and see who is more formidable." Dai Mu Bai flexed his fists and replied, "All right, but do not blame me for taking advantage of you. Let us head to the square. It offers ample space." Very well. Subsequently, the two made their way to the square. Level 26 Auxiliary Spirit, the Star Gem, Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan introduced himself to Dai Mu Bai, simultaneously unveiling his martial soul. A shimmering gem levitated in his hand, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings that manifested beneath him. Level 24 Strong Attack Beast Martial Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai reciprocated, as 2 soul rings ascended around him. However, the spectacle of his martial soul was far more imposing than that of Zhang Lan. A powerful, pale white light erupted suddenly from him, his arms extending outward while his chest expanded. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated as every muscle became sharply defined, causing his physique to swell significantly. Subsequently, Dai Mu Bai's golden hair transformed into a striking combination of black and white, predominantly white with distinct strands of black, while a faint royal insignia emerged upon his forehead. Simultaneously, his hands doubled in size, covered in white fur, and as his fingers flexed, sharp claws resembling short daggers emerged and retracted from his palms, each glistening with a lethal sheen. Zhang Lan gazed enviously at Dai Mu Bai's martial soul manifestation, yearning for such a powerful soul of his own. Had he possessed one, he would have dared to confront the soul sect head-on. He then cast a glance at his own martial soul, which remained unchanged in contrast to Dai Mu Bai's dazzling display, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. He resolved not to be outdone in presence. With that determination, Zhang Lan shouted, "Martial Soul Summon." This surprised Dai Mu Bai, who had just witnessed Zhang Lan summon his martial soul moments ago. Why was he summoning it again? Suddenly, 2 gems, each the size of a fist, materialized on Zhang Lan's back, one white and one green, coupled with the gem in his hand, which radiated the brilliance of a starry sky. An aura of resplendent jewels erupted from him, captivating even Flanders, who was observing discreetly. Heaven seemed to show mercy, despite the numerous formidable figures at Shrek Academy. They were devoid of any productive means, lacking sources of gold soul coins. The expenses involved in nurturing students and the rent for their academy left them in genuine financial straits. Particularly, their stringent admission standards meant that only 1 or 2 students would enroll every few years. The so-called tuition barely covered their costs, amounting to a mere drop in the ocean. Consequently, Flanders, as the principal and a powerful soul sage, became a miserly figure, often forced to withhold even teacher salaries. Upon witnessing the 2 fist-sized gems erupting from Zhang Lan's back, Flanders' eyes gleamed with avarice. These gems could easily fetch tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Flanders was on the verge of rushing forward to assist Zhang Lan in safeguarding his gems when Zhao Wujing desperately held him back. "Calm down. Stay composed, Flanders. Those are his martial souls, not real gems." Only upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words did Flanders regain his composure. He looked at Zhang Lan's resplendent martial soul, a profound envy glimmering in his eyes. After a moment, Flanders sighed softly to Zhao Wujing. Although it's a martial soul, it appears indistinguishable from ordinary gems. Selling it should pose no problem. Once we secure the funds, we can have Zhang Lan summon his martial soul again, retrieving it afterward. This could be a lucrative venture. If we make several trips, we could amass quite a fortune. Zhao Wujing stared at Flanders in shock, shivering at the excitement evident in Flanders' gaze. Absolutely not. He, Zhao Wujing, was a man of dignity. If word got out that their academy was defrauding others through students' martial souls, how could he ever show his face in the soul world again? When the time came to settle the salary he owed, he'd rather pay it directly. Chapter 28. Talent through hard work. While Flanders and Zhao Wujing were plotting where to auction Zhang Lan's gems for the highest price, Zhang Lan was engaged in a fierce struggle with Dai Mu Bai. Well, primarily, it was Dai Mu Bai who was in the throes of battle. Although Zhang Lan appeared to be engaged in a fierce struggle, this was only the case when he was not utilizing his full capabilities and was burdened with an additional weight of 1,000 jin. Dai Mu Bai's martial soul was formidable, endowing him with immense strength, and coupled with his first soul skill, White Tiger Protection, which enhanced his attack, defense, and speed by 50%. He managed to overpower Zhang Lan in both speed and strength, who was encumbered by his own weight. However, Dai Mubai's combat skills and experience were notably lacking, thereby placing Zhang Lan in a position of dominance over him. As the battle progressed, Dai Mubai found himself increasingly astonished, struggling to comprehend how Zhang Lan, an auxiliary soul master, could possess such remarkable strength and swiftness, along with such adept combat techniques. To this point, he had yet to witness Zhang Lan deploy any soul skills. Moreover, if this entanglement continued, it was certain that his soul power would be the first to deplete. Time was of the essence. Dai Mubai absorbed a punch from Zhang Lan into his chest, which left him momentarily winded. However, he seized this opportunity to create distance between them. As he retreated through the air, a brilliant white light suddenly emanated from his mouth, followed by a wave of white energy surging forth toward Zhang Lan. This was the White Tiger's fierce light wave. The potency of a powerful assault-type soul master lies not only in their inherent strength, but also in their formidable soul skills. Sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from that white wave, Zhang Lan braced himself for the impact. Zhang Lan revealed a glimmer of excitement as he confidently struck forward against the white waves of light with a powerful punch. Simultaneously, a transparent shield materialized around him. Heavenly Fracture, Rising Dragon Fist. Dai Mubai heard Zhang Lan's proclamation and resolutely met it with his own second soul skill. However, he soon witnessed his second soul skill being shattered by Zhang Lan's fist, which landed heavily upon his chin. How could this be possible? As he was sent flying, Dai Mubai's heart remained incredulous. This was his second soul skill, acquired from the illustrious White Tiger of 500 years. Even solid rock would crumble before his second soul skill. How could this individual possibly break it with a mere punch? Was he truly a level 20 soul master? Was he genuinely a support-type soul master? Before he could touch the ground, Dai Mubai felt a grip tightening around his neck. And Zhang Lan's voice resonated in his ear. You have lost. Zhang Lan then released his hold and stepped back, using his second soul skill, Emerald Healing. A warm current flowed through Dai Mubai, gradually mending his injuries and alleviating his pain. Dai Mubai gazed at Zhang Lan with a complex expression. Are you truly a support-type soul master? Zhang Lan laughed heartily, patting his chest. It's truly authentic. Boredom led to a gathering of teachers who watched the spectacle unfold with astonished eyes. After all these years, it was the first time they had witnessed such a formidable auxiliary soul master. You are indeed a genius. No, you surpass genius. One might even call you a prodigy. Dai Mubai remarked, gazing at Zhang Lan's exuberant demeanor with a complex expression. If only he possessed talent akin to Zhang Lan's. Perhaps he would not have felt despondent enough to come here. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Zhang Lan paused mid-laughter, regarding him seriously. Genius? Prodigy? Me? Are you envious of me? Dai Mubai straightened his attire and replied to Zhang Lan with a hint of nonchalance. Yes, I truly envy you. Achieving the rank of a 26th level soul master at such a young age, and as an auxiliary soul master, you have bested me, a battle soul master. Your talent is indeed something I deeply admire. Zhang Lan suddenly burst into laughter, clapping to Mubai on the shoulder. This is truly the first time I've heard someone say they envy my talent. De Mubai, observing Zhang Lan's boisterous mirth, tightened his fists. Is it truly amusing? You possess innate 9th level soul power, do you not? No, it must be full innate soul power. Is it truly laughable that one with such gifts inspires envy? Perhaps for you, the path of cultivation and breakthroughs is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. You likely have never experienced the frustration of being stuck at a certain stage, nor the relentless toil from dawn till dusk, only to witness others surpass you while you remain powerless to catch up. De Mubai's tone gradually morphed into a crescendo of fury, nearly roaring at Zhang Lan by the end. Reflecting on his brother and that formidable talent, De Mubai felt a profound despair enveloping him. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, his position was far from enviable. For them, as princes of the Heaven Do Empire, the awakening of soul power had stripped away familial warmth, leaving only a harsh competition in its wake. For only the strongest prince could ascend as the next heir to the Heaven Do Empire, while the others would face a brutal demise. This was the fate of the vanquished. After countless efforts, De Mubai found himself unable to match his brother's footsteps. Instead, the chasm between them only widened. He knew that, in this lifetime, he would never surpass his brother, and his fate was sealed, defeated and slain by his brother in the year of his coming of age. In his despair, De Mubai had come to this place, seeking to navigate these years with ease, living as a genius in the eyes of ordinary people. relishing a semblance of comfort before his impending demise. After speaking, Mu Bai gasped for breath, a flicker of regret stirring within him. He had lost his composure, allowing his own inadequacies to spill over into resentment towards others. I apologize. I have lost my composure. Zhang Lan genli batet zai Mu Bai xiao de. Well, I shall accept your apology. Otherwise, I would be compelled to strike you once more. By the way, my talent is not as exceptional as you imagine. Aren't you innately endowed with full soul power, or perhaps at a 9th rank? Could it be that you are merely at the 8th rank? Impossible. I am indeed endowed with innate 8th rank soul power. Yet, in your presence, I feel utterly powerless. Mu Bai found it difficult to believe Zhang Lan's words. Zhang Lan scratched his head, then, while loosening his garment, addressed Mu Bai. Why is it that strength is always attributed solely to talent? Why not a hard work? In truth, it should not be you who envies me, but rather I who envies you. My innate soul power is merely at level 6. I have felt all that you speak of, and indeed, I have experienced it more profoundly than you. As Zhang Lan's words resonated, he revealed his upper body, slowly extending his arms as sunlight bathed him in a golden radiance. Dark, iron weights, bound by bandages, adorned his back, while heavy iron sandbags were secured to his arms, revealing a glimpse of his robust muscles and fierce scars through the gaps. The bulges on his lower body, initially mistaken for mere plumpness, were in fact the burdens he bore. My strength does not stem from the extraordinary talent you claim I possess, but from the relentless effort and sweat I exert daily. Far exceeding that of the average person, this is my true gift. It far surpasses the so-called genius you speak of. Mu Bai stood there, awestruck, gazing at Zhang Lan, who stood confidently with outstretched arms, radiating golden light. He had never anticipated being so profoundly impacted by another. In that moment, Mu Bai recognized the folly of his previous beliefs. He had exerted only a fraction of what he deemed effort and had succumbed to self-doubt. Had he truly fought with all his might? Yes, perhaps for an ordinary person, his exertion was considerable, but it was merely that, nothing more. He had only aimed to compete with those below him, failing to aspire towards those above. His efforts were as superficial and weak as his current strength. Chapter 29. The battle with Zhao Wujia, and not only Mu Bai, but the other teachers, too, were struck by the sight of Zhang Lan, who stood with his arms raised as if embracing the entire world. Perhaps while they enthusiastically discussed Zhang Lan's remarkable strength and talent, they overlooked the sweat and toil he had invested. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia struck his palm with excitement, exclaiming, "I like this kid." He then approached Zhang Lan without reservation. "Hey, Zhang Lan, you didn't show your full strength just now, did you?" Zhang Lan cast a glance at Zhao Wuji and nodded slightly. Subsequently, Zhao Wuji patted his chest and addressed Zhang Lan. "Come, unleash your full strength. You two shall join forces against me, and let me witness your true prowess." Zhang Lan hesitated for a moment, his eyes shimmering with excitement. A soul sage, engaging in combat with a genuine soul sage. And he was not in immediate peril. Such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. However, Zhang Lan recalled Mu Bai and turned to face him. "I still possess ample soul power." Mu Bai, observing the exhilaration in Zhang Lan's gaze, glanced at Zhao Wujin. He remembered the 7 soul rings that had manifested when Zhao Wujin unleashed his martial soul. A soul sage. Mu Bai felt an overwhelming urge to pry open Zhang Lan's mind to understand his thoughts. How could one not only be unafraid of battling a soul sage, but also wear such an expression of eagerness? Yet in the presence of Zhang Lan, he found himself unable to voice any words of caution. "I too have considerable soul power." Mu Bai gritted his teeth and declared. Zhang Lan then addressed Mu Bai, saying, "Very well, allow me to share the details of my first soul skill, which grants an ethereal shield to my allies. The shield possesses a strength sufficient to withstand the impact of your previously unleashed second soul skill. My second soul skill is focused on single target healing." Mu Bai likewise conveyed the particulars of his soul skills. "My first soul skill enhances my attack, defense, and speed, each by 50%. As for my second soul skill, it is the same as the one mentioned earlier. While its power may not be exceptionally formidable, it is advantageous due to its low consumption and the ability to be used consecutively. However, utilizing it in succession will increase the consumption of soul power." Zhang Lan nodded, then gradually began to remove the burdens weighing upon him. "All right, let us proceed. You take the left, I'll take the right, and give it your all." After speaking, Zhang Lan casually tossed aside the weight from his upper body. Bang! Mu Bai could distinctly feel the ground tremble momentarily, staring in astonishment at how lightly Zhang Lan had discarded the weight onto the ground. Gulping, Dai Mubai inquired of Zhang Lan, "How much weight were you carrying?" Zhang Lan unfastened his trousers and pondered, "The total weight must be around 2,000 pounds, I suppose. This is already at the limit. Any heavier? And the volume of those iron blocks would be too great, adversely affecting my training." Subsequently, he discarded the leg's supports onto the ground. Bang! Dai Mubai stared blankly at the 2,000 pounds of weight resting on the floor. Perhaps, burdened with such a load, he would be unable to move at all. Meanwhile, the observing Shrek teachers, hidden in the shadows, could only twitch their lips in astonishment at the sight of that immense weight. Zhang Lan shed the burdens that weighed upon him, reveling in the newfound lightness of his body, as if he could soar into the skies. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. Over the past 3 years, his greatest achievement had been unlocking the 3rd gate, the life gate. However, the activation of this 3rd gate would confine him to bed for 2 days. Yet for Zhang Lan, this was a trivial concern compared to the significance of facing a soul sage who would not hesitate to kill him. As he felt the surge of immense soul power coursing through him, along with a dramatic increase in strength and speed, Zhang Lan assumed a boxing stance, leaping side to side to acclimatize to his newfound agility. It was then that Dai Mubai beheld the afterimages created by Zhang Lan's rapid movements. In a state of disbelief, Dai Mubai murmured to himself, "This is simply extraordinary. Go for it, Dai Mubai. Do not hesitate to unleash your second soul skill." Zhang Lan let out a low roar, and then darted forth like a bolt of lightning. Dai Mubai felt a sudden shield enveloping him, prompting him to swiftly unleash a white tiger-light wave at Zhao Wujia, followed by another strike. Zhang Lan's earlier display of formidable strength instilled confidence in Dai Mubai regarding his words. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, observing Zhang Lan's extraordinary burden, contemplated whether he too should adopt a similar load. Suddenly, he noticed Zhang Lan's figure vanish in an instant, while Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill directly at him. An ominous sensation washed over him. Zhao Wujia, who had been momentarily dazed, hurriedly searched for Zhang Lan, only to feel a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. In a panic, he raised his right arm to defend himself, but due to his earlier negligence, his movements were sluggish. Before Zhao Wujia could fully elevate his hand, an immense force struck his head, akin to being rammed by a millennia-old soul beast, the moon-horned rhino. The overwhelming impact sent Zhao Wujia's head spinning, propelling him through the air. In mid-flight, he collided with Dai Mubai's white tiger light wave, resulting in a thunderous explosion that hurled him to the opposite side. Just as Zhao Wujia prepared to manifest his martial spirit, he was suddenly confronted by an unexpected kick before him. Zhang Lan deftly propelled Zhao Wujia onto the white tiger's radiant light wave created by Dai Mubai, rendering him unable to counterattack and forcing him to rely solely on his soul power for defense against their relentless assaults. Subsequently, Zhang Lan received a ball, passed it, and Dai Mubai took a shot. This sequence repeated, with Zhao Wujia caught in a state of exasperation, trapped between the two. Suddenly, Dai Mubai sensed a weakness in his body, realizing he could not unleash his second soul skill. He was out of soul power. Alarmed, he observed Zhao Wujia, who was hurtling towards him thanks to Zhang Lan's kick, and hurriedly attempted to pass the ball to Zhang Lan, mimicking his earlier actions. However, his movements were sluggish, his strength insufficient. Bang! Zhao Wujia glared, blood trickling from his forehead, his expression a mask of fury as he seized Dai Mubai's right foot. "You two little brats truly astonish me." Zhao Wujia's heart blazed with rage. For a fleeting moment of overconfidence, he had become a mere plaything for these two youngsters who had yet to achieve the rank of Soul Master, all before the eyes of the esteemed Shrek teachers. He vowed to teach these insolent children a lesson today. As Zhang Lan charged forward with remarkable speed, Zhao Wujia retaliated by sending Dai Mubai soaring into the air. "Quick as you are, little brat, you're still far from being a match for a soul sage," Zhao Wujia bellowed, his figure flashing as he delivered a powerful punch to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan was forcefully hurled away, akin to a stone skipping across the water, his body rebounding several times upon the ground before ultimately crashing into the massive tree at the edge of the square. His transparent shield had shattered. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan could sense that Zhao Wujia had restrained his power. Otherwise, he would have surely coughed up blood at least twice. After sending Zhang Lan flying with a single punch, Zhao Wujia leapt into the air and positioned himself before the plummeting Dai Mubai, delivering another punch that propelled Dai Mubai even higher. At that moment, before Zhao Wujia could touch the ground, He noticed Zhang Lan dashing towards him like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Zhao Wuji's lips twitched. Such speed was exceedingly remarkable, even for a great soul master. It was not derived from soul skills, but rather from sheer physical prowess. Chapter 30. Soul Masters and Soul Power. Suspended in midair and unable to move, Zhao Wuji prepared to take on the oncoming figure of Zhang Lan. However, he soon heard Zhang Lan's furious roar. "Teacher Zhao, this is my final strike." A serious punch. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Wuji refrained from summoning his martial soul. After all, he was a soul sage with his own pride. Did he truly need to rely on his martial soul against a great soul master? Did he not have any dignity left? Zhang Lan summoned every ounce of his strength, directing a punch infused with 150% of his power towards the immobile Zhao Wuji, suspended in midair. This was a strike he had honed over 6 arduous years, a testament to his unwavering resolve. With a spirit of self-sacrifice and relentless determination, he was prepared to risk it all, even if it meant shattering his own arm. He unleashed a formidable assault that transcended the limits of his own body, delivering a punch of unprecedented speed and might. A serious blow, fueled by 150% of his strength. Boom! Zhang Lan and Zhao Wuji's fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent both of them hurtling backward. Below, watching the spectacle, Flander's expression tightened as he hastily summoned his martial soul, leaping forward to embrace Zhang Lan. Upon landing, Flanders swiftly transported Zhang Lan to the presence of Xiao Xian, the auxiliary soul saint of Shrek Academy. "Quickly, Xiao Xian, this lad is gravely injured. He requires your healing," Flander urged, his tone laced with urgency. He could discern that Zhang Lan's right arm was broken. Such a promising talent must not be allowed to suffer a permanent injury. Without delay, Xiao Xian summoned his martial soul, the rings of his soul flashing as he declared, "Healing sweet bean, stamina yellow bean." Subsequently, a pink candy bean and a yellow candy bean materialized in his hands, which he then administered to Zhang Lan. Upon consuming it, Zhang Lan felt a tingling sensation coursing through the bones of her arm, and her body, which had previously felt paralyzed, began to regain a semblance of strength. Subsequently, Xiao Xian instructed Zhang Lan, saying, "It will take an hour to fully take effect. However, during this time, you may experience some itchiness. Additionally, refrain from exerting force with your right arm, lest your bones become distorted." Zhang Lan nodded gratefully towards Xiao Xian. If it were left to him alone, it would take him 3 days to fully recuperate. "Are you all right?" Zhao Wuji, displaying a hint of anxiety, hurriedly approached with Dai Mubai, expressing his concern for Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan slightly moved his right arm towards Zhao Wuji, revealing a dazzling smile. "No problem. You truly are reckless," Zhao Wuji exclaimed as he delivered a powerful punch to Zhang Lan's chest. Yet Zhang Lan remained utterly unperturbed. Flanders and Xiao Xian exchanged glances, their lips twitching, for they were well aware of the extraordinary strength possessed by Zhao Wuji. Zhang Lan, with an innocent demeanor, scratched his head and remarked, "Isn't it a rare opportunity to encounter teacher Zhao, a soul sage, for us to hone our skills? Therefore I gave it my all." A furrow appeared on Zhao Wuji's forehead, and he subsequently struck Zhang Lan's head with a forceful punch. Zhang Lan suddenly crouched down, clutching his head, exclaiming in pain. Observing Zhang Lan's pained demeanor, Zhao Wuji silently clenched his fists. He had been a bit presumptuous. It was unwise to engage with his fists without first summoning his martial spirit. Now, it was likely that his hand was swollen. While Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai remained oblivious, the teachers present, all at least soul emperors, could not possibly overlook it. "Well, it's getting late. Let's have our meal first." "Zhang Lan, do remember to come see me after you finish eating," Flander addressed the group, simultaneously providing Zhao Wuji with a way out. Xiaoxin suddenly chimed in with a cheerful smile. "These 2 youngsters are here for their first day at the academy. We should celebrate. I will personally prepare the meal today." At this, the eyes of the surrounding Shrek teachers sparkled with excitement. Although Xiaoxin was an auxiliary soul emperor, his passion lay in the culinary arts, and his dishes were delectable. However, due to his pursuit of exquisite flavors, his cooking often took considerable time. Being a soul master, he was mostly occupied with his training, which meant he rarely cooked for others, generally only once a month. Subsequently, Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai followed Xiaoxin to the dining hall. As Xiaoxin prepared the meal, Dai Mubai and Zhang Lan awaited its arrival. Yet, Zhang Lan did not merely wait idly. He took a seat and began to cultivate his soul power. At that moment, having engaged in battle with teacher Zhao Wuji, he had activated the 8 gates. Although he later consumed some of Xiaoxin's sweet beans and felt his injuries healing, he found himself far weaker and hungrier than he had anticipated. Resting in bed for 3 days was not the reality he faced. For Zhang Lan, this was an opportune moment to advance his soul power. Over the years, he had discerned a pattern. Soul power and soul masters were akin to the dynamics between men and women. Generally, when soul masters cultivated their soul power, they absorbed the surrounding soul energy, which flowed and circulated within them. However, much of this energy ultimately dissipated back into the environment, with only a portion remaining within the soul master. The amount of soul power retained was correlated with the soul master's innate talent. Typically, those with superior innate gifts and better physical conditions retained more energy, resulting in a perceived acceleration in their cultivation speed. Zhang Lan perceived a metaphorical equivalence. The body of a soul master represented a man, while the soul power symbolized a woman. Those endowed with exceptional talent resembled affluent and talented men, while those endowed with abundant soul power were akin to exceptionally handsome individuals. After visiting the body of this soul master, most of the soul power resembled a woman admiring a man who is handsome, affluent, and talented, feeling inclined to remain. Conversely, those with lesser innate talents felt the opposite. As for those with zero innate soul power, Zhang Lan mused that they might be likened to effeminate individuals. Furthermore, Zhang Lan observed that when well fed, the body of a soul master neither embraced nor rejected soul power. It was as if one could come and go freely, exhibiting a certain nonchalance. However, in states of extreme hunger or physical exhaustion, the body would seize any opportunity to replenish itself. During such times, the body would no longer exude indifference. It would develop an intense yearning for soul power, akin to an ardent admirer clinging desperately to it, striving to attain it at all costs. In this state, the pace of cultivation was significantly accelerated compared to when one was merely sated. Thus, Zhang Lan typically engaged in rigorous training, exhausting every ounce of his stamina to cultivate a deep thirst for soul power before embarking on his refining practices. Nonetheless, this approach bore a significant drawback. It often led to gastric ailments. Consequently, Zhang Lan frequently employed his second soul skill to alleviate his stomach issues. Observing Zhang Lan engrossed in cultivation, Dai Mubai too began to focus on refining his soul power. Henceforth, he resolved to mirror Zhang Lan's dedication, believing that he must not lag behind in effort. One day, he would return with confidence to the place he once fled. After nearly half an hour, an exceptionally rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, jolting Dai Mubai from his cultivation. Feeling the pangs of hunger, his expression soured. His willpower was still insufficient. Merely the scent of food was enough to disrupt his concentration. In contrast, Zhang Lan remained steadfast, a stream of saliva trickling from his mouth, yet still immersed in his practice of soul power. Perhaps this could be deemed a testament to his robust willpower. Subsequently, Dai Mubai redoubled his efforts in cultivating his soul power. An hour later, Xiao Xian emerged, one hand grasping a massive rice bucket while the other carried an enormous pot. It was time to eat. Chapter 31, Evening Training. To be fair, Xiao Xian's cooking was indeed delectable. The ribs were rich without being greasy, and the potatoes absorbed the fragrant essence of the ribs, blending the savory broth into the perfectly steamed, plump rice, which glistened without sticking. The indescribable flavor exploded in Zhang Lan's mouth, prompting him to consume half a bucket of rice. This bucket measured half a meter in radius and nearly 2 meters in height. Had there been more rice, Zhang Lan could have easily devoured another half bucket. Zhao Wuji, his belly protruding, stared in astonishment as Zhang Lan finished the last morsel of rice. His already large eyes widened to the point where it seemed as though they might pop out. Initially, while halfway through their meal, he had engaged in a friendly competition with Zhang Lan to see who could consume more, but the outcome was undeniably clear. He had lost. With some effort, Zhao Wuji rose to his feet, having overeaten. He then placed the large bucket of rice beside Zhang Lan, who stood at a height of 1.70 meters, while the bucket towered at 2 meters. Zhao Wuji embraced the bucket with both arms, measuring its radius, and then, using the size of the bucket, he attempted to envelop Zhang Lan. The dimensions were such that 3 of Zhang Lan could fit within it. Zhao Wuji was perplexed. How could this lad manage to consume such a vast quantity without succumbing to discomfort? After gazing at Zhang Lan for an extended period, he muttered in disbelief. "You must be a 100,000-year-old beast in disguise, aren't you?" Zhang Lan cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wuji. "Have you ever encountered a 10,000-year-old beast with a weapon spirit?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji realized the truth. A soul beast, even if transformed into a human, should possess a beast spirit rather than a weapon spirit. It was simply implausible. Then, scratching his head, Zhao Wuji leaned closer to Zhang Lan's face and inquired, "How on earth are you able to consume so much?" Zhang Lan initially couldn't suppress a burp, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "It must be a result of practice, I suppose. Ever since I was 6, due to the exhausting nature of my training, I would overindulge at every meal. Gradually, my appetite has expanded significantly." Zhao Wuji glanced at Zhang Lan's belly in silent disbelief. "Is this truly something one can cultivate?" Zhang Lan expressed her uncertainty, pondering, perhaps, possibly. "Maybe," Zhao Wuji replied. "Can you think of another word that conveys uncertainty?" Zhang Lan furrowed her brows in contemplation and suddenly clenched her left fist, striking her right hand. "Perhaps." Zhao Wuji smacked his palm against his forehead, exclaiming, "I shall go digest this." With that, Zhao Wuji exited the cafeteria. Zhang Lan slowly made his way towards the village square, allowing himself a moment to digest his meal. Dai Mubai followed closely beside him. The two then settled beneath the shade of a nearby tree. At that moment, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the moon began to reveal itself gracefully. Zhang Lan furrowed his brows as he cultivated his soul power. At this moment, feeling somewhat satiated, his body seemed to revel in newfound vigor, dismissing the importance of soul power, a stark contrast to his previous desperate pleas for others to bestow their energy upon him. After about half an hour, Zhang Lan rose and stretched, feeling that he had made sufficient progress. Zhang Lan approached his weighted vest, shed his garments, and secured the vest upon his body. "May I join you?" Dai Mubai inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhang Lan. "Certainly," Zhang Lan replied. He then adjusted himself slightly and turned to Dai Mubai, who was also warming up, and cautioned, "Do not attempt to surpass my limits. Our capabilities differ. Focus solely on surpassing your own limits." Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, with our warm-up concluded, let us commence with 500 lightning push-ups. Should you fail to complete them, prepare for an additional 2,000 frog jumps." Zhang Lan let out a thunderous shout before dropping to the ground, swiftly commencing a series of push-ups. Beside him, Dai Mubai imitated his actions, engaging in the same vigorous exercise. However, as Dai Mubai approached the 100 mark, he began to slow down, and by the time he completed 200, Zhang Lan had already finished his set. In an act of camaraderie, Zhang Lan proceeded to perform an additional 500 push-ups while waiting for Dai Mubai. Once Zhang Lan observed Dai Mubai, gritting his teeth and gasping for breath as he completed his final push-up, he too halted his exertions, settling down to rest quietly. Dai Mubai, too fatigued to speak, felt as though his arms were no longer his own. For him, completing 500 push-ups at a leisurely pace would pose no challenge. But maintaining a rapid tempo proved overwhelmingly exhausting. Zhang Lan waited for 5 minutes before rising to his feet. Upon witnessing Zhang Lan's action, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and stood up as well. "Come on, the warm-up is over. Let the spirited long-distance run commence." With that, Zhang Lan took off running. Dai Mubai closely trailed behind him. As they reached the entrance of the village, Zhang Lan's gaze fell upon a massive stone, and his eyes lit up. He swiftly grabbed a rope from the nearby village entrance and hoisted the boulder onto his back. "Is it over a ton?" "Perfect." With that, he began to run around the village, with Dai Mubai in tow. After what felt like countless laps, Dai Mubai observed the figure ahead of him, though swaying, still resolutely persevering. Even as he sensed his legs growing numb and his lungs threatening to burst, he grit his teeth and pressed on. Zhang Lan is capable. He truly is. Moreover, he bears an additional burden of over 3 tons compared to him. At long last, Zhang Lan stumbled and collapsed to the ground, failing to rise again. At that moment, Dai Mubai seemed to sense that all his strength had vanished, and his body crumpled to the earth. Beneath the moonlight, Flander stood atop the roof, observing the 2 young men exerting themselves in their rigorous training, a ghost of a smile gracing his lips. However, he soon murmured to himself while gazing at Zhang Lan, "Though your efforts are commendable, it does not excuse your failure to keep our appointment." Indeed, in his excitement, while training alongside Dai Mubai, Zhang Lan had momentarily forgotten Flander's earlier words, leaving Flander waiting for quite some time only to discover that Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai had ventured off to run laps around the village with their burdens. He had been stood up. Nevertheless, witnessing the two drenched in sweat, Flander found it difficult to harbor any anger. Soon, he observed Zhang Lan laboriously pushing aside the stones that had weighed him down, then sitting on the ground to cultivate his soul power. Flander felt a stirring in his heart, shaking his head and softly murmuring, "Perhaps I should let it go. This young man as future is undoubtedly radiant. And as his teacher, I must not allow my actions to tarnish his potential." With that, Flander vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, oblivious to the scrutiny of Principal Flander, remained engrossed in his cultivation. Dai Mubai, seeing Zhang Lan sitting up to cultivate, gritted his teeth and also rose to begin his training. I shall never be inferior to others. With a fierce roar echoing within, Dai Mubai's soul power, which had stagnated for 2 months, suddenly surged and advanced to the 25th level. This newfound strength rekindled his energy, prompting him to sit up and continue his training. However, just as Dai Mubai entered a focused state of cultivation, he heard Zhang Lan declare, "Keep running until you can no longer rise before resuming your training." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai offered no rebuttal, gritting his teeth as he stood up, his trembling legs struggling to carry him forward. Chapter 32, A Master's Letter. Dai Mubai had anticipated that he would collapse after running another 100 or 200 meters. But to his astonishment, he ultimately completed 2 more laps. Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai circled the village, encompassing the entire area, including the farmland, covering approximately 3 kilometers. Upon completing their second lap and returning to Zhang Lan's side, Dai Mubai finally faltered, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Zhang Lan promptly rose to assist him, gradually guiding them back to their quarters. Subsequently, Zhang Lan retrieved some medicinal balm from his bag and, after shedding his clothing, applied it evenly across his body. He turned to Dai Mubai, explaining, "This is a body-fortifying elixir. It alleviates the damage inflicted on muscles and bones due to extensive exertion, while also enhancing their strength and resilience. You should remove your clothing so that I may apply some to you." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai nodded and removed his garments. Zhang Lan picked up the ointment and applied it evenly to the areas on Dai Mubai's body that he could not reach, before handing the medicine to him for self-application. Subsequently, Zhang Lan began to massage his body, enhancing the absorption of the ointment and alleviating the strain caused by extensive physical exertion. After Dai Mubai had finished applying the ointment, he lay down on the bed, and Zhang Lan said, "Let me massage you, otherwise you might struggle to get up tomorrow." Dai Mubai nodded and lay on the bed, feeling Zhang Lan's hands kneading his body, gradually easing the soreness. He then expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Zhang Lan." As Zhang Lan administered a massage to Dai Mubai, she remarked, "I shall graciously accept your gratitude. However, I would be even more delighted with a token of financial appreciation." Upon hearing her words, Dai Mubai's expression stiffened. He had departed from the Douluo Royal Academy out of despair regarding his elder brother's formidable talents and abilities, effectively relinquishing his pursuit. Consequently, his financial support for cultivation had ceased, leaving him, quite frankly, without funds. Zhang Lan did not pause, continuing, "Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest amount of this medicinal liquid. Each drop is akin to liquid gold. It is crafted from a plethora of precious herbs, and the value of what we possess amounts to 2 gold soul coins." Dai Mubai's expression grew increasingly rigid. How much did he have remaining? Approximately 100 gold soul coins, if memory serves. When he initially fled, he paid little heed to such matters, especially since he, as a Grand Soul Master, was entitled to receive 10 gold soul coins monthly from the Spirit Hall. Thus he had not taken a significant sum with him. At this moment, Zhang Lan also noticed the rigidity etched upon Dai Mubai's countenance. After reflecting on her earlier remarks, she couldn't help but inquire, "You aren't short on funds, are you?" Dai Mubai, maintaining his stiff expression, replied, "For the time being, I am indeed without any." Although Zhang Lan was uncertain as to why Dai Mubai, the second prince of the Douluo Empire, found himself in a state of financial scarcity, he did not believe that Dai Mubai would resort to deceit over a trivial sum. He sighed and remarked, "I had hoped to associate with someone of wealth. It appears you two are lacking. Never mind, perhaps we can borrow a bit from our principal. Or we could mention to him tomorrow our desire to participate in a competition at the Soul Arena in the city." After finishing his massage, Zhang Lan climbed down from Dai Mubai's bed and returned to his own, stating, "All right, we must rise early tomorrow. It is quite late now, so let us rest." The following day, Zhang Lan's internal clock roused him around 5 in the morning, long before dawn had broken. Observing the still, slumbering Dai Mubai, he donned his weighted gear and proceeded to awaken Dai Mubai. Upon waking, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat disoriented, having exhausted himself the previous day during their training. Zhang Lan tossed a damp towel onto Dai Mubai's face, startling him into instant awareness. The key to a day's success lies in the morning. After uttering these words, Zhang Lan completed his morning routine and exited the dormitory. Dai Mubai swiftly finished his grooming and followed suit. After taking a few steps, Zhang Lan turned to Dai Mubai and inquired, "By the way, did the principal mention what time we are to gather today?" "I have no idea," came a reply. Never mind. Let us first head to the square for some practice. All right, Dai Mubai agreed. They commenced their warm-up, push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, high knees, followed by a brief rest, and then repeated the push-ups and sit-ups. At 8 o'clock, Flander finally appeared before them, yawning. Upon witnessing Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai engaging in vigorous frog jumps, Flander was taken aback, judging by the perspiration soaking their clothes. It was evident that the two had been exercising for at least 2 hours. Wow, you two little monsters certainly rose early. Zhang Lan, upon hearing the sound, turned to glance at Flander with a hearty smile and remarked, "But Principal, you really are quite slow." Flander's expression stiffened. This impudent little rascal. Is it not permissible for someone of his seniority to rise a tad later? Have you two had breakfast? Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai shook their heads. All right, follow me to have breakfast first. The breakfast for Shrek is prepared by the villagers here every morning at 8. As Flander spoke, he made his way towards the dining hall. Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai followed closely behind. Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, clutched his drenched clothing, which clung to him uncomfortably, in stark contrast to Zhang Lan, who had long since grown accustomed to such conditions. When time permits, let us venture into the city to procure some looser training attire. Zhang Lan spoke to the awkward Dai Mubai, who nodded in response. Hearing Zhang Lan's remarks, Flander smiled and said, "Today is perfect. After dinner, I shall take you both to the city." Intrigued, Dai Mubai inquired, "What is the purpose of going to the city?" "To the Soul Arena," Flander explained, seemingly concerned that Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai might not grasp the significance. Soul Masters, at their core, thrive through combat. Possessing immense power without practical battle experience renders a Soul Master rather ineffectual, incapable even of hunting their own soul rings. The Soul Arena will enhance your combat experience, solidifying your foundation and allowing for rapid improvement in strength. Originally, Shrek Academy intended to take its students to the Soul Arena upon reaching level 29 to hone their practical combat skills. However, after observing their abilities yesterday, Flander noted that while Dai Mubai still had some shortcomings, he could certainly triumph over slightly weaker Soul Masters at levels 28 or 29. As for Zhang Lan, Flander believed he could even defeat a Soul Ancestor of level 30. Furthermore, since the two had matters to attend to in the city, it seemed fitting to begin their training early. Dai Mubai nodded in understanding, then recalled the day he sparred with Zhang Lan. Despite Zhang Lan's lack of speed and power compared to him, he had consistently managed to suppress him during their duel. Intrigued, he turned to Zhang Lan and asked, "Zhang Lan, have you ever been to the Soul Arena?" Zhang Lan nodded and said, "Indeed, I find myself in dire need of funds, which is why I ventured into the Soul Arena, where the remuneration is substantial." As she spoke, Zhang Lan retrieved a bronze medal from a weighted sandbag. It was then that she noticed a letter beneath the bronze medal. Zhang Lan slapped his forehead, exclaiming how he could have forgotten. Chapter 33, The Great Soul Arena. This is a letter that the master wrote to Flinder before Zhang Lan's arrival, instructing him to deliver it to a person named Flinder at Shrek Academy. Zhang Lan swiftly presented the letter to Principal Flandra. "This is a letter from my teacher, Principal Flandra." "Your teacher?" Flandra inquired, perplexed, as he accepted the letter. "Yes, my teacher is Master Xiaojing." Flandra's hand suddenly halted, and he gazed at Zhang Lan with excitement. "Xiaojing, where is he now? How has he been faring?" Zhang Lan gazed at the exuberant Flandra, reflecting on the profound bond they shared. Without hesitation, she spoke, "Master is currently in Notting City, thriving as a guest lecturer at an academy. However, he still imparts knowledge to 2 disciples there. He mentioned that in 3 years, when Tang San and Carly, my junior siblings, graduate, the 3 of them will come together." Flandra, lost in thought as he held the letter, shook his head and remarked, "This Xiao gang." Then, as he casually unfolded the letter, he inquired, "Your 2 junior siblings must possess considerable talent as well, I presume?" Zhang Lan nodded, embodying the pride of a father extolling the virtues of his daughter. "Indeed, Tang San possesses innate full soul power, and Carly wields a mutated martial soul alongside her innate full soul power. They are far more formidable than I." Flinder and Dai Mubai momentarily halted in their tracks. Innate full soul power? 2 of them. Flinder's heart trembled with excitement. 2 individuals with innate full soul power. Hadn't Zhang Lan just mentioned that in 3 years, Xiao Gang would be bringing his 2 disciples along? A genius with innate full soul power, if diligent and unimpeded, would surely achieve at least the rank of Soul Douluo. I, Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, shall ultimately bask in glory. He, Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, shall indeed be etched into the annals of history. A lineage of dual Douluos. In that moment, Flinder glimpsed the dawn of his aspirations coming to fruition to establish the most illustrious academy across the continent. Principal Flinder? Zhang Lan's words brought Flinder back to his senses, and he smiled apologetically at her, saying, "I'm sorry, I was a bit lost in thought." Subsequently, Flinder put the letter away. After all, it would be 3 years before Xiao Gang and the others would arrive, and for now, Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai were the students of Shrek Academy. Soon after, the three made their way to the cafeteria, where the meal was quite simple. Each person had 1 egg, a bowl of millet porridge, 3 steamed buns, and 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables. This was sufficient for Dai Mubai, Flinder, and the others, but clearly inadequate for Zhang Lan. Xiao Xin had specifically mentioned this in the morning, so the villagers who came to cook had thoughtfully prepared extra eggs and buns. Zhang Lan ultimately consumed 10 eggs and 5 steamed buns, setting down his chopsticks after feeling 3/10 full. In the morning, he was unaccustomed to overindulgence. Meanwhile, Flinder had thoroughly perused the letter from the master, and observing Zhang Lan, he murmured, "Is this your most esteemed disciple, Xiaojiang? Despite being the least talented, how is it that he garners such praise from you?" Having finished his meal, he beckoned. "Now let us depart." Subsequently, Flinder strolled out, appearing to move slowly, yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished several meters away. Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai hurriedly pursued. Ahead, Flinder maintained a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow, compelling Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai to exert themselves fully to keep up. Upon reaching the city gate, Dai Mubai's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, like a student who had just completed a 1,000-meter run in a physical fitness test, the author proudly recalls a time of 3 minutes and 30 seconds in middle school. Once inside the city, Flinder slowed his pace, and the 3 of them, like ordinary citizens, strolled leisurely towards the Grand Seoul Arena at the heart of the city. At the entrance of the Seoul Arena, Zhang Lan gazed in awe at the colossal structure, towering over 120 meters high. A stone tablet stood at the entrance of the Grand Arena, inscribed with a multitude of names. These are the names of those who had perished in combat within the arena. Flinder explained to Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai that the Seoul Arena in Soto City featured 3 modes of competition: the game, the deathmatch, and the gamble. The game, the most recognized format, entails proper competitive battles among Soul Masters, with a strict prohibition against lethal force. However, despite this regulation, numerous Soul Masters still succumb to fatal accidents in the arena each year. The deathmatch, on the other hand, is employed when conflicts arise between 2 Soul Masters, permitting them to kill one another during the contest. Lastly, the gamble typically involves families or factions wagering valuable items, with 1 or more Soul Masters participating in the contest, where killing is also permissible. The mode in which you are to participate is the game. Zhang Lan then accompanied Dai Mubai to register for the Seoul Arena competition, requiring a fee of 10 gold soul coins. Subsequently, they registered as a duo. However, due to Zhang Lan's status as a copper rank, their combination was classified as a copper rank team. This revelation surprised both Flinder and Dai Mubai, as they were unaware of Zhang Lan's rank. Previously, when Zhang Lan had intended to claim the copper rank, he had first produced a letter before ultimately returning the copper rank card, leaving them in the dark about his current standing. Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai registered for the competitive arena, which is abundant in such contests. However, the audience present is considerably fewer compared to the other 2 categories. Subsequently, Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai were ushered into the waiting area, anticipating their match. The waiting room was populated with numerous individuals, most of whom were engaged in meditation to maintain their optimal state. Dai Mubai sat quietly in a corner, immersed in his meditative practice, while Zhang Lan wandered about, observing the matches of other competitors. Participants had the option to either adjust their state in the waiting area or opt to watch the ongoing contests, with dedicated viewing platforms situated in close proximity to the competition stages. Zhang Lan observed the Grand Arena in Soto City for a period and concluded that it truly lived up to its reputation as the Seoul Arena of a great city. In stark contrast to the rudimentary competition stage in Notting City, this venue exuded opulence on a grand scale, akin to the difference between a local basketball court and an international Olympic stadium. The Grand Arena featured a main stage and 24 auxiliary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators simultaneously, along with numerous luxurious private boxes. The audience here was vastly more numerous, with each match drawing at least 100 spectators, and some contests featuring female Soul Masters attracted crowds exceeding 1,000. Moreover, the Soul Masters competing here were formidable, with many boasting their first Soul Ring as a yellow 100-year Soul Ring. In contrast, the presence of white Soul Rings was notably less common, unlike Zhang Lan's experiences in Notting City, where the majority began with white soul rings. This disparity likely stemmed from the proximity of Soto City to the Douluo Forest, a pristine wilderness teeming with spirit beasts. Unlike the numerous soul-hunting forests that were domesticated by the Spirit Hall or the Empire, the Douluo Forest, ruled by 200,000-year spirit beasts, was a realm where the quality and quantity of soul masters surpassed those found in other hunting grounds. Consequently, the prowess of the soul masters here significantly exceeded that of those in Notting City. After an hour's wait, Zhang Lan's number was called. He exchanged greetings with Dai Mubai and made his way toward the arena. Chapter 34. The initial battle in Soto City. Zhang Lan ascended the stage with a measured grace, exuding an air of 3 parts confidence, 2 parts profundity, and an additional 5 parts of a bewitchingly wild charm in his gaze. This marked the inaugural battle of the one known as the Son of Lan, a name that resounded throughout Soto City and echoed across the continent. I have a particular fondness for His Highness Roland, the mad sorcerer. He stands among my favorite characters in all of literature. The judge on stage, clad in a formal tailcoat, cast a sidelong glance at the expressive Zhang Lan, but chose to disregard him, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Now, we shall commence the 3rd match of our 12-soul duel arena, featuring a one-on-one battle." Entering the arena are 2 formidable soul masters, the 12-year-old son of Lan, who wields a weapon soul, and the ever-anticipated, strikingly beautiful, and captivatingly powerful, the super alluring Ouyang Nana, the 14-year-old maiden. Zhang Lan. Do I not have any standing? Just a single line? Subsequently, thousands of eager spectators, who had been waiting for an extended period, suddenly rose to their feet, brandishing their signs and exuberantly cheering. "Nana, Nana, I love you, just as a mouse loves rice." Zhang Lan gazed at the woman before him, unable to suppress his admiration. His opponent was a young lady who gracefully ascended the stage amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, captivating Zhang Lan's attention. This young woman possessed extraordinary beauty. Her enchanting eyes were utterly mesmerizing, complemented by a delicate nose, elegantly arched brows, and a cascade of silky black hair framing her radiant complexion. Additionally, her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings further accentuated her allure, rendering her nothing short of goddess. Such a stunning and seductive star contestant undoubtedly attracted her share of admirers. As she made her entrance, thousands of spectators rose from their seats, fervently chanting her name. Ouyang Nana, 14 years old, a level 29 control system soul master, with the soul of a 9-tailed enchantress. Without hesitation, Ouyang Nana summoned her martial spirit, and 2 golden soul rings ascended from beneath her feet. Zhang Lan beheld the fox ears that subtly sprouted from Ouyang Nana's head, along with the 9 delicate pink tails that emerged behind her. In that moment, it felt as though he was gazing upon a figure that had previously existed solely in the realm of his fantasies. Ali, how alluring. She embodies his ideal type. The countless days and nights of yearning in his past life suddenly materialized before Zhang Lan's very eyes. Zhang Lan momentarily lost his focus before activating his martial soul. Zhang Lan, a 26th level soul master, possessed the martial soul known as the Star Gem. 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, Dai Mubai and Flanders observed Zhang Lan's inaugural match. Flanders turned to Dai Mubai, saying, "Pay close attention to Zhang Lan's performance. The soul master named Ouyang Nana is quite formidable, having achieved 7 consecutive victories as a bronze medalist. However, Zhang Lan surpasses her in full force. He could even contend against a soul sage." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, recalling the scene when Zhang Lan faced Master Zhao Wujia, where he exhibited terrifying strength and speed, far beyond what a mere soul master could possess. Below, the battle between Ouyang Nana and Zhang Lan commenced. To ensure his safety, Zhang Lan first unleashed his primary soul skill, enveloping himself in a protective shield. Ouyang Nana gazed at the strikingly handsome and robust young man before her, somewhat astonished. A 12th level, 26th level soul master, truly a prodigy. Yet, in the midst of combat, she would not hold back. She unleashed her full power immediately. Her first soul skill, beautification, enhanced her skin's radiance, making her eyes sparkle, her chin slightly more defined, and her legs appeared longer, akin to a filter that transformed her into an ethereal figure. Following that, she activated her second soul skill, enchantment. Her eyes suddenly emitted a pink glow as they fixed upon Zhang Lan's silhouette. Zhang Lan's forward motion abruptly halted. He finally recognized a fatal flaw within himself. His willpower was insufficiently robust. To be precise, due to the circumstances surrounding his family's demise, Zhang Lan's determination was indeed formidable. Yet it merely surpassed that of an average individual and could not be compared to the likes of Tang San. Concerning soul skills that target willpower, Zhang Lan found himself at a loss. Furthermore, for Zhang Lan, encountering a being akin to a character plucked from the realms of a two-dimensional universe, Ari. Every male player from League of Legends, if they could endure, would consider it a victory. Ouyang Nana softly inquired, "Shall you descend, little brother?" 3 seconds later, Zhang Lan stood in silence off the stage. Meanwhile, on the contestants' bench, both Flandre and Dai Mubai were equally mute. Flandre's expression transitioned from confidence to rigidity, disbelief, pallor, and ultimately fury. His inner thoughts likely oscillated between, "This round is mine for the taking," to "Surely, Zhang Lan will not fall for this," and then, "How could this lad possibly lose?" Culminating in, "Am I about to lose the 1,000 gold soul coins I wagered on Zhang Lan's assured victory? So I shall have that insufferable brat eliminated." At that moment, Dai Mubai, wishing to defend Zhang Lan, sensed the killing intent emanating from Principal Flandre and refrained from speaking. Ouyang Nana raised her hands in a gesture of victory, one eye squinting playfully, exclaiming, "I have triumphed once more." Instantly, the arena erupted in a chorus of cheers. Zhang Lan silently returned to the waiting room. After a while, Dai Mubai's number was called. Zhang Lan observed the match of Dai Mubai, which was attended by a mere handful of spectators, totaling perhaps just over 100. Dai Mubai's opponent was a 20-year-old man of level 27, whose martial spirit was a beast martial spirit in the form of a goat. However, his soul rings were of one white and one yellow, indicating his relatively weak prowess. After enduring a grueling struggle for a considerable duration, Dai Mubai ultimately triumphed over his adversary, exchanging injuries for victory. "Congratulations, Zhang Lan Gonglo Dai Mubai," who was slowly descending while clutching his wound, and simultaneously bestowed upon him 2 of his second soul abilities. Dai Mubai's injuries soon began to heal. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude to Zhang Lan, then added, "It was merely luck. Our opponent this time was not formidable." The two then returned to the waiting area. "Zhang Lan, is that woman very strong?" After a moment of silence, Dai Mubai could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan pondered for a moment and slowly replied, "Strength? To be honest, I am not entirely sure. This is the first time I have encountered a soul technique that manipulates the mind. All I know is that I found myself standing below, utterly bewildered." Zhang Lan gazed at Dai Mubai and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Aha, did you think I would inevitably win? In truth, it is often not so straightforward. Combat is never solely determined by physical prowess. There are many factors at play, including battle experience, luck, willpower, and even cunning strategies. Of course, physical fitness remains paramount." Zhang Lan paused for a moment, then sighed and said, "Just like this time, I happened to encounter someone whose abilities perfectly counteract mine, and I was swiftly defeated. However, this is for the best. Having recognized my weaknesses, I shall be vigilant in the future and will not carelessly risk my life due to ignorance of such flaws." Chapter 35, A New Battle. After a brief wait, the duo was called to the stage. Zhang Lan found himself once more on the familiar arena, greeted by the well-known host, the familiar audience, and lastly, his well-recognized opponent, Ouyang Nana, the nine-tailed fox. However, beside her stood another girl, one who appeared rather formidable. With a black ponytail trailing behind her, her striking almond-shaped eyes exuded confidence. She was tall and slender, her long legs clad in white stockings. She resembled a striking young warrior, reminiscent of a female general, though her beauty was marred by a scar across her face, robbing her visage of some of its allure. Meanwhile, Flandre, seated in the audience, suddenly wore a grave expression. Half an hour earlier, observing the pairing of Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai, Flandre hesitated in the betting area for the youth team. He muttered to himself, Zhang Lan's recent defeat was merely coincidental. There are few soul masters proficient in mental-type soul skills. It is highly unlikely they will encounter another one in their next match. Moreover, if Zhang Lan is to be believed, he could easily contend with 2 or even 3 soul masters of equal rank. Therefore, my wager is certain to succeed. With that, Flandre staked the entire yearly budget of 1,000 gold soul coins allocated for Shrek Academy as faculty and students. Returning to the present, as he watched the girl on the battlefield, Flandre's expression twisted in dismay, and he shouted at Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai, "Zhang Lan, Dai Mubai, I have wagered 1,000 gold soul coins on you too. This is the Academy's entire budget for the year. If you lose, you may as well prepare for your demise." The intensity of his aura was astonishing. Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai shivered involuntarily, a chill coursing through them. Steeling himself with feigned confidence, Zhang Lan declared, "The saint shall not falter in the same place." With determined strides, he ascended the competition stage. Following closely behind, Dai Mu Bai joined him on the platform. Upon spotting Zhang Lan, Ouyang Nana playfully winked at him and sweetly exclaimed, "Oh, little brother, it's you again." Zhang Lan silently wiped away the blood from her nose. She then turned to Dai Mu Bai with a serious expression and said, "I am merely a support, so this battle relies on you, Dai Mu Bai. I will be your steadfast backing." As Zhang Lan finished speaking, blood slowly trickled from his nose, rendering his solemn countenance somewhat comical. Ouyang Nana, upon witnessing Zhang Lan's predicament, laughed until her stomach ached. "Ha ha ha, little brother, you are truly amusing. How could you be bleeding from your nose?" Subsequently, she playfully cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Lan and, in a soft voice, offered, "Would you like me to assist you, dear?" Dai Mu Bai, with an expressionless demeanor, wiped his own nosebleed while observing Zhang Lan. "I feel that I am equally incapable," he remarked. Zhang Lan gently patted Dai Mu Bai's shoulder and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Should you fall into obsession, I will rouse you from your stupor." Dai Mu Bai gazed quietly at Zhang Lan, then shifted his glance towards the seemingly fearsome Principal Flander, who loomed like a specter in the stands. After considerable hesitation, he ultimately relinquished his tantalizing thoughts and succumbed. The host, standing at the center of the arena, proclaimed with clarity, "The competitors are prepared to commence." Dai Mu Bai and Zhang Lan both sighed in unison before summoning their martial spirits. Dai Mu Bai manifested a 25th level beast martial spirit, a resplendent white tiger, while Zhang Lan unveiled his 26th level auxiliary martial spirit, adorned with 3 radiant gems upon his hands and back. Soon after, Ouyang Nana and the girl beside her also revealed their martial spirits. Bing Qian, a 26th level great soul master with a beast martial spirit, the snowy howling white wolf, and Ouyang Nana, a 29th level great soul master with a beast martial spirit, the 9-tailed enchantress fox. As the battle commenced, Dai Mu Bai charged directly towards Ouyang Nana, determined that if he could incapacitate her first, victory would be theirs. However, Bing Qian advanced towards Dai Mu Bai without hesitation. Upon the collision, it was evident that Dai Mu Bai, having activated his first soul skill, overpowered Bing Qian with sheer strength, causing her to stagger. Just as he poised to press his advantage, he was suddenly captivated by a pair of enchanting pink eyes. "How beautiful!" Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, momentarily halting his movements in a daze. Seizing this opportunity, Bing Qian unleashed her second soul skill, Ice Roar. Her second soul skill summoned a formidable torrent of ice and snow, inflicting significant damage upon her adversaries while propelling them away. A ring of ice encircled Bing Qian, and with an explosive force, Dai Mu Bai was sent hurtling backwards by the sheer might of the attack. Zhang Lan effortlessly caught the returning Dai Mu Bai. As Dai Mu Bai succumbed to enchantment, Zhang Lan unleashed his first soul skill upon him. Standing firmly on the ground, Dai Mu Bai marveled at the translucent shield that enveloped him. Although he was already aware of the formidable nature of Zhang Lan's first soul skill, experiencing its power firsthand was truly impressive. He withstood the onslaught of another's second soul skill without a scratch upon his shield. Meanwhile, Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian, witnessing Dai Mu Bai's unscathed state, felt a weight in their hearts and exchanged glances. It was imperative to eliminate that supporting boy first. In unison, the two charged toward Zhang Lan. Simultaneously, Ouyang Nana playfully addressed Zhang Lan, "Little brother, why do you no longer gaze upon your sister?" Zhang Lan exhibited no inclination to glance at Ouyang Nana, fully aware that a defeat would undoubtedly incite Principal Flander's wrath. Dai Mu Bai, consumed by fury, charged forward, braving a kick from Ouyang Nana and a claw from Bing Qian, delivering a powerful blow to Ouyang Nana. Taken aback by Dai Mu Bai's ferocity, Ouyang Nana was propelled backward by a meter, staggering to a half-kneel on the ground, gasping for breath before regaining her composure. Meanwhile, Ouyang Nana's earlier kick had already shattered Dai Mu Bai's already unstable shield, and Bing Qian's subsequent claw left 3 gory lacerations across Dai Mu Bai's chest. Even as Dai Mu Bai endured another strike from Bing Qian, inflicting a new wound upon his arm, he retaliated with a fierce punch to Bing Qian's shoulder, causing her to stagger several steps back. He then directed another blow toward Ouyang Nana, who was preparing to bypass him in pursuit of Zhang Lan. Startled, Ouyang Nana hastily retreated a step, glaring at the blood-soaked Dai Mu Bai, exclaiming, "You lunatic!" Touching the wound on his chest, Dai Mu Bai smirked with malevolence. "Today, I shall prove that I, Dai Mu Bai, am also a monster." For far too long, he had been overshadowed by his elder brother. His heart, too, harbored a suppressed brutality and rage, concealed beneath a veneer of timidity. Following his battle with Zhang Lan, Witnessing the burden she bore and the shock of her words rekindled the flickering embers of his self-belief. In those fleeting seconds of combat, he awakened an innate essence within him, his pride. He was Dai Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, endowed with the formidable soul beast, the evil-eyed white tiger. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's audacious and sinister tone, Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian exchanged a moment of stunned silence, only to be swiftly engulfed by fury. They too were prodigies. Without waiting for Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian to strike, Dai Mubai took the initiative, launching himself at Ouyang Nana. He evaded non-lethal assaults from Bing Qian, positioning his body to absorb attacks aimed at vital areas, all the while relentlessly assaulting Ouyang Nana. Despite her superior soul power, Ouyang Nana, a control-type soul master and inherently weaker in strength compared to the aggressive Dai Mubai, found herself struggling to withstand his onslaught. She endured several heavy blows, leaving her nose askew and her patience waning. Yet, amidst her fury, a fierce determination surged within Ouyang Nana. You wish to eliminate me first? Very well. Come at me. I shall evade, and whatever I cannot dodge, I will block. Let us see who falls first. With this resolve, Ouyang Nana altered her combat strategy, forsaking attempts to attack Dai Mubai, focusing solely on evasion and defense. Meanwhile, Bing Qian unleashed her full assault on Dai Mubai, disregarding any notions of defense. Zhang Lan observed the fierce battle unfolding before him, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the skirmishes in League of Legends, where a top laner relentlessly pursued the opposing ADC, who was desperately fleeing, while the enemy support clung to the top laner, striving to inflict damage. Dai Mubai fought with unparalleled ferocity within less than a minute. His body was already drenched in blood, his eyes transformed into a fierce crimson, yet he displayed no inclination to retreat, relentlessly hammering away at Ouyang Nana. Bing Qian, too, was driven to desperation, disregarding the rules of the gaming zone that prohibited killing, as she unleashed attacks aimed at Dai Mubai's vulnerable points. In tandem, she activated her first soul skill, Ice Claw, which not only augmented her attack power, but also had the potential to freeze her adversaries, thereby slowing them down to a degree. As for Ouyang Nana, faced with Dai Mubai's bloodied onslaught, she found herself utterly powerless. Her strength lay solely in her charm. Even men of higher rank could easily fall under her spell. Similarly, women of equal standing were also susceptible to her allure. However, when one is covered in wounds, enchanting them becomes an arduous task. After all, how could someone in excruciating pain feel any semblance of desire? Especially someone like Dai Mubai, whose body was marred by injuries yet possessed unwavering determination, rendering her attempts at seduction futile. Moreover, she was no match for him. He relentlessly pursued her from one corner to another, nearly reducing her to tears. Observing the wounds on Dai Mubai's body, Zhang Lan unleashed his second soul skill. At that moment, most of Dai Mubai's injuries were superficial, with some affecting his muscles. Under the influence of Zhang Lan's second soul skill, his wounds healed in less than 3 seconds. He then followed up with his first soul skill, causing a transparent shield to materialize around Dai Mubai once more. The expressions of Bing Qian and Ouyang Nana shifted dramatically, prompting Bing Qian to release her second soul skill, sending Dai Mubai hurtling through the air. Zhang Lan once again grasped Dai Mubai, who was on the verge of being flung out of the arena. Subsequently, Zhang Lan leaned close to Dai Mubai's ear and whispered, "Let that girl named Bing Qian come over. You just need to intercept Ouyang Nana." Dai Mubai shot Zhang Lan a frosty glance. "Why didn't you say so sooner? If we had done this earlier, I wouldn't have had to engage in such a fierce battle. Did it not hurt when those claws, several centimeters long, raked across my skin?" Zhang Lan awkwardly remarked. "Wasn't this just thought of?" Dai Mubai clenched his fists, muttering to himself that if it weren't for the fact he was unable to overpower her. He then turned to Ouyang Nana, whose heart sank at the sight of his blood-red gaze. Strangely, Ouyang Nana felt a sense of grievance. Why was she being singled out? Why was he pursuing her relentlessly? Did she not have a teammate? That fierce girl was attacking him so vigorously. Why not retaliate against her instead? However, at that moment, Ouyang Nana abandoned her previous evasive tactics and instead engaged Dai Mubai head-on. Meanwhile, Bing Qian had bypassed Dai Mubai and charged directly at Zhang Lan. At this juncture, Ouyang Nana recklessly clashed with Dai Mubai, determined to hold him back and prevent him from aiding his support, Zhang Lan. She succeeded, and as she observed Dai Mubai's increasingly desperate assaults, a faint smile graced her lips. She remembered Zhang Lan, although puzzled as to why a support-type soul master would partake in a one-on-one contest. She distinctly recalled that their last battle had been utterly uneventful. He had fallen after just 2 soul skills. Thus, she felt assured about Bing Qian's attack on Zhang Lan. believing that perhaps he would not last even a single round before being eliminated. Bing Qian quickened her pace as she focused on the smiling youth adorned with dazzling gems. Convinced that if she could take down this support soul master, she could secure victory against the reckless madman who only knew how to fight fiercely. With a sudden dash, she lunged toward Zhang Lan, her icy claws aimed at his neck. She had no intention of killing him. For her, easily subduing a support-type soul master of the same rank was a trivial task. Once her claws were placed at his throat, he would have no choice but to surrender. Yet, in an instant, she felt a powerful force seize her wrist, and before she could react, her body was lifted off the ground. How could this be possible? Zhang Lan seized Bing Qian and executed a powerful shoulder throw, effortlessly hurling her off the stage with sheer strength. Zhang Lan smiled confidently, declaring himself a grand soul master. It was not mere boasting. He was capable of defeating 10 opponents. He then turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai, curious about his condition, only to be met with a pair of pink eyes. This was not good. Zhang Lan stood silently beneath the stage, while Dai Mubai seized the opportunity presented by Ouyang Nana unleashing her second soul skill. In a moment of vulnerability, he decisively kicked Ouyang Nana off the stage. Who would have anticipated this outcome? The victors are the proud duo. Let us fervently applaud our champions. As the host's exhilarating voice resonated, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Although they had come to witness the wolf and fox girl duo, Dai Mubai's fierce and valiant demeanor had undeniably captivated the majority of those present. Coupled with his striking good looks and his bewitching eyes, one blue and one purple, alongside his commanding presence, many audience members found themselves converted into ardent admirers. Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian, supporting one another below the stage, exchanged glances filled with complexity as they regarded Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai. They could hardly believe that they had been bested by individuals who were both younger and of a lesser rank than themselves. Zhang Lan, okay, unleashing her second soul skill towards Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian. Both Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian were momentarily taken aback, feeling the swift recovery of their wounds. Bing Qian slightly lowered her head towards Zhang Lan, coldly uttering, "Thank you." To be honest, her tone hardly conveyed genuine gratitude. Ouyang Nana, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to Zhang Lan and exclaimed, "Ha, Xiao Qian is just that kind of person, always so frosty." However, her thanks are sincere, so please do not take offense. Moreover, little brother, you truly are remarkable. Despite being a support-type soul master, you managed to outshine our battle soul master, Bing Qian, effortlessly. Zhang Lan, displaying no modesty, calmly stated, "My strength is quite formidable. Typically, soul masters of the same rank are no match for me." Ouyang Nana was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Zhang Lan, whose earnest expression suggested he was not jesting. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a delightful joke. Coupled with your serious demeanor, it truly is amusing." Zhang Lan helplessly waved his hand, suggesting that she should take it as a jest. However, Bing Qian fixed her gaze on Zhang Lan and earnestly stated, "I want to have a one-on-one match with you when the opportunity arises." "All right," Zhang Lan replied with a slight smile, accepting Bing Qian's challenge. He then turned to Ouyang Nana and expressed, "I also wish to engage in a few more matches with you." Initially, Ouyang Nana's laughter abruptly ceased, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she furrowed her brow and remarked, "I had thought you were an amusing little brother, but it seems you are quite mature for your age." Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. With a hint of resignation, he addressed Ouyang Nana, saying, "You are overthinking it. I merely wish to further explore your second soul skill. It is quite unprecedented for me to be so easily bested by a soul master of the same rank." Observing Zhang Lan's demeanor, Ouyang Nana sensed his sincerity and her expression softened slightly. She replied, "I am from the Spirit Hall and have come here to accompany Qian for a few days. In a couple of days, we shall return, so our time together is rather limited." Zhang Lan furrowed his brow and said, "Let us do it tomorrow. I will wait for you all at the Soul Arena in the morning. You choose a place, and we shall have a rematch." All right. Wishing everyone a joyful Lantern Festival. And here's an extra chapter for you. Staying at home is delightful. Haha, hiya hiya. Chapter 37. Teacher Zhao's gravity soul skill. After winning some money from the competition, Flandra's expression brightened considerably. Generously, he offered to treat the two to a meal. They soon found a roadside stall where the noodles were quite filling. However, Zhang Lan, with his astonishing appetite, managed to consume a quantity worth a silver soul coin. It is worth noting that a silver soul coin is equivalent to the monthly expenses of an average household. This left Flandra silently relieved that he had taken the two to a more upscale restaurant. Otherwise, the bill would certainly have exceeded 10 gold soul coins. Soon after, The trio dispersed. Dai Mubai went to buy clothes. Flandre headed to his store, a high-end grocery shop in the city, while Zhang Lan set off to procure some medicinal herbs and to report to the spirit hall. Zhang Lan inquired extensively and eventually located the largest pharmacy in Soto City, the Valley of 10,000 Medicines. Zhang Lan gazed at the wooden edifice before her, imbued with an air of antiquity, and found herself puzzled as to why a pharmacy would choose to adopt the name Valley. Perhaps their production facility is nestled within a serene valley? Zhang Lan subsequently entered the apothecary. The establishment was sparsely populated. On the mainland, it is generally the lower classes that seek the services of physicians, while the majority of nobles prefer to consult auxiliary soul masters skilled in healing. Their methods yield swift results and remarkable efficacy. Almost any ailment, barring cancer, can be treated. However, there are also exceptionally talented auxiliary soul masters whose medical expertise grants them a prominent status on the mainland. The proprietor of Wan Yao Valley before him is likely one such healer. Inside, a few middle-aged male doctors were engaged in preparing remedies, devoid of any enchanting young healers. Zhang Lan took out a piece of paper, upon which he meticulously listed the medicinal herbs he required. The physician responsible for dispensing the herbs uttered little, promptly taking the list to procure the necessary ingredients for Zhang Lan. Before long, the herbs were ready. In comparison to the apothecary in Notting City, the selection here was far more comprehensive. During his time in Notting City, Zhang Lan often found himself lacking certain herbs. Subsequently, he made his way to the spirit hall. Standing at the entrance of the spirit hall, he observed two formidable soul masters stationed as guards. Indeed, in contrast to the spirit hall in Notting City, this one exuded an impressive grandeur. Zhang Lan presented his soul hall inspection team token to the guard. Subsequently, he entered the soul hall, where a beautiful female receptionist awaited him. "Greetings, I am from the inspection team of Notting City. Here is my token. I have come to register." The receptionist examined Zhang Lan's inspection team token, then recorded his name and returned the token to him. Zhang Lan took the token and inquired, "Could you please direct me to the intelligence hall?" The female receptionist pointed to the corridor on the right and replied, "Just proceed straight ahead." "Oh, thank you." Zhang Lan expressed his gratitude and made his way towards the intelligence hall. Inside the hall, a multitude of individuals was present, and Zhang Lan casually sought out a less crowded area. As he approached, he noticed a crystal at regular intervals. Zhang Lan infused his soul power into the crystal, and a vision materialized within the orb. "Search for information on evil soul masters," he commanded. As his words echoed, a plethora of data on evil soul masters flooded the crystal ball. The records pertained to the vicinity of Soto City and spanned the past 2 years. Eventually, only 2 entries remained visible. The first was Hu Tian, a 47th level evil soul master wielding the beast martial soul, Ghost Fiend. He had claimed the lives of 121 individuals, including 23 Grand Soul Masters, 12 Soul Masters, and 3 Soul Ancestors. His disappearance was recorded at the beginning of the year 2118 in the Douluo calendar, and his whereabouts were unknown. The second was Qi Qingxi, a 44th level evil soul master with a martial soul, Ghost Sword, an exceptionally formidable adversary. He had taken the lives of 273 individuals, controlling the corpses of his victims. His count included 27 Grand Soul Masters, 13 Soul Masters, and 2 Soul Ancestors. His disappearance was noted at the beginning of the year 2119 in the Douluo calendar, with no trace left behind. The crystal also displayed the visages of these 2 individuals. Zhang Lan furrowed her brow and subsequently departed from the spirit hall, seeking out a seemingly commendable blacksmith shop. In front of the establishment lay an array of armor and weaponry crafted by the blacksmith within. Upon entering the shop, she could hear the rhythmic clanging of iron being struck in the back. "What can I do for you, esteemed customer?" inquired a robust middle-aged man as he approached Zhang Lan. "I would like you to forge some items for me." Zhang Lan spoke as he retrieved a blueprint from his bag, showcasing his designs for various fitness equipment, including weighted rings. It is quite uncomfortable to simply bind iron blocks to one's body. Creating weighted rings akin to those used by Xiao Li would be significantly more advantageous. While these concepts pose no issues, if you require 50 metal rings, it is imperative that the volume of each metal ring remains modest, and each must weigh 100 pounds, correct? Zhang Lan note that. Thus, there are not many metals that meet this criterion, and they are quite expensive. The total cost for these 50 metal rings amounts to 200 golden soul coins, and when combined with the other items you wish to forge, the total comes to 270 golden soul coins. Zhang Lan furrowed his brows in contemplation. He required a total of 270 soul coins. Currently, he possessed 200 soul coins. If he participated in the soul battles daily, he should be able to accumulate a considerable sum of money. Zhang Lan looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "Very well, money is not an issue. Kindly provide a deposit of 100 gold soul coins, and the entire creation will be completed in approximately 1 month." Agreed. After Zhang Lan paid the deposit, she did not linger in the city, but returned directly to the academy. At this moment, Dai Mubai had already returned to school and was engrossed in his training. During this period, Dai Mubai was significantly motivated, pushing himself to the limits. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would commence his practice. Beside Dai Mubai stood Zhao Wujia, as formidable as an iron tower. Dai Mubai was currently performing push-ups, yet his complexion was pale and sweat continuously streamed down his body, revealing the arduous struggle he was enduring in his persistence. Zhang Lan felt a sense of perplexity, and as she stepped within 50 meters of Zhao Wuji, she was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming force. This was shortly followed by a resounding explosion. Zhang Lan found himself abruptly ensnared in the earth. Much to the astonishment of Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujin, who were eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle, Zhao Wujin promptly seized his soul skill. Having just activated his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, which amplifies the gravitational force upon nearby adversaries by a factor of 2. This skill is indeed a formidable bane for agility-focused soul masters. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lan, he had inadvertently stepped into the range of Zhao Wujin's soul skill while the latter was testing Dai Mubai. Though he could typically withstand the mere doubling of gravity, he was burdened with an additional weight of 2,000 pounds. Consequently, the floor, unable to bear such immense pressure, shattered beneath him, causing Zhang Lan's legs to plunge deeply into the ground. It was only after Zhao Wujin deactivated the soul skill that Zhang Lan gasped for breath, using his hands to extricate himself from the earth. Observing Zhang Lan's condition, Zhao Wujin realized the lad was unharmed, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. "Teacher Wujin, your soul skill just now was gravity, wasn't it?" Zhang Lan inquired. Zhao Wujin nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, it is my third soul skill, capable of doubling the weight of nearby foes." Zhang Lan clenched his fist in exhilaration. "Splendid." Zhang Lan recalled a particular anime, where the protagonist rapidly gains strength through the use of a gravity chamber. The pressure of enhanced gravity exerts a profound pressure on the entire body, allowing one's physique to adapt and grow stronger in response to such gravitational forces. Of course, it was also due to his robust constitution. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to various complications and perished before his body could acclimate to the overwhelming gravity. Chapter 38. The Man Radiating Red Light. Subsequently, Zhang Lan made his way to the academy, where he procured several iron plates and laid them down firmly on the ground. Standing atop the iron plates, he turned to Zhao Wujia and declared, "Master Wujia, I am ready." Zhao Wujia then activated his third soul skill. A formidable wave of gravity suddenly enveloped Zhang Lan, causing his body to sink, and he collapsed onto the iron plates. "Master, I'm fine. I can handle it." With gritted teeth, Zhang Lan spoke laboriously to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia, initially poised to halt the activation of his third soul skill, hesitated momentarily before resolutely maintaining it. An overwhelming pressure surged relentlessly from every part of Zhang Lan's body. A disorienting dizziness clouded his mind, while an indescribable discomfort enveloped his being. He could sense his internal organs were under immense strain, not merely the muscles, skin, and bones, but rather every cell within him seemed to bear the weight of double gravity, coupled with an additional burden of 2,000 jin. The weight felt as if it had escalated to 4,000 jin, rendering Zhang Lan incapable of even standing. Zhang Lan exerted herself to rise, gradually beginning to shift her position little by little. Within a mere 10 minutes, she was drenched in sweat. Her body felt utterly depleted, devoid of any strength. "Stop." Zhang Lan's voice was as delicate as a whisper. However, Zhao Wuji, who had been attentively observing Zhang Lan, was acutely aware that he had not misheard her and promptly ceased the use of his third soul skill. Zhang Lan could no longer endure, her body giving way as she collapsed onto the ground. It must be said that those past 10 minutes were exhausting and agonizing. Yet, Zhang Lan found joy in the experience. This method of training was not only more effective but also swifter in yielding results. Zhang Lan sat up, beginning to absorb soul power for his cultivation, feeling the yearning of his body for this energy. A faint smile graced his lips. This was the true essence of extracting every ounce of strength from his being. Shortly thereafter, he sensed a sudden surge of soul power within him, marking his advancement to the 27th level. He continued his cultivation until nightfall, after which he hastily dined at the cafeteria for an hour, patting his belly before retiring for the night. The following morning, Zhang Lan arrived early at the Seoul Arena, while Dai Mubai was absent. Dai Mubai's primary focus was now on cultivating soul power, participating in soul battles only once a week. Zhang Lan had initially intended to follow this schedule as well. However, he had made plans with Ouyang Nana the previous day, which compelled him to come today. Zhang Lan did not wait long before Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian approached side by side, simultaneously captivating the attention of all the males in the vicinity. As Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian stood beside Zhang Lan, numerous hostile glances were directed towards him. One exuded a sensual allure, while the other radiated a cool elegance. Indeed, they were a stunning pair of sisters. Zhang Lan sighed inwardly, hoping there would be no trouble. Ouyang Nana glanced at Zhang Lan, who had been waiting here for some time, and remarked, "You arrived quite early, didn't you?" Zhang Lan nodded and then inquired, "Where shall we begin our adventure?" Ouyang Nana paused for a moment, gazing at Zhang Lan in surprise, and asked, "Aren't you going to treat me to something to eat or perhaps take me for a stroll?" Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian had indeed encountered their fair share of suitors, including those like Zhang Lan, who sought to bridge the gap under the pretext of mutual exploration and friendly competition. Consequently, it was not uncommon for them to be approached the following day with invitations like, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's grab a bite. I know a restaurant renowned for its exquisite flavors. Since we have some free time, allow me to show you around." Such topics frequently unfolded. However, it was rare for someone to be as forthright as Zhang Lan, diving straight into the matter without engaging in the customary small talk to foster rapport. Is this a new tactic? A game of seduction? Ouyang Nana scrutinized Zhang Lan, her thoughts swirling with intrigue, though his handsome visage belied any such intentions. Zhang Lan was taken aback by Ouyang Nana's words. This must be a hint, or rather, a direct indication. To gain her assistance, was it necessary to treat them to a meal, and to go shopping as well? As Zhang Lan contemplated this, his brow furrowed. His finances were indeed dwindling. Yet, it was only to be expected that in seeking the assistance of others, one must inevitably pay a certain price. He had initially believed that acquiescing to Bing Qian's request sufficed as his payment, but he realized he was still rather naive. With a sigh, Zhang Lan remarked, "Is that so? Very well, what would you like to eat?" Ouyang Nana, observing Zhang Lan's furrowed brow and sigh, felt a twinge of confusion. Was there something she had misunderstood? However, her own hunger soon took precedence, as she had yet to eat since the morning. Dismissing her thoughts, she decided to focus on the immediate need for sustenance. "Let us have steamed buns. I know a breakfast shop renowned for their delicious buns." Thus, the trio set off together, walking for 5 minutes until they arrived at the front of a breakfast establishment. The shop appeared relatively clean, and there were quite a few patrons seated inside. Ouyang Nana went to purchase the buns while Bing Qian and Zhang Lan took a seat to wait. Bing Qian's cold gaze rested upon Zhang Lan, leaving him with an uneasy sensation. Zhang Lan discreetly surveyed his own physique with a sidelong glance, noting its commendable cleanliness, devoid of any unsightly blemishes. Suddenly, Bing Qian coldly inquired, "Are you concealing something on your person?" She had, in fact, observed the peculiar bulges on Zhang Lan's body since the previous day, which rendered his figure strikingly robust, even portly. However, it was evident to her that these protrusions were not the result of muscular development. They resembled something more akin to blocks. From an external perspective, certain areas of Zhang Lan's attire appeared to bulge or form unsightly lumps. Nevertheless, due to the loose fit of his clothing, these anomalies were not overtly conspicuous. Yet, Bing Qian's keen observational skills allowed her to discern the unusual features of Zhang Lan's form. Zhang Lan felt a sense of relief, realizing the reason behind the intense gaze directed at him today, which had made him wonder if there was something unsightly upon his person. He then responded to Bing Qian, explaining, "These are weights I have strapped to my body, primarily for physical training." Bing Qian nodded, her curiosity piqued as she observed Zhang Lan's imposing physique. "Are the weights considerable?" she inquired. "Indeed, as I require a significant amount of weight for my training," he replied. Bing Qian nodded again, choosing not to speak further. She was not one to engage in excessive conversation, and her earlier inquiries were merely the result of curiosity. However, Zhang Lan's attention had shifted away from Bing Qian, fixated instead on a man seated nearby, engrossed in his meal. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a simple and unassuming demeanor, reminiscent of an ordinary man striving diligently to provide for his family. Yet, in Zhang Lan's eyes, this seemingly humble man radiated an intense crimson glow. Truth be told, he was the most vividly illuminated individual Zhang Lan had encountered since acquiring the Judgment Eye. It felt as though he could perceive countless sorrowful families weeping in the shadows behind this man. Such a character, Zhang Lan's hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Chapter 39, The Pursuit. Here they come. Ouyang Nana hurried over, holding a plate of steamed buns. Zhang Lan rose to his feet and handed a silver coin directly to the proprietor, declaring that no change was necessary. He then turned to Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian, stating, I have suddenly found myself in urgent need of departure. We shall discuss the training matter in a few days, or you may seek me out at Shrek Academy. Having spoken, Zhang Lan hastily followed the man who had just exited. Ouyang Nana gazed at Zhang Lan's hurried retreat, momentarily entranced, before incredulously turning to Bing Qian and exclaiming, Have we been stood up? Bing Qian rolled her eyes at Ouyang Nana, responding with resignation. He must genuinely be in a hurry. It appears he is following that man who left earlier. Ouyang Nana's eyes sparkled with mischief as Bing Qian's words ignited her curiosity. With a decisive slap on the table, she declared, Let us investigate. Bing Qian, however, remained seated, resolutely munching on her meat bun. I'm not going. Ouyang Nana, feeling dejected, embraced Bing Qian and playfully rubbed her cheek against Bing Qian's face, sweetly pleading, Qian, please accompany me. Bing Qian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly extricated herself from Ouyang Nana's grasp. With a sigh of resignation at the eager look on Ouyang Nana's face, she conceded, All right, I'll go. You wore me down. Thus, Ouyang Nana dashed after Zhang Lan, while Bing Qian hesitated for a moment before grabbing her bun and following suit. Zhang Lan pursued the man ahead for nearly 3 to 4 hours, until he left the city and arrived at a quaint village. Thereafter, she observed him greeting the villagers warmly as he made his way into a courtyard significantly larger than the surrounding houses. Zhang Lan furrowed his brow as he gazed at a grand tree outside the village. How peculiar this village is. Many villagers radiated a crimson glow, which deterred Zhang Lan from entering recklessly. Unbeknownst to him, as he focused intently on the man he was tracking, he failed to notice the 2 small shadows trailing behind him. Several hundred meters away, Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian lay concealed in the grass, secretly observing Zhang Lan perched in the tree. Ouyang Nana complained, What on earth is this fellow doing? Bing Qian replied coolly, I sent it, because you insisted on following him? I am merely curious, Ouyang Nana retorted. Besides, aren't you curious too? He is only 12, yet already a level 26 soul master. And during yesterday's battle, did you not notice? This boy is exceptionally strong, despite being an auxiliary soul master. At this, Ouyang Nana suddenly seemed to recall something, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, Could he possibly be the legendary twin martial spirits? Bing Qian was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. Encouraged by Bing Qian's reaction, Ouyang Nana grew even more animated. Just look, he is clearly an auxiliary soul master. Yet his cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid, and his physical prowess is formidable. Even you, a battle soul master, could be defeated in an instant. He must undoubtedly possess twin martial spirits. As Ouyang Nana spoke with increasing conviction, she ultimately affirmed her hypothesis. Bing Qian, upon hearing Ouyang Nana's words, began to contemplate the possibility. Having battled Zhang Lan herself, she recalled how, in just one exchange, she felt overpowered by his strength and speed. Moreover, his impeccable timing in combat and adept experience left her with the unsettling realization that, should they face each other again, she would likely fall once more. Ouyang Nana, her excitement unabated, exclaimed, Legends say that those with twin martial spirits are unparalleled geniuses. This fellow might very well become a renowned title Douluo in a few decades. Bing Qian shook her head, cautioning, Not necessarily. I recall reading a book in our Spirit Hall's library by an author named Xiao Gang. It mentioned that geniuses with twin martial spirits, upon reaching a certain level, might explode due to the strain on their bodies. Ouyang Nana gasped, Is that true? Bing Qian nodded. Oh, what a pity. With a playful glance at Ouyang Nana, Bing Qian teased, What, do you wish to pursue this young lad? Of course. Bing Qian was merely jesting, well aware of her friend's discerning taste. Many prodigies from other academies had sought her favor, to which she had shown little interest. However, to Bing Qian's surprise, Ouyang Nana did not dispute this notion. Instead, she responded with bright enthusiasm, Of course. Just look at him. Young, capable, and immensely talented. Most importantly, he possesses such striking good looks, such delicate beauty. I find it immensely appealing, far superior to those unattractive fellows who perpetually wear a cold demeanor while flaunting their supposed charm before me. Yet, it appears that this particular individual is somewhat portly. Bing Qian retorted, You seem to be infatuated solely with his appearance, don't you? Ouyang Nana, blushing, waved her hand dismissively and murmured, His innate talent is certainly a contributing factor. However, That fellow isn't truly overweight. He merely bears the burden of his load. Really? Indeed. Are you captivated? Bing Qian, exasperated, tapped her forehead, astonished to discover that you are indeed a lovesick fool. Ouyang Nana, with righteous indignation, countered, who says that? I merely have an affinity for boys who possess good looks. Meanwhile, setting aside Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian, Zhang Lan had been observing from the tree and finally detected a new development. A ragged woman scaled the wall of a large courtyard and seemingly ran to a few villagers, pleading for help. However, to Zhang Lan's astonishment, the villagers suddenly seized the woman and, amidst her desperate struggles, returned her to the large courtyard. Zhang Lan fell silent for a moment, then quietly gazed at the village until nightfall. As the moon gradually ascended and the village was shrouded in darkness, Zhang Lan descended from the tree, slowly unloaded his burdens, dug a pit, and buried them. He then approached the tranquil village with measured steps. Meanwhile, Ouyang Nana, who was on the verge of slumber, nudged Bing Qian with urgency. Suppressing her excitement, this fellow has finally made a move. It seems he buried something under the tree. Let us go check it out. Bing Qian rubbed her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed yet endearing. Ouyang Nana tugged at her, urging her to crouch low as they hurried toward Zhang Lan's hiding spot. Bing Qian, somewhat exasperated, queried, why must we crouch? It's exhausting, because it gives us the feel of a patrol team. We're tracking the enemy, observing covertly, seeking answers, capturing them red-handed. The patrol team here is akin to the police. With a resigned expression, Bing Qian allowed herself to be dragged along by Ouyang Nana. Fine, I'll concede. Whatever you say goes. 3 minutes later, the pair arrived at the spot where Zhang Lan had concealed his items. Ouyang Nana swiftly unearthed the objects, exclaiming, what is this? So heavy. She began extracting Zhang Lan's burdens one by one. Bing Qian observed and remarked, these must be the weight Zhang Lan was carrying earlier. She then attempted to gather them all in her arms, exerting herself to no avail. After a moment of struggle, her brow furrowed, and with a serious demeanor, she faced Ouyang Nana. Something feels off. These items must weigh at least 1,500 pounds. Zhang Lan offloaded these burdens before entering the village, clearly sensing something amiss that required him to act with full force. To be honest, I cannot fathom how he managed to walk and eat under such weight, let alone engage in combat with someone of my stature. His true strength must be formidable. Perhaps even a soul master would be no match for him. At this moment, he seemingly found himself entangled in some troublesome affair. Given our combined abilities, pursuing him might only hinder him, so it would be wisest for us to depart promptly. Observing Ouyang Nana's hesitation, Bing Qian's expression turned resolute as she insisted, you must listen to me this time. With that, she began tossing the burdens back into the pit. Suddenly, as she discarded one of the weights, an object fell out. What is this? Ouyang Nana inquired, perplexed, as she picked up a token-like item. Bing Qian took the token, glanced at it, and then placed it back down. This appears to be a token from the Wuhuan Temple's inspection team. It seems Zhang Lan is indeed remarkable. Ouyang Nana looked at Bing Qian with curiosity. Noticing the inquisitive gaze, Bing Qian asked, what is the matter? Qian, how is it that you seem to understand everything? Bing Qian gazed intently at Ouyang Nana, causing her to instinctively shrink back, as if she felt the weight of disdain from Qian. The teachers had covered these topics in class. Ouyang Nana glanced around, seemingly oblivious to Bing Qian's earlier remarks, and then noticed a glimmer of light erupting from the village. Oh, it seems there's a commotion. It looks like that rascal Zhang Lan is in trouble. Let's hurry to aid him. Bing Qian grasped Ouyang Nana's wrist and, without further ado, pulled her swiftly toward the direction of Sitoa City. Simultaneously, she admonished, did you dismiss my previous words as mere background noise? Our presence will only complicate matters. If you truly wish to help, seek out Shrek Academy. Didn't he mention he was a student there? Upon hearing Bing Qian's words, Ouyang Nana refrained from retorting and followed her in a sprint. Meanwhile, within the village, Zhang Lan seethed with rage as he confronted the group before him. One soul master, one soul elder, and 2 great soul masters, along with a gathering of bewildered villagers drawn by the commotion. A distinct footprint marred his chest, the result of a kick from the earlier soul master. Previously, he had stealthily infiltrated the courtyard, only to be met with faint sobs and the sounds of men playing cards. Following the sound of the weeping, he discovered a series of rooms, each containing imprisoned children or women. However, before he could embark on a rescue, the soul master had suddenly emerged from the shadows and kicked him out. The ensuing noise drew the soul masters from the courtyard, encircling Zhang Lan, culminating in the current predicament. Oh, I expected a formidable foe. It turns out to be a mere great soul master, laughed the Soul Master with a striking appearance, his bangs framing a handsome face, as he stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhang Lan's two soul rings with a provocative gaze. His own rings, white, yellow, and purple, suggested he was not an exceptionally powerful Soul Master, yet the disparity between him and Zhang Lan was significant. Zhang Lan felt a wave of revulsion, contemplating why such despicable individuals often bore appealing visages. This individual reminded him of the intelligence he had uncovered about the sinister Soul Master, Qi Qingxi, from the Spirit Hall. He must not be reckless. Framing a panicked expression, Zhang Lan looked at Qi Qingxi and exclaimed, "A Soul Master. Ha ha! This little brat is practically scared to the point of wetting himself." Upon observing Zhang Lan's demeanor, Qi Qingxi suddenly erupted into laughter, gracefully wielding the long sword in his hand with an air of elegance. Beside him stood a middle-aged Soul Master, the affable man who had previously followed Zhang Lan, adorned with 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple. In his grasp lay a harmonica, evidently his weapon soul. After the Soul Master concluded his remarks, the genial man promptly sought to ingratiate himself with Qi Qingxi, exclaiming, "Indeed, a mere great Soul Master encountering Lord of the Soul Clan would surely be terrified to death." He then turned to the surrounding crowd, inquiring, "What you all think, is that not so?" Ha ha ha. The laughter continued. "Indeed, just a humble great Soul Master. Ha ha ha. That is the Lord of the Soul Clan. I wager that fellow could scarcely stand." Instantly, a chorus of agreement echoed around them. Zhang Lan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he observed the simple-minded Spirit Master before him, reminiscent of a treacherous character from a past life's dramatic tale. Yet, he outwardly feigned a demeanor of fear, his legs trembling slightly. With a quivering voice, he pleaded, "I merely sought to pilfer a trifle. I did not anticipate that I would unwittingly steal from you, esteemed sir. I recognize my folly. Consider me as inconsequential as a mere nuisance and grant me my freedom." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's desperate supplications, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Qi Qingxi laughed the loudest, then abruptly fell silent, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Lan. He said, "Crawl over to me, and I shall release you. Not only will I set you free, but I shall also welcome you into our ranks and offer you an advantageous position. What say you?" The Soul Sect, outwardly amused, regarded Zhang Lan with a sense of wariness, pondering the absurdity of a thief, or worse, a grand Soul Master, venturing into this humble village to commit theft. Zhang Lan hesitated momentarily, his voice faltering as if he were engulfed in fear and reluctance. "Esteemed sir, I am, after all, a grand Soul Master. This. Observing Zhang Lan's demeanor, the doubts within Qi Qingxi's heart diminished slightly. If Zhang Lan were to immediately kneel and crawl towards him, he would not hesitate to eliminate the wretch. A grand Soul Master possesses a certain dignity. They live a life far superior to that of commoners, harboring an innate sense of superiority. Should that grand Soul Master choose to prostrate himself, it would suggest not only an abject cowardice devoid of dignity, but also the possibility that he was an agent of the Spirit Hall or a Soul Master dispatched by the Tiando Empire to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, upon hearing Zhang Lan's hesitant words, the simple-minded soul venerable spat in Zhang Lan's face. "Bah!" He then berated Zhang Lan vehemently. "What are you, anyway? A grand Soul Master? Ha! My esteemed companion here is a Soul Sect Master. With just a flick of his little finger, he could extinguish your life. And you still hesitate?" He then turned away, adopting a sycophantic demeanor as he addressed Qi Qingxi. "Master, I believe this insolent wretch is beyond redemption. It would be best to eliminate him at once." Zhang Lan hastily knelt down, pleading, my lord, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall crawl over immediately." Chapter 41. A moment of life and death upon witnessing Zhang Lan, frightened and crawling towards him. The Soul Sect member chuckled softly, his initial doubts dissipating significantly. He could not help but believe Zhang Lan's previous words. Perhaps this individual was merely a hapless soul, drawn to this village by the sight of a grand estate, hoping to pilfer some treasures from a wealthy household. With this thought, he relaxed somewhat, his grip on the sword loosening. Instead of holding it tightly, he let the blade point downward, embedding it into the ground, crossing his arms as he regarded Zhang Lan and said, "Very well, come forth." Zhang Lan observed as the sword of the Soul Master slipped from his grasp, his expression remaining unchanged as he gradually crawled towards the Soul Master. Alas, while the esteemed Soul Master may have forgiven your previous transgressions, I cannot overlook them. If you wish to pass, you must first crawl beneath me. The Soul Elder, with a simple-minded grin, positioned himself firmly before Zhang Lan's form. Zhang Lan appeared hesitant and indecisive, but ultimately seemed to surrender completely, bowing his head and pushing through. Ha ha ha! The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Qi Qingxi dispelled the last remnants of doubt in his heart. He truly could not believe that anyone could so convincingly portray the fear, confusion, and ultimate abandonment of respect, all for the sake of preserving their own life. Little did he know, Zhang Lan had graduated from the Beijing Film Academy in his previous life. Although he never became a renowned star, his acting skills were commendable, and he had played numerous minor roles, often embodying the timid characters that highlighted the heroic bravery of the protagonists. Zhang Lan, step by step, approached the soul sect. The soul sect crouched down, observing Zhang Lan as he crawled before him. Raising his head, he spoke with a tantalizing tone, laced with an indescribable mockery and delight. However, at that very moment, he suddenly sensed a looming danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the sword from the ground and thrust it forward while simultaneously evading Zhang Lan's punch. The events unfolded in an instant, a mere flash of lightning. His actions were instinctive, honed by countless encounters in battle. A deep-seated anger welled within him. He had been deceived. If this individual were not merely a grand soul master but a soul sovereign, he might have been unable to unleash his soul skills and faced imminent death. Yet, what astonished him further was that this fellow did not evade or dodge. Instead, he appeared determined to endure a thrust through his chest in order to land a punch. A cold smirk crept across Qi Qingxi's lips. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such ruthless decisiveness. But what did it matter? They were separated by 2 significant stages, and the disparity in strength was absolute. Even if this man capitalized on his carelessness and launched a sneak attack, the outcome would still be death. Just as he narrowly dodged Zhang Lan's punch, he saw a flash of cold light beneath that fist. A hidden arrow pierced through his right eye, emerging from the back of his skull. A sharp sword pierced through Zhang Lan's right chest, and with the demise of its soul master, the sword, which served as a weapon spirit, vanished instantly. Blood gushed forth violently from Zhang Lan's chest. Zhang Lan furrowed his brow as he employed his second soul skill, Emerald Healing. The wound on his chest gradually began to mend, though it was merely a preliminary healing. Should he exert himself too forcefully, the injury would likely reopen. However, this was of little consequence. He could endure a few more attempts. All of this transpired in less than a second, until the corpse of the soul master collapsed. The villagers, who had previously worn expressions of joy, suddenly screamed and scattered in panic, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. Zhang Lan glanced at the lifeless body of the soul master on the ground and reminded herself to exercise utmost caution in the future. Otherwise, she might end up like this unfortunate soul, unable to unleash even a single soul technique before meeting her demise. Such foolishness. The line between life and death is but a fleeting moment. Zhang Lan turned her gaze towards the soul master. The man, stripped of his previous arrogance, stared at Zhang Lan in astonishment, his finger trembling as he stammered in fear, "Why you?" Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Lan charged forward, swiftly dismembering his limbs in the midst of his horror-stricken and utterly unprepared gaze. He had already discerned that the opponent's martial spirit was a harmonica, with frail limbs that clearly indicated a support-type soul master. Such a weakling could hardly compete even against an ordinary soul master. Therefore, his target was unequivocal. That formidable Qi Qingxi, the only individual present who posed a significant threat to him. Given his current strength, confronting a soul sect would yield at best a mere 30% chance of victory, assuming he faced a newly promoted soul sect member. Thus, Zhang Lan was compelled to adopt a tactical approach. As for the indignities he suffered along the way, survival was the only pathway to honor. The vanquished were unworthy of anything. Especially for Zhang Lan, humiliation, as long as it meant the swift demise of those malevolent soul masters, he would endure any amount of disgrace. Zhang Lan then surged forward with remarkable speed, dispatching the remaining 2 terrified soul masters in under a minute. He subsequently approached the stout, affable man, who was wailing in despair, and calmly uttered, "Silence." At that moment, the stout man trembled violently, sealing his lips, too fearful to utter a sound. Zhang Lan reached out and tore a piece of fabric from the man's clothing, using it to wipe her face and remove the saliva that had marred her features. Zhang Lan's actions caused the man's eyes to widen in terror, as a patch of moisture appeared beneath him. Zhang Lan slowly turned to approach the lifeless body of the soul sect. "Are there still any of your people inside?" "No more. No more." Zhang Lan cautiously wrapped the exposed arrowhead of the Soul Clan's head with a cloth. It bore a deadly poison crafted by Tang San. However, Zhang Lan possessed the antidote. alleviating concerns of inadvertently causing his own demise. Subsequently, he grasped the arrowhead and extracted the projectile. What are you doing? We are but traffickers, capturing children and women to sell in underground auction houses. Zhang Lan paused for a moment, then, suppressing his fury, continued to meticulously polish the arrows with a cloth strip. Zhang Lan's demeanor was remarkably unremarkable, his tone devoid of emotion, as if he were merely recounting a tale. Yet, it was precisely this monotony that intensified the trepidation of the seemingly simple-hearted man. An underground auction house? Ah, indeed. The underground auction house possesses everything and demands everything. Treasures, soul bones, humans, soul masters, soul beasts, nobility, and even princesses. Whatever you desire, the underground auction house holds it all. Zhang Lan meticulously polished the arrows, softly murmuring, "Everything you desire? Indeed, my lord. I possess everything you seek. I have 1,600 gold soul coins. I am aware of the location of the soul master's money over there. Please, my lord, do not take my life. I am of value. I am of value. But what of justice? Justice?" The man stood bewildered, lost in thought. After meticulously wiping the arrows, Zhang Lan carefully placed them back into the wrist-mounted quiver. He then bent down to remove the soul clan ring, channeling his soul power to sense its contents. Indeed, it contained a volume of 2 cubic meters. This ring functioned as a spatial soul guiding device. Within it lay a substantial quantity of gold soul coins, alongside an assortment of food and healing potions. The young woman slowly approached the man, her voice laced with a hint of inquiry. "Where is your money? Please, do not kill me. I will give you everything. I will give you the money." The man stammered, trembling, yet he refrained from revealing the location of his wealth. Zhang Lan stepped upon the man's right hand, gradually applying pressure. The man let out an agonizing scream. It was only after his hand was utterly crushed that Zhang Lan slowly inquired, "Where is the money?" "Sir, if you spare me, I will reveal everything," pleaded the man. Zhang Lan uttered no words, firmly placing her foot upon the man's left hand, gradually applying pressure. The man emitted a gut-wrenching wail, his body writhing in agony, yet his limbs had been rendered useless by Zhang Lan, leaving him to squirm helplessly like a pitiful worm upon the ground. "Please, my lord, if you spare me, I will give you anything. I have a sister. She is beautiful. Truly, my lord, I could be your dog, your slave. I swear I will never betray you. I am a level 30 support soul master. I am of great use, my lord." The man cried out with a heart-rending scream, tears streaming down his face. His fear of death was pure and palpable, for there were countless experiences he had yet to savor, and he yearned to live on. Zhang Lan chose to disregard the commotion, turning to face the villagers who had gathered behind him. They gazed at him with a mixture of fear and bewilderment, yet curiously, they huddled together instead of fleeing. Chapter 42. The wretched soul's an elderly man, standing at the forefront, cautiously stepped forward, his expression tinged with trepidation. "Esteemed sir," he began, "I am the village chief of Jixiang. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in vanquishing these malevolent spirit masters. 6 years ago, they infiltrated our village and covertly took control, coercing us to obey their commands. Those who defied them faced death. They are formidable spirit masters, and we found ourselves utterly powerless to resist. For years, we have lived in a state of guilt and regret, yearning for the arrival of a spirit master like yourself to deliver us from this plight." Zhang Lan gazed quietly at the venerable village chief before her, remaining utterly silent. A warm glow radiated from him, not only from the old chief, but also from each villager standing behind him. Under Zhang Lan's unspoken scrutiny, the village chief's complexion gradually paled, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Zhang Lan suddenly chuckled softly and remarked, "Let us consider it thus for the time being." Zhang Lan's laughter eased the villagers' hearts, yet his subsequent words caused their spirits to plummet once more. The old village chief hastily exclaimed, "My lord, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth." Zhang Lan chose to disregard them, and slowly made her way into the expansive courtyard. It seemed that the chaos and clamor from outside had also permeated the courtyard. Infiltrating the rooms where those who had been abducted or deceived were held captive. As Zhang Lan stepped into the courtyard, he was immediately met with the desperate cries for help emanating from within the rooms. Zhang Lan approached the entrance of the first room, exerting force with both hands to unlock the door that had been secured from the outside. As she opened the door, her gaze fell upon a group of children within, their eyes glistening with traces of tears, their expressions resembling that of frightened fawns, fixated upon her. Each child was remarkably adorable, their beauty a testament to the notion that exquisite appearances hold greater worth. Zhang Lan endeavored to display his gentlest smile towards the children, softly assuring them, "I'm here to rescue you. Please wait patiently for your brother." Perhaps it was Zhang Lan's exquisitely delicate features. When he smiled, he exuded an undeniable warmth that enveloped the atmosphere. The children, captivated by his demeanor, obediently nodded in quiet acknowledgement. Zhang Lan then entered another room, where a group of young women, aged between 12 and 17, were exuberantly shouting, all of them strikingly beautiful. Zhang Lan observed that the garments worn by the young women were largely intact, and the room itself was relatively tidy. It was evident that the traffickers had not inflicted any harm upon these girls. After all, to the traffickers, this group of young women represented valuable commodities, and they were unlikely to risk any loss. Zhang Lan reiterated her previous words once more. Perhaps it was the trials they had endured that had fostered a sense of maturity in these young girls. Contrary to Zhang Lan's expectations, there were no outbursts of tears, only a quiet nodding in agreement. Yet, many were silently weeping, shedding tears of relief at their long-awaited rescue. Subsequently, Zhang Lan proceeded to the third room. Zhang Lan pushed open the door, and the scene within left her somewhat astonished. Inside stood an 8-year-old boy, his hands and feet bound by iron chains. Yet his gaze sparkled with intensity as he looked at Zhang Lan. In his eyes shone a glimmer of hope as he eagerly addressed her. "Esteemed one, have you come to rescue us?" Zhang Lan smiled at him, saying, "Indeed, I shall rescue you forthwith. Those miscreants have been subdued." Subsequently, Zhang Lan invoked his first soul skill upon the young boy. A shield materialized around the boy's form, and with a firm grip, Zhang Lan wrenched the chains apart, shattering them with a decisive motion. Having freed the boy from his bonds, he gently patted the lad's head and reassured him, "All is well now. Would you kindly share why you found yourself in prison here?" The boy, slightly abashed by the affectionate gesture, revealed his introverted nature. "Oh, it is because I have awakened my soul power. I am now a level 10 soul master, though I have yet to acquire a soul ring. My martial soul is a snow rabbit, which is why those individuals captured me, intending to sell me at a high price to the nobility. This is what I overheard them saying. Furthermore, I am not alone here. There are other children like me, all confined separately." With a determined exclamation, the boy manifested his martial soul. A charming, snow-white rabbit appeared momentarily behind him before merging with his being. As a result, 2 fluffy white rabbit ears sprouted from the top of his head, and a small white tail emerged at the back, enhancing his already endearing visage. His legs elongated slightly, transforming the once timid boy into a figure whose androgynous charm was unmistakable. Zhang Lan understood why the boy had been brought to this place. The world was filled with those who had an unsettling fondness for charming young boys, especially for a delightful child of the gender known as Xiuyo. "Very well. You may go now. Head to the 2 rooms ahead and gather your companions and sisters who have also been captured and bring them to the courtyard," she instructed. "All right." The little boy nodded vigorously, his excitement evident as he bounced slightly on his feet. Zhang Lan couldn't help but exclaim how adorable it all was. Subsequently, in the last 3 rooms, he rescued 3 little girls, each possessing a unique spiritual essence, much like the previous little boy. They were a white spirit cat, a gentle sheep, and a mystical bone snake, all appearing remarkably charming and beautiful. In the penultimate room, however, Zhang Lan encountered a scene that stirred an overwhelming urge for vengeance within him. The room was in utter disarray, devoid of any furniture, with a thick layer of bedding covering the floor. Inside, there were numerous beautiful women, all unclothed, most of them displaying a vacant expression. Upon noticing Zhang Lan, they remained indifferent, either lying down or huddled in corners, lacking any trace of the modesty typically associated with young girls in the presence of the opposite sex. Zhang Lan clenched her fist, producing a creaking sound, and gritted her teeth as she turned her back to them. "I am a soul master of the Spirit Hall inspection team. I have come specifically to eradicate this malevolent group of soul masters. The evil soul masters have already been subdued by me, and you are now safe. Please wait a moment while I procure clothing for you." With that, Zhang Lan exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Just as she turned around, a sudden, piercing wail erupted from within the room. "Oh, thank you, benefactor." Then, a resounding crash reverberated through the air, accompanied by a wave of metallic scent emanating from the room. Zhang Lan paused momentarily, then swiftly turned to rush into the room. However, just as his hand grasped the doorknob, he halted. "Woo, thank you. Thank you, my lord. Woo, ah." The cacophony of wailing and expressions of gratitude emanated from within, accompanied by a resounding crash. Zhang Lan's hand trembled as it hovered over the doorknob. Yet she remained paralyzed by fear, unable to turn it. These women, they had been rescued. Why, oh why, would they still choose to end their lives? Indeed, Zhang Lan could empathize with the immense suffering they had endured. They had lost the will to live, yet, having persevered through so much pain, why could they not muster the strength to begin anew? It was simply inconceivable. Truly, it was unbearable. In the end, Zhang Lan chose to retreat, perhaps. Had the suffering not befallen her, she might have been unable to grasp their plight. Yet, at the very least, she could offer those women one final opportunity to make their own choice. Zhang Lan slowly made his way outside. Addressing the anxious villagers gathered at the door with a hoarse voice, "I require some garments worn by women." Upon hearing this, the old village chief promptly replied, "Yes, my lord, I shall fetch them for you at once." He then turned to the villagers behind him, urging, "Quickly return home and bring forth your wise garments for this esteemed spirit master." 15 minutes later, Zhang Lan returned to the door of the room, cradling a bundle of clothing. Chapter 43. The Vengeful Ghost. Zhang Lan opened the door, his heart heavy with trepidation as he dared not gaze upon the scene within. With his eyes closed, he placed his garments at the threshold and stepped back outside. This marked the last chamber of the prison. It was a beautifully appointed room, adorned with exquisite furniture and dolls. The room's occupant, much like a delicate princess, was adorned with striking beauty, confined within its walls. The long chains permitted her a degree of freedom to move about the space. The girl, embodying the essence of a princess, sat gracefully upon the bed, her serene visage reflecting tranquility. With her hands elegantly resting on her lap, each subtle gesture mirrored that of a true, noble woman. The little girl gazed quietly at Zhang Lan, her bright eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Zhang Lan approached, exerting strength with both hands, shattering the girl's chains. "I am a member of the inspection team from the Spear Hall, here to rescue you. The villains outside have already been subdued by me." The girl beamed a pure and sweet smile at Zhang Lan. "Thank you, big brother." In that moment, Zhang Lan felt as though his heart might melt. Subsequently, he settled these individuals in the courtyard, allowing the villagers to prepare some food. Amidst this, Zhang Lan observed that many of the imprisoned women cast glances of deep hatred towards the villagers, and he could surmise the underlying reasons. Not all villagers were benevolent and innocent. Some were indeed despicable, their presence only serving to evoke disdain. Especially under Zhang Lan's discerning gaze, the villagers, radiating a vivid crimson light, each bore significant sins upon their souls. Zhang Lan sat at the entrance of the courtyard, observing the villagers, his heart engulfed in indecision. He had taken the lives of many, each of them burdened with sins. Every individual he had slain bore the weight of at least a few innocent lives lost. In those moments of bloodshed, he had shown no mercy. With swift strokes of his weapon, he had felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would find himself contemplating whether to extinguish the lives of these wrongdoers as he did today. Before him stood a frail and helpless group of villagers, their bodies aglow with a crimson hue, an undeniable indication of their guilt, though not all were culpable. They had their own wives and children. Within this village, nearly half of the inhabitants bore the red glow. Yet there were also many children and elderly individuals illuminated by a gentle white light. If he were to annihilate these individuals, what fate would befall the children and the elderly? Deprived of their familial pillars, they would inevitably struggle to survive in this merciless world. But could he truly allow these scoundrels to live? "Big brother." Suddenly, a sweet, innocent voice echoed from behind Zhang Lan. He turned to find Anna, the little girl who resembled a princess. "What is it?" he inquired. "Why don't you kill those bad people too?" Anna pointed towards the villagers preparing meals outside, gazing at Zhang Lan with such purity in her eyes. Yet, her words sent a chill coursing through his heart. Zhang Lan remained silent as she listened to Anna, who continued with a somber tone. "Do you know, big brother, I have managed to escape several times. The first time, I was unencumbered by those chains. Later, when they went to seek out those poor sisters to vent their frustrations, I seized the opportunity to slip away. Yet, upon reaching the outskirts of the village, I was captured again by the villagers. These villagers are truly despicable. They are fully aware of our plight. However, every year, the wicked individuals who apprehended us provide them with some money, and in return, they joyfully guard the village, preventing our escape. In truth, those soul masters possess little interest in ordinary individuals. Their true aim is to capture children like us, endowed with soul power, who can be sold at a high price. Most of the children and sisters were seized by the villagers, who have built a comfortable life through our suffering. Thus, the village thrives, with each household adorned in fine garments, feasting on meat, and free from the burdens of daily labor. They merely saunter about, capturing chosen targets at night to sell to the people in that courtyard. Anna recounted this calmly, yet the content ignited a fierce anger within Zhang Lan. Certain truths may be inferred, yet without the vivid dissection of human suffering, people cling to false hopes, oblivious to the depths of anguish and rage. Noticing Zhang Lan's clenched fists, Anna continued with unwavering composure. To me, the villagers are all villains. The men of this village not only fail to rescue us but also imprison us here, extinguishing our last flicker of hope. Sometimes, I ponder whether the malevolent individuals in the courtyard intentionally allow us to escape, for every so often, one among us manages to flee. Perhaps they relish the sight of our despair following a fleeting hope, right before the eyes of so many soul masters. The villagers who snuff out our hopes incite even greater disdain within us. Their children and parents are not innocent. The villagers have become thoroughly assimilated. If we were to escape and be seen by the children or the elderly, they would immediately inform the villagers, leading to our recapture. They thrive on our misery, enjoying a life of meat, fresh clothes, and carefree days, all built upon our suffering. Thus, to us, they're all the same. Zhang Lan rose to his feet, his fists unclenching as he had made a resolute decision. He understood that Anna had deliberately uttered those words to him, her intent being quite straightforward, to annihilate the villagers who were, in her eyes, just as much her enemies. After all, she was still a child, unable to suppress the hatred within her. Yet he held no authority to criticize others, for he too was unable to contain his own. It was high time he acknowledged the truth. He was no virtuous soul. He was merely a vengeful spirit engulfed in anguish due to the slaughter of his family. Revenge was his singular goal, while the pursuit of justice was merely a pastime, a remnant of the moral teachings from his previous life. If the wicked are not punished, what then remains of justice? Moreover, those who consorted with that malevolent soul master were nothing but their accomplices. They must perish. It was time to make a decision. All those in the village who bore the mark of the crimson light must be eradicated. As for the scant few, women, the elderly, and children, who bore no such mark, he would leave the village's possessions to them. This would be the utmost mercy he could offer. With his resolution forged, Zhang Lan felt a sense of liberation wash over him, his body twisting slightly as his bones creaked ominously. Today, he would unleash a massacre. He was no benevolent being. He was a vengeful specter, the demon of hell. His wrath would incinerate his foes until nothing remained. Chapter 44. Anna's transformation. Anna was born into a harmonious family, with both of her parents being esteemed souls who cherished her deeply. Thus, she lived her early years like a little princess, often adorned in beautiful attire that her parents would gift her and indulged with delectable cakes. Her companions would gaze at her enviously upon hearing of her illustrious parents, the souls of great renown. She had never known hunger, never suffered bullying, nor experienced confinement. Her life was idyllic, until that fateful day when her parents ventured out to rescue an unconscious stranger. Upon regaining consciousness, that stranger wielded a sword and brutally murdered her parents, abducting Anna and imprisoning her. The man with the sword demanded that she behave like a docile doll, urging her to conduct herself with elegance, to speak with poise, and to acquire various skills. He insisted that only then could she be considered a true noble child, capable of fetching a higher price. She cried out for help, struggled against her captor, and yearned for her parents, but her pleas fell upon deaf ears. Disobedience would lead to hunger, confinement in a pitch-black room, or worse, punishment. The agony of hunger was unbearable, the terror of darkness was suffocating, and the pain of being struck was excruciating. These were sensations she had never before encountered, akin to plummeting from paradise into the depths of despair. Yet, she never succumbed, even when hunger gnawed at her, compelling her to contemplate consuming insects, or when fear enveloped her in the dark confines of her cell, or when pain rendered her motionless. She remained defiant. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the man who had taken her parents from her, vowing never to heed his commands. One day, for reasons unknown, the man who kept watch over her left to torment a group of older girls confined nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Anna made her escape, resolved to flee and seek the aid of her mentor, determined to apprehend the villains and rescue her fellow captives who shared her plight. Just as she was about to leave the village, an elderly man and several adults intercepted her. In that moment, hope surged within her, and she pleaded with them through tears and laughter for rescue. To her utter astonishment, they seized her and returned her to that dreadful abode, that inferno. Once again imprisoned, she found herself in the terrifying dark room, confined for 2 days and nights. Starving, she sensed that something sinister lurked in the shadows, quietly observing her. Fear overwhelmed her, and she cried out in despair, but her cries went unanswered. Her parents had always taught her to be a good person, a virtuous child, for goodness would be rewarded with happiness and joy. But why? Why had this befallen Anna? Captured by others, beaten, starved, confined in a dark room. Even that seemingly kind and simple village elder, whom her parents often spoke of in stories, had taken her back. Were they not supposed to assist Anna? Why? Why? After a long while, she sat vacantly in a corner. It dawned upon her that her parents were mistaken. This world is indeed cruel. Virtuous individuals are exceedingly rare, while the majority are irredeemably wicked. The malevolent possess no boundaries, whereas the good are constrained by them. The wicked harbor no reservations, while the virtuous do. Thus, it is only the nefarious who can swiftly and smoothly attain power, and in a world predominantly ruled by formidable villains, the good will find no path to strength. Consequently, her parents met their demise. She was captured, beaten, starved, and confined in a dark room. Once more seized by those malevolent villagers, she resolved to become a villain, to defy the promises her parents had instilled in her, to transform into the strongest and most wicked individual, capable of tormenting others at will. She vowed she would not perish. She would escape, no matter the cost. She would escape, grow stronger, immensely powerful, and annihilate every single person in this courtyard, in this village. On the third day, Anna sat quietly, sweetly smiling at the one who had slain her parents, declaring her intent to obey him. She was returned to her room, shackled once again, yet she behaved obediently, thus regaining delectable food and beautiful new garments. She no longer exhibited a desire to flee, dutifully absorbing the elegance and knowledge imparted by the tutors he had summoned. However, each night, she secretly practiced, determined to grow stronger. She believed it would take a long time to attain freedom. Yet unexpectedly, 3 months later, a handsome young man appeared. He vanquished the wicked, shattered her chains, and rescued her from captivity. Perhaps her parents were right. There are indeed good people in this world, but the young man, good people do not meet favorable ends. Therefore, Anna must turn him into a villain. Only thus can he live happily and become a formidable force. The villagers, sensing that Zhang Lan had no intention of confronting them, gradually calmed down. Upon hearing his command, many returned home to retrieve their provisions and meats, claiming it was their way of apologizing and repenting for the harm they had inflicted upon the girls and children they had wronged. The meals prepared. The women and children in the courtyard began to dine. But then, amidst the meal, someone suddenly broke into tears, influencing those around them, and soon, the air was filled with a cacophony of weeping. Zhang Lan gradually approached the venerable village elder. Observing the elder's well-tailored attire, one could discern that it was crafted from exquisite fabric. Zhang Lan gently touched the old village chief's garments and suddenly remarked, "This outfit must cost a couple of silver coins, I reckon." The old village chief looked at Zhang Lan with confusion, bending slightly as he questioned, "My lord, you are enveloped in resentment, with a radiant crimson aura. Thus, you bear guilt." The old village chief, terrified, immediately fell to his knees, pleading earnestly, "My lord, we were compelled to act thus. If we did not comply, we would meet our demise, my lord." Zhang Lan struck the old village chief squarely in the chest, causing the elder's eyes to widen in shock as he collapsed limply to the ground. A scream pierced the air, awakening the villagers from their stupor. Their moment of reckoning had arrived. Some fled in terror, others pleaded desperately, while a few unleashed a torrent of curses. Zhang Lan remained silent, and upon encountering a man enveloped in a dense aura of crimson light, he struck without hesitation. However, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, the man, with a scornful expression, shouted, "We are merely victims of circumstance. If we do not align ourselves with those wretches, we shall perish. We are not in the wrong. Your act of killing us renders you nothing more than a mere executioner." At that moment, a woman suddenly emerged, her face contorted with rage and with a piercing wail. She brandished a pair of scissors and brutally blinded the man. As he writhed in agony, she mercilessly severed his lower extremities and continued to stab him repeatedly with the scissors, targeting his limbs. This woman, too, had been abducted. However, unlike the others who were sold to the sinister soul manipulators by the villagers, she had been kept by this man as his wife. After numerous failed attempts to escape, her despair was finally transformed into hope upon Zhang Lan's arrival, allowing her to unleash the pent-up pain and fury within her. Within this village, many other girls, sharing her plight, soon armed themselves and joined in the fray of vengeance. As the moon ascended into the night sky, the sounds of weeping and wailing enveloped the village. transforming it into a realm as terrifying as the depths of hell itself. Zhang Lan eliminated the last villager, whose body radiated a vivid crimson glow, and then intercepted the group of women, their eyes aglow with a sinister red, who had been ensnared by the villagers. Zhang Lan quietly gazed at them and uttered enough. The women, driven by rage, yearned to return the suffering they had endured, doubly inflicted upon the villagers who had captured them. They harbored no mercy, even for the children and the elderly of the village. Yet, amidst their fury, reason prevailed. Upon seeing Zhang Lan standing before them, they ultimately relinquished their weapons. Collapsing to the ground in a torrent of laughter and tears, Zhang Lan let out a sigh, standing here, gazing silently at the myriad stars in the sky. Such is the nature of this world, cruel and filled with suffering. I am but a vengeful spirit, wandering amidst this anguish and regret, unable to save others. Nor can I rescue myself. Contemplating this, Zhang Lan suddenly felt an urge to drink. It is only in the embrace of intoxication, when the burdens of life fade away, that he can experience a semblance of ease. Anna observed Zhang Lan, who stood solitary and forlorn, and she could sense the pervasive pain and sorrow emanating from her elder brother, suffering that was entirely her doing. Slowly, Anna approached him and, in a sudden rush of emotion, enveloped him in a tight embrace, weeping as she implored, "Forgive me, dear brother. Please forgive me. Anna is a wicked girl. I intentionally said those things to you, leading you to become this way." Chapter 45. At a loss for a title, Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback, for he understood the reason behind the little girl's apology. He then gently bent down, his eyes radiating warmth, and smiled at Anna, the girl who was incessantly expressing her regret. "There is no need for you to apologize, Anna. It is I who should be sorry for arriving so late. Had I come sooner, you would not have had to endure such suffering." As Anna gazed into Zhang Lan's eyes, her heart seemed to tremble, and all that remained in her vision was his tender smile. "Big brother, woo-woo-woo." In an instant, Anna dashed into Zhang Lan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Zhang Lan gently embraced Anna, allowing her to vent her emotions to her heart's content. After a considerable time, Anna ceased her tears, emerging from his embrace. She gazed at Zhang Lan, her tear-streaked face evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Zhang Lan smiled as she playfully scratched Anna's little nose, which had turned into a tear-streaked visage resembling a tiny kitten. "Thank you, big brother." Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback, gently tapping Anna's forehead with his right hand, causing her head to tilt back slightly. "Silly girl. You thanked me so many times and still do not know my name. You can simply call me Zhang Lan, or Zhang Lan-gu if you prefer." Anna stared blankly at Zhang Lan, then touched her forehead, breaking into a sweet smile as she leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him, murmuring softly, "I will call you big brother." "Why is that?" "Because it sounds nice. But I think Zhang Lan-gu sounds even better." No, it doesn't sound good. Big brother sounds better." "Hang Lan Yi Suan Slovely." "Big brother sounds better. It's just big brother that sounds nice." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Lan Lauet Hetitili. Perhaps realizing that his previous thoughts were misguided, he was not incapable of saving others, for he had at least rescued this little girl. Subsequently, he gathered the remaining villagers, and amidst their resentful gazes, instructed them to lay the bodies to rest in the earth. As Zhang Lan made his way to the courtyard, he encountered the lifeless form of a simple man sprawled on the ground. The man had perished in agony, his body marred by wounds, a grotesque sight. Within the courtyard, most of the rooms were utilized for imprisoning the captured, while a few served as the residence of the malevolent sorcerer residing there. Zhang Lan searched through the surroundings and discovered over 3,000 gold soul coins along with several luxurious items of considerable value. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he mustered his energy in preparation for a return to Shrek Academy before heading to Soto City. Having spent a night away, it was likely that his companions at Shrek were somewhat concerned for his well-being, and he also required a carriage, considering the presence of numerous children and women. Suddenly, Zhang Lan was astonished to see Principal Flender, his martial soul revealed, soaring through the air while carrying Ouyang Nana. Upon spotting Zhang Lan, Flender did not descend immediately. Instead, he circled in the air for a moment. After ensuring there was no imminent danger, he swiftly descended, his already remarkable speed augmented to an astonishing swiftness. Reaching Zhang Lan's side in mere breaths, Ouyang Nana, held aloft by him, resembled a giant kite, swaying wildly in the fierce wind. Her beautiful features contorted into peculiar shapes by the gusts. Once they landed, Flender gently set Ouyang Nana down before hastily approaching Zhang Lan. "You rascal, are you all right?" Flender inquired, his expression laced with concern as he scrutinized Zhang Lan. The overwhelming scent of blood assaulted Flender's senses, stirring his heart with anxiety. How many lives have been lost in such a grim scene? Principal Flander? Zhang Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Flander pointed to Ouyang Nana, who was kneeling to the side, retching repeatedly. It was she who claimed that Zhang Lan was in peril, prompting me to hastily rush to his aid. What Flander did not disclose was that he initially suspected it might be a trap. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan had not returned, compelling Flander to deliberately seize Ouyang Nana and swiftly fly over, all the while remaining on high alert. This caution resulted in Ouyang Nana's current state. However, for Flander, the circumstances at that moment were exceedingly peculiar. A girl who had once been Zhang Lan's rival suddenly approached, declaring that he was in danger and required rescue. Having navigated the Soul Master realm for many years, Flander could not afford to be reckless, especially given his many adversaries. Yet, now observing Zhang Lan's demeanor, it appeared he had perhaps overestimated the situation. Zhang Lan cast a glance at Ouyang Nana, his brow furrowing slightly. He had already surmised the reason behind it in his heart. Zhang Lan approached Ouyang Nana's side. "Have you been following me?" Ouyang Nana waved her hand dismissively and promptly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry. We were just a bit curious." However, her retching made her apology rather comical. Zhang Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment upon witnessing Ouyang Nana's apology, for they were indeed assisting him as well. "Thank you." Zhang Lan expressed his gratitude to Ouyang Nana. Yet she was preoccupied with her own retching and paid him no heed. The nauseating odor emanating from her discomfort caused Zhang Lan to sigh inwardly, shattering his illusions. This was ultimately but a mere imitation of Ollie, merely a cosplay of Ollie, not the true essence he revered. For in his heart, the Ollie he envisioned would never succumb to such illness. Even if she did, it would manifest as rainbows. What on earth was happening? Flander furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surrounding villagers, weeping for their deceased loved ones, alongside the sorrowful women and children. Ah, so this is the state of affairs. Zhang Lan devoted some time to elucidating matters to Flander. The mention of the sinister Kikingsi particularly sent a chill down Flander's spine. He was aware of the tale concerning the malevolent soul master of Kikingsi, though his understanding was rather limited. Nevertheless, he recognized that this individual had eliminated 2 members of the soul sect. After Zhang Lan had completed his narrative, Flander and Ouyang Nana stood in silence, observing the villagers as they solemnly gathered the deceased. Flander maintained a level of composure, while Ouyang Nana struggled to come to terms with the grim reality before her. Having been nurtured within the confines of the spirit hall since childhood, she had been shielded from such brutal truths. In contrast, Flander had encountered numerous abhorrent and enraging incidents during his previous forays into the realm of soul masters, prompting him to regain his clarity swiftly. He turned to Zhang Lan and remarked, "I never anticipated that you, my young friend, would possess the prowess to vanquish that level 40 malevolent soul master." Zhang Lan shook his head, his expression grave as he addressed Flander. This time was merely a stroke of luck. If that fellow had been a bit more cautious or a touch more ruthless, the outcome could have been quite different. Flander froze momentarily. Those words were precisely what he had intended to convey, to enlighten Zhang Lan about the precariousness of his victory. After all, to Flander, Zhang Lan was merely a 12-year-old boy who had single-handedly slain a soul sect member. It was entirely natural for him to feel a sense of arrogance and pride. However, to Flander's surprise, Zhang Lan exhibited neither arrogance nor pride. Instead, he articulated the very sentiments Flander had wished to impart. Flander stiffened slightly and, feeling somewhat displeased, patted Zhang Lan on the shoulder, saying, "It is sufficient that you understand. The satisfaction of a teacher lies in witnessing their student err and drawing upon their own experiences, guiding them back onto the righteous path, preventing further missteps." Yet, Flander felt no sense of fulfillment in his role as an educator. He sighed inwardly. Chapter 46, Revelry in Anna's Second Soul Ring. Subsequently, Flander inspected the fallen soul sect member. Gazing at the small hole pierced through the back of the soul sect's head, he felt a pang of astonishment. He had not anticipated that a soul sect member could meet their demise so effortlessly. The adversary had not even employed their soul skills, and it was merely through the concealed weapon Zhang Lan had mentioned that a soul sect member was dispatched in an instant. Flander turned to Zhang Lan and inquired, "Zhang Lan, may I see your sleeve arrow?" Zhang Lan nodded, removing the concealed dart from her arm and handing it to Flanders. Flanders examined the dart intently for a moment, then aimed it at himself and pulled the trigger. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Zhang Lan was taken aback, and then he noticed Principal Flander deftly pinching a glimmering, slender arrow with his index and middle fingers. As Flander gazed at the arrow, he recalled the astonishing speed at which it had been launched moments before, causing even him to feel a twinge of shock. Flander couldn't help but exclaim, "This little contraption possesses remarkable velocity. If one were caught off guard in the shadows, even some ordinary soul masters would find it nearly impossible to defend against. Truly, it is an exquisitely formidable device." Flander returned the concealed arrow to Zhang Lan, who accepted it, affixed the arrow, and then donned it once more upon his hand. After Zhang Lan completed her task, she looked up with a glimmer of hope and inquired of Flanders, "Principal, may we first accommodate these women and children at our academy?" Flanders promptly replied, "No problem. We shall house them at the academy for the time being. Those who have homes will be returned, and those who do not shall find refuge at Shrek, where they can be given some cleaning duties. After all, they are but unfortunate souls." Subsequently, Flanders made another swift journey back to Shrek Academy, where he briefed Zhao Wuji and the others on the situation, while also releasing a girl named Bing Qian, who had been held as a hostage due to their initial fears of a trap. Flanders had previously brought Ouyang Nana alone to the academy. Things were resolved swiftly, and a few hours later, Flanders returned with a caravan of over a dozen horse-drawn carts, bringing the individuals to Shrek Academy. After notifying the Spirit Hall and officials of the Tiando Empire, the majority of the children and women were returned home. However, some unfortunate girls, who had lost their families or were rejected by them, remained at Shrek. Anna, too, was taken away by a relative. Ultimately, the incident was explained as Flanders fortuitously encountering the nefarious old master gang while out with Zhang Lan. Flanders subsequently vanquished the leader of the gang, and Zhang Lan rescued the captives, all to shield her from further danger. Regardless, Zhang Lan's current strength remained insufficient, and the possibility of the gang regrouping loomed large. Thus, after a discussion with Flanders, they determined this course of action. Following these events, Zhang Lan received a stern reprimand from Flanders. That night, Dai Mubai gazed at Zhang Lan with a peculiar expression. "I never expected you could truly defeat a soul master of level 40 on your own, especially with a level 30 support type soul elder and 2 great soul masters of your own level. Indeed, you are a true prodigy." Zhang Lan shook his head and then remarked, "It is merely a stroke of luck." "Huh." Dai Mubai let out a wry smile. "Perhaps only a peculiar being like you could maintain such a nonchalant demeanor in the aftermath." Subsequently, Dai Mubai curiously inquired, "Why aren't you practicing tonight? Why did you summon me here?" Zhang Lan produced several barrels of wine and addressed Dai Mubai, stating, "I am feeling rather low. Hence I wish to indulge in some wine, and I would like your company." Observing the emotionless countenance of Zhang Lan, Dai Mubai recognized that his friend was indeed in a dire state of mind, for Zhang Lan typically adorned a smile. "Very well. Today, I shall risk my life to accompany you, my good sir, and together we shall drown our sorrows in this libation." Zhang Lan poured a glass of wine for both Dai Mubai and himself. The liquid was transparent and colorless, as clear as water. Zhang Lan raised his glass and proclaimed, "Cheers." He then downed the drink in one gulp. Dai Mubai shrugged and remarked, "I possess quite the capacity for alcohol." With that, he also finished his drink in one swift motion. Puffed. Zhang Lan stared at Dai Mubai with an impassive expression. "Aren't you known for your remarkable tolerance for alcohol?" Dai Mubai, with a grimace of fury, glared back at Zhang Lan. "Is this truly alcohol? More like the essence of life." He poured himself another glass and retrieved a match. "What do you intend to do with that match?" Zhang Lan inquired. Without uttering a word, Dai Mubai struck the match, igniting it and placing it at the rim of the glass. With a roar, a blue flame erupted above the drink. Dai Mubai suddenly seized Zhang Lan by the collar, revealing a smile reminiscent of death. "Is this water?" Zhang Lan replied with a stoic expression. "Indeed, isn't it quite normal for water to burn?" "You, my friend." Sighing in resignation, Dai Mubai gently set Zhang Lan down and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I truly am risking my life for you." Suddenly, Dai Mubai noticed that Zhang Lan's shirt had vanished. At that moment, slightly intoxicated, he paid it little mind. Moments later, he observed that Zhang Lan's trousers had also disappeared. A sense of foreboding washed over Dai Mubai. "Why have you removed your trousers, Zhang Lan?" Zhang Lan retorted, "What is your favorite feeling when drinking? That exhilarating sense of freedom? Indeed, if you still bear the constraints of clothing during such indulgence and freedom, what is the point? Oh, so that is how it is. You should also shed your garments. Well, I'll pass on that. Cheers. Ha ha ha. It feels truly liberating to remove one's clothes. I told you so. Now, let us raise our glasses and toast. Cheers." A month later, in the Stardew Forest, Anna arrived with 2 hired spirit masters. She paid 1,000 gold soul coins to enlist the aid of these 2 soul-esteemed individuals to procure the soul ring she desired. Having fled from her aunt's home, she returned to her own residence, selling all her possessions, which, along with her remaining savings, totaled 1,300 gold soul coins. Today, she ventured here to acquire a soul skill she had contemplated for a long time. The trio searched the forest for an extended period, and after a week, they finally located the soul beast Anna wished to hunt. One that she had heard her parents speak of as particularly suited to their martial souls, the manipulative bone black fox. This creature is notoriously cunning and treacherous, possessing the ability to control and enhance the corpses of other beings. It subtly manipulates the remains of formidable soul beasts to hunt, remaining hidden in the shadows, which makes its sightings exceedingly rare. During battle, it never reveals itself, relying solely on the corpses it commands. Should its controlled remains be vanquished, it will swiftly flee. On this occasion, they fortuitously stumbled upon the black fox while it was feeding. Anna recalled her parents saying that a manipulative bone black fox possesses one tail for every millennium it has lived. This particular fox indeed had one tail, suggesting it was under 1,000 years old. Exactly how many, she could only speculate. After a moment of contemplation, Anna turned to the two soul masters beside her and declared, "Uncle, this is the one. Very well, leave it to us." Chapter 47. The reason for training without clothes. The bone-controlling black fox commanded a shadow wolf that had existed for a millennium, and it had been further augmented. Its body was adorned with the formidable quills of a porcupine. Its claws were akin to those of a terror bird, and its teeth resembled those of a saber-toothed tiger. Impressive indeed, yet it bore a fatal flaw. The corpse it controlled lacked the former soul abilities. In essence, this cadaver, enhanced through various augmentations, possessed only its inherent strength and was devoid of the once mighty soul techniques. Thus, when confronted by two soul masters, it was rendered powerless. One soul master restrained the corpse, while the other swiftly inflicted grievous injuries upon the bone-controlling black fox. Anna unsheathed her sword and dispatched the immobilized black fox. Subsequently, she began to absorb the soul ring. Perhaps fate smiled upon Anna, for this old beast was over 600 years old, well within the limits for her second soul ring. 3 days later, in auspicious village, Anna arrived at the residence of the current village chief. A gigantic python, its body adorned with razor-sharp blades, accompanied her alongside a disproportionately large eagle with expansive wings. At the same time, a colossal skeleton, crowned and clad in resplendent robes, loomed behind her. Her martial spirit was that of the Emperor of the Undead. Her father wielded the martial spirit of a steel-boned skeleton, and her mother's martial spirit was that of a necromancer. Both figures, seemingly embodiments of malevolence, insisted on playing the role of the virtuous. Such choices had led them to their current fate. Anna, however, was resolute in her determination not to tread the misguided path of her parents. Gazing upon the terrified village chief, Anna sweetly smiled and declared, "Your existence poses a threat to me and to my elder brother. Thus, you must meet your demise." The giant python roared and lunged forth, in the chief's trembling gaze. Its body coiled around him, slicing him into fragments with its razor-like scales. The python then surged out of the chief's courtyard, and screams echoed throughout the village. Anna stepped onto the grounded wings of the eagle, ascending to its back, and made her way to the site where her family's remains were interred. Extending her right hand, a black luminescence emanated from her palm. "Awaken, spirits that slumber beneath the earth. Heed my command, unleash your wrath, vent your grievances, and unleash a bloodbath without mercy. Let the blood cleanse the sins upon your souls." Ha! Accompanied by Anna's maniacal laughter, a pale hand suddenly emerged from the flat ground. Soon, more hands followed. As the once deceased villagers clawed their way up from the depths below, their bodies were in a state of decay, their faces devoid of any expression, resembling mere lifeless entities. Yet, within their eyes flickered a somber blue flame. Once they broke through the earth, they charged towards the village, shrieking in unison. This was not a manifestation of her soul skill, but rather a manifestation of her martial spirit's innate ability. For a long time, her inner goodness had subconsciously suppressed her powers, but now she had finally awakened. After that day of enlightenment, her abilities naturally emerged. She was the sovereign of the deceased, endowed with the innate capacity to command the dead. However, her current weakness limited her control to merely 2 specters. Nonetheless, if she briefly revived them and did not exert meticulous control, merely issuing simple commands, she could command dozens. The village had transformed into a veritable hell. "Father. Oh, it's me, Father. Do not bite me. Oh, ghost. A ghost. They have come back to life. Help. Why, oh heavens. Is our punishment not yet sufficient?" Due to the prior incident involving Zhang Lan, Flandra and the Shrek Academy gained a modicum of notoriety. Many families that had been rescued came forth with tokens of gratitude, which kept Flandre in high spirits for quite some time. Subsequently, Flandre departed from the academy, escorting several of the rescued children to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy, as they exhibited commendable talents but had not met the standards for admission to Shrek. Hence, Flandre chose not to enroll them, and instead directed them to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Academy. Moreover, the pile of gold coins acquired from the enigmatic Kikinxi alleviated Zhang Lan's financial crisis, at least for the time being. Zhang Lan has successfully crafted what he envisioned in Soto City, and Dai Mubai has made use of several of these creations. The results indeed far surpass those of mere iron blocks. Upon the return of Flandre, after nearly a month away, Zhao Wujia, bare-chested and utilizing his third soul skill, observed Dai Mubai and Zhang Lan laboring under the sun, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Flandre wore a grim expression, for he had noticed that, unbeknownst to him, his academy had taken on an unusual atmosphere. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia, filled with fervor, shouted to Zhang Lan, "Oh, Zhang Lan, splendid work. Do 50 more." Clad only in shorts and burdened with weights, Zhang Lan, on the verge of collapse, found renewed motivation upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words. He flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and resolutely began performing push-ups. "Okay, teacher Wujia." Zhao Wujia then turned to Dai Mubai and exclaimed, "Dai Mubai, you are underperforming. Complete 300 frog jumps. Your limits extend beyond this." Gasping for breath, Dai Mubai tore away the wrinkled fabric of his pants, clinging to his skin, rising abruptly. "That is essential. My limits are far beyond this." With his hands clasped behind his back, under the enhanced gravity of Zhao Wujia's third soul skill, he commenced his vigorous frog jumps. Flandre approached Zhao Wujia, his countenance dark, gripping Wujia's shoulder. "What's happening here?" Zhao Wujia, puzzled, glanced back at Flandre. "Training, of course." "Training? Why are we doing it without clothes?" Zhao Wujia's astonishment was palpable as he questioned why one would train in attire. Flandre, at a loss for words, could not fathom Zhao Wujia's ignorance of such a basic principle. Suddenly tightening his grip on Zhao Wujia's hand, Flandre's expression morphed into that of a vengeful spirit. "Do not spew nonsense. How can one train without clothing?" Zhao Wujia, feeling a twinge of pain, responded, "Wearing clothes hinders the training. Wet garments cling uncomfortably to the body, severely affecting the training's efficacy. Moreover, sticky clothing obstructs the soul master's absorption of soul power from the air, significantly diminishing the effects of cultivation." Flandre's demeanor froze. The rationale seemed plausible, yet doubt crept in. Could this be merely Zhao Wujia's fabrication? The more Flandre pondered, the more certain he became. He abruptly seized Zhao Wujia's chin, his eyes glinting with menace. "You, scoundrel, have concocted this nonsensical argument to deceive me." Zhao Wujia swatted Flandre's hand away and pointed toward Zhang Lan. "This is what that rascal Zhang Lan claimed. He insists that is precisely why he often trains without clothing, to expedite his training, and it is one of the reasons for his rapid progress." Flandre turned to Zhang Lan, who had overheard the conversation between Principal Flandre and teacher Zhao Wujia. With a smile directed at Flandre, Zhang Lan affirmed, "Indeed, it was I who said so, Principal Flandre." Chapter 48, The Diamond White Tiger. Upon Zhang Lan's acknowledgement, Flandre stepped back, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "Since it is you, Zhang Lan, who asserts this, I shall place my faith in your words." Flandre's trust stemmed from Zhang Lan being the chief disciple of his good brother, Yu Shaojiang, whose unparalleled expertise in the realms of soul power, soul masters, martial souls, and soul beasts was well recognized. Indeed, if Yu Shaojiang claimed to be the second best in the soul master world, no one would dare to claim the first. Consequently, it was reasonable to assume that Zhang Lan's assertions were derived from the theories developed by Yu Shaojiang over the years, and Flandre held an unwavering belief in these theories. Upon witnessing Zhang Lan's influence over Flandre, Zhao Wujia felt a surge of frustration, his forehead veined with tension as he glared at Flandre, exclaiming, "Hey, why do you not trust what I say?" Flandre waved his hand dismissively. "Do not be angry, my apologies. I shall settle your wages from 2 years ago shortly." Zhao Wujia huffed, crossing his arms. "It is not about that meager salary. The training of Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai is paramount. I simply lack the time to indulge in your antics." "Understood, understood," Flandre replied, waving his hand as he departed. "Oh, do not forget." "What?" "My salary." In the subsequent year, both Dai Mubai and Zhang Lan achieved breakthroughs to the 30th level. However, it pained Zhang Lan to realize that Dai Mubai surpassed him by a mere 3 days. It was noteworthy that when they entered Shrek Academy, Zhang Lan had been 2 levels ahead. Nevertheless, having both reached the 30th level, They were led by Zhao Wuji into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, the trio set off swiftly towards the Douluo forest. For Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai, this vigorous march served as a form of training. They strained to keep pace with Zhao Wuji, whose explosive speed, derived from sheer physical strength as a power-type soul master, left them both breathless. When Zhao Wuji finally paused, Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai were panting heavily, exhausted. Ahead of them lay a small town, into which Zhao Wuji guided them. Let's take a break. We are still over 100 kilometers from the Douluo forest. We shall rest here tonight. As he spoke, Zhao Wuji elaborated. This town thrives by relying on the resources of the Douluo forest. Hence, it is largely populated by items related to soul masters, such as weapon shops and pharmacies. The garments sold here are equipped with numerous pockets for carrying supplies, making them ideal for our adventures as soul masters. Dai Mubai, somewhat taken aback, inquired. But Master Zhao Wujia, didn't you mention that we are still over 100 kilometers from the Douluo forest? Isn't that rather far? Zhao Wujia nodded in acknowledgement, responding, what you are referring to is likely the soul beast forest cultivated by the Tiandou or Xingluo empires. In those areas, the majority of the soul beasts are merely a decade or a century old, and even the presence of millennium soul beasts is rare. Furthermore, the outer perimeters are heavily guarded by soldiers, ensuring that the soul beasts pose minimal threat. However, the Douluo forest is an entirely different realm. Its vast terrain far surpasses those confined forests, and the multitude of soul beasts within is staggering. Among them, the number of millennium and even 10,000-year soul beasts is considerable. It is not uncommon for formidable soul beasts to venture beyond the forest, wreaking significant havoc. Consequently, there are seldom villages or towns in close proximity to the Douluo forest. Most settlements are situated at least 100 kilometers away. Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing nods, as if a sudden realization had dawned upon them. Subsequently, the trio sought refuge in a modest inn for the night. After a peaceful slumber, they set out early the next morning, only to reach the outskirts of the Douluo forest by midday. The trees at the periphery towered above, most exceeding 20 meters in height, while the interior was a labyrinth of dense foliage, devoid of any discernible paths. The shadows cast by the trees obscured the view beyond. As they approached the forest, the air seemed to transform, becoming more invigorating, the temperature dropping several degrees. A refreshing scent, imbued with the fragrance of moist earth, tantalized their senses. From a distance, Zhang Lan felt an ethereal breeze wafting towards them, carrying the invigorating aroma of the verdant plants, a breath of nature that was utterly enchanting. Zhang Lan inhaled deeply, as if every pore in her body unfurled, a sensation so exquisite it defied description. Zhao Wuji halted his steps, casting a serious gaze upon both Dai Mubai and Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, put on your trousers. The air here is simply too delightful. It's hard to resist. With a look of resignation, Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and continued earnestly, you two must listen carefully. The Douluo forest is not a place where spirit beasts are domesticated by the empire. The creatures within are exceedingly perilous, and you may face the threat of spirit beasts that are thousands or even tens of thousands of years old at any moment. Therefore, once we enter the forest, neither of you is permitted to stray more than 20 meters from my side. No one is allowed to engage a spirit beast without my explicit command. Do you understand? Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai straightened their postures, responding earnestly, understood, Master Zhao Wuji. Upon entering the forest, Zhao Wuji took the lead, with Zhang Lan trailing behind and Dai Mubai positioned in the middle of the formation. The Douluo forest was lush with vegetation, devoid of any discernible path. However, as soul masters, the trio was undeterred by mere plants. Their fortune was favorable. After traversing for over 2 hours, they were greeted by a resounding roar of a mighty tiger. Zhao Wuji's expression brightened at the sound, and he swiftly remarked to Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai, Young Dai, your luck is remarkable. Judging by the roar, it appears to be a tiger-type soul beast, ideally suited for you, though its age remains uncertain. With that, Zhao Wuji hurried towards the direction from which the roar emanated. You two, follow closely, he instructed. After 5 minutes of rapid pursuit, they finally beheld their target, a colossal white tiger with distinctive drooping eyes and a pronounced brow. The beast measured over 7 meters in length, exuding the regal aura of the king of beasts as it lounged over its prey, preparing to feast. Clearly, Zhao Wuji and his companions had intruded upon its meal. The white tiger gradually rose, emitting a low growl, its gaze fixed intently on the trio, poised to attack. Zhang Lan swiftly retrieved a book, a gift from teacher Xiao Gang, entitled Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts. He began to search for information on the tiger-type soul beasts, characterized by their imposing stature, specifically the white tiger variety. Zhang Lan perused the book, his eyes suddenly alight with joy. He had discovered it. The diamond white tiger, a formidable soul beast, possesses remarkably resilient fur and immense strength, capable of effortlessly defeating the majority of its peers. It measures over 6 meters in length at a millennium, and for every 200 years thereafter, its size increases by an additional meter. Thus, this particular diamond white tiger is estimated to be between 1,000 and 1,400 years old, perfectly suited for you, Mubai. Chapter 49. Tianshui Academy. At that moment, the diamond white tiger, unable to endure the interruption of its meal, unleashed a deafening roar, charging toward Zhang Lan and his companions. Its claws sparkled with a white luminescence, exuding a formidable aura. However, Zhao Wujia immediately activated his martial soul. 7 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, and the terrifying pressure silenced the surrounding forest. The mid-leap diamond white tiger, upon sensing the overwhelming presence, flicked its tail and abruptly altered its trajectory, attempting to evade to the ground. Yet, before it could land, Zhao Wujia's right hand grasped the nape of its neck, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Pong! The once mighty king of beasts, who had roared through the mountains, now lay as limp as a feeble cat upon the earth. Zhang Lan could not help but exclaim, "Master Wuji is truly formidable." Beside him, Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Dai Mubai, come forth and slay it, absorb the soul ring. Dai Mubai drew his dagger and plunged it into the right eye of the diamond white tiger. Subsequently, a purple soul ring slowly ascended from the tiger's lifeless body. Dai Mubai seated himself nearby to commence the absorption of the soul ring, while Zhang Lan and Zhao Wuji stood guard. Perhaps due to the considerable age of this spirit beast, Dai Mubai encountered some difficulty during the absorption process. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, causing Zhang Lan and Zhao Wuji to feel concerned. After all, if the soul ring were to exceed a certain age and the soul master could not endure it, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Feeling somewhat bored, Zhang Lan initiated a conversation with Master Wuji, asking, "Master, do you think a group of beautiful maidens might suddenly appear?" Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively at Zhang Lan, replying, "You are overthinking it. The Douluo forest is vast, and there aren't many soul masters hunting spirit beasts within it, so the chances of an encounter are slim. Moreover, female soul masters are quite rare compared to their male counterparts, so..." Zhang Lan gestured towards a strikingly tall girl with blue hair who had suddenly appeared ahead. Zhao Wuji, maintaining an expression of calmness, continued, "It is quite normal to encounter a girl from time to time. However, considering the vastness of the Douluo forest and the rarity of female spirit masters..." Zhang Lan gestured towards a group of 8 exquisite girls that had appeared behind a tall girl with blue hair. Thus, as the saying goes, good things come in pairs. It is not an uncommon sight for a cluster of beautiful girls to emerge. Teacher Wuji, I find your words utterly devoid of logic and rationale. Zhou Wuyi, with a darkened expression, struck Zhang Lan down to the ground with a punch. Do you believe there is no reason or logic in this? Zhang Lan slowly raised a thumb, lying on the ground, earnestly stating, "It is indeed very reasonable, Master Wuji." Across from him, a group of 9 exquisite young women approached, 7 strikingly beautiful girls and 2 alluring women. As they drew nearer, Zhang Lan could discern that each of the 9 women possessed an extraordinary beauty. Rising calmly to his feet, he smoothed his tousled hair slightly, revealing a touch of sunshine, a hint of shyness, a layer of charming allure, and a captivating smile that exuded a sense of abandon. May I inquire how much nonchalance the protagonist Zhang Lan ultimately displayed? Zhao Wuji wore a peculiar expression. "Hi, Zhang Lan. What is it? Are those people over there so unattractive to you?" "Not all, they're all quite beautiful." "Then why do you look so horrified? Is it really that repulsive?" "Even more so than I described." Zhang Lan, rendered speechless, silently swept her right hand from her forehead to her chin, regaining her usual composure. "Greetings, I am Shualian Xin, a teacher from Tianshui Academy, accompanied by my students in pursuit of soul rings. We have been tracking a soul beast and have arrived here. Might you have seen an ice crystal python?" Among the 9 individuals opposite her, a mature-looking woman slowly addressed Zhao Wujia. Yet as she spoke, she frequently cast sidelong glances at Zhang Lan. Not only she, but her students behind her were also blushing, hesitant to meet Zhang Lan's gaze, yet occasionally stealing furtive glances in her direction. This left Zhang Lan quite perplexed, and suddenly reminded her of certain anime or television characters from her past life, who exhibited similar behaviors towards those they admired. Could it be? No, One of the three great illusions of the world is the belief that someone harbors affection for me. I must not jump to conclusions. With this thought, Zhang Lan forced herself to maintain an air of indifference. Zhao Wujie stated calmly, I'm afraid we have not encountered it. Oh, my apologies for the interruption. Shui Lianxin replied, preparing to lead her 7 students and 1 accompanying teacher away. This was a tacit rule within the realm of soul masters. If 2 parties were not acquainted, they would part ways post-haste after an encounter, avoiding any further disturbance. After all, one could never be certain of the other's intentions. If they bore ill will and possessed greater strength, the outcome could be dire. As Shui Lianxin and her group were about to depart, a girl among them caught sight of Dai Mubai behind Zhang Lan and Zhao Wujie, as well as the soul beast being hunted by the formidable white tiger. Oh, Teacher Lianxin, look, the girl exclaimed, pointing towards Dai Mubai. Her gesture prompted Zhao Wujie and Zhang Lan to adopt a defensive stance. Upon noticing the immobile giant python before Dai Mubai and witnessing him absorb the soul ring, Shui Lianxin's expression darkened. Abruptly summoning her martial soul, she spoke coldly. Might I inquire if you lack propriety? This ice crystal python was arduously driven from the water by us, and we have pursued it for quite some time. Is it justifiable for you to claim it so casually? As she made her move, her teacher and the students behind her swiftly summoned their martial souls as well. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to drop several degrees, and both Zhang Lan and Zhao Wujie felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. 2 soul emperors, 4 great soul masters, and 3 soul venerables. Confronted by the aggressive demeanor of the women before him, Zhao Wujie summoned his martial soul with determination. A cascade of vibrant hues, yellow, purple, and black, erupted from beneath his feet as 7 soul rings ascended around him, accompanied by the ethereal emergence of a formidable titan bear behind him. Zhang Lan, sensing the tension, promptly retreated while his own soul rings manifested, invoking his first soul skill. A translucent shield materialized, enveloping both him and Zhao Wujie. However, upon glimpsing the martial soul behind Zhao Wujie, Shui Lianxin's expression shifted dramatically. Taking a step back as she exclaimed, the Titan Bear? The unyielding King Zhao Wujie, with arms crossed and a calm gaze directed at Shui Lianxin. An air of unspoken arrogance emanated from Zhao Wujie. He found himself nostalgically recalling a time when his mere presence, upon revealing his martial soul, commanded the respect and restraint of those around him. Alas, since joining Flender, he lamented the loss of such a formidable standing, feeling as though he could no longer indulge in the luxuries of life. Shui Lianxin was acutely aware that her group stood no chance against the once-renowned, unyielding King Zhao Wujie, despite the simmering anger within her. In the realm of soul masters, strength reigned supreme, and the weak had little voice. Resolutely, Shui Lianxin conceded, since you are indeed the unyielding King Zhao Wujie, we of Tianshui Academy shall endure, and we will depart immediately. Chapter 50. The winged bird, please, do leave, Zhao Wujie replied, not wishing to impose further on Tianshui Academy. A formidable institution in its own right, composed entirely of female soul masters, wielding considerable influence. Should he choose to act against them, it was likely that a legion of protectors would descend upon Shrek Academy. Just then, Zhang Lan, who had been positioned behind Zhao Wujie, spoke up unexpectedly, causing the previously easing atmosphere to abruptly shift back to tension. Zhang Lan cautiously advanced a few steps, positioning herself behind Zhao Wujie, and remarked, I harbor no hostility. I merely overheard your discussion regarding your objective, the ice water python, correct? Shui Lianxin compelled herself to suppress her disturbing desire to eliminate the grotesque figure before her, forcing a semblance of calm as she inquired, indeed, is there a problem? Zhang Lan pointed to Dai Mubai behind him and said, my companion possesses the white tiger martial soul, necessitating the soul ring of the diamond white tiger. We have not interfered with the ice water python. In fact, when we arrived, it had already been subdued by the diamond white tiger. At that moment, the diamond white tiger was preparing to feast. After we vanquished it, we paid little heed to the prey it had slain. However, I have just realized that the corpse of the ice water python does not exhibit a soul ring. Typically, upon the demise of a soul beast, its body will manifest a soul ring. Thus, it appears that this ice water python is not yet dead. Shui Lianxin, observing Dai Mubai not far off, also noticed the immense corpse of the white tiger behind him. Previously, she had focused solely on the ice water python, neglecting the white tiger's remains. Hearing the words of the eccentric individual before her, it was evident that he spoke the truth. Shui Lianxin slightly bent forward and addressed Zhao Wujie, saying, then, Master Wujia, may I request that my student acquire the soul ring of the ice water python? Zhao Wujia nodded. He was not unreasonable, and as he stepped aside, he replied, certainly. Following this, Shui Lianxin turned to a composed girl behind her and instructed Tianlin, come here with me. Yes, teacher. The two approached the corpse of the ice water python. Shui Lianxin handed Tianlin a dagger, instructing, inserted into its brain through the right eye. Understood. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged into the python's right eye, penetrating to its brain. Immediately, the previously motionless ice water python began to thrash violently. Shui Lianxin pulled Tianlinger back to safety. Serpents possess remarkable vitality, even when mortally wounded. They can struggle for an extended period. Although the creature had been defeated by the diamond white tiger and was on the brink of death, it would eventually succumb on its own. Yet now, with the dagger driven directly into its brain, the intense pain compelled it to writhe in instinctive agony. Before long, the ice water python lay still, and a purple soul ring began to rise slowly from its corpse. Shui Lianxin turned to Tianlinger, saying, Tianlinger, you may absorb the soul ring now. Tianlinger nodded, sitting cross-legged beside the corpse of the ice water python as she commenced the absorption process. The forest fell into a profound silence. The group from Tianshui Academy remained in the southern part, while Zhang Lan and Zhao Wujia stood to the right. Though they were not far apart, there was not a single word exchanged, as each vigilantly guarded their own students. After a while, as Zhang Lan discreetly observed the students from Tianshui Academy, he suddenly leaned closer to Zhao Wujia and whispered, Master Wujia. What is it? Do you think they might have developed feelings for me? Zhao Wujia turned to Zhang Lan, momentarily taken aback. He looked at Zhang Lan, who, amidst so many women, shamelessly stood bare-chested and clad only in shorts, genuinely believing that the girls across from him harbored affections for him. What a display of narcissism. Their Shrek Academy students are formidable like monsters in strength, but not in spirit. Zhao Wuji interrupted Zhang Lan's narcissism coldly, saying, you are overthinking it. Zhang Lan gestured toward the girls across at Tianshui College, remarking, but look at their expressions. Zhao Wujing turned to glance, observing that the young girls appeared bashful. Their cheeks flushed, unable to meet Zhang Lan's gaze, yet unable to resist casting furtive glances in his direction. Indeed, it was evident that Zhang Lan's rather peculiar demeanor had rendered these innocent young girls shy and flustered. Do you see how they all blush and shy away from looking at me, yet cannot help but secretly admire me? Zhang Lan, en dato, et gleam. Ah, what truly innocent and endearing girls, oblivious to the ways of expressing their affections. Zhao Wuji stared wide-eyed at Zhang Lan. Whether it was upon their first encounter, a day later, a month later, or even a year later, this young man incessantly pushed the boundaries of his peculiar thoughts in Zhao Wuji's mind. Zhao Wuji sighed, remarking, how can you have the audacity to utter such words, Zhang Lan? Teacher Wuji, I fail to comprehend, replied Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan felt somewhat puzzled. Was it possible that Master Wuji had misheard his words? Suddenly, an unusual bird call echoed through the air, prompting Zhang Lan to look up. He spotted two peculiar birds soaring several hundred meters above them. The plumage of these birds was a striking blend of teal and crimson, resembling that of a wild chicken. Each bird possessed only one wing and a single eye, and they always appeared in pairs. The female was tasked with combat, while the male provided support. These were formidable soul beasts, the legendary pair winged birds. Zhang Lan exclaimed in surprise. She then eagerly turned to Zhao Wuji and implored, Master Wuji, is it possible to bring them down? Zhao Wuji shook his head and replied, it is too high. I am a pure power-type battle soul master and lack the means for such distant attacks. With a determined bite, Zhang Lan implored Zhao Wuji, Master Wuji, throw me up there. Zhao Wuji resolutely declined, no way. The two soul beasts in the sky could be of unknown rank, and I am powerless in the battle above. What if something goes awry after I toss you up? Master Wuji, trust me, that soul beast soul ring is perfect for me. Zhang Lan's expression was remarkably earnest. Zhao Wuji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Lan's request. He then activated his first soul skill, the immovable king body, which significantly augmented his strength. Grasping Zhang Lan firmly, he unleashed a powerful throw. In truth, Zhao Wuji held a measure of confidence in Zhang Lan's capabilities. Zhang Lan suddenly soared into the sky like a cannonball, his body traversing hundreds of meters in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the immense pressure nearly overwhelmed Zhang Lan's well-honed physique. The pair of celestial birds soaring above also took notice of him. The male bird emitted a piercing cry, followed by a burst of crimson light emanating from its beak. Meanwhile, the female remained silent, her feathers shimmering as several sharp quills shot forth from her body. The male's scarlet glow enveloped the feathers launched by the female, and in the next instant, those mere centimeters-long quills transformed into colossal projectiles several meters in length. Their speed more than doubled, almost instantaneously hurtling towards Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan's complexion changed abruptly, and a layer of transparent shield materialized around him. With all his might, he shifted to the side, narrowly evading a fatal strike. The instant the feather collided with his body, the transparent shield shattered into fragments. However, due to the force of the collision, he was propelled sideways. Despite this, the feather left a significant gash on Zhang Lan's chest, blood gushing forth, revealing glimpses of his ribs beneath. Zhang Lan, suppressing the pain, retrieved an iron chain from her spatial ring and with a mighty flourish, ensnared the two-winged birds soaring above. Chapter 51. The third soul skill, Ruby Enhancement. Ensnared by the chain, the two-winged birds erupted in furious cries. Though bound, their wings could not flutter. Yet a sudden gust of fresh air enveloped the male bird, lifting both avians to continue their flight in the air. Meanwhile, the female bird let out a piercing shriek, unleashing a visible sound wave directed toward Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan furrowed his brows, showing no intention of evasion. Instead, he exerted immense strength to hurl the two-winged birds downward towards Zhao Wujia. The tremendous force propelled the birds rapidly downward, while Zhang Lan simultaneously released the iron chain from his grasp. He was acutely aware that such an action could place his life in jeopardy. Yet he deemed the risk worthwhile. The winged bird is an extraordinarily formidable and mystical soul beast, although the female possesses relatively low combat prowess. The male's supportive abilities are remarkably potent. When the two are united, even some of the most elite soul beasts of equivalent rank may find themselves at a disadvantage. Zhang Lan's objective was the male bird's soul ring, the first one recommended by his mentor, who claimed it to be among the finest in the realm of supportive soul rings. Zhang Lan was well prepared for an impending assault. However, at the last moment, a crystalline shield encased her in protection. The sonic wave collided with the icy barrier, merely propelling Zhang Lan away, while the shield remained unscathed. Zhang Lan was subsequently caught by Shui Lianxin, a teacher from Tianshui College, using her martial soul, the ice crystal water lily, and gently placed on the ground. Zhang Lan administered treatment to herself, staunching the bleeding before hastily making her way toward Zhao Wujia. At that moment, Zhao Wujia was engaged in a pivotal battle with the twin-winged birds. Suddenly, he crouched low, exerting force through his legs to create a deep crater in the ground. In an instant, his figure soared several dozen meters into the air, seizing the falling iron chains, intent on dragging the twin-winged birds down from the sky. The birds, aware that being pulled down would spell their doom, reacted swiftly. The male bird emitted a resounding call, enveloping the female bird in a radiant red glow. Meanwhile, the female bird let out a piercing shriek, reminiscent of a wailing specter, emanating an unsettling aura as countless feathers burst forth from its body. In that fleeting moment, the chains binding them were severed, while an array of massive feathers, each several meters long, shot toward Zhao Wujia at supersonic speeds. The formidable power of these feathers compelled even Zhao Wujia to proceed with caution as he unleashed his sixth soul skill, the mighty diamond roar. With a thunderous bellow directed at the twin-winged birds, the roar reverberated through the mountains and forests, traveling several kilometers, its sound waves imbued with tremendous force. Instantly, the multitude of massive feathers was swept away, and the two birds attempting to flee were rendered unconscious by the sheer intensity of his roar. They plummeted from the sky, and upon landing, Zhao Wujia swiftly caught them, preventing their fatal descent and ensuring that Zhang Lan could still absorb their soul rings. Zhang Lan rushed over, skillfully twisting the necks of both the male and female birds. Subsequently, two soul rings slowly ascended. Zhang Lan did not hastily absorb the soul ring. Instead, he paused for a moment and deeply bowed in gratitude to Shui Lianxin, who had previously saved his life, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Zhao Wujia also slightly bowed to Shui Lianxin, expressing his thanks. "Thank you for rescuing the scoundrel, Zhang Lan." Shui Lianxin waved her hand at Zhao Wujia, saying, "No need for thanks. You had also assisted us earlier, hadn't you?" Zhang Lan, not daring to delay any further, returned to the lifeless body of the mighty bird to commence absorbing the soul ring. Meanwhile, perhaps due to the recent events, Shui Lianxin and Zhao Wujin had begun to cultivate a semblance of trust. Shui Lianxin cast a glance at Zhang Lan and, hesitantly pointing at him, inquired of Zhao Wujin, may I ask why your student is not dressed?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Wujin smiled and replied, This is his unique method of cultivation. Yet, despite his outward demeanor, Zhao Wujin privately mused that Zhang Lan's mental faculties might be in question. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujin was known for his protective nature towards his students. He could jest with them, but in the presence of others, he would always portray them as the finest of individuals. Lord Zhao Wujin, have you also joined the academy? Yes, I am presently teaching at a modest institution, imparting knowledge to these troublesome young ones. With such a distinguished figure as Zhao Wujin, how could any academy be deemed small? Moreover, I noticed that your two students appear to be no older than 15, yet they have already reached the 30th level. Truly remarkable talents. Zhao Wujin glanced at Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai, affirming, indeed, these two youngsters are quite diligent. They are merely 13 years old. Shui Lianxin was taken aback upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words. 13 years old and already a soul master? Such talent is undeniably exceptional. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Lan was the first to awaken. How are you? With a confident smile, Zhang Lan addressed Zhao Wuji. Allow me to demonstrate. The third soul skill, Ruby Enhancement. This technique amplifies the potency of soul skills, with the degree of enhancement dependent on Zhang Lan's level and the rank of the soul skill. A flash of crimson light enveloped Zhang Lan, casting a radiant glow upon Zhao Wujin. Master Wujin, my third soul skill can augment the potency of your next release soul skill. Very well, let me give it a try. Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. Zhao Wujin unleashed his second soul skill, striking the ground with all his might. In that instant, a flicker occurred, and the crimson glow dissipated. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled, revealing a colossal handprint crater beneath Zhao Wujin's feet. Impressive indeed. Zhao Wujin nodded appreciatively. He could sense that his second soul skill had been amplified by a quarter. It was remarkable considering he was 4 significant stages behind Zhang Lan. Yet he experienced such a formidable enhancement. Moreover, if Zhang Lan's level were to escalate, one could only fathom the terrifying augmentation that would ensue. How much did Master Wujin's enhancement just amount to? Zhang Lan gazed at the attacks unleashed by Zhao Wuji and inquired about them. Regarding the enhancement of his third soul skill, Zhang Lan was uncertain of its exact magnitude and acknowledged the necessity of a period of experimentation. Perhaps it is approximately a quarter? Is that so? Zhang Lan furrowed her brows in contemplation before unleashing her third soul technique upon herself. After a brief pause, she activated it once more. Could this truly work? Zhao Wujin stood nearby, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. I just had a whimsical thought. If my third soul technique can amplify any soul skill, might I also enhance my own third soul technique? It seems plausible. Yet, I'm uncertain whether this truly augments my third soul technique. After waiting for a moment until she could invoke her third soul technique again, Zhang Lan directed it at Zhao Wujin. Teacher, please try again and see how much it has been enhanced. Vigorous King, Kong Palm. With a resounding thud, another handprint appeared on the ground. However, to Zhang Lan's dismay, this handprint bore a striking resemblance in both size and depth to the previous one. Indeed, had I been too fanciful in my thinking, it seems rather than enhancement, it merely reset the technique. Zhao Wujin sighed. Alas, it remains the same as before, with only a quarter of an enhancement. He then patted Zhang Lan on the shoulder. Do not lose heart. This level is already quite formidable. Moreover, the quarter enhancement is largely due to the significant disparity in our strengths. If you were to release it against a soul master of comparable rank, the enhancement would likely be doubled or even tripled. Chapter 52. Calculation. Zhang Lan nodded gently, a subtle sense of disappointment lingering in his heart. After all, had his third soul skill been capable of stacking, he would have undeniably become the foremost support in history. He could simply seek out a formidable ally and follow closely, continuously enhancing his third soul skill. Perhaps this could lead to a breathtaking display of unparalleled prowess. Yet, it remained merely a dream. Zhang Lan sweetly comported herself, dispelling the remnants of her despondency, and unleashed her third soul skill once more. Subsequently, she invoked her second soul skill, Emerald Healing. The wound on her chest, which had merely ceased to bleed, was still far from ending. Under the enhancement of Zhang Lan's second soul skill, the injury on her chest began to heal rapidly. Visibly delicate granulation tissue emerged from the wound, progressively closing and restoring itself. Zhang Lan felt the potency of his second soul skill and murmured to himself, has it doubled in strength? Moreover, the consumption of my soul power has also increased by a factor of 2. If the second soul skill has doubled its efficacy, then one might speculate that the first soul skill could potentially experience an increase of more than double, perhaps even reaching a 2-fold enhancement. However, The mere increase in soul power consumption pales in comparison to the remarkable amplification of efficacy. It seems that my third soul skill remains quite formidable. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he was startled to find a beautiful girl with blue hair sitting beside him. Taken aback, he instinctively recoiled a few steps, only to then notice the members of the Heavenly Water Academy nearby. Dai Mubai turned to Zhao Wujis and inquired, "Teacher Wujis, who are they?" "They are from the Heavenly Water Academy, having come to acquire soul rings, just like you. They were pursuing that water python, but unfortunately, it was nearly defeated by the tiger you had just slain. Consequently, they vanquished the water python here to absorb its soul ring." Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. "So, what is the nature of your third soul skill?" Zhang Lan gently patted Dai Mubai's shoulder and inquired. Dai Mubai, with a proud arch of his eyebrows, replied, "Wait. Allow me to show you the manifestation of the white tiger." With a fierce roar, he summoned his martial soul, 3 soul rings rising beneath him. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield, and third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. As Dai Mubai unleashed his soul skills, his aura surged dramatically. "This is my third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, which amplifies all my attributes by 100%. Furthermore, it can be combined with my first soul skill." He continued, "My first soul skill enhances all attributes by 50%, resulting in a total amplification of 150%. With a sense of pride, Dai Mubai spoke to Zhang Lan, expressing his satisfaction with his third soul skill. For a powerful assault-type soul master like him, physical prowess is paramount, and such an extraordinary enhancement of 100% is indeed an exceptional soul skill. Zhang Lan pauset momentia. Although he had traversed realms, his grasp of mathematics should not have entirely faded. Surely, it could not be an increase of merely 150%. It must be a 200% augmentation, indeed. Dai Mubai, let us assume your attributes stand at 100. What then? Allow us to calculate. Your initial attribute is 100, followed by an enhancement from the first soul skill, resulting in 150. Next, with the augmentation from the third soul skill, that would be 150 multiplied by 2, yielding 300. How, pray tell? Did you arrive at the conclusion of a total increase of 150 times? You may find it hard to believe, but this calculation was provided to me by my younger brother in his final year of high school, covering his face in embarrassment. Dai Mubai. Observing Dai Mubai's silence, Zhang Lan unleashed a merciless bout of laughter. "Huh, Dai Mubai, you truly are foolish." Mortified by Zhang Lan's mockery, especially in the presence of so many beautiful girls, Dai Mubai, in a fit of rage, activated his martial soul and lunged at Zhang Lan. "You scoundrel! I can no longer endure this. Today, I shall end you. It is you who is the fool, you rogue. How dare you poke my nostrils? You wretch, go perish." Zhao Wujin, with a furrowed brow, observed the scuffle between Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai, offering an awkward smile to the astonished members of the Tianshui Academy. They relished such ruckus. Subsequently, Zhao Wujin approached the duo from behind. In that instant, both Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai sensed an overwhelming threat of demise, their bodies stiffening in response. Yet, the very next moment, Zhao Wujin's iron fist descended mercilessly upon their heads. Bang! Witnessing Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai collapse into the ground, the members of Tianshui Academy instinctively recoiled in fear. Zhao Wujin turned to them, offering an innocuous smile. "Pardon de spectacle." Shui Lianxin's lips twitched as she awkwardly pointed at Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai. Will they be all right? These two rascals are remarkably resilient. They will be fine." Zhang Lan withdrew her head and gazed at Zhao Wuji, saying, "Master Wuji, Dai Mubai is also ready. Shall we depart?" They had previously saved his life, so it seemed only fitting to wait until their female student finished absorbing her soul ring before leaving. Shui Lianxin, feeling a bit shy, waved her hand, saying, "No need, you all can go ahead." Zhao Wuji replied, "There is no need for formality. I'm always clear about gratitude and grievances. You assisted us before, and we shall reciprocate." His words made it difficult for Shui Lianxin to decline further. Half an hour later, the soul master from the Tianshui Academy completed the absorption of her soul ring and awoke. Zhao Wuji stood up, dusting off his clothes, and addressed Shui Lianxin. "Then we shall take our leave." However, Shui Lianxin, blushing slightly, urged, "Well, we have also accomplished our purpose. Let us depart the Star Do forest together, for mutual support." Very well, he agreed, and thus a group of 11 set off together. Yet with so many members, and considering the presence of physically weaker support-type soul masters from Tianshui Academy, they could not leap forward as before and required someone to clear the path. Dai Mubai. You lead the way, suggested Zhang Lan. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes at her, asking, why must it be me? Your claws are sharp. You are perfect for the task. Zhang Lan insisted. Dai Mubai pulled out a machete from his bag and tossed it to Zhang Lan, saying, you possess great strength as well. You would be equally suitable. Zhang Lan caught the knife tossed by Dai Mubai and then turned to point at him, addressing the girls from the Tinshui Academy. Do you know? This fellow, just moments ago, was lamenting about the enhancement of his soul skills. Dai Mubai, covering Zhang Lan's mouth, glared at her and declared fiercely, one day, I will surely put an end to you. Zhang Lan waved his hand dismissively, saying, make sure to widen the path. There are so many of us. Dai Mubai paid no heed to the scornful remarks of the person behind him, who threatened him with jests, and turned to clear the way. Chapter 53. Friends. After summoning his martial spirit, Dai Mubai's claws became exceedingly sharp, rendering the underbrush and weeds feeble before his blade-like talons. Zhang Lan murmured to herself, truly unparalleled in mowing down grass. Dai Mubai, slightly perplexed, turned to Zhang Lan and inquired, what did you just say? Nothing, she replied. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Given his familiarity with Zhang Lan's temperament, he questioned, are you insulting me? Over the course of the year, their mutual understanding deepened, and their relationship gradually transformed. If they had once been good friends, characterized by mutual respect and assistance, they had now evolved into friends who playfully undermined each other. Nevertheless, there were no significant constraints between them. They freely exchanged banter, unperturbed by the jests, and while annoyance might occasionally arise, it never lingered in their hearts. Zhang Lan rolled her eyes at Dai Mubai and replied in exasperation, do you really think I am that kind of person? Dai Mubai, while continuing to mow the grass, earnestly responded, it's not just that you resemble them. You truly are one. Zhang Lan exclaimed, oh, forget it. I won't argue with you. Let me tell you something. Zhang Lan approached Dai Mubai and, glancing back at Zhao Wujia, who was happily conversing with Shui Lianxin, whispered to Dai Mubai, look at Master Wujia. Dai Mubai turned to see the once fearsome visage of Zhao Wujia now transformed by a pure, bashful smile, causing his grass-cutting motion to freeze in astonishment. What on earth? What has come over Master Wujia? How could he display such a smile? Dai Mubai was utterly flabbergasted, yet secretly seized an unknown fruit beside him and hurled it toward Zhao Wujia. Upon being struck, Zhao Wujia looked at Dai Mubai with a puzzled expression, then noticed Dai Mubai gesturing for him to come over. After a moment's thought, Zhao Wujia began walking toward Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai. Zhang Lan adopted a contemplative expression and slowly remarked, I suspect that Master Wujia has fallen in love. After all, considering his rather unappealing appearance and his advancing age, we have yet to see him with a wife. It is entirely possible that he remains a lifelong bachelor. Subsequently, Zhang Lan noticed the distorted smile on Dai Mubai's face. Is it truly that amusing? Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively and replied, it's nothing. Don't mind me. Please continue. Moreover, that Shui Lianxin is indeed a quintessential beauty. Given the brief interaction we shared, it could be said that we have aided one another and become acquainted. Additionally, with Shui Lianxin inviting our Master Wujia to leave the Star Dove Forest together, do you not think there might be some thoughts stirring within him? However, I estimate it will be quite challenging for Master Wujia to succeed, as he stands shorter than Shui Lianxin. Ha ha ha. Yet, as Zhang Lan laughed, he began to sense something amiss. It seemed as though someone was lurking behind him. Zhang Lan gazed at Dai Mubai, whose face was contorted into a grotesque smile, and with some difficulty swallowed hard. I surmise that Master Wujia stand behind me. Dai Mubai flashed a hearty grin at Zhang Lan. You guessed correctly. Zhang Lan, filled with indignation, clutched Dai Mubai's collar, exclaiming, you scheming rascal. Moments later, he caught sight of Zhao Wujia's concealed, yet furious smile. Master Wujia, I can explain. Please don't slap me. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dai Mubai, a student of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai approached a female student from Tian Shui Academy, presenting himself with a radiant demeanor. His striking good looks, complemented by his dual-colored eyes, exuded a captivating charm that proved quite irresistible to the ladies. The girl shyly lowered her gaze. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, wielding a mountain-cleaving blade and struggling to pry open his swollen eyes, inadvertently observed Dai Mubai attempting to flirt behind him. In a fit of irritation, he hurled an unknown fruit in Dai Mubai's direction with all his might. Pong! A scream escaped Dai Mubai's lips as he collapsed to the ground. Rising indignantly, he confronted Zhang Lan. Hey, do you wish to meet your demise? Oh, what are you saying? I have no idea. Besides, you look rather fierce. It frightens me. Dai Mubai retorted, his veins protruding in exasperation at Zhang Lan's insolent demeanor. "You scoundrel! I shall uphold justice today," Zhang Lan declared defiantly. "Huh! You are the one who should perish. You despicable traitor, betraying your comrades." Dai Mubai shot back, incredulous. "How dare you speak? Umph! I stand here with righteous indignation." Shui Lianxin, observing the tussle between Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai as they forged ahead, couldn't help but remark, "Their camaraderie is truly remarkable." Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the students from Tian Shui Academy behind them also expressed their concurrence. After exiting the Stardoe Forest, the trio returned to the academy, where Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai resumed their training. A week later, they embarked on their first soul battle following their ascension to soul respect. Over the course of a year, Dai Mubai's soul battle emblem transformed from black iron to bronze. Zhang Lan, who never removed his burdens during battles, faced occasional defeats, but was on the cusp of becoming a silver soul fighter with just one more victory needed. The host on the soul battle platform introduced the contestants, declaring, "Let us welcome the robust and handsome boy, the invincible support-type fighter, the son of the storm, who is on the brink of achieving his final victory to ascend to Silver Soul Fighter. If he triumphs this time, he will become the youngest Silver Soul Fighter in Soto City. Let's cheer for him." Zhang Lan ascended the stage clad in oversized shorts, prompting a sudden eruption of enthusiasm from the audience. Many of the male spectators stood, bare-chested, with a few resembling Zhang Lan, dressed solely in shorts, and a handful entirely unclothed. A small contingent of female attendees also rose, fervently chanting slogans in excitement. Son of Lan, our belief, the mightiest support-type battle god. His Highness, the Son of Lan. We are immensely thrilled by your arrival. The Free Wanderer, Son of Lan. It remains a mystery whether the audience can discern the origin of Zhang Lan's moniker, the Free Wanderer. The story is left unwritten for your imagination to craft. Subsequently, the host continued to stir the crowd's emotions, declaring, "Moreover, we have the esteemed 39th level Battle Soul Master, the Mad Tiger, here to share some news. The Son of Lan has just ascended to the Soul Master realm, currently a mere 31st level Soul Master. Can he prevail against the formidable 39th level Elite Soul Master? Is it possible for him to triumph as a support-type Soul Master against the pinnacle of 39th level Battle Soul Masters?" Zhang Lan's adversary, the formidable Kuang Hu, approached slowly. He was a muscular man with a bald head, his physique impressively exaggerated, even more so than Zhang Lan's. It is noteworthy that Zhang Lan, standing at a height of 1.78 m, already possessed a chest more developed than that of many women. Kuang Hu rotated his neck and glared at Zhang Lan, stating, "I have heard that you, as a support-type Soul Master, have triumphed over countless opponents of equal or even higher rank among control-type Soul Masters. I concede your strength. However, there exists a significant disparity of 8 ranks between us. Moreover, the difference in levels among Soul Masters is considerably more pronounced than that among Great Soul Masters." Chapter 54, Silver and Revelry. Zhang Lan twisted his neck and slightly stretched his body, the weight rings on him producing a crisp jingling sound. He then flashed a bright smile at the furious tiger, realizing the intensity of the moment. Subsequently, Zhang Lan summoned his martial soul, a resplendent gem rising from his palm, accompanied by 3 equally radiant gems of white, green, and red that ascended behind him. The brilliance emitted by these gems illuminated the already bright soul arena even further. Jealousy flickered in the eyes of the furious tiger as he gazed at the ostentatious and materialistic glow, yet he too unleashed his martial soul. A colossal tiger phantom materialized behind him, exuding a formidable presence, though it paled in comparison to the spectacular martial soul of Zhang Lan. Both combatants possessed the finest yellow and purple soul rings. Zhang Lan wielding the auxiliary martial soul, Star Gem, and the furious tiger commanding the powerful beast martial soul, Battle Tiger. After revealing their respective martial souls, the 2 warriors commenced their battle. The furious tiger immediately activated his first and second soul abilities, which enhanced his strength and overall attributes by 50%. In response, Zhang Lan unleashed his third soul ability, followed by his first soul ability. As they swiftly closed the distance between them, Zhang Lan raised his palms to block the furious tiger's incoming strike, and they engaged in a fierce contest of strength. However, Zhang Lan, encumbered by the weight rings, found himself overpowered, his strength insufficient against that of the furious tiger. "I have tried this myself. With 2 20-pound sandbags on my arms and my friend's push, my strength indeed diminished. In physical terms, the downward gravitational force countered a portion of my forward thrust. As Zhang Lan's body was gradually pressed downward by the ferocious tiger, he realized that he was at a disadvantage in strength. Rather than engaging in a futile contest of power, he lifted his foot and delivered a kick to the tiger's calf. The impact caused the tiger to falter momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lan swiftly locked the tiger's arms, executing a powerful shoulder throw. With a resounding crash, the solid ground of the Soul fighting platform fractured beneath the tiger's weight, and he could not help but spew forth a mouthful of blood. Zhang Lan, refusing to grant his opponent a moment's respite, unhesitatingly launched a punch, intent on exploiting the tiger's vulnerability. Sensing the imminent peril, the tiger unleashed his third soul skill. With a swift motion of his hands, two terrifyingly crimson claw marks surged toward Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan boldly confronted the challenge, colliding head-on. The fierce tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his third soul skill, derived from millennium-old blood tiger soul beast, a power capable of effortlessly shredding steel. Was this individual courting death? He had witnessed Zhang Lan's previous matches and was aware that the young man possessed the first soul skill, a shield. Yet, he also understood that this shield was merely a preliminary defense, and a clash with his formidable third soul skill was sheer folly. As the crimson claws met the protective barrier surrounding Zhang Lan, the fierce tiger was astounded to discover that his third soul skill had been thwarted by Zhang Lan's shield. Impossible, he exclaimed in shock, but his body reacted swiftly, rolling away just in time to evade Zhang Lan's descending foot. Seizing the moment, Zhang Lan retaliated with a powerful kick that struck the fierce tiger squarely in the lower back, propelling him into the air. Without hesitation, Zhang Lan charged forward, delivering a ferocious shoulder ram that sent the airborne fierce tiger crashing to the ground below. Upon landing, the fierce tiger clutched his waist, struggling to rise. Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. The host exuberantly lifted Zhang Lan's right hand, exclaiming with fervor, "Congratulations to our young soul master, the son of Lan, for advancing as the youngest silver soul master in the Soto City Soul arena." The audience erupted in a frenzy of excitement, rising to their feet and cheering wildly. Oh. Zhang Lan's emotions were somewhat stirred, for he had endured a tumultuous year of victories and defeats before finally securing the silver medal. Zhang Lan waved his hand, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, and addressed the audience who had come specifically to watch his match. "Today we celebrate my advancement to Silver Soul Master. I invite everyone to join me for a drink at Central Square. Oh, long live! Hooray!" Subsequently, Zhang Lan leaped down from the soul dual platform and unleashed his second soul skill, Emerald Healing, towards the wild tiger. As the green light flashed, the pain and injuries that plagued the wild tiger vanished. Zhang Lan helped the wild tiger to his feet and, with genuine warmth, smiled at him, saying, "Let's drink together. After a few drinks, there shall be no more resentment." The wild tiger, upon seeing Zhang Lan's sincere and refined smile, felt a tumult of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I bear no resentment. My skills are simply inferior, and there is nothing more to say. So, will you join me for a drink? Of course, I intend to thoroughly intoxicate you at the table. Oh yes, let us embark. Today we shall not rest until we are inebriated." Subsequently, Zhang Lan summoned Dai Mubai, and a grand procession of nearly 1,000 individuals followed him towards the central square of Suatoa City. Although there were many spectators drawn to Zhang Lan, the number of single individuals who enjoyed drinking was rather scant. Consequently, only a fraction, less than 1/10, actually joined the revelry. Typically, the central square is not very crowded, mostly frequented by couples lost in their romantic embraces, much to the chagrin of the solitary souls. However, today, the square was commandeered by Zhang Lan's formidable entourage. Along the way, Zhang Lan and his companions procured a considerable quantity of alcohol, nearly emptying 2 taverns, one of which happened to be the Wild Tiger's establishment. Thus, a 1,000-strong assembly stood in the central square. Zhang Lan stood confidently at the center of the elevated platform, striking a flamboyant pose. With a flourish, he discarded his trousers, leaving only a pair of oversized shorts adorning his form. His expression twisted into a maniacal grin as he laughed heartily. Let us revel in exuberance. Oh joy! Hooray! A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd below, while an array of garments soared into the sky. Zhang Lan stood atop the high platform, grasping 2 bottles of the renowned volcanic liquor from the Tiando Empire. With a resounding flourish, he uncorked the bottles, heralding the commencement of a raucous celebration. In a single audacious gulp, he consumed the contents of both bottles, enough to incapacitate dozens. With a spirited leap, he descended from the platform, landing gracefully on his face. Oh, what a thrill! Zhang Lan, her face flushed, swayed her body towards Kuang Hu and inquired, "Hey, Kuang Hu, how much can you drink?" Kwang Hu cast a disdainful glance at the already reddened face of Zhang Lan, extending his right hand with 4 fingers raised, while notably retracting his middle finger. Zhang Lan counted and sneered disdainfully. Only 4 bottles? Kwang Hu, with a stoic expression, replied indifferently, drink without the middle finger. Zhang Lan's movements faltered. Subsequently, the fierce tiger uncorked a bottle of volcanic liquor and, after downing it with nonchalance, contemptuously inquired of Zhang Lan, "How much can you drink?" Zhang Lan extended his index finger. The fierce tiger suddenly burst into laughter, mocking Zhang Lan. "Only 1 bottle. Ha ha ha." Zhang Lan, high, unfazed, calmly remarked, "1 finger's worth." The wild tiger stiffened for a moment before suddenly adopting a mocking expression, pressing his forehead against Zhang Lan's. "You little rascal. Your drinking capacity is lacking, yet you boast as if you could touch the heavens." Zhang Lan retorted with equal fervor. "Ah, who are you, a defeated foe, to question my drinking capacity? You must be the one boasting shamelessly. What did you say? Huh? Are your ears malfunctioning?" Just as the two were locked in their verbal sparring, a flamboyant voice from the side interrupted them. Dai Mubai, with a mischievous flick of his hair, fixed his enchanting gaze upon the beautiful maiden before him. "Greetings, lovely lady. It appears fate has conspired for our paths to cross once more. May I offer you a glass of passionate rose?" Passionate rose, a type of wine from the Heavendo Empire, typically used for flirtation between couples. The girl shyly regarded the handsome youth, poised to respond bashfully, but suddenly startled by the abrupt presence of Zhang Lan and Kwang Hu. She took a step back. "Oh, you start with a glass. 1 glass is hardly sufficient. That treacherous scoundrel." Zhang Lan and the fierce tiger suddenly appeared behind Dai Mubai, with one of them pouring a bottle of volcanic liquor into Dai Mubai's mouth, while simultaneously restraining him to prevent any escape. The transparent liquid slowly trickled from the corners of Dai Mubai's mouth as he struggled, prompting the girls present to wish to capture the moment. The sight of 3 handsome, muscular men indulging in such revelry deeply touched the heart of a young girl. How beautiful! Thus, the question arises, who is the dominant one? And who is submissive? Chapter 55. The Striving Cultivation Sect. Forgive the author's lack of naming prowess. The situation escalated dramatically as the law enforcement team of Soto City received reports of a multitude of lewd men frolicking naked and drinking in the central square. Coincidentally, the city lord, intrigued by this peculiar incident, led the enforcement team to investigate, only to be swept into the revelry himself. According to a maid from the lord's residence, the city lord did not awaken from his drunken stupor until 3 days later. Meanwhile, under the fervent requests of numerous fans, Zhang Lan consented to establish an organization, but it would not be a group for naked debauchery. Instead, it would be the Striving Cultivation Sect. Zhang Lan, with a flushed face, endeavored to open his eyes while standing atop a high platform. He extended his arms and proclaimed loudly to the numerous bare men and a few infatuated women below, "We struggle to survive in this filthy and merciless world. And only through relentless effort and the cultivation of our lives can we bear our burdens and fulfill the expectations of our parents, the visions of our beloved, and the ambitions that reside in our minds. Here, I, the son of Lan, solemnly declare the establishment of the sect of striving and cultivation. Together with you all, we shall support and encourage one another, relying not on others, nor on fortune, nor on the assistance of friends, but solely on our own endeavors, the goodwill of friends, and the encouragement of true companions. Step forward and build success." Concurrently, Zhang Lan assumed the role of the sect leader, Dai Mubai became the deputy leader, and Kwang, who was appointed as an elder, officially founding the sect. The sect's location was determined to be Kwang Hu's tavern, and its guiding principle was to refrain from malevolent deeds. The following day, as Zhang Lan opened his eyes in bed, he reflected on the events of the previous day, and a shiver coursed through him. How could he have committed such a shameful act? A sect of striving and cultivation? Oh, the embarrassment was overwhelming. Just as he contemplated burrowing into the ground in mortification, the voice of Dai Mubai, the deputy leader of the sect of striving and cultivation, resonated from behind him. "The sect leader has arrived." Zhang Lan's movements froze momentarily, and then his neck creaked as he turned to face Dai Mubai's mocking visage. "You scoundrel, perish!" Zhang Lan suddenly lunged at Dai Mubai, desperately grasping his neck. "What? Are you attempting to commit murder and silence me?" Dai Mubai retaliated by gripping Zhang Lan's throat in a similar manner. Zhang Lan's face contorted grotesquely, resembling that of a monstrous being, as he ominously declared, "Once you are dead, no one will ever know. Ha 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 ha. You wretched creature." At that time, there were nearly 1,000 people present. You became the most sensational news in Soto City. Do not attempt to bury this truth. Without the slightest hesitation, Dai Mubai wielded the sharp blade of language, mercilessly thrusting it into Zhang Lan's trembling heart. Zhang Lan's complexion was ashen, her lips quivering as she murmured, "Shrimp and pig heart." Beside her, Dai Mubai clutched his stomach in uncontrollable laughter, mercilessly mocking Zhang Lan. "What pig heart?" Yet, upon reflection, Zhang Lan, you truly possess remarkable audacity to utter such shameful words. Here we are, struggling to survive in this sordid and brutal world. And what remains here, my child Lan? Aha, it is truly astounding. I can hardly fathom the thought of standing before such a multitude and proclaiming such words. I would be utterly mortified to the point of death. Ha ha! Zhang Lan let out a piercing scream as he seized Dai Mubai, forcefully pinning him to the ground, engaging in a frenzied brawl. You shall perish. I will first kill you, and then take my own life. How dare you treat your vice sect master in such a manner? I shall withdraw from the sect. What? To withdraw from the sect, you must first endure 3 stabbings and 6 punctures, followed by being submerged in boiling oil. If you somehow survive the 1,000 cuts, then perhaps you may leave. Scoundrel, such a horrifying punishment. How could anyone possibly survive it? Half an hour later, Flanders stood to the side, his hand pressed against his forehead as he glanced at the collapsed cottage and the 2 swollen heads resembling that of pigs. What on earth are you two doing this early in the morning? Each of you shall pay a fine of 100 gold soul coins, and then run 30 laps around the academy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai let out a lamenting wail. Zhang Lan let out a mournful cry, "No, please, I have yet to eat." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's lament, Dai Mubai, who was similarly wailing, abruptly ceased his cries and, with a gleeful tone, remarked, "I almost forgot that you haven't eaten either. In that case, I feel much better." Zhang Lan's fist clenched abruptly, his teeth gritting as he glared at Dai Mubai, exclaiming, "You, of all people, will inevitably meet your demise." Flinder delivered a sharp slap to the back of each of their heads, admonishing, "What are you still standing there for? Off you go, start running." The two promptly commenced their laps. Although Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai had indeed established a sect, it hardly altered their daily lives. They merely returned each month to the Wild Tiger for gatherings, where they indulged in spirited discussions and libations, sharing their aspirations and reminiscing about their former beloveds. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan uncovered a little secret about Dai Mubai. He was infatuated with cat girls. This fellow, buoyed by his slightly superior looks compared to a toad, frequently flirted with young ladies in the soul duel arena. Zhang Lan noted that Dai Mubai consistently favored those with ample bosoms, particularly those possessing the cat martial spirit. Zhang Lan pondered for a moment, contemplating that it was likely the influence of the martial soul. After all, the members of the royal family, such as Dai Mubai, could merge their martial souls with those from the Zhu Zhuqing family. Thus, could the cat martial soul be enticing to Dai Mubai? This was a small secret that Zhang Lan discovered while devising a means to take revenge on Dai Mubai. Concurrently, a significant event was unfolding as Principal Flander introduced a new student. With silvery hair and deep-set peach blossom eyes, he emanated an air of profundity, his face resembling a jade crown. Handsome and harmonious, his well-defined eyebrows complemented the somewhat roguish smile adorning his face, reminiscent of a dashing nobleman. This youth was even more striking than Dai Mubai. Flander addressed the young man, stating, "These two are the students from last year, Dai Mubai and Zhang Lan. Greetings." Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai greeted the young lad warmly. Flinder addressed Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai, saying, "This is the new student, Oscar, who is 2 years your junior. His martial soul belongs to the food category, specifically the sausage, and he is quite a prodigy. He possesses innate, full soul power. Now, you two should help him acclimate." Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai exchanged a glance and nodded. "Very well, Principal Flanders." Subsequently, Zhang Lan turned to Oscar and said, "Come, let me show you around the cafeteria." Zhang Lan walked ahead of Oscar and introduced himself, saying, "I am a support-type Soul Master. Recently, I have just ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign, and I am now a level 31 Soul Sovereign. Dai Mubai is a powerful attack-type Soul Master, who also reached the rank of Soul Sovereign at the same time as I did, and he too is now a level 31 Soul Sovereign." Oscar, filled with admiration, remarked, "How impressive, Zhang Lan. It seems you and Dai Mubai are only 2 years my senior, aren't you?" Zhang Lan nodded. "So you are merely 13 years old this year, and have already attained the rank of a Soul Master. That is truly impressive," Oscar exclaimed in admiration. Zhang Lan gently patted Oscar's shoulder, beaming in the sunlight. "Since it is your praise, Oscar, I shall graciously accept it. However, I firmly believe that you will undoubtedly become a Soul Master by the age of 13. After all, The innate talent of a food-type soul master with full soul power is truly unprecedented in my experience. Chapter 56. The battlefield at the dining table. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's commendation, Oscar did not display the typical modesty and shyness that most exhibit when praised. Instead, he proudly raised his thumb and confidently declared, "Indeed, I am the foremost genius among food-type soul masters, destined to become the first titled Douluo of the support system." Zhang Lan furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Oscar, shaking his head as he said, "No, you cannot." Oscar froze, awkwardly turning his gaze towards Zhang Lan. He assumed that Zhang Lan disliked him due to his arrogance, perhaps even harboring a disdain for his character. However, to his surprise, Zhang Lan immediately raised his thumb, pointed at himself, and laughed heartily, exclaiming, I am destined to become the first auxiliary titled Douluo genius. You can only aspire to be the second auxiliary titled Douluo." Oscar was momentarily taken aback, yet warmth spread through his heart. Did Zhang Lan truly believe he could become a titled Douluo? No, perhaps he was merely jesting. Much like those who assumed he was joking when he expressed his own aspirations to become a titled Douluo. Then, Zhang Lan suddenly spoke up, "Hey, what do you say we set a small goal for ourselves?" Dai Mubai turned, puzzled, and asked, "What small goal?" Zhang Lan suddenly proclaimed with great enthusiasm, "I shall break through to the Soul Sovereign within 3 years." Dai Mubai nodded earnestly, aware of Zhang Lan's sincerity. Recognizing Zhang Lan's determination, he felt compelled to share his own modest ambition, a vow shared between the two. "I, too, shall achieve the rank of Soul Sovereign within 3 years," Dai Mubai declared with equal fervor. However, as he turned to look at Zhang Lan, he was met with an expression of disdain and contempt. In an instant, Dai Mubai's lofty aspirations evaporated, leaving only a seething wrath. He abruptly grasped Zhang Lan by the collar and exclaimed, "Hey, do you wish for a death wish with that expression?" Zhang Lan cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai and remarked, "Dai Mubai, if I recall correctly, you possess an innate soul power of level 8, do you not? What is the matter? I, on the other hand, boast an innate talent of level 6. And as a support-type soul master, my cultivation progresses at a slower pace than that of you battle soul masters. This implies that not only is your talent superior to mine, but your cultivation is also less arduous. Yet, you still require the same amount of time to achieve a breakthrough as I do. How pathetic. Just you wait. I shall break through to the soul scholar rank in 2 years." After saying this, Dai Mubai set Zhang Lan down, and the two turned their gazes towards Oscar. Oscar timidly replied, "Then I shall aim to break through to the soul respect rank within 3 years." "Zhang Lan inquit, Oscar, may I ask what level of soul power you possess this year?" Oscar replied, "Just a couple of days ago, Principal Flander accompanied me to acquire a 20th level soul ring. I am now at the 21st level. It has been 2 years." Zhang Lan suddenly spoke in a calm tone. "What?" Oscar did not comprehend Zhang Lan's meaning. "I am saying that within 2 years, one should strive to surpass the soul master." Oscar chuckled awkwardly. "That seems exceedingly difficult." Zhang Lan gazed earnestly at Oscar and remarked, "It is only through challenging objectives that one is compelled to strive and grow. Without such challenges, one merely succumbs to inertia, progressing at a painfully sluggish pace, or worse, stagnating altogether. You possess a talent that we all admire, even envy, so do not allow your gift to become a burden. You are capable of greatness." Oscar, taken aback for a moment, then resolutely declared, "All right, I shall strive to break through to Soul Sovereign within 2 years." Dai Mubai, filled with joy, clapped Oscar on the back, exclaiming, "Excellent. Now, this is the spirit of our Shrek family. Ha ha ha." The trio then continued their journey towards the cafeteria. Before long, they arrived where they found Xiao Exin, another food system soul master, diligently training as well. Zhang Lan greeted Xiao Exin with delight, saying, "Teacher Xiao Exin, we have a new student today named Oscar, who, like you, is a food system soul master, and he is quite the prodigy with innate full soul power." Xiao Exin was slightly taken aback and stood up to gaze at Oscar. "I must take a good look at our food system genius," he remarked. After a moment of contemplation, noticing Oscar's mild nervousness, Xiao Exin continued, "He doesn't quite resemble a typical food system soul master. He appears rather slender. However, he is indeed quite handsome, which is certainly a trait of our food system soul masters." Oscar, observing Xiao Exin's somewhat rotund figure with a beer belly, felt uncertain about how to respond. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child. Had he already begun to perceive the unsightly aspects of adult nature at such a tender age? Zhang Lan, in a state of exasperation, remarked, "Teacher Xiao Exin, your appearance is in stark contrast to your culinary skills." Xiao Exin, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Lan and shouted, "You insolent brat! How dare you claim that my cooking is particularly, exceedingly, and utterly dreadful? Come here and peel some potatoes for me." Zhang Lan opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Dai Mubai was equally dumbfounded, and then quietly remarked to Zhang Lan, "I have never encountered anyone more shameless than you." Bang! Xiao Xan struck Dai Mubai on the head with a large spoon. Dai Mubai, wincing in pain, crouched down while clutching his head. "Sao sin an vi zito." Did you think I wouldn't hear you? You too. Come in and help me pluck the feathers. Consequently, Zhang Lan obediently began peeling, while Dai Mubai set about plucking feathers. In this academy, both of them dared to argue with anyone, yet they remained submissive to Xiao Xian. For even if it were Master Wuji, the worst consequence would merely be a few beatings, which had become a routine for them. At most, Zhang Lan would need to apply a few more healing spells. However, should they truly provoke teacher Xiao Xian's wrath, their monthly lavish banquet prepared by him would be forfeited. Oscar wished to lend a hand, but was gently dissuaded by Xiao Xian. "You may sit and rest. Today is your welcome banquet." Thus, Oscar sat back, observing Zhang Lan and the others busily engaged, suddenly feeling quite moved. This place, referred to as an academy, felt more like a warm home. An hour later, at the grand table, all of Shrek's members gathered. Xiao Xian lifted the lid of the pot containing the final dish, a steaming, aromatic stew of chicken and potatoes. Instantly, a wave of rich fragrance enveloped the room, intoxicating everyone present. Once Xiao Xian took his seat, Flander calmly announced, "Let us begin." In that moment, numerous powerful martial spirits manifested, their luminous soul rings ascending gracefully. The clattering of chopsticks echoed across the table, and countless afterimages danced as if formidable soul masters were engaged in combat, their shadows elusive, intertwining amidst the clanging sounds. Simultaneously, the dishes on the table vanished at an alarming rate. Xiao Xian, as the chef, commanded respect, and none dared to snatch his dishes. Leisurely savoring his meal like a deity at the dining table, Flander, seizing the opportunity, swiftly occupied the second seat, never lacking in the dishes on his plate. Zhao Wujia unleashed his third soul skill, enhancing the gravity around them, for weakening the enemy is akin to strengthening oneself. From time to time, delectable dishes would be snatched up. Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, relying on their own abilities, occasionally managed to seize some delicacies as well. Yet the most unfortunate were Zhang Lan, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. Under the relentless pressure of formidable adversaries, Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai were compelled to unite. Collaborating in their efforts, one would defend while the other would seize, occasionally acquiring spoils, and generously allocating 1/3 to the newcomer, Oscar. Chapter 57. The Prayers of the Free Wanderer After Dinner. The three who ate the slowest, Zhang Lan, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, naturally remained behind to wash the dishes and tidy up. The meals prepared by Xiao Xian were consistently ample. The members of Shrek Academy clamored for the most delectable portions, leaving the less appetizing remnants for those who had not yet satisfied their hunger, like Zhang Lan and his companions. The atmosphere within our academy is truly delightful, resembling that of a large family where everyone feels relaxed and free, devoid of the customary reserve and politeness often exhibited toward strangers. This sensation is genuinely wonderful. Oscar, while washing the dishes, joyfully reflected on this. Zhang Lan, who was wiping the table, proudly puffed out his chest, asserting that no other academy could compare to theirs. Rather than a mere teacher-student relationship, it felt more akin to that of family. Dai Mubai observed Zhang Lan in silence, pondering when things had changed. Perhaps it was after Zhang Lan's arrival. He recalled that initially, everyone had been quite courteous, restraining themselves when faced with delectable dishes, always leaving sufficient portions for others. However, during the second gathering, when Zhang Lan shamelessly reached for the dishes favored by Principal Flander and Teacher Wuji, it seemed a transformation occurred. No longer were they polite. They indulged freely, seizing whatever they desired, relishing in the delightful offerings without resentment or formality. Consequently, the two often found themselves relegated to the less desirable vegetarian options, struggling to procure the succulent meats they so cherished. Reflecting on this, Dai Mubai could not help but shed tears. He truly adored the oil-splashed meat dish. Yet he could never outmaneuver Teacher Wuji to claim it. Nevertheless, those in Zhang Lan's presence would inevitably open their hearts and reveal their true selves. For Zhang Lan possessed a remarkable power to inspire such openness. Zhang Lan clapped her hands and set the cloth aside. Subsequently, she and Dai Mubai made their way to the central playground of the academy, with Oscar following closely behind. "What are we going to do?" Oscar inquired. a hint of confusion in his voice. The night had already fallen, and he wondered why they were not resting at this hour. Zhang Lan flexed her wrists and ankles, engaging in warm-up exercises as she remarked, "It's only 8 o'clock. Let us practice a little longer. Since we have set our goals, we must strive to achieve them." With that, Zhang Lan removed her clothing. Subsequently, Oscar beheld the metallic rings adorning her body, a sight mirrored by the numerous rings on Dai Mubai as well. Upon advancing to the rank of Soul Master, Zhang Lan experienced a significant enhancement in physical strength, now capable of bearing a weight of 2,700 pounds. At this juncture, Dai Mubai has also attained the ability to carry 900 pounds. To become a competent Soul Master, possessing a robust physique is essential, even for those of us in the support class. As Zhang Lan spoke, he seized a massive barbell beside him, akin in size to those used by others, and commenced his workout. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, grasped a colossal stone towering 3 meters high and began to run laps. Oscar stood dumbfounded, gazing at the scene before him, feeling as though he had somehow wandered into the wrong set. As Zhang Lan lifted the barbell, he spoke to Oscar, saying, "Over there, you will find some weights and exercise equipment. However, given your current physical condition, those may not be suitable for you. I recommend starting with the basics: push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, and squats." "Oh, I understand," Oscar replied. An hour later, the three of them, utterly exhausted, freshened up before returning to their dormitory. Each dormitory housed 2 beds, and Oscar was located in the dormitory adjacent to Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai's. Dai Mubai returned to his dormitory first to apply some ointment, while Zhang Lan proceeded to visit Oscar's room. Zhang Lan produced a potion for body refinement and addressed Oscar, who was cultivating his soul power, saying, "Strip off your clothes." "What?" I said, "Strip off your clothes." Oscar silently took a step back. "Do we really have to?" Zhang Lan cast a speechless glance at Oscar, saying, "What on earth are you thinking? Just look at you so thin. It's evident that you haven't engaged in much physical exercise in the past. Today, with such an intense regimen, it will undoubtedly place a tremendous strain on your body. Therefore, some herbal remedies are necessary for alleviation, along with massage. The reason I suggested you remove your clothing is to apply a soothing balm that eases muscle soreness and benefits your physique. Furthermore, I will give you a massage to ensure your body fully absorbs these remedies and alleviates the burden it bears." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's explanation, Oscar realized he had misunderstood and subsequently removed his clothing. After Zhang Lan applied the potion to Oscar's back, leaving the other areas for him to manage, she proceeded to massage him before returning to the dormitory to cultivate her soul power. Thus began Oscar's arduous routine. Each morning, he was roused at 6 o'clock, followed by breakfast, training, cultivation, training once more, and then cultivation again. It was not until 11 at night that he could finally rest, only to awaken to the same relentless cycle the following day. A week later, Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai took Oscar to the Soul Arena in Soto City. With Zhang Lan having advanced to silver rank, the duo could only select competitors of the same tier. However, silver-rank Soul Masters were scarce in Soto City, leading to the dissolution of their partnership. Dai Mubai then formed a new team with Oscar, as Oscar lacked Zhang Lan's prowess to dominate opponents of equal rank as a support-type Soul Master. Thus, the duo was named Oscar White Tiger. Zhang Lan acknowledged the absurdity of the name, yet it was certainly an improvement over something like Sausage White Tiger. Forgive the authoress' lack of creativity in naming. After waiting for over an hour, they were matched against opponents: a level 37 Agile Attack Spirit Master, the Strong Horn Goat, and a control type, the Azure Poison Scorpion. Big Brother Dai, my first soul skill is Restorative Sausage, which can replenish a certain amount of stamina and soul power. My second skill, Antidote Sausage, can dispel toxins and alleviate some abnormal conditions. Oscar, facing his adversaries, solemnly briefed Dai Mubai on his abilities. Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. Oscar continued, "Both of my sausage skills can last for a period. Therefore, once we enter the arena, I will create the sausages and then withdraw. You need not worry too much about me." Dai Mubai hesitated momentarily. His intention in bringing Oscar to battle was to help him accumulate combat experience. However, it seemed that Oscar had little experience in fighting. Considering Oscar's frail physique and the nature of a support-type Soul Master's role, primarily assisting teammates and ensuring his own safety, Dai Mubai ultimately nodded in agreement with Oscar's plan. The two slowly ascended the battle platform. Due to Dai Mubai's striking appearance and the ferocious fighting style exhibited by him and Zhang Lan during their first team battle, they drew attention as they prepared for combat. Thus far, a considerable number of individuals have been drawn to become admirers of Dai Mubai, with an equal split between men and women. The women are primarily captivated by Dai Mubai's strikingly handsome and charming visage, while the men mostly share a fan base with Zhang Lan, referring to themselves as the prayers under the free traveler. Of course, Dai Mubai holds no endorsement for these eccentric individuals who brandish undergarments and spirits. In Chapter 58, Oscar's Soul Curse. It is evident that Oscar has noticed the throngs of bare men in the audience waving their undergarments. Shocked, he points towards them, exclaiming, "Boss Dai, what is happening over there?" Dai Mubai, with a stoic expression, shakes his head. "I do not know." Just as he finishes speaking, Zhang Lan's figure appears at the forefront of the crowd of bare men, hurling a bottle of liquor towards Dai Mubai. "Catch it, Dai Mubai. I have wagered 1,000 gold soul coins on you." Dai Mubai feels a surge of emotion. Is Zhang Lan truly so confident in his capabilities? Even though their adversaries are two high-ranking Soul Emperors, and he himself has only just reached the 31st level as a novice Soul Emperor, alongside Oscar, who is merely a 21st level Great Soul Master, Zhang Lan steadfastly believes they will emerge victorious. Since Zhang Lan has such unwavering faith in him, Dai Mubai cannot afford to let him down. He catches the liquor thrown by Zhang Lan and drinks it down in one bold gulp. "Ah, delightful. Today, I shall unleash my full strength." With a dramatic flourish, he shatters the bottle, tearing his garments asunder. The sight immediately exhilarates the female audience and prompts Zhang Lan's companions to leap to their feet, cheering exuberantly. Oscar, observing Dai Mubai's antics, hesitates and takes a step back, perplexed. "Boss Dai, what is happening?" Dai Mubai grins and gives Oscar a thumbs up. "Little Oscar, what is the matter? I will lead you to victory." With that gallant declaration, he turns with a flourish, leaving Oscar with a resplendent silhouette. Oscar, who initially felt anxious and fearful, finds his trepidation dissipating, replaced by an unexplainable courage. He promptly follows Dai Mubai's lead, standing upon the soul fighting platform. Following a brief introduction by the host, the four engage in combat. The four martial souls radiate brilliance upon the platform, their soul rings glowing vibrantly. Dai Mubai quickly unleashes his first soul skill, positioning himself protectively in front of Oscar, deflecting both of their opponents. Simultaneously, Oscar activates his two soul skills. "I possess a great sausage, and I possess a small sausage." In that fleeting moment, the vibrant incantation causes Dai Mubai's body to stiffen, as his opponents exploit the opening and unleash a soul skill that strikes him with a poisonous needle. A wave of paralysis and pain surges through Dai Mubai's form, slowing his movements significantly, and he is subsequently sent flying by the second soul skill of the strong-horned goat martial soul. During that time, when I was the revered champion of the Glory Golden Canyon, I vividly recall the moment I faltered in battle, startled by my friend's unexpected question, "Will you eat my sausage?" This moment of distraction led to my downfall, culminating in my fifth defeat. Such a lapse of focus amidst combat signifies the gravest failure, often determining the outcome of the skirmish. Dai Mubai, having been struck by two successive soul skills from the adversary, sustained significant injuries, with two of his ribs fractured and his body slowed by the enemy's poison. The remaining Oscar, merely a support-type soul master, possessed no combat prowess to aid in their plight. The conclusion, therefore, was inevitable. From the sidelines, Dai Mubai wore a grim expression, fully aware that the primary cause of this defeat lay with him, a consequence of his own misstep. Oscar, too, appeared ashen, having witnessed the events unfold clearly from behind Dai Mubai. He recognized that Dai Mubai had momentarily hesitated only after he called out the incantation for his soul skill, leaving him vulnerable to the enemy's assault. This realization weighed heavily on him, filling him with guilt. Previously, Oscar had endured much ridicule for his own incantation of soul skills. Although he feigned indifference with a cheerful demeanor, he was human, and it was impossible for him not to care. This incident has dealt a profound blow to his spirit. Zhang Lan descended with a smile, first bestowing upon Dai Mubai an enhanced second spirit skill, aiding him in healing his wounds. She then turned to Oscar and inquired, "Where's that detoxifying sausage?" "Give it to Dai Mubai." Oscar hesitated for a moment, lowering his gaze and feeling somewhat reluctant to meet Dai Mubai's eyes. Nevertheless, he extended his hand, presenting a sausage to Dai Mubai. Grasping the sausage, Dai Mubai frowned but took a hearty bite, fully aware of Zhang Lan's intentions. There was nothing to be said. If he were to let mere words hinder him from eating, it would be a shameful display indeed. He resolved silently that as long as it was advantageous for battle, he would not hesitate to consume even the most unpalatable of things. Subsequently, Zhang Lan addressed Oscar once more, saying, "Little Oscar, hand me a large sausage." Oscar's heart quivered suddenly as he lifted his gaze to Zhang Lan, his eyes inexplicably moist. He found himself at a loss for words, as if countless sentiments swirled within him. yet none could find expression. Ultimately, Oscar silently offered the previously mentioned large sausage to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan casually tossed it to Dai Mubai after receiving it. Hey, Dai Mubai, here you go. I wasted some soul power and stamina just now. Dai Mubai accepted it without uttering a word and slowly began to eat. Oscar, witnessing this scene, felt a profound sense of disappointment. Was it merely his overthinking? With this thought, he mocked himself inwardly. Indeed, who would want to consume something when the incantation for releasing soul skills was so unrefined? Xiao Ao, could you pass me another sausage? It looks quite appetizing. Zhang Lan smiled at Oscar, who, upon gazing back at her, suddenly chuckled. I possess a grand sausage. Zhang Lan took a bite of the Oscar sausage. It is absolutely delicious. The flavor of this sausage is simply outstanding. Zhang Lan expressed her delight with heartfelt praise. It was evident to all that her compliments were sincere. She truly found the sausage delectable. Observing Zhang Lan relish the sausage, Oscar could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down onto the ground. Suddenly, he embraced Zhang Lan tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, Boss Lan, thank you, truly, thank you. Zhang Lan gently patted Oscar's back and calmly said, Oscar, you must remember that those who belittle you merely due to a spell will ultimately find themselves gazing up at you in admiration. You are destined to become a figure of great importance, someone they could scarcely dare to imagine. At that time, their regret for not savoring your success, influenced by your spell, will linger as a lifelong sorrow. Zhang Lan was acutely aware of the turmoil within Oscar's heart. This society often ostracizes those who exhibit differences. Sometimes, these peculiarities seem absurd. Perhaps it is due to your weight, your appearance, or even a blemish on your face. Such trivialities can inexplicably become the focal points of unjust attacks, and tragically, some individuals have even lost their lives because of them. Zhang Lan still vividly recalls a classmate from high school, who, due to being the heaviest in the class, was persistently referred to as Fatty. Whenever others called him by this nickname, he would laugh it off, feigning indifference, yet deep down, he cared more than anyone could imagine. Perhaps to others it seemed like a mere nickname, trivial and inconsequential, but who would remain unaffected by a moniker born of one's shortcomings. Zhang Lan could never forget that classmate, who usually appeared timid and submissive. On one occasion, after arriving late, he was cruelly taunted by a rather mischievous boy with the remark that fat people always run slowly. In a fit of rage, he screamed and wept, striking the boy with a stool, leaving him bleeding on the ground. It was only after this incident that Zhang Lan began to keenly observe the hearts of those around him, including his friends. Dai Mubai, watching Zhang Lan from behind, felt a tumult of emotions. This must be Zhang Lan's charm. He had an uncanny ability to perceive the vulnerabilities within others. Yet, instead of brutally exposing these weaknesses, he sought subtle ways to help individuals overcome them, sometimes even transforming their flaws into a source of motivation. It felt as if he had returned to the previous year, reflecting on the truth. My strength has never been derived from the extraordinary talent you speak of, but rather from my relentless efforts and sweat, which far exceed the average person's. That is my true gift, efforts that surpass yours by several folds. The way that guy spoke those words was undeniably impressive. Chapter 59. Oscar's intoxication. After a while, Oscar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, released himself from Zhang Lan's embrace. In a moment of emotional impulse, he had clung to Zhang Lan, but now that reason had returned, he felt utterly mortified. To weep while holding a man, it was simply too humiliating. All right, let's first go collect our money. Zhang Lan spoke as he headed towards the betting area on the right, a designated zone for wagering on matches. Do we not just lose? Dai Mubai queried with a hint of confusion. However, before he could finish his thought, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that you placed a bet on our loss? Zhang Lan turned to Dai Mubai, wearing an expression of utter nonchalance. Indeed, what was there to be astonished about? How could a 31st level soul master possibly prevail against two advanced soul masters, each approximately 37 levels? You're not like me, a prodigious talent. However, I did not anticipate that you would lose so swiftly. I had thought you would endure for a considerable time. To think you succumbed within a mere minute on stage. Had I known, I would have placed a bet on your swift defeat, with odds of 1 to 2 nonetheless. After speaking, Zhang Lan regarded Dai Mubai with a disdainful gaze, remarking, surely you did not believe you could emerge victorious? Even arrogance should have its limits. But your conceit is utterly excessive, devoid of any sense. You scoundrel, I shall end your life, Oscar lamented, covering his forehead in exasperation. This was the usual dynamic between Boss Dai and Boss Lan, who would inevitably bicker several times a day. After yet another battle that concluded with both of them sporting bruises, it was just one of countless encounters of life and death. Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai, accompanied by Oscar, arrived at the tavern known as the Wild Tiger, which also serves as the headquarters of the sect of Endeavor. The tavern is designed with a profound artistic conception. At the entrance, two colossal wine jars exude a subtle and enticing fragrance. Lush green vines gracefully ascend along the pillars on either side of the entrance, leading to a richly hued wooden door and pristine white steps. To an observer from the outside, the establishment emanates an aura of serene depth, evoking a desire to sit within, savoring a cup of fine wine and relishing a tranquil moment. Oscar, gazing curiously at this tranquil tavern, inquired, "Is this the sect that Boss Lan established?" Zhang Lan nodded and remarked, "Although it is somewhat embarrassing, it is indeed true. However, once established, it feels quite pleasant. None of us harbor grand ambitions for dominance, nor do we desire to exploit our connections within the sect for personal gain. We simply relish gathering here at this time each month to share laughter, to express our innermost sorrows, or to recount tales of past glories, indulging in a spirited revelry. This feeling is truly delightful." In Oscar's mind, a vivid image materialized. An assembly of elegantly attired gentlemen seated around a table, quietly expressing their joys while grappling with their inner turmoil and raising their glasses in exuberance. The thought filled Oscar with anticipation. Such a scene indeed lifted the spirits. With a heart full of expectation and happiness, Oscar slowly pushed open the door. "Cheers! Down a bottle of Volcano! Oh, hooray!" The sight that greeted him was a chaotic scene of burly men, clad only in their bare skin, wildly consuming alcohol and shouting boisterously as the amber liquid cascaded down their muscular forms in an utterly appalling display that nearly blinded Oscar with its grotesqueness. Momentarily frozen, Oscar quietly closed the door and retreated. Zhang Lan placed his right hand on Oscar's shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "So, Oscar, aren't we all quite happy and friendly?" Oscar turned his head, gazing in silence at Zhang Lan, who had inexplicably stripped down to nothing but his underwear. Subsequently, Oscar's eyes fell upon Dai Mu Bai, who was similarly attired in nothing but his undergarment. Oscar's expression turned ashen, his eyes devoid of life. He then stiffly addressed Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai, saying, "I just remembered that I have matters to attend to. I shall return to the academy now." With that, Oscar attempted to depart. However, in the next moment, both Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai placed their hands upon Oscar's shoulders, revealing a terrifying smile. "Let's discuss this tomorrow. For now, come and join the banquet of our sect." Oscar felt as though he had heard the whispers of infernal demons. "No, please." Amidst Oscar's desperate screams, he was dragged by Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai through the tavern's entrance, the door closing behind them and restoring the establishment to its former tranquility. As the sun set and the moon ascended, the serene tavern reopened. A group of well-dressed gentlemen emerged, accompanied by a few slightly inebriated young women, all laughing and promising to gather again soon before parting ways. Among them, the impeccably dressed Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai emerged, supporting the completely naked Oscar between them. Oscar's face was flushed, intoxicated to the point of oblivion, muttering incessantly, "One more drink. Cheers." Two passing beautiful maidens were momentarily captivated by the handsome visages of Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai, and as they contemplated approaching them, their eyes fell upon the naked Oscar positioned between them. A flicker of shyness and indignation crossed their faces, mingled with disdain and disgust upon witnessing such an aberration. Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai witnessed this scene. Zhang Lan, in exasperation, remarked, "Oscar, please put on your clothes. It is rather lacking in decorum to be entirely unclothed before young ladies." However, Oscar, inebriated and unable to think clearly, retorted with a scoff, "Clothes are but the shackles that bind humanity, akin to the most unyielding of fetters. They are intangible yet formidable, preventing one from breaking free. We merely shed this layer of confinement to discover true freedom in this world, a freedom of the spirit. I am who I am, unrestrained by others or the chains of society. I embody the singular and authentic essence of freedom." Dai Mu Bai, at a loss for words, gently tapped his forehead and replied, "All right, Oscar, that is merely our definition of the ridicule and derision we face from those who fail to understand us. Not an excuse to disregard societal morals. Thus, it is prudent to don clothes in the presence of young ladies. For our pursuit of freedom should not infringe upon the liberties of others. Oscasnil de dismissively, But does not the premise of not infringing upon others' freedoms also imply not forcing oneself? While others may disdain or mock my actions, their disdain does not cause them any loss, does it? Yet for me, those garments feel like suffocating chains. When I wear them, I can hardly breathe. So, should I prioritize the opinions of others or listen to my own heart? Zhang Lan smiled helplessly and then addressed the two girls. I sincerely apologize for startling you. He has simply had a bit too much to drink, otherwise he wouldn't be in this state. Dai Mu Bai then added, we are truly sorry. However, he is our junior, and his current behavior is merely a consequence of us having poured too much alcohol into him to celebrate his joining us. Therefore, the blame rests with us, and we hope you won't take offense. The two girls waved their hands dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Subsequently, Zhang Lan and Dai Mu Bai supported Oscar as they departed. Behind them, faint whispers could be heard. How warm-hearted. These two handsome boys are indeed quite dependable. Exactly. They willingly took on all the blame, which clearly wasn't their fault. It was solely due to that peculiar, drunken man. How unfair that he implicated those charming seniors. Such remarks floated in the air. Meanwhile, a tipsy Oscar suddenly shuddered, sensing an unexpected weight on his back. Something round, large, and heavy. Chapter 60. A reunion with Ouyang Nana and Bing Qiano. What brings you here to seek me? Zhang Lan gazed at Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian before her, a hint of confusion crossing her features. 3 months had passed, and during a midday training session, Bing Qian and Ouyang Nana unexpectedly arrived at Shrek Academy. Ouyang Nana, hands on her hips, exclaimed, isn't it true that Bing Qian's sister is getting married? We came to attend her wedding and, incidentally, to see you all. She then feigned anger and added, what? Are we not welcome? Of course you are welcome, Zhang Lan replied. Ouyang Nana smiled contentedly and continued, in fact, Bing Qian also wishes to challenge you once more. You must have broken through to level 30 by now, haven't you? Zhang Lan nodded and said, indeed, I reached level 30 a few months ago, and I am now a level 33 Soul Master. However, if we are to spar, let us head to the central area of the academy, where there is ample space. Very well. The two young women followed Zhang Lan to the central playground of Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, the teachers of Shrek, along with Dai Mu Bai and Oscar, who were in the midst of their training, also arrived at the central playground. Snow Spirit White Wolf, manifest! With a delicate shout from Bing Qian, a fearsome, Snow White Wolf phantom appeared behind her, and 3 soul rings rose beneath her feet. Yellow, purple. She was a level 36 agility type battle soul master, Bing Qian, wielding the Snow Spirit White Wolf. Star Gem summoned. Zhang Lan summoned his martial spirit, revealing 3 radiant gemstones of white, green, and red that shimmered behind him. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple emerged beneath his feet. He stood as a 33rd level support type soul master, the Starlight Gem, Zhang Lan. After he spoke, Bing Qian immediately unleashed her first soul skill, causing her fingers to extend into 3 sharp ice claws, imbued with the chill of snow and ice. As she lunged fiercely toward Zhang Lan activated his 3rd soul skill and simultaneously unleashed his 1st soul skill, the EX Sapphire Shield. Over the past few days, he had become somewhat addicted to the Awakening War. It must be said that utilizing his ultimate ability to pin his enemies against the wall was indeed quite audacious. As the crimson light flickered around Zhang Lan, Bing Qian speculated that it was his 3rd soul skill, though she was unaware of its true nature. Without hesitation, she swiftly darted to Zhang Lan's side, her sharp claws descending fiercely upon him, albeit without her full strength. She understood that Zhang Lan's 1st soul skill was exceptionally robust. Should he seize the opportunity to engage in a direct confrontation, it was undoubtedly she who would suffer the most. As Bing Qian had anticipated, Zhang Lan showed no inclination to resist her assault. Instead, he lunged directly at her, aiming to endure her strike and seize her, thereby determining the outcome of their clash. However, as Bing Qian's icy claws raked across Zhang Lan's form, producing a shrill sound, she nimbly evaded his grasp. Her body danced around him, repeatedly scraping her claws against his shield, creating an unbearable cacophony akin to a cat's claws scratching glass. The onlookers grimaced in discomfort, covering their ears against the piercing noise, while Zhang Lan, positioned at the epicenter of the sound, found himself in a state of profound distress. The sensation was exceedingly unbearable. Even more troubling was the current predicament. Bing Qian undeniably capitalized on her inherent advantages as a speed-based attack soul master, effectively overwhelming Zhang Lan. It was exceedingly challenging for him to match her speed while maintaining his weight, especially considering that Bing Qian was a distinguished member of the Spirit Hall, a true prodigy among soul masters. Consequently, Zhang Lan could only rely on his experience to identify a flaw in Bing Qian's strategy or create an opportunity for her to make a mistake. as Bing Qian once again raked her icy claws across Zhang Lan's back. The sharp sound of claws meeting shield echoed ominously. Zhang Lan's thoughts raced as she declared, "Behold my ultimate technique, the earth-devouring sand burial." Zhang Lan suddenly swept the ground with his foot, sending a cloud of dust swirling toward Bing Qian. She was caught off guard, the dust engulfing her face. Her speed was not sufficient to evade the vast expanse of flying sand. In an instant, her eyes were blinded by the swirling particles. What a perfect opportunity! Zhang Lan exclaimed with excitement, his right hand lunging towards Bing Qian. He could not allow Bing Qian to escape once more. If she were to prepare herself and launch another guerrilla attack, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage again. However, what Zhang Lan did not anticipate was that just as he was about to make contact with Bing Qian, a sudden explosion of icy circles erupted around her, propelling him away with great force. Meanwhile, Bing Qian was sent retreating a considerable distance, quickly regaining her composure. Zhang Lan furrowed her brows and shouted furiously at Bing Qian. "Despicable! If you are a woman, do not push me away." Bing Qian stumbled, nearly allowing Zhang Lan the opportunity to seize her. However, Bing Qian was equally incensed by Zhang Lan's shamelessness, who, after all, was truly despicable. The battle resumed its previous rhythm, with Bing Qian continuously circling Zhang Lan, unleashing her razor-sharp claws. The scene was reminiscent of an African lion hunting a buffalo, with the lion persistently maneuvering to attack from behind or the side, while the buffalo, despite its immense strength, was rendered unable to retaliate, gradually succumbing to the lion's relentless assaults. After a minute had passed, with yet another strike from Bing Qian, Zhang Lan's shield shattered with a resounding crack. Hope ignited in Bing Qian's eyes, accompanied by a sigh of relief. Although Zhang Lan's shield had been so formidable that it had made her question her own capabilities, it had finally broken. She felt as though she could glimpse the dawn of victory approaching. Seizing this fleeting moment, Bing Qian unleashed her third soul skill, Ice Fang Hunt. In an instant, Bing Qian transformed into a streak of blinding white light, darting straight toward Zhang Lan. Her third soul skill allowed her to strike at the enemy in a heartbeat, with a maximum range of 50 meters and formidable offensive power. With a thunderous crash, Bing Qian was abruptly forced back, her hands trembling slightly as the icy claws she wielded shattered into fragments from the impact. Despair washed over her as she beheld Zhang Lan's shield, once again restored. Was it truly reactivated? So much time had elapsed, yet the persistence of such a shield seemed utterly unfair. Gritting her teeth, Bing Qian resolved that if Zhang Lan's shield could renew indefinitely, she would deplete Zhang Lan's soul power entirely. Thus, she activated her first soul skill once more, summoning sharp, icy claws from her hands, and charged forward again. However, despite her strong will, her physical stamina faltered. Rapidly dodging Zhang Lan's attacks drained her energy at an alarming rate. The consequence of this swift depletion was a weakening of her strength and a reduction in her speed. Ultimately, as Bing Qian gasped for breath, attempting to evade Zhang Lan's assault, her pace slowed and she failed to escape. Zhang Lan seized the opportunity, her arm exerting an overwhelming force that pinned Bing Qian to the ground. The battle concluded, and it was Zhang Lan who emerged victorious. Zhang Lansong released Bing Qian and subsequently assisted her in standing up. Bing Qian offered a wry smile. "Well, you have triumphed." However, despite her defeat at the hands of Zhang Lan, Bing Qian felt little sorrow within her heart. She was well aware of Zhang Lan's true prowess and understood that he had not shed his burdens. Her battle with Zhang Lan was, in fact, a means to genuinely ascertain her own strength after ascending to the realm of the Soul Master. Upon witnessing Bing Qian's loss, Ouyang Nana rushed over to support her, saying, Qian, do not be disheartened. I shall avenge you." With that, she cast a fierce glare at Zhang Lan. "Zhang Lan innocenti stut." Bing Qian shook her head and said, "No need, Nana. In truth, I am aware that Zhang Lan possesses formidable strength. I never anticipated that I would emerge victorious in today's battle against him. I merely wished to validate my own abilities and to rectify the regret for my previous defeat due to carelessness." Ouyang Nana stiffened momentarily, then pointed at Zhang Lan with her right hand, saying, "Well, that won't do. Zhang Lan, you mentioned wanting to test my soul technique again, so I shall grant you this opportunity." Zhang Lan note that. "Certainly, I would like to test your enchanting skills once more." Meanwhile, Flanders, who stood nearby, suddenly addressed Zhao Wuji. "Hey, Wuji, shall we place a bet?" Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes at Flanders. "What is there to wager? Zhang Lan is as formidable as a beast. He is bound to win. How about you bet on that girl instead? I will match your wager." To Zhao Wuji's astonishment, Flanders actually agreed. He nodded and said, "All right, I believe this girl is quite impressive as well, being a control-type soul master. If Zhang Lan does not shed his burdens, he may not necessarily prevail. I will bet on this girl, staking 300 gold soul coins. Zhao Wuji scratched his head, gazing at Flanders in disbelief, surprised that Flanders would consent. Although Flanders' reasoning seemed quite sound, Zhao Wuji was acutely aware of Zhang Lan's exceptional capabilities. His physical prowess surpassed that of soul masters at the same level, and his soul skills were equally extraordinary. The combination of his third and first soul skills would require several strikes to overcome, exhausting all soul masters of equal rank. And if he were to unleash his full strength without burdens, he might even defeat someone a rank higher. Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Flanders with suspicion. You aren't scheming, are you? Flanders disdainfully retorted, humph, then forget it. Observing Flanders' demeanor, Zhao Wuji began to believe that Flanders might be speaking the truth, especially considering the 300 gold soul coins at stake. Flanders, the miser, still owed him several years' worth of wages, and the recent payout had nearly been spent. Who knew when Flanders would distribute wages again? Zhao Wuji quickly exclaimed, wait, I'll bet with you. Flanders nodded, producing 300 gold soul coins. Here are 300 gold soul coins. You must also contribute. No backing out later. Zhao Wuji waved his hand. I don't have enough on me right now. If I lose, just deduct it from my wages. Flanders froze. How could Zhao Wuji possibly have a salary? Meanwhile, Ouyang Nana, witnessing Zhang Lan's prompt agreement, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After a brief pause, she shyly suggested, how about you take a moment to rest, Zhang Lan, and recover your soul power? I would want you to claim I'm bullying you if you lose. Zhang Lan shook his head. No need. Your allure no longer holds any sway over me. The last time I was captivated was not due to your charm, but rather my own fascination. I have since discerned the truth. You are not Ali. You are Ouyang Nana, and your inability to enchant me reveals your lack of formidable combat prowess. Ouyang Nana's body stiffened suddenly. Ali, is that a girl's name? A wave of sorrow washed over her heart. So, Zhang Lan already harbored feelings for another girl? Ali, is she the one you once cherished? Ouyang Nana lowered her head, her voice tinged with melancholy. Zhang Lan gazed up at the sky, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Ali? Perhaps. For those were the moments I cherish most, when we all gathered joyously together, lingering until the night enveloped us. With a sigh, Zhang Lan lamented, alas. Those days are irretrievable. A whole night, Ouyang Nana felt as though struck by lightning, her body trembling. Had they truly shared such intimacy? It was absurd to think she had harbored hopes of becoming Zhang Lan's beloved, oblivious to the fact that he had long since favored another. A wave of sorrow washed over her, accompanied by an uncontrollable fury. Perhaps it was misplaced anger directed at Zhang Lan himself. Enough of this. Come here, so I can knock your teeth out. Ouyang Nana glared with fierce determination as she summoned her martial spirit. The familiar sight of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared. My third soul skill, derived from the enchanting 1,000-year spirit, allows me to awaken the desires within your body merely by your recollection of my visage. In other words, your previous tactic of closing your eyes will no longer avail you. With the enhancement of her third soul skill, the potency of her second soul skill surged to new heights. As she spoke, Ouyang Nana unleashed her first soul skill, her form transforming into an even more captivating and alluring presence, leaving Dai Mubai and Oscar utterly entranced. A delicate pink aura began to emanate from Ouyang Nana, gradually enveloping the surroundings. Zhang Lan did not shy away, but steadfastly gazed into Ouyang Nana's eyes. He had previously misjudged, for he was not afraid of mental manipulation. The reason Ouyang Nana had bewitched him before was merely due to his unwillingness to resist. However, upon realizing that Ouyang Nana could also experience revulsion, that she was merely a being of the 3-dimensional world rather than the 2-dimensional realm, Zhang Lan comprehended fully that Ouyang Nana was not Ali, nor could she replace her. Resisting the control and allure, he would not succumb to mental domination or enchantment. As he observed Zhang Lan's unwavering confidence, Ouyang Nana's frustration surged within her. You shall see, she declared. Suddenly, her eyes emitted a radiant pink glow, infused with a bewitching aura. Zhang Lan, undoto, continued to meet her gaze. In his eyes, Ouyang Nana appeared strikingly beautiful, her every movement embodying the essence of a divine goddess, her form responding peculiarly to the pink ambience. Yet, the profound feeling that once captivated him, the deep-seated fantasy and infatuation, was absent. Our beloved 2-dimensional wives ultimately exist only in the realm of illusion. Thus, confronted with your 3-dimensional self, I find no desire to be ensnared. In that moment, Zhang Lan's eyes seemed to ignite with twin flames. You shall face judgment, sinner. At that instant, Ouyang Nana perceived two blazing infernos burning within Zhang Lan's gaze. Her being was drawn into a realm akin to hell, engulfed in flames. Before her unfolded scenes of past anguish and transgressions, the lies she told, the moment she inadvertently took the life of a small dog. I did not mean to. I did not mean to. Ouyang Nana suddenly began to scream, crouching on the ground while clutching her head, weeping profusely and crying out in anguish. Zhang Lan hastily deactivated his judgment eye. This system was indeed a source of exasperation for Zhang Lan. Many aspects remained shrouded in ambiguity, especially the entity that resembled a system sprite, which merely provided a brief explanation before vanishing. He found himself utterly bewildered by numerous elements within the system. Many functions seemed to activate inadvertently, much like the rewards he received for defeating a boss earlier, which had not been elucidated beforehand. The feature of the judgment I was described in an exceedingly simplistic manner. Nonetheless, it was classified as an S-grade item, far more potent than Zhang Lan had imagined. The recent activation occurred after Zhang Lan encountered an opponent specializing in mental manipulation in the soul arena, during which he discovered that his judgment I could not only discern a person's morality, but also counteract mental control, even reflecting it back upon the assailant. Chapter 62. The Master S promotion. Upon Zhang Lan closing his eyes, Ouyang Nana was liberated from the illusion. She gazed up, her eyes meeting his, which resembled the deep black of obsidian rather than the fierce flames she had previously witnessed. That must be his second martial soul, she mused inwardly. Observing Zhang Lan's demeanor, she felt a profound sense of grievance. Biting her lip, after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly lowered her head, as if relinquishing something, and softly declared, I concede. With that, Ouyang Nana quickly ran away, followed closely by Bing Qian. The atmosphere at the scene turned somewhat somber. Zai Mu Bai Ap protect Zhang Lan, patting him on the shoulder. What are you still doing here? Hurry and catch up to her, such a beautiful girl. Zhang Lan shook her head. She is not suited for me. She genuinely yearns to invest her emotions and receive love in return, yet I currently lack the capacity to possess such sentiments. At this moment, I indulge in the pleasures of the body, but I am not prepared to offer my heart. Sigh. I originally intended to write about Ouyang Nana as the protagonist, but everyone claims that this portrayal of Ouyang Nana is quite toxic. After much contemplation, I decided it would be best to let her pursue a different path. His journey is fraught with danger, and traversing such a thorny road. He has no desire to attempt to fall in love with a girl. Such an endeavor would render him vulnerable and could also lead to the girl suffering because of him. Furthermore, for him, girls from the real world simply do not pique his interest. At the very least, Ouyang Nana does not evoke any feelings of affection within him. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Dai Mubai stiffened momentarily and lamented, what a thoroughly despicable statement. Zhang Lan could not deny it. Nana, are you all right? Bing Qian inquired with concern as she caught up to Ouyang Nana, turning her tear-streaked face towards the gentle gaze of Bing Qian. Ouyang Nana felt as though something had struck her heart. She embraced Bing Qian tightly. Qian, boo-hoo, you are truly wonderful. Boo-hoo, everything will be fine. For I am here, Bing Qian reassured, wrapping her arms around Ouyang Nana, her hands soothingly caressing her back while she whispered tender words of comfort. Yet, unbeknownst to Ouyang Nana, Bing Qian's cheeks began to flush a deep crimson, and a subtle smile graced her lips. After witnessing the sparring session involving Zhang Lan and the others, the teachers of Shrek Academy gradually departed, with Flander being the swiftest among them. Zhao Wujia, standing beside Flander, was momentarily taken aback as Flander breezed past him like a gust of wind. It then dawned on him that Flander still owed him 300 gold soul coins from their wager, prompting him to angrily pursue Flander. A short while later, Ouyang Nana approached, her right arm entwined with Bing Qian's. Humph. Ouyang Nana huffed fiercely upon catching sight of Zhang Lan, turning her head defiantly to the side. Zhang Lan slightly bowed to Ouyang Nana, apologizing, I am sorry. Faced with Zhang Lan's apology, Ouyang Nana felt it inappropriate to remain angry. For Zhang Lan had committed no wrongdoing. It was merely that her frustration had been misplaced upon him. As Ouyang Nana turned her head, she heard Zhang Lan's exasperated remark. But honestly, you appear rather childish. Even my younger sister displays more maturity than you. Ouyang Nana's body stiffened momentarily before she shot a glare at Zhang Lan. Go to hell, you jerk. Zhang Lan shrugged helplessly, opting not to engage in a debate with Ouyang Nana. Here you go. Suddenly, Bing Qian handed Zhang Lan a book. Zhang Lan took a glance and suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out to be a book written by his teacher. However, He had never read this particular one. Its title was on twin martial souls. Zhang Lan inquired of Xiang Bingqian, "How do you still possess the book written by my teacher?" Bingqian expressed her surprise. "Master Yu Shaojiang is your teacher?" Zhang Lan nodded. Bingqian gazed at Zhang Lan with contemplation. No wonder he seems untroubled. Could it be that Master Yu Shaojiang has already devised a solution? What? Bingqian's voice was barely audible, and Zhang Lan could not catch her words. Bingqian shook her head and said, "It is nothing, but since Master Yu Shaojiang is your mentor, you might not need this book after all." Zhang Lan gazed perplexedly at the tome titled On Twin Martial Spirits. What utility could this hold for him? No, that can't be right. Zhang Lan soon realized that they had mistakenly believed she possessed a twin martial soul. Nonetheless, misunderstandings happened, especially considering that Ouyang Nana had just been drawn into an illusion due to his gaze, a matter that was indeed difficult to elucidate. However, Zhang Lan felt a warm glow in her heart at the concern Ice Qian showed for her, and she smiled at her, expressing her gratitude. "I truly appreciate your kindness." Ice Qian, with a nonchalant shake of her head, replied, "No, I haven't truly aided you in any way." Afterward, Zhang Lan took Ice Qian and Ouyang Nana on a brief tour of Shrek Academy before they departed. A few days later, Zhang Lan also left Shrek Academy, returning to Notting City, accompanied by Principal Flanders. Their journey was swift as Flanders carried Zhang Lan on his back, reaching Notting City in less than a day. The reason for their exhilaration was, of course, monumental. The master had advanced in rank. Upon his promotion, the master was filled with excitement and subsequently penned 2 letters, which he dispatched to Zhang Lan and Flanders. At the entrance of the junior academy in Notting City, a disheveled and travel-worn Flanders suddenly embraced the master. "You rascal," he exclaimed. The master's demeanor remained remarkably composed as he held Flanders in silence. Yet the tremor in his hands and the slight flush in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. "I must say, teacher and Principal Flanders, while I understand the joy of your reunion after such a long separation, this is the academy entrance. It is quite unbecoming for 2 men to be embracing so openly," remarked Zhang Lan, who stood nearby with her arms crossed, her expression one of dismay. Flanders and the master froze momentarily, and then the master playfully tapped Zhang Lan on the head, feigning anger as he said, "How dare you mock your teacher?" Zhang Lan chuckled softly, remaining silent. "However, it is indeed inappropriate for us to linger here. Come, let us proceed to my chamber." As the master spoke, he turned and made his way towards the academy. Zhang Lan understood that after such a long separation, both the teacher and Principal Flanders would have much to discuss. Therefore, he decided not to intrude upon the heartfelt reunion of these 2 old gentlemen. Turning to the teacher, he said, "Teacher, I shall go find San Air and the others. You may continue your conversation." The master nodded and replied, "Go ahead. San Air and the others should be engaged in their cultivation." Zhang Lan turned in a new direction, heading towards a familiar place. The academy remained unchanged, and as Zhang Lan gazed at the Q-version characters he had once casually etched along the roadside, he felt a surge of nostalgia. Then, he lifted his eyes and beheld a remarkably beautiful young girl engrossed in her reading. Her almond-shaped eyes held a mysterious ethereality, and beneath her exquisite nose lay delicate cherry lips. Her skin was as flawless as snow, her countenance reminiscent of dewdrops, and her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist. She appeared like a serene fairy from the forest, embodying beauty and tranquility, evoking a sense of reverence that made one reluctant to intrude. Upon catching sight of the enchanting young lady, Zhang Lan could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Sister." Recognizing the familiar voice, Carly looked up in surprise, her gaze meeting Zhang Lan's beaming smile. "Brother," Carly softly called as she set her book aside and rushed to his side. After more than a year apart, her heart swelled with emotion at the sight of him. Zhang Lan, in turn, was equally astounded by Carly's transformation. In just over a year, her hair had grown remarkably long. He recalled that it once reached just below the middle of her back, yet now it cascaded down to her waist. Noticing Zhang Lan's gaze, Carly twirled proudly, her ebony locks swirling around her like a whimsical sprite dancing in the breeze, while her serene and graceful face appeared to be enveloped by an aura of enchantment. It was a scene that captivated anyone fortunate enough to witness it. Zhang Lan gazed at the cascade of long hair, hesitating for quite some time before finally succumbing to her curiosity. "Sister, with such lengthy hair, doesn't it become troublesome when you use the restroom?" Suddenly, Carly's twirling form came to an abrupt halt, akin to a dancing automaton that had run out of power mid-performance. Her wildly flowing hair losing its buoyancy and cascading down to obscure her face. At this moment, Zhang Lan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Danger. Chapter 63. My brother Tang San, who dares to bully me? Tang San and Xiao Wu, engrossed in their cultivation of soul power, opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing a familiar voice. They were met with the sight of the cold and unapproachable Kali, exuding an aura that warded off strangers. Alongside the bruised and battered Zhang Lan, Tang San inwardly sighed, realizing that once again his senior brother Zhang Lan had provoked junior sister Kali. Brother Zhang Lan, you have returned, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing toward Zhang Lan. Her hair, styled in a charming braid that cascaded down to her waist, swayed adorably as she hopped with excitement. Zhang Lan gazed at the hair cascading behind Xiao Wu, furrowing his brows in contemplation. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. No wonder those girls with long hair prefer to tie it into ponytails. It certainly alleviates the inconvenience of using a restroom. Initially, Xiao Wu, who had been bouncing around joyfully, froze upon hearing Zhang Lan's words. With a look of disdain, she retorted, "EW, Zhang Lan, you are so disgusting." Pong. Zhang Lan collapsed to the ground, smoke curling from the back of his head. With an impassive expression, Carly clapped her hands and said to Xiao Wu, "Let us not pay him any mind." Xiao Wu cast a sympathetic glance at the prostrate Zhang Lan and nodded in agreement. Tang San understood the reason behind Carly's icy demeanor and, with a sigh, helped Zhang Lan to his feet, remarking, "Senior brother, how could you say such a thing? Carly has specifically left her long hair for you." Zhang Lan was taken aback and asked in confusion, "For me?" Tang San nodded and replied, "Did you not mention earlier that girls look more beautiful with long, straight hair cascading down to their waists? That is precisely why junior sister Carly has chosen to let her hair grow so long." Zhang Lan fell into a brief silence. Subsequently, she hastened to catch up with Carly. Carly cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Lan, yet remained indifferent, as though Zhang Lan were a mere figment of her imagination. Zhang Lan scratched his head, evidently irked. After a moment of hesitation, he gently ran his right hand over Carly's head, smoothing her long, black hair. He complimented her, saying, "Carly, your hair is truly beautiful. Such long, straight black locks embody the essence of youthful beauty." Carly froze for a moment, her hands clenched, her expression softening slightly. Shyly, she pushed Zhang Lan's hand away, retorting, "Do you really think that a few flattering words will earn my forgiveness?" Yet, as she moved his hand aside, a flicker of disappointment surged within her. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan feigned a pitiful demeanor, pleading, "My dearest sister, what must I do to earn your forgiveness?" Carly was taken aback by his overly theatrical tone, causing her to step back several paces in disgust. "Ugh, how revolting! You're utterly nauseating," she exclaimed. After a moment of faux contemplation, she added, "However, if you truly seek my forgiveness, I might consider granting it." Zhang Lan's pleas were barely uttered before Carly had finished her statement. She smacked her forehead in exasperation and chided him, "Brother, could you at least possess a shred of dignity?" Zhang Lan declared with a face full of pride, "Impossible." Carly, utterly convinced, bowed in admiration to Zhang Lan, exclaiming, "You truly deserve your reputation, my dear brother." Zhang Lantian laughed shamelessly. "Oh, how embarrassing. Ikanarli biarite." Ha! With a giggle. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh at the two of them, resembling a pair of jesters. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's laughter, Carly felt a twinge of shyness and playfully threatened her. "What are you laughing about?" Xiao Wu froze for a moment, then hastily replied, "I just remembered something joyful." Carly, however, was not swayed by Xiao Wu's fib. She swiftly placed her hands on Xiao Wu's waist and began to tickle her. "Ha, that tickles. I was wrong, please stop." "Ha ha." Xiao Wu erupted into uncontrollable laughter from Carly's relentless tickling. "Umph, you haven't stopped laughing since." Carly showed no mercy, determined to unleash all her pent-up annoyance on Xiao Wu. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Xiao Wu quickly fled, while exclaiming, "Ah, Carly, how despicable you are. Oh, you dare criticize me? Prepare to face the torments of my tickle hell. Don't run." Carly feigned anger as she chased after Xiao Wu. The two girls, one in pursuit and the other in flight, gradually distanced themselves. "Hey, Sanner, how did the teacher manage to break through?" Zhang Lan, filled with curiosity, turned to Tang San. Due to the limitations of their teacher's innate talent, their soul power could no longer grow. However, the 8 gates of body techniques you provided offered a glimmer of hope for our teacher's empowerment, prompting them to diligently train and cultivate these techniques. Recently, after successfully unlocking the second gate, Rest Gate, our teacher, constrained by their insufficient talent, experienced a breakthrough, elevating from a 29th level Great Soul Master to a 30th level Soul Respect. Subsequently, Tang Sen looked at Zhang Lan with deep gratitude, expressing, "I am truly thankful to you for sharing such a precious manuscript with us." Simultaneously, Tang San felt a pang of guilt. In his eyes, the Eight Gates technique was as formidable as the Xian Yu Gong he had learned at Tang's sect. Yet, his senior was generously allowing them to practice it, while he could not extend the same privilege of the Xian Yu Gong to brother Zhang Lan. If Zhang Lan were to cultivate the Xian Yu Gong with his formidable physique, his strength would undoubtedly multiply several-fold. However, the Xian Yu Gong was an esoteric secret of his sect, one that could not be passed down lightly. Were it his own possession, he would have unhesitatingly shared it with brother Zhang Lan, but as a cherished legacy from the sect that nurtured him in his past life, he found it impossible to grant it to another. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Lan affectionately patted Tang San's head, saying, "It's nothing to worry about." At that moment, I too was uncertain about the dangers I might face. If something were to happen to me, it would be a tremendous loss for the world to lose my unparalleled skills. Besides, you are all my family. Passing my abilities to you is of no consequence. When you become a great figure in the future, I shall cling to your coattails, dominating the continent. Who would dare challenge me? I would simply declare, "I am the brother of Tang San. Who dares to offend me?" Terrified, they would flee in fear, unable to respond. Tang San shook his head, realizing that his elder brother Zhang Lan was jesting again. In his eyes, however, Zhang Lan was the true genius, cultivating his physical prowess at an enviable pace. Although Tang San had also practiced Zhang Lan's 8 body techniques, he had only managed to reach the 2nd level, while Zhang Lan had already attained the 3rd level. Despite having slightly weaker soul power, Zhang Lan's exceptional physical aptitude, combined with his formidable will, left Tang San with no doubt that his elder brother would undoubtedly become a dazzling star upon the continent. Chapter 64. The Master's Pain. After the two long-separated men shared their heartfelt sentiments, they called upon Zhang Lan and the others. "Tomorrow, I shall venture into the Douluo Forest with Flender to obtain my 3rd soul ring. I am uncertain how long I may be away, so Zhang Lan, during this time, please take care of Tang San and Carly in Soto City." The Master instructed Zhang Lan with a serious expression. Zhang Lan nodded and gently tapped his chest, assuring his teacher, "Rest assured, I guarantee everything will be flawless." In truth, due to their shared connections through mutual friends, the Master enjoyed a commendable rapport with Tang Liuji, as well as with the principal of the academy, both of whom were close allies. Consequently, Tang San and Carly, under their protection in Soto City, were unlikely to encounter any difficulties. However, after Zhang Lan departed, the Master frequently observed Carly practicing alone into the night, often gazing blankly at the starry sky, occasionally murmuring her brother's name. Thus, the Master yearned for Zhang Lan to return for a time to accompany Carly, while also harboring the desire to share the news of Zhang Lan's elevation to Soul Master. After a moment's hesitation, the Master inquired of Zhang Lan, "By the way, earlier, Flender mentioned that you dismantled a human trafficking stronghold last year, which harbored a soul ancestor." Zhang Lan noted that. The Master sighed and said, "I understand that you find it difficult to bear those scenes, but I implore you not to forget that you now have me as your mentor, along with your junior brother Tang San, your sister Carly, and the esteemed teachers and classmates of Shrek. Therefore, do not treat your own life lightly." When the Master uttered these words, he appeared somewhat stiff. To be honest, it was indeed a challenge for someone as scholarly as he to express such sentimental sentiments. The fact that he was able to articulate these thoughts truly reflected his genuine concern for Zhang Lan. He continued, "Furthermore, in such circumstances, do not shoulder the burden alone. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to approach me or Flender. I cannot promise much, but I assure you that I can still protect you from threats below the rank of title Douluo." Zhang Lan was well aware that the formidable trio comprising the Master, Principal Flender, and Liu Erlong could indeed contend with Soul Douluo, even facing off against title Douluo. However, this information had never been explicitly conveyed to him, allowing him to feign ignorance. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan did not exhibit any signs of surprise. He simply nodded with an air of calmness. This nonchalance left Flender, who had been eagerly anticipating Zhang Lan's astonished reaction and inquiries, somewhat discontented. Flender turned to Zhang Lan and asked, "Aren't you curious as to why?" "I'm not." Zhang Lan zipped. "I have faith in my teacher. However, I believe that someone endowed with such profound theoretical knowledge cannot possibly be an ordinary individual." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, the Master felt a stir of emotions within, gazing at Zhang Lan with an indescribable sense of appreciation. For teacher, what could be more validating than the acknowledgement of a student? Yet, the Master was not one to articulate his innermost feelings. He chose to silently cherish this sentiment, keeping it locked away in his heart. Meanwhile, Flender burst into hearty laughter, brimming with pride. Indeed, let me tell you, back in the day, along with your master and Erlong, were known as the Golden Triangle. However, as soon as Flander finished speaking, he suddenly froze, reminded of the master's anguish. It was precisely because of the circumstances involving Erlong and the master that their once united Golden Triangle had now become a fragmented entity, separated across 3 distant locations. With years having passed since their last reunion, the mention of Erlong, a name laden with memories, caused a pang in the master's heart. It was absurd to realize that she was his cousin. The master let out a self-deprecating sigh, addressing Flander. Well, it is getting late. We should retire early. We have a journey to undertake tomorrow. Observing the master's demeanor, Flander understood that he had yet to emerge from the shadows of his inner turmoil. He sighed inwardly and nodded in agreement. Zhang Lan was acutely aware of the kind of person who could cause Master to suddenly descend into such melancholy. Thus, he refrained from probing further and addressed Master and Principal Flanders, saying, "Esteemed teacher, Principal Flanders, I shall take my leave to rest." With that, Zhang Lan exited the chamber of the Master and Flanders. He then made his way to Professor Tang Liuji's quarters. It turned out that he had been residing in the student dormitory. However, after his graduation, there was no longer a place for him there. Consequently, he sought temporary refuge in Professor Tang Liuji's room for the night, intending to stay in the master's room in the following days. Upon entering Professor Tang Liuji's room, Zhang Lan was met with an unusual and intriguing aroma. Zhang Lan revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. Subsequently, she slowly opened the door to the room. Inside, several candles flickered quietly, their wavering flames casting a dim light. Tang Liuji sat at the table, his head bowed, bare-chested, draped in a black coat, his body slightly leaning forward with hands crossed upon the table. "You have arrived." Tang Liuji's voice resonated in a subdued tone. Zhang Lan gently hung her shirt on the nearby hanger, then leisurely began to unbutton her blouse, one button at a time. In a similarly hushed tone, she replied, "Indeed, I have arrived." Tang Liuji, clearing his throat, continued in that deep voice tinged with a smoky timbre. "Do you recall how long it has been since we last fought side by side?" Zhang Lan continued his movements, slowly stating, "It has been nearly a year, almost 2. So, has your skill diminished?" he asked with a cold laugh, countering, "Shouldn't that question be directed at you? Are you prepared? Is that even a question?" Zhang Lan unbuttoned her shirt completely, slowly removing it and placing it on a nearby hanger before sitting opposite Tang Liuji. "Let us begin." After a moment of silence, the two suddenly raised their glasses in unison. "Olai! Hooray!" The liquid flowed down the corners of their mouths as they drank. "Huh! Refreshing." Tang Liuji set down his empty glass and spoke. "You little rascal, how is it at that Shrek Academy? Those intermediate Soul Master Academies were all eager to accept you unconditionally, yet Xiaojing insisted that you attend that Shrek Academy." Zhang Lan likewise placed his empty wine cup down and remarked, "Shrek Academy is indeed formidable. Every instructor within boasts a minimum rank of 60 Soul Emperors. Our principal and vice principal are even more impressive, both exceeding 70 ranks as Soul Saints." Tang Liuji was taken aback, then nodded in agreement, refilling his wine cup and raising it in a toast to Zhang Lan. "Indeed, it seems Shrek Academy is quite remarkable." Zhang Lan filled his cup and lightly tapped it against Tang Liuji's. "I must tell you, at that time, there were at least several hundred new students aspiring to enter our academy. Yet only Dai Mubai and I gained admission to Shrek. The others failed to meet our academy's stringent requirements." "What are your academy's requirements?" One might ask, so impressive. "Only those under the age of 13 who possess a soul power of level 21 or above are eligible for admission." "Come, teacher, allow me to toast to you once more." "Ah, invigorating indeed. My goodness, that is truly remarkable. It seems your academy hardly has a few students, does it?" Chapter 65. Reuniting with Anna yesterday, we conversed until the early hours of the morning. However, due to Tang Liuji having classes the following day, he rose early. Zhang Lan, too, commenced his day with his usual practice. By noon, he left the academy to procure some daily necessities in the city. After purchasing items such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels, Zhang Lan proceeded to the Spirit Hall in Soto City. After all, having returned after more than a year, he felt compelled to visit Uncle Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi was training within the Spirit Hall and was immensely thrilled upon seeing Zhang Lan, embracing him warmly. "You little rascal, you've grown quite a bit. You become robust, just like a bear. What level of soul power do you possess now? When did you return?" After their reunion, Lu Qingyi eagerly posed numerous questions. Zhang Lan felt a surge of excitement within him. Upon hearing Lu Qingyi's words, he smiled with a sense of pride and replied, "I am but a humble soul master of the 33rd level, having just returned yesterday. Hence, I came to visit you today, Uncle Lu." Ah, young man, you are indeed modest. To call yourself humble is quite the understatement, Lu Qingyi remarked. After reminiscing for quite some time, Zhang Lan made his way back to the academy. However, just as he was nearing the entrance, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar silhouette, a girl. Anna? At that moment, he noticed a faint hint of red surrounding her figure. Zhang Lan furrowed her brow every day. Upon catching sight of a fleeting figure about to vanish at the street corner, she hurriedly pursued it. However, by the time Zhang Lan reached the corner, she could only witness the girl's silhouette disappearing into another alleyway. Is she beckoning me to follow her somewhere? Zhang Lan's mind raced, sensing that something was amiss. Nevertheless, he swiftly pursued, shedding all the burdens from his body and placing them into his spatial ring. The girl's silhouette led Zhang Lan through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a courtyard. A pungent smell of blood permeated the air, and Anna stood quietly atop the roof, turning to gaze at Zhang Lan. Behind her, a small child-esque figure was visible, though turned away from Zhang Lan, preventing him from discerning the child's features. However, the vibrant red aura surrounding the child was unmistakably intense. Indeed, it is you, Anna. What purpose do you have in bringing me here? Zhang Lan inquired. Instead of answering, Anna calmly recounted, "This is the residence of the Sitter nobility, belonging to a young nobleman, a baron lacking both strength and under level 40 soul power and territory. Yet, his elder brother is a sole emperor of over 60 levels with a fief, rendering him a notable figure in the small city of Soto, one not easily provoked by common folk." As Anna spoke, a ghostly green chain suddenly surged forth from beside Zhang Lan, aimed directly at Anna. Unperturbed by the chain's swift approach, which sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, Anna merely continued to observe Zhang Lan with a quiet intensity. Zhang Lan remained motionless, yet just as the iron chain was about to graze Anna, he abruptly yanked it back. Anna bestowed upon Zhang Lan a faint, sweet smile. However, at that moment, the emerald chain, pulled back by Zhang Lan, suddenly coiled menacingly towards him. In a flash, Zhang Lan seized the iron chain with her right hand and with a sudden, forceful tug, she yanked its owner out. A man in his 30s was propelled from behind Zhang Lan, his expression one of surprise, clearly taken aback by the sheer strength she possessed. However, midway through his flight, he deftly kicked off the adjacent wall, utilizing that momentum to land beside her, establishing a standoff. Surrounding him were 5 soul rings, slowly swirling in hues of white, yellow, purple, and black, indicating that he was a soul king of at least level 50. Zhang Lan cast a glance at him, a somber expression crossing his face. For the Soul King posed a formidable threat to him. It was evident that he had been ensnared in some tumultuous whirlpool, in an effort to avert any misunderstandings. He hastily spoke, "Esteemed Soul King, I harbor no ill intentions towards you." He then gestured toward Anna, adding, "I have merely been lured here by her. I remain utterly oblivious to the events that have transpired in between. I implore you not to misconstrue my presence." Tori furrowed his brow and subsequently retracted his martial soul and soul-binding chains. He regarded Zhang Lan and declared, "I am an officer of the Tianou Law Enforcement Corps, a level 5 enforcer. I have come here today to apprehend the witch responsible for the slaughter of Baron Yassi's family." Tori pointed towards Anna, who lingered on the rooftop. Zhang Lan turned to Anna, and in his discerning gaze, he noticed a faint crimson glow surrounding her. However, the red light emanating from Anna was subtle, not indicative of someone who had committed the heinous act of slaughtering an entire family. It was also plausible that the sins of the family she had slain were indeed grave, thus absolving Anna of guilt, with the slight red hue being a manifestation of other circumstances. Such conjectures, however, yield no definitive conclusions. Zhang Lan directly inquired of Anna, "Do you have anything to explain?" Anna shook her head and replied, "There is nothing to explain. I indeed killed the Yass family, but they deserve their fate." Suddenly, Tori interjected loudly, "That should be left to the Empire's legal system. Your wanton massacre of the Yass family in public is a flagrant affront to the laws of the Empire, and I will not allow you to evade justice." Zhang Lan silently listened from the side, perhaps able to grasp the unfolding events. Did Tori truly believe that the noble family of Yass deserved death? In response to Tori's furious rebuke, Anna scoffed disdainfully. The imperial legal judgment? Was it to be directed against the Yass aristocrats, or against the powerless commoners who had fallen victim to their malice? Tori, seething with rage, declared loudly, "Of course it is Yass. The Empire's laws never shield transgressors." As he spoke, Tori prepared to strike, his ethereal green chains soaring toward Anna. Yet suddenly, a small boy appeared before Anna, his mouth sealed and unable to produce a sound. His expression one of sheer terror as tears and snot streamed down his face. Anna grasped the boy by the neck, positioning him protectively in front of her. This action immediately caused Tori's movements to freeze abruptly. His voice, low and menacing, revealed the suppressed fury within him. Do you think that having a hostage will allow you to escape my grasp? Zhang Lan furrowed his brow at the scene before him. Due to Anna's earlier words, he had anticipated that she could not possibly transform into a docile young girl because of her circumstances. However, witnessing her become a ruthless killer was beyond his expectations. Anna, clutching the edges of her skirt, inclined her body slightly towards Tori. Certainly not, esteemed Judge Tori, she said. I will not take his life, for he must face the judgment of the Empire's laws. I merely wish for you to allow me to reminisce with my benefactor. As she spoke, Anna tightened her grip on the boy's right hand, causing him to struggle violently, kicking his legs in a desperate display of pain. Tori's expression darkened, as if shadows were about to seep from him. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting, coldly stating, You have 3 minutes. Anna turned to Zhang Lan with a charming smile, tilting her head in inquiry. Dear brother, where were we before? We were discussing how the noble families of Sit hold considerable influence here, Zhang Lan replied. Anna raised her head slightly, her delicate finger resting on her chin, and exclaimed with delight, Ah, yes, precisely here. And then the Sit nobility, emboldened by their sole emperor brother, brazenly indulge in their whims in Nordian City, often seizing beautiful girls for their amusement, many of whom have met tragic ends. It is truly lamentable, isn't it? Do you think it a fault for a girl to possess beauty, dear brother? Zhang Lan's expression was as cold as ice as he regarded Anna before him, and replied, Of course not. Then why do these beautiful sisters meet such tragic fates? She inquired. It is merely the fault of that scoundrel, Site. It is those lovely sisters who suffer the harm and pain. The world is always thus, possessing both a filthy, sorrowful side and a kind, beautiful one. Our task is simply to strive to eliminate the filth and protect the goodness. If you perceive only the dirt and conclude that the world is perpetually tainted, does that mean you will turn a blind eye to the beauty and kindness that exist? Anna gazed blankly at Zhang Lan, whose intense gaze met hers, as if she were transported back to the day he had saved her. Big brother, you always speak profound truths that prompt reflection, she remarked. It's just that I've encountered too much toxic negativity. However, the previous matters remain unfinished. After the girls were abducted, their families were engulfed in sorrow and anger. They pleaded with the enforcers of Notting City for justice, but the enforcers, mere level 40 soul masters, were unwilling to provoke Site's brother, the sole emperor, on behalf of these commoners. Thus, Site faced no repercussions. Moreover, he was exceptionally adept at socializing, often gifting those young girls to other nobles or officials in Notting City. His audacity grew unchecked, and under his father's influence, his son followed suit. Big brother, do you know what his son is scheming? At this point, Anna's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, exuding an undeniable charm. Yet, among the three present, Zhang Lan, Tori, and the boy in Anna's grasp, none found her adorable. Instead, a chill began to rise from behind them. Zhang Lan furrowed her brows and remarked, I do not wish to speculate. Little Sitter, the son of Sitter, accompanied his father here last year. Upon his arrival in Nottingham, he enrolled in the junior college, where your sister has garnered quite a reputation as a beauty. Little Sitter has taken a fancy to your sister, Carly, desiring her to be his beloved. Anna covered her face with her hands, her tone laced with shyness. Oh dear, how embarrassing. It's truly inappropriate for someone as young as I am to be entangled in such matters. And that little Sitter, how scandalous. Becoming such a lecher at such a tender age. Suddenly, Tori interjected, 2 minutes have passed. Anna's cheeks puffed out in indignation as she glared at Tori. You are so annoying, she exclaimed. Then, noticing Tori's impassive expression, she pouted in dissatisfaction. I curse you to never have a daughter. Tori replied coldly. My daughter will be far more delightful than you. Umph. Anna is the cutest in the world. Seeing Tori ignore her, Anna turned to Zhang Lan. Big brother, do you not agree? Zhang Lan let out a sigh. He felt somewhat exasperated. As he turned to leave, he wished to distance himself from this tumultuous situation. He had only stayed to listen to Anna because her transformation was rather pronounced, and he felt a twinge of concern. However, it now seemed that he could no longer intervene. Noticing Zhang Lan's departure, Anna smiled and said, This is about Carly, dear brother. Zhang Lan disregarded the situation and quietly walked outside. As she observed Zhang Lan's figure receding into the distance, a flicker of anxiety finally crossed Anna's eyes. She hurriedly exclaimed. Subsequently, little Site, with unwavering determination, sought to claim Carly. However, unexpectedly, he was soundly reprimanded by Carly, suffering a broken hand. Following this, little Sitae and Sitae were not inclined to let the matter rest and planned to apprehend Carly at the academy. It was only when I intervened that I managed to subdue Sitae and his companions. Zhang Lan came to a halt, turning to Anna with a slight bow. "Thank you, Anna," he said before continuing to turn and depart. As he was about to leave, Anna grew anxious and called out in a panic, "Don't go." Just as her words resonated in the air, a colossal eagle suddenly descended from the sky, appearing before Zhang Lan and obstructing his path. Zhang Lan lowered her head, her voice devoid of emotion as she coldly asked, "Are you going to lay a hand on me, Anna?" "No, no," Anna exclaimed, panic etched across her face as she attempted to rush over. However, Tori suddenly broke into a smile. "Time's up, miss." In that instant, the emerald-hued chains encircling him lunged towards Anna. Overwhelmed by urgency, Anna lost her composure and, abandoning her ladylike demeanor, screamed, "Get away." Just then, a figure emerged from behind Anna, delivering a swift kick towards Tori. Tori's eyes narrowed as he hastily swung the chains to defend himself, while simultaneously unleashing his fourth soul skill, Iron Prison. The chains snapped taut, radiating a dark light that encased Tori like a prison. Yet, a black hammer struck forcefully against his chains, sending him hurtling backward. Ignoring Tori, Anna dashed to Zhang Lan's side, tugging at his clothing with a pitiful expression as she pleaded, "Big brother, I just wanted to help you." Zhang Lan raised his gaze toward Tori, who had just been violently thrown aside, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, indicating the injury sustained in their recent clash. Before him loomed a brawny, bald elder wielding an enormous black hammer, his muscles bulging with strength. Surrounding the elder were 5 soul rings: white, yellow, purple, purple, and purple. A soul king, he had come to protect Anna, obeying her commands, only appearing after she signaled. Contemplating this, Zhang Lan regarded the pitiful Anna before him, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of vigilance. He was well aware of Anna's familial circumstances. Previously, he had feared for her safety while alone with her relatives, and thus he had deliberately distanced himself from Dean Flandra to investigate Anna's kin. He aimed to select the most benevolent relative with the closest ties to Anna's parents to adopt her. However, according to the intelligence gathered by Dean Flandra, Anna had no relatives of Soul King status, let alone one willing to heed her commands. What then had transpired over the past year for Anna to command such a formidable servant? Chapter 67. Tori Zhang Lan fell into silence for a moment, gazing quietly at Anna, and remarked, "It seems you have conducted a thorough investigation on me. Have you also taken the liberty to assign someone to watch over my sister?" Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Anna fell silent. After a brief pause, Zhang Lan began to feel a twinge of annoyance. The sentiment of being scrutinized and plotted against by the very person one has rescued is far from pleasant, even though Anna had assisted him in eliminating the threat posed by that father-son duo to Carly's safety. However, for Zhang Lan, Carly had already reached the 22nd level, empowered by the mutated martial soul, the Emerald Phantom Python, blessed by her father. While she might not be able to confront soul masters of over 30 levels, escaping was certainly within her capabilities. Furthermore, with Carly's mastery of the 8 gates techniques he had taught her and the hidden weapons gifted by Tang San, it would indeed be quite a challenge for an ordinary soul master to defeat her. Thus, Zhang Lan did not feel particularly shaken by Anna's claims of having saved Carly. Of course, he felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Anna for aiding Carly. Yet the investigations and schemes surrounding Carly led Zhang Lan to suspect that Anna's intervention was perhaps a part of a larger plan against him. He decided to let go of the notions of right and wrong and thought, let's part ways. Zhang Lan pondered within himself when Anna spoke up, "Big brother, what do you consider to be an evil soul master?" An evil soul master is one who, taking advantage of their martial soul, resorts to unscrupulous means, utilizing the lives of others to enhance their own power. And if that soul master were to cultivate using the lives of wrongdoers, then they would be deemed a virtuous soul master. Is that so? If one day I were to establish an organization capable of eradicating or commanding all the evil soul masters as you define them, would you join us? Absolutely. Zhang Lan's reply was devoid of any hesitation. Gazing at Zhang Lan, Anna hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Would you still join even if it contradicts your morals and kindness?" "Certainly," came the response, as resolute as before. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Anna smiled sweetly. "That is wonderful, big brother." Observing Anna's smile, Zhang Lan fell silent for a moment, then looked up at the sky, his tone somewhat bewildered as he remarked, "But this is merely my answer for now. People do change." I do not know if I'll change with the passage of time, but at the very least, I am different from the person I was 7 years ago. 7 years ago, he was consumed by a singular focus, to spare no effort in vanquishing the evil soul masters. Yet now, he wishes to protect those dear to him. Carly, Tang San, Xiao Wu, his teacher, Uncle Lu, Teacher Tang, and the mentors of Shrek Academy, from any harm that may come their way. Perhaps, in the distant future, he too might find a way to cast aside his hatred, akin to the Avengers depicted in films, in pursuit of what he cherishes. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's sentiments, Anna's expression dimmed slightly, but she quickly returned to a sweet smile. "It's all right," she said, silently vowing to transform her big brother into the person she admired. With a skip in her step, Anna bounded back to the rooftop and addressed Tori. "Now, let us commence with the serious matters." With a snap of her fingers, a middle-aged man emerged from a room, dragging a battered figure behind him. "This injured man is Baron Sitter," Anna informed Tori. "But rest assured, I have no intention of killing him. I wish for you, Lord Tori, to put him on trial under the laws of the Empire. Moreover, I have gathered evidence to prosecute Sitter, as well as young Sitter. Do not be deceived by his youth. He has taken the lives of two individuals, a beautiful girl from his academy and her companion. The tale is rather mundane, revolving around a spoiled youth who oppressed and killed innocent children, but I shall spare you the details." "Very well, Uncle Tori, may I propose a wager?" Tori regarded the battered Sitter and the imposing middle-aged man behind him, feeling a significant weight of pressure. It was highly likely he was a soul king as well. Who exactly was this young girl, that she commanded the loyalty of two soul kings? After a brief pause, Tori inquired, "What do you wish to wager?" "If you can successfully prosecute Sitter and young Sitter under the Empire's laws, I shall turn myself in. However, if you fail in the legal proceedings, then I propose you accept me as one of your subordinates, without interference from you in this matter." "Agreed. I accept this wager," Tori responded. "Then, Uncle Tori, let us proceed with this agreement, and we shall take our leave for now." Having spoken, Anna suddenly let out a sharp whistle, followed by a piercing cry reminiscent of an eagle. A colossal giant eagle plunged from the heavens, swiftly descending to retrieve Anna and her companions before soaring skyward. Tori gazed silently at the departing giant eagle for a considerable time, then turned to Zhang Lan, who was similarly entranced by the eagle's flight, and inquired, "Who exactly is that Anna?" Zhang Lan murmured in a state of confusion, "Perhaps I am merely an ordinary girl, yearning for kindness while ensnared in darkness." Subsequently, she shook her head as if attempting to cast something away and turned to depart. Tori watched as Zhang Lan's figure vanished around the corner, remaining silent for a considerable time before approaching, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Sita, who was crying out in anguish due to her injuries. "Your transgressions shall be judged by the law of the Empire," Tori declared resolutely. Upon returning to the academy, Zhang Lan pondered for a moment before seeking out Carly. The latter, engaged in cultivating her soul power, felt a flicker of joy upon seeing Zhang Lan. "I have a few inquiries," Zhang Lan stated as he settled himself before Carly. After a brief contemplation, he continued, "Not long ago, was there a boy who harassed you, resulting in his injury at your hands?" Carly nodded affirmatively. "And during this time, have you sensed anyone following you?" Carly shook her head in confusion. "No, not at all." "Is that so?" Zhang Lan pondered for a moment and then earnestly addressed Carly. "During this period, you should refrain from leaving the academy. If you must go out, ensure that either I or Tang San accompanies you." Observing the seriousness in Zhang Lan's demeanor, Carly understood that something must have transpired concerning her. She nodded in agreement and inquired, "Brother, what exactly has happened?" "The situation is as follows." Zhang Lan did not conceal anything and recounted the previous events in detail to Carly. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's account, Carly felt a surge of anger and trepidation. She had not anticipated that the noble from Stir and his son could be so malevolent. Moreover, the fact that they sought to capture her for revenge was alarming. It appeared that she had been thoroughly investigated during this period, all while remaining completely oblivious. Simultaneously, the matter concerning the Stir noble ignited a deep-seated fury and pain within her. Her own family had been destroyed by the nobility. Her mother had succumbed to suicide after being violated by a noble, and her father had fallen under the control of that soul beast due to this tragedy, leaving her bereft and alone. Chapter 68. The Crumbling Belief. Many have expressed their inability to endure Anna. Allow me to clarify. If this chapter is distressing, feel free to skip to chapter 87. Anna is not as dark as portrayed, though she is certainly not a virtuous character. I shall refrain from divulging more, as spoilers can be quite irksome. After waiting for 7 days in the city of Notting, Zhang Lan was finally reunited with Master and Flander. He recounted the troubling matters concerning Anna, Tori, and the noble family of Sit. Upon hearing the account, the master wore a grave expression, taken aback that such a threat had loomed under his very nose, endangering Carly. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Flander and said, regarding the trial of Sit, I must trouble you to make a journey to assess the situation. If Sit indeed wields significant power and has influential allies, then we, along with Tang San, Carly, and Xiao Wu, shall proceed directly to Shrek. Conversely, if the situation proves otherwise, we shall wait until Tang San and the others graduate before making our move. Flander nodded in agreement. Given the urgency of the matter, Zhang Lan and Flander wasted no time. The next day, they swiftly set forth. The trial of Sit was to take place in the city of Kelly, a major city nestled within the heart of the Tiando Empire, where Tori's jurisdiction lay. He had originally traveled to Notting City to apprehend Anna. The procedures for trial differ between nobles and commoners. For commoners, a mere possession of evidence suffices for the enforcers, while for nobles, evidence must be gathered and presented in court, requiring at least 5 nobles to be present, with a consensus of 3 for the enforcer's verdict to be upheld. Upon their arrival, Flander and Zhang Lan learned that the trial of Sit and his son was set to commence the following day. After resting for the night, they entered the courtroom at noon, leveraging their identities as soul masters. The courtroom was bustling. Despite Sit's vile nature, he had amassed a group of companions, frequently bestowing beautiful commoner women upon them, thus garnering their support. Conversely, many soul masters and nobles, who loathed Sit's actions, had come to witness the trial. Tori presided at the judge's bench, calmly presenting the evidence in hand, alongside numerous affected families serving as witnesses, confirming Sit's guilt beyond doubt. The 5 individuals acting as court notaries conferred briefly before unanimously agreeing with Tori's verdict. Consequently, Sit's fate was sealed, sentenced to execution by hanging in 3 days' time. Following Tori's pronouncement, Sit offered no defense, merely glaring menacingly at Tori, proclaiming, "You will regret this." Tori dismissed the threat, regarding it as the lament of a defeated foe. Next came the trial of Sit's son, Yak, who was found guilty of murdering his 2 classmates, Mira and Lu Xiao. Torresamond, witnesses, and numerous students attested to the event. It was this incident that had pressured the Sit father and son to leave their original city for the secluded town of Notting. Had it not been for Sit's brother intervening at the time, the father and son would have been delivered to court by the academy long ago. Ultimately, Yak was also sentenced to hanging. Thus concluded the courtroom proceedings. Zhang Lan and Principal Flandra emerged from the shadows. Initially, they anticipated some unforeseen developments, yet to their surprise, the verdict was executed smoothly. Subsequently, Zhang Lan engaged in a conversation with Flandra, expressing his desire to witness the execution of the Site father and son before determining if Anna would fulfill her earlier promise. Flandra consented to this notion. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired the following night. A group of soul masters orchestrated a daring prison break, liberating the incarcerated Site father and son. Upon hearing this news, Tori rushed to the prison for verification, while Zhang Lan and Flandra, alerted by the sounds of battle emanating from that direction, followed suit. As Tori searched for clues within the prison, his neighbor hurriedly approached him, reporting that a band of soul masters had invaded his home. When they all returned to Tori's residence, chaos reigned supreme. His beautiful wife lay naked on the ground, lifeless and devoid of spirit, while his 9-year-old daughter was in an even more harrowing state, resembling a tattered doll, disfigured and with her eyes gouged out, her limbs cruelly shattered. It was evident that she had been subjected to unspeakable torment, her bones methodically broken, her eyes cruelly removed. In that moment, Tori succumbed to madness. Woe is me, Tori cried out, summoning his martial soul, and frantically assailed everything in sight. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he sprinted towards the city gate. The soldiers of Kelly City, along with the Lord, were stirred by the tragic events at Tori's home, mobilizing the entire city's forces to hunt down the soul masters. Yet, they were nowhere to be found. At the city gate, Tori failed to catch a glimpse of the perpetrators, who had already vanished into the night. Reports surfaced of a group seen scaling the city walls, a 10-meter ascent that posed little challenge to the average soul master. It must be them, Tori roared, his eyes ablaze with rage. Convinced that this was the work of Site's brother, he confronted the city lord, insisting that the brother was responsible. "Please calm yourself. The Empire will provide answers," the lord replied. 3 days later, Tori's friends assisted in the burial of his wife and daughter. He stood before their graves, his head bowed in silence as the sun set and the moon rose, remaining there in quiet contemplation. 3 days later, Anna approached the gravesite, holding a small umbrella, and laid a bouquet of flowers in tribute. Observing the man before her, Anna felt a deep sense of satisfaction, recognizing the transformation he was undergoing. Akin to her own past, she had invested considerable effort to guide him to Nodding City, deliberately seeking out Si-Tae, who possessed a powerful and caring brother. Subsequently, she deliberately instructed Tori to capture Si-Tae. The outcome did not surprise her. After all, this world is steeped in despair and cruelty. The strong possess everything. Tori, endowed with the potential for greatness, remains weak, shackled by the so-called morals and laws. She is determined to transform Tori, stripping away the erroneous moral and legal constraints that bind him. In truth, everyone is aware of the identity of the perpetrators. However, do you know what the Empire's investigation concluded regarding this matter? Anna spoke softly. Tori remained silent, akin to a lifeless corpse. The investigation revealed that this incident bore no connection to CT's brother, Tucker, but rather that it was one of CT's former subordinates who rescued him. Yet, during this time, Tucker mysteriously vanished for several days, claiming he had ventured into the Stardow Forest to assist a friend in acquiring a soul ring. Meanwhile, Si-Tae and his group had already departed from the Tiando Empire, arriving at the juncture between the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. I can help you. Bang! Upon hearing Anna's words, Tori suddenly knelt down, his head striking the ground with force. I beg you help me. Tori pleaded, tears streaming down his face. His voice choked with emotion. In that moment, the faith he had harbored in his heart shattered. Chapter 69. Departure from the Academy. Zhang Lan stood as a mere observer, witnessing the unfolding of this tragic event. Leave this matter to me. You need not concern yourself with what follows. You're not yet qualified for this. Tomorrow, I shall fetch Xiao Gang and your sister Carly, Flander assured Zhang Lan, subsequently escorting him back to the academy. That night, Zhang Lan consumed drink after drink of strong liquor, remaining utterly silent, his attire impeccably arranged. What could have transpired? Dai Mubai, increasingly troubled by Zhang Lan's demeanor, noted that this silence was uncharacteristic of him. In that moment, Dai Mubai could sense that Zhang Lan resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. In Zhang Lan's mind, the haunting memories of that fateful day at the Tori residence replayed incessantly. Particularly vivid was the image of the little girl, her visage grotesquely altered, her fragile bones ground to dust. His progress in cultivation felt painfully slow. No, he could no longer adhere to such a methodical approach to his training. While it might offer a semblance of safety, it was utterly insufficient. The pace was intolerably sluggish. The words he had heard 7 years prior, a mechanical mantra, echoed in his thoughts. To slay one's enemies was to gain experience. He had always understood that with each adversary vanquished, there came a measure of soul power. Now, he possessed the capability to defeat weaker soul kings. It was high time to depart from the academy. Zhang Lan raised his wine glass and drank deeply, turning to Dai Mubai and saying, Mubai, I shall be departing from the academy tomorrow. Dai Mubai was taken aback, asking why. I wish to venture into the world of soul masters. What on earth has transpired? Zhang Lan shook his head and called out loudly to the empty space. Esteemed teachers, Xiao Ao, Principal Flander, everyone, please come forth. Today marks the farewell banquet between all of you and me, Zhang Lan. As his words echoed, figures emerged from the surrounding shadows. Li Yusong, Zhao Wuji, Lu Qibin, Xiao Exen, Flander, and Oscar all stepped into view. The unusual demeanor of Zhang Lan upon his return was evident to all. Due to Zhang Lan's character and personal charm, the faculty members at the academy enjoyed a cordial relationship with him. However, witnessing the typically cheerful Zhang Lan in such a state caused great concern among the teachers who interacted with him daily. Flander's expression was complex as he inquired, Have you made your decision? He understood that despite being a mere child, Zhang Lan possessed a maturity akin to that of a person in their 20s. This very maturity, however, also rendered Zhang Lan quite obstinate. Once he resolved upon a course of action, he would not waver. Yes, I have considered it thoroughly. Flandre gazed at Zhang Lan, lost in thought. Though he recognized Zhang Lan's considerable strength, sufficient for venturing into the world of soul masters, as his mentor, he was reluctant to see him embark on such a journey at this juncture. He understood the treachery and perils that lurked within the soul master realm. Even the most formidable titled Douluos had fallen prey to surprise attacks, and countless prodigies had met their demise in that unforgiving world. Thus, even though he was aware of Zhang Lan's resolute decision, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. We are merely their teachers and have no justification to impede their choices. Moreover, when our students acquire the strength and confidence to soar through the skies, it brings us joy rather than dismay, Zhao Wuji remarked as he approached and patted Flandre's shoulder. Flandre paused, reflecting on the irony. This was a sentiment he had once shared with Zhao Wujie, and now it was being conveyed back to him. He lowered his head and let out a wry chuckle. Well then, it seems you've spread your wings. It is indeed time for you to take flight. Flandre's tone was a mixture of pride and bitterness, a blend of emotions that was difficult to articulate. Zhang Lan's heart tightened involuntarily. He understood that Principal Flandre genuinely cared for him and was concerned for his safety. Zhao Wujie raised his wine glass and bellowed, "All right, let's drink. Today is a send-off for this rascal, Zhang Lan." Zhang Lan rolled her eyes dramatically at Zhao Wujie and exclaimed, "Teacher Wujie, why do I get the impression that you are speaking as if I have met my demise?" The antics of the two elicited laughter from the others, who burst into hearty chuckles. At this moment, fueled by the effects of alcohol, Zhang Lan playfully tossed her hair and raised her glass with her left hand, declaring, "Come, come, today I, Zhang Lan, shall seek the wisdom of my esteemed teachers, and shall surely triumph over each of you in this contest of libations. Very well, let me see just how much this impudent lad can drink." Old Li cheered, urging him on, "Don't let this brat underestimate you." To writing down the glass, to reading. Cheers, cheers, cheers. The following day, before the sun had risen, Zhang Lan awoke to find a motley group of bare men sprawled across the floor beside her. Shaking her head, she muttered, "Oh dear, how shocking it is that the teachers chose to shed their clothes in public. Time to take my leave." Zhang Lan first visited the Spirit Hall in Soto City, where she sought information in the Intelligence Hall regarding the territory of her brother, Sitter. 2 weeks later, at the border of the Barak Kingdom, in the city of Tez, Zhang Lan perused the latest intelligence within the Spirit Hall. For days prior, 2 factions of soul masters clashed at the borders of the Tiando Empire. Subsequently, 2 days later, the lifeless bodies of Taker, Sitter, and Little Sitter were discovered, each exhibiting signs of severe torment, having endured their suffering for several days before succumbing to death. Zhang Lan remained silent for a considerable time, scratching his head, and ultimately purchased a map of the Tiando Empire from the Spirit Hall, intending to journey eastward. 3 days later, he arrived at Dongjin, a modest little town. Zhang Lan, looking weary from travel, entered a quaint inn. The proprietor promptly offered a room for the night, requesting that he send over some delightful dishes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan retrieved his coin pouch and tossed a silver coin to the innkeeper. Observing the pouch's bulging shape, the innkeeper eagerly caught the coin. Bending slightly at the waist with a melodious cheer, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. "Excellent. My dear, please escort this esteemed guest to room 13. Soon, a graceful figure with enchanting beauty approached Zhang Lan. "Sir, please follow me," she said, slightly bowing in deference, inadvertently revealing her captivating curves. Zhang Lan, seemingly entranced by her allure, fixated his gaze upon her, nearly drooling in admiration. The woman, noticing his gaze, blushed and quickly covered her chest with her hands. "How rude. How can you behave this way, my lord?" Though her tone suggested irritation, it bore a closer resemblance to playful teasing. Zhang Lan gazed at the radiant glow emanating from the couple, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I apologize for my abruptness," he uttered, though the smile on his face resembled that of a predator spotting its prey. The woman quickly lowered her head, avoiding Zhang Lan's gaze, her shyness compelling her to hastily retreat as she said, "Please, my lord, follow me." Chapter 70. The Vortex. Soon after, Zhang Lan followed the woman into a room. It was impeccably clean, furnished with a table and a bed, the bedding arranged with care. "My lord, I shall fetch the dishes for you," the woman remarked before stepping outside. Zhang Lan sat quietly at the table, diligently cultivating her soul power. After a short while, a woman entered, carrying a tray laden with exquisite dishes. "Sir, the meal is ready. Please enjoy," she announced, as she placed the dishes one by one on the table. She subtly positioned her slender, enticing figure so that her back was turned toward Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan did not disappoint the desires harbored within a woman's heart as he tenderly placed his hand upon her waist. He then exerted his strength to embrace her firmly. "Sir," the woman exclaimed, attempting to break free from Zhang Lan's hold, yet her efforts were feeble. Zhang Lan leaned close to the woman's ear and softly remarked, "This town is indeed peculiar. Although it is small, the number of elderly, children, and women is alarmingly scarce. The majority of its inhabitants are young adults, and most of them carry an unsettling scent of blood. Do you not find that rather strange?" If Zhang Lan had not perceived the crimson glow emanating from the young man, he would not have noticed the peculiarities of this small town. However, upon discovering the red luminescence, a closer examination revealed several anomalies. The woman's expression shifted, Realizing she had been exposed, she promptly summoned her martial spirit, from which a pair of gauntlets materialized around her hands, accompanied by 3 soul rings ascending from beneath her feet. With a flourish of white and yellow, she unleashed her 3rd soul skill, the gauntlets radiating a fierce red light, imbued with formidable power as she struck toward Zhang Lan. Bang! Just as her fist was about to collide with Zhang Lan's face, it halted a mere centimeter away, thwarted by a thin, translucent shield that stood in its way. Almost immediately, she felt a surge of strength constricting around her waist, rendering her breathless, and the pressure only intensified. "Let me go," she screamed, her voice echoing loudly, a desperate call to her companions to come to her aid, while her fists continued to rain down upon Zhang Lan. Yet, despite her relentless efforts, she could not breach the shield enveloping him, while his grip around her arms tightened progressively. She began to feel the painful constriction around her waist, eliciting muffled groans. "Let go! Let go! Let go!" Realizing the dire situation, she struck out frantically at Zhang Lan, unleashing her 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul skills in succession. But to her despair, they bore no effect. The increasing agony in her midsection served as a grim reminder that death loomed perilously close. Crack! Amid her desperate and frantic resistance, a sharp sound pierced the air, causing her frantic movements to falter, and her body went limp. Zhang Lan released her hands, and the woman's body limply collapsed onto the ground. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 3 seconds. Her companions, now aware of the exposure, rushed forward to offer assistance. The sound of hurried footsteps upon the wooden floor approached rapidly. Zhang Lan stood silently at the entrance for 2 seconds, listening as footsteps approached. Suddenly, with a swift spinning kick, he struck. The resounding impact shattered the wooden door, and the immense force of the blow struck the chests of the 2 individuals standing at the threshold. They scarcely had time to react before their chests caved in and shattered, resulting in their immediate demise. In the next moment, the proprietor below, witnessing Zhang Lan's emergence, darkened his expression and swiftly produced a whistle, blowing it with fervor. The piercing, shrill sound echoed sharply, jolting the once tranquil town into chaos. Men, who had been feigning nonchalance on the streets, abruptly revealed powerful crossbows from the shadows and converged from every corner. Simultaneously, the ambushed soul masters unleashed their martial spirits, encircling the area. The few remaining indigenous residents of the town were thrown into disarray, screaming as they sought refuge. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper dashed out of his establishment. Zhang Lan swiftly moved forward, only to be met by the piercing sound of crossbow bolt hurtling towards her. Zhang Lan sweetly sighed its pet. Though it would be more accurate to say the crossbow bolt had missed its mark. The projectile whizzed past Zhang Lan's ear with remarkable speed, prompting him to execute a evasive maneuver. The arrow forcefully penetrated the wooden door of the shop, then pierced through an interior wooden pillar, subsequently breaching 2 walls of the adjacent store, leaving behind a gaping hole, before vanishing from sight. Thud! Zhang Lan swallowed hard, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? An anti-tank sniper rifle?" Subsequently, he observed a group of young men, exuding a military aura, who began to gather. They formed pairs, each wielding a uniform array of crossbows, towering at half their height, or perhaps more accurately, bed crossbows. Among them were also a cadre of soul masters, each adorned with at least 4 soul rings. Zhang Lan decisively raised her hands, a warm smile gracing her face. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding here." However, a soul king, seemingly the captain, glanced over at Zhang Lan, and, upon realizing she was not their intended target, his expression darkened. He commanded directly, "Release the arrows." Suddenly, a cacophony of sharp, piercing sounds erupted. In an instant, Zhang Lan's expression shifted dramatically. He leaped back into the shop, disregarding the crossbow bolts that whizzed perilously close, and forcefully crashed through the opposite wall before making a hasty retreat. He was certain that he had once again fallen into a peculiar vortex, one that seemed to harbor military undertones. After all, such a formidable arsenal of crossbows could not possibly be wielded by mere familial sections. In that fleeting moment, at least a dozen crossbow bolts were unleashed towards Zhang Lan's back. Despite the augmented protection of his 1st soul skill, he found himself overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the assault. 10 bolts shattered upon impact, while one pierced his shoulder, another his arm, and yet another his lower abdomen. Fortunately, though these crossbows were formidable, the bolts themselves were relatively standard and did not possess the capacity to completely tear through his arm. With a grimace of pain, he activated his 2nd soul skill, Emerald Healing, and tended to his wounds before sprinting for his life. The gates of respite opened. The gates of life opened. The gates of injury opened. The gates of death opened. Zhang Lan directly activated the 4 doors, achieving the pinnacle of his power without endangering his life. Instantly, his aura surged several-fold, and his soul force ascended to the 39th level. Under this maximum strength, Zhang Lan's speed dramatically increased, nearly tenfold, allowing him to dash 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The 2 soul saints who had hurriedly emerged from the town behind him abandoned their pursuit upon witnessing his velocity. One was a powerful attack-type soul saint, while the other specialized in control. Despite their formidable skills, they were unable to match Zhang Lan's swiftness, which even a soul king of agile offense could not keep pace with. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, observing Zhang Lan's receding figure alongside the 2 soul saints, realized he had stumbled into a precarious situation. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead as he frantically sought excuses. They were never part of this group, wielding formidable weapons. This town was on the brink of desolation, yet he and his companions, including the female soul master and the chef's assistant, had fled to this lawless border after committing transgressions within the Tiando Empire. They had established an illicit establishment in this abandoned town, where despite its near desolation, occasional soul masters or passing merchant caravans would surface, allowing them to operate their shop discreetly. On rare occasions, they would eliminate some ill-fated souls who lacked strength but possessed wealth. Yesterday, this group had appeared suddenly, ruthlessly killing 3 patrons who had been staying at the inn, compelling him to continue as the innkeeper while providing him with a portrait and instructing him to await the arrival of the depicted individual. They also handed him a whistle, advising him to blow it should any situation arise. Furthermore, they promised that if he successfully managed this task, his past crimes would be absolved, allowing him to return to the Empire. Failure, however, would result in death. Chapter 71. Snow Qinghe. Under the dual pressures of a heavy club and sweet promises, the individuals had hesitated not at all in their agreement. Yet, his habitual inclination towards greed surfaced. Upon glimpsing Zhang Lan's wallet, he was taken aback by its substantial contents, and, estimating the youth's age at most 16, realized he was dealing with a child bearing gold ingots. He immediately signaled to his companion, and the ensuing events unfolded as anticipated. The elegantly refined control-type soul saint, suppressing his fury, blushed slightly and unleashed his soul skill, fixing his gaze upon the man, feigning to be the shopkeeper, demanding, "What is the situation?" The man's eyes suddenly glazed over, and he recounted the events in detail. Meanwhile, the control system soul saint, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to strike the fool before him. However, recalling his mission objectives, he managed to suppress his anger. He was accompanied by a group of rough and rugged men, and while they could feign the guise of ordinary townsfolk with some effort, given that most of his subordinates had once been commoners, roles such as that of shopkeeper or chef were beyond their capabilities. In order to ensure the simplest of plans proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen complications, he stifled the fury boiling within him. After all, their target was none other than a certain prince, and given their current strength, they lacked the confidence to confront him directly. Thus, employing poison as a means to achieve their ends seemed the most prudent course of action. Quickly tidy up and restore everything to its original state, and inform the townsfolk to behave as if nothing has transpired, or they shall face dire consequences. We cannot allow any signs of suspicion when our target arrives tomorrow. The control system soul saint issued his cold command before returning to a house in the center of the town. The soldiers obeyed his orders, diligently repairing the dilapidated shop. Fortunately, the shopkeeper had previously experienced mishaps, leaving many traces of repairs, so the soldiers' efforts resulted in a restoration that appeared merely worn rather than suspicious. Given that this was the only shop in the small town, their target would inevitably seek refuge there. As for the fewer than 100 native residents, they readily complied with the soldiers' demands when blades were drawn against their throats. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, after a prolonged and frantic escape, felt secure that his pursuers were no longer in close pursuit. He released the 8 gates technique, his body succumbing to exhaustion as he collapsed on the ground. Struggling to sit up, he tore away the fabric of his clothing, revealing the darkened area of his wound. He had been poisoned. Following the arrow strike, he had experienced a numbing sensation, but in that moment of peril, he could think of nothing but fleeing, using a measure of soul power to stave off the effects temporarily. The activation of the 8 gates technique had significantly enhanced his blood circulation, but now the poison had spread throughout his system. Without the aid of a capable soul master or an antidote, his time was limited, and the method of expelling the toxin with soul power was no longer viable. Zhang Lan furrowed his brow, tearing his clothes into strips and tightly binding them around his wound to diminish blood circulation in that area. He then exerted his soul power to stave off the impending darkness. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to his feet and began to run towards the nearest city. The closest city was 3 days away at his current pace, which rendered his chances of survival quite slim. His hope lay in the possibility of encountering a soul master who could relieve him of the poison coursing through his veins. 2 hours later, as Zhang Lan staggered forward, he spotted a convoy in the distance and managed a faint smile. Perhaps fate had not forsaken him. Maybe he possessed the aura of a protagonist, considering he was, after all, a traverser of realms. With this thought, he summoned every ounce of strength to move toward the convoy. The convoy, too, was approaching his direction, and soon Zhang Lan found himself in close proximity to it. The members of the convoy noticed him as well. "Who goes there?" came a voice, laden with suspicion. Zhang Lan's body swayed, and he could no longer withstand the agony. His eyes fluttered shut as he collapsed to the ground. Inside a luxurious carriage sat a young man, elegantly dressed with a gentle demeanor. Sensing the minor commotion outside, Shuqinghe opened the carriage window and inquired, "What is happening?" A knight clad in iron armor knelt before him, reporting, "Your Highness, an unfamiliar individual has collapsed ahead of the convoy due to severe injuries. His wounds appear to be inflicted by a crossbow, and he has been poisoned." Upon hearing this, Shuqinghe's interest was piqued. Crossbows were typically a tool of the state, with only a rare few making their way into the hands of outsiders. Regardless, such weapons were classified as instruments of a certain caliber. Descending from the carriage, Shuqinghe beheld the unconscious Zhang Lan, whose disheveled appearance still bore a strikingly handsome visage. Yet, the true significance lay in the ring adorning Zhang Lan's finger. With his keen eye, Shuqinghe discerned that the ring was a spatial soul guide. "Remove his ring and present it to me," he instructed the knight, before turning to the carriage behind him, "and please ask Old Hai to assist in treating this lad." "Yes," the knight replied, carefully detaching Zhang Lan's ring and cleaning the blood from its surface before handing it to Shuqinghe. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, elegantly garbed, descended from the carriage. "Your Highness, your kindness is commendable. It seems this young man's life is not yet forfeit," the elder remarked with a smile. Before his demeanor shifted, a camellia flower manifested from his hand, accompanied by 5 soul rings of various hues rising from beneath him. Third soul skill, purification. The elder activated his third soul skill, casting a gentle purple light over Zhang Lan's form. In a brief moment, the toxins within him dissipated completely. Second soul skill, camellia healing. A verdant beam of light emanated from the begonia blossom held by Hai Lao, cascading down upon Zhang Lan, whose wounds began to heal gradually. Fortunately, the sheer force of the crossbow bolts had pierced Zhang Lan's body directly. Otherwise, had the arrows remained embedded within, the extraction would have left him bedridden for at least a week. Shuqinghe regarded the substantial number of gold soul coins, the emblem of the spirit hall, the silver medal from the Grand Soul Arena, and the comprehensive encyclopedia of soul beasts contained within the ring. He pondered that he might have rescued an extraordinary individual. Lifting his gaze, he noted the sun nearing the horizon. Both the guards and their steeds, weary from a day of travel, warranted a respite. "Let us halt here and establish camp for the night." After the guards set up the campsite and erected the tents, Shuqinghe retreated into the tent to further examine the treasures within Zhang Lan's ring. "What is this?" he mused, as he carefully inspected a wrist crossbow that piqued his interest due to its intricate craftsmanship. A crossbow, perhaps, he speculated, attempting to affix it to his arm, as the ring appeared to be fashioned for such purpose. However, he mistakenly positioned it above his wrist rather than beneath it. After a moment, he found it rather agreeable, and due to its exquisite design, it looked quite appealing. Yet, despite his fiddling, he could not locate the firing mechanism. After a thorough examination yielded no results. He grew somewhat vexed and smacked the wrist crossbow in frustration. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as the bolt shot forth, vanishing without a trace, startling Shuqinghe in the process. Outside, 2 guards of soul master rank, alerted by the commotion, inquired with alarm, "Your Highness?" They were prepared to rush in at the slightest hint of trouble. "It's nothing," Shuqinghe swiftly replied, dissuading their intentions to enter the tent. He then scanned the surroundings and discovered the bolt lodged in a nearby plank, nearly penetrating the exceptionally hard iron fir wood. A flicker of astonishment coursed through Shuqinghe's mind. Its immense power and rapid speed could easily spell doom for an unwary soul master. Chapter 72. The contest. When Zhang Lan gradually awakened and regained sensation in his body, he realized that he had been rescued. Although still somewhat feeble, his wounds had healed, yet he noticed that his spatial ring was missing. Zhang Lan rose to find a new set of clothing beside him. Upon donning the attire, he felt a slight constriction. His physique was rather robust, typically opting for looser garments. This particular outfit, evidently designed for a standard build, left him with an unsettling impression that any exertion might cause the fabric to tear under strain. As Zhang Lan stepped out of the tent, fully dressed, he fortuitously encountered Shui Qinghe, who was in the midst of his morning ablutions. Suking Stuting Zhang Lan, taken aback by the impressive stature of the young man before him. Although his robust physique had been somewhat evident the previous day, it was only now, clad in this particular attire, that Zhang Lan's form appeared distinctly formidable. Shui Qinghe inquired, "You must be quite young, are you not?" "Indeed, I am 14 this year." Zhang Lan zipped. After a brief silence, Shui Qinghe continued to observe Zhang Lan's physique, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar as he remarked, "You've certainly grown rapidly. It was we who rescued you yesterday. Do share your circumstances with us." "Thank you for your life-saving grace," Zhang Lan responded earnestly. "I, Zhang Lan, shall never forget this kindness. If the opportunity arises, I will repay your benevolence 1,000-fold." Zhang Lan began by expressing heartfelt gratitude. Having been saved from the brink of death, her appreciation was sincere and profound. She then introduced herself, saying, "I am Zhang Lan, a soul master from Notting City. I ventured into the realm of soul masters for training, but it seems I lost track of time. How many days have I been asleep?" Zhang Lan had just mentioned yesterday, when she realized it might not necessarily be yesterday, as she had been unconscious at that time and truly did not know how much time had passed. Shui Qinghe, maintaining a calm demeanor, gently stated, "Indeed, it was yesterday. You merely fainted for a night, and your health is quite well." Zhang Lan scratched his head and chuckled. "It's nothing remarkable, merely diligent training." He continued his tale, "Yesterday, as I passed through a desolate town, I entered a shop and unexpectedly sensed something amiss. The shop turned out to be a den of iniquity. I dispatched several of the nefarious individuals within, then pursued the proprietor outside, only to be confronted by a horde of soldiers wielding crossbows, alongside a multitude of soul kings. Terrified, I turned to flee, but was struck by several arrows before valiantly struggling until you gallant gentlemen came to my rescue." With a look of lingering dread, Zhang Lan recounted, "The power of those soldiers' crossbows was utterly terrifying. A single bolt could pierce through multiple wooden walls, and even my soul skills were rendered ineffective. I suspect the might of such crossbows could even penetrate a finger's thickness of fine iron." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's account, Shui Qinghe's lips curled into a faint smile. Those rascals could no longer contain themselves, it seems. Just in time for me to sweep away those bothersome rats. He then turned his gaze toward the sturdy youth before him. "This lad is quite formidable as well, to have escaped such an ambush. Although those miscreants may have underestimated him, it is unlikely that even a soul sect could extricate themselves from such a predicament. A 14-year-old soul master, or even a soul king, that seems rather implausible. No, that cannot be. Perhaps this youth is a spy. Otherwise, how could he have evaded such a trap and fortuitously encountered me? Regardless, I shall first probe his abilities to ascertain the truth." After silently contemplating, Shui Qinghe looked at Zhang Lan and inquired, "Might I inquire as to your rank as a soul master?" Zhang Lan paused for a moment before responding, "I am a soul master, the 34th level." "Oh, a soul master?" Shui Qinghe suddenly chuckled and remarked, "While it is indeed rare to find a prodigy at the age of 14, to claim one can escape from a throng of soul sect and soul king masters seems rather exaggerated, does it not?" As Shui Qinghe spoke, he took a few steps back and waved his hand, summoning several soul masters to encircle Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Upon reflection, she naturally realized that the person who had just saved her life harbored doubts about her credibility, as her claims seemed rather exaggerated. It was akin to a mere bronze player asserting that they had effortlessly defeated 5 formidable kings. Such a statement was indeed implausible. However, this misunderstanding could easily be rectified. All she needed to do was demonstrate her true capabilities. Though somewhat exaggerated, it was nonetheless the reality of the situation. Zhang Lan took a step back, raised his hands in resignation, and said, "Well, I shall cease my pretense and lay my cards on the table. Initially, I intended to engage with you as an ordinary soul master, but it appears I must reveal my true strength now." Observing Zhang Lan's nonchalant demeanor, Shui Qinghe furrowed her brows slightly. This was not what she had anticipated. Whether it was anxiety, confusion, or astonishment, any of these reactions would have been more fitting. Yet, in light of his serene composure, one couldn't help but wonder what hidden strategies or resources he possessed to ensure his own safety. Zhang Lan lifted his head, exuding an air of calm confidence as he proclaimed, "I am an unparalleled genius, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy." Xue Qinghe, taken aback by Zhang Lan's unabashed demeanor, slightly parted his lips in astonishment, trembling as he struggled to find the right words. The four individuals surrounding Zhang Lan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their incredulity. Had it not been for the prince's lack of orders, they would have surely subdued this audacious youth, pinning him to the ground for a thorough reprimand. Xue Qinghe, placing a hand on his forehead to regain his composure, then regarded Zhang Lan with a faint smile, remarking, "Very well, since you claim to be an unrivaled genius. So be it." Zhang Lan placed her hands on her hips and interrupted Xue Qinghe with a triumphant flair. The sudden interruption caused Xue Qinghe's forehead to pulse with veins. Yet her aristocratic upbringing restrained her from losing her composure. Maintaining her air of effortless elegance, she addressed Zhang Lan. "If you can withstand the prowess of my four soul kings for the duration of a single incense stick, I shall acknowledge you as a peerless genius. Should you fail, I implore you to return to the earth and pursue your talents there." Her four personal guards were soul masters meticulously nurtured from a young age by the Tiando Empire, endowed not only with commendable aptitude, but also unwavering loyalty to the royal family. Each had been bestowed with the finest soul rings, capable of independently contending with 2 or even 3 ordinary soul masters of the same rank. Feeling a chill at the sight of Xue Qinghe's smug smile, Zhang Lan found herself momentarily flustered. What a predicament, she thought. Observing the 4 approaching soul kings, whose eyes gleamed with ulterior motives, Zhang Lan awkwardly chuckled. "I just woke up and lack strength. Perhaps I could eat something first?" Noticing the enigmatic smile in Xue Qinghe's gaze, Zhang Lan hastily continued, "Truly, I exhausted myself yesterday. Allow me to eat and regain my strength. There will be no problem." To bolster her credibility, she swore an oath. "I vow that if I utter a single falsehood, Dai Mubai shall be struck by lightning and meet a terrible fate." Xue Qinghe regarded Zhang Lan's earnestness, hesitating momentarily before nodding. After all, Zhang Lan's demeanor did not appear deceptive. Moreover, in this realm, the divine presence was acknowledged, and oaths were taken seriously. "Let us prepare something for him to eat. Once he has finished, we shall commence the contest," Xue Qinghe stated calmly. Although the 4 guards yearned to discipline the arrogant youth immediately, they would not dare contradict the princess's wishes. "Understood." However, as she spoke, Xue Qinghe suddenly recalled that this fellow was named Zhang Lan, and the name Dai Mubai, was it not associated with the royal family of the Xingluo Empire? Turning to Zhang Lan with a cold smirk, she was about to speak when Zhang Lan preemptively declared, "Dai Mubai is my brother. His life is more precious to me than my own." Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to argue, responding coolly, "Let us hope that your strength matches your eloquence." With that, she turned to leave. Zhang Lan followed the guards to partake in the meal, which was now prepared, allowing him to join the others at breakfast. Xue Qinghe, having savored her specially prepared morning repast within the tent, emerged and inquired of the guard at the entrance, "Has that fellow finished his meal?" The guard shook his head and replied, "Your Highness, Jin San is accompanying him. He is yet to return, so he likely has not finished. Have you all eaten?" "We have, Your Highness." "Then let us go and check." When Xue Qinghe arrived, he beheld Zhang Lan voraciously devouring food at an astonishing pace, consuming a pancake the size of a plate in mere moments. As he silently observed Zhang Lan finish his 3rd pancake, he suddenly spoke up, "Have you not eaten for several days?" Zhang Lan swallowed the last morsel of the cake, took a generous sip from the water flask, and contentedly wiped his mouth, remarking, "I have quite the appetite. This cake is delightful." Subsequently, Zhang Lan sat cross-legged, channeling his soul energy. Xue Qinghe did not intervene. After 3 minutes, Zhang Lan stood up, stretching his wrists and ankles. "All right, that should suffice. Let us begin." To the adjacent open space, Xue Qinghe moved with a seemingly leisurely yet swift pace towards the clearing beside the camp. Zhang Lan, accompanied by the 4 Soul King guards, followed closely behind. A servant produced a stick of incense, ignited it, and placed it into the ground. "Let's begin." Zhang Lan did not hesitate, promptly revealing his martial soul. 3 shimmering gemstones ascended from his back. Zhang Lan, a 34th level support spirit master, yellow, and purple soul rings simultaneously emerged from beneath his feet. Upon witnessing that Zhang Lan possessed a support-type martial soul, Xue Qinghe furrowed her brows, her belief in Zhang Lan's previous claims waning further. However, it seemed implausible that Zhang Lan, appearing nearly lifeless, would venture to relay information to her merely to infiltrate as a spy. After all, it was hard to believe his assertion of having escaped from a group of soul masters and soul kings. Meanwhile, the 4 guards also revealed their martial souls. Although they were taken aback by Zhang Lan's support-type martial soul, they showed no intention of holding back. Yet, just as they prepared to advance, Zhang Lan aura soudain surgé dramatiquement. Zhang Lan abruptly opened all 4 doors. In an instant, a wave of perilous energy emanated from this young man, prompting the 4 Soul Kings to instinctively adopt a more cautious demeanor. Zhang Lan forcefully stamped his right foot. With a thunderous roar, the ground was indented into a massive pit, enveloped by the soul power emanating from his foot. Zhang Lan laughed heartily, arms wide open, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Allow me to enlighten you." Subsequently, he unleashed a torrent of soul power, which surged dramatically after he opened the 4 gates, nearly overflowing. In the wake of this soul power's onslaught, waves of energy radiated from Zhang Lan, crafting an undeniable aura of strength that he boldly projected. Zhang Lan squinted his eyes, a palpable aura of menace directed at the 4 Soul Kings opposite him, while the crimson glow of his 3rd soul skill flickered intermittently around him. In a slow, deliberate manner, he growled with a hoarse voice reminiscent of bellows. "Ladies and gentlemen, be prepared for my 3rd soul skill." In that fleeting moment, Zhang Lan erupted with an overwhelming aura, and coupled with his peculiar tone, the 4 Soul Kings were momentarily subdued. Instinctively, they unleashed their soul abilities, bracing themselves for a confrontation, for Zhang Lan's demeanor unmistakably suggested he was about to execute a formidable technique. The spectator, Xue Qinghe, was equally taken aback by Zhang Lan's presence. The soul power radiating around him was undeniable, and the sudden surge of his strength, seemingly magnified several-fold, was impossible to misinterpret. Clearly, this individual named Zhang Lan possessed some potent secret arts. At that moment, Xue Qinghe felt a pang of regret, for attaining such a level of power likely came at a significant cost. Initially, she regarded Zhang Lan as her savior without a doubt, but this display might diminish her standing in his eyes. Given Zhang Lan's age and his identity as a support-type soul master, his extraordinary prowess shattered Xue Qinghe's preconceived notions of support soul masters. In that instant, she was struck by ambition, not in an emotional sense, but with the desire to recruit Zhang Lan into her ranks. With his exceptional talent, he was destined to become a formidable general under her command, potentially serving as a crucial trump card in her future confrontations with her mother. However, regardless of Xue Qinghe's thoughts, Zhang Lan's aura surged to its zenith, and he bellowed with great intensity, shadowless, instant. A brilliant red light erupted from him as he vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing 100 meters away. The 4 Soul Kings, increasingly weighed down by Zhang Lan's escalating momentum, reacted simultaneously by releasing their soul abilities. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colorful techniques burst forth from their hands, one enveloping a teammate with support, while the other 3 launched their attacks toward Zhang Lan. Yet moments later, they beheld Zhang Lan's distant figure, which had shrunk to the size of a wheel. A cough escaped Xue Qinghe, who could hardly suppress her surprise at Zhang Lan's unexpected maneuver. The 4 Soul Kings, momentarily stunned, quickly realized they had been outwitted and began to roar in pursuit. Meanwhile, the support-type Soul King, Hai Lao, unleashed his 4th soul ability, Ring of Speed. A beam of azure light emanated from him, cascading over his surrounding companions, instantly elevating their forms. Yet, they were still unable to catch up. Not all were left behind, however. Among them, a Soul King wielding the agile, blue-eyed falcon spirit, upon activating his 3rd soul skill, experienced a remarkable surge in speed, gradually closing the gap with Zhang Lan. Meanwhile, the other 3 fell further behind. As for the agile Soul King who had ascended, Zhang Lan remained unyielding. With the enhancement of his 2nd soul skill, he braced himself to withstand the furious kick infused with a cerulean glow that the Soul King delivered. In a swift exchange, he retaliated with a fierce elbow strike to the Soul King's calf. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Zhang Lan's shield shattered, and a sharp crack resonated from the impacted area, a searing pain piercing his chest. At the very least, 3 ribs were fractured. Zhang Lan silently continued to retreat, propelled by an unyielding force. The Soul King, struck with full force by Zhang Lan's elbow on his calf, let out a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground, rolling away under the influence of inertia. The impact from Zhang Lan's elbow had fractured the bones in his leg. In such a predicament, it was evident that he could not pursue Zhang Lan any longer. Chapter 74. The arena. From the very beginning, Zhang Lan had meticulously orchestrated his plan. There was nothing more to say. Flee. Zhang Lan is not Tang San, capable of withstanding the might of 4 Soul Kings with mere soul master prowess. Moreover, fleeing is not an act of dishonor. The sole factor that could thwart Zhang Lan's escape plan is the agile attack-type soul king among them. Thus, in that fleeting moment of retreat, Zhang Lan resolved to inflict a debilitating blow, aiming to shatter the leg of that soul king to impede his speed. However, to Zhang Lan's astonishment, his strike merely fractured the leg bone of the soul king. It is worth noting that this was the result after he had unleashed the power of 4 gates. The force of that elbow strike surged forth with an explosive power of nearly 10 tons. It appears he had underestimated the enhancement provided by the soul rings to the human body. Indeed, a Millennium Soul ring bestows enhancements that are unparalleled by several century soul rings, let alone those of 10,000-year rank. Thus, for me, the pursuit of compatibility between soul rings and my martial spirit is not of utmost importance. Rather, I must endeavor to elevate the limits of what I can endure, maximizing the strength to enhance my own corporeal form. As Zhang Lan pondered quietly, he unleashed his second soul skill, allowing his injuries to heal significantly as he continued his frantic flight. Logically, the 4 soul kings trailing him could not possibly catch up. It was better to err on the side of caution. He decided to run for half an incense stick's time before reassessing the situation. After 2 incense sticks had passed, amidst the furious glares of the 4 enraged soul kings, Zhang Lan strolled leisurely back. With his mastery of the 4 gates technique, he could maintain it for half an hour, equivalent to 2 incense sticks. After sprinting for half an incense stick and realizing that not a single shadow was in pursuit, he deactivated the 8 gates technique. After waiting for another half an incense stick, Zhang Lan began to make his way back. However, before he could travel far, Xueqinghe arrived with the 4 guard soul kings to escort him. Looking at Zhang Lan, Xueqinghe spoke gently, "You truly astonish me." "That is indeed the case," Zhang Lan replied. Zhang Lan's air of nonchalance compelled Xueqinghe to swallow the praise he had intended to bestow upon her. Taking a breath to steady himself, Xueqinghe turned to Zhang Lan and gently remarked, "We have already squandered considerable time. Let us embark on our journey by carriage." "To where shall we proceed?" he inquired. "To the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. That is the destination of our expedition. If you do not mind, young brother, would you care to join us?" Zhang Lan contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I have no particular goals anyway." Thus, Zhang Lan boarded Xueqinghe's carriage, accompanying him on the journey to the Spirit Hall. Once on the carriage, Xueqinghe naturally engaged in conversation with Zhang Lan. The dialogue primarily revolved around inquiries, such as, "Wow, brother, how are you so formidable? Where do you hail from? Do you have a master? Who is your mentor?" Probing into Zhang Lan's background, Zhang Lan, without reservation, disclosed most of his information, unaffected by the implications of his revelations. As the day waned and the sun began to set, a quaint town emerged on the horizon before the caravan. Zhang Lan gazed at the small town ahead in silence for a long time. After finally managing to escape, Waichi returned once more. Zhang Lan hastily grasped Xueqinghe's hand and exclaimed, "Elder brother, this is the very town I mentioned before. It is a trap." Even now, Zhang Lan remained oblivious to the name of the young man before her, who clearly hailed from a distinguished background. Previously, when she inquired how to address him, he had replied, "I am but a few years your senior, so you may call me elder brother." Zhang Lan did not perceive any sense of loss. She could sense that the imposing figure before her was likely at least a soul king. Furthermore, being older and having rescued her, there was no shame in the situation. Rather, it was an opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. While she would not declare it a significant gain, it was certainly not a loss. Xueqinghe discreetly withdrew her hands. Initially, she had intended for Zhang Lan to call her big brother in a casual sense, yet Zhang Lan seemed to have misinterpreted this, turning it into a fraternal bond, leaving her at a loss for words. Subsequently, Xueqinghe dismissed such thoughts, turning her gaze towards the town in the direction Zhang Lan had indicated. With a few deliberate steps forward, her hands clasped behind her back, she spoke in a calm tone, "It's nothing. Their target is likely me. However, there is no need for concern. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. For these adversaries are merely obstacles, easily swept aside." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the hem of Xueqinghe's garments, and an aura of effortless authority enveloped her. The soldiers behind her felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. This was indeed their esteemed prince. Zhang Lan gazed at the scene before her, lowering her head while her right hand shielded her eyes. In a somber tone, she murmured, "Is that so?" Gradually, she took a few steps to approach Xueqinghe, discreetly channeling her soul energy to conjure a gentle breeze that caressed her face. Zhang Lan's hair and the edges of her garments gently floated in the breeze as she gradually tilted her head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky. With a deep and sultry voice, she slowly articulated, "Indeed, these mere ants believe they can shake the great tree, unaware that they are but a mantis attempting to stop a cart. To us, they are merely a source of amusement, a trivial jest." Xueqinghe felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth as she stole a sidelong glance at Zhang Lan, taken aback by her demeanor, which exuded an air of control over all things, observing events with a detached indifference. What was it about this individual that allowed her to feign superiority even more convincingly than herself? Zhang Lan elegantly waved his sleeve and turned with an air of authority, striding towards the distant town. "My brother, let us savor the spectacle that these insignificant ants have exerted themselves to present to us." The ordinary guards trailing behind were inexplicably engulfed by a potent aura emanating from Zhang Lan, his confidence, which suggested that all things in the world were mere playthings in his hands, instilled in them a profound realization that perhaps he was indeed one of the chosen ones. Xueqinghe, observing Zhang Lan's figure from behind, remained stationary. As anticipated, after Zhang Lan had walked a distance and noticed she had not followed, he silently retraced his steps. Zhang Lan remarked nonchalantly, "Since my brother lacks enthusiasm, it is perhaps best not to indulge in the trivial performances of these insignificant creatures." With a soft chuckle, Xueqinghe could not help but laugh at Zhang Lan's feigned indifference, which only highlighted his underlying apprehension. At the sound of Xueqinghe's laughter, the imposing aura that Zhang Lan had previously attempted to project dissipated entirely. Zhang Lan, feeling helpless, turned to Xueqinghe and exclaimed, "Hey brother, we agreed to show off together, so why are you ruining my moment?" Xueqinghe shot Zhang Lan a glare and, through a mental link, replied, "You fool. This is my stage alone. You entered without a word and stole my limelight, and now you question me about ruining the scene?" In truth, for Qianrenxue, her nature rarely allowed her to jest so casually with Zhang Lan. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of ease with this individual, as if he could be regarded as a friend with whom she could lower her defenses. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan felt rather embarrassed. Acknowledging that he had indeed overstepped by disrupting his elder brother's occasion, he then discreetly conveyed his apologies to Xueqinghe, expressing, "It was my fault. When time permits, I shall treat you to a drink of my own exquisite brew, the elixir of life." Xueqinghe, not harboring any anger, playfully replied, "Very well. But I must warn you, I am quite discerning when it comes to taste. Should the wine fail to meet my standards, I shall not let you off easily." Zhang Lan confidently thumped his chest, asserting, "No problem. My wine is undoubtedly more exhilarating than any spirit." In Chapter 75, The Battle, Xueqinghe harbored no expectations for the exquisite wine Zhang Lan spoke of. As a prince, she had already savored the finest wines available. Turning her gaze toward the quaint town before her, Xueqinghe found herself disinterested in frolicking with the remnants of the royal lineage. She leaned toward her companion and whispered, "Elder Tai, I must trouble you." As her words fell, a spirited elder emerged slowly. "Since you have called upon me, I, this old bone, shall stretch my limbs a bit." Elder Tai was the sole Douluo that Qianrenxue had procured for herself. After disguising herself as Xueqinghe, she fortuitously encountered Tai Xinhuan, a fellow sole Douluo, among the emperor's appointed subordinates, subsequently reclaiming him and integrating him into her faction. Xueqinghe then turned to the multitude of guards behind her and proclaimed with clarity, "All guards, heed my command. Assist Elder Tai in vanquishing the enemy's underlings." At your command, Elder Tai summoned his martial spirit, and a colossal armored rhinoceros materialized behind him. Simultaneously, 8 soul rings began to rise beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A formidable aura emanated from his being. Zhang Lan felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the elder before him, rendered speechless by its sheer power. It seemed that such formidable presence could easily subdue him. Is this what it means to be a soul fighter? The ambushers hidden in the town realized that their concealment had been compromised, and the soul fighter bluntly informed them of their failure. They were all loyal subordinates of the second prince of the Tindo Empire, who had once been wise and sincere in his dealings with them, earning their unwavering loyalty. Yet, inexplicably, the second prince had perished from illness several years ago. The truth of his demise was well understood among them. In the years that followed, they had devoted immense effort to avenge their master, with former comrades dwindling down to just a few. Today represented their final opportunity, a desperate gamble fueled by the conviction that they would either succeed or perish honorably. Among them, the highest-ranking control type, Soul Sage, stepped forward, his voice resonating with fury. "In the past, our master treated us with sincerity. When he was attacked, we failed to fulfill our duties. In the subsequent years, we have not avenged him. Today, our master's great enemy stands before us. Though we may face death 1,000 times, we will not regret it. We shall fight to the death. As his roar echoed, the soldiers around him raised their weapons in fervor, shouting in unison, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" The control-type soul sage summoned his martial soul, directing it towards Tai Xing, the soul fighter, and bellowed, "Kill!" Subsequently, the multitude of soul kings and soul sect members following him surged forward with fervent roars. The elite soldiers grasped their powerful crossbows, trailing closely behind the soul masters. The battle commenced with unparalleled ferocity. Although Xue Qinghe's side possessed a soul Douluo, the loyal remnants of the second prince's faction vastly outnumbered them, almost fourfold. Zhang Lan, observing from the rear, witnessed the true might of the soul Douluo. The so-called soul sect proved to be a mere trifling matter, as within a minute, over 10 of those dozens of soul kings and soul sect members had fallen. Yet, the soul masters fought with tenacity, determined to inflict even the slightest wound upon their opponents, even at the cost of their own lives. In the face of such indomitable resolve, even the iron-willed soul Douluo found himself somewhat restrained. On the other hand, Xue Qinghe's soul masters were thwarted by less than half of the second prince's loyalists, who even managed to press the attack. Ultimately, the power derived from their desperation was evident. Xue Qinghe's subordinates were reluctant to perish alongside their comrades, resulting in their suppression. However, this was merely a fleeting display of courage. Despite leveraging their numerical superiority and reckless abandon to subdue Xue Qinghe's guards and the iron-willed soul Douluo, such recklessness invariably leads to swift demise. In a brief span, 1/3 of those besieging the iron-willed soul Douluo had already fallen, and within 2 hours, the remaining soul masters would likely be eradicated. Frustration mounted within the iron-willed soul Douluo, realizing that he was being hindered by a mere 2 soul sages and several soul kings. He unleashed his full power, swiftly decimating the troublesome soul kings and soul sect members by more than half. After another half hour, amid the final desperate struggle of the 2 highest combatants from the second princess faction, 2 soul sages managed to momentarily restrain the iron-willed soul Douluo. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had been waiting patiently seized this fleeting opportunity to unleash their powerful crossbows. Zhang Lan perceived that the situation appeared slightly amiss, and thus bestowed upon Tai Xing a layer of enhancement from his 3rd soul skill. The primary intention, of course, was to ascertain whether he could inadvertently gain an assist, for his augmentation was of modest significance to the formidable soul Douluo. Confronted with hundreds of arrows capable of piercing through the strongest of assault-type soul masters, even Tai Xing did not dare to underestimate the threat. He summoned all his soul power to fortify his defenses while simultaneously unleashing his 8th soul skill. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, the ground erupted like towering waves, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated from Tai Xing's very being. This formidable wave instantly obliterated the 2 entangled soul saints and disrupted the trajectory of most arrows. Even Zhang Lan and his companions, situated 2 kilometers away, were swept away by the sheer force of this overwhelming shockwave. Zhang Lan supported Xue Qinghe, casting a wary glance towards the Ironheart Douluo. Before them lay a vast circular pit centered around the Ironheart Douluo with a radius of 100 meters. The sheer magnitude of this devastation was staggering. Xue Qinghe, however, felt no particular shock. She had witnessed not only the prowess of the Douluo, but also the fierce battles of tidal Douluo. The outcome was predictable. After the demise of 2 soul saints, the Ironheart Douluo effortlessly swept away the remaining foes. Yet, a hint of embarrassment lingered for him. During his final surge of power, amplified by Zhang Lan's enhancement of his soul skill, he miscalculated the force, inadvertently injuring several allies in close proximity. Moreover, the last desperate attempt by the 2 soul saints to contain him resulted in him enduring a barrage of powerful crossbows, inflicting some wounds. Particularly troubling were the hidden bed crossbows, capable of penetrating even the defenses of a 10,000-year soul beast. Generally, such weaponry would never pose a threat to him, but being ensnared by those 2 soul saints forced him to withstand the onslaught, narrowly escaping serious injury. Ironheart approached, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he inquired, "Was it your doing just now?" Xue Qinghe, perplexed, wondered what he was referring to, only to see Zhang Lan nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, it was my 3rd soul skill, which can amplify the next soul skill." Observing the youthful visage of Zhang Lan, Ironheart marveled internally, nodding in appreciation, a commendable soul skill. Xueqinghe, witnessing Ironheart Douluo's admiration, found her interest in Zhang Lan deepening. This support-type soul master not only exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, but also possessed an astonishing capacity for enhancement, even at the Douluo level. Typically, aside from healing-type soul skills, most support-type skills lose efficacy when dealing with soul masters exceeding 3 ranks above their own. Yet, Zhang Lan had transcended 4 ranks, achieving a significant amplification. Chapter 76. The youth of the prairie. Zhang Lan's previous conjecture proved to be correct. When the 8th soul skill of the soul, Douluo, erupted, resulting in the demise of 2 soul saints, he inadvertently garnered an assist, which allowed him to accumulate soul power. This advancement elevated him to the 35th level. After a brief respite overnight, the following day, Xueqinghe, Zhang Lan, and their companions resumed their journey. After 5 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall's headquarters is situated in a vast city known as Spirit City. Spirit City is immense, at least twice the size of Soto City. The streets are bustling with vehicles and pedestrians, creating a lively atmosphere. The shops lining the streets are filled with an array of goods, far surpassing the vibrancy of Soto City. Moreover, the spiritual atmosphere within Spirit City is quite pronounced, as Zhang Lan observed numerous statues of 6-winged angels and various churches where people were worshipping. Xueqinghe led Zhang Lan to a hotel in Spirit City, after which they accompanied the elders sent by the Spirit Hall to the Grand Cathedral of the Spirit Hall. Through their interactions over these days, Zhang Lan learned that his elder brother, Xueqinghe, is the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire, and their visit to the Spirit Hall was to negotiate certain matters. However, Zhang Lan refrained from inquiring further into the specifics. Nevertheless, he speculated that at this moment, Xueqinghe was likely disguised as Qianren Xue. Zhang Lan wandered through the soul city of Nooda, for accompanying Xueqinghe to this place was, after all, an opportunity to explore the city that housed the Soul Palace. Zhang Lan strolled through the city of Wuhuan, feeling a sense of awe. Indeed, one could not deny that this was the heart of the Spirit Hall. The sheer number of spirit masters here was astonishing. On every street corner, one could encounter these extraordinary individuals. What struck Zhang Lan even more was the remarkable orderliness of the place. The spirit masters, a formidable and unique group, resembled the valiant heroes of ancient times, who would often engage in sudden and inexplicable duels. Even in Soto City, Zhang Lan occasionally witnessed spirit masters causing disturbances or engaging in brawls. However, here, he had yet to observe any such conflicts. Although disputes did arise, they typically chose to resolve them at the spirit arena rather than resorting to open confrontations in the streets. As he passed a stall selling grilled sausages, Zhang Lan approached and produced a few copper coins to purchase some. Previously, Xueqinghe had returned his ring, and all its contents remained intact. Continuing his leisurely exploration, Zhang Lan soon caught a whiff of an enticing aroma of wine, prompting him to turn in that direction. Zhang Lan approached the counter and addressed the bartender. "Please serve me the strongest drink you have." 2 silver coins, replied the bartender, as he handed Zhang Lan a bottle of potent liquor. The 2 silver coins twirled gracefully at Zhang Lan's fingertips before landing delicately on the bartender's own fingers, where they danced like butterflies in the air. Zhang Lan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she subsequently tossed out 2 silver coins. The bartender caught the coins and replied nonchalantly, "No more than 2." Zhang Lan remained unperturbed, taking a sip of the wine and remarking, "A generous tip." He then smacked his lips, finding the wine rather agreeable, with a rich and fragrant flavor, albeit a touch too mild, perhaps around 60 degrees at most. At that moment, a young man suddenly appeared beside Zhang Lan, leaning in and shouting, "Bring me a bottle of strong liquor." The bartender, with an impassive expression, handed him a bottle identical to the one in Zhang Lan's hand. 2 silver coins, he stated. The young man hesitated for a moment before preparing to leave. Zhang Lan tossed 2 silver coins to the bartender. "Please." The youth radiated a profound aura of purity. He was indeed a good soul. "Thank you." His voice was laced with sorrow as he abruptly seized the bottle, pouring its contents into his mouth with fervor. Cough, cough, cough. It was evident that he was unaccustomed to alcohol, for after merely a sip, he was immediately seized by a fit of coughing. Once he regained his composure, he resumed his fervent drinking. Before long, his complexion flushed with color, tears streaming down his face as he murmured, "Why?" Zhang Lan picked up the nearby wine glass, filled it to the brim, and handed it to the young man. "My friend, you have a story, and I have wine. Share it with me. Let me hear it. Do not keep it bottled up inside." Perhaps it was the weight of sorrow in his heart, or perhaps he was genuinely intoxicated. The young man raised the glass and gulped it down in one go, Then, with a voice laced with tears, said, I have toiled for my girlfriend for so long, yet today, upon seeing her, I found she has chosen someone else. Zhang Lan gently patted the young man's shoulder, simultaneously placing the neglected green scarf from beside him upon his head. It's all right. Even without a girlfriend, you still have your brothers. As the saying goes, women are like garments, while brothers are like limbs. Losing a girlfriend is merely a transient setback. You can always find another in due time. The young man abruptly swatted Zhang Lan's hand away. But my brother is now with my girlfriend. Zhang Lan paused, feeling the weight of his sorrow. My friend, although you have lost your brother and girlfriend, you still have family. I am an orphan, devoid of kin. You still possess a career and aspirations. My dream is to marry my girlfriend. Zhang Lan looked disdainfully at the individual before her, pouting slightly as she remarked, Forget it, just go die. You have nothing worthwhile to live for. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, the young man let out a self-deprecating chuckle, acknowledging the sentiment as he concluded, Indeed, so be it. There's nothing left to hold on to. Zhang Lan, with a sense of resignation, took a sip of his drink and, setting down the glass, remarked nonchalantly, Since you seem to have a death wish, why not lend me a hand before you depart? Consider it an act of kindness. The young man nodded slowly, acknowledging, Let this be a repayment for your libations. Let us proceed to the soul combat arena at once. I wish to gauge your abilities. If you prove to be lacking, you will be of no assistance to me. At this moment, it was evident that the young man was already inebriated, swaying slightly as he rose to his feet and made his way toward the door. Zhang Lan subsequently followed the young man. The soul combat arena was not far, and soon they arrived. However, upon reaching the entrance of the arena, the young man seemed to regain some clarity and was preparing to enter. At that moment, Zhang Lan noticed a man and a woman approaching him, speaking to him. She then observed the young man's face turn ashen. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar and struck the purple-haired youth squarely in the face. The purple-haired young man stumbled from the blow, but he was clearly a formidable soul master of the assault type, tall and muscular, while the young man appeared rather frail in comparison. After regaining his footing, the purple-haired youth retaliated with a punch, causing the young man to fall to the ground. Yet, the purple-haired youth, still unsatisfied, savagely kicked the young man who lay on the ground. Yet, a trace of compassion seemed to flicker in Zhang Lan's gaze as she observed the violet-haired man's eyes. Meanwhile, the girl on the other side bowed her head, her hands tightly clutching her clothing as if she were desperately suppressing something. Zhang Lan could no longer tolerate the situation and stepped forward to shove the man with violet hair aside. Who do you think you are? The violet-haired man staggered back a few paces, glaring at Zhang Lan with a face full of anger. Zhang Lan did not regard him. Instead, her gaze drifted toward the girl behind him, whose slender figure and delicate features marked her as a striking beauty. Zhang Lan turned to glance at the young man curled up on the ground, tears streaming down his face. It was somewhat pitiable. Never mind. As a gesture of camaraderie, I shall lend you a hand. Zhang Lan pointed to the young man on the ground behind him and said, I am his friend. Initially, upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, the purple-haired man was about to charge forward to teach Zhang Lan a lesson. However, noticing the guards at the entrance of the Soul Duel arena gathering in response to the commotion, he forcibly restrained himself. He then took a few steps forward, positioning himself in front of Zhang Lan, glaring menacingly at him. Trash, do you dare to challenge me in the Soul Duel arena? At that moment, the young man's right hand suddenly rested on Zhang Lan's shoulder, addressing the purple-haired man. All right, Lu Feng, I will fight you. Zhang Lan turned to the young man, observing the sorrow and anger reflected in his eyes. With a shrug, she remarked, I found his recent words quite displeasing. I hope you could be a bit more forceful. Before the young man could respond, Lu Feng erupted into a mocking laughter, deriding, What can you, a mere waste like Jisoo, who ranked at the bottom in the academy competition, possibly do against me? The young man disregarded Lu Feng entirely, turning to Zhang Lan and confidently stating, I am Jisoo, and henceforth, you shall be my friend. Rest assured, I will ensure that this fellow cannot rise from his bed for an entire month. Without paying any heed to Lu Feng's taunts, he walked resolutely towards the soul combat arena, with Lu Feng grumbling and trailing behind him. Moments later, the two stood upon the soul combat platform. Zhang Lan turned to glance at the girl beside her, whose face was clearly etched with concern. As she redirected her gaze to the stage, both combatants had already summoned their martial souls. Lu Feng's martial soul was the Gale Rhinoceros, a formidable beast-type martial soul renowned for its offensive prowess. In contrast, Jisuo's martial soul was the exceedingly rare elemental wind-type martial soul. Both possessed the soul power of soul ancestors. Lu Feng boasted the optimal soul rings of yellow and purple, while Jisuo's were slightly less impressive. featuring a third soul ring of yellow, resulting in a configuration of yellow, 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 and purple. As the battle commenced, Zhang Lan observed Jisuo's 3 soul rings flickering brilliantly, followed by a sudden radiance emanating from the 4th soul ring, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning towards Lu Feng. In Zhang Lan's eyes, Jisuo's figure was almost imperceptible, leaving only an array of afterimages in its wake. Zhang Lan's expression grew grave. Such speed he had only witnessed before in the formidable figure of Principal Flanders, a soul sage of the agility type. Yet Lu Feng appeared unfazed, effortlessly unleashing 2 soul skills in succession. A brilliant blue and a deep black light flickered around him, causing his physique to swell significantly, while his skin became markedly more resilient. It was evident that he had invoked soul skills aimed at enhancing defense and strength. Subsequently, he unleashed his 4th soul skill, bringing his right foot down forcefully upon the ground. With a thunderous roar, the soul duel platform was engulfed in a cloud of dust. In the aftermath, Lu Feng's figure was violently propelled backward, crashing against the railing of the soul duel platform with tremendous force. Zhang Lan clearly observed the indentation in Lu Feng's chest, while Lu Feng continued to spew forth blood. However, to Zhang Lan's astonishment, there was not a trace of fear in Lu Feng's eyes. Instead, they were filled with sorrow and an inexplicable joy. Lu Feng bellowed at Jisuo, who lay amidst the dust. "You worthless fool! How could I possibly lose to you?" With immense effort, he suppressed the searing pain in his chest and charged once more at Jisuo. At that moment, Jisuo's right arm hung limply at his side. Although his previous strike had sent Lu Feng flying, he too had sustained significant injuries. All of Jisuo's soul abilities were focused on enhancing his speed, and his 4th soul ability could momentarily unleash a velocity thrice that of normal. While this allowed him to reach a terrifying speed in an instant, it came with 3 fatal drawbacks. First, he lacked the ability to control such velocity. Second, he possessed no offensive soul techniques of note, relying solely on his own strength. Yet even that was beyond his control at such speeds. Third, his physical constitution was not robust. Engaging in a direct confrontation would lead to his own severe harm, effectively resulting in a self-destructive victory. This very reality had allowed his academy, despite his prodigious potential, to see him overshadowed by even those of lesser rank or ability. As he watched Lu Feng charge again, Jisuo's fury erupted. He had endured mockery throughout his time at the academy, and after graduating, he had striven to grow stronger for the sake of his girlfriend, only to be betrayed by both friends and lover. The re-encounter with these two ignited a storm of rage within him. Having been weak for so long, he yearned to shed that weakness. After all, they had provoked him. Jisuo surged forward again, his speed considerably diminished. Yet Lu Feng, gravely injured, staggered as he approached. Jisuo delivered a vicious whip kick to Lu Feng's abdomen, while Lu Feng retaliated with a punch to Jisuo's face. Lu Feng abruptly coughed up blood, hurtling backward to the ground, unconscious. Lu Feng! The girl in the audience cried out, rushing onto the stage to cradle Lu Feng in her arms. Behind her, a flower materialized, channeling soul techniques to heal both Jisuo and Lu Feng. The victor of this battle was Jisuo. Zhang Lan also took the stage. Observing Jisuo gazing blankly at the girl who was tearfully tending to both of them, rendered speechless. Zhang Lan also employed his amplified second soul skill to heal Jisuo and Lu Feng. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Lu Feng gradually regained consciousness under the girl's care, struggling to sit up as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jisuo, amidst the chaos, burst into laughter, his voice laced with boundless joy despite his condition. Jisuo sighed, perplexed by Lu Feng's laughter in the face of defeat, but feeling weary. He decided to let it be and turned to leave. Suddenly, Lu Feng cried out in despair. How wonderful it would have been if you had possessed this courage back then. Woe is me. Jisuo abruptly. Confusion etched on his face. What do you mean by that? Lu Feng shouted fiercely, you fool. Do you have any idea how much she has sacrificed for you? Yet you only cower behind her. If it weren't for you, she would not be in this predicament. Why? Why couldn't you muster this courage back then? Zhang Lan smacked her lips, sensing that the situation had transformed into a melodrama once again. Although I am reluctant to intrude upon your moment of fervor. She gestured towards the audience with a hint of disapproval. However, I believe it is rather inappropriate for you to divulge your sorrowful past in front of such a large crowd. Why don't we retire to a tavern for a more intimate discussion? I know of a delightful establishment. After a brief silence, Lu Feng finally nodded and said, let us not continue this charade. I'm weary as well. Let us converse together. A short while later, the four of them returned to the bar where Zhang Lan had previously indulged in drinks. Zhang Lan tossed a golden soul coin to the bartender. Bring me the finest wine, and do you have a private room? The bartender, with a flourish, made the 5 bottles of liquor dance in his hands like fluttering butterflies before they gracefully settled on the table before Zhang Lan. Then, he gestured to the right, indicating that a private room would require a silver soul coin. Zhang Lan retrieved a silver soul coin and handed it to the bartender before leading Jisuo and the others into the private booth on the right. Chapter 78. Lu Feng and Jisuo, with a mention of Qin Siyu. Although I am reluctant to voice this. Lu Feng sighed and continued to address Jisuo. You are aware that Qin Siyu is a noble woman, correct? Jisuo nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Siyu's father is a count in the kingdom of Han within the Tian-Do Empire, one of the 4 great kingdoms. Her parents are influential, and they hold only 2 criteria for their daughter's future husband. He must possess either capability or status, someone who can fortify their family's power. He could be a sole master or a nobleman, but he must undeniably possess strength or rank. In truth, Qin Siyu's parents were already aware of your relationship with her. Jisuo, initially, they were quite satisfied with you. A 15-year-old sole sovereign is indeed a prodigy, certain to augment their family's strength in the future. However, your performance was dismal. Jisuo, despite possessing the strength of a sole sovereign and displaying remarkable power when fully unleashed, why were you so timid? If only you had exhibited a bit more courage during the academy competition, if only you had been a touch more ruthless, Qin Siyu's parents would not have felt compelled to pressure her into breaking up with you. Lu Feng spoke fervently, perhaps out of frustration, before grabbing a bottle and taking a large swig. Cough, cough. Zhang Lan shook her head, wondering how one could gulp down so recklessly without ever having tasted alcohol. She then retrieved a bottle of water from her ring and offered it to him. Thank you, Lu Feng expressed his gratitude, taking the bottle from Zhang Lan and drinking deeply. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Lan glanced at the water in Lu Feng's hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. My apologies, I seem to have misremembered. Previously, Lu Feng had scolded him, deeming him worthless. Meanwhile, Jisuo appeared pale, his fists clenched tightly, his expression one of shock. But Sia's parents explicitly told me that as long as I stayed away from her for 5 years, and should I attain the rank of Soul King within that time, if Sia still harbored feelings for me, they would consent to our relationship. Years ago, Qin Sia's parents had approached him, stating that he was not worthy of their daughter. Nevertheless, Jisuo genuinely cherished Sia and ignored her parents' objections, as Sia was clearly determined to be with him. Subsequently, her parents sought him out once more, expressing that Sia indeed had feelings for him, and they were willing to give him a chance, provided he achieved the rank of Soul King within 5 years. However, the condition was that he must stay away from Sia, for his mere presence caused her to contemplate fleeing with him. Had they not closely monitored her, she might have indeed eloped with him. Upon hearing Jisuo's words, both Lu Feng and Qin Sia were momentarily stunned, gradually piecing together the intricacies of the situation. Lu Feng, filled with anger, confronted Jisuo. Could you not have discussed this with Sia before you left? Jisuo, perplexed, stood up to explain I had spoken with Sia back then. She assured me that no matter what, she would wait for me. Sia murmured, that was my sister, Chinyaki. At that moment, the 3 fell silent, slumping in their seats. Jisuo's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. He was consumed by self-loathing, realizing that the root of the problem lay within himself. During the Academy's grand competition, Qin Sia had urged him to strive for the best possible ranking. Yet he had lacked the resolve. His inherent cowardice, a fear of confrontation and inflicting harm upon others, had kept him from achieving his potential, leading to a dismal ranking despite his rapid progress. Reflecting on it, he found little to be angry about. The blame lay solely with him. Yet he consistently directed his frustrations toward others. The current predicament was a consequence of his own actions. Had he been wiser, more diligent, and more resolute, he might have avoided this outcome. Qin Sia tightly grasped her clothing, lowering her head before suddenly proclaiming, actually, Lu Feng and I are not in a relationship. Jisuo's astonished gaze shot upward. What? 2 years after your sudden disappearance, my parents began pressuring me into marriage, insisting that I wed the scions of affluent noble families. I resisted for 2 years, yet your absence persisted, and my resolve waned. At this juncture, Lu Feng arrived, proposing that I feign a romantic relationship with him. As the 3rd prince of the Han Kingdom, my parents readily consented to such a union. However, for him, it was merely a means to help me evade my parents' relentless matchmaking. He had affections for another, not for me. Initially, I believed that Lu Feng harbored secret feelings for me, but due to certain circumstances, he had not expressed them. After your departure, He contemplated using this pretense of a false relationship to gradually establish a bond with me. Thus, when confronted with Lu Feng's plan of pretending to be a couple, I hesitated to agree. Ultimately, Lu Feng revealed the rationale behind his assistance. He harbored feelings for me, but recognized the impossibility of our union, choosing instead to support me from the shadows. As Qin Siyu spoke, she lifted her gaze to Ji Suo, her eyes shimmering with a complex interplay of emotions. We ventured here upon receiving word of your presence, which compelled us to adopt the guise of a couple, intentionally provoking you. Qin Siyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and turned her face, stating, "You scoundrel, you inexplicably abandoned us," and we were equally furious. Our actions were also intended to provoke you, hoping to amend your unfavorable habits. Jisoo appeared bewildered, exclaiming, "Oh, but," Lu Feng, displaying palpable impatience, interjected coolly, "There is no but. It is precisely as Qin Siyu articulated. However, do not rejoice too soon. Though our initial intention was to feign a relationship, over time, many nobles have come to know of my connection with Siyu. Recently, due to her parents' insistence, we have been unable to delay our engagement any longer. Despite my reluctance to wed Siyu, I find myself devoid of the strength to resist. After all, if I were to call off the engagement, it would not only tarnish my reputation, but also that of the royal family of the Han Kingdom, a disgrace my parents would never permit." Lu Feng then turned to Zhang Lan, saying, "Zhang Lan, could you please step outside? This matter concerns the three of us." "I apologize." Zhang Lan nodded slightly. "There is no need for apologies. It is indeed my fault, as this is ultimately your privacy." With that, Zhang Lan exited the private room and closed the door behind her. After a while, Lu Feng emerged, his expression tinged with a sense of melancholy. Zhang Lan pointed towards the private room and remarked, "Them?" They embraced and wept, culminating in a joyous conclusion. Lu Feng spoke in a subdued tone, simultaneously taking a bottle of wine from Zhang Lan. After urging Lu Feng to take a small sip, a glimmer of nostalgia shone in his eyes as he continued, "In truth, that fellow Suo is not weak. He is merely excessively kind. He harbors no desire to harm others, yet in the heat of battle, he struggles to restrain himself. With his method of fighting, if he were to truly commit himself, his opponents would inevitably suffer broken bones. It was precisely that overly kind-hearted Suo who helped him emerge from the depths of despair, a complete stranger who fought fiercely to assist him. However, one cannot help but wonder why Suo is a man, or rather, why he is not a woman. All I could do was silently support you from the shadows." Lu Feng then let out a wry smile, rubbing his chest, realizing that it was indeed the first time he had been struck by Suo, resulting in several fractured ribs. Zhang Lan cast a suspicious glance at Lu Feng, sensing an inexplicable oddity. Her body instinctively shifted to one side. Zhang Lan gently swirled his wine glass and remarked, "Although the misunderstanding has been resolved, you previously mentioned that both you and Qin Xia are already engaged. Thus, this matter is no longer solely within your jurisdiction." Lu Feng nodded in agreement. "As long as Suo becomes a sole Douluo, it suffices. After all, I am merely a third prince. The Han Kingdom would not jeopardize its stability over my status as a third prince and a sole Douluo." Silently, he contemplated, "If Suo cannot ascend to the rank of sole Douluo, I would willingly relinquish my royal identity." Chapter 79. Bibi dawned the following day. Zhang Lan and Ji Suo stood at the city gate, watching as Qin Xia and Lu Feng's carriage gradually receded into the distance. "Have you made a firm decision?" Ji Suo nodded resolutely and declared, "I owe you a debt of gratitude, and change is imperative for both my sake and Xia's. Once I attain the rank of sole emperor, I shall return and honorably wed Xia." "Can she truly wait for you that long?" "A girl's most radiant years are fleeting, confined to these few years." Ji Suo clenched his fists and replied firmly, "I shall not allow her to wait for too long." After a moment of hesitation, Ji Suo turned to Zhang Lan and inquired, "What prompted you two to drink in the nude yesterday?" He also recalled how the previous night, Qin Xia had repeatedly cautioned him that relationships between men seldom yield favorable outcomes, advising him against sharing a bed with Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan scratched his head, feeling quite uncomfortable drinking in his clothes. Moreover, given that everyone present was male, wasn't it rather normal to drink without attire? Surely not. Zhang Lan playfully patted Jisuo's chest and inquired, "Have you ever consumed alcohol before?" Jisuo replied, "Well, I have been drinking since I was 9 years old. The customs surrounding drinking among men are far more intricate than you might imagine." Jisuo, perplexed, scratched his head and said, "Oh, is that so? It feels somewhat off." Zhang Lan, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Of course, what else would you think?" "Ah, so that's how it is," came the response. "I see now. I have truly gained some knowledge." Subsequently, the two returned to the city, where Zhang Lan intended to purchase a few items while also acquiring some goods for Jisoo. They made their way to a blacksmith shop, reputed to be the finest in Seoul Master City, owned by a master blacksmith of Seoul Saint rank. Zhang Lan arrived here with the intention of crafting an impressive suit of armor for himself, while also procuring a fine sword for Jisoo. He had witnessed Jisoo's previous battles, which showcased extraordinary speed, yet lacked any formidable offensive capabilities, relying solely on his fists and feet. However, with such remarkable velocity, the impact on his own body from striking others must have been immense. Therefore, equipping Jisoo with a weapon emerged as the most prudent choice. Just imagine the devastating force of a sword slicing through the air at nearly one-third the speed of sound. This thought suddenly reminded Zhang Lan of the hero Yasuo from his past life S-game. One would assume that an ultra-fast E-skill would yield higher damage. Yet in that realm, the damage of such a skill, executed with instantaneous speed, was surprisingly low. Before long, the two reached a well-known blacksmith shop. As they were about to enter, they were unexpectedly called from behind. Zhang Lan. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Upon turning, Zhang Lan saw Bing Qian and Ouyang Nana approaching, accompanied by a veiled woman. The woman was clad in a pristine white dress, tall and exuding an air of nobility. Let us rewind time to over 2 months ago. After their match with Zhang Lan, Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian returned to the Spirit Hall. Intrigued by Zhang Lan's twin martial souls, they sought out the writings of their mentor, Yu Xiaojing, regarding dual martial souls. Coincidentally, Bibi Dong was also in the Spirit Hall library, searching for some materials. She overheard the conversation between Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian. Is this the book written by Master Yu Xiaojing? Yes, indeed. Zhang Lan's writings are quite valuable. I have read many books about Master Xiaojing, and I specifically purchased two. One about the limits of soul ring absorption for soul masters at various stages, and another focused on the types of soul beasts suitable for ice-type soul masters. Both have proven immensely beneficial to me. On the opposite side of the bookshelf, Bibi Dong bit her lip, memories flooding back. Xiaojing. It doesn't matter if you lack talent. You could become a theoretical master, specializing in the study of soul masters and soul beasts. I believe that with your intelligence, you will undoubtedly become a renowned master across the continent. Xiaojing, I have feelings for you. Let's go on a date. Dongya, here is a gift I bought for you. Do you like it? I'll draw a picture for you, Dong or Xiaojing. Let us break up. I no longer have feelings for you. Xiaojing, I'm sorry. So, Xiaojing, you already have a disciple, do you? It is only natural, with your profound knowledge. Your students must be remarkable as well. Bibi Dong stood up, wiped her eyes, and restored her composure as she walked past the bookshelf. Excuse me. I overheard you discussing Yu Xiaojing. Is that correct? Upon encountering the illustrious Bibi Dong, Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian were taken aback. They had previously met the Pope during the annual assembly at the Spirit Hall Academy. The two promptly bowed their heads in respect, exclaiming, Your Holiness, Your Holiness. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for such formalities. I overheard your conversation about Yu Xiaojing. He was once a friend of mine. I simply wish to listen in, and I hope you do not mind. Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian quickly shook their heads, reassuring her, Not at all, not at all. Both felt a sense of nervousness in the presence of Bibi Dong, akin to meeting a head of state. After all, the Spirit Hall is a religious institution, and the Pope's authority is paramount in the education of the Academy's students. Bibi Dong stepped closer and gently patted their shoulders, smiling warmly. You two lovely young ladies need not be so tense. I assure you, I mean you no harm. The softness of her visage rendered them momentarily spellbound. I just heard you mention encountering a student of Master Xiaojing. Bing Qian and Ouyang Nana exchanged glances, with Ouyang Nana speaking first. Yes, his name is Zhang Lan, a remarkably formidable individual. Bing Qian added, Indeed, he is merely 14 years old and already possesses the rank of a soul master at level 34. Ouyang Nana continued, moreover, Zhang Lan is a twin martial soul wielder. However, he seems reluctant to showcase it. He typically relies on his primary martial soul, which is an auxiliary type, resembling some sort of gemstone. It was only during our competition, when I used a charmed soul skill against him, that he unleashed his second martial soul, swiftly overpowering me. What an extraordinary talent. A twin martial soul, no less. Bibi Dong exclaimed. Indeed, and he is incredibly dedicated. I cannot fathom how he has developed such a robust physique, relying solely on his auxiliary martial soul to defeat Qian Qian. At this, Bing Qian blushed as Ouyang Nana inadvertently highlighted her defeat. She gave Ouyang Nana a firm kick. Ouch! Ouyang Nana yelped, quickly noticing the mix of embarrassment and irritation in Bing Qian's eyes. Realizing she had upset her friend, She endured the pain and attempted to mend the situation, but Bing Qian is quite impressive as well. It's just that Zhang Lan is exceptionally extraordinary. Only then did Bing Qian relent and release her foot from Ouyang Nana's. Bibi Dong observed the playful exchange between the two girls with a smile. They continued to converse for some time, primarily with Bibi Dong inquiring about Zhang Lan. After their discussion, the three parted ways, and Bibi Dong returned to her main hall, summoning an elder from a spirit hall responsible for information management. Please keep a close watch on Zhang Lan's information. Yes, Your Holiness, the elder replied. The elder of the Soul Hall is a staunch loyalist to Bibi Dong, and she feels considerable confidence in him. However, after some contemplation, she decided to issue a directive. The elders from the Angel Hall must remain unaware, conduct a discreet investigation, and relay the intelligence directly to me without fail. As you command, Your Holiness. It was not until 2 days ago that Bibi Dong perused the information in her hand. Zhang Lan had arrived in the Soul City. Seated on her chair, she gently tapped her fingers on the armrest. After a moment, a smile suddenly graced her lips. Let's pay a visit to that young man. Chapter 80. Bibi Dong's gift. The moment Zhang Lan beheld the woman clad in a white dress, a vivid image flashed through his mind. Bibi Dong. It was during a drinking session with his teacher that, in a state of inebriation, the teacher had unveiled a portrait. The painting depicted a girl adorned in a white gown, exuding an aura of joy and charm, reminiscent of the girl next door, evoking a sense of warmth. Yet now, this woman radiated an air of nobility that compelled one to bow in reverence. A familiar glimmer flickered in Zhang Lan's eyes, which did not escape Bibi Dong's keen observation. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Do you know me?" Zhang Lan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was acutely aware of the long-standing grievances between Bibi Dong and his mentor. In fact, while reading the novel Douluo Continent, the most regrettable aspect for him had always been the characters of Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. He hesitated on whether to disclose the existence of a portrait of Bibi Dong that belonged to his mentor. What consequences might arise from revealing this information? However, for years prior, he had already confided in his mentor about the truth of that bygone era. Therefore, withholding this information seemed of little significance now. Moreover, it might even encourage Bibi Dong to seek out his mentor, potentially mending the emotional wounds that lingered within him. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Zhang Lan's mind. After careful contemplation, he finally spoke the truth. Perhaps I once beheld a painting at my teacher's place, depicting a stunning woman adorned in a white dress, reminiscent of the one you wear. Bibi Dong was taken aback, as Zhang Lan's words struck her heart like a bolt of lightning. So, it turns out that Xiaojiang still possesses that painting? In that fleeting moment, the concealed affection she harbored for Xiaojiang over the years surged forth, overwhelming the dam of indifference she believed had long since formed. Ouyang Nana sensed an unusual demeanor from the Pope and curiously inquired, "Your Holiness?" Her voice jolted Bibi Dong from a reverie. After a moment of surprise, she replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just reminiscing about the past." She then turned to Zhang Lan and asked, "Did you come here to purchase weapons?" "Yes, I wish to acquire a suit of armor. This is my friend Jisoo. I intend to buy him a fine sword." Bibi Dong replied calmly, "There is no need to buy it here. Follow me, and I shall gift you a quality set." "A what?" Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback before quickly shaking his head in refusal. "No, that's unnecessary. Do not decline. I was once a dear friend of your teacher, and as a student, consider this a gift to you." Bibi Dong spoke in a rather unassuming tone, yet it evoked an irresistible sense of obligation within Zhang Lan. Consequently, Zhang Lan and his companions followed Bibi Dong toward the main hall of the Spirit Hall. Ouyang Nana discreetly nudged Zhang Lan, her voice tinged with jealousy. "Why would His Holiness bestow a gift upon you?" Zhang Lan shrugged her shoulders and replied uncertainly, "Perhaps it is due to my teacher. It seems that wherever I go, I encounter friends of my teacher." "Your teacher is truly impressive," Ouyang Nana remarked with a hint of envy. Shortly thereafter, the group followed Bibi Dong to the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall. As they approached, several soul masters stationed at the entrance prepared to block their way. But Bibi Dong revealed a token from her possession. Instantly, the guards knelt before her in reverence, exclaiming, "Your Holiness." Bibi Dong, however, paid them no heed and continued to stride forward. Zhang Lan clicked his tongue in the background, sensing that Bibi Dong exuded an exceptionally strong aura. Subsequently, Zhang Lan and his companions followed Bibi Dong as she meandered her way to a grand entrance. At the threshold stood an elderly man, whose unassuming demeanor inexplicably reminded Zhang Lan of a humble monk. Bibi Dong approached the elder with deliberate grace, presenting the token in her hand. The old man nodded, bent slightly in respect, and then leisurely retrieved the key from his robe to unlock the door, after which he settled down beside it. Zhang Lan was certain in her heart. This was undoubtedly a character akin to a humble monk. "Please come in," Bibi Dong said softly as she stepped through the doorway. Zhang Lan and the others subsequently entered the room. Upon their entrance, they were dazzled by the array of exquisite weapons displayed before them. It resembled a grand armory exhibition, filled with swords, spears, staffs, and axes, alongside numerous imposing and sturdy armors. Bibi Dong, with a tone of pride, elaborated. "All these weapons have been crafted by renowned masters using precious materials. They are of the soul guidance weapon grade. Each piece can be infused with soul power, enhancing its might." "How impressive!" Zhang Lan marveled at the multitude of gleaming weapons within the chamber, genuinely awestruck. "You may freely choose any one of these," Bibi Dong added gently, specifically addressing Zhang Lan. "And you, my dear, may take whichever you desire." Meanwhile, Ouyang Nana and her companions cast envious glances at Zhang Lan. With a soft chuckle, Bibi Dong observed the scene and remarked, "I shall take my leave and await you outside." Once she departed, the four breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her gentle demeanor, the formidable aura surrounding the Pope was suffocating. Ouyang Nana, with a spiteful glare directed at Zhang Lan, turned to Bing Qian and asked acidly, Qian, who exactly is this Master Xiaogang? Why does the Pope treat Zhang Lan so favorably?" The trio was not oblivious. They recognized that their privilege to select weapons stemmed from their association with Zhang Lan, only intensifying their astonishment. Each weapon here was an exquisite rarity they had never even heard of. Infusing soul power into weapons? They were utterly unfamiliar with such a concept. The mere fact that they, as Zhang Lan's friends, were allowed to choose a weapon from this extraordinary collection was beyond their comprehension. They could scarcely fathom the stature of Zhang Lan's teacher, whose influence could elicit such treatment from the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bing Qian furrowed her brow, pondering thoughtfully before hesitantly suggesting, "Master Xiaogang is likely the foremost theoretical master regarding martial souls, soul rings, and soul beasts in the soul master community." Perhaps. Zhang Lan rolled her eyes at the three individuals. "Let us refrain from discussing such matters and hasten to select an item," she suggested, striding towards the armor section. Before long, she fixed her gaze upon a towering suit of armor, entirely cloaked in black. The design bore a striking resemblance to an armor she had encountered in a previous life, within an animated series. It was a complete suit of armor, with the helmet revealing only the eyes, exuding an aura of somber pressure and commanding presence. Zhang Lan gazed at the description beneath the armor. Crafted from deep-sea meteorite, it weighed an astonishing 900 pounds. Unyieldingly sturdy, it boasted remarkable resistance to both cold and heat. This shall suffice. Subsequently, Zhang Lan selected a colossal shield, nearly 2 meters tall and weighing a ton. The other three companions also made their choices. Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian each opted for a set of form-fitting soft armor, while Isao, under Zhang Lan's counsel, chose a sharp and resilient longsword, reminiscent in appearance of a samurai blade. Chapter 81. The Harm of Truth. Bibi Dong observed the four emerging figures and inquired, "Have you made your selections?" "Indeed," Zhang Lan affirmed, bowing slightly with his right hand placed on his chest in a gesture of respect. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Behind him, Ouyang Nana and the others mirrored his respectful gesture. Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Zhang Lan softly. "Come with me. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." With that, Bibi Dong stepped forward and began to walk away. Zhang Lan turned to the three from the Extreme Clan and said, "You may leave first. There is no need to wait for me." Subsequently, she swiftly followed the figure of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong then led Zhang Lan into a room filled with an enchanting fragrance. Turning her head, Bibi Dong observed Zhang Lan's curious demeanor and introduced, "This is my occasional sanctuary for relaxation." She then reclined on a nearby chaise lounge, her posture instantly transforming into one of languid ease. "Please, make yourself comfortable. My relationship with your teacher is quite amicable, so there is no need for formality." Bibi Dong gestured towards the adjacent sofa. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she settled onto the plush sofa. It was remarkably soft, even more so than the modern sofas she had experienced in her past life. "Were your two martial souls?" Bibi Dong inquired lazily from her position. Zhang Lan was taken aback. "Two martial souls?" Bibi Dong cast a knowing glance at Zhang Lan, as if to say, "Are you still trying to play coy with me?" Although Zhang Lan is unaware of the reason behind Bibi Dong's belief that he possesses twin martial souls, it is best to clarify this misunderstanding as soon as possible. "While I do not comprehend why Your Excellency Bibi Dong would think I am endowed with twin martial souls, I must regretfully inform you that I am but a single martial soul, specifically the supportive martial soul known as the Star Gem. Zhang Lan, with a solemn expression, earnestly explained to Bibi Dong while summoning his martial soul. A gem, shimmering with a myriad of hues and exuding an air of profound mystery, slowly rotated in his hand. I previously heard Ouyang Nana mention the incident during your earlier spar, where you were bested by our second martial soul. Zhang Lan suddenly realized that Ouyang Nana had mistakenly believed that the Eye of Approval was a second martial soul at that time. Zhang Lan offered a bittersweet smile and shook his head, saying, Ouyang Nana has misunderstood. This is merely an opportunity one stumbled upon, granting me immunity against certain mental assaults and the ability to counter them, yet it does not pertain to a martial soul. Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully and replied, I had assumed you possessed a twin martial soul, as I do as well. In fact, I am the first in history to cultivate a twin martial soul to the level of Tidal Douluo without self-detonation. Thus, upon learning that you also possess a twin martial soul, I had hoped to offer you some guidance. Zhang Lan understood that Bibi Dong did not fully believe his previous words, and she subtly explained her reasoning for mentioning the twin martial souls. However, he truly did not possess such abilities. He nodded, skillfully shifting the conversation while simultaneously bestowing a compliment. I have heard my teacher mention that you are the most talented soul master he has ever encountered. This flattery seemed to please Bibi Dong, as the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and a hint of warmth flickered across her face. After a moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong inquired, How has your teacher been these past few years? He is doing reasonably well, residing in a remote little town, Zhang Lan replied. The two then fell into silence, uncertain of what to say next, and the room was enveloped in quietude. After a while, Zhang Lan broke the stillness, saying, In truth, your teacher misses you all. Us. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened as she sat up from her reclined position, coldly regarding Zhang Lan with a chilling voice. Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. It felt as though he had inadvertently triggered a landmine. Bibi Dong stared intently at Zhang Lan, her silence imbued with a formidable presence that rendered him speechless. Though only a few seconds seemed to pass, Zhang Lan felt as if centuries had slipped by. Suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped Bibi Dong's lips, her voice reminiscent of a playful older sister teasing a young boy, which allowed Zhang Lan to relax his tense demeanor. She reclined once more, her tone gentle as she said, All right, I won't tease you any longer. It is Lu Erlong, isn't it? I'm somewhat familiar with her. She is quite an admirable person, well matched with your teacher, though alas, fate can be quite capricious. As she spoke the final words, an unmistakable hint of mockery laced her tone, leaving one to wonder whether it was directed at herself or Lu Erlong. Zhang Lan fell into a moment of silence before slowly speaking. In truth, the teacher is aware. What? Bibi Dong looked at Zhang Lan in confusion. Zhang Lan gazed calmly into Bibi Dong's eyes and spoke softly. In truth, the teacher is already aware of the reasons behind your separation from him all those years ago. Bibi Dong's body suddenly froze. He knows? In that moment, her heart was a tumultuous storm, her mind blank. A profound sense of dread began to swell within her. An inexplicable terror akin to being thrust into an immense, boundless expanse, where her insignificance became painfully apparent. Has he discovered that I am tainted? The mere thought of this filled Bibi Dong with an overwhelming sense of silent horror. After what felt like an eternity, she fought to suppress the fear within her, her lips trembling slightly. Then, why doesn't he come find me? It is precisely for this reason that the teacher dares not approach you. He is uncertain how to confront you. Although you endured the greatest suffering at that time, it was you who bore the weight of it all, striving to protect him from harm. Though he was unaware of the events that transpired for him, as a man, it is a profound guilt to realize that during your most fearful moments, he was unable to shield you from the pain, and instead, it was you who sheltered him, only for him to leave you coldly afterwards. The teacher is filled with rage and anguish, guilt over his past foolishness. If only he had been stronger, wiser, capable of discerning the pain you concealed beneath a facade of tranquility. He feels remorse for allowing you to bear such immense suffering alone, oblivious to the reality. Convinced that he was the injured party, the pain stems from his inability to protect the woman he loves. These feelings render the teacher hesitant to face you, despite his deep yearning to see you once more. After Zhang Lan's unadorned narration, he gazed upon Bibi Dong, who was silently shedding tears, and his thoughts drifted back 5 years. His mentor had taken him to the city of Notting to celebrate his ascension to a great soul master, where they indulged in a sumptuous feast. In a state of jubilation, the master and disciple began to drink. At some point, The inebriated teacher produced a cherished scroll depicting Bibi Dong, pouring out his sorrows and recounting his past love with tears streaming down his face. It was the first time Zhang Lan witnessed such profound anguish in his mentor, unable to bear the sight of his master remaining in ignorance. Zhang Lan revealed the truth to him. Zhang Lan could never forget that fateful day with his teacher. The teacher, in a fit of despair, dashed outside, desperately racing to find Bibi Dong, yearning to apologize and make amends. After sprinting out of the city, the teacher collapsed on the ground, frantically pounding his head against the earth. Then, seizing Zhang Lan by the shoulders, his eyes ablaze with madness, he lamented his own foolishness and the shame he had brought upon himself. This moment was Zhang Lan's greatest regret, as his revelations had nearly stripped his teacher of his dignity as a man. Perhaps it was born of good intentions, yet it inflicted the gravest harm upon his mentor. Chapter 82. Oolong Tea in the evening. Ouyang Nana and her companion stood at the entrance of the spirit hall, watching as Zhang Lan gradually emerged. "What did the Pope say to you?" As Zhang Lan made her entrance, Ouyang Nana eagerly inquired about her with great curiosity. Zhang Lan shook her head and said, "I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I won't accompany you all. I shall return first." After speaking, she departed, heading towards the hotel where she was staying. Ouyang Nana and the others exchanged glances, and then Ouyang Nana, somewhat guilt-ridden, remarked, "This shouldn't be my fault, right?" Bing Qian shook her head and replied nonchalantly, "It seems that His Holiness and Zhang Lan spoke about something, but that is not for us to know." Jisoo waved at Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian, stating, "Since Zhang Lan is leaving, I shall not linger either. I will return as well." Ouyang Nana and Bing Qian nodded and waved goodbye farewell. Subsequently, Jisoo hastened to catch up with Zhang Lan. Upon their return to the hotel, Zhang Lan noticed that Xue Qinghe had also returned. Xue Qinghe could see that Zhang Lan appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she was unaware of the cause and thus remained silent. Instead, upon seeing Xue Qinghe, Zhang Lan inquired, "Have matters been resolved?" Xue Qinghe shrugged and replied with a hint of resignation, "Not yet. Negotiations will take some more time." "Oh." After a moment of silence, Zhang Lan said to Xue Qinghe, "I will be leaving tomorrow." Xue Qinghe was not surprised by Zhang Lan's words. Through their time together, she had come to understand the kind of person Zhang Lan was and recognized that her aspirations could not allow her to remain with her. Although she had anticipated this, a sense of regret still lingered, for she was acutely aware of Zhang Lan's immense talent and formidable nature. However, upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Xue Qinghe felt a sense of relief. Compared to her previous feelings of uncertainty, she realized she no longer needed to overthink things, and being friends was quite delightful. With this thought in mind, Xue Qinghe smiled gently at Zhang Lan and said, "Then let us consider ourselves friends." Zhang Lan nodded in acknowledgement. Xue Qinghe jested with Zhang Lan, saying, "That's splendid. In the future, if I need your assistance, you must not refuse me." Zhang Lan gazed earnestly at Xue Qinghe, her tone imbued with gravity. "As long as it does not contravene the goodness within my heart, I am prepared to face any peril, be it a treacherous mountain or a fiery abyss." Xue Qinghe gently patted Zhang Lan's shoulder. Though words were unspoken, both understood the sentiments that lay between them. Everything was conveyed in silence. Subsequently, Zhang Lan gestured towards the cableway behind her. "This is a newly acquainted friend of mine, Jisa. He intends to accompany me on an adventure." Zhang Lan pointed towards Xue Qinghe, addressing the esteemed figure of the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire. "Xue Qinghe, who saved my life not long ago, is both my benefactor and my friend." In the presence of such a prominent individual, Ji Suo felt a tinge of anxiety. Noticing Ji Suo's apprehension, Xue Qinghe graciously extended his hand with a warm smile and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Ji Suo promptly reciprocated the gesture, replying, "Likewise." A sense of relief washed over Ji Suo as he found the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire to be remarkably approachable. Zhang Lan remarked, "Brother, didn't we agree to share a drink together? Now seems like the perfect time." "Indeed, let this be our farewell feast," came the response. The three then proceeded to Zhang Lan's room, taking their seats around the table. Zhang Lan extracted the concoction of alcohol from the ring. "Oh no, the beverage. This is the elixir of life, a potent spirit I meticulously crafted. I assure you, dear brother, that you will savor every drop. And let's not forget about Ji Suo as well." Zhang Lan poured the wine while speaking. After filling 3 glasses to the brim, he raised his cup and addressed Xue Qinghe, saying, "Brother, it was you who saved my life not long ago, and I hold that in my heart. Without further ado, I would like to offer you this toast." With that, Zhang Lan downed the drink in one gulp. He then filled another glass to the top and continued, "The three of us have encountered each other by mere coincidence. It is through this serendipity that we have forged a friendship. Therefore, I propose a toast to our friendship. May it endure for eternity. Zhang Lan spoke with utmost sincerity, especially after indulging in a few drinks. His words were imbued with a compelling charm that resonated deeply within Xue Qinghe and Ji Suo. Moved by Zhang Lan's heartfelt expression, they raised their glasses in unison. Cheers! The sound of 3 glasses clinking together resonated with a crisp clarity. Subsequently, Zhang Lan boldly downed his drink, and Xue Qinghe, inspired by Zhang Lan's fervor, followed suit with an equally daring gulp. Meanwhile, Ji Suo, having previously shared drinks with Zhang Lan, was well aware of the potency of the concoction in Zhang Lan's hand. Initially intending to sip cautiously, he could not resist the sight of Xue Qinghe's audacity and, with a resolute determination, downed the drink in one go. The moment was explosive. The fiery and searing spiciness of the beverage caught Xue Qinghe off guard, leading him to spit out in shock. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed, staring at Zhang Lan with wide eyes, utterly astonished. Zhang Lan, somewhat perplexed, glanced at Xue Qinghe and then at the bottle of liquor in her hand, calmly remarked, "Is this alcohol?" Xue Qinghe, wide-eyed and devoid of her usual serene demeanor, pointed incredulously at the bottle on the table and exclaimed, "Is this alcohol?" Zhang Lan waved his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Xue Qinghe as he said, "This is a meticulously crafted spirit of mine. How could it possibly not be alcohol? Brother, you're not one to shy away from strong liquor, are you?" Zhang Lan's tone was imbued with a profound sense of injustice, causing Xue Qinghe, who stood nearby, to involuntarily twitch the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe, at a loss for words, inquired of Zhang Lan, "What is the source of that potent liquor you possess?" To which Zhang Lan replied, "That is indeed my closely guarded secret. However, dear brother, I shall disclose to you that this exquisite elixir is crafted through the meticulous process of repurifying and sublimating high-concentration, high-purity ethanol, resulting in an unparalleled masterpiece of distillation." Zhang Lan spoke with an air of immense pride, and upon finishing, revealed a gleaming smile that showcased her pearly white teeth. Meanwhile, the veins on Xue Qinghe's forehead bulged as he seized Zhang Lan by the collar, lifting her off the ground, and glared at her with a fierce intensity, exclaiming, "This is utterly alcohol. No, it isn't even alcohol. This is nothing short of a narcotic." Zhang Lan glared furiously at Xue Qinghe, exclaiming, "This is my meticulously crafted exquisite wine. How could it possibly be a narcotic?" Xue Qinghe gestured towards Ji Suo, who at that moment appeared dazed, slumped over the table, clutching an empty wine glass and repeatedly murmuring about drinking more. Zhang Lan scoffed with disdain. That merely indicates that his tolerance for strong liquor is lacking." Xue Qinghe, weary of competing with Zhang Lan, had discerned that Zhang Lan belonged to a category of individuals who held an entirely divergent perspective on the value of alcohol compared to the average person. "Zhe Xing Zhang Lan," Xue Qinghe resignedly remarked, "Very well. In any case, I cannot partake in such spirits." Zhang Lan furrowed her brow and said, "Although it's unfortunate, since you cannot indulge in this type of liquor, let us substitute it with tea. This is the oolong tea I prepared." As she spoke, Zhang Lan produced a bottle filled with a reddish liquid and poured a full cup for Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled. She was familiar with oolong tea and had a fondness for it. This tea, fragrant and sweet, was particularly favored by women. Then, Zhang Lan raised her glass. "Cheers! Kaxi Thang Guth." Xue Qinghe remained expressionless, calmly wiping her lips. She subsequently retrieved a box of matches from her storage bracelet and refilled Zhang Lan's cup with the oolong tea. With a swift motion, Xue Qinghe struck a match and held it to the rim of the glass, where a delicate blue flame ignited above it. Chapter 83. Memories After Awakening. Gratitude to the reader Mi Xiao for their generous reward. A hint of a cold smile crept onto Xue Qinghe's lips as she turned her gaze toward Zhang Lan, her index finger pointing at the flickering flame. "Could you elucidate why your oolong tea is ablaze?" Zhang Lan's expression darkened, and he gravely remarked, "This is a characteristic exclusive to the finest oolong tea." Xue Qinghe, incensed, surged forward, his veins bulging as he seized Zhang Lan by the throat. "You shall perish. Do not desecrate the oolong tea that hold a revered place in my heart." In a moment of unguarded vulnerability, Zhang Lan found herself ensnared by the grip of Xue Qinghe, who tightened her hold around Zhang Lan's neck. Amidst her struggle, she exclaimed, "This is the finest oolong tea that I specifically infused into the elixir of life. How can you remain unsatisfied?" Xue Qinghe, incensed by Zhang Lan's words, exerted even greater pressure as she retorted, "How dare you speak with such audacity? It is you who added oolong tea to your alcohol, rather than the other way around." Zhang Lan, in her struggle, reached for the bottle and, seizing an opportune moment when Xue Qinghe was distracted, forced it to her lips, pouring 2 large gulps down her throat. Cough, cough, cough. Xue Qinghe, lying nearby, emitted a series of harsh coughs. As her consciousness began to blur and her body swayed slightly, the effects of a sedative were overwhelming. Zhang Lan stood nearby, laughing maniacally. It seems your capacity for alcohol is rather lacking, dear brother. At that moment, Xue Qinghe's mind was clouded by the effects of the alcohol, and upon hearing Zhang Lan's mockery, a surge of anger welled up within him. Struggling to steady himself, he rose unsteadily and slammed his palm on the table, retorting, "Not much a drinker, am I?" Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe seized the half-empty bottle of life elixir beside him. "Glug, glug, glug," he exclaimed, reveling in the indulgence. With a triumphant clink, he placed the empty bottle down and raised his middle finger toward Zhang Lan, followed by a scornful quip. "Not much a drinker, you say?" Zhang Lan remained silent as he skillfully removed his upper garment, subsequently placing a dozen bottles of life water upon the table. Without hesitation, he uncorked one bottle and consumed its contents in a single breath. He then inverted the bottle, extending his index finger towards Xue Qinghe and shaking it, conveying a clear message without uttering a word. "You are inadequate." Xue Qinghe's eyes blazed with intensity. Yet he too remained speechless as he raised his glass and drained it in one go. Following Xue Qinghe's actions, Zhang Lan continued to drink silently, finishing another bottle of liquor. Xue Qinghe matched his pace. The next day, clad only in an undershirt, Xue Qinghe sat up in bed, clutching his throbbing head as if it might explode. Memories of the previous night surged back into his mind. Why did you undress? Of course. Drinking is more exhilarating without clothes. Again, come over after shedding your garments for more exhilaration. Today, I shall ensure you succumb to intoxication. Huh? Who can't boast? Xue Qinghe's expression darkened abruptly as he stood up, realizing he was still wearing an undershirt. His exposed thighs and arms revealed patches of skin. Yet he was relieved that his more private areas remained concealed. This brought him some comfort, as he vaguely remembered that the last vestiges of his rationality had prevented him from disrobing completely the night before. Nevertheless, it was still quite embarrassing for Qian Ruxue, who was currently masquerading as Xue Qinghe. With gritted teeth, Xue Qinghe silently vowed that if he ever caught Zhang Lan again, he would make him pay dearly. He would force him to drink, brewing a lake's worth of his special concoction, and would not let him out until it was all consumed. Did he not relish drinking? As Xue Qinghe contemplated this, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Outside the city, Ji Suo inquired of Zhang Lan, perplexed. "Zhang Lan, why are we leaving in such haste?" "We haven tea," yet briefed Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing the name Xue Qinghe, Zhang Lan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, and with a hint of trepidation retorted, "Wasn't it already clarified yesterday? What more needs to be said?" Ji Suo regarded Zhang Lan with a skeptical gaze, sensing that she seemed somewhat peculiar since awakening that morning. Zhang Lan was aware that her performance was somewhat amiss, yet there was nothing she could do about it. Upon waking in the morning, she found herself reflecting on the memories of the previous night. "Zhang Lan did not anticipate that your visage would be so refined, and your physique so remarkably muscular." Zhang Lan proudly patted his chest, producing a firm thud, and declared, "This is the result of my unwavering dedication and years of rigorous training." He then gazed at Xue Qinghe, whose eyes appeared somewhat dazed, and remarked, "Brother, despite your emaciated appearance, your pectorals seem quite well developed." At that moment, Xue Qinghe had unfastened his chest binding, yet, in a final act of restraint, he still wore an undershirt. Lowering his dizzy head, he glanced at his own chest and irritably slapped it. "Duong, duong," he exclaimed as 2 sizable bulges swayed unsteadily. Xue Qinghe lamented, "You see, what use is this? It is merely a burden. I have to bind it daily, and it leaves me gasping for breath." Zhang Lan shook his head vigorously, unwilling to revisit those memories. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He felt it would be best to keep his distance from Xue Qinghe, for otherwise his very life might be at stake. The two had traveled for 2 consecutive days before finding refuge for the night in a village. After parting with 10 copper coins, Zhang Lan secured the right to rent a room for the night. In truth, the elderly man who owned the room did not seek monetary gain, as he had the option to stay with his son. Nevertheless, he willingly offered the room to help Zhang Lan without charge. Yet, Zhang Lan insisted on giving him the coins, for he perceived a gentle radiance emanating from the old man, and thus felt compelled to extend his kindness towards this benevolent soul. Zhang Lan began to prepare the meal, while on the other side, Ji Suo was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Zhang Lan, drawing from his past life experiences regarding figures akin to Zorro, imparted a suitable combat style to Jisuo. Upon hearing this, Jisuo's eyes sparkled with realization, finding the method quite feasible, and he eagerly commenced his swordsmanship practice. After acquiring the sword, which Zhang Lan had aptly named Lan Xia, and upon activating his 3 soul skills, Jisuo wielded the blade with such remarkable speed that he could effortlessly sever steel, thereby enhancing his combat prowess nearly tenfold. After some time, Zhang Lan prepared a meal, and following their repast, the two engaged in further training before settling down for rest, as they had a journey to undertake the next day. While Jisuo was in a deep slumber, he suddenly sensed someone calling to him, jolting awake to find Zhang Lan standing beside him. At this moment, Zhang Lan's expression was somewhat grave. There was a commotion outside, the sounds of combat growing ever nearer. Jisuo, too, had heard the escalating sounds of struggle, indicating that the conflict was approaching rapidly. The two quickly rose and exited the dwelling, leaping onto the rooftop. From their vantage point, they observed several spirit masters engaged in a fierce battle, clearly one side pursuing while the other fled. Before long, the combatants had burst into the village. The villagers, deep in slumber, were jolted awake by the cacophony of conflict. However, upon realizing that the combatants were the esteemed spirit masters, the villagers fell into a hushed silence, none daring to utter a sound, instead retreating behind closed doors to pray quietly. Chapter 84. Reunion with Tori. Zhao Lin gazed upon the village before him, a flicker of hope illuminating his otherwise despondent eyes. Yet, he cast a wary glance over his shoulder at the relentless pursuer, a glimmer of resentment crossing his features. In previous years, he had chosen to abandon the strife within the empire, opting instead for a remote area nestled between the two great empires, where he asserted dominion over a small territory, living as a local sovereign. Though the region he controlled was modest, it was home to over 1,000 ordinary souls. While lacking in novelty, it offered a semblance of stability. He had procured several beautiful slaves from the black market and had gathered a cadre of subordinates. Occasionally, he encountered a few attractive women within his domain, providing unexpected delights. In this place, he was the chief, free to act as he pleased, even capturing a few lowly villagers for sport, leading a life of relative comfort, often more leisurely than that of an emperor. However, a few days prior, a group had invaded, proclaiming lofty ideals of justice and the condemnation of evil. Their strength was formidable, and his subordinates, mere sycophants emboldened by his power, quickly faltered in the face of this threat. Sensing the tide turning against him, he too fled. Yet the relentless pursuer remained hot on his heels. Zhao Lin had attempted to confront him twice, but found himself outmatched and nearly met his demise, forcing him to flee for days until he was utterly exhausted, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Now, however, the village before him offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Given that these interlopers were driven by a sense of justice and a penchant for meddling, they would likely not overlook the plight of innocents. If he could seize a few villagers as hostages, he might gain the respite he desperately needed, perhaps even leverage them to negotiate his release from the clutches of this meddlesome pursuer. With renewed vigor surging through his weary body, Zhao Lin propelled himself toward the village with all his might. Tori, trailing behind, discerned the intentions of the fleeing man and, expending the remainder of his own spiritual energy, surged forward in pursuit, intent on intercepting him. Yet, sensing the presence of 2 concealed spirit masters ahead, he hesitated, slowing his advance. Zhang Lan firmly restrained the impulsive Jisuo, who was about to rush into the village to confront the Soul Master. Do not act rashly. The woman inside poses a significant threat, and her demise would be of little consequence. Although Jisuo's heart was filled with urgency, he chose to place his trust in Zhang Lan, and thus held back his impulsive instincts. Upon arriving in the village in the afternoon, Zhang Lan sought to comprehend the general circumstances surrounding it. Located on the border of the empire, the village was largely neglected, allowing its inhabitants to evade taxation and maintain a relatively decent standard of living. However, 2 years prior, a female spirit master had arrived, this very individual who had made the target of her pursuits the home of the escapee. Emboldened by her formidable power, she assumed the role of village chief, tyrannizing the locals and coercing several handsome men into forced marriages. 2 of these unwilling men met a brutal end at her hands, while the village's attractive women mysteriously vanished after being abducted by her. Subsequently, she imposed an array of outrageous taxes, plunging the villagers into dire straits, with many struggling to survive. In such dire circumstances, numerous villagers contemplated fleeing, yet the tight-knit nature of their households made escape nearly impossible. The woman maintained a stringent grip over the village, While individuals could slip away, an entire family attempting to leave would face insurmountable challenges. If even one member of a household attempted to escape, the entire family would suffer dire consequences as a form of intimidation, often leading to their torment and demise. Zhang Lan speculated that the missing women had been sold into the black market. Thus, he had long planned to eliminate this woman that night, and if someone else were to take action on his behalf, he would welcome it. Within moments, a corpulent woman emitted a piercing shriek as Zhao Lin grasped her by the neck and hoisted her into view. "Halt! If you come any closer, I shall slay her," Zhao Lin warned, directing his gaze towards the pursuing Tori. Tori, furrowing his brow, paused, and, upon noticing that the two concealed spirit masters had no intention of revealing themselves, contemplated his next move. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to eliminate this individual, as his life was crucial to Anna's scheme. "Release her," Tori commanded coolly. Zhao Lin, unwilling to relinquish his last lifeline, retorted, "Fine. You let her go, and I shall do the same for her." "Very well," Tori replied. Yet the ghostly chains encircling him suddenly emitted a ghostly glow, erupting like a bolt of lightning and lunging toward Zhao Lin. As Zhao Lin felt a momentary relief at Tori's response, he was soon taken aback by Tori's swift action. How could he? Shock coursed through Zhao Lin as he instinctively shielded the woman with his body. The chains, unwavering, pierced through the woman's corpulent form and simultaneously impaled Zhao Lin's heart. "Why?" he murmured, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with questions and resentment. "Were you not proclaiming your fight for justice? Where is your sense of righteousness?" The woman, with a look of unwillingness in her eyes, lay lifeless on the ground, unable to fathom that she would be caught in the crossfire and meet such a tragic demise. After Tori ended Zhao Lin's life, he swiftly coiled a chain around Zhao Lin's neck, severing his head from his body. Grasping Zhao Lin's severed head with the chain, Tori prepared to depart. "Wait a moment. Uncle Tori, it has been a long time." Zhang Lan instructed Jisoo to maintain his concealment while he stepped forward. He was taken aback to witness Tori's emergence, but soon recalled the news he had received earlier. The family of Sith, responsible for the demise of Tori's wife and daughter, had perished at the borders of the Empire, which clarified his surprise. Subsequently, he observed the intense crimson aura surrounding Tori as he pursued the man, contrasted by the faint white glow around Tori himself. Thus, he refrained from intervening in Tori's actions and, upon revealing himself, sought to inquire about the reasons behind Tori's relentless pursuit of the individual he had just been chasing. Upon noticing Zhang Lan's presence, Tori's gaze narrowed, and he felt a surge of astonishment. However, he soon recalled that Zhang Lan had witnessed the entirety of the recent events, causing a furrow to form on his brow. He understood that Zhang Lan was significantly important to young Master Anna, who held him in high regard, and he wished to avoid instilling any negative sentiments in Zhang Lan towards young Master Anna due to his actions. Tori then gestured towards the corpse of Zhao Lin and explained, this individual, emboldened by his own strength, ventured hundreds of miles away, terrorizing the locals, ruthlessly slaughtering countless innocent individuals devoid of power, and treating them as mere slaves, subjecting them to inhumane cruelty. Under his dominion, the common folk lived like cattle. Young Master Anna specifically commanded us to dismantle his influence and entrusted me with the task of pursuing him. This man is exceedingly cautious. I chased him all the way to this location, and, as you have seen, he intended to take hostages to facilitate his escape. Moreover, since you were concealed here, I sensed the presence of a soul master hiding nearby, but was unaware it was you. My situation was precarious. Hence, although the woman was somewhat innocent, I chose to sacrifice her rather than allow this man to escape and inflict further harm. I did make every effort to ambush and eliminate that soul king to spare her, but alas, I failed. Zhang Lan nodded slightly and proceeded to elucidate the situation regarding the woman to Tori. He held a neutral stance towards Tori's explanation, neither fully agreeing nor opposing it. While the outcome was ultimately favorable, Tori's philosophy was clearly one that justified the sacrifice of the innocent in the pursuit of vanquishing evil when necessary. For Zhang Lan, the end result sufficed, and although Tori's ideology was somewhat difficult to accept, he understood that such an ideal of protecting everyone was utopian in this region. Otherwise, if true villains could easily manipulate innocents as hostages, could Tori and his companions afford to bind their own hands and surrender? Chapter 85. Tori's Invitation. Thanks to the author Feng Liu for their generous support. However, Zhang Lan remained indifferent to these matters, yet the hidden figure, Jisoo, could not endure Tori's rationale. Furiously, he emerged from the shadows and confronted Tori, exclaiming, "Is it permissible to sacrifice an innocent life merely to eliminate a villain?" In that case, would you not also be deemed a murderer in the eyes of that innocent person? Tori, unperturbed by the sudden outburst from the youthful challenger, had undergone profound emotional turmoil and reconstruction, possessing an unwavering will. He dismissed such inquiries, intent only on obeying the directives of young Master Anna, executing and disseminating her ideals. Young Master Anna had once imparted to him that all ideologies in this world hold validity and fallacy alike. The distinction between right and wrong is merely a matter of strength and weakness. Tori then turned his gaze to Zhang Lan and inquired, "What about you?" Zhang Lan was quite astonished that Tori addressed him with such honorifics. He promptly replied, "You may simply call me Zhang Lan. I hold no particular opinion on the matter." Zhang Lan pointed towards the irate and fiery figure of Jisuo and remarked, "This is Jisuo, a friend I recently made." Tori first shook his head, then bowed respectfully to Zhang Lan, stating, "Lady Anna has instructed all members of the Shadows to extend to you the same respect we afford her." He then turned to Jisuo and, with utmost courtesy, continued, "As you are a friend of Lord Zhang Lan, I beg your pardon for my earlier disregard. However, the disparity in our philosophies arises from our differing understandings and experiences. I have no intention of engaging in a debate with you. I hope you can forgive me." Tori's courteous demeanor only served to heighten Jisuo's discomfort. Yet, recognizing the gesture of goodwill, Jisuo refrained from retorting harshly, swallowing his frustration instead. "May I inquire, Lord Zhang Lan, where you are headed on this occasion?" Zhang Lan shrugged and remarked, "I am merely wandering aimlessly, with no particular destination in mind. My sole intention now is to venture westward and explore this vast continent." A glimmer of delight flickered in Tori's eyes as he extended an invitation to Zhang Lan, saying, "In that case, would you be so kind as to visit the new home we are establishing under the guidance of Lady Anna?" Tori was well aware of Lady Anna's sentiments toward Zhang Lan, and he understood the negative feelings Zhang Lan harbored due to their previous encounter in Noto City. Thus, he eagerly sought to seize this opportunity to help Zhang Lan gain a deeper understanding of Lady Anna and to mend the rift that lay between them, even hoping to persuade Zhang Lan to remain and assist the young mistress. After listening, Zhang Lan felt a stir of emotions. He had previously been astonished by Tori's account of Anna vanquishing Zhao Lin's faction to save a number of ordinary people. This was surprising, as Anna had left him with the impression of someone who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, particularly due to Tori's experiences that had significantly heightened his aversion towards her. He observed the entire sequence of events from a distance, and the more he pondered, the more he was convinced that this might have been a deliberate scheme orchestrated by Anna, specifically aimed at Tori. The pivotal elements that compelled Tori to submit entirely to Anna were his innocent wife and daughter, who became unwitting sacrifices. Initially, Anna covertly guided Tori to capture the Site father and son, then coerced him through a wager to publicly judge them, which ultimately drew out Site's brother, Kelly, allowing Site and his companions to escape. This led to Site's vengeance, resulting in the humiliation and tragic deaths of Tori's wife and daughter. In the end, Anna assisted Tori in seeking vengeance, solidifying his unwavering loyalty to her. Although the primary blame for these misfortunes lay with Site and his brother, Zhang Lan felt an unsettling certainty that everything that transpired after Site's capture was, in fact, within Anna's foresight. It seemed possible that on the day of Tori's wife's and daughter's demise, Anna might have been observing coldly from a distance. Nonetheless, even if Anna anticipated all of this and chose not to intervene, one must question whether her actions were indeed flawed. Zhang Lan pondered for an extended period. Yet even now, his heart remains devoid of answers. After receiving Zhang Lan's consent, Tori addressed him, saying, "Please hold on for a moment." Subsequently, Tori turned away, the ghostly chains in his grasp glimmering with a ghastly green light as they abruptly pierced Zhao Lin's corporeal form. What followed was a scene that sent chills down the spines of both Zhang Lan and Jisoo. Slowly, Tori began to tug at the chains, and from the other end, a spectral Zhao Lin, with a countenance both menacing and ethereal, was gradually extracted from his lifeless body. The apparition's visage was contorted, its mouth seemingly stretched to its limits, relentlessly screaming in a frenzy. Yet, paradoxically, not a single sound emerged, evoking an unparalleled terror. At this moment, Zhang Lan felt compelled to express that he had been profoundly influenced by 9 years of compulsory education and adhered to the principles of materialism, firmly dismissing the existence of any supernatural entities. Nevertheless, he harbored an intense fear of ghosts, one so profound that after watching a horror film, he would refrain from turning off the lights at night for an extended period. Upon witnessing the ghostly apparition that Tori had extracted, Zhang Lan recoiled in terror. Retreating several meters while gazing in horror at the specter that struggled in silent anguish as Tori drew it closer into his own being. In a similar reaction, Jisoo swiftly distanced himself, his body rigid and pallid, eyes wide with fear as he observed the ethereal spirit's lips quivering incessantly. Indeed, there was something supernatural at play. After Tori assimilated Zhao Lin's soul into his own, the surge of spiritual energy within him escalated dramatically, propelling him to the rank of Soul Emperor. Zhang Lan also noticed the sudden surge in Tori's soul power, yet he chose to remain silent, although he harbored a deep disdain for those malevolent soul masters. To Zhang Lan, as long as one did not wield their martial soul to harm innocent civilians for personal gain, they could not be deemed a malevolent soul master. In fact, he himself relied on vanquishing other soul masters and soul beasts to gain experience and enhance his own soul power. Tori had been observing Zhang Lan as well, and upon realizing that Zhang Lan exhibited no discernible reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. Many of the soul masters under the command of young Master Anna were akin to him. Had Zhang Lan displayed overt disgust or hatred, Tori would have refrained from bringing him along. "Evil soul master," shouted Jisoo, suppressing his fear as he brandished his martial soul, drawing his long knife and aiming it menacingly at Tori. The hostility was unmistakable. Zhang Lan hastily shouted at Jisoo, urging him to remain calm, asserting that he was not an enemy. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Jisoo evidently hesitated for a moment. However, he did not lower his long blade. At this moment, Zhang Lan felt a twinge of headache. Evidently, Jisoo's perspective diverged significantly from his own. No, it would be more accurate to say that his views clashed with the prevailing sentiments of the mainland populace. To the majority on the continent, anyone who enhances their soul power through the infliction of harm or the slaughter of others is deemed an evil soul master. Chapter 86. Judgment under Zhang Lan's persuasion and the solemn vow from Tori, who swore never to lay a hand on the innocent and virtuous. Jisoo agreed to accompany Zhang Lan to Tori's location for an initial visit. 3 days later, in a secluded town situated in the buffer zone between the Tindo Empire and the Xingluo Empire, Zhang Lan and the followers of Jisoo accompanied Tori to this place. At this moment, they coincidentally arrived in the town, which seemed to be hosting some kind of event. Zhang Lan observed a multitude of people gathered in that location. What were they engaged in? Zhang Lan pointed towards the gathered crowd. Tori shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight with his right hand and squinted, explaining, that is Anna passing judgment on some wrongdoers. Upon hearing Tori's words, Zhang Lan's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to approach for a closer look. Zhang Lan, with a physique reminiscent of a bear, skillfully carved a path through the thronging crowd, reaching the forefront. Before him loomed a colossal platform, upon which 3 individuals were bound by heavy chains. Their eyes were obscured by black cloth, their mouths stuffed with wads of fabric, and their bodies ensnared in a web of iron chains to prevent any chance of escape. Each bore a lock around their necks, tethered by a chain that ascended through a thick column on the platform, only to descend and rest upon the ground. To Zhang Lan's keen perception, the 3 individuals radiated an intense crimson glow, unmistakably marking them as malevolent beings. Additionally, a woman stood on the platform, her face concealed by a mask that revealed only her chin, mouth, and nose. She donned a flowing black robe, intricately embroidered with a grand scale. "You 3 have transgressed the laws of Shadow Town, having slain innocents such as Ander and Toby," she proclaimed, her voice as chilling as the Arctic wind. "Now, you shall face the executioners chosen by the families of those you murdered." As her icy words resonated, a group of over 10 individuals, their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance, stepped forward. Clearly, they were the bereaved kin of the victims. These executioners formed 3 distinct groups, each grasping a segment of the chain on the ground, and with great effort, they began to pull it taut. Given that the condemned were soul masters, there lingered a question of safety. Would these ordinary individuals be spared from the sudden outbursts of the powerful soul masters during their grim task? Zhang Lan observed the unfolding events on stage, lost in contemplation. The 3 individuals being judged were suspended in midair, desperately struggling against their fate. Below, the crowd erupted with raucous cheers. "Die Scoundrels! Long live Lady Anna! And you! And may you rest easy. Lady Anna has avenged you." The spectators were a tapestry of emotions, some weeping while others rejoiced, their collective animosity towards the 3 condemned souls palpable. Gradually, the 3 soul masters ceased their thrashing, hanging limply like salted fish, their breath extinguished. The crowd continued to hurl curses at the deceased or express their gratitude towards Anna. At that moment, a tall woman adorned with a mask approached slowly, her hands raised in a calming gesture, silencing the throng. "I, Anna, reaffirm my oath once more, beneath my dominion, Every being possesses life and dignity, regardless of whether you are a commoner or a soul master. Any who dares to harm you shall face my judgment. I shall protect you, ensuring your survival and prosperity on this land, until death itself. As Anna concluded her declaration, Zhang Lan witnessed an individual silently kneel, followed by a wave of reverence as the crowd bowed before Anna. Ultimately, all present knelt in homage, leaving only Zhang Lan and Jisua standing. Nearby, the kneeling Tory rose and addressed Zhang Lan. Please, follow me, Lord Zhang Lan and Jisua. Zhang Lan and Jisua felt their presence here was rather inappropriate. Thus they followed Tory's lead. The trio departed from the crowd and soon arrived at a secluded loft, a few kilometers away from the town, standing starkly amidst a desolate landscape. The loft was adorned with exquisite furniture, and a long incense stick was burning, filling the room with a pleasant aroma, albeit not overpowering. Tory poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the table before Zhang Lan and Jisua. Please wait here for a moment, he said. Shortly thereafter, a tall woman wearing a mask entered briskly. Zhang Lan observed the woman's strides with a hint of surprise, wondering why it seemed as though she was quite elated. Zhang Lan widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at the tall woman before her, whose voice mirrored that of Anna's. Moments later, the woman removed her mask, revealing Anna's exquisite visage. Suddenly, an enchanting fragrance enveloped the air as a petite figure lunged into Zhang Lan's embrace. Anna. Zhang Lan gazed in astonishment at Anna in his arms. It was not merely an overreaction on his part. The contrast between her masked appearance and the Anna he remembered was strikingly vast. In his recollection, Anna had always embodied the essence of a charming little princess, standing no taller than 1.20 meters. Yet now, she towered at a minimum height of 1.70 meters. Anna's affectionate demeanor towards Zhang Lan rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. He rose to his feet and gently set Anna down, unable to suppress his curiosity as he inquired, "How have you grown so tall?" Initially, Anna huffed in displeasure at being released, then removed her flowing black robe to reveal nearly 50 centimeters of stilts beneath. Underneath the black robe, she donned a lovely white princess dress. Anna twirled gracefully on her stilts before turning to Zhang Lan and explaining, "After all, I'm a leader now, and I must maintain a certain dignity in front of my subordinates." Zhang Lan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Then, recalling the scene she had just witnessed, she turned to Anna and inquired, "Oh, by the way, Anna, what brings you here? And who are you now?" Rather than directly addressing Zhang Lan's question, Anna gazed towards the other side at Jisua and asked, "Who is this?" "This is my friend, Jisua," Zhang Lan replied. Zhang Lan pointed towards Anna and said, "Anna." "I am Anna," she replied, skipping joyfully to the front of Jisua, her adorable demeanor shining through as she beamed at him and extended her right hand. Jisua, captivated by Anna's cuteness, felt his heart soften as he gently grasped her hand and said, "I am Jisua." Anna then gleefully bounced over to Zhang Lan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she playfully said, "If you ruffle my hair, I will tell you." One cannot deny that regardless of her personality, Anna is undeniably charming, with a soft, endearing voice that makes it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards her. Truth be told, had Zhang Lan not spent so much time with Anna, he would find it hard to believe that this sweet, playful girl could possess such a ruthless, goal-oriented nature. Chapter 87. The truth of the matter, thanks to Reader Yushiel for the generous reward, reflecting on the events of the previous night and what he had just witnessed. Zhang Lan began to realize that Anna was not quite as he had imagined. His feelings of disdain towards her diminished significantly, despite his previous aversion to her past actions. The current version of Anna made it increasingly difficult for Zhang Lan to feel any animosity. When a mischievous child misbehaves, one might wish to press them to the ground endlessly. Yet, when they exhibit their soft, endearing side, one readily forgets their previous antics. Zhang Lan let out a silent sigh, resolutely reflecting on his previous belief that Anna's worldview had become irrevocably distorted, which had led him to adopt a laissez-faire attitude towards her. However, upon closer examination, it appeared that this assumption was misguided. Anna's mind was not as thoroughly ensnared in darkness as he had initially perceived. Now, he contemplated whether he could potentially realign Anna's perspective. Meanwhile, amidst the seething jealousy and envy radiating from the onlookers, Zhang Lan gently ruffled Anna's hair. With her long tresses cascading down, it was a delightful sensation, silky to the touch. Anna, squinting her eyes, resembled a contented kitten, her cherubic face exuding an irresistible charm. Indeed, it felt wonderfully comforting. No wonder Tony often requested her father, Tori, to stroke her head. Anna's soft utterance caused Zhang Lan's hand to pause. "Tony?" Zhang Lan inquired with a hint of astonishment. For he had just learned that Tony's father was Tori. However, wasn't Tori's daughter already deceased? Tony, does Big Brother think that Tony has perished? Anna's small face displayed a trace of mischievousness, adopting a teasing expression as if to say, I had anticipated all of this. Tony is not dead. Zhang Lan, astonished, grasped Anna tightly. In that moment, his heart raced violently. He believed Anna was jesting, for he had witnessed Tony's lifeless body with his own eyes. Yet deep within, he fervently wished that Anna's words were true. After all, any person with a conscience, upon witnessing the tragic demise of Tony and her mother, would desperately hope that it was not the reality. Anna, perceiving Zhang Lan's anxiety, chose not to prolong the suspense and swiftly replied, Of course, they're not dead. After all, Uncle Toll is a family member chosen by me. How could I possibly harm my own kin? In truth, I had anticipated that Sitter's brother would return to rescue him and seek vengeance against Uncle Toll. Thus, after Toll departed, I replaced Aunt Millie and Tony, who are Uncle Toll's wife and daughter. Following my assistance in Uncle Toll's quest for retribution, I facilitated their reunion. However, what Anna did not disclose was her underlying concern. Without attachments, how could one ever be truly trusted? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Could it be that there was truly nothing amiss? How delightful, how reassuring. Wait a moment. Zhang Lan sudenli zikan an in gon sin. How could Tori possibly fail to recognize the bodies of Millie and Tony? My other relative, Brother Paulia, possesses a soul ability that allows one to assume any form. Therefore, we captured 2 human traffickers and had Brother Paulia transform them into the likeness of Aunt Millie and Sister Tony, subsequently rendering them mute. The individuals from Site observed the 2 transformed into Millie and Tony, who were unable to speak, their muffled cries sounding eerily authentic. Although this was peculiar, the urgency of the situation prevented any further scrutiny, and thus, we successfully deceived them. Zhang Lan let out a sigh of relief. Such words were, after all, rather comforting. Oh, they've arrived, Anna remarked, turning her gaze towards the entrance. In the next moment, a charming little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, rushed in a flurry. Sister Anna, Brother Polly is bullying me, she exclaimed as she dashed over to hide behind Anna. Anna smiled and said to Zhang Lan, This is Tony. She then turned and gently nudged Tony forward, adding, Meet my remarkable brother, Zhang Lan, whom I often speak of. Tony appeared somewhat shy, hesitant to meet Zhang Lan's gaze. She stole a quick glance upward before promptly lowering her head, her hands clasped behind her back as she quietly introduced herself. Hello. Brother Zhang Lan, I am Tony. Zhang Lan gazed at the little girl before him, his heart swelling with joy as an inexplicable sense of salvation enveloped him. Simultaneously, he began to realize that Anna was not quite as he had imagined. Just then, a voice of a mature woman wafted in from outside, resonating with a captivating allure, akin to the enchanting tones of a seductress. Upon hearing this voice, Tony immediately scurried behind Anna, frightened. Sister Anna, save me. You're better than Brother Paul. Soon after, a tall, elegantly featured woman with an enchanting charm burst into the room, a mischievous grin playing upon her lips. Upon noticing Zhang Lan and Jisoo, she paused momentarily, her playful demeanor shifting as she offered a gentle smile to both. Having been engrossed in playful antics with the children, she had not noticed their presence at first and now found herself somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Lan and Jisoo hurriedly waved their hands, signaling that everything was fine. Zhang Lan gazed at the woman before him, his mind swirling with contemplation. How to articulate this sensation? She felt both familiar and alien. He was certain he had never encountered this individual, yet her visage evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Zhang Lan was lost in thought, yet the atmosphere around them became increasingly peculiar, as Zhang Lan's gaze remained fixated on Paulia's face with an intensity that bordered on discomfort. Beside him, Jisoo felt an acute sense of awkwardness, contemplating how to rouse Zhang Lan from his reverie. Brother Zhang, it is rather impolite to stare at Brother Paulia like that. Anna's voice suddenly interjected, her cheeks puffed out in indignation, reminiscent of a tiny hamster. Upon regaining her composure, Zhang Lan realized that she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. She sheepishly scratched her head and offered an apology, saying, I'm sorry, I couldn't help but feel that your face seemed strikingly familiar. Hee. Meanwhile, Billy playfully covered her mouth with her right hand, letting out a soft giggle, then winked at Zhang Lan with an alluring charm. She remarked, It seems you must have encountered quite a few beauties. My visage is crafted from the finest features of many lovely women. Alas, the enchanting aura of this captivating woman had struck Zhang Lan's heart like a bolt, leaving her utterly spellbound. Zhang Lan reminisced about the figures of his many beloveds, such as Mai, Yin, and Ali, before suppressing the wicked thoughts that lingered in his mind. Just trifling, three-dimensional female beings. However, upon hearing the words of the woman before him, he recalled the reason why her visage seemed so familiar. Large eyes, a pointed chin, a high nose. Wasn't this the archetype of an internet celebrity? He then remembered that Anna had referred to this woman as Paulia just moments ago. A thought flashed through Zhang Lan's mind. He stared incredulously at the woman before him, stammering, P. Paulia? In the next instant, this woman, exuding an aura of a mature elder sister, transformed into a brawny figure with bulging muscles, a resolute expression, and a robust build. Billy winked playfully at Zhang Lan. Charming young man, I am Paulia. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 88. Law and Enforcement. Zhang Lan shivered involuntarily, mustering her courage to respond. You? Hello? I'm also very pleased. Oh, Paulia smirked wickedly, suddenly leaning forward, her face gradually drawing closer to Zhang Lan's. Do not come any closer. Zhang Lan gazed as the resolute and sharply defined features of Paulia drew ever closer, while a waft of feminine fragrance infiltrated his nostrils. Zhang Lan prided himself on having weathered many storms and faced life-and-death situations. Yet, confronted with this imposing presence, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Is it true? Paulia softly inquired, her voice retaining that alluring, sultry tone. He could hardly withstand it. Zhang Lan covertly gestured for help beside Jisoo, fervently signaling for rescue. Upon noticing Zhang Lan's desperate signs, Jisoo inhaled deeply. I cannot stand idly by while my brother suffers. With a resolute heart, Jisoo straightened his chest and strode toward Paulia. Zhang Lan's heart swelled with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. Truly, this is a friend whom I, Zhang Lan, have unwaveringly recognized. Meanwhile, Paulia also noticed Jisoo's actions and playfully winked at him. Jisoo's body stiffened suddenly, his heart roaring in fury. Oh, I want to stab my own eyes. I am blinded. How old is this little girl? She is so adorable, haha. Jisoo naturally turned to the side where Tony stood, praising her while also indulging in the soothing sight to alleviate the immense blow he had just endured. Zhang Lan paused, gazing at the unrelenting silhouette of Jisoo, a sense of desolation enveloping his heart. Snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, while the northern wind whispered softly. Meanwhile, Anna stifled a giggle, relishing the rare sight of her older brother in such a state. Yet, she reminded herself not to overindulge in this moment. Come, brother Zhang Lan, let me show you my territory, Anna exclaimed, stepping in front of him with a hint of pride in her voice. Zhang Lan was immensely thrilled upon hearing Anna's words. At that moment, Anna, you are truly my angel. Very well, let us proceed at once. Zhang Lan naturally would not let the opportunity created by Anna slip away, and he eagerly exclaimed, while sliding back a meter with a graceful moonwalk, maintaining a safe distance for Paulia. Paulia observed Zhang Lan's mysterious and dazzling movements, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. However, upon noticing Anna nearby, she shrugged her shoulders in resignation, her expression tinged with regret as she said, Very well. You may go. I must attend to a noble lady who is paid handsomely for my services, so I shall not accompany you. Anna flashed a sweet smile at Paulia. Good luck, Paulia brother. Our finances depend entirely on you. Paulia shot a playful glare at Anna, transforming into the figure of a slender, handsome youth before turning to leave. Once Paulia departed, both Zhang Lan and Jisoo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Anna, noticing Zhang Lan's relaxed demeanor, stifled a giggle before taking Tony's hand, saying, Come on, big brother Zhang Lan, let me show you around. Thus, the four of them strolled through the quaint town. Anna and Tony, are you out for some fun again? A friendly voice greeted them. Anna, Tony, would you like to try the sweet cakes I made? The townsfolk warmly approached Anna and Tony, offering them delightful treats. Anna accepted a sweet cake from a man standing nearby, took a bite, and beamed with joy. So delicious. Thank you, Uncle Zhongbin. Then, Anna leaned in to explain softly to Zhang Lan. Anna is the same person you met this morning, and I am now Anna's sister, Annie. Hee hee. Zhang Lan nodded in realization, and then, observing the affectionate demeanor of those around her towards Annie and Tony, she felt a sense of curiosity. Zhang Lan directly inquired, Why are these people so close to you? Anna, with her hands on her hips, proudly replied, Because the villagers here were once oppressed by a malevolent soul master, and I came to vanquish those who had tormented them for so long. Subsequently, I established the laws of this land, providing them with a tranquil existence, free from the fear of their wives and daughters being abducted for their beauty, the burden of exorbitant taxes that they could scarcely bear, or the dread of being slain for inadvertently offending a soul master. Lord Anna has bestowed upon them the stability they had long yearned for, while Judge Tori has eliminated many who dared to defy the laws here, those who wielded their power to oppress the innocent. Moreover, Anna and Tony are the sister and daughter of Lord Anna and Judge Tori. And let us not overlook the most significant aspect. Anna and Tony are undeniably charming. Hence, these reasons contribute to their widespread adoration among the populace. Is that so? Indeed, in the darkest of places, the light shines ever more brightly. Those who have struggled through tumultuous times yearn for love, peace, and a stable life. Anna's actions have undoubtedly won her the hearts of the people here. Anna, may I inquire about the laws you have established? Certainly, most of them were actually devised by Uncle Tori. Many bear a resemblance to the laws of the Tiando Empire, albeit with some modifications in the severity of punishments. The most significant change pertains to the regulations regarding nobles and soul masters who inflict harm or take the lives of civilians. Uncle Tori insists that in terms of life, all are equal. Here, the lives of soul masters, commoners, and nobles hold equal weight, even if one is a soul master or a noble, in essence. There are no true nobles here. Primarily, there are soul masters. Those who take the life of a civilian will face capital punishment. Zhang Lan furrowed his brow and countered. The laws of the Tiando Empire also stipulate that soul masters who kill civilians will face the death penalty. Anna shook her head, replying, not entirely accurate. There is an additional clause allowing one to join the imperial army to avoid execution. However, within the boundaries of the Tiando Empire, soul masters typically do not brazenly murder in public. For those endowed with powers far exceeding those of ordinary civilians, there exist countless methods to eliminate them discreetly. Moreover, the situation here is markedly different. This place is considerably more chaotic than the Tiando Empire. Here, strength reigns supreme, and there are no standardized laws, allowing soul masters to act with impunity. They may take the lives of offending civilians over a jest or some ludicrous reason. Once these soul masters have slain civilians in this region, the less powerful need only pay a fee to the local authority, while the more formidable ones are disregarded entirely. Additionally, the enforcement of law here holds significant importance. Unlike other places where 9 out of 10 cases go unresolved, due to the influence of Uncle Tori and myself, every case is solved and the culprits apprehended. Over the past month, we have employed numerous individuals to enlighten the locals that the law will protect them and punish wrongdoers. Those who commit crimes will be held accountable. In this town, no one can escape the scrutiny of the law. It is these very reasons that have allowed this town to thrive in peace and tranquility. Upon hearing Anna's explanation, Zhang Lan felt a twinge of surprise. He was astonished to learn that, due to Anna and Uncle Tori, every case had been resolved. It is worth noting that even in his previous life, where surveillance was ubiquitous and investigative methods were diverse and sophisticated, many mysteries remained unsolved. It is even more remarkable here on the Douluo Continent, where resources are scarce. Indeed, while there exists a group of individuals with the extraordinary ability of soul masters, they contribute little to the resolution of cases. Only a minuscule fraction possesses such capabilities, and among those, an even smaller number choose to become law enforcers. Furthermore, it is crucial to consider the investigative acumen of the local officers. If a perpetrator merely conceals their identity and applies a scent masking concoction, most officers would be unable to track them. Alternatively, if a victim were to be drowned in a river without witnesses, it could easily be deemed an accidental death or suicide. Thus, an impressive clearance rate of 10 to 20% in a city signifies a commendable law enforcement presence. Zhang Lan was about to inquire how Anna and Tori had resolved the case when he noticed Anna seemingly conversing with the air beside her. Suddenly, her brows furrowed. Then, addressing Zhang Lan, she said, "As it happens, there is a case at hand. A young woman has been murdered. Allow me to show you the methods employed by Uncle Tori and me. Please wait a moment." With that, Anna proceeded into a nearby, shadowy alley. Shortly thereafter, clad in a long black robe and donning a mysterious mask, the 175-meter-tall Anna emerged with an air of intrigue. "Let's go," she stated, her tone remarkably flat, devoid of any emotion. With that, Anna stepped forward. Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback, quickly following suit. It seemed as though someone was guiding Anna, as she led Zhang Lan and the others through a meandering path until they arrived at a house. Outside the residence, a crowd had gathered, while 2 men clad in black uniforms stood guard at the entrance. Upon Anna's arrival, everyone who laid eyes on her instinctively bowed their heads, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Turning to Jisoo, Anna spoke with a hint of urgency. "Jisoo, I implore you to look after Tony and prevent her from entering." Jisoo nodded in acknowledgement, taking Tony's hand and leading her to a nearby spot. Subsequently, Anna and Zhang Lan entered the house, where the two men at the door hastily stepped aside to allow them passage. Inside, a female corpse lay upon the bed, while Toll and several men in black uniforms conducted their investigations around the body. In the center of the room, a rope was present, its end fashioned into a noose, suggesting that the woman had taken her own life here. After surveying the scene, Anna inquired, "What have you found so far?" The uniformed men turned their gazes toward Toll, who, noticing their attention, waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You may respond based on your observations." The men proceeded to relay their findings. The deceased is named Rose, age 24. Recently, her husband succumbed to illness, leaving her a widow. She was discovered hanging here last night by her colleagues who came to check on her this morning. Although her death appears to be a suicide, the ligature marks on her neck are quite shallow, and her clothing is neatly arranged, showing no signs of struggle. Thus, we deduce that this was not a suicide, but rather a homicide, with the perpetrator having hung her here post-mortem to create the illusion of suicide. Additionally, there are ligature marks on her wrists and ankles, and bodily fluids were found, leading us to preliminarily classify this as a case of sexual homicide. The uniformed men continued to articulate the details of the case, leaving Zhang Lan astonished by their level of professionalism, which starkly contrasted with the law enforcement he had encountered in Notting City and Soto City. Anna, after listening, nodded in approval and addressed Toll, saying, "Well done." Her tone remained composed, yet it brought smiles of satisfaction to the faces of the uniformed men. Turning to Zhang Lan, Anna explained, "The members of the town's security team have been trained by Toll, specifically tasked with maintaining order." She then addressed the security team, "You may leave for now. Toll and I will handle things from here." The men accepted her directive with trust, and within moments, only Anna, Toll, and Zhang Lan remained in the room. Anna turned to Toll and said, "Uncle Toll, please demonstrate to Zhang Lan." Tori nodded slightly, and then suddenly summoned his martial soul. The eerie green chains lunged towards the lifeless body of the woman on the bed. Moments later, the chains extracted a spectral soul from her form. This woman's soul appeared to be in a state of confusion, struggling violently against the chains while attempting to scream without uttering a sound. In the next instant, Tori's chains glowed with an ethereal light, momentarily startling the soul, as if it had received a surge of energy, becoming more coherent. Upon regaining consciousness, the soul knelt before Tori and Anna, bowing repeatedly, seemingly attempting to convey something. Tori and Anna exchanged nods, prompting the woman to become even more agitated. She silently wept while continuing to bow, as if expressing her gratitude. Anna turned to the perplexed Zhang Lan beside her and explained, "Rose was a waitress at a restaurant. Last night, while returning home, she was followed by two men who had been overly familiar with her during their meal. When she entered her home, they suddenly barged in, bound her, and ultimately took her life. Rose still remembers the appearance of the assailants. Let's have her describe their general features, and then we can eliminate some suspects and bring the remaining individuals for her to identify." Zhang Lan nodded, her heart filled with complex emotions. She gazed at the woman, whose appearance was indeed quite pleasing. It was truly heartbreaking that someone so young met such a tragic end, intensifying her resentment towards the two perpetrators capable of such heinous acts. What manner of punishment would befall those individuals? Tori, wielding an umbrella, escorted the woman's soul outside, as time was of the essence to prevent the two criminals from fleeing. Thus, he set forth to apprehend them. Meanwhile, Anna elucidated to Zhang Lan that the offenders would face confiscation of their assets, compensation to the deceased family, and subsequently, a severing of their lower extremities. Should they survive for 7 days post-infliction, they would be subjected to hanging. Anna gestured towards Zhang Lan's lower body, turning her head slightly in embarrassment. Zhang Lan tightened her legs, awkwardly turning her body as she chuckled. This punishment is rather interesting." Then she added, "And we have another method for solving cases. Brother Zhang Lan, let me show you." Subsequently, Zhang Lan and Anna arrived at a dark alley. Anna gestured forward, and a faint glow flickered, revealing an ethereal ghost emerging from the shadowed corner of the alley wall. Anna explained to Zhang Lan, "In most places of this town, ghosts are present to observe. Although they're largely devoid of consciousness, they can record what they witness. After an incident occurs, their spiritual energy can briefly restore their awareness, allowing them to recount what they have seen." Zhang Lan stared in astonishment at Anna, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What on earth? A surveillance system?" Chapter 90. The Sentence. Zhang Lan understood the reason behind the exceptional security of this town. The sheriff was relentless and merciless, with a staggering 99% likelihood of apprehending offenders. Moreover, The public executions conducted by Anna and others served as a potent deterrent. Only those with a severely impaired judgment would act foolishly driven by selfish desires. Suddenly, 3 resounding chimes echoed from the heart of the town. Anna looked up with delight and exclaimed, "Oh, Uncle Toll is remarkably swift. He has already captured someone." She then turned to Zhang Lan and explained, "The 3 chimes signify that a criminal has been apprehended, and a trial by execution will take place in 5 minutes. Shall we go and witness it?" In Zhang Lan's mind, the image of the girl's lifeless body resurfaced, prompting him to nod and say, "Let us proceed. I am equally eager to witness the fate of those 2 criminals." A few minutes later, he and Anna arrived beside the execution platform in the center of the town. The area was already encircled by several layers of townsfolk, drawn by morbid curiosity. With a gentle leap, Zhang Lan and Anna ascended to the roof of a nearby building. Upon the platform, 2 middle-aged men were bound tightly with ropes, their mouths gagged with cloth. The terror in their eyes was palpable as they struggled against their bonds. Yet their efforts proved futile. As if signaled by the passing of time, a member of the town's security team, whom Zhang Lan had previously encountered, approached with a small, crescent-shaped blade in hand. The 2 men, upon seeing the officer advance with the weapon, intensified their desperate writhing, but to no avail. One of them was so overwhelmed by fear that he lost control, leaving a puddle beneath him. The executioner showed no inclination to prolong the suspense. He approached one of the men, seized his trousers, and with a swift motion, yanked them down. The crowd erupted in laughter at the sight, and the executioner, after momentarily pausing to take in the reaction, switched to a smaller blade, half the size of the previous one. He then moved closer, gripping the man's hair, and with a decisive stroke, brought the blade down. Later that night, after a brief visit to the restroom due to an excess of water, Zhang Lan reflected on the gruesome scene he had witnessed earlier. He concluded that the men of this town would likely be devoid of any violent inclinations. Such a punishment was indeed dreadfully terrifying for them. He decided to push the thoughts aside, while there was a certain grim satisfaction in the outcome for the 2 criminals. The imagery left an indelible psychological scar on the psyche of any man. Zhang Lan shook herself, adjusted her trousers, and concealed Xiao Zhanglan. Just as she was about to exit the restroom, she noticed Palia entering. Zhang Lan felt a sudden tightening in her chest, yet she maintained a calm demeanor as she nodded in acknowledgement to Palia. Subsequently, she walked outside with a measured pace. Palia, in turn, made no peculiar gestures, merely nodding in response to Zhang Lan before entering the restroom. Zhang Lan emerged from the restroom, feeling a sense of relief. The pressure of being alone with Paula was indeed quite substantial. Not far away, Anna, who was practicing, noticed Zhang Lan's relieved expression and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Upon observing Anna's sly smile, Zhang Lan managed a wry smile before strolling over to her. As Zhang Lan approached, Anna remarked, "In truth, Brother Palia is not homosexual." Zhang Lan expressed his skepticism through a questioning gaze. "Do you think I would believe that?" Anna discerned Zhang Lan's thoughts and elucidated, "Brother Palia is merely enamored with beauty. His preference lies solely in aesthetically pleasing individuals. The gender of the person is inconsequential to him. Moreover, Brother Palia possesses a unique martial spirit. It is a genuine transformation rather than mere disguise. This means that once Brother Palia assumes a female form, she embodies the essence of a true woman." Observing Zhang Lan's astonished expression, Anna smirked mischievously and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Furthermore, Brother Palia can assume any appearance, be it a mature older sister, a youthful maiden, or an adorable little girl." Zhang Lan, with a stoic expression, seized Anna by the collar of her neckline, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Having watched countless adult films, Zhang Lan was hardly one to be flustered by Anna's trivial antics. Zhang Lan was increasingly concerned that Anna, at such a tender age, was already aware of such chaotic matters and could unabashedly use those words to tease others. It was indeed time for some education. At such a young age, to possess knowledge of such trivialities without a hint of shame was disconcerting. As she spoke, Zhang Lan, slightly irritated, playfully tapped Anna's head. With a muffled thud, Anna immediately covered the spot where she had been playfully struck, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Lan possessed considerable strength, delivering a sharp blow that left a bump on Anna's head. Subsequently, he set Anna down and admonished her to focus on her training, advising that children should not dwell on chaotic thoughts. After standing on the ground, Anna turned her back to Zhang Lan in a huff. Yet she heeded his words and began to train earnestly. Alongside Anna, Tori, and several others were also engaged in their practice, as this was the meticulously constructed grand burial ground they had established. Here, the bodies of the entire town would find their final resting place. the ordinary folk buried to the east, the criminals to the west, and the remains of powerful soul masters or soul beasts interred in the central area. In such an environment, both Anna and Tori exhibited remarkable training progress. Notably, their residence was also located here, the very place Zhang Lan and Jisuo had arrived at in the morning. When Zhang Lan strolled from the east in the afternoon and beheld the grave markers, he was taken aback, and Anna subsequently elucidated the reason behind it. Although he felt somewhat unsettled internally, Zhang Lan refrained from voicing any objections, recognizing that in a world where individual prowess could dictate the fate of nations, all matters must ultimately be resolved through strength. Observing Anna's focused training, Zhang Lan gazed at the resplendent stars above and settled down to commence his own cultivation. In the ensuing days, Zhang Lan remained in this town. Tori proved to be a remarkably capable man, excelling in both the management of the town and the intricacies of law, qualities that Zhang Lan had rarely encountered among the nobility who governed towns. Tori adeptly organized most affairs with precision. Initially, Zhang Lan contemplated leveraging his past experiences to offer advice. However, after much deliberation, he realized that his insights might not align with the local circumstances and could potentially be counterproductive, leading him to ultimately abandon that idea. A few days later, Zhang Lan expressed his desire to depart to Anna and the others, with Anna and her companions having eliminated the majority of the malevolent soul masters in the area. The remaining individuals were either joining Anna's faction or vacating the premises, resulting in a tranquil atmosphere within the town. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan's original intent was to gain experience points through combat to enhance his soul power, thus necessitating his departure. Although Anna felt a tinge of reluctance, she did not impede Zhang Lan's decision. However, before his departure, Zhang Lan requested Polia's assistance in crafting human skin masks for himself and Jisuo. Zhang Lan was acutely aware that he had embarked on a path of murder to elevate his power. Regardless of his circumstances, it was prudent to conceal his true identity. As for his martial soul, it manifested as a gem no larger than a fist. The flamboyant, floating colored gems surrounding him were merely illusions crafted through his soul power, which he could easily dispel. In this vast continent, many possessed ordinary gem martial souls. Conversely, Jisuo's martial soul was the wind, which was inherently inconspicuous. However, the soul abilities were not easily concealed, necessitating caution during their actions, ensuring that those who witnessed their soul techniques were invariably wicked individuals. Chapter 91. Bandits. 1 week later, Zhang Lan, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, adorned with elegant features akin to a jade tree in the wind, gazed solemnly at his companion, the imposing and fierce-looking Jisuo, who sported thick brows and piercing eyes. Yasuo, Zhang Lan declared, this time, I implore you to show no mercy. To conceal their identities, they adopted pseudonyms. Zhang Lan called himself Tarek, while Jisuo assumed the name Yasuo. Jisuo nodded in understanding. A couple of days prior, Zhang Lan had taken him to assassinate a member of the soul sect for practice. In a moment of weakness, he nearly faltered, feeling a twinge of guilt, despite knowing full well that the target was a despicable villain deserving of 100 deaths. Yet, when faced with the act of killing, he hesitated for just a fleeting instant. Both men wore exquisitely crafted masks made from the hides of soul beasts, produced by the renowned Paelia, rendering them virtually unrecognizable. However, their unusual pairing evoked a sense of dissonance. One was a robust figure with the physique of a warrior, yet his face bore the delicate features of a refined young master, while the other, slender and aristocratic, wore the fierce countenance of a brawny man. Truly, the craftsmanship of Paelia's masks was nothing short of extraordinary. Currently, the duo concealed themselves within the branches of a tree, observing a hidden encampment in the distance. This camp housed a band of robbers, led by a soul king of over level 50, alongside 2 members of the soul sect and more than 200 ordinary folk. Notably, this buffer zone between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, despite its chaotic nature, was surprisingly affluent. It was a hub for numerous profit-seeking smuggling caravans and those engaged in nefarious enterprises, all vying for power amidst the tumultuous landscape. Beneath the veneer of disorder lay the promise of substantial gain. The 2 men silently channeled their soul power, preparing themselves for the task ahead. As time slipped by, around 3 in the morning, they commenced their operation. A dozen bandit sentries patrolled the perimeter of the camp, but for Zhang Lan and Jisuo, they posed no threat. Relying on his formidable physique, Zhang Lan swiftly charged forward while several henchmen were engaged in idle chatter, dispatching them before they could utter a sound. The other henchmen in the vicinity remained oblivious to the disturbance. Although these henchmen were merely ordinary individuals, The encampment itself was situated in an open area, surrounded by numerous torches, with many stationed at each direction. Lacking any stealthy techniques, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. There were also several patrols within the camp. Fortunately, both Zhang Lan and Jisoo managed to quietly eliminate them without incident. Subsequently, the two arrived at the entrance of the central tent of the encampment, where the Soul King was presumably located inside. Zhang Lan quietly drew a small knife and punctured a tiny hole in the tent, intending to glimpse the situation within. However, just as he positioned his eye against the aperture, a gleaming dagger suddenly loomed large before him. In an instant, Zhang Lan's hair stood on end, and his body recoiled swiftly as he unleashed his first soul skill, the white gem shield. A translucent barrier materialized around him. With a sharp clang, the blade was deflected just a centimeter before Zhang Lan's eyes. Zhang Lan's heart raced as if it were about to leap from her chest. In the next moment, she unleashed a punch towards the Soul King before her. Beside her, Jisoo swiftly swung his blade at the Soul King who had suddenly appeared. The Soul King, Wu Tian, gazed in astonishment at the dagger halted by a translucent shield, and then noticed the 3 soul rings manifesting around Zhang Lan, alongside the 4 surrounding Jisoo. With a derisive smirk, he summoned his 5th soul skill, Flame Claw. In an instant, his hands transformed into 2 fiery wolf claws, viciously lunging toward Zhang Lan's chest and Jisoo's long blade. Zhang Lan did not shy away. Instead, she delivered a powerful punch directly to Wu Tian's chest. With a resounding thud, all 3 were sent flying. Wu Tian rose to his feet, clutching his chest as blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated the ferocity of the Soul Master's blow. Had it not been for his soul power defense, which mitigated much of the impact, that strike could have easily proven fatal. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan pressed against her chest, employing her 3rd soul skill followed by her 2nd. The 3 gaping wounds on her chest gradually ceased bleeding, but that was merely a temporary halt. The earlier attack had been devastating, shattering the protective shield of her 1st soul skill and inflicting 3 large gashes, through which her ribs were faintly visible. Moreover, a strange soul power continued to erode the injury. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though Zhang Lan had danced perilously close to the brink of death. Yet, even now, her enhanced 2nd soul skill was insufficient to heal her wounds, as an ominous soul power persisted in ravaging her injuries. Before Jisoo could rise, he coughed up blood, had it not been for the strength of the long knife in his hand, which allowed him to channel soul power to counteract much of the Soul King's attack. He would have already met his demise. Nevertheless, his right hand trembled uncontrollably, nearly slipping from his grip. Zhang Lan is currently relying on her spiritual energy to endure, but she cannot sustain it for long. Zhang Lan lifted his gaze towards the distant Soul King, his brow furrowed in concentration. The earlier encounter had been far too hasty, merely a reflexive response of his body. He had struck the Soul King in the chest with a backhanded punch, pondering that had he aimed for the head, the outcome might have been entirely different. Wu Tian, too, wore a shadowy expression, astonished by the overwhelming power of this Soul Daw. He had previously observed this individual as a Soul Daw, and had approached without releasing any soul skills, opting instead to brace himself with soul energy against the impending blow. Yet, he had not anticipated such a close call. Wu Tian raised his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly remarked, "You two possess quite the audacity. One a soul sect, the other a Soul Daw, daring to trouble me." However, despite his bravado, he refrained from launching an immediate attack. Upon hearing the commotion, the once tranquil camp erupted into chaos, as the 2 soul sects swiftly encircled Zhang Lan and Jisoo from opposing directions. Meanwhile, the other bandit minions hurriedly brandished their weapons and torches, closing in on Zhang Lan and Jisoo. During this tumultuous period, both Zhang Lan and Jisoo remained motionless, patiently awaiting the cooldown of their soul skills. Chapter 92. A grievous struggle. A Soul King and 2 soul sects formed a triangular encirclement around Zhang Lan and Jisoo, while additional bandit ruffians converged, leaving no opportunity for escape. Jisoo, observing the Soul King and the 2 soul sects surrounding them, sensed the precariousness of their situation. Leaning closer to Zhang Lan, he whispered, "In a moment, I shall employ that technique. Be ready to bolster my defenses with a shield." Zhang Lan was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind? That move is entirely beyond your control. You might even perish instantly." A week prior, the two had shared their soul abilities and trump cards, fully aware of the peril they faced. The thought of falling victim to unforeseen circumstances due to ignorance of each other's capabilities was utterly infuriating. During his previous battle with Lu Feng, Jisoo had employed only 3 of his soul skills, refraining from using his 4th. not out of arrogance, believing he could triumph without it, but because he lacked mastery over that particular ability. Upon first acquiring his fourth soul skill, he had foolishly attempted to unleash all of his abilities simultaneously, resulting in a 2-month recovery period under the care of a level 63 auxiliary soul emperor at the academy, narrowly escaping death. All 4 of his soul skills were designed to enhance speed. His first skill increased his velocity by 50%, the second by 150%. The third allowed for a momentary surge to 300%, and the fourth provided a burst of 300% speed along with a 50% boost in reaction time. In a moment of desperation, he had once tested his limits and achieved a staggering speed of 400 meters per second, a velocity so terrifying that even a soul sage could not react in time. To his dismay, he found himself unable to respond adequately, even with the enhancement to his reaction speed. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable force akin to colliding with a wall whenever he activated his fourth skill at such incredible speeds. The overwhelming impact threatened to shatter his body, and he would inexplicably ignite in flames. Had he not enveloped himself in soul power during those tests, he would have surely met his demise. Since that incident, he had refrained from employing his fourth skill. Yet, a week ago, when Zhang Lan spoke of his fourth skill as a formidable technique that, when combined with his long knife, could unleash unparalleled devastation, Jisoo found himself contemplating her words. At such speeds, he realized he would not need to exert effort or control. He merely had to aim his blade at his adversary and surge forward. Nonetheless, he understood that, even with Zhang Lan's protective shield, he would likely end up bettered for an extended period, potentially facing even graver consequences. Despite his inner apprehension, Jisoo maintained a relaxed demeanor as he reassured Zhang Lan. "It's fine. I am prepared. With your shield, there should be no issue." Yet, Zhang Lan resolutely rejected his assertion, questioning how Jisoo could possibly master such supersonic speeds given his current state. Even with the shield, a collision at that velocity would result in catastrophic force. Jisoo would undoubtedly perish. Given the current circumstances, if he were to open 5 gates, he could indeed engage in a fierce struggle. Jisoo, well acquainted with Zhang Lan, was cognizant of his intentions. While he was astonished by Zhang Lan's 8-gate secret technique, Zhang Lan had previously informed him of the repercussions of opening all 8 gates. The first 3 gates would lead to fatigue, the fourth would inflict physical damage, and the subsequent gates would incur irreversible internal injuries. The 8th gate would result in immediate death. In light of the present situation, Zhang Lan was undoubtedly poised to unleash his utmost limit, the 5th gate, which would undoubtedly inflict irreparable harm upon him. Jisoo held profound gratitude for Zhang Lan, regarding him as a true brother to whom he could entrust his back. He could not allow himself to stand idly by while his brother risked injury for his sake. With unwavering resolve, Jisoo proclaimed, "No more disputes. I shall take action. Provide me with a shield." As he spoke, the first and second soul skills emanating from his body began to shimmer. As Zhang Lan observed the demeanor of Jisoo, he realized that he could not impede Jisoo's actions. With a firm resolve, he reinforced the white gem shield. Simultaneously, a layer of protection enveloped Jisoo, while the third and fourth soul rings shimmered in unison. In an instant, Jisoo's figure vanished. Across from them, the Soul King, vigilant of both combatants, felt a sharp constriction in his gaze, a profound sense of impending peril surging within him. Without hesitation, he prepared to unleash his most formidable 5th soul skill. Yet before it could manifest, he sensed an ominous presence passing by him, followed by a disconcerting loss of control over his own body. In a fleeting moment, a flash of fire erupted. Subsequently, a fierce gale roared forth, the sheer force of the wind causing even the ordinary henchmen nearby to struggle for stability. This was the wind pressure generated by Jisoo's rapid movement. When Jisoo reappeared, he was already several hundred meters away, engulfed in flames, his eyes vacant. With the last vestiges of his strength, he sheathed his long blade, collapsing to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. Amidst the terrified gazes of the bandits, their leader's head was violently torn from his shoulders by the gale, his headless body sliding backward under the onslaught, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood. Upon witnessing Jisoo's fall, Zhang Lan felt a deep sense of concern. As the 2 soul masters remained in shock, he rushed to Jisoo's side, retrieving stored water from his spatial ring. He tore open a water pouch and poured its contents over Jisoo, extinguishing the flames after 3 pouches had been emptied. He then activated his 2nd soul skill to mend Jisoo's injuries. The 2 soul masters, who had just witnessed the horrific demise of their leader, regained their composure. Upon seeing Zhang Lan tending to Jisoo, a flicker of mixed emotions, joy, hatred, and fury flashed in their eyes. They were pleased to discern that Zhang Lan was a support-type soul master, while the one who had so swiftly dispatched their leader was likely incapacitated, if not dead. Yet, their anger stemmed from shared history. The three had grown up together, their bond akin to that of brothers. Despite their elder brother's superior talent, leading him to become a soul king ahead of them, jealousy had never marred their camaraderie. They had supported one another throughout their journey, only to find their devoted elder brother slain by a mere soul master. Simultaneously, they let out a furious roar and charged at Zhang Lan. No matter the cost, they were determined to avenge their brother's death today. At that moment, Zhang Lan, disregarding Jisuo's unconscious form, activated the four gates and retrieved a massive shield from his spatial ring, positioning it against the two charging soul masters. The two, upon seeing Zhang Lan brandishing the shield, immediately unleashed their fourth soul skills, the shadow strike and the mental manipulation. Chapter 93. The rescuer in an instant, the soul master specializing in agility vanished, only to re-emerge from the shadows behind Zhang Lan. The sharp claws in his grasp pierced through Zhang Lan's back. Like a blade, those claws impaled his abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan from Zhang Lan. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he seized the claws that had penetrated his body with his left hand, pivoted, and raised his arm. His right elbow struck like a hammer, crashing into the head of the soul master behind him. The tremendous velocity generated a whistling sound that startled the soul master. He had believed that Zhang Lan was under the control of the third member. How could he react so swiftly? With such doubts swirling in his mind, he desperately attempted to retreat. Yet, Zhang Lan's grip on his right claw was unyielding. In a state of panic, he sought to defend himself, but it was too late. Boom! The overwhelming force shattered the skull of the agile soul master. In the moment of his demise, he remained oblivious to how Zhang Lan had managed to counterattack. Meanwhile, his trusted ally, the control-type soul master who had attempted to subjugate Zhang Lan with mental manipulation, now lay silently on the ground. Any assault or control targeting Zhang Lan's mind would be judged by the eye of judgment. Under Zhang Lan's deliberate intent, even the lightest attack could result in unconsciousness. And for those burdened with heavy sins, death was but a simple matter. The previous soul master radiated a dense red aura, indicative of significant transgressions. Under Zhang Lan's intentional counterattack with the eye of judgment, his mind was utterly annihilated. Ugh! Zhang Lan gritted her teeth, gripping the right hand of the soul sect behind her and slowly pulling it away. Suddenly, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Zhang Lan tightly wrapped the fabric around the wound on his abdomen, savoring the recently acquired soul power, and charged towards the remaining panicked bandits. None of these individuals were innocent. 10 minutes later, the camp lay in disarray, with dozens of grotesque corpses strewn across the ground. Covered in blood, Zhang Lan helped the fallen Jisuo rise, departing from this brutal battleground. He did not slay all the bandits. In the darkness of night, with so many attempting to flee, it was impossible for him to eliminate them all, especially while bearing grave injuries himself. Ultimately, he exerted his utmost effort to eliminate those radiating a dense crimson light. Am I nearing death? Jisuo pondered in the pitch-black void, as he could scarcely feel his own body anymore. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Zhang Lan must have survived, right? With this thought, Jisuo faintly heard Zhang Lan's voice, accompanied by a warm and comforting sensation enveloping his body. Jisuo, are you still alive? Please do not fall asleep. Zhang Lan's voice suggested he had survived, which brought a sense of relief and comfort, likely stemming from his second soul skill. Jisuo, your childhood companion, is waiting for you to return. You mustn't succumb to slumber. Hold on. Jisuo detected a hint of urgency in Zhang Lan's words, yet they also bore a tinge of frailty. Childhood companions, Lu Feng and Qin Xia. I apologize, Lu Feng, Xia, but I may not be able to keep my promise. However, Zhang Lan will surely look after them for me, as he is, after all, my brother. Jisuo, rest assured, I will take good care of them, no matter what. In the future, I shall bring Qin Xia and our child to your grave to recount the tale of your sacrifice. Brother. Indeed, he was worthy of being called my brother. This thought brought me solace. Wait, what? Xia and a child? Images flooded Jisuo's mind of a distant future. Standing before Zhang Lan's tombstone, where he cradled Qin Xia, a delightful child nestled between them, while he narrated the story of his sacrifice. No, this cannot be. I must hold on. I cannot die yet. Supported by Jisuo, Zhang Lan trudged forward despite the weight of his blood loss bearing down upon him. He sensed Jisuo's breath growing increasingly faint, yet it seemed a sudden stimulus had revived it somewhat. This method proved effective. Jisuo, what do you think we should name our child in the future? Zhang Xia? No, that doesn't sound quite right. Perhaps Zhang Jiji? It incorporates a character from each of our names, while also signifying remembrance of you, ensuring my child never forgets your sacrifice. No, that name is unacceptable. Zhang Jiji? Absolutely not. No way. Zhang Lan felt a surge of exhilaration as his heartbeat quickened. With a nostalgic tone, he continuously spoke tender words, assuring, all is well. As I shall care for your wife. Fret not. This only intensified the rapidity of his heartbeat, and his breath gradually steadied. Yet, Zhang Lan's own consciousness grew increasingly hazy. He perhaps could not endure much longer. He had been persevering, and at last he had reached this moment. Is the third soul skill ready? What is the second soul skill? Third soul skill, Ruby Enhancement. Second soul skill, Emerald Healing. Zhang Lan's body swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground. I can no longer endure this, Mom, Dad, Sister. I'm coming to find you, wait for me. A surge of green light flickered across Jisuo's form, and he felt a tremendous warmth coursing through his body, gradually restoring his senses. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Jisuo slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay an unfamiliar road, and beneath him felt soft. Jisuo gazed down in bewilderment. Zhang Lan. Jisuo was taken aback, quickly rising to support Zhang Lan. Yet, he found himself momentarily stunned, as if a significant portion of his own strength had returned. Though his body still felt as if it had been crushed by a colossal stone and scorched by flames, every inch of him screamed in agony. He could muster some energy. Soon, Jisuo felt his right hand, which was propping up Zhang Lan, come into contact with something damp. Curiously, he glanced down, only to be met by a blinding crimson hue. The rhythmic sound of droplets echoed, akin to water splashing upon the ground. To his shock, Jisuo observed that Zhang Lan's abdomen was tightly swathed in fabric, which was thoroughly soaked in blood. The crimson liquid continuously seeping through the cloth and dripping onto the earth below. Turning around, he noticed a crimson trail extending into the darkness of the night. In that instant, tears welled up in Jisuo's eyes, unable to be contained. Why won't you tend to your own wounds? Fool! 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 Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Jisuo hoisted Zhang Lan onto his back. Persevere. Do not succumb to sleep. Anna is still waiting for you. Your sister, your master. Your family are all anxiously awaiting your return. I will surely save you. Yet, Jisuo could feel Zhang Lan's breath growing ever fainter. No, this cannot be. Rest assured. Zhang Lan, I will take good care of Anna. In the future, at your grave, I will hold Anna and our child, recounting the tale of your sacrifice. Ah, and you have a sister, do you not? I recall you mentioning her beauty. I will ensure she is remembered as well. Furthermore, I shall fulfill the promise made to your brother, Dai Mu Bai, and your master. As Jisuo sensed Zhang Lan's heartbeat gradually regaining a slight rhythm, he spoke with increasing fervor. Simultaneously, burdened by despair, yet fueled by hope, Jisuo pressed onward into the unknown path ahead, carrying Zhang Lan with unwavering determination. Zhang Lan, I will rescue you. Hold on. I am determined to save you. Chapter 94. Salvation. The sun gradually rises. My body grows increasingly heavy. Zhang Lan's breath grew increasingly faint. No, no. Oh, divine being. If there truly exists a deity, I implore you. I beseech you. In the depths of despair, Jisuo's heart cried out, his body rendered numb, strength waning, and consciousness gradually fading. He was on the brink of collapse. And what deepened his despair was the realization that Zhang Lan behind him was nearly at the point of cessation of breath. He pondered more than once how fortunate it would have been had Zhang Lan opted to treat himself. Just as Jisuo was succumbing to hopelessness, a convoy appeared on the horizon. A glimmer of hope flickered in his despondent eyes, akin to a drowning man grasping for the last straw. With a resurgence of strength coursing through his weary body, Jisuo gritted his teeth and staggered towards the approaching convoy, carrying Zhang Lan upon his back. The convoy was also advancing in Zhang Lan's direction, and soon Jisuo found himself in close proximity. The members of the convoy noticed him as well. Who goes there? Help! Stand down, came the urgent inquiries, and as Jisuo's body swayed, he could no longer endure, managing to cry out for help before darkness enveloped him. And he collapsed to the ground. Inside a lavishly adorned carriage sat a youth of noble attire and gentle demeanor, who, sensing the slight commotion outside among the guards, opened the carriage window and inquired, "What is the matter?" A peculiar sensation stirred within him, as if this scene had unfolded before. A guard clad in armor knelt before him, reporting, "Your Highness, an unfamiliar individual carries another unconscious person before the convoy. Both bear wounds and are in dire peril." Snow Qinghe alighted from the carriage and approached the unconscious forms of Zhang Lan and Jisuo. She beheld the strikingly handsome visage of the former, reminiscent of a graceful tree. Yet beneath it lay a robust frame, muscular and imposing. In stark contrast, the latter bore a fierce and stern countenance, yet his physique was slender and frail. Her lips twitched in bemusement at the peculiar sight. What on earth is this? She mused before turning to the kindly elder beside her. Let us first save them. The gentle elder nodded, and with a shift in demeanor, a blossom of begonia materialized in his palm. Fifth soul technique, life restoration. Second soul technique, begonia healing. With the application of these two techniques, Zhang Lan and Jisuo regained a modicum of color, yet their wounds remained grotesque and severe. The elder furrowed his brow. Addressing Snow Qinghe, Your Highness, their injuries are grave. I will require multiple treatments. Snow Qinghe's brow knitted in concern as she queried the elder. Does this affect you? The elder shook his head. Not at all. Very well, then I entrust them to you. For some reason, I find these two oddly familiar. Afterward, Shui Qinghe gazed intently at the robust and handsome man for a while, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As the soul recovery technique of the elder Hai gradually took effect, the wounds of both individuals began to heal, their complexions regaining some color, their breathing becoming steady, and their heartbeats growing stronger. In the afternoon, after cultivating his soul power for a time, Shui Qinghe resolved to check on the two peculiar individuals he had rescued that morning. The imposing figure indeed seemed remarkably familiar. Shui Qinghe entered another carriage, observing the two men lying within, when suddenly something familiar caught his eye. This ring? He held the ring he had removed from the robust man's hand and examined it closely. A spatial ring? Its appearance felt strikingly recognizable. He then infused his soul power into the ring. A concealed art? And this is a human skin mask? Upon seeing these two items in his hand, the corners of Shui Qinghe's mouth twitched as he finally understood why this strikingly handsome, muscular man appeared so familiar. Zhang Lan. A smile involuntarily crept onto Shui Qinghe's lips. You have once again fallen into my grasp. Jisoo furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, his body aching all over. The pervasive pain made him grit his teeth. However, he soon rose in astonishment. I'm not dead. I've been saved. He quickly turned to his side and glimpsed Zhang Lan sitting nearby, which brought him a sense of relief. What transpired while I was unconscious? Zhang Lan turned to Jisoo Dao and said, After you fainted, your injuries were severe. I first administered some treatment to you, then eliminated those two soul sect members, followed by dispatching a number of bandits and their minions. I carried you all the way, hoping to find a town or something similar, as you probably know by now. Zhang Lan spoke with remarkable simplicity. Yet, Jisuo was acutely aware of just how dire the situation had been. He had sustained grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. And Zhang Lan was equally afflicted. Jisuo could scarcely fathom how Zhang Lan had unhesitatingly set aside his own peril to provide him with incessant care, all while bearing the weight of his own severe injuries as he carried Jisuo for such a considerable distance. Perhaps this is what brotherhood truly signifies. I entrust my life to him, and he entrusts his life to me. Just as Jisuo was immersed in these reflections, Shui Qinghe entered the carriage. With a smile, Shui Qinghe addressed Jisuo. Ah, both of you are awake. When you fainted earlier this morning, it was a near brush with death. Surprised to see Shui Qinghe, Jisuo responded solemnly. Yes, we are immensely grateful. We owe you our lives. Without your intervention, we might have perished. Xue King, noti chingi suese gratitude. Furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to comment. Instead, he inquired about Zhang Lan. Is he still unconscious? Jisuo then turned to see Zhang Lan with his eyes firmly shut, lying there with faint breaths. Jisuo exclaimed, Vite, wasn't he just fine a moment ago? Meanwhile, the feigning unconsciousness, Zhang Lan felt a pang of anxiety as he overheard Shui Qinghe's gentle voice. Oh, he may have suffered a relapse. Zhang Lan's heart surged with emotion as he shouted, Yes, indeed, my injuries have relapsed. It is severe. Let us go. Do not disturb me any further. Shui Qinghe's hair floated and danced freely in the air, emanating a terrifying aura from his being. With a gentle smile gracing his refined features, he continued, Moreover, his injuries have completely erupted, rendering them incurable. Although I too am deeply saddened, this is the truth. Therefore, let us proceed with his cremation. I recall Zhang Lan mentioning his fondness for soaring through the skies, so with a heavy heart, let us scatter his ashes. Jisuo gazed at the sorrowful yet smiling lips of Shui Qinghe, shivering silently in response. The sight of Shui Qinghe, resembling a vengeful spirit, filled him with dread. Under the oppressive aura of this ghostly figure, Jisuo dared not utter a word, trembling as he cowered in a corner, hoping to remain unnoticed. "Save me, brother." At that moment, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Jisuo turned to look at Zhang Lan, who lay feigning sleep. Observing the seemingly malevolent Shui Qinghe, Jisuo hesitated before transmitting a message to Zhang Lan. "Do you need me to rescue you? If so, open your eyes, and I shall certainly come to your aid." "You bastard! Save me!" Jisuo felt a swell of emotion at Zhang Lan's tightly shut eyes. Truly, this is brotherhood, even in the face of such peril. He chose to bear it alone, not wishing to drag him into the crisis. In that case, how could I betray my brother's sacrifice? Moved by this thought, Jisuo discreetly descended from the carriage. Just before he stepped out, Zhang Lan's voice echoed in his mind. "Jisuo, you're selling me out." Chapter 95. Intentions. Thanks to book friends Haixia Xingminjiu, Speed V Phone, and 201-8020-321-59-51042 for their generous support. Seeing Jisuo's unyielding figure, Zhang Lan mentally condemned him 1,000 times over. Yet, the unsettling specter loomed ever closer. A motivational adage surfaced in his mind. The best way to conquer fear is to face it with a smile. "Keep going. You got this." Zhang Lan took a deep breath, gradually opening her eyes, and softly murmured, "Where am I?" However, what greeted her gaze was the ghastly visage of Spectre drawing near with an unsettlingly gentle smile, continuously murmuring, "Cremation, cremation, cremation." Terrified, Zhang Lan nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet in that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped her, the thought of impending cremation jolted her back to consciousness, compelling her to resist the pull of oblivion. Zhang Lan feigned a recently awakened demeanor, his eyes clouded with confusion as he weakly inquired, "Elder brother, what has transpired?" Shui Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. She had envisioned numerous scenarios of reuniting with Zhang Lan, even blushing at the thought of him pursuing her. Yet, the one image she wished to avoid was that of Zhang Lan pretending to be oblivious, for it implied that he was indifferent to the past or wished to disregard it entirely. However, readers may find this somewhat abrupt. Further chapters will elucidate. Observing the stillness of Shui Qinghe, Zhang Lan's heart surged with exhilaration. "Nice." After a brief pause, Shui Qinghe gently smiled and said, "You seem to be lost in a dream. Close your eyes and rest for a while." She then swiftly grasped Zhang Lan by the collar, lifting him effortlessly and leading him down from the carriage. Beside the carriage stood a funeral pyre, constructed from an array of wooden logs, solemnly towering in silence. Shui Qinghe tenderly laid Zhang Lan upon the pyre with remarkable swiftness. Zhang Lan swallowed hard, shivering as he stammered, "Brother, I believe I can still be saved." Before he could finish his sentence, Shui Qinghe gently pressed a finger against Zhang Lan's lips, silencing him. Leaning close to Zhang Lan's ear, Shui Qinghe whispered softly, "Do not be agitated. Rest assured, I have doused these logs with the finest black oil. It will render your departure excruciating. In 10 minutes, you shall soar in the skies." Zhang Lan's eyes widened in terror in an instant. Soon after, she felt her hands and feet suddenly constrict. Shui Qinghe gently smiled as he tightened the ropes around Zhang Lan's limbs, saying, "This way, you are surely doomed." Zhang Lan's heart trembled as she beheld the smile of Shui Qinghe, which nearly induced cardiac arrest. She hurriedly prepared to plead for mercy, emitting muffled whimpers. Just as Zhang Lan managed to utter a single syllable, Shui Qinghe, quick-witted and swift, produced a handkerchief and stuffed it into Zhang Lan's mouth, silencing her cries. Subsequently, Shui Qinghe turned and strode toward the guard holding a torch behind her. Zhang Lan's eyes nearly bulged out as he caught sight of Jisuo peering at him from behind the carriage. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Zhang Lan writhed and convulsed in a frenzy. Seeking salvation, Jisuo turned with remarkable nonchalance, as if he were entirely oblivious to Zhang Lan's plight. Zhang Lan, filled with frustration, cried out in a flurry of incoherent sounds. Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe approached with a torch in hand, wearing a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Each step he took echoed in Zhang Lan's heart like a rhythmic drumbeat. As Shui Qinghe reached Zhang Lan, she felt her strength wane. Gently, he removed the cloth from her mouth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed intently into hers, quietly asking, "Is there something you wish to express?" Zhang Lan gazed into Shui Qinghe's eyes, and in that fleeting moment, he comprehended that her anger was not born of fury, but rather a blend of embarrassment and annoyance. She had always held that matter in high regard, contemplating their reunion countless times, eagerly anticipating his acknowledgement of her true identity as a woman. Yet, his response had been one of feigned ignorance, an attempt to bypass the issue as if it had never transpired. Thus, he realized the extent of his error. But why had she developed feelings for him? Zhang Lan's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Zhang Lan salet deeply, her expression calming as she turned to Xue Qinghe and inquired, "May I invite you for another drink?" Just like last time. Xue Qinghe's gaze softened as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her right hand. Of course, observing the two from the shadows, Hai Lao smiled with satisfaction, taking a sip of the brewed tea, his eyes becoming hazy. "Old friend, how have you been?" Ji Suo, perplexed, stared at the voraciously eating Zhang Lan and finally could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, "Why hasn't Xue Qinghe put you to rest?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan paused in her eating and then furtively glanced around with a shifty look in her eyes. She beckoned to Ji Suo with a subtle gesture and whispered, "Come here, and I shall confide in you." Although Ji Suo sensed that something was amiss, his curiosity was piqued. He had indeed perceived that Xue Qinghe was quite irate earlier, yet Zhang Lan had effortlessly quelled Xue Qinghe's fury with but a single utterance. Obediently, Ji Suo tiptoed over to Zhang Lan, anxious that his movements might attract the attention of others. Zhang Lan gazed at the enigmatic Ji Suo and said, "Come closer, bring your ear near." Obediently, Ji Suo leaned in a little closer to Zhang Lan. "Death's cross lock." Zhang Lan suddenly sprang into action, seizing Ji Suo's right hand with both of his own, while his feet locked around Ji Suo's neck, pinning him to the ground and simultaneously restraining his movements. "What are you doing?" Ji Suo cried out in agony as the pressure on his right hand became unbearable, yet his left hand was unable to reach Zhang Lan, desperately slapping the ground in torment. Zhang Lan turned around, revealing a grin that was grotesquely fierce, showcasing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. The corners of his mouth stretched to an almost unbearable extent. He addressed Ji Su with a chilling tone, "I regarded you as a brother. Yet you had the audacity to betray me?" As he spoke, Zhang Lan's hands continued to exert pressure, twisting Ji Su's right hand into a bizarre angle. Yi Su, in agony, pounded the floor, exclaiming, "I sold you precisely because I considered you a brother. Let go, my hand is going to break." Zhang Lan bestowed an exceptionally warm smile upon Ji Suo. Suddenly, a shrill cry erupted, awe. As Xue Qinghe approached, he beheld Ji Suo writhing on the ground, clutching his arms and wailing in despair. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan sat nearby, indulging in a lavish feast. The corners of Xue Qinghe's mouth twitched. He could surmise what had transpired between the two earlier. At times, it was utterly bewildering to comprehend their dynamics. Previously, they had been willing to risk their own lives for each other, yet now they resorted to such extreme measures over trivial matters. Suking seto besai Zhang Lan, resting his chin on his hands, quietly observing as Zhang Lan spoke. Zhang Lan glanced at the Snow Qinghe beside him, then rose to his feet and approached Ji Suo. He grasped Ji Suo's dislocated arm. With a crack, "Ah!" The violent realignment of Ji Suo's arm elicited a series of anguished cries. Zhang Lan, with an air of indifference, unleashed a formidable second soul skill upon Ji Suo, subsequently casting him far away. She then returned to the side of Xue Qinghe, hesitating momentarily before admitting, "I actually thought that upon seeing me, you might very well consider taking my life." Chapter 96. Qianren Xue Qinghe gazed up at the sky, resting his index finger on his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If it were Ji Suo that day, he would have simply vanished from this world. Meanwhile, Ji Suo, who was approaching in a fit of rage to seek retribution against Zhang Lan, suddenly froze in his tracks. He then nonchalantly turned back, deciding to focus on his cultivation instead, deeming it far more significant. Following the harrowing experiences of the previous day, he felt he was on the brink of breaking through to the rank of Soul King. "Ha ha!" Zhang Lan erupted into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing this, then turned to gaze at Xue Qinghe. His countenance was gentle and refined, undeniably possessing a handsome visage, yet it was unmistakably apparent that he was a man. Zhang Lan silently turned her head to the side and remarked, "I am quite puzzled as to why you have taken a liking to me." Xue Qinghe, noticing Zhang Lan's expression, stifled a laugh behind her hand. She then deliberately stood up and squatted in front of Zhang Lan, playfully bringing her face close to Zhang Lan's and giving her a cheeky wink. Zhang Lan's lips twitched slightly, and then he placed his right hand on Xue Qinghe's face, gently pushing her backwards. "Do not linger so close to me. Be wary, for I might come to fancy the visage you bear now. At that moment, do not revert to your former self." Xue Qinghe's expression stiffened, yet she obediently retreated a little. "Why would I come to like you? It is indeed a mystery to me as well. Despite our brief acquaintance, your image inexplicably occupies my thoughts, and I often yearn for carefree conversations with you, devoid of deceit and falsehoods." You are truly remarkable, Zhang Lan. Xueqing's gaze remained fixed upon Zhang Lan's face as she continued. It seems you possess an enchanting allure, enabling those around you to open their hearts and converse freely. You are candid, never concealing your true nature, and you generously reveal yourself, capturing the attention of those nearby. You may become irate at the mockery of others, yet you do not truly let it affect you. You share a drink with a stranger, lend a hand to someone unknown to you, and pursue your desires without restraint. You appear to be a carefree wanderer traversing this world, yet within your heart lies a hidden purpose. And most importantly, you possess a strikingly handsome visage. Zhang Lan rubbed her face and sighed, expressing her resignation. I suppose the last bit is indeed the reason. Alas, this world is utterly insufferable. Xueqing, gazing at Zhang Lan's shameless demeanor, smiled and said, I just told a lie. Zhang Lan shook her head dismissively and remarked, It matters not. Nowadays, who speaks without a blend of truth and falsehood? Most of what I say is genuine, save for the final statement, which is but a fabrication. Zhang Lan solemnly addressed Xueqing, saying, Lying is a most undesirable habit. I implore you to retract your previous statement. Ha ha! Xueqing erupted into hearty laughter, playfully patting Zhang Lan's shoulder, exclaiming, Ha! I truly adore your audacious demeanor. Observing Xueqing's contagious mirth, Zhang Lan too succumbed to laughter, responding, Ha ha! Is it truly that amusing? Indeed it is, came the reply, accompanied by more laughter. Ha ha ha! Cease your laughter, please, ha ha ha! The two appeared as if ensnared in a fit of lunacy, laughing inexplicably. After a while, Xueqing's laughter began to fade. She gently wiped away the tears of joy with her slender finger and softly urged Zhang Lan, Come with me. With that, Xueqing turned and walked toward the carriage. Zhang Lan silently followed behind Xueqing as they entered the carriage. Upon entering, however, Zhang Lan was met with the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. Her silky golden hair cascaded down to her waist, and her eyes, resembling those of a phoenix, exuded an air of authority, yet at that moment, they brimmed with tenderness. Her skin was as flawless as snow, and her slightly chubby cheeks bore a subtle blush. With her long legs crossed and her right foot delicately poised, she thought to herself, This is my true self. Qian Renxue gazed nervously at Zhang Lan's face, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She was eager to discern Zhang Lan's opinion of her current appearance, but dared not meet Zhang Lan's gaze. It is well known that Xueqing is a disguise of Qian Renxue, as everyone has come to witness the Douluo fanfiction. Henceforth, when Qian Renxue reveals her true form, she will be referred to in the first person as Qian Renxue, and in the guise of Xueqing, she will be addressed as Xueqing. Zhang Lan gently tucked the long strands of hair from Qian Renxue's forehead behind her ear. She appeared ethereal, akin to an elegant yet innocent angel. A slight tremor coursed through Qian Renxue's body, her complexion instantly resembling that of a ripe apple. Overwhelmed by shyness to the extent that she wished to burrow beneath the covers. However, compelled by an unseen force, she asked, Do you like me? Observing the bashful beauty before him, Zhang Lan fell into a contemplative silence. Do I like her? Memories of Qian Renxue's heroic rescues flashed through his mind. Indeed, he harbored feelings for her. Though it felt somewhat peculiar, he recognized that it was not mere gratitude, but genuine affection that had blossomed from her 2 acts of salvation. What does this signify? A hero saving a damsel? No, it should be a heroine rescuing a prince. Like, Qian Renxue's eyes widened in surprise. And as she lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Lan's tender gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her eyes, her heart racing fervently. Zhang Lan maintained a tranquil expression, yet his heart thumped like a drum. Thump, 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 as he gazed upon the beautiful and bashful young lady before him. He gradually extended his hands towards Qian Renxue. With her head bowed, Qian Renxue naturally noticed Zhang Lan's hands approaching her waist. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, yet also profound joy and anticipation. The carriage was enveloped in silence, while the heartbeats of the two grew increasingly fervent. They could distinctly hear one another's hearts racing. The distance between them diminished, drawing ever closer. This is not mere filler. It serves to convey my intentions, yes, precisely that. Zhang Lan. A voice filled with delight resonated from outside the carriage, and in the next instant, Zhang Lan and Qian Renxue abruptly separated as if struck by electricity. Ji Suo, brimming with excitement, burst into the carriage, only to find Zhang Lan and Xueqing back to back, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. You two? Ji Suo regarded them with confusion, sensing an air of shyness enveloping them. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but shiver. However, upon seeing their flushed cheeks, Ji Sua's imagination began to run wild. He took a slight step back, swallowing nervously. Zhang Lan, a person who has weathered many storms, took a deep breath, smiled at Ji Sua, and gently inquired, Ji Sua, what is it that you wish to discuss? Startled, Ji Sua instinctively retreated 3 steps. Indeed, this sensation of unease was unmistakable. A wave of tension coursed through Ji Sua, and before Zhang Lan could voice his confusion once more, he hastily replied, Please, continue with your conversation. I hold no prejudice against such relationships. After all, love is simply about being in love. With that, I shall take my leave. And with that, Ji Sua swiftly exited the carriage. Zhang Lan and Qian Renxue exchanged glances, and soon could not help but burst into laughter. That night, Ji Sua observed Shui Qinghe, who was gently serving dishes to Zhang Lan, his expression tender, causing Ji Sua's hand holding the bowl to tremble slightly. Nearby, Hai Lao, enjoying his meal, smiled contentedly as he watched Zhang Lan and Shui Qinghe, exclaiming, How wonderful! Ji Sua, taken aback, silently distanced himself from Hai Lao, pondering whether it was merely his illusion that he was surrounded by individuals of questionable inclinations. After dinner, Ji Sua found Zhang Lan, who was engrossed in his training. Hesitating briefly, he took a seat about a meter away from Zhang Lan. Then, after a moment of contemplation, shifted slightly to a distance of roughly 2 meters. Zhang Lan felt exasperated by Ji Sua's actions and rolled his eyes at him. He assured Ji Sua, Rest assured, I am male, I am attracted to females, and my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Ji Sua nodded in acknowledgement and then shifted a little further away. Zhang Lan's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment and remarked, Only a homosexual perceives other men as being homosexual. Thunderous. Zhang Lan's words struck Ji Sua's heart like a bolt of lightning. Only those of a particular inclination would perceive every man they encountered as being of the same persuasion. Suddenly, Ji Sua recalled the scene at dinner with Hai Lao, and then his gaze fell upon 2 guards stationed not far away, seemingly exchanging glances filled with unspoken sentiments. The first guard raised an eyebrow and squinted with the other while sticking out his tongue. Today's staple of rice was quite palatable, yet the dishes were rather disappointing, overly salty. The second guard arched his eyebrows, licking his lips. I believe both the staple and the dishes are quite delightful, he remarked. Ji Sua pondered, was it merely his imagination, or were those 2 truly engaged in flirtation? Was that guard actually licking his lips at his companion? Yet, recollecting Zhang Lan's earlier words, along with memories of Hai Lao and Zhang Lan Shui Qinghe, a disturbing thought crept in. Perhaps he himself was of that inclination? No, that could not be. He had always cherished Qin Xia. Then, Lu Feng's smiling visage invaded his thoughts. Consequently, Ji Sua silently moved to sit beside Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan looked at Ji Sua with bewilderment. What is wrong with you? Ji Sua paused for a moment, gazing at Zhang Lan's face, and dreamily replied, It's nothing. I just find you quite attractive. Zhang Lan. Could it be that Ji Sua has lost his mind? The following day, Zhang Lan bid farewell to Qian Renxue in the carriage. Ji Sua has ascended to the rank of Soul King, and I intend to accompany him to the Star Dough Forest to assist in obtaining his soul rings. Qian Renxue bit her lip, declaring, I shall join you as well. Zhang Lan shook her head and said, You have your own affairs to attend to. If you accompany us, what will happen to your schedule? Did you not mention your intention to win the favor of the Flying Sword sect? This is crucial to your own status as a prince. Your itinerary has already been arranged, so do not delay your important matters for our sake. Furthermore, I am not yet worthy to be by your side. I must first grow stronger. Qian Renxue looked at Zhang Lan with a hint of grievance and asked, Will we be apart for a long time? Zhang Lan smiled and said, It's not like we are facing a parting of life and death. There's no need for concern. We can simply gather together. Who knows? Perhaps next time you might save me again. Hearing Zhang Lan's words, Qian Renxue couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing about the 2 occasions when she encountered Zhang Lan, each time finding her collapsed on the ground. However, she soon found herself unable to suppress a frown. With a pained expression, Qian Renxue gazed at Zhang Lan and said, No, I do not wish to witness you in pain again. Zhang Lan suddenly embraced Qian Renxue, and the 2 remained silently entwined for a long while. Ji Sua and Zhang Lan swiftly made their way towards the starry forest. During their journey, Ji Sua couldn't help but glance at Zhang Lan and remarked, Why do I feel that this morning, Shui Qinghe's gaze seemed rather peculiar? It appears he holds some grievances against me. You are overthinking it, Zhang Lan replied. What were the 2 of you discussing in the carriage this morning? Why did it take so long? Zhang Lan cast a sidelong glance at Ji Sua and remarked, Do you truly believe we are romantically involved? Ji Suo's body stiffened momentarily as he fervently repeated to himself, "I'm not gay, I am not gay. I'm not gay, I am gay." The duo had trekked for a full 13 days, along the way vanquishing numerous malevolent soul masters. However, they refrained from seeking out any soul kings, as their previous encounter had imparted a stark reality. Recklessness can lead to demise. At present, they lacked the means to casually eliminate a soul king. Their current strengths were rather peculiar. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Lan could contend with a soul master. Yet if he were to fight recklessly, he could potentially overcome a soul king, and with some effort, even challenge the weaker soul emperors. Ji Suo's abilities were even more enigmatic. Typically, he ranked among the elite of his tier, but if he fought desperately, unbeknownst to his opponent regarding his soul techniques, he could swiftly eliminate an average soul emperor in a single exchange. Naturally, given Ji Suo's combat style, once he unleashed his ultimate move, there would be no room for prolonged struggle. Death would be instantaneous, either resulting in their mutual demise or his own. Over the course of these days, Zhang Lan sensed a significant increase in his soul power, and perhaps within a month, he would ascend to level 37. The pair entered a quaint town, situated less than 100 miles from the perilous Douluo Forest. This proximity posed a grave danger, as each year, numerous individuals succumbed to the various soul beasts that emerged from the forest. Of course, many soul beasts were also transformed into valuable commodities within the town. Typically, these beasts were treasures in their entirety, with their pelts, flesh, bones, and unique body parts highly coveted by the affluent nobility. Zhang Lan and Ji Suo wandered through the town, only to be enveloped by a pervasive scent of blood. The streets were bustling with soul masters, many of whom donned leather armor crafted from the pelts of soul beasts, both practical and offering commendable protection. Numerous areas of the town bore visible stains of blood, particularly in the shadowy corners where some soul masters passed, some marked by crimson traces upon their garments. The majority of shops catered to weaponry and armor, alongside a plethora of restaurants and inns, most of which featured specialties made from soul beast meat. Zhang Lan and Ji Suo arrived at a rather fine inn, where they requested a double room. Subsequently, they ordered the establishment's signature dish, braised steel snake meat. The steel snake, a soul beast, held a special place in Zhang Lan's memory, as it was the first century-old soul beast he had ever encountered. He was quite intrigued by how this particular soul beast had become the inn's culinary highlight. Upon tasting the dish, both found it to be delightful. The steel snake meat was tender and reminiscent of well-stewed beef, rich in flavor and exceptionally succulent. However, it came at a steep price of 1 gold soul coin per serving. Yet, having vanquished numerous soul masters along their journey, they possessed a considerable amount of blood-stained riches, allowing them the luxury to indulge. Chapter 98. A sudden battle the following day. After procuring some essential supplies, Zhang Lan and Ji Suo hastened towards the Douluo Forest. Their pace was swift, and by afternoon, they reached the outskirts of the forest. However, upon arrival, they slowed their advance, for it was not uncommon to encounter a 10,000-year soul beast lurking near the periphery. They proceeded cautiously deeper into the Douluo Forest, as Ji Suo sought to advance to the rank of Soul King, ideally obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring, which predominantly resided in the inner regions of the forest. While walking behind, the somewhat apprehensive Ji Suo was suddenly called out, "Hey, Zhang Lan." Zhang Lan turned in bewilderment to Ji Suo, simultaneously unable to resist inhaling the pristine air deep within the forest. He felt as though every one of his 360 million pores had opened wide. More importantly, the rich soul energy permeated the surroundings. Indeed, within the Douluo Forest, the soul energy was far denser than outside, and the deeper one ventured into the forest, the more potent it became. This phenomenon also elucidated why those formidable soul beasts congregated within the forest's inner sanctum. Ji Suo, covering his forehead, lamented, "Could you please put on your clothes?" Zhang Lan gazed solemnly at the extreme cableway and said, "No, don't you sense it? The soul energy in this forest is considerably more potent." The extreme cableway nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the case, but how does this relate to your disrobing? Removing one's garments will enhance your ability to absorb soul energy." She replied. With a cold smirk, the extreme cableway inquired, "Then why do you not undress outside?" Zhang Lan crossed her arms, noting that the air outside was not as pleasant as that within. While she was indifferent to the gaze of others, she certainly did not relish being regarded as a rare spectacle. Ji Suo shook his head in resignation, aware that he could not persuade Zhang Lan otherwise. Yet, Zhang Lan remarked, "Ji Suo, why don't you take off your clothes and give it a try? I was not mistaken in what I said before. Shedding your garments will indeed enhance your cultivation speed." Ji Suo responded with a cold, derisive laugh. "Zhang Lan stood. ceasing his attempts to gain Ji Sua's approval regarding his rapid cultivation. Secretly, he resolved that after retrieving the soul ring for Ji Sua, he would treat him to a hearty meal, perhaps a couple of cups of water at most, in hopes of altering Ji Sua's perspective. After the two had traveled a short distance, they suddenly crouched down simultaneously, having noticed the presence of others ahead. There were 4 individuals before them. One was seated in meditation before a massive black wolf, absorbing a soul ring. It was evident that the black wolf was a 10,000-year soul beast, with a dark soul ring hovering above its lifeless body. The other 3 individuals surrounded the one absorbing the soul ring, safeguarding him during the process. In Zhang Lan's line of sight, all 4 figures appear to be tinged with a deep crimson hue. Ji Sua turned his gaze toward Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan hesitated for a moment before making a gesture across his throat. The individual dared to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring, which indicated he was at least on the brink of advancing to Soul King, and his companions were undoubtedly formidable, likely belonging to the Soul Sect, or perhaps even the Soul Emperor. Thus, for Zhang Lan and Ji Sua to eliminate these 4 individuals would be perilous. However, the intensity of the crimson hue surrounding Zhang Lan was a rare sight. The only other occasion he had witnessed such a phenomenon was when he destroyed the village of a human trafficker, where the leader bore a similar crimson glow. Beside him, Ji Sua did not hesitate to support Zhang Lan's decision. Initially, Ji Sua had been skeptical about Zhang Lan's intent to eliminate those soul masters. After all, Zhang Lan's assertion that the soul master he had glanced upon was utterly malevolent seemed far-fetched. Yet as time passed, Zhang Lan took great pains to guide Ji Sua in witnessing the heinous acts committed by those adorned with crimson light, seeking evidence of their transgressions. The irrefutable facts and the heart-wrenching plight of those victimized by these soul masters led Ji Sua to a reluctant confirmation of Zhang Lan's extraordinary ability to discern good from evil. Having spent considerable time together, Ji Sua had come to understand Zhang Lan's character. While he could not be deemed a hero who would risk his life to vanquish every evil he encountered, he was indeed a good person who would take action when it was within his means. Subsequently, the two prepared to launch a surprise attack, aiming to eliminate 2 foes swiftly. However, just as they were poised to strike, the remaining 3 adversaries suddenly initiated their assault. The trio consisted of a Soul King wielding a massive blade, another Soul King whose beast spirit manifested as a black wild boar, and an auxiliary Soul Sect member brandishing a 7-tiered small tower as a weapon. Upon catching sight of the 7-tiered tower, Zhang Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. As one of the 7 prominent sects of the Heaven Do Empire, the pagoda was renowned across the continent. Zhang Lan had taken the initiative to familiarize himself with the 7 distinct martial spirits associated with these sects, and he had paid particular attention to the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, which was indeed one of the finest auxiliary martial spirits. It had the capacity to enhance strength, agility, soul power, defense, attack, and amplify its own most potent attribute. The enhancements were substantial. A Soul Sage at level 70 could experience a staggering 70% boost, effectively doubling one's combat prowess. Zhang Lan then observed as the trio simultaneously activated their soul rings to unleash their most potent soul skills, with the 2 Soul Kings charging toward the burly man absorbing the soul ring. This exhilarating turn of events compelled Zhang Lan and Ji Sua, who were preparing to stealthily advance, to remain hidden in the underbrush. The auxiliary Soul Sect members suddenly bellowed. 7 treasures, glazed and brilliant. 7 treasures are renowned. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, skill. Fourth, defense. As his voice resonated, for distinct beams of colorful light simultaneously descended upon the 2 individuals charging towards the elder in the center. Concurrently, the speed, strength, soul power, and defenses of these 2 individuals surged by a remarkable 40%. Both of the Soul Kings unleashed their 5th soul abilities. The beast martial spirit of the black wild boar expanded dramatically, emanating a potent black light that charged with formidable force directly towards the elder. Meanwhile, the large blade, wielded by the other martial spirit, glimmered with a chilling, ghastly white light, leaping into the air and descending with overwhelming momentum upon the robust figure. Previously engaged in absorbing a soul ring, the strong man suddenly opened his eyes, a colossal 2-headed black wolf materializing behind him. In an instant, he vanished from sight, evading the attacks of the 2 Soul Kings, only to reappear behind the Soul Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial spirit, his claws piercing through the Soul Master's chest in a heartbeat. The Soul Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile widened his eyes in shock, turning to gaze behind him. But before he could fully pivot, his head dropped, extinguished of life. The 2 Soul Kings, having expended a tremendous amount of soul power to unleash their abilities. Wore grim expressions as they glanced back at their fallen ally and the companion they had sworn to protect. You absorbed the soul bone first. The Soul King wielding the large blade questioned the robust man, whose 5 soul rings shimmered in white, yellow, purple, and black, indicating his Soul King status. They had all been wanted criminals in the Heaven Do Empire, fleeing to a region beyond its jurisdiction. By chance, the 4 had forged a brotherhood, striving together in this land. The robust man, the strongest among them, had recently ascended to level 60 and had come here to hunt for soul rings, while the other 2 were slightly weaker, at levels 53 and 52. The deceased, albeit the weakest soul master, held a 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit, granting him capabilities that surpassed those of a typical support-type Soul King. For the remaining 3, the ascension of their strongest brother to Soul Sage was indeed a fortuitous development, augmenting their collective strength. Yet, upon slaying the Howling Moon Demon Wolf, it had unexpectedly yielded a soul bone, as this fragment pertains to a leg bone. And considering that the Howling Moon Demon Wolf is an agile attacking spirit beast, alongside the fact that the burly man is also an agile attack-type spirit master, it follows logically that their elder brother, who has exerted the most effort and possesses the greatest strength, should rightfully claim the soul bone. However, the 4 of them are not true brothers. Their union stems from mere coincidence, compounded by the perilous nature of their surroundings, which necessitates solidarity for survival. Faced with the allure of a soul bone, it is implausible that the other 3 would relinquish their claim so easily. They subsequently conspired telepathically, planning to ambush their elder brother during his absorption of the soul ring, intending to kill him and auction the soul bone for profit, which they would then divide among themselves. This led to the earlier scene. Yet, their elder brother was not oblivious to the tendencies of the other 3. While he could not be entirely certain, the likelihood of their treachery weighed heavily on his mind. In this treacherous locale, the paramount rule is to trust no one but oneself. Thus, he opted to absorb the soul bone first. Unlike soul rings, which carry the will of the spirit beast and can retaliate against the spirit master during absorption, potentially leading to backlash or even death, the absorption of a soul bone is considerably more straightforward. Therefore, the elder brother feigned the absorption of the soul ring while secretly consuming the soul bone. Just as he completed this act, the 3 assailants launched their attack. The soul technique bestowed by the absorbed soul bone granted him a 10-fold increase in speed. It was this newfound ability that enabled him to evade the full-force assault from his 2 brothers and directly slay the supportive 4th brother. Without the aid of the 4th brother, the remaining 2nd and 3rd brothers were far less formidable opponents, and he could still retreat if necessary. When questioned by the 2nd brother, the elder brother refrained from answering, instead expressing his outrage. "I have never treated you poorly, yet you would conspire to kill me over a mere soul bone." The 2nd brother, wielding a large blade, sneered, "You hoard the most resources, taking the lion's share of every benefit. And now, you intend to consume the entire soul bone for yourself, offering us a paltry few thousand gold coins? Do you think us beggars? How dare you claim to have treated us fairly?" The 3rd brother, a soul king with a beast martial spirit, interjected disdainfully. "There is no need for further discussion. Let's eliminate him." He expended considerable soul power in defeating the demon wolf, and the soul technique from that soul bone surely drained him further. His reserves must be low. We should strike now and divide the spoils between us. Without granting their elder brother a chance to respond, they charged at him. The elder brother's expression darkened, his gaze turned malevolent, and he resolved to annihilate his 2 treacherous siblings. For if they were to expose his possession of the soul bone upon their exit, given his current strength, he could very well find himself facing death at their hands. Subsequently, the 3 individuals unleashed their full strength, entangled in a fierce struggle. After a brief bout, the robust man's mood shifted to one of alarm and fury. He had expended an excessive amount of soul power during his earlier confrontation with the demon wolf. Although the 2 supposed brothers had aided him against the beast, it was evident they had not exerted themselves fully, as they still retained a significant reserve of soul power. In stark contrast, he, having just unleashed his soul bone skill, was left with less than 1/5 of his soul power. Determined and with steely resolve, he could no longer afford to delay. He abruptly leapt back from the powerful punch of the 3rd brother, sustaining minor injuries but managing to extricate himself from the fray, thus granting him a fleeting opportunity to unleash his 5th soul skill, Spectral Wolf Pursuit. His black soul rings glimmered ominously, elevating his aura considerably, before he erupted with 2 ethereal beams that surged towards the 2nd and 3rd brothers. This was his 5th soul skill, immensely potent, capable of delivering 2 formidable ranged attacks simultaneously. Upon witnessing this familiar soul technique, the second and third brothers' expressions turned grave. Having battled together numerous times, they were well aware of their elder brother's fifth soul skill and its tremendous might. Many soul kings had fallen before this very move. However, the time had come for them to experience its ferocity firsthand. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the two brothers did not dare to relent, each invoking their most powerful soul techniques to counter the assault. Their fifth soul rings also shimmered, activating their own fifth soul skills. Yet, despite both utilizing 1,000-year soul rings, their power paled in comparison to the 10,000-year rings. The two brothers initially withstood the onslaught, but soon they were sent flying, shrieking in agony. Meanwhile, their elder brother's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. The power of his fifth soul skill was indeed formidable, yet it exacted an equally immense toll. He was left utterly drained of soul power. What deepened his despair was the realization that his two brothers had survived. The third brother, spitting blood, rose unsteadily, trudging towards him. Alas, dear brother, it was so close, just a hair's breadth away. However, before he could finish his lament, a massive blade pierced through his abdomen from behind. Thud! The third brother let out a harrowing scream, gasping in shock as he turned to behold his attacker. The second brother wiped the blood from his lips, acknowledging that their elder brother's earlier strike had nearly claimed his life, but ultimately, it had fallen just short. Do not blame me, dear brother. If that soul bone could be of use to me, I would not have considered selling it. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he drew his blade and swung it down, severing the third brother's head from his shoulders. Ignoring the lifeless head that lay on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, he slowly approached his elder brother. Forgive me, brother. This soul bone is mine now. With that, he raised the blade towards his elder brother, who sat helplessly on the ground, unable to retaliate. The Righteous Backstab, Chapter 100. The mystical wind armored mouse in an instant. A sharp dagger pierced through the heart of the second elder. His eyes widened in shock, confusion, and a profound sense of anger and unwillingness etched across his face. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, but the excruciating pain from the fatal wound overwhelmed him. Before he could emit a cry of despair, his body collapsed to the ground, and in his final moments, he beheld the distant gaze of the third elder, mirroring his own unwillingness. Zhang Lan wiped the dagger in his hand and, with keen interest, squatted before the robust man who lay slumped on the ground, devoid of any soul power. I am rather curious. May I pose you a question? Why would a member of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school be found in such a place? The burly man gazed at the youth before him, a strikingly handsome lad capable of captivating millions of hearts, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. At the very least, this boy did not seem to be a malevolent figure. Nonetheless, it was imperative that he respond to the youth's inquiry. Among the 7 great sects, not all individuals were virtuous. Some disciples had committed grievous offenses, and those sects that valued their reputation often expelled or even executed such disciples. It appeared that this fellow had been cast out for some transgression. However, no sooner had the robust man finished speaking than a crossbow bolt pierced his brain. Upon feeling his soul power ascend to the 37th level, Zhang Lan exhaled softly. The towering figure before him, with skin tinged a deep crimson, was certainly not destined to survive. His earlier inquiry had merely stemmed from genuine curiosity, which had now been satisfied. Consequently, he resolved to eliminate the man without hesitation. Had the brute chosen silence, Zhang Lan would have acted similarly, for allowing him to linger could have resulted in an unnecessary struggle, potentially granting the giant a chance to regain his strength or even retaliate. Subsequently, Zhang Lan severed the man's legs, extracting a soul bone from the right femur. Once the bone was meticulously cleaned with clear water, it resembled a piece of exquisite jade, pure and white, with a subtle flow of soul power coursing within. Zhang Lan's eyes glimmered with delight. The soul bone was indeed an exceedingly rare and formidable treasure, a serendipitous find. The least expensive soul bones could fetch tens of thousands of gold coins at auction, yet they were often more valued in theory than in practice. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan had no intention of selling it. They had observed clearly in the thicket that the burly man had exhibited a terrifying burst of speed, presumably granted by this very soul bone. They were nearly certain that it possessed an acceleration soul skill, making it particularly suitable for Jisoo, though he could make use of it as well. After retrieving the soul bone, Zhang Lan did not linger and swiftly departed. As night fell in a clearing within the Stardoe forest, he abruptly halted. Moments later, Jisoo emerged from the woods behind him and reported, "No one is around." Given the extraordinary nature of soul bones, one could never be too cautious, especially after the fierce battle involving the 4 men that had attracted attention. They could be concealed in the grass, and it was equally plausible that others might be lurking in the trees. To err on the side of caution, Zhang Lan had eliminated a target and secured the soul bone before making a rapid exit, with Ji-Su stealthily following behind to ascertain if any other pursuers were in the vicinity. Now, it was evident that their fears had been unfounded. Zhang Lan was pleased with this outcome. However, he did not allow himself to think that his prior actions had been overly cautious. This area was fraught with peril, teeming with ruthless individuals and those who were both cunning and cruel. Therefore, exercising prudence was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Zhang Lan tossed the leg bone from the ring to Ji-Su. Here you go. Ji-Su received the bone, his feelings tumultuous. How should he articulate it? Expected yet beyond reason. Zhang Lan is well acquainted with his own character and demeanor. When confronted with a soul bone that would undoubtedly offer him greater assistance, he readily bestows it upon another. Yet, the ease with which he relinquishes a soul bone, which is considered a treasure by any soul master, stirs a complex mixture of emotions within him. Zhang Lan, perceiving the innermost thoughts of Ji-Su, smiled and said, "There is no need for gratitude. In the future, should I find myself entangled in significant troubles, I hope you refrain from complaints." Ji-Su retorted with a chuckle, "If you ever find yourself in dire straits, I shall undoubtedly give you a good scolding." "How heartless of you! I've changed my mind. Return my soul bone to me," Zhang Lan exclaimed. Ji-Su laughed heartily, settling down on the ground to commence the absorption of the soul bone. Zhang Lan silently stood beside Ji-Su, safeguarding him as he absorbed the soul bone. After half an hour, Ji-Su gradually opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" he inquired. "Let me take a moment to assess," Ji-Su replied. He stood up, leapt a few times, and then swiftly dashed outside, only to return shortly thereafter. "I feel quite remarkable. My leg strength has significantly increased, and my speed has improved by 20%. The soul skill from the soul bone is impressive as well. It allows for a tenfold burst of speed in an instant, albeit at a substantial cost to my soul power. With my current reserves, I could manage to unleash it a maximum of 3 times before exhausting my energy, though realistically, it's unlikely I could even perform it thrice. Moreover, once the leg bone skill is activated, it requires a month for recovery." Ji-Su, with a joyful expression, conveyed to Zhang Lan the immense benefits this leg bone had bestowed upon him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan's expression brightened with joy. The enhancement of his strength would undoubtedly prove beneficial, and he had long contemplated the formation of an organization, requiring formidable allies who would remain loyal. Simultaneously, he resolved internally regarding the type of soul beast he would pursue for his 4th soul ring. Subsequently, the two took turns keeping watch and rested through the night, before embarking on their quest to hunt the desired soul beast. It was not until 2 weeks later that Zhang Lan and his companion finally identified their target, the Xianfeng armored rat, a powerful and rare soul beast that relied on wind manipulation for combat and hunting. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the armadillo Zhang Lan had encountered in his previous life, encased in a formidable, armor-like exoskeleton. Only its head, abdomen, and limbs remained unprotected, but when faced with a formidable adversary, it would curl into a ball, shielding its vulnerable parts with its massive bony armor while enveloping itself in a powerful gust of wind. Not only could it unleash devastating wind blades, but it could also propel itself rapidly in its curled form, dispersing or delaying enemy assaults. Essentially, it was a remarkably challenging soul beast to hunt. According to the comprehensive introduction provided by the master, this particular Xianfeng armored rat had evidently reached the age of 10,000 years, approximately 12,000 years in age. Observing the distant creature, both Zhang Lan and his companion furrowed their brows. After Zhang Lan elaborated on the creature, Ji-Su was equally intrigued. This wind attribute soul beast, with its impressive defensive capabilities, could potentially grant him defensive soul skills, which he currently lacked. Chapter 101. The face-devouring demon spider, Douluo fanfiction. The indomitable soul beast takes the field. However, just as Zhang Lan and Ji-Su were furrowing their brows, contemplating how to vanquish the formidable Su-Nf-Ish, a colossal net suddenly descended from the heavens. The immense black net cascaded downwards, while beneath it lurked the Su-Nf-Ish. Clearly sensing the impending peril, the creature summoned a tempest around its form, unleashing several razor-sharp wind blades that whistled towards the skyward net. Yet, these wind blades merely inflicted slight tears upon the vast net, which remained largely unscathed. However, the threat was not solely from the net above. A menacing beast lunged forth from the side. It sprang from the back of the Su-Nf-Ish, its sharp fangs piercing its right leg in an instant, injecting venom into its body. The Suinf Ish let out a pained cry as a formidable wind blade materialized beside it, swiftly slicing down at the grotesque beast below. This time, the wind blade was a full-force assault from the Suinf Ish, cleaving a substantial crack into the beast's armor, causing it to yelp and release its grip. Seizing the opportunity, the Suinf Ish curled into a ball, unleashing a powerful gust from behind, rolling away like a tumbling wheel. At that moment, the net from above descended, but it fell empty. Zhang Lan and Ji Su, who had witnessed this fleeting skirmish, found themselves drenched in cold sweat as they hid within the underbrush. They both recognized the creature that had erupted from the ground, a gargantuan spider, its body exceeding 1.5 meters in diameter, with 8 elongated legs resembling spears, each over 3 meters in length. Its body was encased in a solid black exoskeleton, and as it had launched its attack on the Suinf Ish, its abdomen had been revealed, adorned with stark white patterns that contrasted sharply with its dark exterior. These white markings formed a grotesque visage, with 8 faintly glowing purple eyes nestled against its lower abdomen, one of which had been shattered, while a crack marred its armor. This evident injury was a result of the Suinf Ish's desperate retaliation. The eerie facial patterns on its abdomen alerted Zhang Lan and Ji Su to the true nature of this creature, the human-faced demon spider. Notorious as a nightmare among smaller soul beasts, a life-devouring entity loathed by all soul beasts, and a fearsome harbinger of death. This creature's power was staggering, its shell incredibly resilient, its speed bizarrely swift, and its 8 legs possessed formidable penetrating strength, accompanied by a lethal venom. More terrifying still was its web, capable of being sprayed with great adhesion. It was remarkably tough and laden with a horrifying neurotoxin. The foremost reason for its notorious reputation lies in the nature of its killings. Unlike other soul beasts that slay merely to satiate hunger or to claim territory, this creature revels in the act of murder itself. It will eradicate any life form weaker than itself, rendering any area it inhabits a forbidden zone for all feeble beings. With such a fearsome notoriety, the human-faced demon spider has garnered a modestly sinister reputation across the continent. Observing the appearance of this creature, it is evident that it is at least a 10,000-year-old soul beast, potentially even reaching 2,000 years. Such a being, even with Zhang Lan and Ji Su unleashing all their hidden powers, could very well spell their demise. Thus, the two could only pale in countenance and silently pray that this monstrosity had not detected their presence. Upon witnessing its prey fleeing after sustaining injury, the human-faced demon spider emitted a furious, shrill screech. It swiftly pivoted, its 8 elongated legs rapidly crossing over the ground, leaving deep impressions as it charged toward Zhang Lan and Ji Su. Simultaneously, the small, luminescent eyes of the creature betrayed a glimmer of rage, clearly marking the two as targets for its wrath. Faced with this audacious adversary, which dared to redirect its fury upon them, the two had no choice but to flee. It was absurd to engage with such a being. There would be no gain, only likely death, either for both or for one of them. How could they possibly encounter such a creature? Zhang Lan sprinted furiously, his voice laced with agitation as he shouted, "How am I supposed to know? Moreover, it seems we cannot outrun it." Extreme suavore assimilarly anguished expression. He turned his head to glance behind, only to see the distance between himself and the monstrous spider shrinking alarmingly. Frightened, he quickened his pace and silently activated his first and second soul skills to create distance from Zhang Lan. Strangely, however, he persistently jabbed his long blade into the ground as he ran. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Lan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. She berated Ji Su. "You wretched creature, how could you abandon me after I entrusted you with such a precious soul bone?" In response, Ji Su defiantly raised his middle finger at Zhang Lan, then continued to sprint ahead, plunging his long knife into the ground, creating a series of deep pits. The humanoid spider behind them seemed to comprehend their exchange, its eyes gleaming with mockery, and it quickened its pace. Within mere seconds, it reached Zhang Lan's rear, its sharp spider legs poised to strike like a spear. However, it failed to notice that Ji Su's speed had begun to wane, merely a meter ahead of Zhang Lan. At that moment, one of its legs unexpectedly landed in a deep pit, while it typically created small depressions in the ground as it walked. This sudden encounter with a pit over a meter deep caused it to lose its balance. In that instant, both Ji Su and Zhang Lan, who had been watching intently, turned around. Finally, it stepped into one. Ji Su roared, exhilarated, as he activated his third soul skill. His body became a blur, and, with a flash of light, His long knife was drawn. The silver gleam momentarily dazzled the humanoid spider, alerting it to the impending danger. Its body tilted to the side due to the earlier misstep. With its legs thrust forward like spears, it opened its mouth, disregarding its waning soul power, attempting to unleash its yet-to-recover web. Yisu, seeing the web about to be released, furrowed his brow and subtly altered the trajectory of his long knife. In a swift motion, the blade struck. The spider's speed was insufficient to allow it to release its web before Jisu's knife met its mark, creating a gaping wound that extended from its jaw to its head. The web it was about to expel was swallowed back as its mouth became mangled. But at that same moment, its two sharp legs, glimmering with a dark aura, lunged towards Jisu. In a critical moment, Zhang Lan raised her massive shield. Arriving just in time, the shield, empowered by her strength, unleashed a force of 1,000 pounds, sending the humanoid spider crashing backward, its exoskeleton fracturing under the impact. Chapter 102. Fishing. Zhang Lan and Jisoo hurriedly fled without a moment's pause. Despite the significant injuries sustained by the faceless spider, its threat remained formidable. Should either of them fall victim to its venomous touch, their lack of antidotes or the knowledge to concoct them would seal their fates. Moreover, even if they succeeded in slaying the faceless spider, it would yield no advantage for them. Although its soul ring was potent, it was ill-suited for Jisoo, and while Zhang Lan coveted its venom, its efficacy was fleeting. Even when stored in a vial, it would lose its potency within a month, rendering it no different from ordinary water. Thus, they opted for a strategic retreat, redirecting their course towards the path taken by the fleeing Gale armored mouse. Given that the Gale armored mouse had been bitten by the faceless spider, it was likely succumbing to the effects of the venom, perhaps languishing in a weakened state, awaiting its demise. Once the faceless spider managed to rise again, it found only an empty landscape where Zhang Lan and Jisoo had been, its rage manifesting in furious shrieks as it recklessly destroyed the surrounding trees. The Gale armored mouse's trail was easily discernible. The gust it left in its wake had wreaked havoc upon the vegetation. Following the path of destruction, the two soon discovered the Gale armored mouse, lamenting on the ground. Gone was its previous vitality. It lay dejectedly, emitting feeble cries. Its right leg oozed dark blood, and its body was tainted black, a clear indication that the venom was spreading rapidly. In less than a quarter of an hour, it would meet its end. With a heavy sigh, Jisoo approached, gripping his long blade. With a swift motion, the tip of the knife pierced the mouse's eye and penetrated its brain, granting it a merciful death devoid of suffering. Almost immediately, a black soul ring began to rise slowly from its lifeless form, suspended in the air. Zhang Lan addressed Jisoo. "I shall safeguard you." Jisoo nodded in acknowledgement, and then commenced the absorption of his soul rings. Fortunately, during this period, no soul beasts or soul masters appeared. After half an hour, Jisoo gradually opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he summoned his martial spirit. 5 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, gently floated around him. Congratulations were in order. Zhang Lan approached the extreme cableway. "Thank you." A mere verbal expression of gratitude seemed rather insincere. "Please allow me to treat you to a grand feast." "Very well, Brother Ji." A month later, in Qinglong City, a remarkably handsome youth, possessing an elegant and striking appearance, strolled down the street alongside another formidable and fierce-looking young man. Both bare-chested. Adorning their waists were numerous gold ornaments and precious stones, while their garments exuded unmistakable signs of opulence, under the dual allure of their striking looks and wealth. The street, lined with blacksmith shops and equipment stores, suddenly attracted a throng of young women and older ladies. Within the gaze of these two young men, the women often appeared flushed, their heads bowed as if purchasing items within shops, though the items they gazed upon were often beyond their reach, a prime example being a 200-pound spike club. Meanwhile, the older ladies cast flirtatious glances in the direction of the two youths. It goes without saying, these two young men were none other than Zhang Lan and Jisoo. What? You wonder how Jisoo could be bare-chested? Wasn't he supposed to treat Zhang Lan to a grand meal last month? Surely, a grand feast necessitates the consumption of wine. Is it so surprising that Jisoo and Zhang Lan emerged in such a state after indulging in drink? However, the two individuals are not engaged in performance art at present. Rather, they are fishing. Indeed, they are fishing, but the catch consists of soul masters. This Qinglong City can be considered a relatively tranquil small town amidst the chaos of the surrounding area. The town is ruled by a titled Douluo of a 92nd rank, whose martial spirit is a green jade python. 10 years ago, he arrived in this tumultuous town, purging the local tyrants and establishing himself as the mayor, implementing numerous regulations. Under the weight of his formidable power, the town became peaceful and serene, at least free from soul masters clashing within its borders. Simultaneously, the bandits within a 100-mile radius were ruthlessly eliminated by him. Once a hub plagued by robbers, this town began to flourish. As merchants who had previously diverted their trade routes due to the rampant banditry resumed their business along this path. With the arrival of numerous merchant caravans, this once small town rapidly prospered, now recognized as the 7th place in this chaotic region to be deemed a city. Nevertheless, beneath the surface tranquility of this city lies a festering underbelly of filth and corruption. A human trafficking organization targeting children, women, and charming young boys operates within this city. The reason for Jisuo and Zhang Lan's presence here is tied to an incident that occurred a week prior, involving a mother who, in her desperate search for her child, traversed this chaotic area with her dog, nearly falling victim to an emaciated beggar. Her ability to travel such a distance without any means of protection was a stroke of luck, but fortune does not favor the non-protagonist indefinitely. One fateful night, a starving beggar, desperate for the dry biscuit in her hand, raised a stone and struck her on the head. Had it not been for Zhang Lan and Jisuo fortuitously passing by, that mother would have met her demise. After rescuing her, the anguish of her missing child, the perils of their journey, and the brush with death shattered the woman's spirit. She cried out in despair, repeatedly calling her child's name, the dog she had brought along. Mistaking Zhang Lan and Jisuo for threats to its beloved owner, stood protectively in front of her, growling and baring its fangs in an attempt to intimidate the two figures that instilled such fear within it. Jisuo, embodying the essence of a good Samaritan, could not abandon this distraught woman. Upon witnessing her plight, he felt compelled to assist this middle-aged woman, who was emotionally overwhelmed. The two distanced themselves slightly to calm the agitated dog, patiently waiting for the woman to regain her composure before inquiring about her home, intending to escort her back. The grieving mother, through her tears, lamented that her home was lost and her child was gone. Once she began to speak, she could not cease. The pain and despair within her poured forth in a torrent of words, revealing the circumstances that had led them here. Thus, the duo, accompanied by the loyal dog, made their way to this small city. Following the scent left by its young master, the devoted dog guided Zhang Lan and Jisuo to Qinglong City, where they understood the need to respect the rules established by the city's powerful mayor. Consequently, they were compelled to devise alternative strategies. For instance, they planned to display their wealth and appearance, seeking an opportunity to casually mention their impending departure and destination while under the watchful eyes of those covertly observing them. Prior to this, their intentions to leave had reached the ears of the organization they sought to infiltrate. Now, the duo aimed to procure some items while simultaneously enhancing their facade as plump targets for the lurking predators. Chapter 103, Jisuo's Dark Past. The two individuals meandered for a while before entering a weapons shop, which was the establishment openly operated by that organization. Zhang Lan gazed at the familiar crossbow adorning the wall, inquiring, "How much does this cost?" What had initially seemed like a simple venture into a black market unexpectedly conjured a flood of military memories within him. The power of this contraption was formidable, rivaling even the third soul skills of ordinary soul masters, particularly those with a yellow third soul ring. A cheerful attendant hurried over, beaming with delight. "Esteemed guest, you possess exquisite taste. This item can be regarded as our prized possession, boasting immense power. In the Empire, such an artifact would typically cost no less than 500 gold soul coins. However, here, we offer exceptional quality at a mere 400 gold soul coins." Zhang Lan cast a glance at the grinning fellow, whose entire being exuded a ruddy hue, and took note of him. His assertion held some merit. Within the confines of the Empire, acquiring such weaponry would indeed demand 500 gold soul coins. However, in this lawless and chaotic zone, such contrivances would fetch no more than 200 gold coins at most. Nevertheless, Zhang Lan had come here to play the part of the unsuspecting sheep. Thus, a flicker of delight crossed his visage as he retrieved a pouch of gold soul coins from his ring. Upon witnessing Zhang Lan produce the coins, the attendant's smile grew even more genuine. "Having encountered a band of robbers en route, where my guards perished to shield me, having this individual around would certainly enhance my safety." Zhang Lan gently caressed the crossbow hanging on the wall, murmuring softly. His whispers, however, were fortuitously overheard by his companion nearby. "Very well, I shall take this. It costs 400 gold soul coins." Zhang Lan retrieved 100 golden soul coins from his pouch and placed them into his ring, subsequently handing the pouch to a nearby attendant. The attendant casually glanced into the pouch, noting its contents were entirely composed of gold coins. After weighing it in his hand, He broke into a broad smile and retrieved the powerful crossbow, presenting it to me. Esteemed guest, this is the weapon you requested. Please hold on for a moment while I fetch some crossbow bolts from the back. Ah, splendid. Zhang Lan nodded, stowing the powerful crossbow into his ring. A faint smile gracing his lips, suggesting his satisfaction with the transaction. A few minutes later, the shopkeeper approached, presenting the crossbow bolts into Zhang Lan's hands. Zhang Lan took the item and placed it directly into the ring. 2 minutes later, she emerged from the shop with a smile, and the shopkeeper also appeared quite pleased. Finally, he had hooked a big fish. Both exchanged smiles as they departed, each harboring similar thoughts. Outside the shop, Jisoo waited for Zhang Lan to come out, and together they returned to the inn. 2 days later, they departed from Qinglong City. However, in their wake, a group of opportunistic individuals followed suit. Would they fall for the trap? Jisoo inquired of Zhang Lan. If the two of us were wealthy, yet coincidentally unfortunate enough to be without guards and defenseless, would such predators not come to feast upon us? What would they then be if not mere thugs? Zhang Lan remarked, casting a glance at Jisoo before continuing. Even if our initial plan falters, we have a backup. Jisoo, taken aback, inquired, what is this backup? You could sacrifice a bit of your lure to seduce the daughter of the Qinglong City Lord. She is quite infatuated with you. Once you become the son-in-law of the Qinglong City Lord, eliminating that underground organization would be a mere trifle. Moreover, you would gain a formidable father-in-law with the title of Douluo, allowing you to navigate this realm with unparalleled authority. Jisoo's complexion turned ashen at the thought. The memory of the Qinglong City Lord's daughter flooded his mind. As bait, both Zhang Lan and Jisoo had donned masks of charming handsomeness. Yet, during one of Jisoo's solitary outings to procure daily necessities, he fortuitously encountered the daughter of the Qinglong City Lord. She resembled her martial spirit, possessing a physique as robust as a python. At that moment, Jisoo, bare-chested and adorned with 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, showcased a perfect physique complemented by well-defined pectorals, all while wearing a mask meticulously crafted by Palia, inspired by countless handsome men. In an instant, he captivated the attention of the Qinglong City Lord's daughter, who fell for him at first sight, had it not been for the 2 months of training under Zhang Lan's tutelage, during which Jisoo had honed his audacious and unscrupulous skills, combined with his exceptional speed as a soul king of the agility type. He might have found himself preparing for a wedding within a week. Following that encounter, Jisoo resumed wearing his rugged and fierce mask, while Zhang Lan jested at his expense for an extended period. In retaliation, the next day, Jisoo deliberately passed by the Qinglong City Lord's daughter with Zhang Lan, only to find her utterly unfazed, engrossed in searching for her newfound infatuation from that day. After returning that day, Zhang Lan laughed heartily while patting his belly and exclaimed, "She truly loves you. You should just give in to her. Ha ha, this is killing me, ha ha hick." Jisoo felt that this was the darkest chapter of his life. Confronted with Zhang Lan's evident mockery, Jisoo brandished a banana and said to him, "Would you care for a banana?" Zhang Lan cast a bewildered glance at Jisoo, clearly perplexed by the fact that not only did Jisoo refrain from retaliating against him, but he also offered him fruit. However, without waiting for Zhang Lan's response, Jisoo retrieved a banana from his bag and proceeded to peel it. Without uttering a word, Jisoo forcefully thrust the banana into Zhang Lan's nostril, simultaneously growling, "Eat. Gulme. Eat the banana, Plan B, the Lord's daughter. Eat the banana, you scoundrel." Naturally, such a large banana could not fully fit into Zhang Lan's nostril. Yet due to Jisoo's violent actions, a portion of it was forcibly inserted into Zhang Lan's nose. Zhang Lan, unwilling to yield, desperately employed her left hand to thwart Jisoo while retrieving a lemon from a ring to thrust into his eyes. "Eat this lemon, cough, cough, cough. You should partake as well. Perhaps if it weren't for the individuals behind them who could no longer restrain themselves and charge forth, the two might have perished together." "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Zhang Lan, trembling with trepidation, held the powerful crossbow aimed at the individuals who had suddenly emerged. Then, he recognized a familiar face from 2 days prior, the shopkeeper. "It's you." Zhang Lan's eyes widened in fury, his handsome face contorting slightly with rage. The shopkeeper, however, was not one to engage in idle chatter. He was a villain of few words but great menace. He sneered at Zhang Lan before waving his hand dismissively, commanding, "Seize them. Do not harm them, especially that good-looking fellow. He has potential to fetch a handsome price." Yet, some of his subordinates seemed confused by their boss's intent. "Boss, is it him?" one of them inquired, perplexed. The shopkeeper pointed at Zhang Lan and retorted, "Yes, the handsome one. Are you blind? Get moving." One of his subordinates, whose face was marred with pockmarks, muttered in confusion, "I think he's just average, not even as handsome as me." Nevertheless, his men dared not hesitate. Rushing toward Zhang Lan and Ji Suo. Chapter 104. Underhanded tactics as the traffickers greedily charged forward, believing they could easily subdue the two prime targets before them. Those targets suddenly transformed into ferocious tigers. Ji Suo's 5 spirit rings shimmered as he gripped his long knife, his figure flashing like lightning, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan brandished an enormous shield, wielding it with the ease of a mere stick. Its massive weight akin to that of a city wall. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the shield were sent flying, their anguished cries echoing, and the blood they spilled made it clear they would not survive. Witnessing the massacre of his men at the hands of a spirit king and a spirit elder, the traffickers' leader's expression darkened. Two formidable adversaries. It seems we've walked into a trap today, but underestimating us would be a grave mistake. Eliminate them both. With his teeth clenched, he signaled his remaining subordinates to charge, revealing their own spirit rings. 1 spirit king, 2 spirit elders, and 7 spirit masters. This was merely a fraction of their organization's strength. Many comrades remained in the city, absent from this operation. However, Zhang Lan and Ji Suo felt no fear in the face of these 10 spirit masters. For both of them, having faced numerous foes beyond their level in recent times, encountering tough opponents had merely enriched their combat experience. Ji Suo aimed to dispatch the Spirit King, leaving the rest to Zhang Lan. Thus, he unsheathed his blade, unleashing his first and second spirit abilities as he surged towards the opposing Spirit King. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan fortified himself with a protective shield and swiftly donned his heavy armor, transforming into a formidable human tank, ready to face the oncoming spirit elders and masters. Would they dare to confront the might of a heavily armored warrior wielding a colossal shield? The swift strikes of the agile attack-type Spirit Masters? The binding vines of the control-type Spirit Masters? Utterly futile. Once a humanoid tank, weighing 900 pounds, commenced its charge. No attack-type Spirit King could hope to halt its advance. The attack-type Spirit Masters unleashed their 3rd and 4th spirit abilities, their bodies swelling several times, akin to small mountains, as they crashed toward Zhang Lan. Yet, it was as if a toy car had collided with a truck. They were immediately sent reeling, blood spewing forth, collapsing to the ground. The agile attack-type Spirit Master activated their 4th spirit ability, transforming into a shadow that swiftly appeared behind Zhang Lan. With a dagger dripping with venomous black liquid, reminiscent of serpent's fangs, they lunged at Zhang Lan's nape, only for the blade to ricochet off the heavy iron armor, sparking a cascade of sparks. The control-type Spirit Master's vines shimmered with a cerulean glow, attempting to ensnare Zhang Lan, but as soon as the vines coiled around him, they were torn asunder by the immense force generated by his charge. Other Spirit Masters faced Zhang Lan's onslaught with either evasive maneuvers or direct confrontation. Those who evaded managed to escape, while those who braved the impact found themselves sprawled on the ground. In a mere exchange, nearly half of these Spirit Masters lay defeated. The formidable Beast Spirit Master and an unprepared Support Spirit Master, along with a defensive Spirit Master shielding their ally, were all crushed by Zhang Lan's relentless tank-like assault. With his current strength, even Spirit Kings, unable to withstand his might, posed no threat. Furthermore, donning his gear amplified his impact by an additional 50%. This spectacle nearly caused the trafficker's leader to spew blood in rage. Witnessing the swift demise of so many key members from the organization he had painstakingly assembled. Subsequently, he activated his martial spirit, revealing 6 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black, a testament to his prowess as a formidable soul emperor. A colossal bull manifested behind him, horns sprouting from his head as his physique expanded dramatically. Yet, instead of charging toward the more powerful Jisoo, he, with bloodshot eyes, surged toward Zhang Lan. This was not folly, but rather the wisdom of a seasoned warrior forged through countless battles. The seemingly elusive, agile attack-type Spirit King might not be easily subdued, and although his subordinates could not eliminate the agile attack-type Spirit King in the short term, the latter posed no threat to his men either. Thus, the priority was to eliminate this armored Spirit Master, who had dispatched 3 of his subordinates in a single encounter, one of whom was significantly stronger than the armored one. Cursing under his breath, he became increasingly resolute in his intention to eliminate this armored Spirit Master. In this realm, there was never a shortage of prodigies. Countless so-called geniuses have perished here, those towering trees that rapidly sprouted from the greenhouse, now bowing before the insidious methods of the wild grass that thrived in the filth. At this moment, Zhang Lan found himself ensnared in a conundrum. Upon realizing that this muscular brute was beyond his strength, the traffickers unveiled an array of sinister tactics. Armed with barbed fishing nets, chili powder, fetid poison, and a nauseating, unidentifiable viscous substance, they advanced towards Zhang Lan with these peculiar implements extracted from their backpacks. The enormous fishing net ensnared Zhang Lan. Although the barbs failed to pierce his armor and he easily tore the net asunder, it nonetheless impeded his movement momentarily. The subsequent onslaught of chili powder rendered his eyes nearly shut, while the foul, unknown toxin, though partially shielded by his armor, emanated a stench reminiscent of ancient pickled fish. Centuries-old stinky tofu and wartime herring, threatening to suffocate him and disrupt his composure. The viscous substance clung to the gaps in his helmet, blinding him further. As Zhang Lan struggled to wipe away the putrid goo, two beast spirit soul masters ensnared him with a heavy iron chain. In that fleeting moment of helplessness, the Soul Emperor, adorned with 6 floating soul rings and eyes ablaze with fury, circled behind him and struck with the violent force of his double horns, sending Zhang Lan hurtling across the distance. The sheer ferocity of the impact propelled him several dozen meters away. Had it not been for the formidable armor bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong, the resilience of his reinforced shield, and the tenacity of his physical form, he would have already sought reunion with his departed kin. Zhang Lan. In the distance, Ji Su, witnessing the Soul Emperor's treacherous assault, was instantly consumed by rage. Ignoring his immediate adversary, his 5th soul ring flashed suddenly. An invisible gale enveloped his being, and the brilliance of his 3rd and 4th soul skills ignited with fervor. Like a thunderbolt, his figure traversed 100 meters in an instant, a silver streak cutting through the air as the tempest surged forth, transforming sheer speed into unrestrained power. When a tangible object reaches a certain velocity, it inevitably carries formidable force, which in turn unleashes unparalleled destruction. Chapter 105, Supersonic Slash. Speed is power. These words, once imparted to him by Zhang Lan, echoed in his mind, indelibly etched within. To forsake all and pursue absolute velocity brings forth immense destructive capability. Supersonic Slash. With trembling hands, he coldly sheathed his long sword and softly uttered the name of his technique. 2 months prior, after unleashing this move under the protection of Zhang Lan's reinforced shield, he had nearly perished. However, now, having activated his 5th soul skill, despite feeling some pain and discomfort in his body, the difference compared to the near-fatal experience was akin to that of heaven and earth. Did it feel as if his body had collided with a wall? Would his body inexplicably ignite? Although Zhang Lan cannot fully elucidate this phenomenon, he is certainly a man who has triumphed over the harrowing challenges of his final year and successfully ascended to a prestigious university. He inherently understands the underlying causes of this occurrence. When the speed of Jisuoi reaches the speed of sound, the invisible gases transform into a tangible form, igniting his body due to the friction with the air. This is attributed to the abundance of gas in front of Jisuo. However, what if the gas ahead is sparse? In such a scenario, it is inevitable that both friction and resistance will diminish. Therefore, a critical consideration arises: how to create a rarefied atmosphere before Jisuo. After prolonged contemplation, Zhang Lan arrived at a conclusion. Wind. People often experience difficulty in breathing during windy days because strong winds displace a significant portion of the gases in the air, rendering it thin. This is precisely why Zhang Lan and Jisuo spent several weeks in the Stardow Forest in pursuit of the soul beast, known as the Xianfeng Armored Mouse. It is also the reason they disregarded the gravely injured person ensnared by the demon spider, focusing solely on chasing the Xianfeng Armored Mouse. Their goal was to acquire Jisuo's 5th soul skill, enabling him to manipulate fierce winds. While Jisuo's martial soul is wind, his control over it has been insufficient. Perhaps it could induce mild respiratory challenges or hinder ordinary individuals, but it is inadequate for someone like Jisuo, who aims to exceed supersonic speeds. Therefore, he must rely on a soul skill to compensate. A formidable 10,000-year soul ring signifies a powerful soul skill. Upon activating his 5th soul skill, Jisuo, under his own command, can fill the space before him with an immensely strong gale, thereby rendering the air ahead exceedingly thin, alleviating the previously fatal issues he faced. Now, it is undeniably evident that Zhang Lan's initial hypothesis has proven successful. Zhang Lan took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he removed his iron armor. Upon examining the 2 fist-sized dents on the armor, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Though the material of this armor remained a mystery, its resilience was beyond question. Even a powerful crossbow capable of piercing through Zhang Lan's 2nd soul skill left no mark on it. Simultaneously, Zhang Lan felt immense gratitude towards the designer of this remarkable armor. The armor featured a unique design whereby certain seemingly superfluous grooves and embellishments would engage when the waist or joints of the wearer approached their maximum range of motion. This ingenious mechanism prevented any excess bending or twisting. For instance, in a recent encounter, the Soul Emperor had struck Zhang Lan squarely in the lower back. The tremendous force creating an impact that could have easily resulted in a fracture. However, the armor's design allowed Zhang Lan's lower back to bend at a 45-degree angle before being restrained, averting a potentially catastrophic injury. "I told you, you wretched creature. You will not perish so easily," Jisuo remarked, his words laced with venom yet tinged with relief. Faced with the haughty demeanor of his companion, the ever-sharp-tongued Zhang Lan offered no retort. Indeed, Jisuo had saved his life just moments ago. Had the Soul Emperor pressed his assault further, Zhang Lan would have been doomed. Moreover, Jisuo had risked his own safety to unleash that powerful strike. Zhang Lan's previous concept ultimately remains a theory, and often, theory diverges significantly from reality. This technique, Jisuo, has yet to be tested. Should there be flaws in Zhang Lan's hypothesis, Jisuo would undoubtedly face demise without Zhang Lan's protection. Nevertheless, Jisuo employed that move without hesitation moments ago. "You take a rest. I shall handle the rest." Zhang Lan removed all his armor and spoke to Jisuo. Jisuo, with a wry smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, at such speed, he had suffered no harm. It could only be described as the transition from the sensation of colliding with an iron wall to that of a wooden one. Now his body was in agony, every part of him aching intensely, and his soul power was nearly depleted. Whether it was his fifth, fourth, or third soul skill, each was remarkably potent. However, the formidable nature of these skills often came with a significant drawback: consumption. The more powerful the soul skill, the greater the energy it required. After unleashing a series of techniques, coupled with the need to withstand the impact of that extreme speed, he had been channeling his soul power to mitigate the invisible damage, which simultaneously drained a substantial amount of his energy. At this moment, he truly had little soul power left. Zhang Lan twisted her neck and drew a powerful crossbow from her ring, effortlessly dispatching the fleeing soul master. In that fleeting moment, she witnessed her leader's formidable prowess, as both the Soul King and the Soul Sect companions were swiftly annihilated. The two remaining Soul Masters, bereft of courage to continue the fight, succumbed to despair and fled recklessly, driven by the instinct to survive. However, the exposed backs of the fleeing Soul Masters offered no refuge from the lethal precision of Zhang Lan's crossbow. Now, only one Soul Master remained on the battlefield. The earlier Soul King, alongside the agile Soul Sect member and the Soul Emperor, all lay lifeless in a gruesome tableau, their heads severed and blood spilling forth. As yet another fleeing ally fell to a bolt, the last Soul Master, stripped of dignity, knelt upon the ground. "I surrender. Spare me. I possess invaluable information. I am privy to many secrets. I know the financial reports of my leader and their team, and I can offer you 300 gold soul coins." At this moment, Zhang Lan paid no heed to him. Aside from the few Soul Masters, there were still dozens of ordinary individuals present, observing the human traffickers, who were surrounded by a flickering crimson light. Zhang Lan naturally showed no mercy. Whether they attempted to flee or surrendered like the one who had just knelt, he executed them all without hesitation. In just 10 minutes, Zhang Lan returned from the pursuit of the fleeing traffickers, his body drenched in blood, resembling a fearsome Azura, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The outcome of the chase was, of course, complete annihilation. Zhang Lan's dual shoes were soaked in blood, each step producing an eerie sound. Ultimately, Zhang Lan stood before the last remaining spirit sovereign. Gazing at the bloodied boots before him, the spirit sovereign's face turned ashen and his body trembled like a sieve. Zhang Lan gazed coldly at the survivor, radiating a crimson glow, and declared, "I require your assistance. I would gladly face 1,000 deaths, my lord." The Soul Master trembled as he gritted his teeth and exerted every ounce of strength to comply. Chapter 106. Yakes in a courtyard of a merchant association within Azure Dragon City. Towering stone walls encircled the area, preventing anyone inside from escaping. The anguished cries emanating from the courtyard deterred onlookers from lingering nearby. Such occurrences were commonplace in Azure Dragon City. Despite the city's ruler establishing regulations to penalize those whose private conflicts disrupted the peace, the chaos of this neutral territory rendered strict adherence to order, akin to that of an imperial capital, implausible. When the individual whom Zhang Lan spared led him to this location, the fate of the human traffickers within the courtyard was already sealed. with none possessing the strength of a soul king. Escape from the encirclement of Zhang Lan and Jisoo was utterly impossible, especially with an unexpected ally aiding them. You vile wretches wallowing in filth. How dare you exploit women? You are the scum of the earth. He spat. This is an affront to dogs. You are mere refuse that crawled out from the depths of a cesspit. May you perish. The repulsive insults flowed forth, targeting those who dared to mistreat beautiful women. Zhang Lan found himself in awe of this unexpected companion, whose unrelenting diatribe had not ceased for a moment since the conflict began, displaying an impressive array of venomous language that left both Zhang Lan and Jisoo keeping a respectful distance. As Zhang Lan and Jisoo prepared to take action at midnight, they discovered that someone had already struck first. A towering, muscle-bound man, with a head resembling an egg, bellowed with a voice akin to a trumpet, cursing as he forcefully subdued the human traffickers and soul masters within the courtyard. However, being but a solitary figure, he soon realized that the traffickers, recognizing the threat he posed, sought to flee, especially since their leader had taken nearly a third of their comrades away and had yet to return. Although the massive stone wall erected by the bald giant confined the courtyard, it primarily served to trap ordinary individuals. The soul masters quickly unleashed their techniques, allowing them to escape. At that moment, Zhang Lan and Jisoo made their entrance, and a hapless adversary, unable to evade, was sent crashing into the stone wall by Zhang Lan's powerful strike, hurtling dozens of meters away. The crossbow bolt released by Zhang Lan rendered the exposed soul venerable utterly worthless. The speed of Jisoo, combined with his prowess as a soul king, transformed the encounter with these soul venerables and soul masters into a veritable slaughter. However, he opted not to kill them outright, but to incapacitate them one by one, leaving Zhang Lan to deliver the final blows. The remaining two soul masters, realizing that fleeing would only hasten their demise, retreated into the room, resorting to leveraging the captives they had abducted through various nefarious means to coerce Zhang Lan and his companions. In truth, they succeeded to some extent, confronted with the terrified, trembling children and young girls held hostage by the human traffickers. Zhang Lan and Jisoo were understandably hesitant to act impulsively. As for the demands of the two soul masters to release them, Zhang Lan and Jisoo, momentarily moved by the plight of the innocent captives, contemplated acquiescing, intending to let the two escape, believing they could later expend more time tracking them down. Yet, in such a chaotic environment, if these two managed to flee, Zhang Lan harbored no absolute confidence in capturing them again. The actions of the imposing figure before them were indeed enlightening for Zhang Lan and Jisoo. With a physique reminiscent of a bear, he positioned himself at the entrance, effectively blocking it. The odorless calming incense, burning nearby, further obstructed their escape. Thus, the current standoff ensued. This burly man unleashed a torrent of invectives, having thoroughly insulted the lineage of the two soul masters, only to repeat the process with renewed vigor. The two soul masters, though their faces flushed with indignation, found themselves lacking the courage to charge at the trio who had swiftly dispatched 7 of their comrades, including 2 formidable soul lords. Additionally, they clung to the hope that their leader would return, resulting in a stalemate. As minutes passed, the 2 soul venerables began to feel unwell, their heads spinning. After spending so long in this region, if they were unable to discern the cause of their malaise, it would be a dismal failure. They quickly resolved to eliminate their hostages, firmly believing that the 3 would not let them go. And it appeared their anticipated reinforcements were not forthcoming. If they were to meet their end, they would at least take a few down with them. With steely resolve, they prepared to strike. However, at that moment, 2 sudden stone walls erupted from the ground, intercepting their blades and isolating them from their captives. Accompanied by a flash of silver light and the charge of a figure clad in iron armor, the 2 soul venerables soon lay lifeless upon the ground. "Are you all right?" Zhang Lan, Jisoo, and the imposing figure of a robust man smiled gently, offering comfort to the terrified hostages within. The sobs of the frightened girls and children erupted upon witnessing the trio's tender smiles, as they rushed forward to embrace the handsome Zhang Lan and the strikingly powerful, yet still charming Jisoo. Meanwhile, the unattractive and fearsome demeanor of the sturdy man went unnoticed, causing his smile to falter. Just as despair began to settle in his heart, a soft figure enveloped him in a warm embrace. Gazing down at the delicate face, pale and pure, marked by tear streaks reminiscent of a fragile little creature, his heart melted with an overwhelming urge to protect her. Could it be that at last, Yakes, the sturdy man, had won the affection of a beautiful girl? Thoughts of past vows echoed in his mind. Promises of devotion in the next life, pledges of marriage, expressions of gratitude for being a good person. Tears welled up as he realized the truth of the narratives he'd read. He had been mistaken in believing that only the handsome could attract the affections of women. The tale of a hero rescuing a damsel, who in turn falls for her savior, could indeed unfold, regardless of the hero's appearance, as long as his heart radiated beauty. Chapter 107. Yake's Blood and Tears the Soft. Androgynous voice of the girl in his arms intensified Yake's tenderness towards her fragility. Simultaneously, his anger towards the despicable traffickers surged, wishing to rend their bodies into pieces. He felt a pang of regret for the girl's flat chest, but quickly dismissed such thoughts, realizing that perhaps this only added to her charm. Why should a girl be condemned for having an Adam's apple? Thank you, kind sir, she wept. If it weren't for you, I would have been sold into slavery tomorrow. Slavery? Yakes raised his head, determination in his eyes. Do not cry, Yakes. It's merely a temporary setback. Soon, beautiful and lovely girls will recognize your worth. This world is filled with beauty, and eventually, someone will be drawn to the beauty of your heart. In the depths of his heart, Yakes silently reassured himself. Yet the blood tears at the corners of his eyes betrayed his anguish. The 4 children in this courtyard, along with 4 girls and a boy who was even more endearing than the girls, were all high-value captives, specifically confined here by human traffickers. Each of them possessed the qualifications of a soul master, which translated to a significant monetary worth. Certain individuals, endowed with unique martial souls, indeed enjoyed an exquisite advantage in appearance, particularly when their martial souls manifested attributes such as animal ears or tails, captivating certain gentlemen of noble birth who were willing to pay handsomely for such allure. Conversely, those possessing such beautiful and charming martial souls but lacking in strength were viewed by some as mere gold. Furthermore, the talented children, not yet 10 years old, were regarded as promising seeds by various sects or organizations, nurtured from a young age for their loyalty and potential to become the backbone of the organization in the future, making any investment in them worthwhile. Thus, these children endowed with soul power and those strikingly handsome individuals with unique martial souls naturally became the focal point of attention for these traffickers. After a thorough discussion with the robust man, Zhang Lan and his companions resolved to return the unfortunate captives to their homes, while those without a home would be taken to Li Yu's residence. Li Yu, the charming young lad, turned out to be a formidable spirit master. Though his powers were somewhat lacking, he possessed a modicum of wealth and resided in this city. His misfortune stemmed from accidentally witnessing the leader of the human trafficking organization incapacitating a girl, the very one who had just fallen into Zhang Lan's embrace, which led to his own subsequent incapacitation by the same leader. Naturally, this decision was based on the individual's own wishes. If they were unwilling, Zhang Lan and his companions would not impose. Nevertheless, the remaining 2, who were left homeless, also found refuge in Li Yu's abode. This experience imparted a profound understanding of the treacherous nature of society, particularly in this region, where solidarity proved far superior to solitude. After ensuring the well-being of these individuals, Zhang Lan and his companions unearthed a plethora of valuable items, with the discovery of several military crossbows eliciting an exuberant grin from Zhang Lan. The subsequent findings, including tens of thousands of gold coins and various precious antiques and curios, were all taken by the trio. With matters resolved, they bid farewell with Yakes, clutching his share of the spoils, addressing Zhang Lan and Ji Suo before preparing to depart. Zhang Lan gazed at the imposing figure before him, radiating a brilliant white light, and felt a spark of interest in recruiting a companion. Would you care to join us? He inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Yakes resolutely declined, stating, "No, I prefer to be alone." Upon hearing Yakes' refusal, Zhang Lan did not lose heart. Instead, she produced a mask from within her ring and adorned her face with it. Before Yakes' eyes, a strikingly handsome young man emerged, exuding a certain alluring charm that contrasted with his previously elegant demeanor. Would you not consider it? Should you join us? A set of dashing masks awaits you as a gift. Zhang Lan's tone, though faint, pierced through the air like a whisper from a demon, striking deep into Yakes' heart. He scoffed lightly, saying, "I have never sought the company of those who are enamored by mere appearances. What I truly desire is to find a girl, my other half, who falls in love with me for who I am, my character, my soul." Upon hearing Yakes' words, Zhang Lan fell silent for a moment before apologizing. "I am sorry. I was abrupt." Yakes shook his head, adding, "However, I admire your principles, and I would like to join you." Zhang Lan, with an impassive expression, addressed Ajax. "What then is our mission?" After a moment of silence, Ajax cautiously inquired, "To eradicate violence and uphold justice?" Zhang Lan sighed. "Ah, never mind." He then straightened his posture, his countenance transforming into one of stern resolve. An unspoken aura emanated from him. Wherever there are human activities, darkness will inevitably arise. And where darkness exists, evil will flourish. For those who have no protector, we shall eradicate the sins that heaven has overlooked, extinguishing them in the shadows. We, all of us, are assassins. Zhang Lan's cold and solemn words echoed in the minds of Jisuo and Yakes as they gazed at him. The silvery moonlight enveloped him like an ethereal cloak, while the resolute and frigid intent to kill pierced through the very depths of their hearts. His declarations embodied the unwavering determination of youth. Jisuo stared blankly at Zhang Lan beneath the silver moon, murmuring to himself, "Is this for those who have no one to rely on?" Yakes similarly whispered, "Is it to eradicate the sins that heaven has overlooked, to obliterate darkness?" Both were momentarily captivated by the young man standing before them, illuminated by the moonlight. Yet before his aura could linger for 3 seconds, Zhang Lan suddenly burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up to the two, revealing his pearly white teeth. It is simply about standing up against injustice, punishing the wicked, upholding righteousness, and, of course, the most crucial point, eliminating the evil soul master. Jisuo. Yakes. Zhang Lan sensed an inexplicable tension in the atmosphere. Why were Jisuo and Yakes drawing closer to him? What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? If you continue, I will retaliate. I truly will. Please, refrain from striking my face. After a bout of routine training, the bruised and battered Zhang Lan, along with his 2 companions, raised the question, why were the ones with swollen faces Zhang Lan and his companions? Hadn't Zhang Lan been the one assaulted by Jisuo and Yakes earlier? Zhang Lan's years of intense physical training have not been in vain. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he could easily subdue both Jisuo and Yakes. Ahem, in any case, the 3 of them returned to the inn where the mother had been previously accommodated, bringing along the rescued boy, the very child that had been lost by his mother. Chapter 108. A warm heart. The scene of the mother and son reuniting was profoundly touching, prompting Zhang Lan and his companions to graciously vacate the room, allowing the pair to share their sorrows and longings in solitude. "Shall we have a drink?" Zhang Lan inquired with a smile, welcoming the new addition to their group. "Sure, but I must clarify that I am quite particular about my drinks. I generally avoid anything that isn't strong liquor," Yakes replied. At that moment, Zhang Lan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Zhang Lan expressed from the depths of his heart, "What a coincidence. I too have a fondness for strong spirits." Jisuo sighed beside him, as if envisioning the scene of Yakes indulging in drink, a sight that would undoubtedly evoke uncontrollable laughter from him. The elixir of life, such a splendid substance, must be extolled by Jisuo to the world. In a different chamber, Zhang Lan filled Yakes' glass to the brim with the life-giving liquid. "What kind of liquor is this?" Yakes inquired, gazing at the crystal-clear beverage before him, directing his question toward Zhang Lan. A radiant smile graced Zhang Lan's face as she explained to Axis, "This is the water of life, a potent brew of my own making. While it may not be excessively strong, its merit lies in the fact that it is scarcely diluted." "Ha, since you put it that way, I shall give it a try," Axis declared. In a bid to showcase his drinking prowess and masculine spirit, he downed the drink in one swift motion. Well, he only managed to consume half a cup. "What on earth is this? It feels akin to swallowing a searing blade." "My throat," Axis exclaimed, clutching his throat and violently shattering the glass against the floor. "Is this vile concoction drinkable? Are you attempting to poison me?" In response to Axis's frantic inquiries, Zhang Lan calmly raised her own glass, emptied it in one gulp, and then tilted it towards Axis, showing him its emptiness with a gentle shake. Not a single drop remained. "Sigh." Zhang Lan sighed, his disappointment unmistakable on his face. He lamented, "I thought I had finally encountered a kindred spirit, a man who shares my passion for strong spirits, but alas, it appears to be nothing more than wishful thinking." He refrained from elaborating further. Yet his gaze towards Yakes conveyed an unmistakable message, another who revels in grandiose claims. How could one profess a love for potent liquor, yet falter at such a trivial drink? Initially poised to challenge Zhang Lan, Yakes found himself at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the profound disappointment in Zhang Lan's eyes, he gritted his teeth and seized the bottle beside him, pouring himself a generous glass. As he gazed into the cup filled with a liquid resembling water, Yakes was inexplicably reminded of Zhang Lan's earlier remarks. "Not much water mixed in? I dare say there isn't a drop, just pure alcohol." Nevertheless, observing Zhang Lan's nonchalant demeanor while drinking, Yakes took a deep breath and tilted his head back, downing the contents in one swift motion. Zhang Lan, filled with joy, raised his wine glass and exclaimed to Yakes, "Splendid. I knew I was not mistaken about you, Yakes." Cheers! The following day, upon discovering that the home of the mother and child had been utterly destroyed, leaving them without a place to reside, Zhang Lan decided to take them to Liu. Faced with the plight of this unfortunate duo, Liu graciously agreed to assist in caring for them, albeit with the stipulation that one of the mothers would be responsible for the household meals. He would procure the necessary ingredients, while the mother would only need to prepare the food, and he would provide a modest salary. One of the mothers, overwhelmed with gratitude, was on the verge of tears, resolutely declining the offer of payment. For her, having a place where they could live was already a tremendous blessing. She felt that requesting compensation from their benefactor for providing shelter would be undignified. Confronted with the unwavering resolve of the mother, Liu had no choice but to acquiesce. Once all matters were settled, Zhang Lan prepared to depart once more. As Liu observed Zhang Lan and the two others preparing to leave, he implored, "Dear benefactors, will you not stay for a meal? I wish to express my gratitude to you three esteemed individuals." Zhang Lan Sumai Gen Li, gesturing towards the children and young girls behind Liu, and said to her, "Do not indulge in wrongdoing. Taking good care of them and yourself will be the greatest gratitude you could offer us three." Liu fell silent for a moment, then nodded deeply, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. She then departed. Zhang Lan and his companions waved their hands and turned to depart. However, not far into their journey, they were suddenly called back by Liu's voice. With a hint of confusion, they turned to look. Liu Wuzlabia, along with several other children and young girls who had also been rescued, shouted to Zhang Lan, "Travel safely." Following this, Liu and the others bowed deeply in respect. Zhang Lan, Ji Sual, and Yakes fell into a momentary silence, each refraining from uttering a word as they turned to leave. Yet within their hearts, there lingered a warmth that felt truly delightful. "You wretched maggot, I shall shatter your corporeal form and obliterate your very soul. Your efforts are but futile, for to me, you are merely an amusing jest." Yakes adeptly wielded his soul skills, leveraging his extensive combat experience and agile physique to firmly restrain another Soul King, all the while engaging in relentless banter. At this moment, Zhang Lan could not help but feel sympathy for the Soul King, who was madly unleashing his soul skills with reddened eyes while pursuing AKS. AKS, with his robust, bull-like physique and a shiny bald head, bore a scar that stretched from his chin to just below his right eye, rendering him a fearsome sight, akin to a brutish bandit leader. Yet, this fellow's combat style was unexpectedly insidious. Despite possessing a relatively weak but low-cost and fast-recovering first soul skill, he continually summoned stone walls from various angles, not only serving as a defense, but also inflicting damage upon his foes. The venomous taunts that perpetually escaped his lips further incensed his adversaries, causing smoke to rise from their heads in frustration. When enemies attempted to attack from a distance using their soul skills, sharp spikes would often emerge beneath them, and if they resorted to displacement soul skills, like the Soul King before him, who wielded a standard charge-type displacement skill capable of launching a formidable assault, amplifying strength, speed, and defense several-fold. It was an impeccable offensive maneuver for a battle-oriented Soul Master. The formidable explosive power, coupled with rapid movement and enhanced defense, was nothing to dismiss, especially considering the flickering fifth soul ring upon his body, a black 10,000-year soul ring, signifying the extraordinary might of this soul skill. However, in the face of AKS, who appeared coarse yet fought with cunning, there was no threat whatsoever. He awaited the moment his opponent revealed their trump card. For most Soul Masters, there's often one or two peculiar or exceptionally powerful soul skills saved as a last resort for a comeback. Typically in combat, they would first deploy their ordinary soul skills and their martial spirits or physical prowess to compel the enemy to reveal their hidden strengths. Chapter 109. The Despicable Trio. Thanks to book friend 2020030881855011797 for the 100-point reward. Seeing the Soul King with the iron-horned bull martial spirit charging towards him with wild strength and remarkable speed, AKS couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. "Foolish, filthy insect, merely charging blindly. You stand no chance against a master of combat like me. Your defeat shall be a ludicrous farce." I will use as he continued to prattle. AKS unleashed his soul skills. Fifth soul skill, Rock Wall. Third soul skill, Rock Armor. Second soul skill, Rock Wall. First soul skill, Rock Wall. Indeed, all three of his soul skills were variations of the Rock Wall. Yet the age of his soul rings varied immensely, spanning from 10,000 years to a mere 110 years. His third soul skill, Rock Armor, encased him in a suit of rocky armor. Although it was made of stone, its defensive capabilities surpassed that of steel, albeit with considerable weight. Nonetheless, for a Soul King initiating a charge. Such details were hardly significant. Indeed, Ajax designated his third soul skill's target as his adversary. In an instant, a formidable rock armor enveloped the majority of the charging Soul King's form, leaving only his waist and head exposed. The sudden surge of power caused the Soul King to momentarily stagger, yet in his charging state, this was merely a fleeting wobble. However, Ajax would not allow his opponent to merely falter. The rock armor induced a brief unsteadiness, followed closely by the first soul skill, the rock wall. A wall, adjustable by Ajax and a mere 30 centimeters in height, perfectly materialized before the feet of the Soul King mid-charge. While he would typically shatter such a wall in a sprint, his momentary stumble rendered him incapable of doing so. Thus, his slight stagger transformed into a brief loss of balance, propelling his body forward. Nonetheless, he managed to maintain control, merely leaning forward slightly, prepared to regain his stance. Then came Ajax's fifth soul skill, the rock wall super hard version. This wall was adjusted to a height that reached only the Soul King's waist. It was akin to a high-speed individual colliding with an iron railing. The combination of speed, imbalance, and impact culminated in the wall rising before the Soul King, striking him directly on the head. The sound was akin to a watermelon smashing against a wall, splattering red and white across the towering rock structure. This exemplifies Ajax's devious combination, a triad of rock walls. First, the rock armor to weigh down the enemy, followed by a trip, a strike to the waist, and ultimately, a blow to the head. The heavy rock armor disrupts balance, while Ajax cunningly manipulates his soul skills to leave the waist and head exposed. Zhang Lan once engaged in a spar with Ajax, resulting in a rather painful outcome that has left him with persistent discomfort in his lower back. Ajax, with a scornful expression, spat toward Zhang Lan, declaring, "How dare you criticize me when you are the most insidious one here? What kind of items did you bring to a soul master battle? Chili powder and a barbed net? And what is that foul? Putrid substance that reeks worse than a stagnant sewer? You even have over 10 well-crafted crossbow bolts stored in your spatial ring, and you've poisoned them as well. Can you not have a shred of dignity, and you still dare to accuse me?" Zhang Lan, silenced by Ajax's derision, ceased his previous commentary. He could not acknowledge any of Ajax's claims. After all, the chili powder was merely a seasoning that had inadvertently found its way into the opponent's eyes during the skirmish. The barbed net was merely a fishing tool that he had carelessly discarded in the heat of battle. As for that revolting, foul substance, it was merely a sleep aid, a potent concoction of various soothing herbs capable of rendering an ordinary person unconscious in mere seconds. He had accidentally thrown it at his opponent, which he found particularly distressing. And possessing more than 10 exquisite crossbows? As the son of a hunter, was it not natural for him to be enamored with such beautiful weaponry? Meanwhile, the two adversaries in the distance had already dispatched their opponents. Jisoo, feigning calmness as he pointed his long blade to the ground, secretly dug a pit beneath the surface. Feeling somewhat discontented, should he not learn from those two? It seemed that fighting openly might be a tad too weak for his liking. Perhaps he should also employ some cunning tactics, though, as Zhang Lan would put it, this was merely strategy. Lost in thought, the agile Soul King suddenly stumbled, his right foot unexpectedly missing its footing. Although he quickly recovered with a powerful push from his left foot, Jisoo seized the opportunity presented by this fortuitous blunder. Unleashing his third soul skill, his form became a blur as he lunged towards his adversary, the sharp blade glinting ominously as it aimed straight for the enemy's heart, while his left wrist subtly raised, revealing a hint of cold starlight. In that critical moment, his opponent displayed an astonishing awareness, anticipating Jisoo's attack. The sword in his hand intercepted the thrust just in time, but then he caught sight of a glimmer of cold light before losing all sensation. Jisoo exhaled, retrieving the concealed arrow from the lifeless Soul King's head. "Cold Star, Shadowless Sword," he declared coldly, having reclaimed his projectile. Behind him, both Zhang Lan and Ajax could not suppress their grimaces. Was it not merely a concealed arrow he had used? How could he audaciously name it the Cold Star? Shadowless Sword? It was an arrow, not a sword. However, upon witnessing the pretentious aura of Jisoo, neither individual chose to disrupt the atmosphere. Otherwise, the evening's meal would inexplicably include a plethora of bizarre items, such as potent calabash beans, peculiar insects, or certain vividly colored mushrooms. In this disarrayed woodland, 7 corpses lay upon the ground, 1 Soul Emperor and 6 Soul Kings. Each was adorned with a mask, identical in design, resembling a fearsome ghost, but rendered in the 7 hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. This area was somewhat notorious for the assassination squad, known as the 7 Ghosts. It must be acknowledged that these individuals possessed considerable skill. The support Soul King's group stealth ability allowed Jisuo and Yakes to approach without any awareness of their presence. Had it not been for Zhang Lan's sighting of those 7 crimson orbs, they would have met their demise that day. The Soul Emperor met the most tragic fate. Having believed he was invulnerable, awaiting Zhang Lan to deliver a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, as Zhang Lan approached, he suddenly produced a massive shield and unleashed a formidable strike. Caught entirely off guard, a control-type Soul Emperor faced an explosive force nearing 7 tons and perished instantly. Following Zhang Lan's assault on the most vibrant, now blackened orb, a cacophony of exclamations erupted around him. Boss! Such a cry of astonishment inevitably brought a smile of relief. Observing the colors, one couldn't help but feel it was a grand fish. Both Jisuo and Yakes understood the situation amidst Zhang Lan's disjointed words. The moment Zhang Lan made his move, they simultaneously unleashed their most formidable attacks towards the location hinted at in Zhang Lan's earlier remarks. The odds shifted from 7 to 3, transforming into a 4 against 3. Subsequently, a spirit master specializing in mental control launched an attack on Zhang Lan, which resulted in a swift defeat. This culminated in the earlier scene we witnessed. It is worth noting that this marks the 3rd assassination attempt this week, Jisuo remarked with a hint of irritation as he sheathed his long blade. Chapter 110. 4th Spirit Skill. Jisuo's words left Zhang Lan and Yakes in silence. The 3 of them had departed from Qinglong City 4 months ago, and Zhang Lan had reached the 40th level 3.5 months prior, acquiring a 10,000-year spirit ring at that level. This ring purifies all negative effects, including toxins, although it cannot fully cleanse when the toxicity or negative effects are overwhelmingly potent. After much contemplation, Zhang Lan opted for this spirit skill, initially intending to pursue a Thunder Beast, which would likely grant him a speed-enhancing auxiliary spirit skill. However, following an assassination attempt where a spirit master wielding a venomous snake spirit nearly poisoned him to death, Zhang Lan chose this spirit beast capable of detoxification. In retrospect, Zhang Lan's decision proved to be remarkably astute. Throughout their journey, the trio had vanquished an increasing number of individuals cloaked in a red glow, spirit masters, merchants, and nobles alike, yet they simultaneously incurred the ire of numerous factions. 2 months prior, they had already faced an assassination attempt. Had it not been for Jisuo's unexpected supersonic strike that eliminated the Spirit Emperor, they might have met their demise. A month ago, they encountered a second assassination attempt. This time, the adversaries appeared to be aware of Jisuo's supersonic strike, consisting of only 2 opponents, a swift attack Spirit Saint and a control Spirit King. However, this enemy seemed to possess knowledge of Jisuo's capabilities, as the agile Spirit Saint boasted a spirit skill that rendered him invulnerable for a second. In that fierce battle, Jisuo paid the price of losing one eye. When he seized the opportunity to unleash a supersonic strike, he was astonished to find that the Soul Saint remained unscathed. Had it not been for Zhang Lan activating the 5th gate, Jisuo would have sacrificed far more than just his eye. The toll of that confrontation was indeed devastating. Zhang Lan lay in bed for a full fortnight, and upon recovery, his soul power plummeted by 2 levels, while his body harbored lingering injuries. Jisuo's left eye was irrevocably blinded, and a grotesque 30-centimeter gash marred Yak's chest. This time, had it not been for Zhang Lan's judgment eye, their fate would have been sealed in death. Their strength was woefully inadequate to operate in this region, yet if they refrained from their righteous endeavors, they would not have exposed themselves to such assassination attempts. However, without their nocturnal raid missions, what purpose would they serve in this area? Thus, they resolved to depart. Recognizing the necessity of recuperation, Jisuo's blindness rendered him less precise in combat, while Zhang Lan's internal injuries caused him subtle pain when exerting himself, necessitating a period of rest. Yak's, despite being the most severely injured at the time, now found himself in the best condition after Zhang Lan's healing with soul techniques. Therefore, they decided it was prudent to leave at once. Zhang Lan suddenly addressed Jisuo and Yakes. "Shall we depart?" Yakes responded with a hint of confusion. "Yes. Let us leave this place and venture into the heart of the Tiando Empire. We need to recuperate for a while. Our current conditions are far from optimal. Simultaneously, we must consolidate and thoroughly absorb the experiences we have gained during this time." Jisuo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I concur, but upon our return, we should investigate the circumstances surrounding our assassination. Most importantly, we must uncover how our movements were exposed. Otherwise, we cannot find peace upon our return. It seems our intelligence has been compromised. The soul sage we encountered last time clearly had a strategic advantage over me, and he held onto his invincible soul skill the entire time. He did not unleash it until I finally resorted to my ultimate technique, the supersonic slash. Had he not revealed his power then, I would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. As Jisoo spoke the last words, his tone grew increasingly agitated. It was always he who orchestrated schemes against others. When had he ever been the target? Yakes, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. I concur. I believe Jisoo's observations are quite astute. Zhang Lan acquiesced to Jisoo's suggestion, harboring his own doubts regarding the recent assassination attempts, as if the enemy possessed an uncanny ability to discern their movements. A week later, at a precipice, Zhang Lan, Jisoo, and Yakes panted heavily as they beheld three encroaching soul masters. One was a swift attack soul sage, another a control-type soul sage, and the last, an auxiliary soul king, astonishingly endowed with the ability to render any ally intangible for a limited time, thus rendering them immune to physical damage. The agile soul sage relentlessly pressured Jisoo and Yakes, while the darkened wounds on their bodies indicated that this soul sage shamelessly coated his weapon with poison. In the meantime, Zhang Lan faced the control-type soul sage, who proved equally repugnant. An intricate web of formidable iron chains ensnared Zhang Lan, creating an impenetrable barrier around him. This soul sage maintained a safe distance, never approaching Zhang Lan directly, even when Zhang Lan sought to unleash his fury upon the auxiliary soul king. The control-type sage would deftly use the iron chains to shield the soul king, pulling him away whenever Zhang Lan attempted to close the gap. Zhang Lan has now unlocked the fifth gate. However, confronted by the soul king of the control system, who is clearly intent on exhausting him, his complexion has turned pale. The duration of his fifth gate is nearing its end, and thus far, the three of them have been engaged in a relentless battle while fleeing. Their soul power and physical strength are both approaching their limits. Zhang Lan cast a glance at the towering cliff behind her, a glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. Exquisite! Zhang Lan suddenly shouted at Jisoo, whose face had turned pale, feeling the mere 20% of his soul power remaining. Jisoo gritted his teeth and unleashed his third and fourth soul abilities once more. Zhang Lan swiftly enveloped Jisoo in a protective shield. Supersonic slash. Jisoo's figure flickered, and a tempest erupted. In an instant, he appeared several dozen meters away, only to stagger momentarily before collapsing. Filthy maggots from the sewers. And that perverse toad engaging in bondage. Stay away from me. I curse you. The fifth soul ring on Yakes glimmered, and a colossal rock wall, nearly 30 meters high, abruptly obstructed the advancing control-type soul saint who had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, leveraging the speed gained from unlocking the five gates, scooped up Jisoo and swiftly grabbed Yakes, who was also devoid of any soul power or strength, as he lay helpless on the ground, directing them towards the towering cliff. A speed-focused soul saint flashed into Zhang Lan's path, but it proved futile. The full-force strike from Jisoo had failed to inflict any damage due to the latter's current ethereal state. However, this very state rendered him incapable of harming Zhang Lan and his companions. While he could not be harmed by physical attacks, he could not retaliate either. This ethereal state could not be freely controlled and would only revert after a minute. Zhang Lan had previously observed this phenomenon, which was why he had urged Jisoo to unleash a futile strike, to ensnare this soul saint in a state of etherealness. The control-type soul saint could not surpass Zhang Lan's speed after he had unlocked the five gates. Within a mere 20 seconds, Zhang Lan cradled Jisoo in his left arm and hoisted Yakes with his right as they reached the precipice. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the abyss. You disgusting vermin, I curse you all. Yakes' venomous words echoed as Zhang Lan jumped, his terrified screams resonating upon realizing the bottomless chasm below, leaving behind a final message for the three assassins' families. Chapter 111. Reunion. Are they dead? After the ethereal state dissipated, the speed-focused soul saint gazed down at the clouds below, inquiring of his companion. Their intel lacks any flying soul abilities, replied the support-type soul king nonchalantly. The control-type soul saint shook his head, gazing at the clouds below, and remarked, It's truly fearsome. 2 soul kings and a soul master have already dispatched how many soul saints? According to our intel, they have eliminated 3 soul saints, but what are the information beyond that? There are also those double-digit soul kings. Just a week ago, even the 7 ghosts fell before them. It is indeed terrifying. The so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall is hardly comparable. Subsequently, the support-type Soul King furrowed his brow and pondered, but what do we do now? Without any bodies, how can we return to claim our reward? The speed-focused soul saint slowly turned to depart, stating, Let us wait for 2 months. If those three figures do not reappear, we can claim half of the bounty. Let us proceed, albeit with only half of what we desire, which is indeed quite unsatisfactory. Beneath the clouds, a colossal parachute descends gently. As Zhang Lan simultaneously administered treatment to Jisoo, he skillfully maneuvered the parachute to avoid crashing against the nearby cliffs. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Zhang Lan crafted numerous life-saving contraptions, including parachutes, gliders, and oxygen bags fashioned from the intestines of soul beasts. These inventions might prove invaluable at any moment, just as they were now. Furthermore, Zhang Lan silently resolved to expedite the procurement of gunpowder, even if it meant merely acquiring the most basic black powder in substantial quantity. If all else failed, he would unleash a surprise akin to a starfish against his foes. Do these bizarre contraptions truly work? AKS gazed in astonishment at the parachute, sewn together from various soul beast pelts. Of course they do. If it didn't, why be wasting my time? Zhang Lan spoke inevitably, and upon noticing Ajax nodding beside him, he immediately grasped him and tossed him aside lightly. Brother, I was wrong. Ajax appeared utterly bewildered. Stop talking and take the time to rest. It is time. Before Zhang Lan could finish speaking, he noticed that the axe on his shoulder had already succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. He was utterly exhausted, having reached his limit, particularly after that final surge, during which he had nearly depleted all his strength. Damn it, why do we have to be exposed? Zhang Lan gafao ajustet, striving to make him as comfortable as possible, while his mind simmered with frustration. They had clearly been resting in a desolate, uninhabited forest that morning. Yet those three individuals had suddenly emerged. To this day, Zhang Lan remained baffled as to how those three assassins had located them. Throughout the past week, they had deliberately chosen paths devoid of human presence. Logically, they should not have encountered a single soul, so how could their whereabouts have been inexplicably revealed? However, this was not the moment for Zhang Lan to ponder such matters. The condition of Jisoo was dire. His soul power was far too depleted to unleash the supersonic strike again. He had expended his very life force to execute that move. Presently, Jisoo's hair had turned a dry, pallid hue, and his body was riddled with numerous wounds. He had not activated his fifth soul skill to mitigate the friction and resistance of the air. Had it not been for Zhang Lan's reinforced shield, Jisoo would have perished by now. At this moment, Jisoo was barely clinging to life, sustained solely by Zhang Lan's second soul skill. But the duration for which Zhang Lan could maintain this was limited. Once the effects of the 8 gates subsided, it was uncertain whether he would survive. Before long, the time limit of Zhang Lan's 8 gates was reached, and excruciating pain coursed through his entire being. He had no time to utter a cry of agony before he succumbed to unconsciousness in that fleeting moment. Minutes later, a colossal parachute gently descended to the ground, and Zhang Lan, along with his companions, lay motionless upon the earth. In the distance, a caravan was steadily making its way along the road. Moments later, the guards of the caravan spotted the 3 individuals sprawled on the ground. Who were they? Inside a luxurious carriage, a young man with a noble bearing and a gentle countenance sat quietly, sensing the slight commotion among the guards outside. Shueqinghe opened the carriage window and inquired, "What is happening?" A knight clad in iron armor knelt on the ground and replied, "Your Highness, 3 individuals have collapsed by the roadside." A familiar sensation tightened Shueqinghe's heart, and he hurriedly alighted from the carriage, anxiously instructing the guards, "Quickly summon Hai Lao." The knight responded, "Hai Lao has already gone ahead." Shueqinghe paused momentarily, then quickly rushed forward. Soon, he spotted Hai Lao employing his martial soul skills to heal the fallen individuals. His gaze fell upon the figure in the center, particularly the ring adorning their hand. It was Zhang Lan's soul guide spatial ring. A sudden pang gripped Shueqinghe's heart as he beheld the figure lying on the ground. Though their appearance had changed, the silhouette was unmistakably identical to the youth he remembered, causing immense sorrow to swell within him. At this moment, Zhang Lan's state was dire. Due to the previous descent, he had remained unconscious, and the tremendous force of the fall had been entirely absorbed by his legs without any cushioning, resulting in them being broken at unnatural angles. His body marred with bruises and scars, remnants of the earlier assault by that soul sage wielding iron chains. "Hai Lao, how is he?" Shueqinghe, witnessing that Hai Lao had completed the release of his soul technique, promptly inquired with a sense of urgency. Sighing softly, Hai Lao cast a glance at the fallen Zhang Lan and Jisoo, recognizing them with a furrowed brow. "The injuries sustained by Zhang Lan and Jisoo are quite severe," he remarked. "Jisoo is in a somewhat better condition. Although he appears to have lost some vital energy, it seems he has undergone treatment and is considerably improved. He may manage to endure for another couple of years." Zhang Lan is not in a good condition. He bears severe hidden injuries throughout his body, including his legs and internal organs. These afflictions likely stem from his engagement in perilous secret techniques during a battle with formidable foes. Although, thanks to my treatment, he has escaped grave danger. The concealed wounds remain beyond healing, significantly impacting his future cultivation. Shui Qinghe felt a pang of concern and hastily inquired of Elder Hai, "Is there any remedy? Some premier heavenly materials or exceedingly rare healing soul techniques might alleviate Zhang Lan's hidden injuries." Upon hearing Elder Hai's words, a flicker of hope brightened Shui Qinghe's expression. Yet before she could respond, Elder Hai shook his head, stating, "However, those top-tier treasures are exceedingly difficult to procure. Each is a rare gem, almost impossible to find, even for His Highness. As for the soul techniques capable of healing hidden wounds, perhaps only Soul Duo or even Title Duo ranked soul masters possess such abilities. Yet, I have not heard of any auxiliary soul masters at the Soul Douluo level for quite some time." That night, in a grove outside Shui Qinghe's encampment, she stood silently, gazing at the moonlit sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her, kneeling on the ground. "Your Holiness, investigate at once. What has transpired with Zhang Lan during this period? Who is responsible? Additionally, search for those heavenly materials that can heal hidden injuries, and seek out reclusive auxiliary soul masters of soul, saint rank, or higher." "Understood." The shadow vanished in an instant. Shui Qinghe looked towards the distant carriage, murmuring softly, "Lan, I will surely heal you." Chapter 112. I wish to express sweetness, but I have never been in love and cannot write it out. Thanks to the book friend Jian and Peng Yu Yen for the 1,000-point reward. And to the book friend 20180331155313341 for the 100-point reward. Gradually regaining consciousness, Zhang Lan was acutely reminded of the pervasive agony throughout his body. Confirming that he was still alive, Zhang Lan awoke, weakly uttering this word. The unbearable sensation of thirst, as if her throat were about to crack, was far more excruciating than the pain itself. "Gulme." Zhang Lan heard a gentle voice, followed by a pair of hands that lifted her body. A warm liquid flowed into her mouth. It was as if the parched earth, cracked from years of drought, had finally welcomed the spring rain. Zhang Lan greedily drank from this life-giving source of water. It was truly water. After consuming a large bowl of it, her consciousness finally began to awaken. Before her stood a gentle girl with golden hair, though her complexion bore the marks of weariness. "You have saved me once again." Zhang Lan gazed at Qian Rinxue before her and sighed. "Indeed, you were right last time, and once again, I have come to your rescue." Qian Rinxue glared fiercely at Zhang Lan, her tone laced with anger and a hint of grievance. "Why must you act so recklessly every time? Can you not cherish yourself? Even if not for your own sake, could you not consider her?" This encapsulates the essence of Qian Rinxue's sense of injustice. Zhang Lan gazed at Qian Rinxue with a gentle smile, observing her fierce demeanor. After narrowly escaping death once more, Zhang Lan felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation within. Perhaps it was the realization that even death no longer instilled fear. What else was there to dread? It was also conceivable that life could end at any moment. So why not live gracefully while one still could? With this mindset, Zhang Lan accepted Qian Rinxue, finding a sense of secret joy in witnessing the beautiful girl's indignation on his behalf. You're still smiling," Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her irritation deepening upon seeing Zhang Lan's cheerful expression. She raised her hand, poised to strike him, but as she noticed his injuries, her heart softened, and the force behind her hand diminished significantly. When her hand finally made contact with Zhang Lan, it could be described as more of a caress than a slap. As Qian Rinxue's tender hands unexpectedly brushed against his face, Zhang Lan was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing the flush on her cheeks, she instinctively withdrew her hand. But Zhang Lan grasped her hands firmly. It felt delightful. The pain in his body seemed to dissipate, feeling Zhang Lan's rough yet strong grip enveloping her hands. Qian Rinxue attempted to pull away, but found herself curiously lacking the strength to do so. Unable to meet his penetrating gaze, she lowered her head. "Just for a moment," she murmured, her voice barely louder than a whisper, yet clear enough for Zhang Lan to hear. At that moment, Jisoo nudged the nearby Aixes, who was engrossed in cultivating his soul power. "What is the matter?" Aixes replied, slightly annoyed at the interruption. "Look, why does Shui Qinghe seem a bit odd after emerging from Zhang Lan's carriage?" Jisoo pointed in the indicated direction, and Aixes observed Shui Qinghe, whose face was crimson as he continually sniffed his hands, as if they bore an enchanting fragrance. Recalling the peculiar comments regarding the tastes of nobility, Aixes fell silent. Don't overthink it. How could Shueqing possibly be? He hesitated, reflecting on Zhang Lan's utter disinterest in women, compounded by the fact that he often went shirtless, occasionally shedding his trousers as well. No, it was perfectly normal to strip down for cultivation. Why did he allow himself to indulge in such base thoughts? Yet the chaotic musings plagued Ix's mind, until a song Zhang Lan once sang resurfaced. A rather bizarre tune reminiscent of an eccentric melody. Ixes shuddered. Focus on your cultivation and dismiss those errant thoughts, he told Jisoo, internally vowing that in the future, he would avoid sharing a bed with Zhang Lan, and when it came time for Zhang Lan to apply medicine, he would let Jisoo handle it instead. Zhang Lan's injuries are quite severe, particularly the hidden wounds within his body, rendering Hai Lao unable to administer comprehensive treatment. He can only address a portion of the afflictions. Otherwise, these concealed injuries will remain latent within Zhang Lan, becoming increasingly difficult to heal in the future. Allowing Zhang Lan's body to recuperate on its own is a far more favorable approach. Thus, he can now walk freely, but engaging in combat is out of the question. That evening, after Zhang Lan regained consciousness, Shueqing once again visited his carriage and summoned both Yakes and Jisoo. I have thoroughly investigated the assassination attempt and the exposure of your whereabouts, Shueqing had declared, dropping this bombshell that instantly captured the attention of the trio, who fixed their gazes on him with rapt anticipation. After all, the three had nearly lost their lives due to these events, so it was only natural for them to harbor thoughts of vengeance that was fierce and merciless. There are several factions that have pooled their resources to place a bounty on your heads in the black market. Zhang Lan, 20,000 gold soul coins. Yakes, 30,000 gold soul coins. And Jisoo, a soul guiding device. As Shueqing's words settled in, he noticed that Zhang Lan's expression darkened considerably, while Jisoo appeared the most elated. With a moment's reflection, Shueqing discerned the peculiar thoughts swirling in the minds of these three somewhat eccentric individuals. He could almost predict what they were about to say. How is this possible? These two subordinates have bounties higher than mine as the leader. I must report them. They must raise my bounty. I deserve at least 2 soul-guiding devices. Zhang Lan exclaimed with excitement. Without hesitation, Jisoo mocked Zhang Lan, saying, the weakest leader. Donotiest. Soul sect Zhang Lan. Quickly pay your respects to your seniors. Indeed, Zhang Lan could barely boast a mere 10,000 gold soul coins. But why was it that I only had 30,000? With my formidable strength and handsome appearance, I should undoubtedly surpass the insignificant soul sect Zhang Lan and that fleeting man, Jisoo. How could I only possess 30,000 gold soul coins? Yakes was equally filled with resentment. An insignificant soul sect? A fleeting man? Shueqing watched the three fools squabbling before him, his lips twitching in disbelief. You dare to pinch my wound? I shall crush your testicles. Damn you, Yakes. You actually poked my eye. I have but my right eye left. I will crush your right testicle. My jewels. You filthy maggots. How dare you treat the precious Yakes in such a manner? As he witnessed the impending destruction of the three, Shueqing could no longer contain himself. Bang, bang, bang. The three individuals fell into a tranquil silence. Shueqing remarked, "Let us speak of this tomorrow. Everyone is weary." She inhaled deeply before gently laying Zhang Lan onto the bed of the carriage, subsequently assisting Jisoo and Yakes down from the vehicle, leading them to rest. "Your Highness." The guards took hold of Jisoo and Yakes, expressing a hint of astonishment. "Your Highness. They have both fainted." Shueqing smiled softly at the guards, assuring them they are merely fatigued and have drifted into slumber. "Understood, Your Highness." Chapter 113, titled As Clever as I Am, unfolds on the following day. Beneath Shueqing's benevolent smile, the three companions sat quietly, nursing the dull ache in the back of their heads while attentively listening to Shueqing's narrative. "It appears you have attracted the ire of the Rainbow Blade Merchant Association. The majority of the bounty on your heads has been issued by them. The Rainbow Blade Merchant Association is a vast enterprise that spans the two great empires of Tiando and Xingluo, led by a soldat who operates discreetly, focusing solely on his business. Your movements have been consistently exposed, likely due to being followed. The Merchant Association possesses a dedicated team of soul masters, one of whom is a soul king adept in avian manipulation and simple communication with birds. Is that so?" Zhang Lan stroked his chin, reminiscing about the numerous birds they had encountered before. However, it was quite natural for birds to abound in that particular area. If the enemy employed such methods of tracking, it would indeed be challenging to detect, and even if they did, managing the situation would prove difficult. Birds were everywhere. Would they have to eliminate every single one they spotted? Furthermore, birds could soar into the skies, rendering them powerless against such aerial creatures. At that moment, Yakes suddenly interjected. Is he still following us? Xue Qinghe cast a surprised glance at Yakes, astonished that someone of his robust stature could engage in thoughtful discourse. Yakes glared at Xue Qinghe with a scowl. Come on, at least try to conceal your thoughts. Your expression betrays your inner musings. Clearing his throat somewhat awkwardly, Xue Qinghe replied, Not at all. Animals inherently possess the instinct to evade stronger beings. When a soul master of certain rank releases their soul power, ordinary animals in the vicinity instinctively flee in fear. Those that remain nearby, without taking flight, are usually either under some form of control or a soul beast themselves. Zhang Lan and the others nodded in realization. Subsequently, Zhang Lan furrowed her brow and inquired of Xue Qinghe. May I ask what the Rainbow Blade Chamber of Commerce primarily engages in? On the surface, it appears to be a mere trade and transportation of ordinary goods and specialties between the two nations. However, the grim reality reveals a darker truth: human trafficking, predominantly involving the young children who have just awakened their martial souls. Xue Qinghe's tone was laced with disdain, clearly expressing her abhorrence for such actions. It was at this moment that Zhang Lan and her companions experienced a sudden epiphany. Zhang Lan extended his finger and remarked, The one from Qinglong City, and that gang from Xingtia Town, Luoku Village, Gangxi Town, and Tianjin City. Yakes and Jisuo subsequently chimed in, adding their observations. The trio spoke of the nefarious human trafficking rings they had encountered. In Zhang Lan's discerning gaze, traffickers epitomized the most egregious of villains, often adept at concealing their true nature. Yet, in his eyes, they appeared particularly conspicuous, and he frequently managed to track down one only to uncover an entire den of malefactors. Over the past few months, they had dismantled at least 6 such gangs. Soul Douluo. Zhang Lan furrowed his brow in contemplation. I still cannot prevail. Even my supersonic slash is ineffective. However, if I were to incorporate my soul bone abilities— Before Jisuo could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Lan's fierce rebuke. Do not even entertain such notions. With your current strength, you cannot possibly unleash it. Even if you were able to, you would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the repercussions. Turning to Ashin but a second. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's scathing words, Jisuo fell silent, for Zhang Lan's reasoning was indeed sound. Finally, Yakes proposed that they adhere to Zhang Lan's earlier suggestion, to retreat to the interior of the empire and recuperate for a time. Let be so, they agreed. Zhang Lan and Jisoo nodded in unison. Where are you headed? Xue Qinghe inquired with curiosity. Jisoo and Yakes both turned their gazes toward Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan gazed blankly at the table, lost in thought, and murmured, Perhaps I should visit Soto City and my academy. My sister and my junior brother are expected to attend that academy this year as well. Jisoo, Yakisi, and Zwiking exchanged curious glances, intrigued by Zhang Lan's academy. His sister and his junior brother. Your academy? Zwiking could not help but inquire, directed at Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan reminisced about the individuals within Shrek Academy, suddenly bursting into laughter as he proudly proclaimed to the other 3, Indeed, it is a formidable institution. He continued to share tales of his experiences at Shrek Academy, while Xue Qinghe and the others listened intently, their expressions tranquil amid Zhang Lan's gentle smile. Later that night, Xue Qinghe ventured a short distance from the campsite alone. Your Highness, a hoarse voice emerged, and a shadow silently knelt behind Xue Qinghe. Furrowing his brow, Xue Qinghe turned to face the figure behind him. After a moment of silence, he slowly remarked, Next time, refrain from deliberately speaking in that raspy voice, and please do not always kneel behind me. Well, I just think it adds a certain flair, the shadow awkwardly explained, the voice now devoid of its previous raspiness, revealing it to be a female voice. Xue Qinghe rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache coming on. He exhaled, addressing the shadow. Speak. Have those individuals been dealt with? Have you found the item I requested? Yes, those 3 have been eliminated, and their ashes have been scattered far and wide. It was quite a grim affair, she replied, a hint of excitement creeping into her tone. Xue Qinghe's patience wore thin as a vein pulsed on his forehead. He interrupted her with barely concealed anger. What about the item? Oh, right. The item you requested has been located. It's called Linglong. What was it again? Wait a moment. The shadow fumbled through her belongings until she finally produced a small notebook from her chest. Yes, here it is, Linglong Yusinlian. It can heal internal injuries and regenerate flesh and bones. With growing enthusiasm, she continued, moreover, it can also whiten the skin, leaving it hydrated and radiant. Your Highness, skin whitening is simply a miraculous remedy. If only I could have some. Where is it? Shueqing had demanded. Huh? What do you mean? Where's the medicine? He shouted, displaying an uncharacteristic loss of composure. The shadow fell silent for a moment, then, with a hint of excitement, remarked, Your Highness, you actually lost your temper? Shueqing felt a surge of frustration, nearly spitting blood in anger. He contemplated striking the figure before him, but quickly remembered that he was no match for her and restrained his fury. I shall inform Grandfather Qiandao Lu about this. Bailey, you have sneaked out again. I might suggest that Grandfather Qiandao Lu confine you for 2 years as punishment. Shueqing's calm words startled the shadow, who suddenly embraced him tightly, repeatedly using her ball to splash water on his face. I was wrong, Xiao Shui. Please spare me. I can't return to training. It's all just training, and I'm already 40. I remain unwed, and I feel as though I am on the verge of becoming an old maid. I yearn for adventure, to seek out a handsome, romantic, strong, and affluent partner with whom to share a love affair. Oh, how I lament! Shueqing struggles amidst the chaotic sphere of Billy, her cumbersome presence causing her immense frustration as she desires to pierce the burdensome weight upon her visage. After a considerable period of mischief, Billy finally divulges the location of the exquisite Ling Long Yusin lotus. It is in the possession of Bibi Dong. Shueqing suddenly freezes, the chilling figure of the woman who always regards her with disdain materializing in her mind. That woman. Shueqing instinctively clenches her fists. Yet, for the sake of Zhang Lan. Chapter 114. Return to Shrek, I shall venture to the Spear Hall. You may proceed without me. When the time comes, I will find you in Soto City, Shueqing had declared, waving farewell to Zhang Lan and the others. Zhang Lan and the other two waved at Shueqing in unison, and then Shueqing turned and departed. Zhang Lan and his companions did not hurry after parting ways with Shueqing. They traveled at a leisurely pace, simultaneously honing their skills along the journey. Jisoo continuously wielded his sword, striving to adapt to life without his left eye. Meanwhile, Yakes diligently cultivated his soul power, enduring the relentless trials between life and death. The trio experienced rapid advancements in their soul powers. In the brief span of 4 months, Yakes ascended 2 levels, while Jisoo, over a duration of 6 months, progressed by 4 levels. However, Zhang Lan exhibited the most remarkable growth, elevating his rank by 18 levels within a year, soaring from level 38 to 45. This remarkable achievement was predominantly attributed to the system, as during those months, Zhang Lan vanquished at least a double-digit number of soul masters and over a dozen soul kings, even eliminating 2 soul emperors. The tally of those he defeated below the rank of soul master and ordinary individuals was beyond his reckoning. Consequently, his level surged to 49, though he had previously opened the 5 gates twice, which caused a temporary drop back to level 45. After a leisurely month of travel, the trio finally arrived at Shrek. Is that the place? Yakes exclaimed in astonishment, pointing towards the village in the distance. Zhang Lan, not that? Even the usually reticent Ji-Su could not refrain from commenting. Is this the unparalleled monster Academy Shrek that you have boasted about? Zhang Lan cast a sharp glance at both Yakes and Jisoo, then pointed towards the distant Shrek with fervor, exclaiming, Must we be so superficial? What significance does the mere fade of an academy hold? The essence lies in the caliber of the faculty. We are privileged to be instructed by 2 soul saints and 3 soul emperors, each dedicated to a mere handful of students in a class. I ask you, which other academy can boast such formidable educational prowess? Jisoo could not suppress a retort. Did you not previously mention that your academy only has 3 students? Indeed. Zhang Lan proudly straightened his chest, dedicating all the resources of the entire academy to those few students. Wasn't this precisely what they had longed for? Yakes nodded in agreement, then remarked to Jisoo, No wonder this academy appears so impoverished. Zhang Lan's excited demeanor suddenly stiffened, leaving him at a loss for how to defend himself. Jisoo gently patted Zhang Lan on the shoulder and sympathetically remarked, Surely, the entire burden and expenses of the academy weigh heavily upon you few students. It must be quite a plight. Zhang Lan. Jisoo gazed at Zhang Lan's silent demeanor, utterly astonished. No way. Are you truly allowing these students to bear the expenses of the academy? Zhang Lan gritted her teeth and said, Well, it's not entirely the case. Even Jisoo felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhang Lan. Oh, it seems like they have begun enrolling over there. Ajax suddenly remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Zhang Lan and Jisoo gazed over and beheld a table unexpectedly set up in front of the village, behind which sat an elderly man, accompanied by a young boy. Curiously, both the elder and the youth were bare-chested, revealing their robust physiques. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the academy, a scattered group of individuals hastily assembled, forming a lengthy line. Zhang Lan felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the familiar youth and the elderly man. "Let us approach," she exclaimed, and with that, she moved closer. Li Yusong gazed at the long queue before him, feeling somewhat contemplative. Dai Mubai and Oscar have truly excelled, he mused. In previous years, while there were always a fair number of applicants during enrollment, today's line of nearly 200 made the past attendance of just over 100 seem rather meager. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. The morning had seen fewer registrants, and by afternoon, the numbers would swell further. It was estimated that this year could attract over 1,000 individuals. The surge in interest was undoubtedly due to Dai Mubai and Oscar's remarkable performances in the Soul Battle Arena, which had brought widespread recognition to the two prodigies of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, a formidable level 41 Soul Master, had vanquished numerous level 49 powerful assault-type Soul Masters with his evil Eye White Tiger. Meanwhile, Oscar, as a support-type Soul Master, had outperformed many of his peers with his extraordinary abilities as a combat support Soul Master, particularly after Dai Mubai's recent ascension to Silver Battle Soul Master. Shrek had gained a measure of fame in Soto City. Consequently, the influx of new students eager to join the academy had significantly increased. However, the thought made Li Yusong's lips twitch slightly. There were simply too many people. If he were to manage this alone, it would take him 3 days to finish. Turning to Dai Mubai, he instructed, "Dai Mubai, please summon Xiao Exen, Lu Qibin, Zhao Wujing, and Flander." Dai Mubai nodded and turned to fetch the teachers from the academy. Just after Dai Mubai departed, Zhang Lan approached Li Yusong's side. "Teacher Li," she addressed him. Zhang Lan gazed at his teacher, Li Yusong, feeling an undeniable joy within. Although his time at Shrek Academy had been brief, the institution imbued him with a sense of belonging akin to that of home, where the teachers felt like family. "Oh, you rascal," Zhang Lan exclaimed Li Yusong, unable to contain his surprise upon seeing him. "You just up and left without so much as a word for over a year." Listening to his teacher's mild reproach, Zhang Lan scratched his head and smiled silently. "Have you reached level 40 yet? That rascal Dai Mubai is already at level 41. Zhang Lan patted his chest with confidence, exclaiming, "Of course, I have now reached level 45. He marveled, "Wow, you progressed quite rapidly." After a moment of silence, Li Yusong suddenly expressed his concern. "You must have endured a great deal of hardship." Li Yusong was aware that Zhang Lan's innate soul power was at level 6, a level not typically regarded as extraordinary. Yet, to ascend over 10 levels in just over a year with such a foundation undoubtedly required immense sacrifice, perhaps even risking life itself. Upon hearing the concern from his mentor, Zhang Lan felt a tingle of emotion in his nose. After striving in the outside world, the warmth of familial care and inquiry upon returning home was always profoundly moving. "Ha ha, it's been quite all right. I've gained a wealth of experience." Zhang Lan Zhuge. Suppressing the surge of emotion within, shedding tears would be utterly humiliating. He then shifted slightly, turning to introduce his companions to teacher Li Yusong. "This is Jisua, and this is Yakisi. They're friends I've come to know over the past year, my comrades in life and death, who have rescued me on numerous occasions. Without them, I might never have returned." He then gestured towards Yakisi and Jisua, adding, "This is my teacher, Li Yusong. He has imparted much wisdom to me at the academy." Li Yusong shook his head with a wry smile. "Let us not exaggerate. I haven't taught you much. You don't even rely on weaponry for combat. If we must credit anyone, it would be Zhao Wuji who taught you the most." Extending his hands towards Jisoo and Yakisi, Li Yusong continued, "Nonetheless, it is a pleasure to meet you both, and I am sincerely grateful for your assistance in saving that rascal Zhang Lan." Jisoo shook hands with Li Yusong, replying, "Jisoo here. Senior, you jest. Though it pains me to admit, Zhang Lan is our elder brother. Without him, we would not be alive today." Yakisi stepped forward to shake Li Yusong's hand as well, stating, "Yakisi. Indeed, while Zhang Lan may often exhibit erratic behavior, he can be remarkably dependable at times." Chapter 115. Ma Hongjun, although not entirely pleased with Jisoo and Yakisi's remarks, Zhang Lan felt a sense of satisfaction knowing they regarded him as their elder brother. "May I inquire if the admissions have commenced?" a mother at the front asked, her impatience palpable. Li Yusong, acknowledging that the parents had been waiting quite some time with their children, decided to set aside his conversation with Zhang Lan. He turned to Zhang Lan and said, "All right, I must begin the admissions process now. You are aware of the rules. Once Dai Mubai brings the table, you should lend a hand. Today's turnout is rather substantial." Zhang Lan glanced at the lengthy queue, which continued to grow, and nodded in agreement. Then, turning to Jisoo and Yakes, he said, "You two should assist as well." Both Yakes and Jisoo nodded in affirmation. On the other side, Li Yusong had already commenced his evaluation. He addressed the youth standing beside his mother. "Unleash your martial spirit." "Huh!" the boy exclaimed, and a black and white dog materialized behind him. His ears elongated into canine form, and a coat of black and white fur adorned his hands, while his fangs significantly enlarged. A white soul ring slowly ascended beneath him. After a brief inspection, Li Yusong declared, "Not qualified. You may leave." The boy, disheartened by Li Yusong's words, lowered his head. His mother, unwilling to accept the verdict, inquired, "But my child possesses considerable talent. Why is he deemed unqualified?" As she spoke, she retrieved a small pouch from her waist and extended it towards Li Yusong. Zhang Lan distinctly heard the sound of the silver coins within. Li Yusong did not accept. Addressing the mother, "Our academy only admits students who are no older than 12 and possess a soul power exceeding level 20. As he spoke, he utilized his soul power, projecting his voice across the vast area, ensuring that those in line behind them could hear him clearly. The mother, observing Li Yusong's stern demeanor, realized that persuading this admissions officer was futile and could only depart with her child in disappointment. Subsequently, some individuals from the line began to leave, yet many remained, clinging to a glimmer of hope despite being largely unqualified. Zhang Lan, somewhat astonished, gazed at Teacher Li Yusong and inquired, "Teacher Li, why we cease to collect tuition fees?" Zhang Lan recalls that upon his initial arrival, he was required to pay a tuition fee in the form of a gold soul coin, after which his qualifications would be assessed. Should he fall short, no refund would be granted. Li Yusong, while instructing the individuals behind him to release their martial spirits, remarked, "At that time, our academy was rather impoverished. This year, however, we have received a substantial sponsorship. Thus we have ceased this practice, as it tarnished the academy's reputation." Your soul power is adequate." Li Yusong then gently squeezed the hand of the young girl before him, shaking his head as he said, "You are over the age of 13, thus you do not qualify. Sponsorship? Where did such sponsorship come from?" As he spoke, Zhang Lan sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the boy, releasing his martial spirit before him. "Just barely at level 19. Not qualified. After your departure, Dai Mubai and Oscar performed admirably, gaining notoriety in the battle arena. Subsequently, our esteemed Dean Flender crafted over a dozen banners for Dai Mubai and Oscar, each adorned with advertisements from our sponsors. Thanks to these benefactors, Dean Flender amassed quite a fortune. Not qualified." Zhang Lan was somewhat taken aback. "A flag? Why a flag?" Originally, Dean Flanders had intended to print advertisements on the clothing of Dai Mubai and Oscar. However, the two would invariably tear their garments during battles, much to the dissatisfaction of the sponsors. Subsequently, Dean Flanders prohibited Dai Mubai and Oscar from removing their clothing during matches, yet the audience dwindled by half, and the sponsorship funds significantly decreased. Ultimately, in a bid to resolve the situation, Dean Flanders resorted to creating these flags. He was astonished to discover that while clothing could accommodate at most a dozen advertisements, the flags could bear as many as one desired. Zhang Lan envisioned the scene of Dai Mubai and Oscar engaged in battle, bare-chested, with a multitude of flags, perhaps dozens, strapped to their backs, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha! Are these two fellows off to perform in a play? Ha ha!" Zhang Lan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just as she was laughing, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. Zhang Lan turned her head, and, as expected, it was Dai Mubai. His face was alight with surprise. And behind him followed Oscar and a slightly plump young man, all three of them carrying a table and chairs. Behind them was their teacher, Lu Qibin. Lu Qibin. Zhang Lan first greeted Lu Qibin, then embraced Dai Mubai, followed by a warm hug with Oscar. "Dai Mubai, Oscar, both of you have undergone quite a transformation." Zhang Lan gazed at Dai Mubai and Oscar before her, filled with excitement. Both Dai Mubai and Oscar had undergone significant transformations. Dai Mubai had grown taller and appeared even more handsome, his heterochromatic eyes lending him a somewhat alluring charm, and he had become considerably more robust over the past year. Oscar, too, had evolved from a frail youth into a strikingly athletic young man, his bare torso showcasing defined muscles and prominent abdominal six-pack, complemented by a captivating V-line. His fair complexion and enchanting peach blossom eyes rendered him a veritable heartthrob. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Oscar were desperately coughing to regain their breath. Zhang Lan's embrace had expelled the air from their lungs and made them acutely aware of her increased strength over the past year. "By the way, who is this?" Zhang Lan pointed to the slightly plump and somewhat robust youth behind them. One might wonder how Zhang Lan discerned the youth's slightly chubby and sturdy physique. The young man was similarly bare-chested, revealing a set of abdominal muscles, albeit not prominently defined, and his arms exhibited some muscularity. Deep down, he harbored a suspicion that this youth could indeed be Ma Hongjun. However, he recalled that in the original narrative, Ma Hongjun was depicted as a chubby boy. Was he not? Cough. Are you intending to assassinate me? Dai Mubai first lamented to Zhang Lan, simultaneously gesturing towards the youth behind him. This is Ma Hongjun, whom Dean Flender brought back after your departure. His martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix, a mutated martial spirit. Well, I had forgotten this detail. I only recalled Ma Hongjun's character after reviewing the outline yesterday. I apologize for the oversight, but you esteemed readers have bravely endured various challenges thus far, and I trust you will not perish here. Should that unfortunate fate befall you, please let out a lament and relinquish the esteemed title of Shinnon. Furthermore, I must return to refine the outline. Allow me a few more words. I am nearing the 2,000 mark. All right, that's enough. Chapter 116. New students, gratitude to the reader for the 1,000-point reward and to the reader for the 100-point reward. Dai Mubai then turned to Ma Hongjun and said, "This is Zhang Lan, the person we often spoke of." Zhang Lan addressed Ma Hongjun, saying, "Zhang Lan, it is a pleasure to meet you." Ma Hongjun replied, "Oh, I am Ma Hongjun, and I am equally delighted." Ma Hongjun felt a sense of curiosity towards this seemingly robust youth before him. In the academy, he often heard Lao and Xiao Ao recount tales of the enigmatic senior, Zhang Lan. Words such as diligent, gentle, powerful, and numerous other commendations were frequently ascribed to him. Although Lao would often speak of Zhang Lan with a hint of pride, suggesting that while Zhang Lan's strength was formidable, he still fell slightly short in comparison. Ma Hongjun could sense that the usually self-assured Lao held a deep admiration and even reverence for the individual named Zhang Lan. Today, he finally stood before this illustrious figure, clad in an oversized robe that clung to his muscular frame as if it were a second skin. Zhang Lan's face, despite its youthful features, bore an air of maturity and determination, as if he had traversed many trials. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from the senior, reminiscent of the fierce spirit he had encountered among the soul masters who battled in the soul arena. Zhang Lan must have taken many lives, mused Ma Hongjun. However, he was not the only one to sense this. Beside him, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Li Yusong also felt the palpable aura of death surrounding Zhang Lan and his companions. Yet, they all understood that Zhang Lan had undoubtedly endured a great deal over the past year, and they anticipated that he would eventually share his experiences with them. So they refrained from probing further. Enough of this chatter. Let's proceed with the enrollment. We cannot keep them waiting, interjected Li Yusong, interrupting their heartfelt reunion. He then turned to Dai Mubai and inquired, "Where are Flender, Zhao Wujia, and Xiao Xin?" Flender, the dean, was unaccounted for. Teacher Xiao Xin was busy preparing a meal, and teacher Zhao Wujia had taken teacher Shui Lianxin out for a stroll. What? Zhang Lan gazed wide-eyed at Dai Mubai. Zhang Lan, in disbelief, inquired of Dai Mubai, "What has happened to Master Zhao Wujis? Has he gone shopping with teacher Shui Lianxin? Teacher Shui Lianxin, is she a woman? When did she arrive at our academy?" Release your martial spirit. Before Zhang Lan stood a girl who unleashed her martial soul, a yellow aura rising from beneath her feet. 18 levels, unqualified. You may leave. The act of releasing one's martial soul is reminiscent of the instructor from the Tianshui Academy we encountered when we reached level 30. Dai Mubai squeezed the hand of the youth before him, noting he was over 13, unqualified. You should return. After you departed, that teacher Shui Lianxin came back with her team once more, and somehow she ended up in a relationship with teacher Zhao Wujia. Eventually, Shui Lianxin resigned from her position at Tianshui Academy and joined our institution. No way. That gentle female instructor from Tianshui Academy? How could she possibly fancy our teacher Zhao Wujia? Hey, aren't you afraid teacher Zhao Wujia might hear you and retaliate? Unqualified, alas. Qualified. What is your name? After Dai Mubai finished his sarcastic remarks about Zhang Lan, he instinctively prepared to declare the youth unqualified, only to discover that this young boy was precisely 12 years old. Finally, they had received a new student, and Dai Mubai felt a surge of excitement as he inquired about the boy's name. Tang-san. Zhang Lan exclaimed in delight the name of the young man before Dai Mubai. Subsequently, he noticed Xiao Wu and Carly behind Tang-san. Xiao Wu, little sister, you have come as well. Zhang Lan was filled with joy. Elder brother Zhang Lan, Tang-san, and Xiao Wu greeted him cheerfully. Brother, Carly also joyfully called out. Ha! You all have arrived. Has the teacher come? Tang-san nodded and replied, Yes, the teacher is here as well, but he mentioned he was going to meet Senior Flander, so he did not accompany us. Let's talk more later. You all go ahead and stand aside for now. Although Zhang Lan felt immense joy upon reuniting with Tang-san and Xiao Wu, there remained a multitude of individuals eager to gain entry into the academy. Thus, it was imperative for the trio to await their turn at a distance. Subsequently, Zhang Lan and his companions concentrated on the admissions process, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Those waiting in line quickly discerned that the academy exclusively accepted applicants not exceeding the age of 12, possessing a soul power of at least level 20. Those who fell short, even by the slightest margin, were not considered, and neither bribes nor connections would sway the decision. Consequently, a considerable number of hopefuls gradually departed, which further expedited the admissions for Zhang Lan and his associates. Nevertheless, new arrivals continued to appear, oblivious to the established regulations, necessitating additional time for Zhang Lan and his team to complete the admissions process. Finally, as afternoon descended, the last father and son departed, their hopes dashed. Zhang Lan stretched languidly, feeling a slight stiffness in her back after a day of sitting. Beside her sat the new recruits she had met today: Tang San, Xiao Wu, Carly, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Li Yu. In addition to the familiar faces from her memories, there were Carly and Li Yu. Carly was well known, while Li Yu was a somewhat pudgy yet charmingly youthful lad, marked by the telltale signs of adolescence, acne adorning his face. At 12 years old, he was a level 21 defensive spirit master, wielding the Xian Iron Shield as his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie and Shui Lianxin gradually approached from a distance. Shui Lianxin, with a blissful expression, clung to Zhao Wujie's arm. Yet, what captured Zhang Lan's attention was the surprising fact that Teacher Zhao was wearing height-increasing shoes, and Teacher Shui was half a head taller than him. A chuckle escaped her lips, just as Zhao Wujie, delighted to see Zhang Lan, was about to greet her. He caught sight of her mischievous grin, and his expression darkened. Having spent considerable time with Zhang Lan at the academy, he was well aware of her playful nature. Zhang Lan, that insufferable brat, is undoubtedly mocking my height. Zhao Wujie glared at Zhang Lan with a darkened expression, his teeth clenched, conveying a silent threat of impending doom through his piercing gaze. Zhang Lan's smile abruptly froze, and then she adjusted her expression, addressing Zhao Wujin and Shui Lianxin, who had approached her. Teacher Wujin, I have returned, and Teacher Lianxin. Shui Lianxin nodded gently, smiling warmly at Zhang Lan. Welcome back, Zhang Lan. This evening, let's practice together. I wish to see how much you have progressed over the past year. Zhao Wujin, with a beaming smile, spoke to Zhang Lan, causing her countenance to suddenly dim. Zhao Wujin then turned to observe Tang San and the others nearby. Are these the newly recruited qualified students? Zhang Lan, note that. Zhao Wujin expressed a hint of surprise, exclaiming, Indeed, there are quite a number of them. Dai Mu Bai, you shall assess them. We do not require those who are aware of cultivation, yet cannot even wield their own martial spirits. Just as Dai Mu Bai was about to acquiesce, Zhang Lan interjected. Allow me to take the lead. Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement. Very well. It is an opportune moment to observe the fruits of your labor over the past year. Chapter 117. Burden and Contempt. The group then followed Zhao Wujin to the center of the Shrek Academy Plaza. When you engage in your trials, it is advisable to exert your full strength. You have 3 minutes to familiarize yourselves and strategize. Zhang Lan donned his armor, and, facing Tang San and his 6 companions, silently brandished a formidable shield. Yet, an aura of ferocity emanated from Zhang Lan, a presence so intimidating that it caused Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Li Xie to instinctively take a step back. Beside them, Zhao Wujie regarded Zhang Lan with a complex expression. To cultivate such an aura, one must undergo extensive training and deliberate effort. Zhang Lan, possessing the formidable aura of a fierce beast, signifies that he has been engaged in relentless battles and challenges against powerful adversaries for an extensive duration. Initially, Ning Rongrong and her companions, who regarded the youth Zhang Lan with a measure of disdain due to their slight age difference, have now shed their underestimating sentiments. Tang San is acutely aware that his elder brother Zhang Lan must have grown significantly stronger over the years. However, he has always yearned to ascertain the true extent of Zhang Lan's strength. Thus, this moment presents an invaluable opportunity that he holds in high esteem. Simultaneously, he comprehends the gravity of Zhang Lan's earlier directive to exert his utmost effort, which indeed includes the use of concealed weapons. Tang San then turned to his companions, Xiao Wu and others, and stated, Time is of the essence. Let us each introduce ourselves. I am Tang San, wielding the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and I am a level 29 control system soul master. Following his lead, Xiao Wu chimed in, I am Xiao Wu, with a beast martial spirit of a rabbit, and I am a level 29 attack system soul master. Callie continued, I am Kali, with a beast martial spirit of the Emerald Ghost Python. And I am a level 27 control system soul master. After a brief hesitation, Ning Rongrong introduced herself. I am Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit. And I am a level 26 support system soul master. Liu added, I am Liu, with the Xian iron shield martial spirit. And I am a level 22 defense system soul master. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing stated, I am Zhu Zhuqing, with a beast martial spirit of the nether spirit cat. And I am a level 27 agility attack system soul master. Upon the completion of their introductions, all eyes converged upon Ning Rongrong, the 7 treasures glazed tower. A martial spirit passed down through generations is a rarity on the continent, typically possessed only by direct descendants of the 7 treasures glazed sect. As one of the top 3 sects in the Tiando Empire, the 7 treasures glazed sect is renowned for harboring the most potent support type martial spirit. Consequently, the revelation of Ning Rongrong's martial spirit elicited surprise among the onlookers. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, Don't stare. I am no different from an ordinary person. I snuck out from home. Let us see if I can pass this test first. My martial spirit is the 7 treasures glazed tower with 2 soul rings, capable of enhancing speed and strength attributes by approximately 30% for a duration of about 2 incense sticks. Tang Sen contemplated for a moment before suggesting, Ning Rongrong will be responsible for supporting us. Liu, ensure Ning Rongrong's protection. Kali and I will focus on controlling Brother Zhang Lan's attacks to the best of our ability, while assisting Xiao Wu and Kali in launching direct assaults. Zhu Zhuqing, please engage him from the side to provide distraction. Upon hearing Tang San's strategy, Ning Rongrong expressed her astonishment. Wait, Kali's martial spirit is responsible for distraction, and she will be attacking head-on? Kali clarified, my martial spirit is an anomalous one, a tangible entity akin to a soul beast. However, any damage it sustains is reflected back to me. Rest assured, I possess considerable strength. You need not worry about my capacity for direct assault. With that, Kali removed her outer garment and cast it aside. Bang! A dull, thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This alarming scene rendered Ning Rongrong's words of doubt stuck in her throat. Not only Ning Rongrong, but even Zhu Zhuqing and Li Xie were taken aback. The sound echoed ominously, and the ground even appeared slightly concave. That garment must weigh at least 500 jin, if not more. However, their estimations were still modest. Observing the garment, Dai Mubai remarked to Oscar, this must weigh at least 800 jin. She truly lives up to being Zhang Lan's sister. Oscar nodded in agreement, stating, I currently carry a burden of only 500 jin, and that is with the advantage of being 2 years older than her, which has allowed my body to develop more rapidly. Beside them, Ma Hongjun felt somewhat disheartened. In comparison to Dai Mubai and Oscar, he seemed rather feeble, managing only a burden of 200 jin. Any more would be untenable, a reflection of his own lack of diligence and training compared to Dai Mubai and Oscar. Alongside them, Xiao Wu likewise discarded her coat, tossing it aside. Bang! A somewhat softer thud resonated. The trio of Ning Rongrong stared blankly at Xiao Wu. Liu swallowed hard, then turned to Tang San, his gaze fixed intently on Tang San's coat. They could easily discern that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Carly were allies. Since both Carly and Xiao Wu, being female, bore such formidable weighted coats, it was reasonable to assume that Tang San, as a male, bore an even more daunting burden. Tang San noticed the scrutinizing gazes of Ning Rongrong, Li Xie, and Zhu Zhuqing, and he too removed his coat, casting it aside. Bang! Note, an exclamation mark is absent here. This time, the sound was markedly quieter, and the tremors of the ground were considerably less pronounced than before. Are you truly weaker than the 2 girls? The expressions in Liu's eyes brimmed with disdain, clearly conveying this sentiment. Tang San's lips twitched slightly. His burden was merely 400 jin, but could he be blamed for that? He was exceedingly busy balancing rigorous training, mastering the Xintian skill, and crafting hidden weapons, all of which consumed a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, Carly dedicated herself solely to training, often spending even more time on it than on her cultivation. With her training duration nearly 3 times that of his, and Xiao Wu almost double his own, it was only natural that their strength surpassed his. Despite Tang San's inner justifications, the feeling of being outdone by girls was undeniably unpleasant, compounded by the derisive gazes from Liu and his companions. Resolutely, Tang San unleashed his martial spirit and declared, Is everyone prepared? Do we all agree with the plan we discussed earlier? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Liu and the others retracted their scornful looks, nodding in agreement with his strategy. They 2. Release their martial spirits. Ning Rongrong unleashed her martial spirit alongside her soul skills. The Seven Treasures glazed tile was renowned, known for its attributes of strength and speed. As Ning Rongrong's words fell, 5 beams of colorful light descended upon Tang San and his companions. Instantly, they felt a significant increase in their physical strength, their bodies becoming remarkably lighter, with speed and power augmented by 30%. This sudden enhancement left Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Kai Li particularly invigorated. However, in stark contrast, Ning Rongrong's complexion turned noticeably pale. Feeling the rapid depletion of her soul power, akin to a pump running dry, she exclaimed anxiously, "My soul power is diminishing so quickly. It can last at most the duration of a single incense stick." Chapter 118. The Bewitching Fragrance and the Blind King. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's remarks, Tang San and the others were taken aback, as she had previously stated that it could last at least 2 incense sticks. The reduction was disheartening. Nevertheless, they understood that pondering over this was futile at this moment. Tang San decisively stated, "Time is of the essence. Let us all engage in battle and strive to resolve this conflict within the duration of Ning Rongrong's support." Zhang Lan let out a chuckle as he produced a thick incense stick and ignited it. With a flick of his wrist, the burning incense darted through the air like a thrown dart, embedding itself into a nearby piece of wood. "Do not fret. Within this single stick of incense, I shall vanquish you all." With that, Zhang Lan raised a shield and charged directly at Ning Rongrong. Observing Zhang Lan's demeanor, Oscar couldn't help but think how remarkably cool his older brother appeared just moments ago. However, he soon overheard the conversation between Zhang Lan's 2 companions. Yakes remarked to Jisua, "It seems that Zhang Lan is quite serious. He even invoked his secret technique, declaring that you shall fall within the duration of a single stick of incense. He feigns bravado, tossing out the incense to signify a swift resolution, when in truth, this burning incense is likely a hallucinogenic fragrance, subtly causing the enemy to inhale its intoxicating aroma, rendering their bodies increasingly numb." Jisoo, arms crossed, observed the unfolding battle and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I sense that after this encounter, those 6 little ones will be left questioning their very existence." Zhang Lan charged fiercely towards Ning Rongrong, brandishing his shield, while Tang San could not idly stand by as Zhang Lan advanced toward their support. The ferocity of Zhang Lan's charge was overwhelming. Each powerful stride resonated with a deep thud, forewarning Xiao Wu and Kali that any attempt to intervene would result in being forcefully thrown aside. At that moment, Tang San positioned at a distance, and Kali sprang into action. A black-purple vine silently crept along the ground toward Zhang Lan, while Kali's spirit, the 5-meter-long emerald phantom python, suddenly lifted its head, its dark eyes fixated on Zhang Lan. Phantom Impact. Kali unleashed her second spirit ability, causing the serpent's eyes to emit a mental shockwave capable of incapacitating any soul master of equal rank with weak willpower for several seconds, or even rendering the faint-hearted unconscious. Yet, Zhang Lan's advance remained unimpeded, his steps unwavering. In truth, it was Zhang Lan's control over his judgment that prevented a counterattack. Otherwise, Kali would have surely succumbed. Observing Zhang Lan unaffected, Kali felt a tinge of disappointment, despite having anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Tang San stealthily maneuvered his spirit closer to Zhang Lan, suddenly launching an assault. Entangle. Layers of vines surged toward Zhang Lan, yet they failed to hinder his momentum. Upon contact, they were effortlessly torn apart by his immense strength. Concurrently, Tang San detected the acrid scent of burning incense, and his expression shifted. "The incense is poisonous." He promptly retrieved a locust stone from his belt, deftly extinguishing the flame with precision. By this time, Zhang Lan had closed in to within 10 meters of Ning Rongrong. Confronted by Zhang Lan's fierce presence, Ning Rongrong's delicate face paled, and she instinctively retreated half a step, while Liu, standing before her, also turned ashen. He perceived the figure clad in black armor, wielding a colossal shield, as resembling an ancient soul beast. Despite his trepidation, he gritted his teeth and held his shield resolutely before Ning Rongrong. He was determined to enter this academy. After witnessing how Brother Oscar, as a support-type soul master, had defeated a strong assault-type soul master, he had developed a profound admiration for him. Thus, he aspired to join this institution, especially the academy led by the sect master and deputy sect master, a dream cherished by many young disciples in their pursuit of cultivation. However, just as Liu braced for the impending collision with Zhang Lan, a vine at his waist surged powerfully, yanking him aside and averting the impact. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong was also pulled away by the same vine. Meanwhile, a cacophony of scratching sounds erupted behind Zhang Lan, as Zhu Zhuqing, utilizing her remarkable agility, swiftly positioned herself at Zhang Lan's rear and unleashed her soul skill, Phantom Claws of the Nether. Her hands danced, creating myriad phantoms that incessantly clawed at Zhang Lan. However, the formidable armor encasing Zhang Lan proved impenetrable, rendering Zhu Zhuqing's assaults utterly ineffective. A powerful howling pierced the air as Zhang Lan observed Tang San ensnaring Li Xiao and Ning Rongrong with his vines. At that moment, she hurled her shield, targeting not Ning Rongrong or Tang San, for she understood that, given Tang San's prowess, he would be incapable of hitting her. Instead, the shield was aimed at the connecting vines between Tang San and Ning Rongrong. Simultaneously, as she cast her shield, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to strike. Zhang Lan abruptly flung her iron net backward. The enormous net, spanning nearly 15 meters in diameter, descended upon Zhu Zhuqing like a shroud. As Zhang Lan waved her hand in retreat, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively backed away. However, the colossal net ensnared her, leaving her no chance to escape. Trapped underneath, Zhu Zhuqing attempted to tear the net with her sharp claws, but was met with despair, realizing that it was constructed from iron chains as thick as her fingers. Without turning her head, Zhang Lan hurled another dagger behind her, which embedded itself into the ground beside Zhu Zhuqing. "You're already dead." Zhang Lan's icy words resonated, momentarily startling Zhu Zhuqing, who then turned her gaze to the dagger beside her, remaining silent. As Zhang Lan spoke, he did not cease his movements. His shield was exceedingly large, rendering Tang San unable to maneuver the vines to evade it. The vines were abruptly shattered by the shield, causing Ning Rongrong, who had just been lifted, to fall once more to the ground. Meanwhile, Liu, who was previously positioned in front of her, had already been carried several meters away by the vines. Zhang Lan, Xiao Wu, and Carly suddenly charged towards Ning Rongrong, fully aware that if Ning Rongrong were to fall to Zhang Lan, their chances in this contest would be halved. However, the distance between them was considerable, rendering any timely assistance impossible. Ning Rongrong was utterly paralyzed by fear, staring blankly as Zhang Lan barreled towards her with an overwhelming ferocity. In a critical moment, Liu appeared before Ning Rongrong from a distance of several meters, raising an enormous shield 3 times the size of a normal one to intercept Zhang Lan. It was fortuitous that Zhang Lan, believing he was about to collide with Ning Rongrong, had eased his force and slowed his momentum. Thus, when Liu materialized, Zhang Lan was unable to exert any additional power. Surprised to see Liu suddenly blocking his path, Zhang Lan's eyes widened, but upon noticing Liu's fierce glare, he instinctively scattered a cloud of red powder. On the sidelines, Yates observed as Li Xia clutched his eyes in agony, shaking his head in pity. That's just Zhang Lan's instinctive reaction. The secret technique meets the blind king head-on. Extreme sonodid in sympathy. Watching as Liu struggled to maintain his grip on the shield while his other hand instinctively rubbed at his eyes, which were visibly reddening. Zhang Lan's second generation of the Blind King, while lacking the permanent blindness-inducing toxicity of the first, contained a powder made from a 100-year-old soul plant, the devil pepper, mixed with other nefarious substances. This concoction not only caused temporary blindness, but also elicited excruciating pain, making it particularly insidious. Such intense agony could overwhelm even the most resilient of warriors. Yet, the young man named Liu had not entirely succumbed. He still clutched a shield, showing some promise. As the two spoke, they instinctively rubbed their own eyes, recalling the torment they had previously endured. That sensation was one they would never wish to experience again. Chapter 119. Breaking all laws with strength. Zhang Lan realized the gravity of the situation as he unleashed the second-generation Blindness King. Although his intention was to instill a sense of the harsh realities and dangers of true combat upon Carly and her companions, he was apprehensive about the possibility of inflicting irreversible harm upon them, which was not his desire. While the second-generation Blindness King was not as toxic as its predecessor, failure to cleanse it could still lead to diminished vision or even blindness. Nevertheless, Liu's performance was indeed astonishing to Zhang Lan. In such excruciating circumstances, this 12-year-old boy had not completely succumbed to despair. Instead, he demonstrated remarkable resilience by launching a counterattack, which was truly commendable. Zhang Lan followed the direction of Liu's collision, seizing Liu's shield and pulling it back. Instantly, Liu was propelled into the air towards the direction of Yates. Perhaps a cleansing for his eyes would be in order. Zhang Lan shouted anxiously, only to feel her waist encircled by a pair of gentle arms. Zhang Lan's expression shifted dramatically. He was struck by a profound sensation. Before he could react, his body was abruptly lifted into the air. Carly, with a fierce grip around Zhang Lan's waist, forcefully propelled him backwards. This was the wrestling technique known as the back suplex, which her brother Zhang Lan had taught her. With a thunderous impact, the earth trembled violently, and Zhang Lan's head sank directly into the ground. Zhang Lan pushed himself up with both hands, extricating his head from the fray, while simultaneously executing a swift maneuver reminiscent of a rabbit kicking an eagle, sending the petite Xiao Wu soaring into the sky. At that very moment, a cacophony of metallic clinks resonated from Zhang Lan's entire body. Heedless of the sounds, he lowered his head, evading the concealed weapons aimed at the vulnerable gaps in his armor, particularly around his eyes. Before Xiao Wu could touch the ground, Zhang Lan seized her foot while simultaneously gripping the ankle of Carly, who had attempted to kick him. Instantly, both Xiao Wu and Carly retaliated. However, their fighting skills paled in comparison to Zhang Lan, who had survived countless life-and-death battles. With a sudden, forceful tug, he sent Xiao Wu and Carly crashing into one another with startled exclamations. The sound of their impact was indeed painful, especially as their armored forms collided. Subsequently, Zhang Lan gently pressed both of them down to the ground. "Ladies, your turn is over." Zhang Lan spoke coldly, then executed a series of rolls, tumbling forward with remarkable agility. Clang, clang, clang. An array of metallic sounds resonated from his armor, while behind him, a succession of dark holes marred the ground, the remnants of Tang San's hidden weapons embedded in the earth. Zhang Lan gazed at the multitude of holes, feeling a pang of trepidation. In the recent skirmish with Xiao Wu and Carly, Tang San's strikes had failed to penetrate his armor. However, in that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed a looming peril. This was a battle instinct cultivated through numerous brushes with death over the past year. Dragon Whisker Plate Crystal. Zhang Lan's heart was a tumult of uncertainty, for he vaguely recalled that Tang San had seemingly acquired the concealed weapon capable of injuring even Zhao Waoji during this very period. Yet, he remembered that this weapon was designed to penetrate protective soul power. How could he, clad in a suit of black iron armor, still sense an impending danger? Moreover, during his recent roll, the impact and sound reverberating from his armor indicated that the concealed weapon had indeed struck him. However, it had failed to pierce through his armor. What then was the source of this ominous feeling? Tang San silently admired brother Zhang Lan's prowess, realizing that all the concealed projectiles he had skillfully launched had been evaded or deflected by him. He had initially believed that his dragon whisker plate, under his deft control, could slip through the gaps in Zhang Lan's armor to inflict damage. Furthermore, he had deliberately employed a standard concealed weapon to hit Zhang Lan's armor, hoping to lull him into a false sense of security. Yet, despite his ruse, Zhang Lan had still detected the looming threat. As he pondered this, Tang San swiftly charged towards Zhang Lan. The pace of the battle had escalated rapidly. It had been merely 15 seconds since Zhang Lan commenced his assault, yet Zhu Zhuqing, Liu, Xiao Wu, and Carly had all been vanquished, with his projectiles unable to breach Zhang Lan's armor. Tang San was left with no choice but to engage in close combat. Utilizing his shadowy disappearance and controlling the crane to capture the dragon techniques to entangle Zhang Lan, while seeking an opportunity to slip a concealed weapon through the gaps in his armor. As Tang San passed the spot where Zhang Lan had rolled, he executed a swift gesture with both hands, and specks of golden light suddenly erupted from the ground, returning to his grasp. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Tang San charging towards him, Zhang Lan chose to retreat. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of apprehension when facing Tang San in close quarters, for he recalled that in the original narrative, few soul masters could effectively suppress Tang San in melee combat before their soul power could fully dominate him. Zhang Lan retreated to the wooden shed beside the square, embracing one of the supporting pillars and forcefully uprooting it, brandishing it toward Tang San. The immense strength was accompanied by remarkable speed. As the muscles on Zhang Lan's body bulged and the veins on his neck stood out, all showcasing the explosive power he possessed, the colossal wooden pillar soared through the air with a howling sound, sweeping directly toward Tang San. Faced with such a formidable force, Tang San harbored no intention of confronting it head-on. Observing the nearly 4-meter distance between himself and Zhang Lan, he also dismissed the thought of making a daring dash forward. Should he attempt such a reckless move, Zhang Lan's terrifying strength would undoubtedly allow him to twist the pillar's trajectory and bring it crashing down, turning Tang San into nothing more than a mere pancake. Reluctantly, Tang San chose to retreat, while Zhang Lan had no intention of pursuing him. Instead, he sprinted rapidly toward Ning Rongrong, still clutching the pillar. Tang San inwardly lamented the dire situation, frantically waving his hands as shadows darted forth, accompanied by faint sounds, rushing toward Zhang Lan's retreating figure. The techniques he unleashed included the willow leaf blade, the locust stone, the money dart, and the bone-piercing nail. A ceaseless array of hidden weapons bursting forth from Tang San's hands like a torrential downpour, some flying straight, others at an angle, and some even circling around to confront Zhang Lan head-on. Zhang Lan was startled by the intense sound of air being torn apart, yet she resolutely refrained from turning back. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her spiritual energy for defense and dashed towards Ning Rongrong, who was attempting to retreat and distance herself from Zhang Lan. However, the resilient blue-silver grass relentlessly coiled around Zhang Lan's ankle. Though it could not completely hinder her movement, it significantly reduced her speed. Simultaneously, another strand of blue-silver grass ensnared Ning Rongrong's waist, pulling her away from Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to turn back and pursue Tang San, wielding a colossal wooden pillar that stirred up a howling gale with each swing. He launched relentless attacks, but the heavy and swift pillar merely grazed past Tang San time and again. Employing the elusive ghost shadow steps, Tang San deftly evaded Zhang Lan's strikes, his concealed weapons incessantly clashing against Zhang Lan's armor with a series of sharp metallic sounds. Meanwhile, as Zhang Lan endured Tang San's incessant assaults, he occasionally unleashed surprising attacks that sent cold sweat down Tang San's back. The intensely pungent Blind King's offensive, propelled by the gusts from the wooden pillar, surged towards Tang San. Yet, Tang San seemed to have a mysterious means of evading harm, leaving Zhang Lan's eyes stinging instead. Chapter 120. Hiss. Thanks to book friend 20180720214731154 for the generous reward of 100 points. The foul, sludge-like substance missed its target due to Tang San's uncanny movements. A barrage of locust-sized stones unleashed by Zhang Lan's brute force was deftly countered by Tang San's hidden weapons, which, combined with his bizarre agility, resulted in him avoiding every single blow. Not only Zhang Lan, but even the onlooker, Ji Suo, was left wide-eyed in astonishment. It was not merely a few stones. It was a veritable hail of dozens, propelled at terrifying speed by Zhang Lan's might. At such a range, even Ji Suo, moving at triple speed, could not hope to escape. This was in every sense an all-encompassing assault, as they observed the scene, where Tang San, despite the peril, had yet to be touched by Zhang Lan. The spectators were left dumbfounded. The spectacle resembled a delicate butterfly dancing gracefully amidst a raging storm, untouched by the downpour. The effortless grace with which Tang San maneuvered conveyed to all onlookers the presence of an unparalleled master. Yet, Tang San bore a silent anguish. Each step he took felt as though he were dancing upon the edge of a blade, where a single misstep could lead to his obliteration. Especially daunting were the occasional surprises unleashed by brother Zhang Lan, which left Tang San no room for distraction. He refrained from targeting the gaps in Zhang Lan's armor with his hidden weapons, redirecting all his attacks towards the openings of Zhang Lan's helm, forcing him to block and lower his head. This maneuver afforded Tang San a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Even more terrifying was the realization that brother Zhang Lan had swung the massive wooden pillar, weighing no less than 500 pounds, over 100 times without showing any signs of fatigue or diminishing strength. The current state of brother Zhang Lan's health is truly alarming. Zhang Lan gazed upon Tang San's agile figure flitting about, utterly vexed by his elusive nature. With a resolute grip on a wooden pillar, he swung it with fervor while simultaneously obstructing Tang San's movements. His left hand relentlessly hurled an array of peculiar objects from the depths of his ring. Heavenly gold rain, raining pear blossom stones, noxious days mud, torrential cool water, super tent, aerial dried biscuits, endless garments, human skin mask? No, that won't do. Water of life? No, that is not suitable. Is there nothing left? Then let it be heavenly gold rain. Heavenly gold rain. Heavenly gold rain. The spectators were left in astonishment as they observed Zhang Lan wielding a colossal pillar in one hand while incessantly launching bizarre items with the other, culminating in his audacious display of tossing money. Could a soul master truly fight in such a manner? Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself and inquired with an odd expression. Jisoo rubbed his nose and offered a defense, though it may be somewhat humiliating to admit. The number of Soul Kings who have fallen to Zhang Lan's eccentric tactics exceeds 10. Beside him, the red-eyed Liu regarded Zhang Lan with a peculiar expression and asked in a tone tinged with resentment, "Excuse me, may I inquire about the rank of Senior Zhang Lan as a Soul Master?" At his words, Dai Mubai and others realized that Zhang Lan had yet to summon his martial spirit or unleash any soul skills. A complex mix of emotions washed over Daimu Bai. He understood that upon Zhang Lan's return, he would certainly be stronger. Yet he did not feel disheartened, for he too had diligently trained over the past year, aspiring to catch up to Zhang Lan. However, it now seemed as though the distance between them was only widening. 45th level Soul Ancestor. A sharp intake of breath followed from the crowd upon hearing Yake's words. This meant that Zhang Lan had defeated over 10 Soul Kings with the strength of a Soul Ancestor. That represented a significant disparity in levels. Yakes reveled in the astonishment of the onlookers, particularly the new students like Zhu Zhuqing, though he was not the one showcasing prowess. Recounting his brother's remarkable feats was equally gratifying. Unfazed, he continued nonchalantly, Zhang Lan has also vanquished 2 Soul Emperors. A collective gasp of shock escaped even the seasoned instructors, including Zhao Wujing. Soul Emperors were among the highest echelons within the continent. It was notable that most of Shrek's teachers were also Soul Emperors. Zhao Wujing, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Are you saying that Zhang Lan has defeated 2 Li Yusong?" Li Yusong shot a glare at Zhao Wujing, acknowledging his own limitations in combat. Spotting Flander approaching from a distance, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Qibin and remarked coolly, "He has indeed defeated 2 Lu Qibins." Lu Qibin instantly comprehended the situation and promptly unleashed his martial soul. Zhao Wuji deducted 2 months' salary from Lu Qibin, while Li Yusong withheld 1 month's pay from him. The timely arrival of Flanders prompted Lu Qibin and Li Yusong to retract their martial souls, and the two exchanged glances. Li Yusong remarca alriut. More funds for drinks. Splendid performance. Lu Qibin affirmed, absolutely. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji wore a distressed expression. During this period, Flanders had garnered numerous sponsorships, resulting in the Academy's financial stability, allowing for the timely distribution of salaries to the teachers. However, the previously owed amounts were still being dispersed incrementally, 1 month at a time. Zhao Wuji had frequently ventured into the city with Shui Lianxin, indulging her with shopping, sweets, and gifts, which had significantly drained his finances, even reducing his funds for drinks by more than half. Now, with 2 months' salary deducted, he pondered whether he would need to rely on Shui Lianxin's purse for their future outings to the market and hotels. As he brooded, Zhao Wuji observed Zhang Lan in the square extravagantly throwing around money, and his countenance returned to calm. After all, he considered himself Zhang Lan's esteemed mentor and assumed that upon Zhang Lan's return, he would undoubtedly present him with thoughtful gifts. While he could not accept any extravagant offerings, a modest sum of 10 or 18,000 gold soul coins would certainly be welcomed, as it would reflect Zhang Lan's good intentions. What? You think Zhang Lan lacks such sentiments? Zhao Wuji mused, convinced that a casual evening conversation with Zhang Lan, perhaps a shoulder massage, would elicit such gestures. What? Am I being shameless? He chuckled to himself, pondering whether maintaining dignity was more important than his affection for his wife. With these thoughts, Zhao Wuji turned his gaze towards Shui Lianxin, who, noticing his attention, inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter, Wuji?" Zhao Wuji responded with deep affection, "Oh, nothing. Just admiring your beauty." Embarrassed, Shui Lianxin playfully swatted his shoulder, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Daimu Bai, Flanders, and others discreetly distanced themselves from the couple, not wishing to indulge in the overly sweet display of affection. At that moment, the battle within the arena concluded, with Tang San, despite feeling fatigued, unleashing his first spirit skill. Vines ensnared Zhang Lan's wrists and ankles, momentarily hindering his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San charged forward, his hands a flurry of golden sparks. Yet, Zhang Lan disregarded the dazzling lights, barreling towards Tang San like a raging bull, as Tang San had just expended considerable energy in his earlier advance. Zhang Lan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arm, seized Tang San, and slammed him to the ground. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Wu, observing from the sidelines, rushed onto the field, exclaiming, "Brother!" Chapter 121. NTR Tang San. Gratitude to the book friend Penglai Xiao Chao and the book friend San Sheng, Shi Shang Jian, San Sheng for their generous donations. Tang San was not particularly troubled. Zhang Lan's earlier actions, though seemingly violent, lacked significant force. In fact, compared to Tang San, Zhang Lan bore the brunt of greater injuries. The sharp pain radiating from his shoulder compelled Zhang Lan to grimace in discomfort. Zhang Lan irritably lifted Tang San, demanding, "Quickly retrieve your concealed weapon." Zhang Lan spoke as he removed his armor. A small hole on his shoulder continuously oozed blood. Xiao Wu hurried over, anxiously supporting Tang San, and inquired, "Brother, how are you?" "I'm fine," Tang San reassured Xiao Wu before turning to Zhang Lan, saying, "Brother Zhang Lan, please wait a moment. I will extract it immediately." As he spoke, Tang San swiftly reached towards Zhang Lan's shoulder, and several golden needles suddenly shot out. Holding the golden needle in his hand, Tang San explained to Zhang Lan, "This is the golden dragon whisker needle, a concealed weapon I acquired from shop. It can be manipulated with soul power to pierce through protective barriers and soul energy. Once it enters the body and loses its soul power, it will curl up into a ball, tearing apart the surrounding flesh. Fortunately, since it was you, Brother Zhang Lan, I managed to control the needles and prevent them from curling." Tang San's elaborate explanation was, in truth, an attempt to demonstrate to Zhang Lan that he was not weak. Had the needles curled up during the encounter, it is uncertain whether Zhang Lan would have been able to intervene and subdue him. For Tang San, Zhang Lan had always represented a challenge, even a target to pursue, since arriving in this world. Coming from another realm, where he was a prodigy, his innate talent and dual martial souls instilled a sense of pride within him. However, among his peers, none could rival him, and his humble disposition kept his pride concealed. It wasn't until he encountered senior brother Zhang Lan, who was 3 years his senior and possessed superior strength, that Tang San felt the stirrings of rivalry. He vividly recalled their initial venture into the Soul Beast Forest alongside their teacher, where they encountered the mandala snake and witnessed Zhang Lan's extraordinary prowess, remarkable speed, and even more astonishing strength, all emanating from a youthful visage akin to his own. The formidable presence of senior brother Zhang Lan ignited Tang San's ambition. A portion of his relentless training at the academy was inspired by Zhang Lan's example. This battle was another opportunity for Tang San to gauge the extent of his disparity with Zhang Lan. Yet, upon experiencing such a swift defeat, a sense of disappointment washed over him, and his earlier explanation served as a small balm for his wounded spirit. Zhang Lan noticed the emotions of Tang San and looked at him with great surprise. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Had he unknowingly wandered far away? The Tang San who once gazed up in admiration, yearning to cling to a mentor's leg, was now in pursuit of his own footsteps. Observing the slightly dejected Tang San before him, Zhang Lan chuckled and affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair. "Ah, my dear junior brother Tang San, you truly are remarkable. I am grateful for your mercy this time." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's playful words, Tang San's face flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Nearby, Xiao Wu, who overheard their conversation, couldn't help but burst into laughter, causing Tang San's cheeks to redden even further. At this moment, Zhang Lan gazed at Xiao Wu, who was tightly clinging to Tang San's arm, feeling a sense of inner imbalance. Was the dog food being thrown right in his face? How outrageous! Zhang Lan's expression darkened as he addressed Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, Tang San claims he is fine." Both Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Zhang Lan's intent. Zhang Lan clasped her shoulder and jested, "I am injured gravely so, and in need of assistance." As Zhang Lan spoke, she simultaneously exchanged knowing glances with Tang San. Zhang Lan's teasing tone left Tang San and Xiao Wu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Having spent 6 years together, Tang San, despite having a father, found himself without parental guidance shortly after enrolling in school, while Xiao Wu, transformed into a human, had no one else in the unfamiliar human city of Notting. Tang San was the first to approach her and penetrate her heart. Over these 6 years, although they referred to each other as siblings, their feelings had undergone significant changes. Yet, neither dared to confront this reality. When faced with Zhang Lan's playful banter, both were enveloped in shyness. As Xiao Wu approached, her cheeks flushed, offering to assist him. Zhang Lan provocatively winked at Tang San, internally reveling in the achievement of teasing him. Suddenly, a punch from Carly interrupted the moment, her expression devoid of emotion as she retracted her fist. Addressing the blushing Tang San and Xiao Wu, she remarked, "Ignore him. He's just being ridiculous again." Then, she hoisted Zhang Lan by the nape of his neck. Discreetly rubbing her still aching wrist, her frustration considerably alleviated. The camaraderie between Carly and her brother Zhang Lan was evidently strong. Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at Zhang Lan, who resembled a lifeless body being lifted by Carly, enviously commenting on their relationship. Cold sweat broke out on Tang San's forehead as he recalled how Xiao Wu seemed to be adopting Carly's increasingly aggressive demeanor. He couldn't help but worry that one day, Xiao Wu might treat him as Carly treated her brother. Considering Xiao Wu's strength, which now surpassed his own, Tang San regretted not having learned any protective techniques in his previous life. He resolved to train diligently, aiming to develop a physique as resilient as Zhang Lan's, one capable of enduring Carly's relentless blows. What is happening here? Ning Rongrong observed the scene with a disheveled expression, uncertain of her status. Had she passed the test? You all have successfully completed the trial, Master Flander declared, unable to contain his excitement as he looked at the scattered gold soul coins on the ground. He turned to Ning Rongrong, saying, to celebrate the new student's enrollment, Teacher Xiao Xin has prepared a splendid feast. Everyone, hurry to the dining hall. Dai Mubai nodded and addressed the group. Come, follow me. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who upon meeting his gaze, quickly turned away. Carly, meanwhile, continued to carry Zhang Lan, preparing to follow Dai Mubai. At this moment, Zhang Lan struggled briefly to free herself from Carly's grasp. However, Carly had never intended to hold Zhang Lan for long. It was merely that Zhang Lan had previously feigned unconsciousness, leaving Carly with no choice but to support her for the time being. Wait a moment, let me tidy up first. Zhang Lan, uttering these words, strode towards the square. There lay his savings accumulated over the past year. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of soul power was unleashed ahead. Flinder adjusted his glasses with a finger, squinting as he spoke. I shall take care of this, Zhang Lan. You must be weary. Go and have your meal first. I will ensure everything is tidied up for you. Zhang Lan stared blankly at Dean Flander before her. A wave of familiarity washed over her. The familiar demeanor, the familiar style, and the unmistakably familiar Dean. Attempting to extract funds from the Dean proved to be an endeavor far more arduous than taking his life. Zhang Lan hesitated for a moment, gazing at the multitude of golden soul coins scattered behind Dean Flander, his heart feeling as if it were bleeding. Yet he understood that those treasures could never be reclaimed. However, Zhang Lan, filled with reluctance, beseeched Dean Flander, Dean, please leave me a little. Flander nodded with a smile. On the other side, Tangson observed the concealed weapons in the square, his resolve wavering. He contemplated retrieving them himself, but seeing the expressions on the Dean and Brother Zhang Lan's faces, it seemed they were disinclined to allow him to do so. After a moment of hesitation, he finally addressed Dean Flander, Dean, my hidden weapons. Before he could finish his sentence, Flander interrupted him. You can collect them after the meal. Tang-san. Chapter 122. The Master and Dean Flander under the moonlight, thanks to the book friend for the 1,000-point reward, after Zhang Lan and the others departed. Flander joyfully scoured the square for coins. Was it for the soul bone auction in a month? The Master gradually approached from a distance, inquiring softly. Flander halted momentarily, then shook his head. I can't hide anything from you. The Master walked closer, gazing calmly at Flander. It's for Zhang Lan, isn't it? Otherwise, with your character, you wouldn't seize your student's money. Flander chuckled heartily. You are mistaken. I have nearly driven myself to poverty over these years, and besides, a little of their money is all for their benefit. The Master paused, shaking his head in resignation. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. The price of soul bones never falls below 500,000. Some can even fetch several million. Your funds are woefully insufficient. While bending down to collect the golden soul coins, Flander replied, Dai Mubai and Oscar have done remarkably well, winning many battles in the soul arena. Through sponsorship and betting on their victories, I've amassed over 100,000 gold coins. Recently, Zhao Wujia and I dealt with 2 unscrupulous merchants and acquired 70 to 80,000 more, and I also visited the Blue Lightning Academy, borrowing 180,000. After finishing his statement, Flander fell silent, continuing to gather the golden coins. Meanwhile, the Master sank into contemplation. The name ere long resonated deeply within him, and the mere thought of it sent a pang of sorrow through his heart. Simultaneously, another name emerged in his mind, Bibi Dong. The memories of that night, the words exchanged, and the lingering recollections flooded back. He vaguely remembered Zhang Lan, in anguish, calling out the names of Ere Long and Bibi Dong, before finally uttering, Master, do you wish to know the truth of that time? He had once thought her to be the one who betrayed him, but it turned out he was the one who had forsaken her. In his reminiscence of sorrow, the Master felt a deep ache, while Flander sighed beside him. Xiao Gang has yet to overcome this hurdle. He still believed that Xiao Gang was mourning for Ere Long, yet unbeknownst to him, the Master's heart now harbored the memories of 2 individuals he had once deeply cherished, both of whom had inflicted profound wounds upon him. Suddenly, Flander turned to the Master and remarked, In truth, I have amassed enough funds for the auction of the soul bone. Yet I have bled profusely for that brat Zhang Lan. He cannot contribute nothing at all. Flander's words stirred memories within the Master. He recognized that Flander wished to spare him further sorrow, and he forced a smile. Yet, why would you expend such a fortune on purchasing a soul bone for Zhang Lan, even to the extent of calling upon your long-dormant abilities alongside Zhao Wuji, and even swallowing your pride to seek Ere Long? Though you feign indifference towards such matters, often claiming that pride holds little significance, I know that before me and Ere Long, you have always been resolute, donning the mantle of an elder brother to care for us. Flander fell silent for a moment, picking up the last golden soul coin before gazing up at the starry sky. Zhang Lan is the most diligent student I have ever encountered, and he is indeed a unique one. He seems to yearn for strength, yet his martial soul is of the support type. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred, choosing an alternate path, much like you did in your youth. Each morning, I awaken to find him training, and before bed, I see him still at it, bearing weights upon his body. Despite being a support-type soul master, he surpasses most battle soul masters in strength. He possesses an uncanny ability to sense the pain of others, guiding those around him through their inner turmoil. Yet he conceals his own suffering deep within, though he often presents a shameless front, exuding a boundless demeanor. He possesses an unwavering moral compass. He is akin to a humble benefactor, silently aiding those around him without ever seeking recompense. Xiao Gang, do you realize? In seeing him, I seem to glimpse you. Flander lowered his head to meet the master's gaze. I am not as shameless as Zhang Lan, the master interjected with utmost seriousness. Flander's affectionate demeanor abruptly froze, only to erupt into hearty laughter. It seems that everyone who has spent time with him undergoes some transformation. Even you, the ever-serious one, have taken to jesting. Flander chuckled as he addressed Xiao Gang. The master, with a touch of melancholy, replied to Flander, "Indeed, the most apparent transformation is a glass of 99 degrees of the water of life." The two of them spoke in unison, laughter echoing in the air. The two men laughed for an extended period. Subsequently, they settled into a tranquil silence, sitting side by side, gazing at the twinkling starry sky. That young man resembled your former self. Despite possessing a lackluster martial soul, he persevered with unwavering determination and forged an alternative path. Both of you harbored a common aspiration and had never contemplated surrender. Even when engulfed by sorrow, you consistently sought to assist others. The master shook his head and earnestly addressed Flander. "No, I nearly gave up back then. It was you and Erlong who reignited my spirit." He paused. "Shall we share a drink?" Flander produced a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from seemingly nowhere. The master hesitated. "Is it water?" Flander chuckled. "Pure essence of life." "Then let us partake," the master replied. Flander filled their glasses, and they both removed their shirts, exposing their bare torsos. Clinking their glasses, they downed their drink. Flander smacked his lips and remarked, "By the way, Xiao Gang, what prompted you to assist me? A complete stranger back then?" The master calmly finished his drink and replied, "Because you appeared so foolish and pitiable. A level 30B spirit master crouching to hunt a 10,000-year-old beast for its soul ring. I couldn't fathom your thought process." Flander's hand froze mid-pour, and he muttered, "That bird was so tiny, I thought it was a 1,000-year-old beast." Then, glaring at the master, he continued, "And you, with your composed demeanor as you strolled out, I assumed you were formidable. Yet, when you let out a fart, you dragged me away in a panic. If that soul beast hadn't been so averse to your odor, you might have met your demise." The master's expression darkened immediately. "How many times must I tell you? That was the fart of Luo Sanpao, not mine." Flander refilled the master's glass, gesturing emphatically. "You see, Luo Sanpao is your martial soul, isn't it?" The master nodded. "You once stated that a martial soul is part of a soul master, correct?" The master nodded again. "Therefore, if the martial soul farts, does it not mean that a part of the soul master has farted? Hence, when a part of the soul master farts, is it not the soul master who farts?" The master nodded once more. "No." Coughing, Flander, who had been on the verge of laughter at the master's initial nod, suddenly choked and began to cough. Under the moonlight, the 2 old men seemed to have returned to their youth. Chapter 123. The wise sage Zhang Lan and her companions followed Dai Mu by towards the cafeteria. Zhang Lan felt a slight ache in his shoulder and turned to Oscar, who was secretly gazing at Ning Rongrong, saying, "Little Ao, bring me a large sausage." Oscar withdrew his furtive glance from Ning Rongrong and proudly proclaimed, "I possess a grand sausage." Moments later, a sizable sausage materialized in his hand, which he promptly tossed toward Zhang Lan. The group, who had been walking quietly, was suddenly startled by Oscar's peculiar soul incantation, casting various expressions upon him. While the sausage itself was innocuous, when paired with Oscar's incantation, it carried an unmistakably indecent undertone. Among the crowd, Ning Rongrong blushed slightly and muttered a soft reprimand, calling him a rogue, before subtly distancing herself from Oscar. Behind her, Zhu Zhuqing also frowned and moved a bit away from him. In contrast, Kai Lin and Xiao Wu showed little reaction. After all, they were accustomed to certain boys, like Zhang Lan and Tang San, who became shameless after a drink, and thus dismissed such crude remarks. However, Zhang Lan's actions caused the two to furrow their brows. He caught Oscar's sausage and began to devour it with gusto, exclaiming, "Delicious. Truly delightful." Zhang Lan devoured his food heartily while giving Oscar a thumbs up. Oscar noticed the somewhat dim expression on Ning Rongrong's face, but upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, he beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Haha, indeed my sausages are the most delectable." He then scratched the back of his head, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he asked, "Brother Zhang Lan, do you not possess healing soul skills as well? Moreover, yours are significantly faster than mine. Why do you not utilize them?" Zhang Lan, having finished the Oscar sausage, expounded, "My soul skill is to mend the injuries upon my body, while your soul skill accelerates the recuperation of physical wounds." Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Oscar grew increasingly perplexed and inquired, "Then, Brother Zhang Lan, wouldn't your soul skill be faster and superior?" The others present also wore expressions of confusion, yet Tang San, standing beside Zhang Lan, suddenly brightened with understanding, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Zhang Lan observed Tang San's demeanor, and since that Tang San had discerned his thoughts, he promptly remarked, "Tang San is likely aware of it, so let him speak. It is also a fine opportunity for my junior disciple to showcase his talents. I must tell you, my junior is exceptionally astute, having thoroughly studied the encyclopedias of soul beasts and martial spirits. He can identify over 80% of terrestrial soul beasts and soul plants, and he can even determine their age." Zhang Lan's words left everyone astonished as they gazed at Tang San. The continent boasts over 10,000 varieties of soul beasts and soul plants. The majority of soul masters are only familiar with several dozen or at most a few hundred types of soul beasts. As for discerning their age, that is utterly absurd. Most soul masters typically hunt down those that merely resemble one another, and after vanquishing them, they observe the soul rings to absorb their essence. Even more shocking to everyone was Zhang Lan's peculiar nickname, Super Genius. The corners of their mouths twitched. Was this Zhang Lan's way of complimenting Tang San? It must be, shouldn't it? Particularly, the more acquainted Xiao Wu and Carly burst into laughter. Xiao Wu leaped excitedly to Tang San's side, grinning as she exclaimed, "Big genius, brother, please tell me what Zhang Lan just said." Ah! Before she could finish her sentence, she was unable to contain her laughter, clutching her belly. Fortunately, Oscar chimed in, "Big genius. Tang San, what did Zhang Lan mean just now?" Tang San's lips twitched as he glanced at Xiao Wu, who was unabashedly laughing and holding her stomach. He playfully struck her head. Startled by the sudden attack, Xiao Wu hid behind Carly, sticking out her tongue at him. Tang San then clarified, "As you all know, many defensive soul masters intentionally allow their teammates to strike them to enhance their physical resilience. Over time, this practice fortifies their bodies. Furthermore, those defensive soul masters who train in this manner often refrain from allowing their teammates to use soul skills for healing after sustaining injuries. Instead, they permit their bodies to recuperate naturally, thereby increasing their toughness. Brother Zhang Lan's soul skill allows for direct restoration of his body. However, the injured tissues return to their original state, as if they had never been harmed. In contrast, Oscar's soul skill, sausage, accelerates the body's recovery speed, resulting in a slight enhancement of the injured area after it heals, albeit the change is minimal. Nevertheless, at this point, Tang San found himself perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Zhang Lan, "Brother Zhang Lan, I understand that defensive soul masters typically train their resistance to impact using blunt instruments, such as iron rods. But does the piercing damage like that which Brother Zhang Lan endures also experience some enhancement after the body has recovered?" Zhang Lan suddenly stiffened for a moment, then recalled scenes from the movies of his previous life, where masters practicing techniques like the Golden Bell Shield would withstand blades and firearms without flinching. With newfound certainty, he declared, "Of course, Tang San and the others." Observing Zhang Lan's unwavering confidence and recalling his previously displayed formidable prowess, harbored no doubts and nodded in agreement, feeling as though they had gained newfound knowledge. Zhang Lan then continued, "Oscar's soul power sausage can accelerate the body's recovery speed while also swiftly replenishing soul power. It is incredibly powerful in both training and combat. Though the incantation for the soul skill is somewhat peculiar, one cannot blame him for this. It is perhaps a hefty price for such strength. A food-type innate soul power at full capacity is likely something even the heavens would find excessive, intentionally placing obstacles in his path." Zhang Lan's explanation significantly altered the perceptions of the newly joined Tang San and his companions regarding Oscar. After all, it was the nature of the soul curse that influenced their views, rather than any deficiency in Oscar's character. Furthermore, Zhang Lan's remark about the innate full soul power of food-type soul masters astonished Tang San and the others. Typically, food-type martial souls are considered relatively weak. For instance, names such as steam buns, chicken bottoms, and corn cakes readily suggest a lack of formidable innate soul power. It is exceedingly rare to encounter those with innate soul power of 7 or 8, let alone a full innate soul power. The revelation that Oscar, a food-type soul master, possessed such exceptional innate power genuinely surprised Tang San and his companions. This remarkable talent elevated their regard for Oscar even further, as most individuals with full innate soul power tend to become renowned figures, with many achieving the prestigious title of Title Douluo. Suddenly, Oscar embraced Zhang Lan, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he exclaimed, "Brother Zhang Lan, you are so kind to me." Tang San and the others exchanged glances, thinking to themselves how they had just begun to perceive Oscar as somewhat formidable, only to be drawn back by his current display of affection. Zhang Lan was utterly disgusted by Oscar's appearance, as he found Oscar's tearful, peach blossom eyes surprisingly appealing. He shuddered suddenly and kicked Oscar away. "Go away. I have painstakingly worked to elevate your image before the newcomers, and yet you managed to tarnish it yourself while attempting to repulse me." Chapter 124. Dinner. Thanks to the reader who treated themselves to hot pot while watching, for the generous 500-point reward, and to reader 16109-1736-55763 for the 100-point reward. Oscar, unfazed by Zhang Lan's kick, chuckled cheerfully, "Brother Zhang Lan, didn't you tell me that those who belittle me due to the soul curse can only look up to me from behind? Since that day, I have ceased to care about the opinions of outsiders. For me, my own strength is the only true power. Once I attain the rank of Title Douluo, I am eager to see who will still regard me with disdain upon hearing my soul curse." While Oscar spoke with a smile, no one present perceived his cheerful demeanor as a jest. The fervor in his words led them to believe that this seemingly jovial youth might indeed become a Title Douluo in the future. Zhang Lan gazed intently at the smiling Oscar before him. It suddenly dawned on him that over the past year, not only had he grown stronger, but Oscar, Dai Mu Bai, and the others had also been striving diligently. Oscar's expression settled into one of calmness as he earnestly addressed Zhang Lan, saying, "Brother Zhang Lan, although I am uncertain about your reasons for leaving the academy, I want you to know that both Dai and I will always be there to assist you whenever you need help." At that moment, Ma Hongjun chimed in, "And I as well. Although I may not be well acquainted with you, Brother Zhang Lan, Dai and Oscar have always looked after me. If they are willing to help you, I will certainly not stand idly by." "Kai," Carly suddenly called out to Zhang Lan. Though she said nothing further, her expression conveyed her unwavering sentiments. From a moment, Zhang Lan gently tapped her forehead with his finger and affectionately called her sister. She vowed never to betray him. "Brother," Tang San quietly spoke. He believed in sincerity. Having arrived in this world, the only ones who had treated him with genuine kindness were the village chief, his teacher, Zhang Lan, Xiao Wu, and Carly. "Since my brother and Carly are assisting you, it is only natural that I will not neglect you either." Xiao Wu, standing nearby, thumped her chest proudly and declared to Zhang Lan. Meanwhile, Yakes and Jisuo remained silent. Having traversed the trials of life and death together countless times, their bond spoke volumes. However, as they observed the vows and sentiments expressed by Oscar, Tang San, and the others toward Zhang Lan, they could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Zhang Lan possesses an enchanting charisma that inspires unwavering trust among those around him, to the extent that they are even willing to entrust their very lives to him. Zhang Lan rubbed his eyes and chuckled, playfully chiding, "Oh dear, why has it suddenly turned sentimental? It's almost moving. All right, everyone, hurry to the cafeteria, or the food will get cold." With that, Zhang Lan hastily made his way toward the dining hall. Behind him, Dai Mu Bai Oscar, and the others paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. It was indeed a rare sight to witness Zhang Lan in such a fluster. As the group arrived at the cafeteria, they were immediately captivated by the tantalizing aromas wafting from the sumptuous dishes laid out before them. Their stomachs began to rumble in unison. Xiao Xin exerted his utmost effort, presenting an array of visually appealing and delectable delicacies on the table. The alluring scents permeating the entire cafeteria, nearly overwhelming Zhang Lan and the others with anticipation. All the faculty members, except for Dean Flander, were present. Zhao Wujia grumbled, "Why is it taking so long? Hurry up, I'm on the brink of starvation." Despite his complaints, he showed no inclination to start eating before Zhang Lan and the others arrived, enduring the wait with patience. "They're here. Everyone, take a seat and don't be shy. This feast has been specially prepared by teacher Xiao Xin. Who knows when we'll have the chance to enjoy such a meal again?" Zhang Lan, filled with exuberance, called out joyfully while arranging seats for Tang San and the other newcomers. That rascal Flander isn't coming. He's off with his old friend. Let's feast, Zhao Wujie declared, promptly placing a delectable chicken leg into the bowl of Shui Lianxin. This chicken leg is exquisite. It's for you. Shui Lianxin, aware of the gazes from those around the table, lowered her head and subtly pinched the soft flesh at Zhao Wujie's waist beneath the table. However, fearing she might cause him pain, she dared not apply much pressure, giving only a gentle squeeze. Zhao Wujie nearly let out a moan of pleasure, but fortunately, Shui Lianxin was quick-witted, and the chicken leg conveniently muffled his response. Yet, being sole masters, the others certainly noticed Shui Lianxin's playful antics. Thankfully, Xiao Xian's remarkable culinary skills kept everyone's appetite piqued, even as Zhao Wujie and Shui Lianxin unabashedly indulged in their affection. Oh my, chicken leg and also this. Zhang Lan's mouth was stuffed full as he eagerly reached for the food on the table. Dai Mu Bai, along with the seasoned students and Master Zhao Wujie, exhibited no pretensions, all scrambling over the dishes in a jovial uproar. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and others initially maintained a semblance of restraint. But under the influence of the delicious fare and the enthusiasm of Zhang Lan and his companions, they too relinquished their modesty and joined the fray for culinary delights. After the meal, everyone took on their respective tasks for tidying up. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, along with the other girls, finished washing the dishes and ventured out together to the restroom, leaving behind Zhang Lan and the other boys. As they watched the girls leave, Zhao Wujie and Zhang Lan exchanged calm glances, their hands gripping their collars. With the sound of tearing fabric, Zhang Lan and the others erupted into laughter, raising their bottles high. Yura! They cheered, downing the contents of their bottles, exclaiming cheers. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Carly, Zhu Zhuqing, and Shui Lianxin, engaged in light-hearted banter, made their way back to the cafeteria. Following such a delightful meal, their relationships had notably deepened. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu eagerly inquired about Shui Lianxin's experiences and feelings regarding her romance with Master Zhao Wujie, while Zhu Zhuqing and Carly, maintaining serene expressions, secretly leaned in to listen. Shui Lianxin, blushing and hesitant, found herself flustered. Yet, whenever Ning Rongrong or Xiao Wu asked her if she felt joy being with Master Wujie, a blissful smile would involuntarily grace her face, stirring a sense of anticipation and envy among the four girls. Yura, cheers! Tada! I am the king of the world. As the girls approached the cafeteria, they suddenly heard these muffled exclamations, seemingly filled with mirth. Huh, what are they doing in there? It sounds quite festive. Ning Rongrong tilted her head, attempting to discern the sounds more clearly, while expressing her curiosity. Carly, Xiao Wu, and Shui Lianxin froze in place upon hearing the indistinct sounds. They were all too aware of the revelry occurring within. Carly and Xiao Wu, having spent time with Zhang Lan, understood well, while Shui Lianxin, due to her connection with Zhao Wujie, also grasped the situation. Zhu Zhuqing, with her perpetually icy demeanor, appeared indifferent, yet internally she was brimming with curiosity. Turning suddenly, Shui Lianxin calmly suggested, "It's late, and everyone must be tired. Let us return to rest. We shall gather at the square at 8 tomorrow morning." All right, Carly and Xiao Wu responded in unison. However, Ning Rongrong noticed the peculiar demeanor of the three girls, which only piqued her curiosity further. "Why are you all acting so strangely? Now I'm even more intrigued." Ning Rongrong spoke as she hurried towards the cafeteria. Chapter 125, Hellish Depiction. The once warm-hearted classmates and teachers now wore expressions of wild laughter, fervently raising their goblets to drink. The bare bodies, adorned with powerful muscles reminiscent of steel, were drenched in a colorless liquid. That Navi classmate, Tang San, shamefully clad in nothing but his undergarments, drank heartily from a cup. The previously composed Zhang Lan, a brother from their recent exam, also displayed his robust physique, glistening under the lights, a testament to the immense strength beneath his mountainous form. However, he abstained from drinking. Instead, he forcefully poured liquor into Liu's mouth with one hand while holding her tightly with the other. The once enigmatic yet composed seniors, Dai Mu Bai and the teacher Zhao Wujie, stood bare, their expressions twisted in a fierce game of rock-paper-scissors. A striking youth, with alluring peach blossom eyes and reciting peculiar soul incantations, had also shed his clothing, revealing a sculpted abdomen, powerful pectorals, and defined trapezius muscles that spoke of his hidden vigor. Meanwhile, this handsome young man, Oscar, stood atop a table, his eyes glazed and cheeks flushed, bellowing that he was the king of the world. Additionally, The portly Ma Hongjun, along with teachers Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, donned nothing but their undergarments, their gazes unfocused as they indulged in potent spirits. The liquor cascaded down their sun-kissed bodies, their frantic expressions in bare, muscular forms creating a scene akin to a hellish tableau. Ning Rongrong's pupils suddenly constricted, then widened in disbelief. She staggered back a few steps, her head mechanically turning to face Xiao Wu and the others, her trembling finger pointing towards the cafeteria. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing, unable to contain her curiosity, stealthily approached, her eyes fixed on Dai Mubai, who continued to drink and laugh boisterously while playing rock, paper, scissors. Disappointment, disdain, and disgust flickered in her gaze. Callie took a couple of steps forward, observing the raucous drinking of Zhang Lan and the others, and sighed in resignation. She turned to Ning Rongrong, explaining, "Though it seems hard to believe, they're merely drinking. Do they really need to be naked to drink?" Ning Rongrong replied incredulously, her voice rising in pitch. Gali, furrowing her brow, questioned, "Aren't they wearing undergarments?" Ning Rongrong, clutching her head in despair, exclaimed, "Is this really the time to discuss whether they have clothes on or not? The point is their behavior. It's bizarre. No, it's downright insane." Xiao Wu glanced into the cafeteria, her expression puzzled. "Is it really that bad? They're just drinking together. Aren't they? Just drinking?" Ning Rongrong's voice rose a few notches. They're not wearing. No, wait, they're only wearing that." Her expression reflected a degree of disarray, compounded by her upbringing, which rendered her unable to articulate the nature of such intimate garments, resorting instead to vague terminology. Further exacerbating her turmoil, observing her distress, Xiao Wu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What was all the fuss about? It was not entirely Xiao Wu's fault. Despite being a 10,000-year-old soul beast, her understanding of humanity was gleaned solely from her mother's fragmented accounts. And her true comprehension had only begun after she transformed into a human 6 years ago. Initially, she had accompanied Zhang Lan and Tang San, and though she might have found it peculiar at first, after sharing a few rounds of drinks with them, it soon seemed entirely normal. Ning Rongrong, witnessing Xiao Wu's bewilderment, felt an indescribable sense of collapse within her. She then turned her gaze towards Carly, who had entered the room and was now leisurely sipping from a bottle. A faint smile gracing her lips as she watched Zhang Lan and the others drink, her eyes shimmering with gentle reminiscence. A moment of breathlessness seized Ning Rongrong as she glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was intently observing the dining hall. Following Zhu Zhuqing's line of sight, she beheld Dai Mubai lifting his glass in exuberant revelry. Could it be? Was the problem not with them, but with herself? Such thoughts intruded upon her mind. No, that could not possibly be normal. Desperation drove Ning Rongrong to seek solace in the only female teacher at the academy, Shui Lianxin. In her eyes, teacher Shui was mature, gentle, and exuded an air of refined grace, reminiscent of a nurturing, sophisticated woman. Surely, she would not be like that. Yet, in the depths of Ning Rongrong's despair, she witnessed Shui Lianxin seated beside Carly, quietly savoring her wine, her gentle gaze filled with images of Zhao Wujia. Impossible. It must be an illusion. This is surely a mirage. I understand now. It is all an illusion. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong had an epiphany, laughing maniacally as she declared that she could not believe the reality before her. Perhaps, in truth, this was merely an excuse for her own self-deception. In this moment, her worldview was subjected to a merciless onslaught. Xiao Wu, shaking her head in resignation, seized Ning Rongrong's hand and Zhu Zhuqing's hand, leading them into the dining hall with purposeful strides, guiding them to Carly and her companion. "All right, it's not that exaggerated. How about trying some of the delightful fruit-flavored wine that my brother specially prepared for us girls?" As she spoke, Xiao Wu retrieved several petite bottles from her bag, each containing roughly 2 ounces of liquor. Upon opening one, a sweet aroma of grapes wafted from the bottle. "I want the apple-flavored one," Carly suddenly interjected. Xiao Wu rummaged through her bag and produced a bottle adorned with a label resembling a bitten apple, a design insisted upon by brother Zhang Lan, who claimed that a bitten apple was far more precious. Here, Xiao Wu handed the apple-flavored bottle to Carly. She then recommended the fruit wine, specially crafted by Tang San for herself and Carly to Ning Rongrong. "Would you like to try? I have many flavors." After a moment's hesitation, captivated by the sweet scent of grapes emanating from Xiao Wu's bottle, Ning Rongrong nodded. "I'll have a peach flavor, please." Xiao Wu flipped through her collection and handed her a bottle labeled with a peach. Suddenly, Shui Lianxin inquired, "Do you have one with honey peach flavor?" Xiao Wu nodded and passed her a bottle of honey peach. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her thoughts were entirely consumed by Dai Mubai, who was preparing to engage in an arm wrestling match, completely oblivious to the earlier conversation. In the distance, Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujia suddenly dropped to the ground, one hand on the earth while gripping each other's hand with the other. At the command of Zhang Lan, who was temporarily acting as the referee, both roared and commenced their contest of strength. Chapter 126. Beaching Fruit Wine Roar. Drink. Both bellowed in unison, their bodies suddenly erupting with immense power, their pectorals nearly bursting, trapezius muscles like mountains, and biceps resembling iron armor. The sheer force of their strength was palpable. Even the spectators could discern the terrifying power emanating from their well-honed physiques, devoid of any excess flesh. Crack! The hard blue stone ground shattered instantaneously under their tremendous might, producing a grating sound. Roar! Drink! With renewed ferocity, their strength surged once more, their supporting left hands sinking deeply into the earth. This scene startled Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been drawn in by the spectacle of their struggle. They could easily perceive that the contest relied solely on their physical strength, devoid of soul power or summoned spirit. Yet, under such circumstances, they had crushed the stone floor. Just how immense was their strength? Ultimately, Dai Mubai's power faltered slightly, and under Zhao Wujia's might, his arm gradually pressed down toward the ground. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhao Wujia emerged victorious. As a consequence of his defeat, Dai Mubai was compelled to down a bottle of liquor in one breath. Isn't this a bit excessive? Master Zhao Wuji is indeed comprehensible, for he is a soul sage. However, Dai Mubai seems to be pushing the boundaries, does he not? He does not appear to be significantly older than us, does he? Ning Rongrong gazed in astonishment at the clash between Dai Mubai and Zhao Wuji, her surprise palpable. Carly, with an inscrutable tone, replied to Ning Rongrong, "Perhaps you shall discover the truth by tomorrow." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew complex. She suddenly realized that Dai Mubai might not be the cowardly figure she had imagined, evading his brother and passively waiting for demise. Perhaps he harbored other intentions for being here. Abruptly, a glass of fruit wine was presented before her, the fragrant aroma of the green fruit wafting into her nostrils. "Stop staring, Zhu Zhuqing, and enjoy a glass of fruit wine," Carly urged. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in acknowledgement towards Carly, expressing her gratitude. She then accepted the glass from Carly's hand and took a gentle sip. To Carly's astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she succumbed to slumber, yet she clutched the wine glass tightly, spilling not a drop. Ning Rongrong observed the sleeping Zhu Zhuqing, then glanced at her own glass of fruit wine, too apprehensive to drink further. She fixed an incredulous gaze upon Carly. "What did you give her?" Carly sighed. "Just fruit wine." However, she refrained from mentioning that she had secretly added a touch of life water, eager to witness the inebriated visage of the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing, never anticipating her to have such a poor tolerance for alcohol. "How is this possible?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. In response, Carly took a sip from Zhu Zhuqing's glass of fruit wine and, under Ning Rongrong's stunned gaze, collapsed to the ground as well. Fortunately, Xiao Wu reacted swiftly, supporting Carly while also seizing the glass. She, Ning Rongrong stammered, pointing at the unconscious Carly. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Wu scrutinized the glass of green fruit wine, mumbling to herself, "Strange, the label appears correct. So why is this happening?" Suddenly, Xiao Wu recalled Tang San's earlier words while he was brewing the fruit wine, mentioning that certain fruits might undergo changes during fermentation, potentially even becoming toxic. A wave of anxiety washed over Xiao Wu as she urgently called out to Tang San, who was engaged in a staring contest with Oscar in the distance. "Brother, come quickly." Her plea caused Tang San to lose the match. Yet Oscar's attention was drawn to Xiao Wu's exclamation, prompting them both to approach. "What is the matter?" Tang San inquired as he approached Xiao Wu. "Look, Carly and Zhu Zhuqing drank the fruit wine you brewed and immediately fell asleep. It couldn't possibly be toxic, could it?" Xiao Wu's tone was laced with concern as she regarded the unconscious forms of Carly and Zhu Zhuqing. "Surely not. The fruit wine I provided you has been thoroughly tested," Tang San reassured her. Tang San furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The fruit wine he had crafted was always tested on various animals after successful fermentation, ensuring its safety before offering it to Xiao Wu. However, regarding the beaching fruit flavor, Tang San glanced at the wine glass in Xiao Wu's hand, recalling that indeed, the animals that had consumed this wine would drift into slumber, yet they exhibited no adverse effects. Rather, upon awakening the following day, they appeared more invigorated. But it seemed improbable that such an effect would manifest so swiftly, did it? He then remembered that the beaching fruit was indeed known for its soothing and restorative properties. Tang San took a moment to inhale the aroma of the fruit wine, recognizing the familiar scent of the potent brew, and suddenly everything became clear. I understand now. He explained to Xiao Wu, alleviating her concerns along with those of her companions. Zhang Lan was also drawn over, and after hearing Tang San's explanation, she looked at the wine cup in Xiao Wu's hand with a hint of curiosity. Zhang Lan said to Xiao Wu, "Let me have a taste." Xiao Wu handed it to Zhang Lan. Gulp. Zhang Lan raised her glass and took a sip. A burst of refreshing fruitiness intertwined with the fiery essence of spirits exploded in her mouth, reminiscent of the sensation of mixing Sprite with white liquor. Zhang Lan smacked her lips and then remarked, "It doesn't seem to be." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes closed and she collapsed to the ground. The Tang San were utterly stunned. Is this wine truly so overwhelming? I must have a taste as well. Zhang Lan's appearance instantly captivated Zhao Wuji and numerous inebriates. Those who had shared drinks with Zhang Lan were well aware of his remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Now, witnessing him down a glass in one gulp, their cravings for liquor were thoroughly ignited. Zhao Wuji, in a fit of urgency, took a swig, only to collapse onto the ground. His cup was caught by Dai Mubai, who then passed it to Oscar, and so they continued until Liu lamented the absence of any remaining liquor. Observing the disappointed and begrudging expressions on the faces of the others, Xiao Wu retrieved the fruit wine from her bag. Tang San selected the Biluo fruit-flavored wine, adding a dash of life source to it. Ning Rongrong gazed vacantly at her classmates and teachers, who were indiscriminately indulging in the peculiar fruit wine, subsequently collapsing into a deep slumber. Were they unwell? Yet, there remained a semblance of normalcy. With a look of relief, Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards Ji Sa, who was spreading bedding on the ground and carefully placing the inebriated Zhang Lan and others onto it. "I'll leave them to you," Ji Suo remarked, gesturing towards the girls sprawled on the floor. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Although she was a girl and an auxiliary type with little physical training, she was now a great soul master, and thus lifting a few girls was no challenge. A few minutes later, Ning Rongrong placed the final girl, Carly, onto the bedding and covered her with a quilt. Upon raising her head, she noticed Ji Sa burrowing under the covers. "I'm going to sleep now." Ji Suo greeted her before taking a sip of the Biluo fruit wine and promptly drifting into slumber. Ning Rongrong smila falteret. There wasn't a single sane person left. With a sigh of resignation, Ning Rongrong picked up the Biluo fruit wine beside her and took a drink. Better get some rest. Chapter 127. Untitled. The rich aroma of meat porridge gently roused Ning Rongrong from her slumber. Upon waking, she spotted Xiao Wu and the others enjoying breakfast. Xiao Wu noticed Ning Rongrong, slowly sipping her soup, and called out to her, "You're awake. Come eat with us." Ning Rongrong rubbed her eyes and nodded adorably. Rising, she approached the basin of water, splashing her face with the cold, refreshing liquid, which invigorated her senses. After washing up, she seated herself beside Xiao Wu, where a steaming bowl of meat porridge awaited her. Taking a sip, the savory flavor exploded in her mouth. Ning Rongrong gave a thumbs up, mumbling her praise, "Delicious. You should eat more if it's good," Shui Lianxin replied with a smile. The conversation among a few individuals roused Zhu Zhuqing, who had been peacefully slumbering nearby. Upon awakening, she noticed several young women dining beside her and found herself somewhat perplexed by her own bedding. After reflecting on the events of the previous day, she surmised why she had ended up sleeping there. Ensuring her attire was intact, Zhu Zhuqing rose and inquired of the girls, who were engaged in their meal. "Where are the boys?" Callie responded. "They rose early, finished their breakfast, and have gone to the square for their exercises." Ning Rongrong, taken aback, asked, "What time did they wake up?" "At 5 o'clock," came the reply. Ning Rongrong scoffed. How early? Typically, she would not rise until 8. But today, she had already awakened by 7. After a brief freshening up, Zhu Zhuqing joined Xiao Wu and the others for breakfast. Once they had finished, the group of young women set off towards the square. Heaving breaths filled the air, accompanied by the sight of muscles bulging like iron and stone, glistening with streams of sweat akin to babbling brooks. Dai Mubai, Zhang Lan, Zhao Wujing, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibin formed a circle, hoisting colossal barbells that dwarfed their own frames. With each exhalation, plumes of mist shot forth like arrows. Oscar and Tang San struggled to drag enormous stones forward. The ropes taut, and the boulders carving trenches into the ground. Their bodies trembled slightly, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Jisuo and Yates were seen sprinting while bearing substantial weights, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Liu were executing push-ups, a pool of sweat accumulating beneath them. Ning Rongrong observed the boys with difficulty, exclaiming, "What is this?" "Just a routine workout," replied Xiao Wu, as she approached Zhang Lan. Ning Rongrong, astonished by the sight of those muscular figures engaged in their grueling regimen, exclaimed a routine. Not only she, but also Zhu Zhuqing gazed intently at the distant figure of Dai Mubai, who was hoisting a colossal barbell. Observing the sharply defined muscles on Dai Mubai's physique, she noticed how each lift caused his muscles to swell and contract, revealing the terrifying explosive power within him. This realization made her acutely aware that Dai Mubai was not there merely to idly pass the time. He was gaining strength at a rate that none of them could anticipate. Watching Dai Mubai sweat profusely as he exercised fervently, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sudden release in her heart. Her eyes, brimming with unshed tears, moved to the point of wanting to weep. Her family was intricately linked to the imperial family of the Douluo Empire, with each generation's offspring paired with their imperial counterparts due to the capability of their martial souls to fuse with those of the royal family, unleashing tremendous power. However, their lineage shared a brutal legacy akin to that of the imperial family. Siblings of the same generation were compelled to battle each other, with the imperial heirs becoming the ultimate victors. This harsh reality was the very reason the Douluo Empire had endured for so many years, as each generation of its royalty possessed strength comparable to that of a title de law. In this generation, she and Dai Mubai were designated partners, while their adversaries were her sister and Dai Mubai's brother. Ironically, her sister and Dai Mubai's brother not only had the advantage of being born before them, but also possessed greater innate talents. After being defeated by his brother a few years prior, Dai Mubai abruptly left the Douluo Royal Academy, retreating to a lesser-known academy in Avenging, leading everyone to speculate that he had succumbed to despair, realizing he could not overcome his brother, and had chosen to languish in obscurity until the end. She had harbored similar thoughts, yet she could not resign herself to such a fate. Her pride would not allow her to concede defeat, though fear had often gripped her. She had been bested countless times by her sister and was terrified of death, wrestling with despair. However, she had no one to confide in, bearing her burdens in silence. Only the dampness of her pillow in the night revealing the truth that the once frigid girl was, after all, still just a girl. Now, witnessing that her destined partner had not abandoned her as she had feared, but was instead striving even harder in this place. A tremendous weight seemed to lift from her heart. At least in this moment, she understood that she was not alone in enduring these trials. Her partner was also bearing the same weight, fiercely striving to carve out a path to survival. Suddenly, a man's voice pierced through Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, jolting her from her reverie, prompting Zhang Lan and the others to cease their exercises. Master Flander clapped his hands, standing at the center of the square, accompanied by a figure radiating a solemn and rigid demeanor. Zhang Lan and his companions swiftly set aside their training equipment and gathered before Flander, while Ning Rongrong and her 3 female companions also joined the assembly. Once everyone was present, Flander addressed the group. Today marks your official commencement as students of Shrek Academy, where you will receive our esteemed instruction. Beside me stands the most knowledgeable teacher in the realm of soul masters, who will oversee your rest and guide your training. Teacher Yu Xiaojiang. With a slight cough, the master interjected, "You may all call me simply master. From this point onward, I shall be responsible for your cultivation. Since you have all arrived at this juncture, let us begin with self-introductions." Although yesterday, the new students, including Tang San, had become somewhat acquainted through their joint efforts against Zhang Lan, they were still relatively unfamiliar with the veteran Dai Mubai. Therefore, today was an opportunity for mutual familiarity. Chapter 128. Ning Rongrong the master glanced around and gestured to Dai Mubai. "You shall begin." Dai Mubai nodded and let out a low growl. Instantly, a series of sharp cracks echoed from his skeleton as a phantom of a white tiger materialized behind him. His physique swelled dramatically, and his once golden hair transformed into a striking black and white, adorned with a royal insignia upon his forehead. 4 soul rings emerged gradually from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Dai Mubai, Beast Martial Soul. White Tiger, Level 41 Assault System, Soul Master. The manifestation of Dai Mubai's 4 soul rings left Ning Rongrong and the others in stunned silence. They had learned of Dai Mubai's age yesterday, realizing he was 3 years their senior, and had assumed he was merely a mid-30s soul master. To their astonishment, Dai Mubai had already attained the rank of level 41, a 15-year-old soul master. How many individuals on this continent could boast such an accomplishment? At the very least, they had never heard of anyone achieving it. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively clenched her fists. Dai Mubai's prowess surpassed her imagination, and she could only surmise the immense dedication and effort he must have exerted to reach such heights. Following Dai Mubai, Zhang Lan stepped forward. Zhang Lan, Weapon Martial Soul, Star Gem, Level 45 Support System Soul Master. Support System? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock. The memory of Zhang Lan clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive shield to overpower them, was still fresh in her mind. It was inconceivable that this seemingly reckless combatant, who fought with such ferocity, could be a support system soul master. Wasn't it said that support system soul masters lacked combat strength and were physically frail? Surely she embodied the true essence of a support system soul master. Not only was Ning Rongrong taken aback, but Zhu Zhuqing and Liu also displayed expressions of disbelief. Oscar shook his head with a wry smile. Though it is somewhat hard to believe, Brother Zhang Lan is indeed a support system soul master. My aspiration is also to become a support system soul master like him. Oscar continued. Oscar, food system martial soul. Sausage, level 33, support system soul master. Oscar's soul power level elicited a subtle astonishment from Tang San and his companions. Typically, food-type soul masters exhibit a slower cultivation pace, and auxiliary-type soul masters also progress at a leisurely rate. Thus, the cultivation speed of food-type auxiliary martial souls is exceptionally sluggish. Achieving the rank of 33rd level soul master at such a young age is unprecedented among food-type soul masters. However, due to the remarkable prowess displayed by Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai, Tang San and his peers did not express particular surprise towards Oscar. Ma Ongjun, a powerful 25th level attack-type soul master with the beast martial soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, perceived the disdainful gazes from the new students, particularly Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Hey, I'm the same age as you, all right? A 12-year-old 25th level soul master is quite formidable." Xiao Wu and the others responded with indifference, acknowledging his remark. Tang San, wielding the plant martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, is a 29th level control-type soul master. Xiao Wu, with her beast martial soul, Rabbit, is also a 29th level attack-type soul master. Carly, possessing the beast martial soul, Emerald Ghost Python, stands as a 27th level control-type soul master. Ning Rongrong, with the weapon martial soul, Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, is a 26th level auxiliary-type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, with the beast martial soul, Ghostly Spirit Cat, is a 27th level agility-type soul master. Liu, utilizing the weapon martial soul, Black Iron Shield, is a 21st level defense-type soul master. Once everyone completed their introductions, the master nodded and stepped forward to address the new students. I trust you've heard the soul power levels of Dai Mubai, Zhang Lan, and others. Perhaps in your previous academies, you were considered geniuses, the cream of the crop. However, here you're not. You must temper your pride and adhere to my methods. Should you choose to disregard my guidance, you are welcome to leave this academy. The master's tone was somewhat frigid, and all present understood that he was not jesting. Now, I want all of you to run laps around the academy, without utilizing your soul power, until your bodies can no longer move. Except for Ning Rongrong, Liu, and Zhu Zhuqing, the rest should add weights according to their capabilities. Upon the master's instructions, Zhang Lan and Dai Mubai promptly approached to load their backpacks with the weighted iron blocks prepared by the master. Dai Mubai carried 1,300 pounds, while Zhang Lan bore 2,000 pounds, and then they dashed off. Oscar and Ma Hongjun followed closely behind, with Oscar carrying 500 pounds and Ma Hongjun 200 pounds. Subsequently, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Carly also equipped themselves with weights and followed in Zhang Lan's wake. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Liu trailed at the rear. The academy referred to by the master encompassed the entire village and its farmland, with a complete lap measuring at least 3 kilometers. In the initial laps, Zhang Lan and others fared reasonably well. However, after the 5th lap, fatigue began to manifest in varying degrees among the participants. The most conspicuous case was Ning Rongrong. Born into the prestigious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as the daughter of its leader, she had never truly endured hardship throughout her life. Her current level of cultivation did not stem from relentless effort, but rather from an extraordinary natural talent. Moreover, her lack of dedication to rigorous training and physical conditioning left her ill-prepared for such exertion. Thus, it was not long before Ning Rongrong found herself gasping for breath, her stamina waning. Overwhelmed by this distressing sensation, her pace gradually diminished. Zhang Lan noticed Ning Rongrong's condition and slightly slowed his pace. He turned to Tang San and the others behind him, instructing, "You should follow Dai Mubai and proceed ahead." Tang San and the others nodded in agreement, while Oscar cast a concerned glance back at Ning Rongrong. Zhang Lan gently patted Oscar on the shoulder, offering a reassuring nod. Oscar understood his intention, managing a wry smile before following closely behind Dai Mubai. Zhang Lan gradually slowed down and approached Ning Rongrong from behind. Why has she stopped running? Zhang Lan's tone was tranquil. Ning Rongrong, equally composed, remarked, "I can run no longer." The teacher's recent command was to exhaust ourselves until our bodies could move no more. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort and subsequently seated herself upon a nearby stone. I'm utterly fatigued now. I cannot run any longer. Zhang Lan remained silent for a moment. If you continue to harbor such a spoiled young lady's mentality, I advise you to leave Shrek Academy. You should understand that the teacher's words were directed at you. Ning Rongrong, already somewhat displeased, felt her anger surge upon hearing Zhang Lan's remarks. She abruptly stood up, pointing at Zhang Lan, and exclaimed furiously, "Who do you think you are? Why should I heed your lectures?" Zhang Lan, unfazed by Ning Rongrong's pointed finger, shook his head and calmly remarked, "I do not consider myself a significant figure, yet I believe I surpass you by a considerable margin. Aside from your sect, you possess little to take pride in. Both Xiao Ao and I are likewise support-type soul masters. Do you truly believe yourself superior to us?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson at Zhang Lan's words, yet she found herself unable to retort, for she indeed fell short of the excellence exhibited by Zhang Lan and Oscar. Zhang Lan continued, "My words may sound somewhat harsh. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. However, I implore you to heed my words carefully. You are the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, cherished by all within your sect. Yet if that is the case, why have you chosen to leave your sect and come to Shrek Academy? Perhaps it is because you find no joy in your current situation. I suspect you are burdened by the trivial concerns that come with your status. Your peers in the sect approach you solely to curry favor due to your position, leading you to feel devoid of genuine companionship. Am I correct?" Ning Rongrong remained silent. Indeed, this was true. Although she held the title of princess within her sect, she lacked a true confidant among her contemporaries. Her peers were only drawn to her because of her status, and she was not naive enough to overlook this reality. Over time, she grew weary of it all. She yearned to explore the world beyond her sect, to forge authentic friendships, and to experience the life of an ordinary student. Thus, she arrived at Shrek Academy. Beyond her curiosity regarding the Academy's stringent admission criteria, she hoped that perhaps at Shrek, she would find friends and classmates who would appreciate her for who she is, rather than for her lineage. In summary, this is a tale of a traverser who, utilizing the LOL auxiliary martial spirit, embarks on a journey of physical cultivation through the 8 gates, beginning in the Douluo Continent. Zhang Lan, endowed with the LOL gem, single martial spirit, and innate soul power of 6, occupies the role of an auxiliary martial spirit, primarily positioned as a top laner.